Chapter 1, Awakening the EX Talent at the Start.
On the playground, the principal was drenched in sweat and panting heavily.
The trainees looked on with dismay as they watched the bloated principal and instructors conduct their practical demonstration.
When the principal pulled a long sword from the mentor's chest, the mentor's figure disappeared in the form of light spots, which then gathered on the long sword. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "Instructor Baijia, your skills have improved again. Just drawing my sword used up so much spiritual energy that I'm already out of breath."
"Looks like I'm getting old, I can't deny it."
The instructor, now back in human form, said with a hint of embarrassment and shimmering eyes, No, principal, you're still as sharp as ever."
"In my heart, you'll always be that cute and handsome young man." The trainees looked exasperated. "Is it really meaningful for you two, an old married couple, to publicly display your affection?
Do you still address each other by our job titles at work?
That's so relatable."
"Students, this is generally how a swordsman draws their sword."
The principal was very pleased and laughed heartily at everyone.
"Sword girls also need to adjust their mindset and cooperate with each other to reduce damage.
Keep communicating, don't be shy, speak up if it hurts.
You must have full confidence in your swordsmanship, especially if it's the first time for both of you. Mindset is extremely important. You are all inexperienced newcomers, and some of you may be a bit impulsive.
Communicate more afterward. Don't blame each other.
Blaming each other will only make both sides feel more inferior.
What you need to do is encourage each other.
Even if the other person is depressed and in a bad mood, you must take care of their feelings and guide them patiently. Once the adjustment period is over, an experienced team will be able to achieve harmony. Finally, whether it's a sword master and a sword maiden, or other types of sword masters and weapon maidens, I hope everyone can find a pair that they like. Alright, the combination of sword master and sword maiden has more issues, but otherwise there are no problems.
Enough with the small talk, let the awakening ceremony begin.
Among the crowd, a young man whose handsomeness was only 99% similar to that of the reader had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth.
There was something odd about what the principal said. He looked down at his phone.
A plus Kabuto belt, seeking fellow A plus talent Kabuto master.
No A-level inquiries.
If the armor master's talent is S level or above and their physical fitness is good enough, multiple females can be considered.
I also have a best friend with an S-class nebula chain. Attached is a photo of me and my best friend. Holy crap, this senior smells so good, I'm so hungry.
I only regret that my talent and spiritual power are insufficient. Seeing a group of younger students from Waju leaving comments under the best pairing post, the young man couldn't help but smile.
His name is Yi Chen, and he was reborn into this parallel world on his 22nd anniversary.
This world is on the verge of collapse. Not only do they have to guard against the invasion of aliens and abyssal beasts, but they are also attacked by the overlapping of various multiverses, which are interwoven with various dungeons and secret realms. Once a man reaches the age of 22, under the coordination of the state, he will awaken various talents as a charioteer. There are sword masters, armor masters, gun masters, and weapon masters, among others. When a woman reaches the age of 20, she awakens various super weapons and pairs up with a rider. There are ancient martial arts type super weapons, such as swords, knives, axes, and halberds. There are super weapons with technological features, such as Gatling guns, Barrett rifles, 100-ton kings, cannon girls, ship girls, and battle maidens. There are magical super weapons, a staff-wielding woman, and a magic wand. There are mythological and super weapons, such as the Shen Yuan sword, the staff of the Nibelung, Thor's hammer, and Odin's spear.
In addition, there are even more outrageous things mixed in. For example, Nichiren blade, Zanpakuto, and gold cloth.
A belt that transforms you into various insect-like beings or armored warriors. There are even assault mechs, water droplets, two-dimensional foils, and the spark lens that transforms you into a giant of light. And this place is the Academy City where various riders and super martial artists are trained.
Gu Mengyue, B+, White Tiger Arm.
Lin Jia, rank A, Golden Serpent Sword.
Su Mayan, rank E, Butterfly Dagger. Wow, the third academy actually awakened in a grade Golden Serpent Sword?
If it's a grade, it should be a celestial sword. I wonder who will get it.
It's out.
The first academy just produced an A-level berserker talent. He'll probably form a contract with Lin Jia soon. Although the golden snake sword is a celestial sword, it's a soft sword.
Berserkers should use heavy weapons, either greatswords or axes.
It would probably be difficult to equip it with the golden snake sword.
It's a pity that Su Mayan, the school beauty of No. 1 Academy,
only awakened to E level. Although it's not the worst G level, judging from her expression, she's probably mentally broken. The crowd sighed as they looked at the girl on the awakening platform.
Next up, Yi Chen.
At that moment, his name was called out from the stage.
Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Chen stepped onto the awakening platform. Bang!
A sudden, deafening explosion erupted in the sky.
Yi Chen's heart trembled. Could it be that? Was it a miracle? Did I awaken an S-level talent? Bang!
The sky exploded with another loud bang, followed by several more. Looking at the smoke in the distance, Yi Chen's brows furrowed.
Who set off the cannon? Are they crazy? Don't they know they need to wake up today? Look at EX displayed on the awakening screen. The crowd below the stage gasped in surprise. Holy crap, someone's cheating. It's an EX talent?
The boys all looked on with envy, while the girls gazed at Yi Chen with sparkling eyes.
After a super powerful female warrior led the charge,
the remaining super martial girls rushed onto the stage and surrounded Yi Chen.
A mature woman clung tightly to Yi Chen's arm, her voice sweet and coquettish as she said, "Little brother Yi Chen, choose me, choose me. I'm a mecha girl. I can give you a feeling of flying."
A little girl jumped around wildly in the crowd, shouting, "Brother Yi Chen, pick me.
Pick me. I'm the Gatling gun girl.
The kind that shoots blue flames."
You can keep shooting. Yi Chen, how about the golden serpent sword? Although I won't be as blunt as them, but if you like me clinging to you, I can try my best.
Lin Jia raised her head and said shyly,
"The young lady has arrived. Get out of my way."
The ground trembled as a burly, muscular woman pushed through the crowd and walked towards Yi Chen.
"Brother Yi Chen, are you going to drive the 100-ton king?"
The young lady practically shouted it out, her voice booming like the horn of a large truck, echoing through the crowd. Yi Chen covered his stinging ears as long-forgotten memories exploded in his mind.
In a daze, he seemed to see the scene of being carried away in his past life. Don't come any closer. Chapter 2, the bad news is that E.X is a loose product. The good news is that X can be upgraded indefinitely. The mentors shielded Yi Chen in the middle. "Ladies, please calm down, oh dear." A Mediterranean-looking tutor was trampled underfoot by the crowd, his face covered in shoe prints. Nonsense, this is an EX level that not even a billion people can awaken. Anyone would be crazy about it. The boys are so envious they're practically biting their back teeth off. Yi Chen looked at the panel that could only be displayed after awakening. Etc. Why are EX's talents separate? You have acquired the E-rank talent Heart of Total Defense. You have acquired a level X talent X. All-powerful Hardy, you can control all types of super weapons, and your ability to resonate with super weapons is slightly higher than that of ordinary people. X, never give up. Meanwhile, some sharp-eyed students have already noticed something amiss. Dang Asia. Didn't you see the dot between E and X? I didn't sit down. This isn't an EX talent, it's a combination of E and X talents. Ladies, wake up. There's no miracle going on.
The reminders from the crowd calmed the women on stage down. Many of the mentors responsible for awakening were dumbfounded. Because it differs from the talent level and name displayed when other students awaken. At this moment, the monitor looked as if it had been attacked by an unknown virus, and the screen was filled with X's. They had never seen anything like this before. Given the EX display on the big screen, after much discussion, one of the instructors regretfully made the announcement. There is no miracle to show, but Yi Chen has indeed awakened the E and X talents. Not the EX talent. Ah. The female students looked disappointed, while the male students looked relieved. That scared me to death. I thought he had really awakened his EX talent. E-rank talent is slightly higher than F-rank. What does X-rank talent mean? I've never heard of it. The instructor stared intently at the monitoring instrument, looking at the screen filled with random X characters, and said with a wry smile, "To be honest, we've never seen anything like this before." Yi Chen, can you see the description of your X-level talent? Yi Chen shook his head. We will report the situation, please wait patiently. X level could be below G level, or it could be above EX level. Although the chance of it being above EX level is very, very small, it's not impossible. Please don't be discouraged. After all, you have a rare dual talent. The lower your talent level, the greater your potential for improvement. The mentors have already tried to comfort him. After all, in their hearts, Yi Chen is indeed very hardworking. Let's call it a day, everyone disperse. The 100-ton truck blared its horn. Young lady, retreat.
Let's get out of here. Lin Jia glanced at Yi Chen and stood there hesitantly.
Although the exact nature of the X-level talent is uncertain, most super martial girls dare not gamble with their future.
Should I take the gamble?
She shook her head and followed the crowd away.
Little did anyone know that an alarm suddenly went off in a museum in Longhan.
A long sword with an ancient design, sealed underground, began to tremble violently at this moment. After a slight tremor, the long sword suddenly pierced through the air.
Breaking through layers of protection and restrictions, it emerged from underground. It's an SSS plus sealed artifact. Chase after it.
In an instant, the air raid siren sounded, and countless combat girls took off together. Even though their speed reached Mach 3.5 or higher, they still couldn't keep up with the speed of that flying sword.
The female warriors retreated like a tide, leaving only Yi Chen on the stage.
In the crowd, a pair of beautiful twins exchanged a glance, each patted their own breasts, and let out a long sigh of relief.
I was so scared. I almost let Brother Chen live a good life.
Sister, although Brother Yi Chen has dual talents, it seems that he can only barely form a contract with one of us.
How about you give Yi Chen to me, sister? Why don't you go find someone better outside?
The older twin, Mangue, widened her eyes.
Little Lily, how could you think like that? Brother Yi Chen and I have been childhood sweethearts. He has been so good to us. How could I be the kind of person who doesn't know right from wrong?
You are my only sister, and I can't let you suffer no matter how hard things get.
I've made up my mind. At this point, Mangue said with a righteous expression, if I don't go to hell, who will?
Let me sacrifice myself to repay Brother Yi Chen's kindness in raising me.
He.
Yenli, the younger twin, narrowed her eyes slightly.
It seems that my sister is determined not to give up Brother Yi Chen to me? Why should I give way? Just because you're the younger sister? Then let's compete fairly. Humph, who's afraid of who?
Looking at Yi Chen not far away, Su Mayan shook her head with a wry smile.
No one could empathize with Yi Chen at this moment better than her.
She was the top student in the first affiliated hospital, while Yi Chen was the top student in the fourth affiliated hospital. It used to be something that was out of reach for others. At this moment, however, people are avoiding them like the plague. Life's ups and downs are nothing more than this. Su Mayan, however, was unaware of this. Yi Chen's mindset did not change much. Having lived 2 lives, he has already experienced the full spectrum of human emotions. As a time traveler, he accepted the fact that he didn't receive a system cheat when he was 18. He then realized that there was no savior in this world. The only person who can save you is yourself. What is this setback? At least I have 2 talents. At least I'm much better than that Su Mayan. Yi Chen's gaze remained calm, his heart unmoved.
X achieved.
Only those who never give up are qualified to advance. The heart of the Empire has advanced to rank D. The resonance rate has been slightly improved.
Yi Chen was taken aback. His talent had advanced so quickly? It seems to be.
The level of one's talent affects the growth of spiritual power within the body. Sure enough, the spiritual power within my body also increased. His expression remained calm and unmoved. The reason for this calm is that talent does indeed allow for advancement. The lower your talent level, the greater your chances of advancing, but it's unlikely to be that easy.
So is it because of this X? X is an unknown. Does that mean that as long as X is achieved, there's no limit to how much you can improve? As he continued to ponder, a new X emerged once more under the talent of total authority.
X, the desire to become stronger.
Get stronger? It's all right. You don't need to be super strong, just strong enough to protect the people you want to protect.
I sense your desire to become stronger.
X has been achieved. The heart of the sword has advanced to rank C.
The ability to resonate with the sword has received a moderate increase.
Bonus reward, 3x increase in constitution.
His talent advanced once again, his spiritual power increased again, and his body became stronger. At this moment, Yi Chen was finally moved.
Is this how you play it? X, if you're the system, could you blink?
X did not respond, but X popped up again behind All Out Heart.
X, an indomitable spirit. Never give up? If I can improve infinitely, why should I give in? Is there anything in this world that can make me submit? Look into my eyes. Tell me. Who else is there? However, despite his thoughts, he did not directly trigger the advancement as he had done before. This made Yi-Chen frown, but he was never one to get caught up in internal conflicts. If you can't figure it out, just give up. But when he looked up, he was shocked to find that transparent frames had also appeared on the bodies of the super martial girls around him. Chapter 3, The Demon Blade Thousand Blades, The Illusionary Qilin and the White Tiger Armor. Name, Lin Jia. Level, LV1. Golden Serpent Sword, Grade A. Attack Growth, A. Defense Growth, D. Resonance Effect, increases attack speed. Mingchao's ultimate technique, Golden Serpent Entanglement. Evaluation, a flexible sword, unpredictable and versatile, capable of bending into different shapes. Durability, slight wear. Yi-Chen slightly composed himself. After all, managing facial expressions is an essential skill for adults. Seeing the potential of the Super Warrior Girl is also X's ability. Both the newly awakened Super Warrior Girl and the Charioteer are level 1. After signing the contract, both parties can level up by killing monsters and share experience. As the level increases, the writer's spiritual power will passively grow according to their talent. The equipped super weapon girls will also continuously improve based on their attack and defense growth, similar to silver weapons in games. The higher the level, the greater the gap will become. Therefore, finding a super powerful female warrior with similar talents is of utmost importance. This golden snake sword must be the golden snake sword from Calabash Brothers. I heard Lin Jia is a dance student, no wonder she's so flexible. I just heard that she had a boyfriend before. Garlic bird, look at others. Name, Su Mayan. Level, LV1. Butterfly Dagger, Grade E. Attack Growth, D+. Defense Growth, 0. Brand new. Resonance Effect, enhances hardness. Mingchao's ultimate technique, none. Review, a divine weapon. This dagger boasts high attack but low defense. Its weakness is its near zero defense. Looking at Su Mayan's unstoppable potential, Yi-Chen sighed slightly. High attack and low defense are common characteristics of sword girls, so a little low defense is not a big deal. Normally, ordinary cold weapons are already considered very rare at the E level. It may be because Su Mayan can enhance hardness. For swords to upgrade their talent level, they must be equipped with special effects. For example, SS rank Zanpakuto and S rank Nichiren blades. Su Mayan's attribute growth is really too poor. As for the evaluation of this divine artifact, does it possess some special potential? Just as Yi-Chen was thinking this, a new message popped up on Su Mayan's screen. X, a butterfly cannot fly across the ocean, yet the flapping of its wings can tear through space. A shattered heart, if forged anew, can transform into a 1,000-bladed demonic sword. A broken heart rebuilt? The Demon Blade. 1,000 blades? Yi-Chen has confirmed that X refers to the possibility of advancement. Could it be that Su Mayan is also capable of a second awakening? Oh oi. Her delicate, white hand blocked his view, and she waved it. A playful and sweet little girl's voice rang in his ear, "Brother Yi-Chen, look at me, look at me." Yi-Chen smiled and turned his head, where he saw a pair of beautiful twin little girls. With a tuft of hair sticking up on her head and a playful, adorable smile, she was her childhood sweetheart's twin sister, Gu Yanli. The other woman had her hands on her slender waist, her legs wrapped in white stockings, and her lips pouting. And she is Gu Mangyue, the twin sister. Humph. Mangyue stretched out her delicate white hand and pinched Yi-Chen's soft waist. How can you still have the mind to look at pretty girls here? Is the school beauty of number 1 college prettier than the two of us? It wasn't just due to his awakening. The enhancement of his physique also gave Yi-Chen some immunity to Mengyu's signature moves. However, he still widened his eyes slightly. Name, Gu Mengyue. Level, LV1. White Tiger Arm, B+. Attack Growth, A. Defense Growth, B. Brand new. Description, a divine artifact. Arm guards that keep your arms in a state of continuous muscle bulge and blood flow, enhancing burst damage and attack speed. Drawback, high spirit energy consumption, making it difficult for armorers to sustain prolonged combat. Resonance effect, speed boost. Mingchao's ultimate technique, none. X, pay to win upgrade, White Tiger Armor. Name, Gu Yanli. Level, LV1. Strong arms, B+. Attack growth, A. Defense growth, B. Brand new. Description: a divine artifact. This arm is incredibly hot and can be imbued with flames. Drawback: the continuous high temperature can cause the armor master to sweat profusely. Resonance effect, enhanced by flames. Ming Chao's ultimate technique, none. X, pay to win upgrades, phantom armor. Yi Chen was shocked not because the two sisters had awakened to B+. It's not because the X in twins is simpler and more straightforward than Su Mayan's. This directly exposed the true nature of these two as money-devouring beasts. In his days, he seemed to see Meng Yu transformed into a haughty cat girl with white cat ears and a cat tail. Yan Li, on the other hand, transformed into a soft, loyal puppy with fiery red ears and a fiery red tail. No, Meng Yue isn't a cat girl, because she has stripes on her cat ears and tail. Thinking about it this way, these must be the Super Beast White Tiger and the Super Beast Qilin. In other words, what I saw was X's super powerful spirit girl form. Only S rank or higher super warrior girls can awaken their spirit girl form, which not only provides benefits to the riders. When facing alien beasts alone, the sword girl can draw her sword on her own, and the other super weapon girls can also automatically transform, possessing a certain degree of self-defense ability. Without the infusion of spiritual energy from the charioteer, it's equivalent to losing the source of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy in the body is exhausted, it will be impossible to continue fighting. The level of a rider's spiritual power determines the upper and lower limits of a super martial girl. Why are you looking at me with such a strange expression? Are you surprised? Perhaps it was because Yi Chen's gaze was too direct that Meng Yu nervously withdrew her hand. She even crossed her light pink arms in front of her chest, looking somewhat uneasy. Although the two of us only awaken 2B, Shaw 2B ranks. But dealing with a lowly mediocre rider like you is more than enough. Be grateful. Meng Yu smiled smugly and arrogantly. There are two of us, you can choose one. Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. Although he had a natural immunity to beast-eared girls, it shouldn't be this bad. He couldn't help but glance at Meng Yu and Yan Li a few more times. Okay, I'll be honest, I like super beast-eared girls. Before Yi Chen could speak, Yan Li clung to his arm affectionately, tilted her fair and delicate face up, stood on tiptoe, and whispered softly in his ear. Brother Yi Chen, don't be sad. In Yan Li's heart, you'll always be the best. Brother Yi Chen, please make a marriage pact with me. Yan Li only has eyes for Brother Yi Chen. Yan Li will always protect you, forever and ever. Brother Yi Chen, let's kiss. The Ahog cowlick on her head, along with the quantum tail that didn't exist in reality but Yi Chen could see, swayed together. Meng Yu blushed and widened her eyes in disbelief. No, Xiao Lily, don't you have any sense of martial ethics? I won't tell you, he Brother Yi Chen, you'll miss out if you're too shy to say it, then I'll say it. Meng Yu nuzzled his arm with her little head, a look of utter satisfaction on her pretty face. She practically screamed pick me. Pick me, on her face. Chapter 4, When I see you, let alone feel any resonance, I'm afraid I'll go through menopause. Seeing the two sisters surrounding Yi Chen, all the boys looked on with envy. It has to be my brother Chen, he's been raised like this since we were little. What do you know? They're just young and naive. The gap between Class E and Class B is too large, it's very difficult to match them. What a joke. With that little bit of spiritual power at the E rank level, it's questionable whether he can even draw his super weapon. At the same time, two young men walked straight over. Meng Yu, be my super powerful maiden. I have AB rank talent, and I will protect you for the rest of my life. Another young man went even further, kneeling down on one knee, holding a bouquet of flowers, and confessing to Yan Li, I've liked you for a long time. I've awakened AB plus talent, could you give me a chance? Even a temporary contract would be fine. At that moment, facing the confessions of two boys, Meng Yu didn't even look at them and directly rejected them, saying, sorry, I already have a favorite writer. Why don't you ask someone else? Okay. Sorry to bother you. The young man came and went quickly, turning his head and striding away into the distance. As long as I walk fast enough, the tears won't fall. Faced with the confession, Yan Li looked embarrassed. Actually, talent and stuff like that aren't that important to me. If you agree to a temporary contract with me, I'm willing to pay 1 million. Sorry, I thought I was quite fond of money. Yan Li couldn't bear to look at her and said, but thank you anyway. I suddenly realized that money doesn't seem to be that important to me anymore. The rejected young man pointed at Yi Chen with some resentment. No, Yan Li, What exactly is it about him that I don't? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at Yan Li with curiosity. Actually, 1 million is quite a lot. If you offer this price, there will definitely be other people willing to pay it. It's just that some things I said too bluntly, and I'm afraid they might hurt people.
Hearing Yan Li's words, the young man still said without giving up, "It's okay, just tell me, I can handle it." Yan Li sighed and looked at him with pity. "Seeing you, let alone resonate with you, I'm afraid I'll go through menopause." Seeing that the young man still looked confused, the onlookers burst out laughing. "They just think you're ugly."
Wah!
Upon hearing this, the young man immediately turned and ran away, bursting into tears.
At this moment, the two mentors walked over and smiled at the two sisters. "Mengyue, Yanli, have you found the contractor? After awakening, there will be a period of free contract."
During the period of free contract, awakened individuals, regardless of gender, can freely enter into contracts. If the relationship develops well, it will lead to a deep contract, which is why it is also called the first round of marriage. Everyone now has two choices: either take the unified exam or be specially recruited to continue their studies at the Awakening Academy in the safe zone, or go directly to the battlefield. After seeing Yi Chen's appearance clearly, the two mentors frowned slightly. Yi Chen had caused a commotion earlier, and they had some impression of this student who had awakened dual talents. One of the mentors looked embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, Yanli and Mengyu. Our Tianhan Academy has a rule that we do not recruit writers below rank B. You two should think it over carefully. Do you want to consider changing your contractor?" Yan Li bowed politely. "I'm sorry, both instructors. I won't go to any academy, no matter how good, without Brother Yi Chen by my side."
The two could only turn their gaze to Mengyue. Mengyue glanced at Yan Li with a deep, wistful look. "Damn it! I've already said everything to you, what am I supposed to say?"
This little green tea BTCH, usually quiet and seemingly adorable, is incredibly quick to pledge her loyalty.
"Are you a loyal dog? If I give you a tail, wouldn't you wag it? That makes me look really silly." She bit her glistening lips.
Besides his talent, Yi Chen is number 1 in the 4 academies in swordsmanship, combat, shooting, and physical fitness. If your academy is recruiting writers and only considers talent without taking into account other comprehensive qualities, then I think your academy is not suitable for me. The two mentors were slightly taken aback, not expecting that the two of them would refuse at the same time.
"Yanli, Mengyu, I hope you two will reconsider. The gap in talent cannot be bridged by hard work alone. You are still young and haven't seen enough. The outside world is definitely more exciting than you can imagine. Our academy has plenty of outstanding and handsome young men. With your potential, are you worried about not finding a writer?"
Yan Li interrupted them. "No matter how wonderful the outside world is, it has nothing to do with me." She glanced furtively at Yi Chen. "No matter how good they are, they're not what I want." The expressions of the two admissions officers gradually stiffened. The onlookers were also discussing it amongst themselves.
"I told you, reality is reality. How can an E-class be worthy of a B-class? Our mentor is right. Yanli and Mengyu are too young. They'll remain naive forever without experiencing setbacks. Let go, Brother Chen, take it easy, don't ruin the two sisters' future." Besides those who gloated, there were also those who cheered Yi Chen on, saying, "Go, Brother Chen. Pure love will prevail."
The two mentors glanced at them slightly, and those who were shouting "Pure love will prevail" immediately lowered their heads. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, the two mentors' expressions changed drastically, and finally they turned to Yi Chen with somewhat grim faces. "Young man, Yanli and Mengyu both gave up their special admissions because of you. As the person involved, shouldn't you take the initiative to express your opinion?" Yi Chen smiled. "What do you need me to say?" Seeing Yi Chen's indifferent tone, the two instructors raised their voices slightly. "You can't sacrifice their future happiness for your own selfish reasons. I don't know what kind of spell you cast on them, but listen to me, people should never be so selfish. If you really think you're capable, then show us your results in the upcoming standardized tests. I think you should persuade them both to enroll in our college. That would be the responsible thing to do for their lives." He. Seeing Yi Chen chuckle, one of the instructors straightened his face and raised an eyebrow. "Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" Yi Chen shook his head. "No, I think you're absolutely right." Seeing that Yi Chen was showing signs of relenting, the two mentors beamed with joy. "That's right, you should try to persuade them. However, right in front of them, Yi Chen suddenly took Yan Li and Meng Yu's hands.
No, classmate, what do you mean by this? Yi Chen chuckled and said, I've made up my mind. I'll take them both to a better academy. That's the only way to be responsible for their lives. A better college? One of the instructors raised an eyebrow. Yeah, as far as I know, Tianhan Academy isn't the best, is it? Chapter 5, Who says that a loosely packaged EX isn't an EX? At least among the 4 top awakening academies in Academy City, it should be at the bottom. Your college's minimum admission standard is B. But my minimum requirement is that it must be at least a bit higher than your Tianhan. A little bit. Yi Chen's tone was calm, and his expression was indifferent. But as soon as he said that, the 2 mentors' faces turned green instantly. You? One of the instructors let out a cold laugh. Yes, me. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, his tone still indifferent. It seemed that nothing could stir his heart. Unyielding spirit. X achieved. The heart of all defense has been upgraded to rank B. Resonance probability has been greatly increased. Bonus reward, 3x spirit power boost. Yi Chen glanced at the panel. X was achieved, the talent was enhanced again, the spiritual power increased again, and an additional 3 times spiritual power boost was obtained. Right now, I'm equivalent to 3B level. The spiritual energy within his body also transformed from a trickle at the initial E level into a vast sea of spiritual energy. The condition for unyielding is met by triggering events, and it seems that the same will be true in the future. I glanced at X, and sure enough, it refreshed again. X, contract 2 super powerful female warriors of at least B rank. Yi Chen chuckled to himself, thinking that under normal circumstances, this might not be possible. But right now, there are 2 that are readily available. Seeing that the 2 mentors were still blocking his way, Yi Chen continued. Their parents were comrades in arms and old friends with my parents. My parents treated them as their own children from a young age. And their parents, like mine, died on the front lines of Longhin's fight against the Abyss. So? He pulled out his phone, chuckled, and waved it. I advise you to, if you don't want to escalate things. Get out of my way. Yi Chen's words immediately caused the 2 mentors' eyes to turn panicked. This kid recorded it? Oh no. If this gets uploaded online, and considering the identities of these 3 people, will be torn to shreds by netizens. If their parents' comrades in arms see this, we'll be treating the children of our deceased comrades like this. If this really blows up, I might even lose my job. Upon realizing this, the 2 instructors' expressions changed, and they dared not think any further. They were terrified, their throats gurgling, and their attitude immediately changed. Sorry, classmate, our tone was a bit harsh just now. Could you delete the recording? Yi Chen chuckled, sure, apologize first. Sorry. These 2 Baiyang apologies were surprisingly swift. It's such a waste of his talent that he's not a member of parliament. Yi Chen pointed at Yan Li and Meng Yu and smiled, apologize to them, and be sincere. I'm sorry, Yan Li. I'm sorry, Meng Yu, we were a bit harsh just now. The 2 mentors blushed and were extremely sincere. Compared to losing your job and being cyberbullied, dignity is nothing. The students standing nearby were completely dumbfounded when they saw the 2 admissions officers from the Awakening Academy treat Yi Chen with such arrogance followed by obsequiousness. They knew that Yan Li and Meng Yu were now determined, and that recruitment was probably hopeless, so they forced a smile at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, if you watch the recording. Yi Chen smiled and said, I'll keep it for now. Don't worry, I definitely won't leak it out. Once this is over, I'll delete it. The 2 instructors exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting. But it's impossible to steal Yi Chen's phone in broad daylight. Alright, I hope you keep your word. After the 2 mentors left dejectedly, Meng Yu sneered, you big bad guy, you're really something. When was this recorded? I'm totally confused. Yan Li, standing to the side, looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Yi Chen smiled and deliberately lowered his voice, I didn't record it, I was just trying to scare them. Ah? Yan Li looked at Yi Chen with a blank expression, then suddenly became nervous. What if they hold a grudge and try to trip us up in secret? Yi Chen explained with a smile, that's why I deliberately said I wouldn't delete it. Don't be afraid. People like them are particularly concerned about their reputation. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes, so don't worry. Besides, they also said that grade B is their lowest screening standard. They've been keeping bothering you too, they must be eyeing your and Mengyue's potential. The admissions advisors from other colleges aren't stupid either. If you're a gem, someone will pick you up anywhere. Mengyue blushed slightly and asked somewhat nervously, have you made up your mind? Facing the expectant eyes of Yanli and Mengyu, Yichen smiled and raised his hand. Haven't I already made up my mind? Ah. Mengyue's pretty face flushed, but she felt inexplicably happy inside. Although Yanli and I wouldn't mind assisting you together. But you are E and X, not EX. Can your spiritual power really support both of us at the same time? The difference in contract rank between the writer and the super warrior girl in this world is quite significant. When spiritual energy is abundant, a single master can contract with multiple super powerful female warriors. Some superweapons consume a lot of energy and require a long operating range, such as the Jaeger in Pacific Rim, which requires 2 Jaeger pilots to operate together. There's also the 100-ton King, which has lower spiritual power requirements, but it still requires 2 drivers to take turns driving it or coordinate their driving to avoid fatigue. As for the aircraft carrier girl, she is a key national protected and repaired vessel, and she was always surrounded by people. Therefore, the female-oriented content in this world is usually titled Awakening of the Space Carrier. Countless junior students call me Mom. Even if there is only one pilot position for ship girls and mecha girls. However, multiple drivers are usually assigned to drive in turn. In short, in this world, a high-level talent grants the right to choose a mate first, regardless of gender. He wants both Yanli and Mengyu. Even if they awaken both the White Tiger and the illusionary scale armaments. Even if we can't open them together. He'd be happy to take turns driving. Yichen smiled mysteriously at the two of them, who says a loose EX can't be an EX. After saying that, he took Yanli and Mengyu's hands, one on each side, and poured spiritual energy into their palms. The next moment, the consciousnesses of the three intertwined and appeared in Yichen's sea of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy should be enough for the two of you. Looking at the unfathomable sea of spiritual energy, Mengyu's consciousness widened her eyes, revealing a shocked expression. Such powerful spiritual energy. Is this truly the kind of spiritual energy an E rank can possess? Yanli said with a delighted look, it's enough more than enough. How could Yanli's small body hold so much? Seeing the two sisters' shocked looks, Yichen smiled mysteriously. Don't overthink it. All you need to know is that I'm very strong. Once you possess X, and your all-out heart grows stronger, it might even surpass EX by a wide margin. Chapter 6, Promise me, Brother Chen. Be gentle when equipping your gear from now on. Seeing Yichen's confident demeanor, Yanli pursed her pink lips and said to him in a coquettish tone. Brother Yichen, Yanli doesn't want to work hard anymore, please take care of me. Seeing her younger sister speak first, Mengyu's expression became extremely flustered. Little Lily, you. Yichen smiled and said, I can't bear to part with either of you. Just lie down comfortably from now on. Mengyu's tense expression finally softened into one of delight. Humph, at least you have a conscience. Then let's make a contract now. Back in reality, Yichen took Yanli's hand with his left hand and Mengyu's hand with his right, his expression returning to seriousness. I, Yichen, am willing to give my life to protect Yanli and Mengyu. As long as the armor is there, the person is there. If the armor dies, the person dies. If anyone disobeys this rule, may heaven and earth punish them. Yanli opened her eyes wide, but tears were faintly glistening in her beautiful eyes. A life or death pact? Why are you making such a heavy vow, you big idiot? On the battlefield, it is common for the writer to die and the super warrior to be defeated, with one side dying first. Especially mecha and armor type super warrior girls, they will definitely die before armor masters and mech masters. The life and death contract allows the writer and the armored girl to share their lives. As long as A exists, the person exists. When A dies, the person dies, and there is no way to undo this. When it comes to Mengyu and Yanli, Yichen has decided to go all in, even risking his life. Because they both deserve it. He smiled and said, my parents and your parents both swore oaths of life and death. If you're afraid, you don't have to go. Mengyu's pretty face flushed red, and she said resolutely, fine, I'll go with you. Who's afraid of who? She and Yanli raised their hands together, their expressions solemn, and said, I am Mengyu. I am Yanli. I swear by my armor that I will protect Yichen with my life. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth punish me. The next moment, the three souls seemed to be bound together by the power of the contract invisibly. You have formed a contract with the White Tiger Arm B+. You've contracted the Kirin Arm B+. You have obtained the Royal Space.
Secret space can store super martial arts girls.
X achieved. Heart of Defense upgraded to A.
Resonance probability increased to 100%.
You have received an extra reward, Strength X3. You have received a bonus, Agility X3. X, contract a swordswoman. Contract 001, White Tiger Arm.
X, spend 1 million to unlock the A+ White Tiger Armor. Spend another 3 million to unlock the S+ Tiger Roar Flash.
Contract 002, the Qilin Arm.
X, spend 1 million to unlock the A+ Phantom Scale Armor. Spend another 3 million to unlock the S+ Phantom Scale Flash. A series of notifications sounded, and Yi Chen patiently read them to the end. Although I had already foreseen that Yan Li and Meng Yu were two money-devouring beasts, I didn't expect the cost of in-game purchases to be so high. However, considering the value of the S+, the price is actually not expensive at all. Upon seeing the light of the contract surrounding Yi Chen and the other two, the boys all gaped in astonishment, some even bursting into tears. Damn it, the life and death contract has been activated, there's no chance left. Holy crap, this kid really took those two twin sisters away. I do not agree to this marriage agreement. I told you two aren't a good match, why won't you listen? Wah-ah. Promise me, Brother Chen. You'll be gentler when you're putting on your gear next time. Yan Li is still so young, I'm afraid she'll get hurt, it will break my heart, wah. As twin beauties of the 4th Academy, the two sisters have had no shortage of suitors since they were young. Now that Yi Chen has initiated the life and death contract, everyone has given up on this idea. Meng Yu blushed slightly, you bad boy, I've finally become your super martial arts girl. She raised her little fist, you're not allowed to bully me and my sister anymore, or I'll beat you up. Yan Li tiptoed and whispered in his ear, hoo brother Yi Chen. I'm different from my sister, feel free to bully me, feel free to use me. Don't pamper me just because I'm a delicate flower. Yi Chen's expression was strange, and then Meng Yu pinched the soft flesh around his waist. You've turned Yan Li into this state, you absolutely bear the main responsibility. Don't think anything else, if you have any complaints, come at me first. No way. You're dreaming, sister. At the same time, air raid sirens were sounded in various areas of Longhan. People looked up in surprise, taking photos with their phones of the battle maidens rushing through the sky. Commander, the sealed artifact is moving too fast, we cannot intercept it. Requesting backup. Inside Longhan's command post, a commander with a solemn expression said, understood. Commander, the route of the sealed artifact has been deduced, and we can intercept it according to the route. The leader nodded. We'll do it your way. This sealed artifact has been sealed for at least tens of thousands of years since it was first unearthed, according to C14 analysis. It may have existed before human civilization. It is even very likely a product of the last human era. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let it fly overseas. We must intercept it. Wah-ah. The girls' crying interrupted the intimate atmosphere between Yi Chen and the other two. All three people looked up at the same time. At this moment, a handsome young man stood in front of Su Mayan, the school beauty. What was it called again? Chen Mo? Yi Chen recognized this powerful figure from the First Academy. At this moment, Chen Mo looked troubled and said, Su Mayan, don't do this. You know, I can't decide the family rules. You're now rank E, and I'm rank A. Chen Mo seemed reluctant to speak, but he had already made up his mind. Although Su Mayan is very beautiful, the eldest daughter of the Shao family is a B-grade bloodhowl. Compared to his bright future, he can make this choice clearly. The plump woman beside him urged impatiently, Son, why are you wasting your breath talking to her? Her family has long since fallen on hard times, and they're not a good match for us. A pheasant trying to mate with a phoenix. Collapse the engagement now, hurry up, the eldest daughter of the Shao family is still waiting to form a contract with you. Not far from this bloated woman was another woman with a sharp and mean appearance. She was dressed fashionably, carrying an expensive handbag, and coldly scrutinized everything. Hurry up, my girl, you'll be waiting forever. Su Mayan wiped her fair face, took a deep breath through her delicate nose, and tried to calm herself. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, Congratulations, Chen Mo. I agree to dissolve the engagement. I wish you happiness and harmony. After saying this, she lowered her head in grief, refusing to look at Chen Mo. Tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. She didn't care about the annulment of the engagement anyway. The engagement was arranged by her parents.
She usually only focused on cultivation and had no interaction with Chun Mo.
However, because of her unpleasant awakening, she was already feeling depressed. At this moment, she was ridiculed in public by Chen Mo's snobbish mother, who also brought up the painful memory of her family's decline. This caused her to be overwhelmed with emotions and burst into tears.
Yi Chen, who was watching the drama unfold, nodded.
Compared to herself, Su Mayan was in a much worse situation. A genius's downfall plus a broken engagement at the start. It's definitely a female version of anti-inflammatory drug. It's just that Su Mayan didn't say the line 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a poor young girl, which made it less meaningful. However, her personality doesn't seem like that of someone who would say such a thing.
Auntie, could you return my dowry to me?
Su Mayan mustered her courage, walked up to the obese woman, and spoke in a humble tone.
Chapter 7. Does anyone still want this school beauty? If no one does, I'll take her home. Dowry?
Shenmo's mother's face instantly darkened, and her voice rose 8 octaves. All these years, you've eaten and used our food, haven't you?
Is the dowry your parents left you enough for your living expenses?
Su Mayan took a deep breath and choked up, saying, since my family fell into poverty and my parents passed away, I have been living in the academy city. I supported myself mostly through part-time jobs and scholarships. Although you have indeed bought me clothes during holidays, I have kept them untouched in your home.
If you want to deduct those expenses, I have no objection.
But, please return the dowry my parents gave you, it's really important to me. Hearing this, Yi Chen was also somewhat confused. He turned to the 2 sisters and asked, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask it.
What do you think, Brother Yi Chen? Does this place, is there such a thing as a dowry in our traditional customs?
He had been focusing on cultivation and had some understanding of this world, but not much. For example, although the technology in this world is advanced, Longhan is still a country ruled by the Han family. It is a super empire jointly created by various powerful families who support each other. As for other customs, he was unaware of them.
Yanli smiled and said, of course.
She said shyly, actually, our dowries were prepared for us long before our parents passed away. Once Brother Yi Chen presents the betrothal gifts, we will return the dowry to you tenfold.
But Brother Yi Chen, please don't give too much in betrothal gifts.
My sister and I only have 600,000 in our savings account, and we still need to eat.
Just give each of us 30,000 as a token. Leave some money for our food. Sister and Yanli don't eat much, they're easy to feed.
Although Yanli's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Mengyu after her awakening. Her face flushed red as she looked at Yanli, exasperated, and said, you love-struck fool, don't blurt everything out, hey. Yi Chen smiled and continued to watch the drama unfold. Seeing that the bloated woman kept arguing but never mentioned the matter of returning the dowry,
the pitiful Su Mayan attracted a large crowd of onlookers.
However, upon seeing Chen Mo's gloomy gaze, most of them lowered their heads, only daring to whisper among themselves, and no one dared to intervene. The crowd whispered among themselves, and Yi Chen, who was watching the gossip from the sidelines, overheard a lot of the gossip about people who knew Chen Mo.
It turns out that Chen Mo's family background was not good. His father was originally just a subordinate of Su Mayan's deceased parents. Born into an ordinary family, she was promoted by Su Mayan's parents.
After Su Mayan's parents passed away, his father rose through the ranks and has now been transferred back to the rear, becoming a governor within the safe territory.
At least leave people a way to survive. This way of eating is just too unsightly.
They were already poorly awakened, so it's one thing if you don't want them, and it's another if you publicly annul the engagement, but you can't treat them like fools.
Yanli couldn't help but get a little angry.
Normally, if you don't want her, all of this is fine, but you have to return her dowry.
Yeah, isn't this obviously taking advantage of someone who has no children? Yi Chen shook his head.
It seems that Nalin Yenron's value is still rising. Having lived 2 lives, he originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. Even though Su Mayan has a slender figure with long, straight legs. At this moment, overwhelmed with grief, her fair face bore a chillingly beautiful sense of brokenness.
It is indeed something that can evoke pity in ordinary people. But so what? To see a beautiful woman is like seeing only bones. They were just 2 lumps of rotten flesh. But the X displayed on Su Mayan's body made him somewhat tempted.
A butterfly cannot fly across the ocean, yet the flapping of its wings can tear through space. A shattered heart, if forged anew, can transform into a 1,000-bladed demonic sword.
This is the demon blade 1,000 blades. Once it awakens a second time, it's an S plus talent. First come, first served. Moreover, the Demon Blade 1000 Blades in this world has been enhanced in the latest version. In terms of sharpness, it is the T0 level among all S-class swords and blades. It can even cleave through space, if it can be developed to its fullest potential. It's the kind of game you can play for a long time. Thinking of this, Yi Chen nodded. He walked through the crowd towards Su Mayan. As more and more people gathered around, Chen Mo began to feel some pressure. Mu Yan, how about this? Since you've only awakened E rank anyway, entering dungeons and battlefields would be tantamount to suicide. How about this? Once I successfully form a contract and my cultivation level increases, I will take you as my concubine. From now on, you will live well under the protection of my Chen family and have children for me. What do you say? At this point, Chen Mo took a deep breath and said with a disdainful look, "Don't worry, I have my A-level talent. In the future, the Chen family will definitely become a prominent family in the area under my protection. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. If our descendants are outstanding, they will surely also benefit from the family's good fortune. If Uncle Su were alive, he would probably be happy." As he spoke, he reached out and touched Su Mayan's delicate, white hand. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." Su Mayan dodged Chen Mo's outstretched hand. Although her pretty face was covered in tears, her attitude was extremely resolute. This made Chen Mo's expression turn extremely ugly. His last bit of patience was completely exhausted at this moment. Chen Mo's mother rolled up her sleeves, looking every bit the shrew. "Son, why are you wasting your breath talking to her? You bitch, you're not as easy to talk to as my son. You're asking for it, aren't you?" As she spoke, she slapped Su Mayan across the face. Smack! The shrew's expression froze upon seeing the young man who had suddenly appeared. But instantly, the sharp pain in her wrist and the man's cold, emotionless eyes caused a twisted expression of fear to appear on her fleshy face. "Yi Chen, what are you doing? Let go of my mother." Chen Mo stared at Yi Chen with eyes blazing with fury. Yi Chen chuckled and released his grip. "Ha! If your Uncle Su were alive today, seeing how you treated her daughter, he'd probably be turning in his grave." Yeah. After Yi Chen made his move, someone finally dared to speak up for Su Mayan. "It's one thing to lie, but to swindle money? I've never seen such a shameless person." Chen Mo merely glanced at him coldly, and the man immediately shrank back. "Yi Chen, don't think you're still the top student in the 4 academies." Chen Mo stared intently at Yi Chen, his face contorted with rage. "You're nothing but trash now. How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Ignoring Chen Mo's words, Yi Chen pointed at Su Mayan and loudly asked the surroundings. "Does anyone want this school beauty? If no one does, I'll take her home." Chapter 8, X, I'll play her to the extreme. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone sighed and rubbed their foreheads. "Dude, only heroes save damsels in distress. You're just an E-class, not a hero, so why are you meddling in this mess?" Seeing that no one responded, Yi Chen walked straight up to Su Mayan. "Su Mayan, I think you have experienced all the coldness and warmth of the world at this moment. Make a pact with me, even if everyone else treats you like trash. But I still believe you have unlimited potential." Yi Chen's words made Su Mayan, whose eyes were red and swollen, try to open them wide. The young man in front of me had a handsome face and a faint smile on his face. This was the first time she had seen Yi Chen smile at her. Because in Su Mayan's eyes, this former genius in front of her did not seem to like to smile. He is not a sociable person, often works alone, and is decisive and efficient. It seems that all he sees is cultivation and the path to cultivation. He seems to have no friends. Aside from the twins at the 4th hospital, he rarely smiled at anyone else. Therefore, whenever she sees a sentence, she inexplicably thinks of Yi Chen. Those who truly want to win don't laugh. But at this moment, Yi Chen once again refreshed my understanding of him. He can laugh, and his laugh is carefree and arrogant. It's hard to imagine that this is someone who has just experienced the same low point in their life as me. Su Mayan's throat tightened. Seeing Yi Chen extend his hand to her, she felt uneasy, her eyes filled with confusion and expectation, and placed her delicate white hand in his palm. She didn't know what she was expecting. But at that moment, her slightly cool little hands could clearly feel the warmth of his palm. "I do." Su Mayan nodded. The light of the contract descended from the heavens, enveloped her and Yi Chen. The contract was reached at this moment. No vows are needed. Because this is an equal contract that can be terminated at any time.
With the completion of the equal contract, Yi-Chen looked at the panel again, and X had a new notification under Su Mayan's information.
X, to completely destroy her. Yi-Chen's lips twitched slightly. No, you bastard, Hockey X. What does it mean to ruin her? Is this a legitimate X? X, physically broken. Fearing he might not understand, X thoughtfully gave him an extra hint.
Yi-Chen rubbed his temples in pain. Looking at his expression, Su Mayan forced a smile.
Am I really that bad? Yi-Chen shrugged. No, how could that be? I was just wondering if you'd be free later? I have a business deal to discuss with you. He has already tried to consider the possibility of physically breaking the device. It would take many tries to break it.
Although my body has been strengthened 3 times, I still haven't tried it yet. In addition to the physical aspects, he also considered the legal aspects.
It's good that Su Mayan agreed. After all, she's quite good looking herself, so she shouldn't be at a disadvantage. But what should I do if she disagrees? 3 years minimum? Life imprisonment? Regardless, he still raised Su Mayan's hand and waved it in Chen Mo's direction. Now, it concerns me. Chen Mo's face was clouded with gloom. Okay. He looked at Yi Chen with a cold smile and said good 3 times. Yi Chen, since you are determined to oppose me, then let's duel. If you win, I will return Su Mayan's dowry intact. What do you mean you'll return the dowry if I win?
Yi Chen was somewhat surprised by Chen Mo's thought process.
You were supposed to pay it back, weren't you? Chen Mo sneered, so you want to sue me? Even if I drag my feet and don't pay, what can you do about it? Yi Chen held Su Mayan's soft, boneless hand in return and nodded helplessly. I get it. You need to get a beating before you'll obediently return the dowry, right? Chen Mo sneered, are you out of your mind? You think I'd lose to trash like you?
If you lose, you'll kneel down and call me dad 3 times in public. Yi Chen squeezed Su Mayan's soft little hand and chuckled, then come on.
He didn't choose to raise the stakes.
Given how fickle and unreliable this family was, even if he did raise the stakes, they would drag it out for a long time. When Chen Mo turned around with a cold smile, he walked towards the Miss Xiao. Su Mayan stared at the hand Yi Chen was holding tightly in hers, her pretty face slightly flushed, and said,
I never expected that you would step forward at this time. However, a duel could result in injury or even death. Are you really? Aren't you afraid? Yi Chen countered, and you? Are you scared?
Su Mayan shook her head with a bitter smile, her eyes unfocused, and said, my heart is already dead.
Death no longer seems like a scary thing to me.
This seemingly delicate but strong-willed girl had already made up her mind.
If the Chen family doesn't return the dowry, she's prepared to fight to the death. Yi Chen nodded, recalling X's hint, a strange smile curving his lips. I have faith in you, and you should have faith in me too. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Without the mind dying, the way cannot be born. The process of transformation may be very painful, and I hope you are prepared for it.
Although she couldn't understand what Yi Chen was saying, Su Mayan still smiled nonchalantly. I'm not even afraid of death, so what does pain matter? More and more people gathered in the crowd to watch the spectacle. Although they didn't think highly of Su Mayan and Yi Chen as a couple, they still hoped for a miracle.
Mangyue looked at Yi Chen with unwavering eyes.
Because she felt that Yi Chen did the right thing.
If I were a man, I would never sit idly by. Let's duel. Let's duel.
The crowd grew larger and larger, and even the principal and mentors came over.
Why are Yi Chen and Chen Mo fighting? Aren't you going to stop them?
Just as they were about to speak up to stop them, they were stopped by 2 admissions officers from Tianhan Academy.
This young man is ignorant and arrogant. He dares to meddle in everything.
Yes, this Yi Chen doesn't seem to understand the concept of there are always people more capable than you. He's incredibly arrogant.
Let our academy's special admission student, Chen Mo, teach him a lesson.
Seeing the 2 admissions officers working in unison, the principal frowned slightly. Once Chen Mo completed the contract, he walked towards Yi Chen and the other person with a cold smile.
You promised me, half for each of us. You can't go back on your word.
Seeing that the Xiao family's young lady, whose figure and appearance were far inferior to Su Mayan's, acting coquettishly towards Chen Mo,
Yi Chen almost vomited up the leftover food in his stomach.
Clearly, these 2 had already discussed how to divide the spoils.
It's true what they say, like attracts like. Duel.
As Yi Chen and Shen Mo shouted in unison, everyone stepped back, making way for a 30-meter by 30-meter fighting area. A drone flew out from the playground, displaying a countdown to the duel.
10. 9.
Shen Mo's aura surged, and his entire body radiated a blood-red energy.
Boo-ho, this isn't a berserker from Viking mythology, it's a berserker from the game Dungeon Fighter Online. Brother Chen, this is terrible. Chapter 9, Sumayan, it's okay to be a little rough.
Shen Mo raised his right hand, and the eldest daughter of the Shao family beside him transformed into a giant two-handed axe. Generally speaking, for super weapons with larger models like this, there is no need to draw the sword. Yi Chen's gaze also fell on the blood-red giant axe in Shen Mo's hand.
Blood Howl, B.
Attack growth, B+.
Defense growth, D+. Scarred by war. Introduction, a master of killing 100 people. Damn it, it's a headshot axe. Blood Howl headshot. Brother Chen is doomed.
Although he is only B level, he is a perfect match for the berserker.
It's easy to resonate with the opponent and also makes it convenient to unleash the berserker's skills. It's Blood Howl. It can even grow stronger later on. No wonder Chen Mo abandoned Sumayan without hesitation. Yi Chen sighed inwardly, then raised his right hand and plunged it into Sumayan's chest.
Among the crowd, some students who had awakened their musical talents were already playing various instruments and acting as a temporary atmosphere group.
Some people even started singing the sword-drawing anthem. Hey 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 hey.
A chilling background music suddenly started playing at that moment. This background music can provide a unique buff to the combination of Sword Master and Sword Maiden.
Although they were bystanders, they admired Yi Chen's courage and felt sorry for Sumayan's background, so they offered their assistance from the sidelines. Keep it up, big brother with the dagger. Chen Mo gripped the giant axe tightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Go ahead and add more buffs, but even with buffs, can 2E rank characters still turn the tide?
Sumayan stared in disbelief at her body as it slowly floated up under the pull of spiritual energy. An unprecedented surge of spiritual energy was flowing into her body from Yi Chen's right hand. Sumayan's brows furrowed, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, and she was utterly shocked.
So much spiritual power. Is it really something an E-rank swordsman could possess?
Her mind went blank, and she felt as if her soul had been detached from her body. Sumayan was indeed completely drained, and Yi Chen was pulling a small butterfly dagger from her chest. Her body gradually faded and disappeared in the form of light spots, and her soul was also drawn away.
They're here. Is it resonance?
Her body completely blurred, and countless points of light condensed on the dagger. The countdown had just ended when Chen Mo, his face contorted with rage, charged at Yi Chen, brandishing his giant axe. Some girls couldn't bear to look at the scene and covered their faces with their hands.
It's hard to imagine how such a small dagger could withstand the fierce chop of the blood-red battle axe. Ding! 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 The sound of giant axes and daggers clashing echoed across the playground. Everyone's eyes widened, for they were horrified to see what was happening. Yi Chen stood there, easily blocking Chen Mo's axe blows with just one hand, wielding the dagger in his hand. Even when facing a double-handed heavy axe, even when Chen Mo's attack was as fierce as a storm. But his figure remains standing there. Like an iron tower in a torrential rain, it stands firm and unmoved. The butterfly dagger in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Everyone gaped open. This is a state of resonance? Wow, is Brother Chen's skill and proficiency really that high? He resonated with the sword on his very first draw? Is it possible that their talents are similar, and the butterfly dagger is of a lower level, which is why they can resonate so easily? The so-called resonance is the unity of the mind of the writer and the super warrior girl. First, under the resonance state, the offensive and defensive combat power of the writer and the super warrior girl will increase significantly. Secondly, the writer only needs to use minimal spiritual power to activate the resonance effect of the super warrior girl. Faced with the crowd's discussion, Yi Chen smiled without saying a word, simply using his dagger to precisely parry every axe strike. This is not just resonance, it's a true roaring tide. In the state of the roaring tide, in addition to being able to unleash the roaring tide ultimate technique, the writer can infuse the super warrior girl with many times more spiritual power than she can normally bear, bringing the super warrior girl's offense and defense to the extreme. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and poured his spiritual power into the butterfly dagger. Amid Sumayan's exclamation, the butterfly dagger shone brightly. The sound of metal clashing produced a tooth-grinding scream.
Chen Mo felt a numbness in his hand. In the next instant, the giant axe in his hand flew out of his grasp, crashing heavily backward and burying itself in the ground.
Holy crap! Vibrating blade. Awesome. As expected of my brother Chen.
What kind of class do you have that dares to challenge our brother Chen?
This is grade A?
You're selling water bottles for 9 out of 10, a 10% discount. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, and even those who hadn't awakened well regained their spirits.
It seems the principal was right, there are no bad sword girls, only bad sword masters. The two admissions officers from Tianhan Academy also widened their eyes. Only by completely suppressing physical and spiritual power can one deflect a sword strike. How is that possible? It seems Chen Mo still needs more practice. He has clearly just awakened and is not yet proficient in controlling his spiritual power.
It's also possible that you're too nervous. Looking at Yi Chen, who remained calm in the distance, Chen Mo swallowed hard.
I made a mistake just now. This round doesn't count.
On the other side, the young lady of the Xiao family, who had already transformed into human form, revealed a sarcastic and mean expression. You can be hit by 2E rank weapons?
Do you even know how to play?
Xiao Ran, please believe me. I made a mistake just now and didn't control my strength well.
I will definitely not make a mistake again this time. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the crowd couldn't help but shout, you think it doesn't count just because you say so? What makes you think that? How shameless. I've never seen such a brazen person.
Yi Chen scanned the crowd with his gaze, even deliberately making eye contact with the two instructors from Tianhan Academy.
He let out a disdainful chuckle. This is the AB duo? Your so-called geniuses?
Coming to her senses, Su Mayan floated behind Yi Chen as a phantom of her soul, and could also see the battle.
She was slightly stunned as she watched Chen Mo and Xiao Ran arguing fiercely. Did we win?
In her soul state, she and Yi Chen were of one mind and could communicate using their thoughts.
What else?
Yi Chen shrugged and said with a lazy smile.
Oh.
Su Mayan obediently responded, her pretty face still flushed in her soul form. The previous attack, infused with the immense spiritual power of Yi Chen, had momentarily stunned her, which is why she was unaware of what happened afterward. She was somewhat puzzled, as this situation seemed very similar to the state of the peak of resonance that the principal had mentioned, the state of the resounding tide, but she was unsure whether it was true or not. Just then, her pupils contracted sharply, and she warned Yi Chen, be careful. Chen Mo's face contorted with rage as he raised his battle axe and slashed at Yi Chen once more.
Chapter 10, if you want to repay a debt of gratitude, don't wait for the next life.
Wash yourself clean tonight.
Holy crap, they lost and they won't admit it? How shameless.
The students were outraged, and even the principal reprimanded them, saying, Chen Mo.
A bet is a bet, have you forgotten the martial ethics taught by the academy? Stop it. Stop making trouble.
Even if Yi Chen's awakened talent isn't great, he's still undoubtedly number one in all the rankings across the 4 academies.
Give me the rat tail juice.
But the principal had barely finished speaking when a tutor from Tianhan Academy stopped him with a gesture. The rules of the duel are that one party concedes defeat or loses the ability to fight. Since no one has admitted defeat and no one has lost the ability to fight, let's continue.
I don't think Yi Chen objected, did he? Let's just take it as a yes. Chen Mo, I believe in you. A spirit of never giving up is a virtue. Don't embarrass your future academy.
The two mentors echoed each other, and Chen Mo was blinded by anger.
The principal suppressed his anger and said no more.
Yi Chen had naturally anticipated Chen Mo's sneak attack. He twisted his body and once again deftly parried the axe blow with his butterfly dagger.
Ugh! Chen Mo's eyes turned bloodshot as he activated the berserker's skill bloodline frenzy.
Not only did his muscles bulge out, but his attack speed and power also exploded to the extreme at this moment.
Sorry, I'm just too weak. Su Mayan sighed softly.
She knew that the power the butterfly dagger had just unleashed had reached its limit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the attacks of a rank warriors and be rank axe maidens until now. Yi Chen said in a relaxed tone, it's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Being able to easily bring one's sword maiden to the rising tide state is something every swordsman can be proud of. Yi Chen's confidence naturally increased, and he was greatly encouraged. This is the benefit of the heart of total control, which allows him to quickly find his rhythm, grasp the pace of spiritual energy infusion, and rapidly reach a state of resonance.
Yi Chen's expression was slightly serious. Even though he was able to parry accurately, Chen Mo's attacks became increasingly fierce after he went berserk. Such immense power was beyond Su Mayan's ability to withstand. As the butterfly dagger's durability continues to decrease, soon, cracks began to appear on the dagger. X, damage rate 5%. Yi Chen's expression shifted, and an X appeared. So this is what breaking means? Does it hurt? Yi Chen asked softly. It hurts, it feels like I'm going to shatter. Su Mayan's soul murmured softly. The weapon's durability is related to the sword girl's health. Yi Chen did not make a sword oath with her, so she had to bear all the harm she suffered alone. As the dagger began to crack and shatter, she also felt immense pain. Do you trust me? In her soul form, Su Mayan nodded. Let her. The strength Yi Chen displayed, along with the boundless spiritual power continuously flowing into the dagger, left her no choice but to believe it. Besides, Yi Chen is her only option right now. She could only trust Yi Chen unconditionally and without limit. Do you dare to entrust your life to me? Dare. Then hang in there. Thinking about the triggering conditions for X, Yi Chen had no choice but to harden his heart. No destruction, no construction. This is Su Mayan's tribulation, and she can only bear it herself. X, damage rate 10%. X, damage rate 20%. X, 50% damage rate. All Yi Chen could do was use his spiritual power to protect Su Mayan's blade as much as possible. With such an intensity of spiritual energy infused, he could harden even a limp water pipe to the point of being as hard as steel. X, 70% damage rate. I'm sorry. I might not be able to hold on much longer. Su Mayan, who had briefly regained consciousness, sighed softly. As the cracks on the dagger grew larger, her life became increasingly precarious, and her soul was about to vanish into nothingness. Those twins from earlier, they must be your super martial arts girls, right? Faced with Su Mayan's question, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Her voice, like a gentle breeze, rang in his ears, even in your darkest hour, to be trusted so steadfastly. This feels so good. X, 90% damage rate. Yi Chen frowned slightly and increased the amount of spiritual energy he poured in again. Don't say such discouraging things. I still believe in you. Su Mayan, pull yourself together. However, Su Mayan's consciousness seemed somewhat confused. However, you are indeed a gentle person, and you deserve to be trusted. They are so lucky to have a rider like you. She murmured to herself as if in a dream, if there's a next life, please let me meet you sooner. Su Mayan's words startled Yi Chen. X, 99% damage rate. Click. The sound of metal shattering rang out, and the butterfly dagger shattered completely at that moment. If you want to repay this kindness, don't wait until your next life. You'd better wash yourself clean tonight. Yi Chen roared inwardly, continuously pouring his spiritual power into it. Su Mayan did not respond, and her voice, like a gentle breeze, gradually faded away. Yi Chen leaped backward, dodging Chen Mo's attack, and stared blankly at the broken dagger. X, damage rate 99.99%. Seeing Yi Chen retreat, Chen Mo let out a wild laugh of immense joy. Ha, it was because of your overestimation of your abilities that Su Mayan died. How will you cope without the Sword Maiden? Yi Chen. You've already lost. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Ignoring Chen Mo's barking, Yi Chen stared intently at the metal fragments on the ground, which resembled broken butterfly wings. A slightly shy voice rang in his ears again. Good. The performance wasn't over yet. It was at this very moment that it reached its climax. Chen Mo's eyes widened as the metal shavings on the ground seemed to be drawn by some kind of energy, trembling incessantly. In an instant, the principal and mentors watching all widened their eyes, and even the students who were confused were speechless. Sizzle! A purple beam of light descended like a thunderbolt, completely engulfing Yi Chen, who was holding the broken blade. Oh my god! A purple beam of light! That's right! An S rank! Awakening beam! The two instructors from Tianhan Academy nearly popped their eyes out. At the same time, the knife shards and fragments on the ground, reflecting a bewitching purple light, floated up. They trembled, like countless purple butterflies, fluttering and gathering towards the broken dagger in Yi Chen's hand. The blade is being reshaped. The day the broken sword is reforged. The moment the demonic blade is drawn. It's the demon blade. Thousand Blades. Chapter 11, It's too late to beg for mercy now. With the exclamations of the two instructors, everyone recognized the awakening phenomenon at that moment. Because this knife had once appeared in a textbook. The pinnacle of S-class super weapons. Its sharpness is such that even super alloy mecha defenses are as fragile as paper in its presence. The textbook describes this knife in just 8 words. The Demon Blade Thousand Blades. Only attack, never defend. Yanli and Mangyu also opened their mouths slightly, revealing expressions of sudden realization. So Su Mayan was able to awaken a second time, and the awakened weapon was the S+ Demon Blade Thousand Blades. No wonder, the bad guys came to my aid. We absolutely cannot let her solidify, or we're all doomed. The sharp call from the Axe Maiden brought Chen Mo, who was standing there in shock, back to his senses. He glared at Yi Chen with resentment, his heart filled with regret and unwillingness. This demonic sword, Thousand Blades. It should have belonged to me. Yi Chen, you deserve to die. Chen Mo was surrounded by a blood-red aura, his face contorted with jealousy and regret. He roared, leaped high into the air, and swung his giant axe at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile, and his spiritual energy surged forth. The immense spiritual pressure transformed into a surging wave of air, directly sending Chen Mo flying. Looking at Chen Mo, who had rolled 2.5 times on the ground, Yi Chen smiled mockingly. Just kidding, you actually took it seriously? He had been on the defensive all along, naturally in order to fulfill X's advancement method. Although Su Mayan's sword was broken, she was not completely dead. The extreme point of breaking is when it's 99.99% damaged. All of this was under Yi Chen's control. There was only one thing he didn't understand. That's why Su Mayan suddenly went silent. Watching the Demon Blade Thousand Blades gradually solidify, Yi Chen smiled and asked calmly. Now, are you still willing to entrust your life to me, Su Mayan? Behind him stood the illusory image of Su Mayan's reconstructed soul. At this moment, she is already an S+ Sword Maiden, having fully awakened her true form as a Sword Maiden, which is the Super Martial Spirit Maiden form. She had a head of alluring purple hair cascading over her shoulders, with pointed ears peeking out from it. Her stunningly beautiful face was flushed with an alluring blush. That's right. Su Mayan's true form as a Sword Maiden is an elf. What Yi Chen didn't know was. The reason she hadn't responded earlier was that Su Mayan had briefly lost consciousness. Faced with Yi Chen's question, Su Mayan's answer was still unwavering. I am still willing, forever. Her ethereal soul had flowing purple hair and an incredibly resolute, beautiful face. At first, she and Yi Chen were just two hard-working geniuses secretly competing and admiring each other, without exchanging many words. Now, even in her most difficult times, it was Yi Chen who saved her and helped her complete her life's transformation. Or perhaps the strength he displayed was highly compatible with his own, resonating with him and even reaching the level of a resounding tide. As clever as she was, she had already guessed, through Yi Chen's constant encouragement, that her second awakening was related to Yi Chen. Therefore, regardless of Yi Chen's purpose or whether it was pure, Su Mayan was willing from the bottom of her heart. I, Su Mayan, swear by this sword. I'm willing to give my life to protect Yi Chen. Anyone who disobeys this order will be punished with 1,000 swords. The sword oath was forged, and the Demon Blade Thousand Blades was also completely reshaped at this moment. Name, Su Mayan. Demon Blade Thousand Blades, S+. Attack growth, SS+. Defense growth, 0. Brand new. Description: a divine weapon, the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, purely offensive with no defensive capabilities. Its blade can transform into countless sharp, fragmented pieces. Resonance effect, indestructible. Ringtide's ultimate technique, slicing through space. Yi Chen swung his long sword and attacked Chen Mo. Even as Chen Mo raised his battle axe, attempting to block with the axe blade. But when this knife fell, the originally hard axe blade was easily cut open like putty. This is the resonance technique of the Demon Blade Thousand Blades. Indestructible. Not only that, the demonic blade transformed into 1,000 shattered blades, piercing into Chen Mo's chest. Blood splattered from his chest, and the broken axe in his hand fell limply to the ground, transforming him into the unconscious eldest daughter of the Shao family. Blood gushed from her chest, where there was a bottomless wound. With the demonic blade pointing diagonally at the ground, Yi Chen nimbly leaped in front of Chen Mo. Those emotionless, icy eyes, and the chilling light reflected from the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, made Chen Mo swallow hard. Yi Chen's unfathomable strength filled him with fear that surpassed everything else. What greed and covetousness, what regret. He has let go of everything now. Because compared to one's own life, everything else is meaningless. I'm sorry. 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 It's my fault. Daddy Yi Chen. Father. I was wrong.
Seeing the eldest daughter of the Shao family lying in a pool of blood beside him, Chen Mo knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Yi Chen remained silent, but delivered a precise kick to his chin.
Chen Mo rolled to the ground, his mouth a bloody mess.
Yi Chen walked over slowly and kicked him in the face again.
Beg for mercy now? It's late. Enough, Yi Chen. Chen Mo has already admitted defeat. The principal and mentors rushed forward. Yi Chen kicked Chen Mo in the head again. Look up and smile. Really?
He said so much, but I didn't hear him surrender. Seeing that the barrier around the dueling arena had not disappeared, the principal and teachers were taken aback. With a sigh, I can only say that Chen Mo has only himself to blame. The bloated woman knelt on the ground and cried out to Yi Chen anxiously, "Please stop hurting my son.
We know we were wrong, please, I'll give you all the money back."
Yi Chen stepped on Chen Mo's head, sealing Chen Mo's mouth with the sole of his shoe.
Yes, now, immediately, right away. Cancel the engagement.
His mind remained clear. Previously, Su Mayan had not yet completed the entire process of annulling the engagement because of the dowry issue. Now, Su Mayan has formed a sword oath contract with him and has even advanced to the S+ level of the Demon Blade 1000 Blades. It seems that Chen Mo's family will be the only ones unwilling to break off the engagement.
The most important thing is to take this opportunity to get this family to finish these things right now. Good. X complete, your all-out defense heart upgraded to S rank. 100% chance of resonance, 100% chance of a resounding tide.
X1, the heart of killing.
X2, please upgrade all contracted super weapon girls to S+.
Yi Chen was slightly stunned.
You can level up simply by killing monsters. But upgrading Yan Li and Meng Yu requires spending money. At the same time, Su Mayan returned to human form, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What? Su Mayan's super martial arts spirit girl form is actually an elf. Brother Chen must be really happy. Chapter 12, Su Mayan, I'm a rather traditional woman, let's talk about things with my husband. That's outrageous.
Only Brother Chen would force someone to sign a sword oath under these circumstances.
Why wasn't I the one who rushed out? Why did I have to see it? My God, this is worse than death.
Ignoring the wails of the crowd, Su Mayan tore up the 2 marriage certificates, and at the same time, the sound of the money arriving on her phone rang. Yi Chen released his foot and watched as Chen Mo was carried away on a stretcher.
His eyelids twitched suddenly. More than 8 million. Who is such a kind person to give such a large dowry?
And this happened several years ago.
No wonder this old man was so adamant about not taking it out.
Even if he is a governor, his official income is definitely not that much.
If he embezzles money behind the scenes, let's just pretend he didn't say anything. Su Mayan's eyes dimmed, and she said sadly, this is all the assets left to our family.
She looked at Yi Chen deeply, her face flushed with shyness, and said, however, now all of these belong to my husband. As she spoke, she blushed and placed a bank card in Yi Chen's hand.
Yi Chen opened his mouth, no, so many, you gave them all to me? Su Mayan's face flushed slightly, the blush spreading to her pointed ears.
Mayan's new life is all thanks to my husband, including Mayan herself, who now belongs to him too.
Yi Chen's eyes widened. Su Mayan's address and her words made him blush. He never expected that Su, the campus belle, would be so direct in front of so many people.
However, Su Mayan's calling him husband truly made his bones melt. Even so, Yi Chen quickly put the card back into Su Mayan's hand, saying, I can't take this money. Su Mayan's expression froze, her small hand gently tugging at Yi Chen's clothes, and tears immediately rolled down her cheeks.
Does my husband dislike Mu Yan because she was previously engaged to someone else? Mu Yan is innocent and has never had any ambiguous relationship with anyone. My husband. How can I live without you? My lord, please, don't abandon Mayan.
Seeing Su Mayan's tears falling like pearls from a broken string, Yi Chen quickly explained.
Don't cry, how could I bear to leave you? Haven't we already sworn an oath with the sword? How could I possibly abandon you? Su Mayan raised her tear-streaked face, then why won't my husband accept Mayan's dowry?
Yi Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, I haven't given the betrothal gifts yet. Su Mayan wiped her eyes.
As for the bride price, husband, just give whatever you think is appropriate. It should be enough for Mayan to eat. Just give me a few hundred yuan a month for food, that's fine. Mu Yan doesn't eat much.
Yi Chen rubbed his temples. To be honest, his worldview has been completely overturned. If he hadn't kept reminding himself that this was a world of advanced martial arts, he really thought he had traveled into a science fiction movie. Left with no other choice, he had to accept the card for the time being. Otherwise, Su Mayan would keep crying, and it would break his heart. In the crowd, Meng Yue's pretty face turned bright red as she looked at Su Mayan in disbelief. Husband? She seemed to sense that her position as the eldest daughter-in-law had been shaken at this moment. Yanli also imitated Yi Chen, slightly narrowing her charming eyes. Sister, it seems we've met our match. Meng Yue swallowed hard. 8 million. How can we compete with them? The boys in the crowd howled like wolves. Holy crap! Why did I have to witness this? This is worse than being killed. You took the twins, fine, but you even took the most beautiful girl in the entire college? And she even brought an 8 million dowry. Brother Chen, you really didn't leave her a single penny. Amidst the groans of the crowd, Yi Chen chuckled and said, I already asked around, and nobody wants the school beauty, so I'll take her away. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Even if I did, it wouldn't have mattered. Su Mayan glanced shyly at Yi Chen, then used her slender white fingertips to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Two instructors from Tianhan Academy walked towards Su Mayan with smiles and smug faces. Su Mayan, would you be interested in joining our Tianhan Academy? We'll offer you the highest level of treatment as an S+ sword maiden. Su Mayan was slightly taken aback. She had also heard a little about the previous entanglements between Yi Chen and Tianhan Academy. Faced with the invitation from Tianhan Academy, she reverted to her usual aloof and elegant demeanor, speaking with a detached and indifferent gaze. I'm a rather traditional woman, and everything revolves around my husband. Tell my husband everything that's on your mind. Upon hearing Su Mayan's words, the two instructors blushed and, after a long silence, managed to force a smile before turning to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, we had many misunderstandings before. Not interested. Ignoring the two mentors, Yi Chen took Su Mayan's soft, boneless hand and walked towards Yanli and Meng Yu in the crowd. But when he saw Yanli and Meng Yu pouting, looking dissatisfied. A girl with a pouting little mouth and eyes full of grievance. He and Su Mayan beside him both felt uneasy. Yi Chen's inner monologue, oh no, there's going to be a bloodbath. Su Mayan tugged at his sleeve, her face flushed, and said, Husband, I'm actually a rather traditional person. I can be a concubine. Yi Chen swallowed hard and said, let's talk about it after we get through this. He returned to the crowd. With her eyes fixed on the bank card in Yi Chen's hand, Meng Yu's emotions surged rapidly. She grabbed Yi Chen's soft waist, she's offering you a dowry, and you're already taking it? Yi Chen blushed, feeling a sticky sensation in his throat, but she insisted on giving it to me. She insisted on giving it to you, so you accepted it? Meng Yue is getting anxious. Su Mayan stood there helplessly, like a little girl who had made a mistake. Yi Chen looked embarrassed and said to Su Mayan, wait a moment, I'll talk to them. After saying that, he quickly pulled Meng Yue aside and whispered, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become an S rank like Su Mayan? Meng Yue was stunned for a moment, then said, yes. Yi Chen laughed and said, that's settled then, just listen to me patiently. I have a plan. I'm going to use this 8 million to make major revisions for you and Yanli. Meng Yue's eyes widened, and she once again showed a shocked expression, like a cat. Really? Yi Chen assured him, of course. When have I ever lied to you? As for the rest. Yi Chen looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said with a sense of loss, sacrificing one of me for the happiness of the two of you. I think it's worth it. Brother Chen, you really, I'm crying so hard, you've been so good to me and my sister. Chapter 13, Brother Yi Chen, should we take turns, or all at once? Seeing Meng Yue's eyes glistening with tears and her face filled with emotion, Yi Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Don't let Meng Yue's haughty demeanor fool you, she's actually very easy to please. Seeing that Meng Yu had been calmed down, Yanli pulled him aside and whispered. Brother Yi Chen, my sister, and I only need your attitude. That is, between Su Mayan and us, who is the big boss and who is the small boss? Although Yanli's voice wasn't loud, Su Mayan had now awakened to S+ level, and her senses were quite sharp, so after hearing the question, she also turned her gaze to Yi Chen.
Yi Chen felt relieved once again. I thought they were going to steal my eggs. Without hesitation, he replied, how can you be so futile? What's this talk of big or small? Of course, everyone should be treated equally. His words brought a sigh of relief to the three girls. I told you, sister, brother Yi Chen isn't that greedy for money. If he really loved money, he wouldn't have returned the card to him. Yi Chen nodded, oh right, I didn't sit down. Meng Yu is right. Brother Yi Chen, we are actually happy to have Sister Su joining us. After all, she is S+ and can assist you better than we can. We're just worried that you might look down on us because our dowry is too small. And that you'll favor Sister Su more than us in the future. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, no, I just lust after her body, ugh, I just feel sorry for her. As for money, I think as long as the four of us live our lives well, we will definitely not be short of money. Don't even mention 8 million, we can earn 80 million, or even 800 million. Yi Chen spoke with great enthusiasm, while Yan Li and Meng Yu also showed expressions of emotion. Brother Chen, please don't wrong yourself. Yi Chen smiled and said, I'm not wronged at all, not at all. Sister Su, welcome to the team. From now on, let the three of us assist Brother Yi Chen together. Yan Li took Su Mayan's small hand and said affectionately, I'm sorry, it was just wishful thinking on my part, it's not Yi Chen's fault. Su Mayan looked at Yi Chen shyly. In front of the two sisters, she was somewhat ashamed to utter the word husband. Meng Yu laughed and said, Sister Su, you must have been scared just now. We were just joking with him. She looked at Yi Chen with fascination, how can you blame yourself? It's just that Brother Yi Chen is too outstanding. Yes, maybe this is fate's arrangement? Yan Li pursed her red lips and winked at Yi Chen with a light smile. I'm so glad that we made the contract first. Otherwise, it seems like we wouldn't have had anything to do with it. But the three of us have to keep a close eye on him. As she spoke, Meng Yu playfully nudged Yi Chen with her nose. Brother Yi Chen, you now have 3 super martial maidens. How exactly do you plan to use us? Should we take turns, or all at once? Yan Li curled her lips into a smile and winked her big, watery eyes at Yi Chen with a mischievous grin. Seemingly sensing the hidden meaning in her words, Su Mayan's pretty face flushed red to her ears. Yi Chen rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and then said, of course, together. Meng Yu said coyly, you're so mean, you big bad guy. You wish. Yi Chen was taken aback. I have a white tiger on my left, a qilin on my right, and I'm also carrying the demon blade 1,000 blades. Is that so strange? Brother Yi Chen, Yan Li should be on the left hand. Yi Chen looked completely bewildered. Why? Yan Li blushed and said, because of this, Yan Li can get closer to Brother Yi Chen's heart. Meng Yu rolled her eyes speechlessly, Yan Li. You disgust me. What's wrong? Brother Yi Chen doesn't mind that I'm unfashionable, but sister doesn't? Watching the two sisters playing around, Su Mayan couldn't help but smile, and she breathed a slight sigh of relief. She placed herself in a very humble position, believing that, according to the proper order, she should be the junior sister to the two sisters. So she was very uneasy, but after a short time getting to know the two sisters, she found that they got along quite well, which made her feel more at ease. Birds of a feather flocked together. The fact that the two sisters remained devoted to their husbands under those circumstances is truly remarkable. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cup her face, purse her lips, and smile gently. Her husband was truly blessed. Just then, the principal led several official staff members toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen, may I speak to you in private? Yi Chen paused for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. He led Su Mayan, Yan Li, and Meng Yu, following behind the principal and staff, and slowly arrived at the academy's conference room. The principal breathed a sigh of relief and said, we have already reported your awakening of your X talent. Now, the official staff want to test your strength. A staff member with a square face walked out from inside. Hello Yi Chen, I am Gao Tianqi, the section chief dispatched from the Longhan Talent Cultivation Department. We all saw your duel with Chun Mo just now. I think your strength far exceeds that of a level, which is why I wanted to test you a little. Don't be nervous, this is just a small test. If your abilities truly surpass those of grade A, we will also make an objective evaluation in your file. So, just use your abilities, and don't worry about anything else. Please trust the official support Longhan will always be your strongest backing. The middle-aged man with a square face said with a kind smile. Yi Chen nodded. From the official perspective, those at level B or above will be specially recruited.
Those with a level or higher abilities will receive focused training, and the official team attaches great importance to this, so there will be no phenomenon of talent being buried. The higher the level, the more resources you will receive. Yi Chen, I'll enter your information into the system now. Before that, you will need to undergo a secret realm test. The records of this secret realm test will be sealed along with your and your sword maiden's files. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Yi Chen nodded secretly. Talk is cheap, the key is to see the results of the test. Let's begin. As a staff member inserted the key in his hand into the teleportation device in front of him, a portal to a secret realm appeared before Yi Chen. This is a test instance for newly awakened newcomers. Once inside, just follow the instructions. We will teleport you out immediately if there is any fatal danger. So, Yi Chen, don't be nervous. Of course, please be careful and don't push yourself too hard. Listening to the staff's introduction, Yi Chen nodded and led Sumayan and the other two into the teleportation portal. A notification sound suddenly rang out from the secret realm. Defeat the final boss, the undead prisoner, in the shortest time possible. Chapter 14. Now, everyone stand up. Yi Chen nodded, then placed his hands into Yan Li's and Mang Yu's chests respectively. The next moment, the two women's delicate bodies were suspended in mid-air by the pull of spiritual energy. Mang Yue gritted her teeth and reminded Yi Chen, "Brother Chen, hurry up, faster. I can hold on." She already understood that this secret realm test was perhaps no less important to Yi Chen than the awakening ceremony. It could be considered an additional opportunity to defy fate. But Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly slid into Mang Yu's chest at his own pace. He felt as if his right arm was being bitten tightly by some kind of prehistoric beast. Immediately afterwards, the muscles in his entire right arm bulged and swelled up rapidly. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the pain disappeared, and after being slowly pulled out, his right arm was tightly bound by the tiger head alloy arm armor. And the fist was positioned right at the tiger's head and sharp fangs. On the other side, Yan Li also frowned slightly. Yi Chen smiled and comforted her. "It's all right, Yan Li. This is the Qilin arm inside your body." Watching the crimson arm armor, tightly wrapped around his arm, detach from Yan Li's body, Yi Chen said casually, "Enjoy this moment. After all, this is your first time." Those outside the secret realm could only see the images, not hear the sounds. Only Sumayan, standing to the side, had a slightly flushed face, because she had already experienced everything that Yan Li and Mang Yu were feeling. Even so, she was still so shocked by what she saw that her mouth gaped open. Everyone outside the secret realm stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Because they were shocked to see. The Qilin arm that was pulled from Yan Li's chest instantly burst into crimson flames. The white tiger arm that Mang Yu had pulled out from her chest was also wrapped in white light. Is this resonance? As expected, it resonated again. Did you resonate with it on the first try? Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement. They had seen cases where the sword could be drawn on the first try before, but not often. This proves that the compatibility or matching degree between the writer and the super warrior girl is extremely high. However, the fact that Yi Chen can resonate with all the super powerful girls he comes into contact with on the first visit must be attributed to some kind of unique talent. Could it be that Yi Chen possesses an S-rank talent for synchronized resonance? No, while resonance can greatly increase the chances of resonance, it can't achieve 100% resonance. That's true. While many staff members were speculating, Yan Li and Mang Yu's figures had already merged with the Qilin arm and white tiger arm, respectively. Yi Chen stretched out his right hand and reached towards Sumayan's chest. Practice makes perfect. This time, Yi Chen was quite skilled, and the Demon Blade Thousand Blades was quickly drawn. Meanwhile, many staff members watching the big screen sighed inwardly. Before them lay not only the scene of the secret realm to which Yi Chen belonged. There are also scenes of the battle between the awakened 100-ton queen and the two pilots, except that they are right next to Yi Chen. The entire process of drawing the sword took Yi Chen nearly 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the 100-ton king had already crushed its way through, pushing the goblin in front of it hundreds of meters away. The loudspeaker of the 100-ton queen mother blared throughout the secret realm. Is this all there is? I thought it was a speed bump. The two pilots in the cockpit kept groaning. Sister, slow down. The spiritual energy is about to be completely drained. At this moment, Yi Chen slashed horizontally with the purple demonic blade in his hand, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his figure had already traversed space, reaching directly behind the final boss, the undead prisoner. Staring intently at the big screen, everyone's eyes widened in utter shock. This is
The Demon Blade Thousand Blades' roaring tide technique? Cutting through space?
Yi Chen's gaze had already fallen on the undead prisoner whose limbs were tightly bound by iron chains. Its limbs were bound by chains to restrict its movement while ensuring the safety of the test subject. Before it could react, Yi Chen's Demon Blade Thousand Blades slashed out in a straight line.
The White Tiger arm not only enhances burst damage but also maximizes Yi Chen's attack speed.
Yi Chen felt as if his Demon Blade Thousand Blades had struck a lump of clay when it cut through the undead prisoner's hard exoskeleton. This is the characteristic of the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, indestructible. At the same time, the blade of the Demon Blade Thousand Blades suddenly burst into a ball of crimson flame. This is precisely the power of the flames from the Qilin arm. The flames instantly engulfed the entire undead prisoner. The intense heat instantly burned even its bones to black ash. Congratulations! You passed the Secret Realm test. Completion time, 11 seconds. The dungeon record has been broken.
SSS rating. Current ranking 1. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. A bronze level boss, is that all? For a moment, he began to question the difficulty of the test. What can this test for? You and all the super weapon girls have reached level 4. Heart of Slaughter completed 10%. However, they have a lot of experience. Looking at the improved panel, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. After the contract is formed, the experience gained by the writer and the super warrior girl is shared equally. This means that this bronze level boss boosted himself and the 3 super powerful girls by an average of 3 levels. As the level increases, the super warrior girl will gradually become stronger based on her attack and defense growth. The same applies to charioteers. However, Yi Chen and the others did not know that the 100-ton king, which was in the same secret realm as them, had only driven a few hundred meters at this time. The 2 pilots in the cockpit were foaming at the mouth and had fainted, clearly exhausted of their spiritual energy. Even so, the staff next door nodded frequently and praised each other. Not bad, not bad. Being able to drive 500 meters is already quite good for a 100-ton queen. There's no way around it, there are just too many monsters, and crushing them consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Also, there's the difference in pilot skill. And in the room where Yi Chen was. Upon seeing the message that the secret realm record had been refreshed, everyone stood up. Is it really possible for someone to reach the final boss? There really is. You've been at work late, you wouldn't know. I have seen many geniuses who barely managed to reach the finish line by relying on their abundant spiritual power. However, when faced with the boss, they decisively chose to give up. So, I originally thought this bronze-level boss was just displayed here for newbies to see. A long-serving employee swallowed hard. This is a bronze-level boss, not an iron-level one. This can kill someone in one strike, isn't that beyond our current understanding of combat capabilities? A data analyst gaped and analyzed. Chapter 15, that's right, I am SSS rank. Of course, there are also dissenting voices, but isn't directly teleporting to the boss a clever trick? The data analyst adjusted his glasses. You can easily simulate it in the database. Give me the same Demon Blade Thousand Blades, and if you can do what he did, I'll eat. Gao Tianqi stared blankly, holding his head in his hands, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. With trembling hands, he picked up Su Mayan and Gu Yanli's files and examined them carefully and repeatedly. The Demon Blade Thousand Blades does indeed have the ability to cut through space. But the distance of this leap shouldn't be only a few tens of meters, it should be at most a few hundred meters. The distance between the secret realm and the boss is several kilometers. Is this really something that a level 1 Guardian and a level 1 Demon Blade Thousand Blades could do? And then there's Gu Yanli and Gu Mangyue. How could you possibly kill an undead prisoner in one hit? Do the level 1 Qilin arm and White Tiger arm really have such great power? The data analysis is complete. Gao Ku, please take a look. The data analyst's small hands trembled slightly, and his eyelids twitched violently. No need to look. Everyone remember to sign the death pact later. Gao Tianqi had already made up his mind. As expected, the strong one wasn't these super powerful female warriors, but this rider. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed to suddenly remember something and asked curiously, by the way, how are you guys? Why did you suddenly go silent? Yanli stood behind Yi Chen, affectionately wrapping her soul around his neck, and whispered in his ear with a smile. Brother Yi Chen, Sister Mu Yan and Sister Meng, you seem to have fainted. Yi Chen was embarrassed. I did take it a little too seriously before. Fortunately, Yenli is on her left hand, while I'm used to using my right. Whoosh.
At this moment, Mangyue gasped for breath and came to her senses.
What happened? Where is such a huge monster?
Her pretty face, still flushed from the recent heat, asked in confusion. Yichen pointed to the big screen. Of course it was 1 in seconds.
Seconds? Mengyue's mouth gaped open slightly. Isn't this the boss? How could he be defeated so quickly?
Yichen spread his hands. I don't know either.
By the way, where's Muyen? Is she ready yet?
Coming to her senses, Sumayan said softly, Husband, I'm ready. The spirit of this elven school beauty silently hugged herself tightly with her arms.
Life is tough, Muyen sighed.
A sword maiden who cannot satisfy a swordsman is not a good sword maiden, much less a good wife.
Looks like I need to practice more. Okay, now that everything's ready, let's go out. Once the 3 women returned to human form, Mangyue grabbed Yichen.
Even Sumayan staggered and almost fell, but he steadily supported her waist.
What's wrong with you two? Yichen asked, somewhat amused. I'm okay, it's just that my legs are numb. Mangyue said, her face flushed. Sumayan looked at Yichen with a pitiful expression. Although she didn't say anything, her expression seemed to say everything. Alright, then I'll help you two walk slowly. Seemingly realizing something, Yenli covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother Yichen, do you think we could contract another sword girl and go for a dual-wielding build, or switch between swords during battle? Yichen nodded.
Using dual swords or switching between swords in combat was a piece of cake for him. However, he then remembered that he had gained the skill of controlling space.
How about this, you all go and rest in the royal space for a while. All right. Sumayan nodded obediently.
The next moment, the figures of the 3 women were all transmitted into the imperial space. Looking at that unique space, Yenli couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
It's so big, how come it's so empty?
It seems Brother Yichen can still hold on to many super martial arts girls in his heart.
She smiled and joked.
Mangyue and Sumayan exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching some kind of consensus at that moment. As soon as Yichen stepped out of the teleportation portal, Gao Tianqi immediately came to greet him.
Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yichen was slightly taken aback. Yichen, your talent X has probably far exceeded our understanding. Although it may seem like you're trying to take advantage of the situation, it's certain that you have at least SS level strength, or even SSS level. But when it comes to assessing ability, it's really hard for us to decide. Forgive my bluntness, but it's possible that the S+ and B+ level super powerful female characters are limiting your strength. Gao Tianqi's words stunned all 3 super martial girls in the imperial space. Tears welled up in Mengyue's eyes. She and Yanli had already foreseen this situation. If Yichen's talent was low, they wouldn't give up on him. In their eyes, Brother Yichen has always been extremely hardworking since he was a child. Even if he doesn't have the best talent, they still believe that Yichen can grow step by step through his own efforts and still reach the top. But Yichen's talent is very high, which makes them even more afraid. Instead, they might feel like they're dragging Yichen down. Because there will always be some disgusting people who will say that Brother Yichen is a garbage collector. This is why they hesitated to proceed after Yichen was mistakenly reported as an EX level. Just as they were feeling uneasy, Yichen frowned and his voice grew cold. I have signed a life and death contract with my super powerful maidens. If you want me to give them up and form a contract with other, higher level super powerful maidens, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Yichen's words moved the 2 sisters in the imperial space to tears. In their hearts, what Yichen had just said was even more beautiful than a confession. And the way school beauty Sumayan looked at him was practically dripping with longing. She vaguely remembered her parents saying something to her. The best way to understand a person is not by looking at what they say, but by looking at what they do. Especially the choices made when faced with major decisions. When faced with Bloodhowl, Shen Mo decisively gave up on himself. But with Yichen's current strength, if he just opens his mouth, countless super martial arts girls will take the initiative to throw themselves at him. Not to mention, the authorities would have helped with the screening, but he didn't do that. For a moment, Sumayan felt that she would give him her life if she wanted to. Because Yichen is worth it. Seeing Yichen's tone grow colder, Gao Tianqi quickly explained, Yichen, don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. We just don't know how to define your strength. On the one hand, we don't know how to report it. On the other hand, it will affect the allocation of resources to you in various aspects. Seeing Gao Tianqi's troubled expression, Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's very simple. I'll just tell you directly that I have an SSS level talent, isn't that enough?"
Gao Tianqi's face darkened, and he said to Yi Chen with utmost seriousness, "Yi Chen, this is not funny at all." Yi Chen smiled non-committally. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned Meng Yu, Yanli, and Su Mayan back to reality from the Imperial space.
Chapter 16, shocking the entire audience.
S plus Tiger Roar Flash, S plus Phantom Scale Flash.
Then, he switched the interface to the contract interface. Contract 001, White Tiger Arm.
X, spend 1 million to unlock the A plus White Tiger Armor, spend another 3 million to unlock the S plus Tiger Roar Flash.
Contract 002, the Qilin Arm.
X, spend 1 million to unlock the A plus Phantom Scale Armor, spend another 3 million to unlock the S plus Phantom Scale Flash.
Spend money. Spend a lot of money. Spend all your money. With a thought from Yi Chen. Su Mayan was shocked to hear a series of transaction sounds coming from her phone. 1 million renminbi spent on WeChat. 3 million renminbi spent on WeChat. 1 million renminbi spent on WeChat. 3 million renminbi spent on WeChat. At the same time, Meng Yu and Yanli underwent mechanical changes.
At that moment, everyone around, including the official staff including Gao Tianqi, the principal, and several instructors, watched as Meng Yu and Yanli transformed into motorcycles, then hovered in mid-air, and successively became spiral-winged aircraft. They all stared wide-eyed and gaped in astonishment.
This is the S plus Phantom Speed? And
S plus Tiger Roar Flash Speed?
Su Mayan's delicate body also trembled violently. But in an instant, her gaze turned to Yi Chen with utter adoration.
Recalling her own awakening of the demon blade Thousand Blades, and comparing it with Meng Yu and Yanli now. If none of this is a coincidence, then Yi Chen's talent level is no longer important. Being able to upgrade a low-level super powerful girl to S plus already has absolute strategic significance.
Moreover, S plus. This may only be the beginning. This little bit of money. My husband's money was well spent.
Noticing the determination in Su Mayan's eyes, Yi Chen held her small hand tightly with immense satisfaction. Having lived 2 lives, Yi Chen knows that those at the bottom must show their talents to break through the encirclement.
Both of their parents passed away long ago.
Although they live on pensions, the 2 sisters have lived a hard life with their father since they were young, and it has been extremely difficult for them. With Long Han's support, the future path for myself and my 2 sisters will only be smoother. At this moment, even though Yanli and Meng Yu were completely bewildered as they returned to human form, the faces of the crowd were still filled with shock. In their minds, nothing is more convincing than seeing it with their own eyes.
Gao Tianqi's lips trembled violently, his expression turning grave. Notify the authorities to seal off the entire Academy city.
Retrieve all surveillance footage, and thoroughly investigate everyone who came into contact with him today.
Delete all related videos, including those on your phone and online. Notify the cybersecurity department to suppress all related public opinion. Seal and archive all the test results from just now. Dear colleagues, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to stay here and cooperate.
After explaining everything, the officials began confiscating cell phones and taking turns conducting self-checks.
Gao Tianqi turned to Yi Chen and said with utmost solemnity, "Classmate Yi Chen. From now on, you don't need to explain your abilities to anyone. Because from this moment on, all the secrets you possess will become top secrets of the Dragon Han Dynasty." Gao Tianqi's tone was more solemn than ever before. No matter who it is, what their reason, purpose, or identity is, if they ask you a question, you have the right to refuse to answer. Even if the other party is asking you in an official capacity, you must be careful. His words left Yanli, Meng Yu, and Su Mayan all gaping in astonishment. This time, they truly felt what it meant to receive attention from the authorities. Yi Chen nodded and asked with a smile, "Even if it's my sword maiden, is that not allowed?" Gao Tianqi nodded. "Although they have already made a life and death vow with you, it's best not to reveal too much unless absolutely necessary." "Of course, I've seen their information. They are all descendants of loyal martyrs, there's no problem with that." Over the years, along with the rise of Long Han, there has also been the invasion of the Abyss. Whether it is the false people of the Abyss or the infiltration of foreign forces, we have lost many talents. Therefore, you must be wary of so-called distant relatives, including friends who try to get close to you. Try to avoid going to parties and similar occasions as much as possible. Yi Chen shrugged and smiled, "I don't actually have many friends. However, he changed the subject, then touched his nose and chuckled. Shouldn't Chen Mo's words also be thoroughly investigated? Gao Tianqi nodded, immediately understanding Yi Chen's meaning.
Notify the disciplinary department to conduct a thorough investigation of Chen Mo and his immediate family members.
If any violations are found, they will be severely punished. Yi Chen forced a smile.
He didn't know about the others, but if Chen Mo's family had some dirty secrets, they were probably in for a lot of trouble.
That's right.
The principal, who had been silent for a long time, touched his shiny bald head and said thoughtfully, I feel there's something wrong with those 2 admissions officers from Tianhan Academy.
I suggest a thorough investigation. The principal's timely comment made Gao Tianqi nod. Contact the security department now and take those 2 under control. He repeatedly emphasized, remember, this is absolutely not making a mountain out of a molehill, it concerns the strategic deployment for the future of Longhan. Yes.
Gao Tianqi turned to Yi Chen again. Yi Chen, from now on, all your in your sword maiden's daily needs will be taken care of by a dedicated person.
By the way, do you have any specific requirements for the Awakening Academy?
Yi Chen chuckled and said, I'm fine with anything, but it would be best if I stayed in Academy City.
I've lived here for a while now and I'll get used to it. Okay.
Gao Tianqi nodded, then I'll contact the deans of the 4 top academies in Academy City and have them come over now. Please wait here for a moment, someone will take you to lunch shortly.
Just then, the air raid siren suddenly sounded.
Everyone instinctively looked up at the window, and Yi Chen was no exception.
His pupils suddenly contracted. A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the crowd.
He wore a cold smile, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, and a sharp, blood-red spear shot out from his hand.
Even from hundreds of meters away, Yi Chen felt enveloped by killing intent, as if he were in an ice cellar, unable to move.
Time seemed to stand still as the spear pierced the air with a sharp sonic boom, piercing his eardrums. And he finally saw clearly the spear that the man had thrown.
Spear of Longinus fake, S+. Gao Tianqi was the first to react.
He shoved Yi Chen aside and used his body to block him.
Put. Yi Chen's eyes widened.
A blood-red spear pierced the tough man's chest, pinning him to the ground. The splattered blood stained Yi Chen's face and turned his right eye red. The spear trembled, emitting a piercing sound, and flew through the window back into the man's hand. But he didn't look at Yi Chen again. Instead, he turned to the other side of the building.
Clearly, this guy wasn't targeting Yi Chen specifically, but rather everyone indiscriminately. Help, please help me.
Gao Tianqi struggled to raise his hand, and a female staff member rushed over quickly.
Crack. Crack. Crack.
Yi Chen was shocked to see that the staff member had transformed into armor, enveloping Gao Tianqi.
Tiger armor, grade B. Level 34.
The sweet, mechanical sound filled the entire room. Nanomaterials have been used to urgently repair the wound. Seeing Gao Tianqi transform into a silver-coated armored warrior and rise up with one hand on the ground, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a level 34 armor master known for his defense, this guy is really tough. Behind his helmet, Gao Tianqi forced a smile, enduring the pain, and continued to command, enter emergency mode, protect Yi Chen.
We're evacuating from here. Chapter 17, Yi Chen, it's time to avoid the limelight. Yi Chen, fire. Cloud. Technique.
The next moment, all the men and women around ran to their respective partners, and even the principal pulled the long sword out of Instructor Bai Jie's chest. Classmate Yi Chen, don't worry, although I am old, my sword is still sharp. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect this promising talent. The Mediterranean-looking principal, panting, tried to comfort Yi Chen. Under the cover of the crowd, Yi Chen and the others quickly retreated to the corridor. Meanwhile, the corridor was already stained with blood.
Several masked ninjas wielding Japanese samurai swords happened to spot Yi Chen and his group. Call out.
Gao Tianqi raised his mechanical arm and fired a palm energy cannon, killing one of them. The remaining ninjas moved like ghosts along the wall, wielding sharp samurai swords as they slashed at us. Their target was not anyone else, but Yi Chen, who was being protected by the crowd. The principal exuded an imposing aura, his bald head gleaming with a receding hairline, and his sideburns standing up like devil horns. He thrust his sword forward, piercing the chest of one of the ninjas. He drew his blood-stained sword, brushed aside his sparse bangs, and let out a cold laugh.
Do you really think my reputation as Shimen Chueshue is just a facade?
Protect our forces. He turned his head, and before he could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted, because the person he was supposed to protect had already rushed out. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chen was completely encased in crimson armor, appearing silently behind the ninjas.
The principal swallowed hard and shouted anxiously, Yi Chen, let's avoid the limelight for now. Let's avoid the limelight for now. Looking at those ordinary days, Yi Chen's eyes turned bloodshot. Should I avoid their sharp edge? You little brats, you're all going to die. Fire. Cloud. Technique.
He wielded his demonic blade wildly, unleashing a wave of flames tens of meters long.
The intense heat instantly melted the titanium alloy windows and engulfed the entire corridor. Once the flames had burned out, all the ninjas were cremated.
Those samurai swords also transformed into human forms, all of them withered and emaciated.
Creak.
Crushing the charred corpses, Yi Chen walked towards the crowd, sword in hand. Everyone stared at him, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. They have a rigorous combat capability system in mind.
But Yi Chen's output was far beyond their expectations.
Those ninjas were at least level 10 or above.
You think you could just kill them instantly? In an instant, their so-called combat power system collapsed silently and violently. Is this the kind of energy a newly awakened pilot can unleash?
Seeing everyone staring at him in shock, Yi Chen twirled the thousand blades demon blade that was hanging down and then hoisted it onto his shoulder.
With a lazy smile, he said, sorry everyone, I thought it was an experience bar.
Gao Tianqi slightly closed his mouth and gave a thumbs up.
Good lad. You've got guts. I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
After a group of people ran out of the building, they retreated into the distance.
The will to kill is complete. X achieved. Your all-out heart has been upgraded to SS rank.
Resonance tide rising probability increased by 100%. Resonance tide-like effects increased 10 times.
You've received an extra reward, armor stacking. Armor stacking, your weapons can be stacked and combined. For example, 2 super beast weapons can be combined into one, or even more. You have received an extra reward, silver armor.
You can ignore the super weapon girl's level and modify her into your own exclusive silver weapon. Yi Chen rubbed his eyes vigorously.
Holy crap! No seats available. His eyes widened, his heart filled with ecstasy. In other words, I can turn all the high-level super weapon girls into my own level-less silver weapons. Doesn't that mean I can unleash powerful attacks beyond my level, like a super powerful warrior? No, why would I run? They're the ones who should be running.
He gripped his sword in one hand and walked slowly forward against the flow of people. Several ninjas leaped out of the shadows, brandishing their katana, and charged towards Yi Chen's encirclement.
Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile as he wrapped the fire scale technique around the 1,000 blades of the demon blade and slashed horizontally with it. Creak. Creak.
This is not the metallic clanging sound of tooth acid, but the sound of metal melting. The intense heat and crimson flames attached to the longsword instantly melted the blades of those samurai swords, and then severed them in one stroke. The next instant, all the ninjas stared at their broken blades, their bodies frozen in place. Yi Chen raised the broken blade of the demonic sword in his left hand and began to reshape the blade from the purple blade fragments that flew back from the chests of those ninjas.
Thump!
To the astonishment of the principal and others, the ninjas fell into pools of blood. Before everyone could react, Yi Chen unleashed another slash.
Fire. Clouds. Secret technique.
This strike unleashed a wave of flames hundreds of meters long. Not only did it split the opposite building in two, but it also carved a charred ravine into the playground. The dozen or so ninjas who rushed out of the main building didn't even have time to react. Before they even had a chance to use the resonance effect of stealth, this one strike.
They were all gone.
All the trainees who were fleeing into the distance stared wide-eyed.
Is that Brother Chen?
They rubbed their eyes hard, their eyeballs almost popping out.
This strike. He's so handsome. Holy crap. Is he not just a fake X, but a real X?
In the crowd, Lin Jia's expression gradually became dazed. She even began to regret why she hadn't dared to gamble in the first place.
That's Yi Chen. The #1 heartthrob among the 4 major academies. Which girl doesn't dream about him at night? If only I had been bolder back then. I should have been more determined back then. Even if it's just a matter of using an equal contract to trick him into getting to know each other better. Does that mean that what he holds in his hand is no longer the demon blade 1,000 blades, but his own golden serpent sword?
At that moment, Lin Jia was filled with remorse.
This feeling is no less than missing out on $1 billion. That's 10 billion.
Your and super martial girls levels have been increased to LV7. Yi Chen was overjoyed, but the illusionary scale armor on his body had automatically deactivated. He quickly embraced Yen Li, who had transformed back into human form. Clearly, she has reached her limit. After sending Yen Li back to the Imperial space, Yi Chen quickly cut off his armor. Immediately afterwards, his entire body was replaced by silver-white armor.
It was Meng Yue's Tiger Roar armor. Mu Yan, are you alright? I. Su Mayan, forcing back tears, said, I can still hold on. Husband, please, hurry up and finish this. Seeing the approaching ninja, Yi Chen laughed and said, alright. Then I'll finish this battle quickly. Gao Tianqi activated the tiger armor, desperately trying to protect Yi Chen. Even with the jet propulsion device on his back, he still couldn't keep up with Yi Chen's speed. They can't even get their hands on exhaust fumes. Chapter 18, The White-Clad Sword Immortal. With the Tiger Roar armor buff, his movement speed and attack speed can be increased to the extreme, and his figure leaves behind afterimages in place. The purple demonic blade in his hand slashed out one after another, with fierce attacks and no defense. The Demon Blade 1000 Blades was all about offense and no defense. Coupled with his fighting style, which was all about risking his life, the principal and Gao Tianqi couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. However, when they saw Yi Chen's figure transform into a white streak of light, shooting past more than a dozen ninjas, everyone's eyes widened again. This is none other than the Roaring Tide technique of the Tiger Roar armed forces. Flash Spirit technique. Of all martial arts techniques, none are invincible except for speed. The Flash Spirit technique allows Yi Chen to maximize his speed. Compared to Yi Chen under the Tiger Roar armor, those ninjas were too slow. With each killing, his level steadily climbed. Your status will instantly return to full as your level increases. Your level and the Sword Maiden's level have increased to LV10. Meanwhile, the man wielding the Spear of Longinus seemed to have noticed something amiss. Ha! He was somewhat surprised to see Yi Chen advancing instead of retreating on the field. He narrowed his eyes and quickly locked onto Yi Chen. Their goal was clear, to kill the person who possessed the Book of Prophecy and then escape safely. It seems this guy is the one the Book of Prophecy was talking about. The next moment, Yi Chen felt his heart stop, and that feeling of being locked on resurfaced in his mind. He turned around in astonishment, and a blood-red spear, like a line of blood, pierced through his chest in an instant. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. In an instant, a beautiful figure appeared out of nowhere before Yi Chen's eyes. She was a woman with a beautiful figure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an explosion. She wore a white ancient-style dress, and her black hair was tied up with a hairpin. Wasp waist, wide hips, and honey-skinned legs. Her face was ethereal and stunningly beautiful, like a celestial being descended to earth, or perhaps she stepped out of a painting. White-robed sword immortal. She placed one hand on her surging chest, and faint golden currents seemed to dance around her. Yi Chen's eyes widened as she drew a simple, ancient-looking longsword all by herself. Name, none available. Heavenly Path Aurora, SSS+. Brand new. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Bite. Accompanied by a tooth-aching metallic clang, it exploded in Yi Chen's ears. The shockwave from the energy explosion swept across the entire lawn. However, right in the center of the explosion, Yi Chen and the others were protected by a mysterious energy and remained unharmed. The man staring intently at the white-robed swordsman, who was holding the Spear of Longinus, trembled, his face filled with disbelief. The woman before them, without a swordsman, drew her sword out of thin air and unleashed a terrifying display of combat prowess. He brandished the Spear of Longinus, his gaze coldly sweeping over Yi Chen behind the woman. No! The Book of Prophecy says that person must never be allowed to grow up. Otherwise, the whole world will succumb to the shadow of that person. Clearly, this little guy is being protected. That's definitely that person. At the same time, countless battle maidens in the sky transformed into mecha girl forms and fell from the sky. Various guided missiles were mounted on their bodies and raised towards the white-clad swordsman and the man. You too. Drop your weapons. The man sneered, turned his head, and fired the Spear of Longinus at them. Boom, boom, boom. Longinus streaked across the air in a red line. This caused the pupils of the battle maidens to shrink sharply. A flash of white light, and the white-robed swordsman instantly appeared in front of them, his longsword slashing out a white line, once again deflecting his blood-red spear.
All the battle maidens were still shaken, but they seemed to have quickly analyzed the current situation.
Threat shifted. Enemy robot girl detected.
The missiles on the wings roared like angry dragons and burst forth. The man caught the blood-red spear, his body leaping through the air as the spear swept across, unleashing a series of explosions.
Enemy weapon girl identified.
This is the S+ spear of Longinus. Upon hearing this voice, the commander of the Longhan Command Center's pupils constricted sharply. No, the spear of Longinus is SS class, this one is man-made.
So, is the SSS plus sealed artifact protecting someone?
He slammed his hand on the table, his cloak billowing behind him.
Where are Longhan's SS rank soldiers? Haven't they arrived yet? Report the coordinates, and protect that kid.
A cold smile crept across the man's lips, for his previous attack was nothing more than a feint.
The spear of Longinus once again pierced through Yi-Chen in the crowd.
However, it was successfully stopped by a white line transformed from a white-robed sword immortal. In an instant, Yi-Chen realized that his aura was being locked onto by the man, which seemed to be due to the spear of Longinus.
Shimen Shueishue, you all run, I'll stay here. Gao Tianqi and the principal seemed to have noticed something amiss.
The people like us staying here will only be a burden, and will actually do more harm than good.
You brat, you absolutely have to survive. I'm counting on you to make a name for myself.
The principal wiped his eyes and shouted at Yi-Chen. Don't worry, Shimen Shueishue, I won't die until I've killed all the Japanese devils. The man's face twisted into a ferocious grin as he launched the first attack, shouting, a swordswoman without a swordmaster?
Let's see how long you can hold out against me. The white-robed swordsman remained silent, focusing solely on protecting Yi-Chen.
Even as her spiritual energy shield began to crack and blood spilled from her mouth, she still used the spiritual energy shield to protect Yi-Chen behind her.
The blast wave swept across the entire playground. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Die. Die. Die.
The man seemed to have gone completely mad, attacking Yi-Chen frantically, but every attack was blocked by the white-robed sword immortal's longsword.
That's enough.
The sky suddenly darkened, and a huge mech fell from the sky. The battle maidens, who dared not make a move, breathed a sigh of relief.
It's the SS grade by Chi armor. The surrounding space cracked like a mirror, and a golden iron rod emerged from it.
Immediately afterwards, a man with a flag on his back jumped out of the void.
Hey! Who are you, daring to act so presumptuously in Longhan?
You clearly don't take me, the great sage equaling heaven, seriously.
SS rank, the great sage equaling heaven.
A figure rode a flying sword and soared through the air. The green-clad sword immortal is here.
Dare to lay a hand on a child? Slay him.
A sword fell, aimed at killing the man. In an instant, the man's pupils contracted sharply, and he instantly flew into a rage. Wow!
Where did all these SS rank items come from? What he didn't know was that these SS rank items came right after the SSS plus sealed artifacts. Bang!
In a desperate gamble, the man unleashed the spear of Longinus from his hand. The spiritual energy shield shattered, and the white-robed sword immortal was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, only to be caught steadily by Yi-Chen.
Chapter 19, You Beast. Who is using the 10,000 swords return to one technique? Give me back my sword, maiden wife.
Seeing the infatuated look in her eyes, Yi-Chen froze.
That one glance seemed to last an eternity. She still didn't say anything, yet it seemed as if she had said everything.
For a moment, Yi-Chen felt his head spinning and his heart filled with unbearable grief. He plunged one hand into the white-clad fairy's chest. With her soft murmur, the white-clad fairy's figure disappeared in the form of specks of light.
Clang!
A long sword with an ancient design was drawn from its sheath.
You have obtained the heavenly Tao Aurora. Level, LV 60. Attack growth, SSS+. Defense growth, SSS+.
Description, a miraculous artifact. Resonance effect, spiritual power flying sword.
Mingchao's ultimate technique, 10,000 swords return to one.
The three SS level powerhouses in the sky all trembled. How could a student possibly draw that sword?
This is an SSS plus sealed artifact.
They were unaware that Yi-Chen could turn all the super weapons into his own silver weapons. Even with only level 10 strength, he was able to unleash his ultimate attack and draw a high-level sword maiden.
Yi-Chen showed no mercy to the level 60 swordswoman. He channeled all his spiritual power into the heavenly Tao Aurora in one go. All the SS class ships gaped wide-eyed.
They could already feel the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Yi Chen's body.
How is that possible? This guy's spiritual power. How can he be so strong?
The man, pinned to the ground by a sword, suddenly had his pupils dilate. His lips parted, as if he understood why the Book of Prophecy had instructed him to do everything in his power to kill this guy. It's such a pity, it was just a little short.
Yi Chen rose into the air, facing the man with wide, angry eyes and his sword pointing high. The next moment, heavenly Tao Aurora, guided by spiritual power, hovered above his head. His heartfelt words resounded throughout the entire Academy city. Gentlemen, may I borrow your wives?
In the next instant, countless sword maidens seemed to be drawn by the heavens, suspending themselves in midair, their bodies leaning back, trembling all over, as their long swords were drawn from their sheaths and shot out in a flurry of 10,000 swords. Seeing his sword-wielding wife, who seemed to be under a mysterious spell, transforming into countless flying swords that converged towards the spot where Yi Chen's sword was pointed high. At that moment, all the sword masters in Academy City wailed in despair.
No! No! Don't use my wife! You beast! Give me back my wife!
They only felt a green glow above their heads and started cursing together.
Who on earth is using the 10,000 swords return to one technique?
The green-robed swordsman's lips twitched violently. If he hadn't been holding his wife's sword tightly in his arms, he probably would have flown over as well.
The next instant,
countless flying swords whistled through the air, piercing towards the man wielding the spear of Longinus.
Whoosh 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 whoosh. Choo 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 choo.
Amidst the stunned silence of the 3 SS-level experts, Yi Chen pierced the man's heart with 1,000 swords, shattering him to pieces. It is the heavenly Tao Aurora's roaring tide technique.
10,000 swords return to their origin.
Your level and Super Warrior Girl's level have increased to LV16. The level of Heavenly Path Aurora cannot be increased. Even after the man died, Yi Chen's 10,000 swords returned to the source continued to whip his corpse.
Until the spiritual energy is completely exhausted.
Yi Chen's vision went black as he fell from the sky. Fortunately, Su Mayan transformed into human form and held him in her arms. Countless sword masters, their killing intent palpable, surged toward this place. Meng Yue immediately warned, "Oh no, Sister Mayan, run. There's a murderous aura."
Meng Yue's reminder made Su Mayan realize the situation immediately. She picked up Yi Chen and ran off into the distance.
At that moment, the white-robed sword immortal, who had also transformed into human form, grabbed Su Mayan and Yi Chen and flew away into the distance. The great sage equaling heaven scratched his head, his lips twitching as he asked, "In this situation?
Should we continue chasing?" The swordsman in green robes roared in fury, "What are you looking at me for? Ask the leader."
At this moment, in Longhan's headquarters, on a group of people's table, there was Yi Chen's information.
Level 10 can have this much spiritual power?
Now that I think about it, his current super weapon girl being S+ might not be such a bad thing.
It's actually a reverse suppression of his strength. I think even S+ is too strong.
In the state of the roaring tide, the combined power of the 2 S+ super warrior girls, the illusionary scale armor and the demon blade 1,000 blades, has reached the level of a nuclear explosion. It's important to know that all the buildings in Academy City are constructed from special materials. Moreover, the entire city is covered with energy suppression devices, compressing it by many orders of magnitude. In that situation, he cleaved the teaching building and the playground in two with a single stroke. If we don't suppress him, he'll probably cleave the entire planet in two with a single sword strike.
How can we play if we don't nerf it? I strongly recommend reclaiming SSS plus sealed items. I agree. I second that.
At that moment, the door was pushed open, and a figure completely encased in super alloy armor walked in from outside.
That black and gold alloy armor was engraved with ancient patterns.
Dragon's body, eagle's arms, tiger's shoulders, mastiff's back, and rhinoceros's legs.
Imperial armor?
Everyone opened their eyes wide, stood up, and bowed to the figure.
Dragon Emperor.
The Dragon Emperor lightly tapped his fingertip and said calmly, "Gentlemen, please hear me out first.
I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as we imagine." Chapter 20, Xin Shuaru, there are so many people.
Inside the room, Yan Li and Meng Yu looked at Yi Chen with worried expressions, at a loss for what to do. Su Mayan wiped Yi Chen's forehead with a towel, her eyes filled with heartache as she said, "My husband is still unconscious. I just ordered some chi-gathering pills on takeout, they should be here soon. You stay here and take care of him, I'll go get it."
Upon hearing this, Meng Yue and Yan Li nodded. Su Mayan got up and went out.
Outside the bedroom, the fairy in the white dress was bowing to her.
Lady.
Su Mayan opened her mouth slightly, because this was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was like a secluded orchid in a valley, melodious and pleasant to listen to. Since returning to Yi Chen's residence, the fairy had been staring blankly at the television for almost several hours. As for outside the gate, it seems there are officials stationed there. Upon hearing this fairy address her as Madam, Su Mayan's pretty face flushed slightly.
And you are?
The white-robed swordsman slowly said, I am the sword master's sword slave. Her speech didn't seem fluent, and her pronunciation was also not standard. But it's clear that she's trying her best to express herself.
The sword master's sword slave? Su Mayan's smile looked slightly awkward. I never expected Yi Chen to be like this in private. Are you going to play this fancy game? Looks like I need to prepare myself mentally. When the deliverer man arrived at the door, he was surprised to see the Monkey King and the green-clad sword immortal standing on either side of the entrance, like door gods. The Monkey King, leaning on his iron cudgel, yawned, utterly bored. The swordsman in green robes, holding his sword, was engrossed in scrolling through his phone. Haha, honey, isn't this video hilarious?
The deliverer man was slightly taken aback, and after standing there for several seconds, he finally mustered up the courage to knock on the door.
Knock, knock, knock.
The swordsman in green raised his head and met the eyes of the delivery man. After a careful examination, the delivery driver's mouth slowly opened wide. You really are, you know. The swordsman in green robes gracefully tossed his long hair, straightened his back, and said with a smile.
That's right, I am indeed the SS rank azure-clad sword immortal.
This is my sword maiden, the exquisite and elegant sword Ching-Ying. I'm so sorry, Miss Ching-Yi, my apologies. I thought it was cosplay. The delivery man looked at the swordsman in green with reverence, but when he turned his head and saw the great sage equaling heaven standing to the side, his eyes immediately lit up. Then this one with the stick must be the great sage equal to heaven, or Teacher Song.
Miss Song, I'm a fan of yours, can I take a picture with you? Please sign your name for me while you're at it. Just right, the sky has a well-named con, emptiness's form. The swordsman in green twitched at the corner of his mouth. You rascal, how come you're taking food and money at the same time? The Monkey King then directly shouted out the essence of Chinese culture, I'll F-ing kill you. I'm the Monkey King, you fake fan.
Just then, a mature and beautiful woman with blue-silver hair, wearing a cheongsam, carrying several bags, walked to the door. Qin Shuaru was slightly taken aback when she saw that her doorstep was blocked by two guys who looked like door gods.
The address is correct, it's my house.
Madam, who are you looking for? The swordsman in green asked politely.
Mrs.?
Qin Shuaru's originally dignified face gradually turned cold, as if the surrounding air had dropped several degrees.
I'm not married yet. Why are you two blocking my door? Did my child do something wrong outside? Or did he take out an online loan?
Upon hearing Qin Shuaru's words, the green-robed sword immortal was slightly taken aback and immediately made way for her.
Please don't misunderstand, the two of us are just guarding.
After listening to the explanation from the green-clad sword immortal, Qin Shuaru finally breathed a sigh of relief.
So it turns out Xiao Chen has awakened a pretty good talent. That's good. I thought he had taken out an online loan. Qin Shuaru patted her imposing chest, opened the door, and smiled. Would you two like to come in and wait a moment? Never mind, no need to bother.
The swordsman in green robes quickly refused with an awkward smile.
The Monkey King didn't even look at Qin Shuaru, he just squatted on the ground listlessly, muttering to himself, so annoying, so annoying, so annoying.
Upon seeing Su Mayan and the white-robed swordsman, Qin Shuaru's expression faltered slightly.
So many people.
After she closed the door, the swordsman in green sighed inwardly. If this beautiful woman isn't married yet, then she really has a strong sense of wifely duty.
But he quickly realized what was happening. Just now, when I was saying that I and the great sage equal to heaven were SS level, this woman didn't seem to have much of an emotional reaction. Thinking about this, the green-robed swordsman's expression became somewhat chilling. And you are?
Su Mayan immediately tensed up upon seeing Qin Shuaru. Before she could answer, at the same moment, Yanli and Mengyu, who had been arguing in Yi Chen's bedroom, also came out.
Aunt Shui, you're back.
The two sisters' pretty faces were filled with obedience and understanding.
You two have awakened?
Yanli playfully stuck out her tongue at Qin Shuaru. Yes, my sister and I have both awakened.
Judging from how happy you all are, you must have all made a contract with your brother Yi Chen, right?
Yanli lowered her head shyly.
Mengyue blushed and replied, yes, we made a contract.
That's good. Qin Shuaru pursed her red lips, a relieved smile appearing on her face. If that brat dares to start something and then abandon it, I'll definitely spank him. At this point, Qin Shuaru smiled and looked at Su Mayan and the white-clad fairy. The moment their eyes met, Su Mayan's pretty face turned bright red, and she didn't know how to speak. The white-clad fairy stared blankly at Qin Shuaru, her mouth slightly agape. Qin Shuaru also stared at the fairy for a while, her beautiful blue eyes slowly widening.
Su Mayan finally mustered her courage. Hello, Auntie, I'm Su Mayan, I'm from
Yi Chen's classmate, who is also his current contracted sword maiden. Qin Shuaru smiled and shook her head, saying, I'm not Yi Chen's aunt, I'm Yanli and Mengyu's aunt. Su Mayan suddenly realized why the woman in front of her looked so much like Yanli and Mengyu. Her pretty face suddenly flushed red, as if she had discovered a new continent.
Is this the legendary, triple-topped rice bowl? Chapter 21, The Sword Slave Greets the Sword Master.
Su Mayan's snow-white throat gurgled. Before the fairy could speak, Qin Shuaru said with a smile, You're also Xiao Chen's sword maiden, right?
It's all right. From now on, you and Mu Yen can treat this place like home. Yanli, Mengyu, don't bully them, okay?
Yanli playfully stuck out her tongue at her, how could I dare?
Qin Shuaru picked up a floral apron and wrapped it around her incredibly sculpted body. Oh, right, what do you guys want to eat? I'm going to cook. Today we're celebrating your awakening, so you're allowed to order.
Mengyue said sweetly, Auntie, I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs and shredded pork with garlic sprouts. Qin Shuaru tapped her forehead with her fingertip with a doting expression, okay, you little foodie.
Only Yanli asked with some concern, by the way, Auntie, aren't you going to check on Brother Yi Chen? He seems to have exhausted his spiritual energy.
Looking at Yanli, who always says one thing but does another, Qin Shuaru smiled and said, No need to look, he won't die. If you can't even handle this much overexertion, then you won't be able to manage so many super powerful girls.
She glanced at the group of sword maidens before her and said with a mocking smile, he'll only overdraw his resources more in the future.
Qin Shuaru's pointed remark made all the women lower their heads in embarrassment.
At the same time, Yi Chen also stood up from the bed. Whoosh!
Yi Chen was panting heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead.
He just had a dream that was both incredibly beautiful and incredibly terrifying.
He dreamed that he was surrounded by countless beautiful and graceful female warriors, and then his spiritual power was completely drained. Yi Chen rubbed his lower back, still feeling a bit shaken, and quickly looked at the control panel.
Talent, part of total defense SS.
Resonance tide rising probability increased by 100%. Resonance tide-like effects increased 10 times.
X1, upgrade the contract Super Warrior Girl to SS+. X2, raise both yourself and your contracted super powerful female warrior to level 30.
Yi Chen opened his mouth. It seemed the next advancement would involve upgrading all the super martial girls to SS+.
Good news.
You can now spend real money on in-game purchases.
The bad news is that the previous 8 million has already been spent.
He glanced at the contract panel. Yanli, achieve hidden conditions, spend 10 million renminbi to unlock the SS plus Phantom Qilin Super Beast.
Mengyue, achieve hidden conditions, spend 10 million renminbi to unlock the SS plus White Tiger Super Beast. Su Mayan, achieve hidden conditions, spend 10 million in game currency to unlock SS plus Wushun Demon Blade 1000 Blades. Yi Chen opened his mouth, seemingly uninterested in a stab. Could it be referring to the milky scented slash that incorporates the Thunder General's technique?
Besides the panel attributes of these three,
in his contract slot, there is now an additional Heavenly Dao Aurora.
At this moment, he saw Su Mayan, Yanli, and Mengyu timidly peeking out from behind the door, and he immediately jumped out of bed.
Help me up, I can fight again. Brother Yi Chen, you're awake. Yanli happily greeted her. Yi Chen affectionately patted Yanli's head. Yanli is such a good girl.
Mengyue, hands on her hips, reminded him, Brother Chen, you should be more careful.
Did you know? You're wanted by the entire Academy City. Ha! Yi Chen's mouth dropped open.
Su Mayan nodded, and said shyly, they all call you, my husband, the Minotaur Sword Immortal. Yi Chen's lips twitched violently.
Isn't that the end? How am I supposed to stay in the academy then? Mengyue blushed and suggested, why don't we just go straight to the battlefield?
Seeing Yi Chen looking at her with a strange expression, Mengyu's expression immediately turned panicked.
Why are you looking at me like that? While it's true that you can get married before going to war, I don't think it's the kind you're thinking of. Meng Yue's words made Su Mayan and Yan Li's pretty faces flush red instantly. Because the battlefield is different from the rear, once the decision is made to go to the battlefield, Longhan will directly arrange free marriage for the men and women who have made the first round of contracts. Of course, this is on the premise that both or more parties agree, but all the expenses for the marriage are covered by Longhan. This includes banquets and the like. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. It's not like you're blushing over a bubble teapot. At this moment, Qin Shuaru in the kitchen frowned slightly. She gripped the cleaver tightly in her hand and quickly sliced the pork belly, placing the slices on the baking tray where they sizzled. When Yi Chen walked out of the room, he saw the white-robed swordsman bowing gracefully to him. Sword slave greets sword master. Yi Chen's eyes widened, and he quickly helped her up. Fairy sister, please get up. He had been puzzled before, because she hadn't said anything, yet he had made a sword oath with her. After some questioning, Yi Chen finally understood. It turns out that this white-robed swordsman has been asleep for nearly tens of thousands of years. She had already identified herself as the master who forged her sword. Well, considering she's a brand new SSS plus level swordswoman, why don't you accept it first? When Yi Chen asked her for other information, the white-clad fairy shook her head with a wry smile. I only sensed the sword master's aura, which is why I rushed here from the sword tomb. As for the sword master's past life, the sword slave was not yet able to take human form, nor had he gained intelligence at that time. The sword slave only knows that the sword master has created other sword maidens in addition to the sword slave. When the sword master's aura disappeared, the sword slave fell into a long slumber. As for the rest, it has been too long, and the sword slave can no longer remember them. Hearing Jian Ma's explanation, Yi Chen still found it hard to digest. Could I be some reincarnated powerful being? Wait a minute, I'm a time traveler. However, Yi Chen was never one to dwell on things, so since he couldn't figure it out, he simply put it aside. Sword mother, no, fairy sister, do you have a name? The white-clad fairy shook her head, bowed again to Yi Chen, and said, please bestow a name upon me, sword master. Then I'll call you Pei Yuning. He looked at the white-robed swordsman's incredibly muscular physique and almost shouted out his name. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Since she was my sword slave, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I wanted with her? Upon hearing Yi Chen's thoughts, the white-clad fairy blushed slightly and bowed gracefully to him. Everything the sword slave has is given to her by the sword master. The sword slave, Yuning, is entirely at the sword master's command. Yi Chen's mouth dropped open. You can hear my thoughts? The white-clad fairy nodded shyly at him. Seeing her helpless and vulnerable state, Yi Chen's originally weak body suddenly swelled with spiritual energy. Brother Yi Chen, what are you thinking about? Can you tell Yan Li? Yan Li, standing to the side, smiled and nudged Yi Chen. You big bad guy, you have impure thoughts, you're definitely thinking about something evil. On the other side, Meng Yue pouted and looked at him with disdain. Chapter 22, Tianhan Academy? What kind of school is that? They dared to compete with us for students. Only the white-clad fairy who could hear his heart's voice, and the exceptionally sensible Su Mayan, blushed with embarrassment, wishing she could bury her head in her chest. Cough cough. A clear yet familiar voice rang out, and Yi Chen regained his composure. He quickly got up and walked towards Qin Rushue. Aunt Shui, I'm hungry, time for dinner. Qin Rushue is the twins' aunt, her age is unknown. The reason her age is unknown is because age is a taboo subject for Aunt Shui. I asked her my age several times, and without exception, I got beaten up several times. In Yi Chen's memory, Qin Shuaru always seemed to be like this. She possesses a mature and charming demeanor, yet retains the spirit and youthfulness of a young girl. Qin Rushue gave Yi Chen a beautiful glare and smiled, stop joking around, it's time to eat. At the dinner table, his gaze swept over the twins, Yan Li and Meng Yu. The pure and aloof school beauty Su Mayan, the white-clad fairy Pei Yuning, and the twins' aunt Qin Rushue. Yi Chen's face was filled with satisfaction. They're so pleasing to the eye they make me want to eat a few more bowls of rice. By the way, Xiao Chun, are you sure you want to go to the battlefield? Before Yi Chen could speak, Qin Shuaru looked at him with a smile. The battlefield is not child's play, please answer seriously. If you just want to get married, I can help you arrange it. But the rear is definitely safer than the battlefield. It is a wise choice to improve one's strength at the Awakening Academy before going to the battlefield. Before Yi Chen could figure out how to respond to Qin Shuaru's words. Just then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. I'll go open the door.
Yenli had just stood up when Qin Shuaru pressed her back into the chair, saying, I'll go instead. She gently stroked the perfect waist and hip lines of her Cheongsam as she rose, taking graceful steps and slowly walking towards the door, her entire movement elegant and captivating.
Upon opening the door, Qin Shuaru was immediately confronted by a suit of armor.
She pursed her red lips and smiled slightly.
I know you're in a hurry, but could you please wait a little longer? Can you wait until my child finishes eating?
The elegant woman in the Cheongsam before them spoke softly, like a gentle breeze, yet it made the people standing outside the door stand up straight.
Excuse me, we'll wait a bit.
The leading general nodded slightly to her.
Qin Shuaru nodded and closed the door.
The other armored soldiers standing outside the door were completely dumbfounded.
No, General, who is this all-powerful noblewoman?
The swordsman in green robes asked, his throat feeling sticky.
He had already noticed something was wrong.
Unexpectedly, when the officials from Longhanjili arrived, they too were met with a closed door, just like the rest of them. The general smirked and said, Don't ask me, I don't know either. Just by looking at her demeanor, you can tell she's very capable.
The lunchboxes will be here soon, everyone please wait patiently.
After Qin Shuaru sat back down, Yi Chen looked at her with surprise. Because he had already used X to check Aunt Shue's panel, but no panel was displayed.
Could it be that Aunt Shui is truly an ordinary person without the talent of a super martial arts girl?
Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's gaze, Qin Shuaru's beautiful face flushed slightly.
Alright, Xiao Chen, have you made up your mind? Do you want to go to the battlefield or continue your studies at the Awakening Academy? Don't be nervous. No matter what, I will support you. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Aunt Shui, I've made up my mind.
I'll go to the battlefield, and I'll still attend the academy.
Neither of them will interfere with the other.
Qin Shuaru was stunned for a moment, then pursed her rosy lips.
As expected of you, you really want everything.
As she spoke, her gaze swept over the 4 super martial girls beside her.
Su Mayan and the others lowered their heads shyly. Alright, I'll go and arrange your weddings now. Do you want to have a big, lavish celebration, or would you prefer a more low-key one? Yi Chen scratched his head. I don't have any other friends or relatives. Do you have any?
Yenli and Meng, you need no introduction, their only family member is Qin Shuaru.
Su Mayan shook her head with a wry smile. As for the fairy, there was no need to say more. Well, even if you add up the families of all 5 of them, you can't even fill a table. Yi Chen sighed, then let's invite the dean and mentors of the academy to have a drink at the wedding. Remembering Gao Tianqi's advice, he smiled and said, keep everything else simple and keep a low profile. We could use the money we saved to pick out a few nice wedding dresses for everyone. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yenli said excitedly, Brother Yi Chen, I want you to come with me to choose one myself. Okay. Yi Chen said with a doting expression. Qin Shuaru nodded and smiled, I understand. I'll arrange all of this. After you finish eating, you can choose an awakening academy with them. I see that the 4 top awakening academies in Academy City are already waiting outside. Let's hurry up and go after we finish eating, so as not to keep them waiting too long. After Yi Chen finished eating, Yenli and Meng Yu cleaned up the table. He then took a deep breath and opened the door. Wow, there are so many people. The first to rush forward were the deans of the 4 academies. Student Yi Chen, I am the dean of Tianhan Academy. Come join our academy, we will offer you the highest level of hospitality. Before the dean could finish speaking, Yi Chen interrupted, Sorry, the admission requirements for your Tianhan Academy are too low, so I won't go. Next. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the dean's face turned purple. The deans of the other 3 colleges. A middle-aged dean wearing glasses couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pfft. Sorry, I was just thinking about something happy. Another female dean with curly hair smiled disdainfully and said, Tianhan Academy? Humph, what kind of class is that? They dared to compete with us for students. Upon hearing this, the dean of Tianhan Academy blushed and turned to walk towards the elevator. Hey, it's me. Get those 2 idiots out of here right now. What? We can't get in touch with them anymore? They're under investigation by the authorities? I don't care, even if I get out, I'll kick them out. Kick them out. A chubby dean tried to smooth things over, saying, Alright, you're all getting on in years, what's the point of arguing? The female dean retorted directly, Not going to fight? Then you can go back now.
The chubby dean blushed, speechless after being rebuked, and finally managed to stammer out, "A good man doesn't argue with a woman." Yi Chen was embarrassed and quickly led the three deans into the room, saying, "Welcome to my humble abode, three deans." He gave Yan Li and Meng Yu a wink, and the two sisters quickly brought out stools and placed them next to the dining table.
Please have a seat.
The interview was conducted at home, so the dining table became a temporary meeting room.
Wow, what a pretty little girl. The female dean, with a kind expression, praised him generously, asking, "How old are you this year?" Meng Yu blushed and said, "I just turned 20. Chapter 23, 10 million isn't enough. If foreigners overheard this, they'd think Longhen's academy couldn't afford it. Really? It looks so small."
The female dean feigned surprise, "Yi Chen, you're really something else." After a round of praise, not only did Yan Li and Meng Yu blush, but Yi Chen was also secretly pleased. Yan Li and Meng Yu do indeed appear to be petite, belonging to the lowly type. Even if they cannot compare to Su Mayan's unstoppable E-type, they still possess the bearing of an emperor. "Yi Chen, you'd better treat her well." Yi Chen twitched the corner of his mouth.
"Of course." The female dean nodded, but then frowned, seemingly with some disdain, and said, "No, Yi Chen, the place you're staying in is too small."
Before Yi Chen could even show his embarrassment, the other two male deans sneered inwardly, while the female dean continued, "Come to our Lianjin Academy. I'll arrange a detached villa for you. You can use it as your wedding home."
Upon hearing the female dean's words, the other two deans gaped open. This is a master.
Although our Lianjin Academy ranks third among the 4 academies in Academy City, that's because it was established later, but its facilities are definitely newer than the other 2 academies. As a female dean, I know how difficult it is to be a super martial arts girl, so our academy has regular super martial arts girl maintenance and postpartum care.
Yi Chen, you're a grown man, you must know how to cherish your Chaowu mother, she's your own woman, your own wife.
Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about Chaowu Yang.
You don't want them to suffer with you, do you? After all, you have quite a few female warriors, right? How can a grown man like you handle all these trivial matters? Seeing Yi Chen speechless, his mouth agape.
Even Yan Li and Meng Yu beside him, Su Mayan nodded secretly, seemingly very interested.
Wait a minute.
The bespectacled dean interrupted the female dean first.
The other two deans knew that if they didn't speak up now, they would never be able to.
The middle-aged dean adjusted his glasses and coughed lightly. What Dean Zhang of Lianjin Academy just mentioned is actually common to all 4 academies. After all, the students of Awakening Academy have already reached the age for marriage. Sometimes, when feelings are strong enough, you can't stop them.
So these are the most basic things.
The chubby dean chimed in, exactly.
What's there to talk about? It's all just nonsense. The female dean remained silent, her face grim. The chubby dean interrupted, "Student Yi Chen, let me say something first. Our Pajun Academy is the best among the 4 academies, there's no doubt about that." The bespectacled dean sneered, "What do you mean by truly number 1? Dare to have a match? Let's compete then, do you think I'm afraid of you?"
The instructors from the 7 Killings and Broken Army academies rolled up their sleeves and argued heatedly, almost to the point of coming to blows. Yi Chen was embarrassed and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this world is really a huge makeshift operation.
"All right, everyone, please be quiet."
He coughed lightly and said calmly, "There's no point in arguing like this, 3 deans.
How about we hold an auction, and I'll go to whichever college offers the highest price?"
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the 3 deans' expressions were filled with great surprise. There are still experts. Not only can you maximize your own profits, but you can also avoid offending anyone.
Who would have thought that a young man who has never even entered society could come up with such a solution? Wow!
Thinking of this, the 3 deans' goodwill towards Yi Chen increased once again.
Even Qin Shueru, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded secretly. Yi Chen's ideas were also very pragmatic. All that talk is just fluff. Seeing the actual product is the only way to know it's real. Even if it costs a little more money? Not shabby at all. The female dean of Lianjin Academy spoke first once again. Her eyes seemed to see right through Yi Chen's mind, instantly discerning his thoughts. "Yi Chen, in addition to the villa I mentioned before, Lianjin will receive a scholarship. 10 million.
As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Chen's eyes widened.
10 million? This is more money than I've earned in 2 lifetimes combined. My goodness, that's so practical. In that case..."
Yan Li and Meng Yu both opened their mouths wide. Mangyue was even standing behind Yi Chen, poking his back with her finger, urging him to agree quickly. Before Yi Chen could speak, Dean Li, who was wearing glasses, stood up abruptly.
1, 2, 3. What are you doing?
Old Li, if you're going to leave, hurry up and get out of here.
Nobody's stopping you.
Ignoring the female dean's words, Dean Li of the 7 Kill Academy adjusted his glasses, pointed at the people in the room, and counted them one by one. From Yi Chen to Yan Li, Meng Yu, and then to Fairy and Su Mayan, even Qin Shuaru sitting on the sofa was included. Looking down at the female dean, Dean Zhu smiled crookedly.
10 million isn't enough. 10 million isn't enough. I'd almost want to laugh. This is an SSS rank Beastmaster, my dear elder sister. If foreigners overhear this, they'll think our Longhan Academy can't afford it. He held up one index finger at Yi Chen. 6 people in total. 10 million each.
Qin Shuaru's mouth opened slightly, and she was momentarily stunned.
Where did these 6 people come from? She counted and then realized that Principal Li seemed to have included himself in the count.
I was just about to raise my hand and say, no, it's not me. But Su Mayan, who was blushing, forcefully pressed her hand down. For the sake of 10 million.
Aunt Shui, you can be. 10 million is a lot of money.
If you want to make a living, it can at least guarantee you a comfortable life.
Upon hearing Dean Zhu's words, the female dean's face turned ashen. She stood up abruptly and said to Dean Li fiercely, so what if you have money? As she left her seat and walked towards the door, she turned back and raised her voice again. Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? The female dean slammed the door shut.
Dean Li spread his hands, his mouth twisted, and his shoulders twitched.
Sorry, having money really does mean you can do whatever you want. He glanced at the fat dean of Pajun Academy standing to the side.
The latter, like a seated Maitreya Buddha, smiled lightly at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, 60 million is enough to cover your and the super martial arts girl's daily expenses. Only with a solid material foundation can you continue to pursue the true meaning of life, so I have no objection to this 60 million.
But there's no point in adding more money.
I think it would be better to add something else, such as sword skills or secret realms. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Li's face changed slightly. I'll go first, 1S rank sword skill book, 3S rank cultivation secret realms for those below level 30. The value of these things cannot be measured by money alone, but by their inherent value. At this point, the portly dean glanced sideways at Dean Li, his smile calm and composed, as if he had everything under control.
Yi Chen nodded secretly.
You'll never know how rich they really are unless you push them. Cultivation realms offer a wealth of experience. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty, and the more experience gained.
Chapter 24. Once upon a time, an SSS rank character stood before me.
Dean Li gritted his teeth and said, based on this, the sword skill will be upgraded to S+, and a level 40S rank cultivation secret realm will be added. He tried to remain calm, because the keys to enter the secret realm were officially controlled, and each academy had only a certain quota. As one of the 4 major academies, it has the largest quota of low-level keys, and S-level keys are already scarce. Compared with Pajun Academy, it is obviously somewhat difficult for it to compete in terms of resources. Upon hearing Dean Li's words, the chubby dean's calm smile finally vanished. He took a deep breath, and the fat on his face visibly jiggled. SS-level sword skills, all S-level secret realms upgraded to S+. Although things appeared calm on the surface, for Pajun Academy, it was tantamount to emptying its coffers. Finally, Dean Li slumped back in his chair, looking utterly dejected. You win, old Go. He looked at Dean Go with a forced smile, but with so many resources poured in, you've practically emptied out the entire foundation of your Pajun Academy, haven't you? Dean Go narrowed his eyes, only then realizing that Old Li had probably deliberately raised his hand at the last moment. But thinking about it, it makes sense. How could the 7 Kill Academy possibly have so many S-level keys? Even so, Dean Go forced back his jiggling fat and stubbornly retorted, none of your business. It's none of your business. Dean Li stood up, extended his hands to Yi Chen, and shook them firmly. Yi Chen, although it's a pity, it's a pleasure to meet you. He hooked his arm around Yi Chen's shoulder, pulled him aside, and whispered, if this old bastard dares to go back on his word, the 7 Kill Academy is always ready to welcome you. Ahem, I heard everything. Dean Go coughed lightly. Dean Li ignored him and instead gave Yi Chen a knowing smile, saying, by the way, our college has quite a few beautiful and outstanding girls. You're welcome to visit our 7 Kills Academy sometime, for a chat. Our 2 colleges are close to each other, so we should communicate more often. Upon hearing Dean Li's words, Yan Li and Meng Yu immediately tensed up.
Dean Go laughed and scolded, "Old Li, you really are a dog. You should change your surname to mine. Get lost. You got lucky this time, but you won't be so lucky next time."
Dean Li gave Dean Go the middle finger without any politeness, then pressed it against the center of the glasses frame and pushed it up.
He glanced at Yi Chen longingly before walking towards the door. "There was once an SSS rank right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I only regret that I don't have enough money."
As soon as Dean Li closed the door, Dean Go immediately made a phone call.
"Have me screen all the unmarried, single female advisors in the college. I have a freshman who needs 24/7 tutoring."
Clearly, Dean Li's words opened up a completely new perspective for Dean Go. After the situation was cleared up, he decided to send people to keep a 24-hour watch on Yi Chen.
The Seven Killings Academy is indeed very close to the Broken Army Academy. What if Old Li doesn't follow martial ethics? Wouldn't all the money I've spent be wasted on someone else's benefit? As for the requirements,
Dean Go glanced at the super martial girl in the room, feeling somewhat troubled.
After all, the super powerful girl that Yi Chen shows is not only good at fighting, but also very beautiful.
However, a new candidate suddenly came to mind: have Xiaogu come to my office.
After doing all this, Dean Go smiled at Yi Chen and said, "What are you still standing there for? Pack your things and come with me."
Upon hearing Dean Go's words, Yan Li and Meng Yu immediately went back to their room to pack their things with joyful steps.
"Feel sorry."
The general outside the door knocked politely and said with a troubled expression, "I'm afraid Yi Chen can't leave for the time being."
He had been patiently waiting at the door. They even waited for Yi Chen to finish selecting students for the academy.
If the Dragon Emperor hadn't personally instructed him, he probably wouldn't have come here directly.
"Yi Chen, my name is Ouyang Genoa, and I am a lieutenant general of Longhan Sili." Hearing Ouyang Genoa's words, Yi Chen was secretly alarmed. "You must understand that this world is different from Earth. There was a guy named Lu Yi who, after Jiang Wei's death and with the Shu Kingdom's crystal already exploding, went on a crazy spree, creating the Han Dynasty 3 times, which became known as the Dragon Han. From then on, the Golden Knife became a prophecy, and no one dared to rebel in later generations. That great being not only created the Han Dynasty 3 times, but also promoted the technological development of the entire Longhan. The Iron Cavalry swept across the globe, and even ordinary life was prematurely restarted by god-level skills. This made Yi Chen suspect that this powerful being was very likely also a time traveler. Of course, thousands of years later, the Han Dynasty declined after its peak, and countries and islands around the world have long since declared independence. It is our inescapable duty to restore the glory of Longhan. This is why Yi Chen wanted to go to the battlefield. The rank of lieutenant general was quite high. At this moment, the general looked at the white-clad fairy and said to Yi Chen with a troubled expression, "Yi Chen, do you know that the person next to you is an SSS plus sealed artifact?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "I know. Could we hand it over to Longhan and return it temporarily?"
Upon hearing the general's words, Yi Chen's expression hardened, while the white-clad fairy looked at him pitifully. "Swordmaster, please don't abandon your sword slave." Yi Chen patted her little hand and gave her a reassuring look.
"How could that be? We've already signed a sword oath. Besides, with my talent, am I not worthy of this SSS plus sword maiden?" "No, that's not what I meant.
Your strength has not yet fully matured, and you are probably unable to control the true power of an SSS plus sealed artifact. So, what I mean is, why don't we keep this SSS plus sword maiden safe for now, and use her when your abilities are strong enough? Of course, during this time, absolutely no one will harm a single hair on her head." Yi Chen nodded and explained with a smile, "First of all, whether I can wield the greatsword, whether I can even use it, you've all seen that. The previous 10,000 swords returned to one was my ultimate technique, the rising tide dot. Secondly, as you all saw, she called me sword master. The artifact recognizes its master, proving that it originally belonged to me. It might be a bit fantastical, involving past lives and present lives, but since she's decided it's me, then she's mine. In short, I'll stop here. Giving it to you is impossible." The general nodded, but still looked constipated and troubled. Until a figure walked up from behind Yi Chen. "If you are worried that Yi Chen is not capable of protecting the SSS plus sealed artifact, it's okay, I'm here." Xin Shueru's words fell lightly. She walked slowly towards us. With each step, time and space around us seemed to freeze at that moment. The general stared wide-eyed at Aunt Shui in disbelief, including the green-robed sword immortal and the great sage of heaven behind him.
Chapter 25, Reversing the Dark Laws, the Void Hellfire Azura EX+. As the swordsman in green robes widened his eyes, he pointed at Qin Shuaru and said in a trembling voice, I remember now, you are the X-level super martial arts girl on the Emperor Weapon Divine Register prison faced Azura. No, to be precise, it's the reverse Dark Law Void Hellface Azura. Qin Shuaru chuckled non-committally and slowly walked up to Yi Chen. Her silver hair fluttered gently, her slender white fingertips lightly touched her chest, and her whole body was encased in a superalloy with ancient, jet-black patterns. Yi Chen's mouth dropped open, because at this moment, he finally saw Aunt Shue's panel. Name, Qin Shuaru. Grade? Reverse Dark Laws Void Hellish Azura EX+. Attack Growth, X+. Defense Growth, X+. Brand New. Introduction, Ultimate Divine Weapon. Resonance Effect? Ming Chao's ultimate technique, time travel? Wait a moment. And, even if I can see Aunt Shue's panel. But he still couldn't see Aunt Shue's level and other skills. Does this mean there are even higher levels above level 100? It seems the only way to find out is to test my skills or continue to improve my strength. The moment he saw Qin Shuaru transform, the general was immediately filled with awe. I understand, please control your strength. It wouldn't be good if you hurt a child, or even damage the flowers and plants. Alright, that's all for now, let's all go. Only the dean of Pajun Academy was incredibly excited. Holy crap! Buy one SSS rank character and get one EX rank super powerful female character free. This deal is absolutely a steal. From this day forward, Pajun Academy will surely become the strongest awakening academy in Longhan. No, it even stands tall globally. After everyone left the house, Qin Shuaru smiled at Yi Chen. Seemingly sensing the slightly burning intensity of his gaze, Qin Shuaru, her pretty face flushed, said, Xiao Chun, with your current strength, if you want to control the hell-faced Azura, you need to first master the strongest energy in the world. It's too early for that now. So please put all your energy into leveling up. But don't worry, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Seeing Qin Shuaru's shy expression, like that of a little girl, Yi Chen wiped away the tears of emotion from the corner of his mouth and nodded vigorously. Okay, Aunt Shue, I promise I won't keep you waiting too long. Alright, do you think I don't know what kind of bad ideas you're hiding? Qin Shuaru lightly tapped Yi Chen's forehead with her fingertip. Come on, let's help everyone move, and while we're at it, let's set the wedding date. But I'm telling you beforehand, you have to behave yourself before the wedding. You can't break the old customs or do anything outrageous like forcing someone. Upon hearing Qin Shuaru's words, Yanli, Mengyu, and Su Mayan all lowered their heads shyly. Yi Chen laughed and said, Of course. I've endured so many years, why would I be in such a hurry? However, he changed the subject, feigning nervousness. What if they force me? Qin Shuaru gave him a charmingly seductive glare. Then you'd better just take it, and you're not allowed to resist. Yi Chen cried out, This is not fair. Look how beautiful you are. The women covered their mouths and chuckled. What is said without malice may be taken to heart by the listener. Unbeknownst to anyone, the mischievous Yanli secretly glanced at Yi Chen. She stuck out her tender pink tongue and licked the corner of her upturned lips. After everyone finished cleaning up, looking at the empty house, Yi Chen felt a sense of melancholy. In front of everyone, he placed the memorial tablets of his parents and Yan Limenjiu's parents on the dining table, and then kowtowed 3 times heavily before them. Dad. Mom. Uncle Gu, Auntie. I, Yi Chen, swear that from this day forward, I will take good care of Yanli and Mengyu. Please rest assured. After saying that, he stood up, wrapped his parents', Uncle Gu's, and Aunt Gu's memorial tablets in black cloth, and placed them in the package with utmost solemnity. When Yi Chen and the others came downstairs, they were surprised to find that Dean Go and the others had been waiting for a long time. Boom! Boom! A series of firecrackers echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. People curiously peeked out of the windows, watching Yi Chen and the others being picked up in luxury cars below. Is this a wedding? Why are there so many beautiful brides? No, it's the boy in the building over there who got into high school. That's about right. If it were my daughter, she'd keep this son-in-law around even if she got beaten up every day. You didn't see it. The deans of the 4 major academies in the academy city came in person to snatch him away, and the entrance was surrounded by armored soldiers. I heard it even alarmed the higher-ups at Longhan, who forbade taking photos. That was quite a show of force. Wow, I want both a big marriage and a little marriage too. Then you'd better study hard. Everyone watched with immense envy as the luxury convoy drove away into the distance. Soon, 4 floating islands appeared in front of Yichin. The 4 floating islands were all protected by thick plasma shields. These are the 4 top academies in Academy City: Pajun, Chisha, Lianjin, Tianhen. A ladder descended from one of the floating islands. It is the heavenly ladder of the Broken Army Academy. As the convoy drew closer, Yichin realized that the heavenly ladder was actually a long, transparent tunnel. As the convoy entered, the tunnel immediately closed, making it look like we were flying into the sky when viewed from above. Yanli gasped in surprise, while Mengyu tightly closed her eyes. Yichin smiled gently. Of course, he knew that the twin sisters were born with a fear of heights. So he reached out and put his arms around the 2 sisters' waists, one on each side. Mengyue's waist was flat and smooth, while Yanli's was soft to the touch, making a soft, squelching sound. Even when she secretly tried to take advantage of him, Mengyue would only blush, pout, and secretly glare at him. Yanli rested her little head on Yichen's shoulder. Her large, watery eyes were tightly closed, and her thick, upturned eyelashes trembled gently, making her look extremely cute. When the convoy reached the floating island, a completely new world unfolded before his eyes, a world he had never seen before. Above the sky, beneath the canopy of plasma shields. Some people fly on swords, while others fly on magic staffs. There are also various battle maidens hovering in the air. On the large screen in the center, various exciting battle scenes were playing. Young men and women stood proudly in front of the camera with their arms crossed. Yichin was surprised to see rankings such as the Dragon and Tiger list and the school team. As the ground trembled, in the far distance, a massive mechanical armor roared. There are also various shipgirls sailing through the island's huge lake. Just then, a broadcast suddenly rang out throughout the entire floating island academy. Hey, you piloting the mech, who gave you permission to drive it on the main road? Hey, disciplinary team, stop them. Check which class they're from. I don't care which noble family you are from. At Pajun Academy, whoever is bigger can beat the principal, me? Even if I'm not at the academy, the school rules still apply. Do you think you don't respect me, Thunder Hand Go Tai Lai? Chapter 26, The Resource Shift Brought by SSS Rank. Yichen's lips twitched slightly, because the principal was sitting in front of him. He turned to Yichen and said with an awkward smile, "Sorry, Yichen. We don't usually do this at Pajun Academy, unless a few students can't help it." Yichen silently withdrew his hand and said with an awkward smile, "It's okay, I actually think the atmosphere is quite nice." Several minutes earlier, Dingo's money had already been transferred to his card. That's a whopping 60 million. As long as the money is there. All other expenses are dry. This is Yichen's principle. The convoy finally stopped at the edge of the floating island. Yichen's mouth dropped open slightly. Because this viewpoint is superb, offering a panoramic view of the entire Academy City. Moreover, there are anti-gravity devices around the floating islands. Even if some trash falls down, it can fly back, so there's absolutely no need to worry. If you calculate it based on housing prices, he has no idea how much a house here would cost per square meter. Alright, Yichen, are you satisfied with this villa? Yichen nodded, satisfied, extremely satisfied. Take a few days off to avoid trouble. Afterwards, a tutor will come to your door to introduce you to all the rules and regulations of Pajun Academy. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you listen to the school rules or not. If you need anything, just talk to me on the phone. Yichen nodded. Normally, there's no summer vacation in this world, only annual leave. Classes start tomorrow. But Principal Go was very sensible. He knew he needed to lay low for a while. I need to cool down before using the 10,000 swords return to one technique, otherwise I'll become the enemy of the whole school as soon as I report for duty. However, he felt incredibly relieved. Is this the resource allocation brought about by SSS level talents? That's so awesome. Okay. Once the convoy had left, Yichen walked into the villa with a broad smile. Wow, it's huge. The female housekeeper walking towards us had a mechanical and standard smile. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am your mechanical butler. You can call me Xiao AI. Please allow me to introduce you to all the facilities of this villa. This villa adopts a modern Chinese style of decoration, and all the raw wood used is expensive rosewood and small leaf sandalwood, so you don't have to worry about environmental protection at all. The first floor consists of the living room, dining room, and reception area. Go up the double flight staircase to the second floor where there are 8 bedrooms, each 300 square meters,
with a private bathroom, walk-in closet, gaming desk, and other spaces. The third floor is the training room, with a training room for sword masters, which is made of special super alloy materials. There is also a flexibility training room for sword girls. The fourth floor has a separate garden and swimming pool. The basement serves as both an underground parking garage and an emergency refuge floor for the floating island. Even if we are attacked by nuclear weapons, as long as we reach the basement within the specified time, the floating island will guarantee the safety of all trainees. Elevator, this way please. Once they were in the elevator, Qin Shuaru smiled and said, "All right, everyone, choose your rooms now." Xiao Chen, remember what I said. Seeing that Aunt Shui had arranged for him to stay in the easternmost room, Yi Chen shrugged, while Yanli pleaded with Qin Shuaru, "Auntie, can I switch rooms with you? I want to stay next to brother Yi Chen." Seeing Yanli shaking her arm incessantly, Qin Shuaru smiled indulgently and said, "Of course you can." Yanli wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Yi Chen, how about we go for a stroll around the academy? Peijun Academy has its own commercial street, so there should be wedding dress shops there." Right now, Yanli's mind is filled with nothing but wedding dresses. "Okay. Sister Mayan, are you going?" "You guys go ahead, I'm so sleepy." Meng Yue yawned. "Auntie, I'm going to take a nap first, wake me up when it's time to eat." Not only Meng Yue, but Su Mayan also showed signs of fatigue. "Husband, may I rest for a while?" She spoke with difficulty, looking at Yi Chen with pleading eyes. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Of course you can. Just rest at home. I'll call you for dinner." Qin Shuaru smiled and said, "Then you guys go shopping. I'll go prepare dinner. Remember, don't bully Yan Li." Yi Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "I understand. Brother Yi Chen wouldn't do that." Pei Yuning said softly, "Madam, let me help you." After spending a short time together, the fairy had already distinguished the kings and queens of this household. "Okay." Following the smart assistant, Yi Chen and Yan Li arrived at the basement. "Please select the vehicle you wish to drive." As the lights gradually came on, Yi Chen opened his eyes wide. Unexpectedly, the academy provided him with 4 top-of-the-line supercars, a Ferrari, a Bugatti, a Koenigsegg, and a Lamborghini. Besides these supercars, there are also Porsche and Maybach, and 7-seater Alphard and Land Rover. In the end, Yi Chen drove a MiU-80. Automatic driving has been activated for you. Heading towards Floating Island Commercial Street. Once in the car, Yanli nestled in Yi Chen's arms and fell asleep almost immediately. It was clear that she was actually very tired. This is also why Yi Chen didn't activate the illusionary swift speed. Navigation complete, destination reached. Yi Chen had intended to let Yanli sleep a little longer, but to his surprise, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and gave Yi Chen a sweet smile. "Sorry, brother Yi Chen, Yanli is indeed a little sleepy." The two arrived at the wedding dress shop hand in hand. "Brother Yi Chen, is this wedding dress beautiful? What about this one? Brother Yi Chen, do you prefer Yanli to be cuter or sexier?" Yi Chen laughed and said, "Of course, I'll take them all." Yanli's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said coquettishly, "Brother Yi Chen is so naughty." As the two strolled around, Yanli's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately took a liking to a wedding dress in the shop window. "Want to give it a try?" Yi Chen stopped in his tracks. "Forget it, the price is too high." Seeing the sales assistant approach with a smile, Yanli blushed and pulled Yi Chen away. "It's okay, buy it if you like it. We're not short of money right now." "But, brother Yi Chen, this wedding dress is more expensive than Yanli's dowry," Yanli said with a pained expression. Yi Chen laughed and said, "But Yanli will only marry me once in her life, so I'm willing to spend any amount of money. But we can't waste money like this. If Aunt Shui finds out, she'll definitely scold me. This can only be worn once." Yi Chen laughed and said, "Who said you can only wear it once? Let's not." Yanli tilted her pretty face up and smiled tenderly at Yi Chen, saying, "Brother Yi Chen, I'm already very content to marry you. Wedding dresses and such are nothing compared to you. Alright, let's go." "Excuse me, sales assistant." Chapter 27, The Thousand Machine Umbrella. Yanli's words deeply moved Yi Chen. He knew, of course, that Yanli was trying to save him money, even though she really liked that wedding dress and kept glancing at it furtively. If she has no money, she will simply leave. Now that he has money, he doesn't want Yanli to have any regrets. "Let me introduce myself. Sir, this wedding dress is designed by an Italian master.
Stop talking, swipe your card. Yi Chen took out his bank card. Remember to issue the invoice. As he spoke, he deliberately winked at Yan Li. Brother Yi Chen, is it possible to report this? Yan Li's eyes lit up. If others can't do it, then I must be able to. Yi Chen smiled. I'm so sorry to have caused the country so much trouble. Yan Li playfully stuck out her tongue. Madam, your wedding dress is custom made. Please come with me to have your measurements taken. Wow! Your body proportions are perfect, your husband is so lucky. When is your wedding date? Yan Li was slightly taken aback. By the end of the month, is that enough time? Oh, it'll be fine. It should arrive next week. After the wedding dress is ordered. Once in the car, Yan Li looked at him with a flushed face. She tightly grasped Yi Chen's large hands and placed them on her small waist. Brother Yi Chen, pinch me quickly. Yan Li feels like she's dreaming. Yi Chen scratched his fingertip, making Yan Li laugh like a silver bell. Does it still feel like a dream? Ha ha, brother Yi Chen, it itches so much, no. Yan Li blushed and begged for mercy repeatedly. As she looked up at him, her beautiful eyes sparkled. In that instant, Yi Chen could no longer suppress his love and pressed his lips to hers. Arrived at the designated location. Navigation ended. That's why he chose this car. Self-driving cars are so convenient. Yan Li, nestled in his arms, lowered her head shyly, like a docile and obedient kitten, emitting a weak whimper. Brother Yi Chen, we've arrived. It's okay, it's still early before dinner. Yi Chen gently pressed against the back of Yan Li's chair, bent his neck, and once again pressed his lips against her delicate, soft lips. Yan Li kept her eyes tightly closed, her thick eyelashes trembling slightly. Even though she had just lost her first kiss, she was still naive. The two returned to the villa hand in hand. Are you back? Time to eat. Brother Yi Chen. I need to go to the restroom first. From the moment she got out of the car until now, Yan Li has not dared to look him in the eye. Seeing her adorable, panicked state, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself, licking his lips with a lingering sense of satisfaction. It was sweet and refreshing, with a lingering fragrance of virginity in the nasal cavity. I couldn't help myself just now and kissed her a little too hard. Yan Li's little lips are even a little swollen from my kiss. Hopefully, Aunt Shui won't find out. What made him feel evil was Yan Li was really inexperienced, she couldn't even stick out her tongue. Although Yan Li was bolder than Mengyu at times. But in reality, she's quite timid. If I actually tried to do it myself, I'd probably be terrified and cry. So enjoy your meal slowly, it's never too late for a good meal. Yan Li's sincere feelings for me deserve my gentle treatment. The Academy arc begins, let's eat. Welcome everyone to Pajun Academy. Beneath the azure sky formed by the plasma shield, countless swordsmen and battle maidens roared past. Amidst the lush greenery, instructors led numerous new students up the stone steps, introducing and showing them around Pajun Academy. Yi Chen was not among them, he stood in a separate line, making him seem somewhat out of place among the students from the other classes. Following behind were Yan Li, Mengyu, and Su Mayan. All three of them were wearing the uniforms of Pajun Academy. She wore a white shirt with a school insignia of crossed swords on the chest, and a pleated skirt, which made her look youthful and beautiful. One is unstoppable, the other is the bearing of an emperor. Sister Mu Yan, I feel a bit full. Can you teach me how to adjust? Yan Li pointed to her chest, which was bulging from being stretched by the emperor, and said to Su Mayan in a slightly awkward voice. Oh. Su Mayan's long legs stopped there, and she raised her fair arm to press down the button on Yan Li's chest that was about to burst. The next moment, Yan Li instantly felt her breathing become much easier. It turns out that this uniform is the exclusive combat suit of the weapon girls of Pajun Academy, also known as psionic armor. Made of nanomaterials, it can be adjusted to fit different body sizes for comfort and can also self-repair. During combat, you can switch to a full-body rubber suit to increase defense and shock absorption. In addition, Su Mayan was wearing black stockings, while Yan Li and Mengyu were wearing white stockings. These black stockings aren't ordinary black stockings either, they also have an automatic repair function when damaged and come with a critical hit boost. The white silk isn't just any ordinary white silk, it actually increases attack speed. The psionic armament attribute bonus not only provides protection for the sword girl in human form, reducing damage taken during sword drawing and transformation, but its defensive and damage increasing effects also extend to weapon form. Sword masters and riders can also equip psychic weapons to enhance their attributes by infusing them with spiritual energy.
However, the psychic weapon cannot resonate, and the infused spiritual power and amplification are very limited, unlike the super weapon girl, which can break down immediately when it is told to. It can only be said that, given the limited strength of the super warrior girl, she plays a supporting role and makes up for her shortcomings.
Is this the new female student who has grown up this year? So beautiful. I wonder if there are any writers with contracts with them. Should I go ask? Forget it, you don't even know who their advisor is. The appearance of Su Mayan and others instantly attracted the attention of many male students, including some senior students from Go. However, when the senior students from Go saw the counselor standing in front of Yi Chen, they all shuddered. Holy crap, it's extinct. I'm outta here. Hearing what the senior students were saying, Yi Chen couldn't help but look at the mature woman in front of him with great interest.
She was young, wearing an office lady skirt suit with black pantyhose underneath, and lightly shuffling high heels on her feet. She looked radiant, her beautiful face flushed and full of vitality. However, her indifferent and aloof eyes, coupled with her unique cold aura, gave people a feeling that strangers should not approach her.
Name, Gu Bailing. Talent, 1000 Chance Umbrella SS+. Level, 47. Attack Growth, SS+. Defense Growth, SS+. Description, a divine artifact, containing 1,000 mechanisms and capable of countless transformations. Brand new. Chapter 28, Leo Gold Cloth, prepare to unleash my lion's fang.
Generally speaking, high attack and low defense is a common problem for sword girls, but this instructor is an exception. The Peijun Academy is divided into 5 major colleges: the Ancient Martial Arts College, the Mechanical College, the Magic College, the War College, and the Logistics College. The Ancient Martial Arts Academy is specifically for practitioners of ancient martial arts, including swordmasters, armor masters, archers, and so on. The School of Mechanical Engineering specializes in gunnery, ship control, and weaponry.
The Magic Academy has magicians, magic swordsmen, and the like.
The War College and the Logistics College will serve as the coordinating bodies for combat and logistical operations. You can teleport directly to the battlefield from the War Academy, or you can learn and consult about the daily maintenance of the Super Weapon Girl from the Logistics Academy.
You can choose between the Ancient Martial Arts Academy and the Mechanical Academy. Hearing this, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. Can't we learn them all? Gu Bailing remained indifferent, as long as you're not afraid of traveling back and forth and don't find it troublesome.
Little did she know that the all Yi Chen mentioned included not only the Ancient Martial Arts Academy and the Mechanical Academy, but also the Magic Academy, which he was interested in visiting. He only lives once, so he shouldn't mistreat himself. He wanted to try out all the fun things he could, since he possessed the heart of total control, which allowed him to command all super weapons. I won't go into the school rules, but you'd better keep a low profile.
Gu Bailing added, after all, your current identity is a top secret of the Dragon Han dynasty.
Just then, a freshman with spiky hair rushed over, looked at Gu Bailing carefully for a few seconds, glanced at Yi Chen, and opened his mouth wide.
What's going on? Why did the advisor I selected become someone else's? Besides, the spiky-haired boy pointed at Su Mayan, Yan Li, and Meng Yu, and loudly addressed the school leaders behind him. Why is the super powerful female character that the official team assigned him better looking than the one they assigned me? Even though the girl arranged for me was also the school beauty. But why are there 3 school beauties, all of them, like Zhao Linger? I strongly protest. Am I not the top scorer in this year's unified examination? I'm an SS rank, 1 in a million. Shouldn't I be valued?
Hearing what the hedgehog-headed man said, Yi Chen slowly walked up to him.
What? Smack.
Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chen slapped him across the left cheek unexpectedly.
Although no spiritual power was infused into it, its advantage lies in its unpredictability. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. You. The hedgehog-headed boy covered his left cheek and opened his mouth wide. Smack. Yi Chen slapped his right cheek again. After 2 consecutive pulls, the hedgehog-headed man opened his eyes wide in disbelief. First, Yi Chen did not infuse any spiritual energy, nor did he sense any fluctuations in spiritual energy, so he was not on guard. Secondly, he didn't even see clearly when Yi Chen slapped him. So, just how fast is this guy's hand speed? It's at least 3 or 4 floors higher than me. Thinking of this, the hedgehog-haired man's eyes immediately became clear. Yi Chen said calmly, "You disturbed me. Big brother, I know I was wrong. The hedgehog-haired man covered his cheeks, his attitude extremely sincere. I know the gap between us now, I really am not good enough for you. He made way for him, extending his hand. You go first. Yi Chen nodded and walked forward. They didn't seem to notice the sneer curling at the corner of the hedgehog's mouth. Boom! Facing the spiky-haired man's punch coming from behind, Yi Chen twisted his body and caught the man's fist with one hand. Bang bang bang! The hedgehog-headed man brandished his fists, his face contorted in a ferocious grin, unleashing a torrent of punches. Golden spiritual energy was poured into the fist and shot towards Yi Chen like a meteor. Yi Chen blocked the hedgehog's attacks one after another with just one hand. Just as he was about to clench his fist around the hedgehog's head, the latter immediately jumped back. He stood still, one hand sinking into the girl's chest, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Big brother, you are really amazing. But, as the hedgehog-headed figure was enveloped in golden holy armor, he smirked and said, if you can't even grasp the difference in strength, how dare you challenge a gold saint? Prepare to receive my lion's fong. He placed one hand behind his back, gathering his strength while channeling his spiritual power into his gold cloth. With a single punch, a deafening sonic boom erupted, and spiritual energy transformed into a phantom of a golden-maned lion, pouncing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained standing in place, his spiritual energy forming a tangible shield that protected Gu Bailing and the others. His gaze was calm, yet held a hint of curiosity. Boom! The roaring golden lion shattered into dust upon striking the spiritual energy shield, turning into golden specks of light and dissipating instantly. The aftershocks of the exploding spiritual energy caused the surrounding trees to rustle. The bluestone slabs on the ground remained motionless, seemingly made of a special material. As soon as Yi Chen raised his hand, the hedgehog-headed man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he nimbly jumped backward. After he landed safely in a series of backflips, he realized that Yi Chen had only raised his hand to scratch his nose. There are two kinds of skills in the world that are unstoppable. One is that it starts at 0 frames, and the other is that the wind-up animation is too long. Curiosity drove Yi Chen. He wanted to see the effects of the Leo gold cloth. No, why didn't you fight back? Are you looking down on me? Seemingly thoroughly enraged by Yi Chen, the spiky-haired man silently clenched his fists and assumed a fighting stance once again. Listen to the roar of the lion. Lightning. Light speed fist. However, that exaggerated posture made Yi Chen's expression turn strange. Looking back now, I guess I'm just too old. He used to be considered a handsome, suave guy. Now it seems, this posture. That's so cringy. Boom 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 boom. The hedgehog-headed man's fist whistled through the air, producing a sharp sonic boom. His fist transformed into countless rays of light, slamming into Yi Chen's spiritual energy shield like lightning. Yi Chen opened his mouth. Oh. Is this the lightning speed fist? The moves were quite dazzling. Looking at the unmoving spiritual energy shield in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But this combat strength. It seems like they're being suppressed quite a bit. Where is the promised mass energy equivalence equation E equals mc squared? Once you reach the speed of light, even an ordinary punch becomes incredibly powerful. Could it be that the opponent's level is too low? Or is it that his spiritual energy level is too low? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. There was only one possibility. His spiritual power was simply insufficient to make his so-called light speed fist achieve the speed of light. It's just that he can reach the maximum attack speed he can currently achieve. Well, it's probably close to 10 times the speed of sound, but it's still far from the speed of light. To see a true light speed punch, we'll probably have to wait until he and his gold cloth reach a higher level. Chapter 29. Are they talking about some random S-rank master? I hope they're not referring to me. What Yi Chen didn't know was that not only was the opponent's combat power suppressed, but his own combat power was also completely suppressed. As for why the bricks and stones on the ground don't break, it's because they're all made of sea stone. Why aren't you making a move? Why aren't you making a move? Are you looking down on me? The hedgehog-like man was clearly enraged. He felt like a monkey jumping around. Yi Chen, standing behind the spiritual energy shield, was a visitor to the zoo. Yi Chen sighed softly. If I strike, you might die. Although he said this, he still slowly raised his right hand. After all, he said it, and everyone heard it. I don't understand, but I respect it. Yi Chen's right hand plunged into Su Mayan's chest.
After she let out a soft moan, Yichen slowly drew out a purple demonic blade.
Sumayan's delicate body trembled slightly, transforming into purple butterfly-shaped light spots that converged with the demonic blade.
Draw your sword for 10 seconds, then start the swing with 0 frames.
Whoosh! The demon blade thousand blades sliced through the air, leaving a black line. It even cleaved a spatial rift.
The hedgehog-headed man's eyes widened, a sharp pain bursting in his chest as a hurricane of immense spiritual power rushed towards him. It's like opening a door and encountering a storm, or being hit in the face by a spiral ray.
Regardless, his eyes rolled back, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string.
Blood spurted from her chest, and even her gold cloth shattered and detached, turning her into an unconscious girl.
Yichen nodded. As expected of an SS-rank gold cloth, it deserves recognition. However, his own S+ Demon Blade Thousand Blades has already reached SS+ in attack power.
The hedgehog-headed man was completely stunned by the spiritual power contained in his own strike.
Of course, Sumayan was one of them.
There was no sound.
He took Sumayan back into his spatial storage. Cherish the present. Next time, it might be a fatal blow.
Yichen turned around, glanced at Gu Bailing beside him, and said indifferently, "Let's go, counselor, to the next stop." Gu Bailing's bright red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes, which had been frozen for 1,000 years, seemed to melt a little, flashing with a glimmer of light.
Yichen followed behind Gu Bailing, and all the students around them, whether freshmen or senior students, stared in disbelief.
They witnessed firsthand how the top scorer of this year's unified examination, a combination of an SS-level armor master and an SS-level gold-clad warrior, was defeated by Yichen with a single strike.
Even now, their heads are still buzzing. Is this a human?
Once Yichen had followed the instructor away from the crowd, Gu Bailing suddenly stopped in her tracks.
I have a question.
If you want to ask me why I'm so handsome, then forget it.
Yichen chuckled and said, because I've always been this handsome.
Yanli and Meng Yu nodded in unison.
Gu Bailing was slightly taken aback. It's not this one.
Yichen chuckled and said, if you ask me why I taught that kid a lesson, then forget it.
Because he asked for it himself, and everyone heard it.
Meng Yu and Yanli nodded in agreement again.
A hashtag character appeared on Gu Bailing's forehead. It's not this one either.
Even though I just told you not to cause me any trouble, and you've already done it, I'll let it go.
It's like someone's following you around, cleaning up your messes. Yichen asked with a puzzled look, then what do you want to ask? Gu Bailing's smile was inexplicably kind. The one you used. 10,000 swords returned to one?
Yichen was startled, and his body stiffened briefly.
Could it be that Gu Bailing was also used by him?
He chuckled awkwardly and looked away, scratching his cheek with his fingertip.
What 10,000 swords returned to one? I have no idea. Gu Bailing gritted her teeth and said, it's you, you brat.
I would recognize your spiritual energy fluctuations even if you turned to ashes. Her aura rose steadily, her jet black hair fluttered, sharp fangs appeared at the corners of her lips, jet black fox ears grew on her head, and 6 jet black fox tails materialized behind her. This is none other than the Sword Maiden in her true form.
I'm sorry, counselor. Yichen scratched his head, looking embarrassed. If he didn't apologize soon, she might just draw her sword from her chest. I won't use it so easily next time. Unless you can't help it. That's more like it.
Gu Bailing withdrew from her true form as the Sword Maiden, and her expression returned to its previous aloofness.
Alright, let's go to the school team now.
At the same time, a roar came from the activity room of the Pajun Academy sports team.
I disagree.
A young man with a crew cut slammed his hand on the table and roared at the school leaders. Beside him, a girl chimed in, yeah, why should 3S+ level super martial girls join the school team?
Is our Pajun Academy short of talent?
The red-haired youth said with a look of grief and indignation, although our Pajun Academy is undoubtedly the #1 in Academy City, it is only ranked 4th in the whole country.
Is it really that hard for me to win the National League Championship in my last year? Exactly. Didn't I hear that this year's top scorer in the unified exam is an SS-level armor master, and his contract is even a gold cloth? Why not use 2 SS-level combinations instead of a random S-level armor master? Are they out of their minds?
The school leader adjusted his glasses and said calmly, Hui Yunfei, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush.
This is Principal Go's intention. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you.
At that moment, Yichen happened to overhear their conversation.
He was slightly taken aback, pointed at himself, and asked Gu Bailing, "They weren't talking about me, were they? About some random S-rank master?" Gu Bailing nodded. "That's right." Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. "No, when did my strength drop to S rank? I didn't even know it myself? Although you're supposed to be low-key, the way you've done it is way too low-key." Gu Bailing shrugged and pointed to the sky with her fingertip. "This isn't the principal's idea, it's the idea from above. After all, you're going to participate in a competition, which will be broadcast nationwide, so you definitely need to keep a low profile. While you're able to win the game, it's best not to reveal too much of your strength. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? If there are difficulties, you can say so. I can also make a suggestion to the principal, but it's more troublesome to communicate it to higher authorities." Yi Chen nodded. "So, he just wants me to be the master of controlling scores. I've brought the new person. If there are no problems, please register." Gu Bailing walked up to the crowd and spoke in a still indifferent tone. "Of course there's a problem." The red-haired youth slammed his hand on the table again, the jarring sound in his booming voice causing Yi Chen to frown slightly. Chapter 30, You're also part of the Illusionary Scale Armed Forces? No, I am Illusionary Scale White Tiger. Not just anyone can join the school team, they have to get past me first. After saying that, he leaped into the air and landed on the huge training ground behind him. And he made a click-click sound as the girl next to him transformed into a machine. With a roar of the engine, the girl transformed into a fiery red, cool motorcycle and sped off toward the red-haired youth. Phantom Speed S+. Level 38. The Phantom Scale landed and sped away, instantly transforming into a spiral-winged flying machine. The young man leaped onto it, plunging one hand into the Phantom Scale, and as he raised his right hand, he pulled out the ability lock, quickly jumping across the keypad of the ability lock, and then let out a cold laugh. Arm up. The next instant, he was completely covered in a set of red armor. Hua Yunfei beckoned to Yi Chen with his finger. "Come." He crossed his arms, his smile arrogant, "But let's make this clear beforehand. In my presence, enemies either flee in terror or suffer a crushing defeat. If you lose, turn left at the door and don't bother coming back." Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. "No, buddy, you're Hua Yunfei." In that case, he had to interrupt the spellcasting before anyone else could even start talking. Yi Chen slowly walked towards the training ground, pointed with his small hand, and began to chant. "Who do you think you are, daring to jump out and act cool in front of me? Are you the leader here?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the red-haired youth seemed to have been struck on a sore spot, gritting his teeth and saying, "Now, not." "No?" Yi Chen chuckled. "If you're not, why are you jumping out like this? Go cool off somewhere else. You really are arrogant, aren't you? You're just a nepotism hire." The red-haired youth cracked his knuckles, making a snapping sound. "In a moment, I'll make sure you can't say a word." Yi Chen plunged his hands into Yan Li and Meng Yu's chests. The red-haired youth crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "This is Pajun Academy, not some lousy academy that shouts its name just because it has an S rank. S rank is just the threshold to enter here." The red-haired youth's expression froze when he saw two superpower locks appear in Yi Chen's left and right hands respectively. "Dude, how come you have two superpower locks?" Previously, all he had seen were Yi Chen and his Super Martial Girls ratings, but no specific talents. Yi Chen did not answer, but simply poured his spiritual power into the superpower lock. Phantom Qilin White Tiger. The next moment, to the astonishment of the youth and the crowd, Yi Chen's body was covered in red and white alloy armor. No. Two ability locks are fine, but how can he also combine weapons? The red-haired youth pointed at Yi Chen, his smile vanishing completely. This is the first time Yi Chen has used the super weapon stacking effect. And this set of illusory scale white tiger he's wearing. It not only possesses the power of the illusionary scale armor but also the speed of the white tiger armor. It can also use the fire cloud technique and the flash spirit technique simultaneously. A sonic boom exploded in the air, and cracks appeared in the bricks beneath Yi Chen's feet, leaving a blur in his wake. Flash spirit technique. The red-haired youth gasped for breath. This. His expression was solemn, and as he tried to capture Yi Chen's figure, he made a starting stance with his hands. I saw it. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Yunfei unleashed a punch. Fire. Cloud. Decisive strike. A cloud of fire hurtled towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen could easily dodge using his speed, but he didn't. Because he deliberately stopped moving, otherwise Hui Yunfei would not have had a chance to make a move.
In his hand, the demon blade thousand blades materialized simultaneously, and under the infusion of the fire cloud technique, crimson flames blazed across the entire blade. The blade tip slashed vertically downwards. The tenfold amplification of the roaring tide allowed the thousand blades demon blade, imbued with the fire cloud technique, to unleash a 100-meter-long wave of flame. Not only did the red-haired man's fiery cloud cleave the training ground in two with a single strike, but it also split the entire training ground in two. Looking at the charred and broken site, and the deep ravine that had been burned into bright red lava. For a moment, Hui Yunfei's body froze on the spot. There's only one possibility that could split his own fiery cloud technique in two. That means the temperature of this wave of flames is even higher than the temperature of the fire cloud. Recalling the scorching flames that had brushed past him earlier, Hui Yunfei's Adam's apple bobbed violently beneath his helmet.
If the opponent hadn't deliberately deflected the bullet to the left. If this knife comes down, I really will die.
I vaguely remember that when I first joined the school team, a senior from the team who had already graduated gave me some instructions. The academy's training grounds are made of special materials. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be destroyed by bombardment.
Unless you can't hold on any longer. As for the situation where they can't withstand it, it has never happened before.
Thinking of this, the red-haired youth immediately disarmed himself and walked towards Yi Chen, extending his hand solemnly. I'm sorry, my tone was a bit harsh just now, I apologize.
Excuse me, what is the name of your weaponry?
Yi Chen chuckled, Phantom Qilin White Tiger.
Hiss.
Hui Yunfei gasped, newcomer, welcome to the Pei Jun team.
Yi Chen, ? He held Yi Chen's hand tightly and said sincerely. I understand. Please let me know if anything comes up in the future. Big brother. Once a big brother, always a big brother. From now on, you'll be the big boss, and I'll be the small boss. From today onwards, my life is in your hands. Have a smoke. Don't even try.
Yi Chen slapped Hui Yunfei across the face, and Hui Yunfei turned his head to the side.
Yi Chen scanned his surroundings.
The other super weapon girls in the team are all pretty good, except for Huanlin Shanqi.
One is a Zaku mech, the other is an ancient armor possessed by evil spirits.
They all possess S+ or higher strength. However, he has never been interested in the super powerful female characters that others have used. After disarming them, Yi Chen took Yanli and the others back into his spatial storage.
He shrugged and said, alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now.
After saying that, he left the place under the watchful eyes of everyone.
After Yi Chen left, everyone took a deep breath. Holy crap, is this what the freshmen are like this year? That's pretty awesome. Hui Yunfei fell into deep thought, but is this truly S-rank strength? That last strike, it looked simple and unadorned, but it was actually ridiculously powerful. However, I do think he's quite handsome. Hui Yunfei rested his chin on his hand, is this really S-level strength?
The power of that fire cloud technique over there is indeed a bit greater than yours. It must be because he channeled more spiritual energy into you during the rising tide state.
Hui Yunfei roared, please, don't reply randomly after reading my message. Answer me. Is this truly S-class strength?
Everyone glanced at him, and a senior student cupped her face in her hands, revealing a lovesick smile. Then his super martial arts girl must be having a blast.
Chapter 31, No Skills, Only Emotion. Husband, MMM.
In the self-driving car, Yi Chen pressed his lips to Su Mayan's soft, delicate lips. Caught off guard, Su Mayan collapsed into her seat like an octopus whose spinal cord had been removed. These past few days, Yi Chen has found it difficult to make a move in front of Aunt Jean. But now that the timing is so good, of course we can't miss this opportunity. Let's accept your first kiss first. Faced with Yi Chen's bullying, this once aloof school beauty became surprisingly submissive. Her delicate white hands were at a loss, her mind was blank, she had no skills, only emotions. Destination reached, navigation ended. Let's go pick out wedding dresses for you. Su Mayan looked at him with alluring eyes and nodded obediently. Yi Chen licked his lips, still wanting more. Because Meng Yue woke up. If she saw me bullying Su Mayan, she would definitely tell Aunt Shui. But Su Mayan is too easy to bully, she's even easier to manipulate than Yanli. When Meng Yue came out of the Imperial space, she saw Su Mayan's pretty face was flushed, and she said with a suspicious look. You big bad guy, did you bully Sister Muyen? How is that possible?
Yi Chen forced a smile. If you don't believe me, ask Mu Yan. Sister Mu Yan, if you're being bullied, just blink. No, no. My husband didn't bully Mu Yan. My husband is spoiling Mu Yan. Su Mayan cupped her pretty face, looking shy, as if she had been very well behaved. Yi Chen's lips twitched. What's the difference between this and confessing? He pointed guiltily to the wedding dresses in the shop window not far away and said, Wow, that wedding dress is so beautiful, Mu Yan, do you want to try it on? This tactic was very effective and immediately attracted the attention of Mangyue and Su Mayan. It's true that girls are completely powerless against beautiful things. What? What's so great about wedding dresses? I want a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe. Mangyue pouted and said. And Mu Yan, what about you? Me? Su Mayan said weakly, I'll just wear a shoha dress. Without hesitation, Yi Chen replied, Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Mangyue opened her mouth and pulled Yi Chen aside. Good my foot. Shoha is what concubines wear. Brother Chen, you didn't know that? Yi Chen opened his mouth. It seemed that there was no such saying on Blue Star. The rules here are really strict. How would I know anything about this? What should I do? It's okay, just pretend you don't know anything later and see which one Sister Mayan likes. My cough means that the garment is a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe. When Yi Chen led Mengyu and Su Mayan into the store, Su Mayan's gaze immediately fell on a bright red wedding dress. That wedding dress was indeed beautiful, with gold thread carvings, exquisite and magnificent. Not only Su Mayan took a liking to it, but even Mengyu's mouth opened slightly, and her beautiful phoenix eyes slowly widened. Cough cough. Yi Chen coughed. Hey, big sister, why don't you cough? After glancing at the prices, Mangyue shuddered, shook her head, and gave a forced smile. Garlic bird, garlic bird. How about we go look at wedding dresses instead? Su Mayan tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve and pointed to Shouhi beside her, whispering, Husband, I'll choose this one. Yi Chen took out his card, pointed directly at the wedding dress he had just worn, and said to the sales assistant, 2 pieces, swipe card, issue invoice. Can you report it? Mangyue looked pleasantly surprised. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, that's right, it can definitely be reimbursed. The one Yanli picked out earlier has already been reimbursed. Just then, he heard a faint voice in his mind, Brother Yi Chen, Yanli wants that too. To the sales assistant's astonishment, Yi Chen summoned Yanli from his spatial storage, then 3 items. Brother Chen, you're so handsome. Excitedly, Mangyue tiptoed and hugged Yi Chen's cheek, giving him a kiss. Isn't that obvious? When am I not handsome? Behind him, Su Mayan gently tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve and asked in a weak voice, Husband, is Mayan wearing this too? Of course, I already said it. Everyone is treated equally. There's no such thing as a concubine. Wear them, everyone, and look your best. We'll each go to the bridal shop later and pick out a few. Yanli looked delighted, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, should we pick out a few for Fairy Sister too? Yi Chen nodded, okay. I'll make a call. Mangyue said with a mischievous smile, I'd love to see what my aunt looks like in a wedding dress. At the same time, inside the villa, Qin Shueru and Pei Yuning blushed simultaneously. That brat, how dare she make fun of me? I'll teach her a lesson when I get back. Qin Shueru chuckled and looked at Pei Yuning beside her, you go first, so he doesn't have to run back and forth. Yes, madam. Pei Yuning bowed gracefully to Qin Shueru, then transformed into a long sword and soared through the air. Whoosh! Wow! It looks like something flew by. Under the sky, everyone stared in disbelief at the ancient flying sword that far surpassed their own and was unmanned by anyone. What kind of sword is this? It's so fast. It's going too fast, we can't even catch a whiff of its exhaust. Yi Chen made the call, huh? They've already arrived? No sooner had he finished speaking than a flying sword appeared, gracefully approaching from afar. Sword slave greets sword master. After these days of learning, the fairy sister's speech has become extremely fluent. Upon hearing Pei Yuning's address, the beautiful saleswoman opened her mouth. Wow, are all the really talented young people these days doing things this elaborately? Yi Chen helped her up with one hand and smiled, we're getting married at the end of the month, fairy sister, do you have any styles you like? A blush rose to Pei Yuning's exquisite face. It's entirely up to the sword master to decide. When it came time to choose wedding dresses for the 4 beauties, Yi Chen finally learned their sizes. Undeterred, Su Mayan. The great emperor's talents, Yanli and Mengyu.
There is also Pei Yuning, who has a broad mind.
No needle pricks.
After buying the wedding dress, they went to the bridal shop again and picked up the wedding dress that Yanli had bought earlier. Seeing the shy yet joyful expressions on the women's faces, Yi Chen felt a surge of tenderness in his heart.
He couldn't wait to see them in their wedding dresses. That night,
Yi Chen took a shower and lay down on the large bed, which was about 10 square meters in size.
He still vividly remembered what Gu Bailing had said during the day. He now has two choices. One is to enter the SS-level secret realm arranged by the principal to upgrade. Another option is to be directly teleported to the front lines via the War Academy. Chapter 32, Yanli advances to SS plus Super Beast Qilin. The current battlefield mechanics are quite unique.
After discussions among the heads of state, a rule was established that in areas where different abysses intersect, multiple countries must engage in fair competition for resources. So-called fairness means having hierarchical restrictions.
Levels below 30 are classified as one tier. Levels 30 to 59 are grouped into one tier. Levels 60 to 89 are grouped into one tier. Level 90 and above are in the national war zone.
With level restrictions in place, higher-level players are not allowed to enter lower-level battlefields, which maximizes fairness. The higher the level of the secret realm the principal mentioned, the more worthwhile it is to use.
Yi Chen has decided that tomorrow he will go to the battlefield below level 20 to gain battle merits.
Compared to the boring academy life, the battles on the battlefield were what he loved most. Just then, a soft knocking sounded on the door.
Knock, knock, knock.
Yanli's voice came softly from outside the door. Brother Yi Chen opened the door quickly. It's me, Yanli.
Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the time. It was already midnight.
Normally, apart from myself, a vigorous young man, everyone else would have been asleep long ago. Aunt Qin, in particular, goes to bed before 10 o'clock every day without fail. At her request, Yanli and Mengyu never stayed up late and went to bed early. So Yi Chen was quite surprised. He quickly opened the door and his eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, Yanli, wearing the custom-made wedding dress she had just picked up, stood timidly at the door. Upon feeling Yi Chen's burning gaze, Yanli's fair face flushed red to the roots of her ears. She lowered her pretty face, wishing she could bury her head in her chest, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
Brother Yi Chen, Yanli. Is she pretty?
Without saying a word, Yi Chen picked Yanli up by the waist, gently closed the door behind him, and walked into the room. At this moment, Yanli covered her pretty face with both hands, not daring to look directly into Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen gently pried open her small hands and kissed her blushing face. As Yi Chen's breathing grew heavier, Yanli gently pushed him away, covering her face and saying, Brother Yi Chen, turn off the lights. Although he wanted to leave the light on, seeing how shy she was, he had no choice but to turn it off. The bright moonlight streamed through the window curtains, illuminating Yanli's fair skin with an alluring pink hue. After awakening, Yi Chen's 5 senses became exceptionally sharp.
It seems like it's a full moon today.
Even in the dim moonlight, he could clearly see her heaving chest, her taut arches, and her delicate body trembling with tension. It was clear that Yanli was really scared, but she also really mustered up her courage.
Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's pause, Yanli took a deep breath.
She bravely opened her snow-white arms and tightly wrapped them around Yi Chen's neck.
Brother Yi Chen.
Under Yi Chen's gentle touch, she let out a soft, confused whimper, like a kitten. Brother Yi Chen.
But Brother Yi Chen.
She gently pushed Yi Chen away again. Won't you find Yanli repulsive?
Do you think Yanli is a bad child who doesn't listen to her aunt?
Yanli's words startled Yi Chen slightly, because the girl's face was filled with conflict. He didn't know whether he should wait. After all, a young girl's thoughts were too hard to guess. When she received no response, Yanli's tears fell like broken pearls.
But, Brother Yi Chen. Yanli. I really love you so much.
She was really heartbroken. Tears kept falling. She felt guilty and her shoulders trembled as she sobbed.
Yanli wants to be Yi Chen's first. May I?
Seeing Yanli's pouting lips, Yi Chen could no longer suppress his emotions towards this girl who had nothing but him in her heart, and kissed her again. Yanli isn't a bad child.
Yanli is my most beloved and adorable baby.
The words spoken between lovers are always a little sticky.
But Yanli was happy to do it.
Of course she knew what was going to happen next. Because she had prepared herself mentally long ago. Aside from deliberately switching rooms with her aunt, she has been struggling internally these past few days. She opened her arms and hugged Yi Chen again. Even with tears streaming down her face and her brows furrowed, she still clung tightly to Yi Chen, whispering softly in his ear as if in a dream.
Brother Yi Chen. Yanli will love you forever and ever. Brother Yi Chen, you must love Yanli forever and ever. Yi Chen took a deep breath and was surprised to see a pop-up notification on the panel.
On the night of the full moon, the hidden condition for sacrificing blood to the armor has been met.
Does it require in-game purchases?
Yes. After confirming it with his mind, he was astonished to see a pair of adorable qilin horns growing on Meng Yue's head.
Name, Gu Yanli. Super Beast Qilin, SS+.
Attack growth, SS+.
Defense growth, SS+. Currently in the break-in period. Description, a divine artifact. Scorching hot, imbued with flames. Drawback, sustained high temperature, easily causing the armor master to sweat profusely. Resonance effect, phantom scale armor, phantom scale flash.
Ming Chao's ultimate technique, fiery cloud technique, illusory qilin super beast.
Hidden condition achieved, spend over 100 million in game currency to unlock SSS plus Phantom Nebula.
A pair of fiery feathers grew out from behind her smooth pink back. Curious, she turned her head to look behind her, and as she lifted her skirt, a tail resembling a qilin swayed in the air.
Whoosh!
She gently pressed herself against Yi Chen's chest and breathed softly. Yanli seems to have turned into a little qilin.
Was it Brother Yi Chen who made Yanli like this? Then, Brother Yi Chen, you'd better take responsibility, okay? 3 minutes later. Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. No way, Yanli. You're a super beast qilin, at least you're an SS plus level now. Is it fully charged now?
This is nothing.
You can't possibly fail after 03, can you? I've used up less than a third of my spiritual energy.
Your combat strength has been suppressed too severely.
Yanli? You're not already asleep, are you? By the way, where did your courage go? What harsh words did you say? Chapter 33, Yanli, I'm still so delicate. With each word Yi Chen uttered, Yanli, whose eyes were tightly closed, couldn't help but tremble slightly with her eyelashes. You're just pretending to sleep, aren't you? Then I won't be polite.
Yi Chen smiled and picked up her petite body.
Brother Yi Chen.
Yanli finally opened her eyes and said in a low voice, Yanli knows she was wrong. Qin Shueru suddenly opened her eyes. Her pretty face flushed red, she bit her lower lip lightly, and said with a mixture of pity and anger. Xiao Chen is really something, he doesn't know how to be gentle at all, he has no sense of proportion.
But Yanli deserved it. It's a good thing she had to suffer a bit.
After saying that, she turned over, changed her position, and continued to sleep. However, the long night made it difficult for her to sleep.
Yanli, wake up. Early in the morning, Meng Yue went to Yanli's room and knocked on the door.
Upon hearing the sound, Yi Chen immediately woke up from his sleep.
Brother Yi Chen. I really can't eat anymore.
Looking at Yanli, who was as docile as a kitten in his arms, Yi Chen's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, oh no.
He quickly got dressed, kissed Yanli's fair forehead, and rushed out the door. Yanli, are you awake?
Seeing no response, Meng Yue frowned her beautiful brows and prepared to open the door.
Good morning, Meng Yue. Yi Chen walked out of the room, only wearing one shoe. Good morning, Brother Chen.
The moment Meng Yue saw Yi Chen, her pretty face flushed slightly. To put it bluntly, waking her sister up was a pretense. Her real purpose was to check if Yi Chen had gotten up.
Hey!
Your shoelaces are untied. Meng Yue walked over, her gaze falling on the shoe that Yi Chen hadn't put on properly.
Yi Chen half closed the door, feeling his heart pounding in his throat. Honestly, no matter how many times I tell you, you just can't break this habit of tying your shoelaces. This way of tying it is very easy for it to come undone. I'll teach you one more time, you idiot, Makoto. Meng Yue pouted and, while talking, half squatted down to tie Yi Chen's shoelaces. She stood up, put her hands behind her back, and smiled at him, saying, Isn't this fine? Isn't it simple? For a moment, Yi Chen was stunned by the smile on Meng Yue's face. Is there something on my face? Meng Yue touched her face with her hand while taking a picture with her phone. Yi Chen smiled mischievously. Yeah, there are flowers. Meng Yue's face flushed red, and she stared at him as if her mind had gone blank. After a brief silence, they seemed to fall into an awkward situation. Brainless. Think quickly. You finally had a moment alone with Chen Gu, and he complimented you on your looks. Why did you freeze up? Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. What did you just say? Huh? Meng Yue was a little confused. Strange, why hasn't Yanli come out yet? She looked away, lowered her head, and muttered softly. Shut up, say something already. You're making the atmosphere so awkward. Chen Gu must think Meng Yu is boring, she always contradicts him. She wasn't as obedient and clingy as Yanli before, and now she's not as well behaved as Sister Mu Yan, and she's not even as rich as her. Yi Chen's mouth was wide open. He then realized that what he was hearing was Meng Yu's inner thoughts. This arrogant female demon just wanted to spend more time alone with me. She just found it difficult to talk about it, or rather, she wasn't usually frank. But to his surprise, Meng Yue's inner monologue was actually quite vivid. Honestly, would Chen really like my personality? It's all your fault. Couldn't you have been a little sweeter like Yanli? If I were Chen Gu, I'd only like Yanli, not Meng Yu. Thinking of this, Meng Yue sighed softly to herself. Forget it, I'm outta here. Staying here will only an eyesore and cause unnecessary embarrassment. Alright, Brother Chen, I'll go wake Yanli up now. Wait a moment. Just as Meng Yue turned around, Yi Chen grabbed her snow-white wristband. Exclamation point. Before she could react, he pulled her into his arms. Chen, brother? At this moment, Meng Yue's mind went completely blank. Yi Chen seemed to have already felt the heat emanating from the top of her head. I haven't brushed my teeth yet, otherwise I would have kissed you. Let me hug you for a while first. You might not be used to it yet, but take your time to adjust. After all, in a few days, you'll be my lawfully wedded wife. Yi Chen's words made Meng Yu, who was at a loss, completely give up resisting. Little did she know, in the room behind Yi Chen, Yanli, who had her little head hidden under the covers, also shyly covered her face. Wow, brother Yi Chen is so good at this. I think I'm about to fall for him. Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. It seems that I can hear not only Meng Yu's thoughts, but also Yanli's. Is this also X's ability? But this is also good, at least we won't have to guess what's on their minds anymore. Alright, Meng Yue, I'm going to brush my teeth now. Let Yanli sleep a little longer. I'll wake her up after I finish brushing my teeth. Okay. Meng Yue blushed and nodded her head softly. When she left, her mind was still foggy. Oh no, judging from my sister's reaction, she's probably going to be treated like a dog by brother Yi Chen from now on. Sigh, I feel sorry for my sister for a second. Feel sorry for myself for a minute. Ouch, it still hurts so much. It's all Yi Chen's fault. They have absolutely no compassion for others. She's still very delicate. Humph, that big bad guy, that stinky bad guy. When Yi Chen entered the room, he lifted the blanket and looked at Yanli, who was pouting, and affectionately hooked her nose with a smile. Just rest well in the royal space today. I'll bring you breakfast and other things later. Yanli looked delighted. Really? Is it possible? Yi Chen patted her little head. Of course. He channeled his spiritual energy into the bed, and then stored Yanli, along with the entire bed, into his control space. In an instant, Yanli used her snow-white legs to clamp his blanket and rolled around on the bed, overjoyed. Great! I can just let things rot again. Yi Chen's blanket smells so good. Sniff sniff. Hee. Yanli can smell it all day today, and openly at that, unlike before when she had to sneak around. That's great. Chapter 34, Counselor, is this your first time? Yi Chen's expression turned strange. No wonder I've caught this girl sneaking into my room several times. It turns out she's doing this kind of thing. After Yi Chen finished washing up, he went downstairs. Aunt Shui, I'm going to the battlefield today. Qin Shuaru nodded and continued to slowly sip her porridge. Yi Chen stared at her face, slightly stunned. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face too? Qin Shuaru smiled softly, her lips slightly damp. In an instant, Meng Yue's pretty face turned bright red with embarrassment. Yi Chen pointed curiously at her eyeliner. Aunt Shui, is this the trendy smoky eye makeup? Cough cough. For a moment, Qin Shuaru almost choked. You brat, you want another beating, don't you? Yi Chen shrank back, about to bury his head in his porridge, when he heard Qin Shuaru's thoughts. It's all because of you, you brat, that you kept me up all night. Cough cough. Yi Chen also choked. I never expected that Aunt Shui already knew about my affair with Yanli, but she just turned a blind eye. But this is good, at least I can eat with peace of mind. Let's bring Yu Ning along this time. If someone falls asleep immediately, you can still cut the knife anytime, right? Cough cough. Qin Shueru's words left Su Mayan speechless. Yi Chen nodded. As an SSS plus Heavenly Dao Aurora, he could use Pei Yuning as a flying sword. With Pei Yuning Sedition. In battlefields below level 30, it can be said to be an easy crushing victory. His heart couldn't help but begin to race with excitement. Hopefully, he'll have more good days. He didn't kill enough last time. When Yi Chen and his group arrived at the War Academy and lined up to enter the battlefield, the other side glanced at Yi Chen's level and was slightly taken aback. Hey kid, this is a battlefield with a maximum level of 30. Aren't you too weak at level 16? Yi Chen said softly, Senior, I accept that my level is low. But I don't accept that my combat power is low. Excuse me, you're a freshman, right? To be in the 16th grade right after entering school is already considered one of the best among the freshmen. The pretty senior student patiently explained, there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. The battlefield is no joke. You only have one life. Once you die, you're really gone. Just then, a graceful figure walked over. It was none other than Gu Bailing. Let him go, don't worry about his rank. But the senior student was about to say something when she saw that it was Gu Bailing, and immediately shut her mouth. This is the school leadership's instruction. Remember, he's an outstanding student. As Gu Bailing spoke, she showed a badge with a sword and knife symbol. Upon seeing the badge, the senior's eyes and mouth visibly widened slowly. He's an outstanding student. At her exclamation, many students immediately turned to look in Yi Chen's direction. Okay, I understand. Gu Bailing pinned the badge to Yi Chen's chest and patted it. Remember to wear this in the future. It will save you a lot of unnecessary communication trouble. Let's go. I'll take you inside. After registration was completed, Gu Bailing led Yi Chen and the others as they walked, saying slowly, there are 3 battlefield modes for players below level 30. The first is the Abyss battlefield, the second is joint rescue, and the third is resource competition. Following the direction Gu Bailing pointed, Yi Chen was astonished to see the 3 teleportation devices that everyone was queuing to enter. Seeing Yi Chen's eyes filled with fighting spirit as he strode forward, Gu Bailing pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Look, you're in a hurry again. Let me explain slowly to you. The Abyss battlefield will teleport you to the Abyss plane. You can play solo or team up with others to fight against the Abyss beasts. The battlefield system will automatically calculate your kill count to determine your merit points. In a joint rescue operation, you will act as a rescuer, helping isolated soldiers. The more people you rescue, the more merit points you will earn. Finally, there's the resource war. You'll need to eliminate all the alien beasts in the mission area and defend against invaders from other countries. Once your homeland has completely occupied the resource points, you'll earn merit points. Alright, now choose the battlefield you're about to enter. We'll discuss the details later. Hearing Gu Bailing's words, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. Later? Are you going to come with me? Gu Bailing nodded. That's right. As your mentor, it's only natural that I want to protect your safety. I will enter into an equal contract with you. You should have a way to bring me in. Her tone was extremely indifferent, and her beautiful, icy eyes glanced at Pei Yuning behind Yi Chen. Gu Bailing's meaning was clear. If Yi Chen could bring Pei Yuning in, then she could too. I see. Contract successful. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen plunged directly into Gu Bailing's chest. Be gentle. With a soft moan, Gu Bailing slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. Yi Chen chuckled, Counselor, is this your first time? Gu Bailing's pretty face flushed slightly, and she gave him a gentle glare with her beautiful eyes. This is the second time. But the first time was also with you. Yi Chen chuckled to himself. No wonder she's still angry that I used it when I used 10,000 swords return to origin. You have obtained the SS plus 1000 chance umbrella. As a spear-shaped weapon appeared in Yi Chen's hand, he was slightly taken aback. The upper part of the spearhead is umbrella-shaped. When opened, it becomes a shield. The gun body can be retracted at will, and the gun head can be switched from a melee weapon spear to a Gatling gun. You can also lengthen the gun and set it up to become a large sniper rifle. You can even draw a sword blade and a knife from it. His heart was filled with joy. This was the 1000 chance umbrella? As long as you infuse it with spiritual power, it can transform into various weapon forms. Okay, let's stop playing for now. Gu Bailing, in her spirit form, was placed behind Yi Chen. At this moment, she had already transformed into a nine-tailed fox girl. Her originally aloof demeanor has gained a touch of alluring charm. Yi Chen ignored him and kept switching the thousand chance umbrella in his hand back and forth. Chapter 35, Baba is awesome. Oh. Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's alright. I've always given my super martial arts mother plenty of spiritual energy. I'm used to it. This guy must have done it on purpose." Thinking about the upcoming battle, Yi Chen stopped teasing Gu Bailing, slung the thousand chance umbrella over his shoulder with one hand, and smiled as he asked Su Mayan, "Mu Yen, can you help me choose? Where should we go first?" Su Mayan was slightly taken aback, then said without hesitation, "Why don't we go for a joint rescue first?" "Good." Yi Chen nodded, put all the sword maidens into his control space, and headed straight for the joint rescue teleportation device. "Just keep walking along the special passage. This is your privilege, you don't need to queue." As he entered the special passage, all the students queuing around him focused their attention on him. When she saw the badge on Yi Chen's chest, she looked on with immense surprise and envy. "A freshman? It seems so. He's an outstanding student. Just look at the way he walks, he's very strong." Ignoring everyone's gaze, Yi Chen walked straight onto the teleportation device. "The teleportation device has been activated. Please remain as still as possible." Whoosh! A beam of light fell from above the teleportation device, and in the next instant, Yi Chen found himself in a grove of low trees. "The protective light shield will be removed in 1 minute. Please have rescue personnel arrive at the rescue location immediately." At the same time, Gu Bailing's voice also came from the Imperial space. "First, look at the interface. There's a map on it that shows your location and the location of the rescue target. And the direction you are facing right now is indicated by an arrow. Let's get closer to the nearest rescue target before the protective shield wears off." Yi Chen glanced at the interface, and sure enough, a map appeared on it. Instead of using Su Mayan's space-shattering technique directly, he used Meng Yu to activate Tiger Roar armament. Completely clad in silver armor, he ran towards the nearest rescue target. Boom! A sharp sonic boom rang in Yi Chen's ears. As he watched the scenery rushing past him, his brows furrowed involuntarily. "Wrong." Gu Bailing was slightly taken aback. "What's wrong?" "The speed seems to have increased." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Gu Bailing finally realized what he meant and asked curiously, "You didn't grow up in Academy City all this time, did you?" Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. "Yes, what's wrong?" Gu Bailing explained, "The Academy City is covered by a spiritual energy suppression device in all directions. On the one hand, it is to prevent hostile forces from invading and causing unnecessary losses. On the other hand, it is to suppress the spiritual energy of the students. Now we are in the Abyss Plane, and the strength is naturally stronger than that of the Academy. Otherwise, think about it. How big is Academy City? 2 nuclear-level powers could just clash and wipe it out." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "Nuclear explosion level?" Gu Bailing patiently explained, "Yes, actually, based on the value of spiritual power, there are clear levels, in order: nuclear explosion level, supernuclear explosion level, ultimate nuclear explosion level, meteorite level, satellite level, small planetary level, and star level. However, to reach the nuclear explosion level, an S-level combination needs to be at least level 100, and an SS-level combination needs to be at least level 80. As for SSS level and EX level, I'm not too sure, as that's top secret. Don't overthink it. With your current strength, you're probably still far from enough. However, your speed is much faster than I expected." Yi Chen nodded, no longer dwelling on it. Whoosh! The strange beasts from the surrounding abyss frequently raised their heads. They looked at each other, completely bewildered. It looked like something dirty flashed by. Soon, Yi Chen found his first rescue target. "Please. Help." It was a big, foreign woman waving her arms toward the sky. Beside her, her charioteer lay in a pool of blood. When Yi Chen appeared in front of her, she was clearly startled. "Thanks God." "Thanks." Yi Chen frowned slightly. "Why a foreigner?" Gu Bailing explained, "The joint rescue is a mission issued by the United Government, which includes people from Longhan, as well as foreigners." Yi Chen nodded. So what should we do now? Check your system space. There should be first aid kits for treatment. Give them the kits first, then take them to the safe teleportation area. Upon hearing Gu Bailing's words, Yi Chen threw a first aid kit at the large foreign woman. After the foreign woman finished bandaging the charioteer's wounds with a first aid kit, Yi Chen said this in broken English. Follow me. Before the foreign woman could even gasp, Yi Chen hoisted her and her rider onto his shoulders, one in each hand, and ran towards the safe teleportation zone on the map. Whoosh! The surrounding abyssal beasts raised their heads again, revealing puzzled expressions. As the scenery rushed past, the foreign woman screamed in terror. After Yi Chen gave him a hard slap on the butt, he immediately became obedient. I have to say, she's got a nice perk, so I'll just consider it payment for saving her. Just as Yi Chen was about to reach the safe teleportation zone, the people guarding the safe teleportation zone stared at him, their eyes almost blank. The foreign woman patted her bulging chest with lingering fear and thanked Yi Chen in broken Chinese, lots of loosening. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. I saved you, and you're cursing me? Thank you, what's your name, Mingji? Yi Chen smiled and replied, my name is Baba Nyobai. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the foreign woman looked at him with a puzzled expression, Baba Nyobi? Yes. Seeing Yi Chen nod, the foreign woman excitedly shouted, Baba is awesome. Baba is awesome. Yay! Good girl. The surrounding rescue workers also stared at him in bewilderment. Inside the Imperial space, Gu Bailing said with a dark expression, you can just speak Chinese. There are translation tools available. Yi Chen's lips twitched. Why didn't you say so earlier? Once the foreign woman and her charioteer boarded the teleportation device and teleported away, a line of small text suddenly appeared on the interface. Rescue successful. 200 merit points awarded. Before long, Yi Chen once again saved many people one after another. Of course, they may not be as lucky as the original Western woman and her charioteer. Some died as charioteers, and some died as super warrior girls. However, none of these people have signed a life-sharing contract similar to a sword oath. Therefore, when faced with the rescue, most of them were very grateful for their escape from a desperate situation and all expressed their gratitude to Yi Chen. Some people even took photos with him. Baba is awesome. Seeing Yi Chen save so many people in succession, even those guarding the safe teleportation zone were shouting Yi Chen's name. Baba is awesome. Baba is awesome. Yeah. Chapter 36, Great. It's Longhan's rescuers were saved. By Buheo. Yi Chen finally experienced the joy of rescue. You can earn 100 merit points for saving one person. After watching a rider teleport away, he accumulated 1,000 merit points. There's only one person left nearby. Can we leave after we rescue this one? Looking at the few remaining points of light on the map, Yi Chen asked curiously. That's right. By the way, how's your spiritual energy level? Gu Bailing asked curiously, I see you've been maintaining this speed, do you need to take a break? Yi Chen chuckled and said, no need, I don't feel any strain. As he spoke, he arrived at his final rescue target. The final rescue target was only one person. They didn't even find the body of the super warrior girl. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw the other person's Asian face. I thought he was from the same hometown, but his face didn't look quite right. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the man was incredibly excited, his face filled with gratitude. He immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, Arigato. He seemed to be saying something like thank you, and he went on and on. Yi Chen sneered, I knew it. Why did I feel like something was off about his face? You're thanking me too soon. In his hand, the demon blade with 1,000 blades materialized. Upon hearing Yi Chen speak Chinese, the young man's smile vanished instantly. Bulo. Thump. He didn't even see Yi Chen's movements clearly. He only felt a heat on his neck, and then his body fell to his knees, his head rolling to the ground. Gu Bailing's cold words came from that moment. No need to deal with the corpse, a strange beast will collect it for him. We can just go back to the teleportation area. Yi Chen nodded. Will there be any punishment? No way. If there were punishment, Long Han probably wouldn't have come to participate in the joint rescue. Yi Chen gave a thumbs up, that makes sense. After returning to the teleportation device, Yi Chen said to the people guarding the area, there's no one here anymore, let's go.
Now that the rescue mission is over, these people can be safely evacuated. They were all celebrating their survival.
Oh, Baba is awesome. Amid cheers from the crowd, Yi Chen chuckled and stepped onto the return teleportation device.
The next moment, his body was teleported back to the War Academy.
Let's go to the resource wars, I think that would be more interesting. Plus, we'd get experience.
Yi Chen chuckled and walked towards the teleportation device for the resource competition.
Gu Bailing still asked with some concern, "Are you sure you don't need to rest?" Yi Chen asked curiously, "Really not necessary? By the way, what can you exchange merit points for?"
Accumulated merit points can be used to increase military rank and can also be exchanged for various rewards in the merit shop.
Yi Chen opened the merit shop and, sure enough, found all sorts of items. Nothing else is needed, just something to exchange for money.
1 merit point can be exchanged for about 1,000 yuan, which means saving someone is worth 100,000 yuan. 1,000 merit points are roughly equivalent to 1 million.
Yi Chen nodded, but he didn't know how the resource competition was settled.
When he was teleported again, he was still surrounded by a forest of low trees.
But behind them was a huge mine.
There were nearly 1,000 people around, and they were all speaking Chinese.
Yi Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief indeed, Chinese was more welcoming. Quest 1 available, clear out all enemies in the mission area.
Quest 2 available, assist official machinery in setting up plasma shield protection and mining facilities.
Quest 3 available, delay as much time as possible to protect the construction of official facilities. Mission 4 available, protect the landing of the official space battleship as much as possible.
Mission complete, plasma shield, automated counterattack facility, and mining facility completed, space battleship safely landed. Mission failed, please evacuate immediately via the teleportation device. Before Yi Chen could carefully read through each task detail, a voice rang out throughout the entire venue.
"Hey, can you hear me?"
Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the figure standing on the floating battle maiden. "Gentlemen, I am Mo Fan, the commander of this resource battle. His military rank is platoon leader. In the resource competition, he has assisted Long Han in capturing 14 resource points, and his achievements are verifiable."
Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, their morale was immediately boosted.
"Great, we have the commander this time, we've got it all figured out." Mo Fan pressed his hand down and smiled, "Everyone, listen to me first. My super warrior girl is a C-rank floating battle maiden who can launch hundreds of drones for reconnaissance and patrol. I will give real-time commands based on everyone's numbers via communication devices.
Please cooperate with my work. I believe that if we unite as one, we will surely win this battle. Now, please confirm your role on the team interface."
Looking at the team interface, which displayed roles such as combat, protection, rescue, reconnaissance, mining, and medical care, Yi Chen nodded.
Perhaps this was what the War Academy taught. He chose the combat role. The next moment, the attack direction marked by Mo Fan appeared on his map interface. Yi Chen didn't act immediately. Instead, he touched his nose and asked curiously, "What is the rank of a village head?"
Gu Bailing explained, 5 people form a squad, with the officer being the squad leader, 10 people form a platoon leader, 50 people form a captain, and 100 people form a platoon leader, which is equivalent to a lieutenant.
Yi Chen nodded.
He had checked before 1,000 merit points would put him at roughly the rank of squad leader. To become a village chief, you need to accumulate approximately 10,000 merit points. You can either follow the tasks he assigns and carry them out first, or you can act according to your own ideas.
Yi Chen walked towards the marked attacking side.
Besides myself, there were 8 other people. They paired up and each plunged into the chest of the super martial girl. One was holding a Gatling gun, another a Glock pistol, and a third a dagger held in a reverse grip.
The last uncle's aunt turned into a pickup truck.
The middle-aged man driving the pickup truck called out to the others, "Looks like we're on the same route, everyone, get in the car." Yi Chen got into the pickup truck, and the other 2 jumped onto the cargo bed. Then the man holding the Gatling gun stood on the pickup truck's cargo bed and mounted the Gatling gun on the roof. He bent down and smiled at the driver's seat. "Okay, bro, let's go.
Don't worry, with me here, I guarantee everyone will be able to complete the task easily."
"Okay, I'm relieved to hear that." The middle-aged man pulled the handbrake, stepped on the gas, and the engine roared to life.
"Everyone, buckle up." Yi Chen was surprised to see that the pickup truck's body seemed to have a special coating. This is a protective coating enhanced by spiritual energy. It must be a special kind of resonance ability. Chapter 37, It's alright, I'll take care of it. The sudden shouts of cursing coming from the speakers made his lips twitch slightly. Are you trying to kill me? You always floor the gas pedal. I'm a human being, not a car. You've had this lousy habit for over a decade and you still can't break it. The middle-aged man's face flushed red. What are you doing? Keep your voice down. Don't I have any dignity? Can't you scold me later? You're such a jerk, I can't stand not yelling at you. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Listening to the uncle and aunt arguing along the way was quite amusing. He looked at the map and saw that several of the teammate dots had suddenly disappeared, and his brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, this person has already been sacrificed. It seems that the battlefield is still a battlefield, and it is always full of unpredictable risks. Young man, are you a student? You look very young. Don't be nervous, this is how it is on the battlefield, people dying is normal. No matter what dangers occur, as long as you're in the car, I'll definitely protect you. Yi Chen smiled and said, okay, thank you, brother. He narrowed his eyes slightly as a group of abyssal beasts charged toward Pikachu. Day. Blue flames erupted from the Gatling gun, and bullets imbued with spiritual energy shot out in rapid succession. Soon, the strange beasts were riddled with holes. However, as the bullets were all fired, his face turned slightly pale, which was due to the depletion of his spiritual energy. The man wielding the Glock pistol also fired a bullet imbued with spiritual energy. Don't let the small size of his gun fool you, every bullet explodes like an RPG grenade launcher among the abyssal beasts. Holy crap, this is amazing. The man with the Gatling gun paused for a moment, then gave the man with the pistol a thumbs up. The man with the pistol blew on the muzzle and smiled noncommittally. The Gatling gunner chuckled, since we have a big shot here, I think we can pull in a few more waves of alien beasts and wipe them out together. What do you say, bro? Are your driving skills up to par? Pikachu chuckled crookedly, a man can't say no. After saying that, he stepped on the gas, pulled the handbrake, and performed a magnificent drift, successfully attracting a wave of monsters. Then he immediately released the handbrake and slammed on the gas. It must be said that his driving skills were indeed excellent, and he quickly attracted waves of strange beasts. Let's get started. The man with the Gatling gun gripped it with both hands and fired a burst at the back of the pickup truck, while the man with the pistol raised his Glock and, with a graceful flick of his wrist, fired several spirit bullets that exploded in the horde of alien beasts. Day. Boom boom boom. Looking at the squad score displayed on the kill panel, Yi Chen shook his head. Killing a monster only earns you 1 merit point, that's way too little. He had no interest whatsoever in making a move. At that moment, the man with the pistol suddenly turned serious. Boo-lo! A 3-meter-tall, silverback gorilla-like beast suddenly jumped out. At the same time, his pupils suddenly contracted. The dagger-wielding man who had been sitting next to him suddenly jumped up and slashed out a black line with the dagger he was holding in reverse. The dagger plunged precisely into the gorilla's neck, while the man with the dagger flexed his left arm muscles, pulled back, lightly touched the gorilla's chest with his toes, and jumped back onto the back of the pickup truck. The entire movement was fluid and graceful, and the gorilla collapsed with a thud, its neck drooping down. The man with the Gatling gun stared at the man with the dagger in utter disbelief, his mouth agape. There are more experts? The man with the dagger didn't reply, but instead took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it himself. Whoosh! Just then, a voice suddenly came from beside him. It was none other than Commander Mo Fan. Squad 17, please note, at 13 o'clock, a drone has detected a large number of Japanese enemy troops. There's still one A+ level Kodo. Evacuate immediately. To reiterate, at 13 o'clock, the drone has detected a large number of Japanese enemy troops. Please evacuate immediately. Then the sound was replaced by a strange noise, and the faces of the laughing crowd instantly froze. Damn it, it's an electronic countermeasure. What bad luck! How come our direction just happens to be within the territory of the little devils? Run! There's an A+. Otherwise, we're really doomed. The man cursed under his breath, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He turned the steering wheel and reminded Yi Chen, young man, sit tight. To his astonishment, he found the passenger seat next to him empty, with only the open car door and a sentence on it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. He looked at the rearview mirror with a look of fear, then turned his head to look around, but Yi Chen was nowhere to be seen. Through the previous battles, Yi Chen had a general understanding of the combat strength of combinations below level 30 and below level D.
And this is probably the general distribution of strength in the entire low-level battlefield. So, as he jumped out of the car, he unleashed the illusionary scale White Tiger and the Flash Spirit technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the 13 o'clock position. Looking at the densely packed health bars before him, Yi-Chen conjured the Demon Blade Thousand Blades in his hand. As the spiritual energy was being poured in, a hoarse sound was suddenly heard from Yenli. The tide roars. Activate. Fire. Clouds. Secret technique. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi-Chen's eyes. With this sweeping strike, everything in sight was engulfed by the flames. Whether it be enemies, trees, or hills, they were all leveled with a single stroke. Everything before my eyes was burned to ashes, turning into a scorched, dark red sea of lava, like a purgatory, and even the ground turned into a sticky gel. The entire space was also distorted and deformed by the high temperature. Fortunately, the moment he swung that blade, he realized something was wrong and immediately activated his spiritual energy shield to isolate himself from external energy. As his level increased, his spiritual energy continued to recover. He was also constantly increasing the energy repair of the spiritual energy shield. Even so, he could still feel the intense heat coming at him. At this moment, Yi-Chen finally understood the true value of Xiao Hua Hua Hua. Releasing the nuclear rage lotus is nothing, you also need to be tough enough to withstand it and survive. At the same time, everyone saw a flash of fiery red light in the far distance of the sky. The entire sky was ablaze with fiery red. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind caused by the temperature difference swept through the entire jungle. The aftershocks of the energy impact spread in all directions. Inside the pickup truck, 3 people were huddled tightly in a corner. As they watched the shockwave sweeping in from behind, their faces turned ashen, and they trembled with fear. Meanwhile, Uncle Pikachu looked in the rearview mirror and floored the accelerator with a look of fear in his eyes. Dead Pikachu, run! It's hard to imagine what happened behind me. Everyone stared in disbelief, including Mo Fan. Because his drone had already been shot down by the enemy. The energy notification screen is just constantly flashing. Warning! Warning! A nuclear-level explosion has occurred on the battlefield. All personnel are ordered to evacuate immediately. Warning! Warning! A nuclear-level explosion has occurred on the battlefield. All personnel are ordered to evacuate immediately. Chapter 38. Where did this nuclear explosion level thing come from? Where did this nuclear explosion level thing come from? Your level and Super Martial Girls level have increased. Your level and Super Martial Girls level have increased. Your level and Super Martial Girls level have increased. Looking at the panel prompt, Yi-Chen's expression also froze. With that one strike, his level and the level of all the Sword Maidens increased by 10 levels? All attributes reached 2,600 points, and spiritual power reached 26,000 points. Can you believe that? It seems like I killed 1,000 people with a single strike. And that doesn't even include the monsters. My merit points seem to have increased by more than 100,000. As for rank, I jumped straight to Chu Chang. Right now, he has only one thought in his mind. It seems that my combat strength in the academy is indeed being suppressed quite severely. Now that I think about it, maybe that SS rank kid really could achieve the speed of light. However, this was a pleasant surprise for him, and a huge surprise for his daily life. After all, we're all old acquaintances. Where's the promised A+ Kabuto? Can he withstand this sword strike? If you didn't know better, you'd think it was an insect or some kind of mythical beast. Counselor, this must be at the nuclear explosion level. Faced with Yi-Chen's question, Gu Bailing, inside the Imperial space, had a sticky throat and her small mouth was wide open, as if she could fit an egg inside. As a first-person viewer, it's hard to imagine how much of an impact the scene just now had on her. Is this the level 16 strength that can be displayed? Is this what they call SSS level? So, what do you mean by you're still far from nuclear explosion level? Is this not something you should be thinking about right now? Looking back now, how is what I said any different from what the clown did? At the same time, a warning flashed from the Japanese command headquarters. Staring at the completely black screen, all the commanders' faces turned ashen. But everyone sat there, their eyes almost blank. Their minds kept replaying the last scene captured by the reconnaissance plane from high above. The entire surface of the Earth, an area spanning nearly tens of kilometers, was instantly engulfed by a fan-shaped burst of intense heat.
Its terrifying energy was so great that it could even shatter a reconnaissance plane at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Nuclear level? Supernuclear explosion level? Or is it the ultimate nuclear explosion level? Everyone's mind will be like it's been hit by a nuclear bomb, a complete mess. Baka Yalu. A senior officer shouted angrily, giving each of the commanders present a big shove. We've secretly put so much effort into securing this resource point. Tell me, where did this nuclear level weapon come from? Where did this nuclear level explosion come from? Wait a moment. How come the strategic point of our daily life has been completely removed? At the same time, Longhan's battlefield command was also completely bewildered. But after a brief moment of bewilderment, they all showed expressions of immense joy. Look at the merit points, there are people. Someone directly received 100,000 merit points. The commanders gaped. So, the nuclear-powered is one of ours? Then wouldn't we be able to just parachute in? It should be. Immediately notify the space fighters to parachute in, don't waste any time. Can we just announce that the mission is complete? Yes, once the spaceplanes land, it means we have captured this resource point, and according to international regulations, they will not launch any further attacks. Forget about international regulations, a senior officer laughed and cursed. What's there to be afraid of? In a level 30 battlefield, we have nuclear level weapons in place. I'm asking you, who else dares to come? Who else? Joy was on everyone's faces, who had expected a fierce and protracted battle. Unexpectedly, a nuclear-level bombshell dropped and brought glory to the entire team. That's awesome. Inform everyone now, the crisis is over. Mission complete. Please prepare for the arrival of the space fighters. Thank you for your contributions to our country. Thank you. Respected Chu Chang, Yi Chen. Looking at the interface, Yi Chen scratched his head. It's a little strange and I feel embarrassed. It's okay, though, this message will definitely only be seen by myself. He twisted his body and shot towards the teleportation device. Oh my god. The pickup truck driver was startled when he saw Yi Chen suddenly appear in the passenger seat. But he was soon surprised to find that the pickup truck, which had been bumping around constantly, suddenly became as steady as a rock, and even the howling wind in his ears stopped abruptly. He instantly realized what was happening and immediately turned his head to look at Yi Chen with an incredulous expression. The young man with the dagger climbed over the trunk, reached through the window, and offered Yi Chen a cigarette. Thank you, no. After Yi Chen politely declined, the young man tossed the cigarette to the pickup truck driver. The guy in the pickup truck said, half laughing and half crying, "You guys really are, each and every one of you has a unique skill." After lighting his cigarette, he smiled at Yi Chen and said, "No matter what, without you, we brothers would probably all be done for. Thank you so much, young man. You're really great." As he spoke, he gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. I can brag about what happened today for the rest of my life. Listening to Pikachu's rambling, Yi Chen smiled. When everyone returned to the resource point, they all shouted loudly in celebration. That's incredible. That's awesome. I've never had such a fun game before. It's like winning without even having to lift a finger. Fan smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Can we be friends? Or leave your contact information?" Still queuing? Later? Gu Bailing's voice came through, "It's probably not necessary. Your current situation is rather sensitive." Yi Chen shrugged at Fan, "Sorry, the boss won't allow it." All right. Fan nodded helplessly. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Chen returned to the War Academy via a teleportation device. Let's do it again. He smiled and walked toward the Abyss battlefield. Then Gu Bailing's worried voice came again, "Are you sure you don't need to rest? Instructor, I'm already level 26, why am I taking a break? My spiritual energy is full." That's true. She looked at Yenli in the Imperial space with some concern, but Yenli, are you really alright? It's okay, you're young, you'll recover quickly, you'll be fine after a nap. Yi Chen chuckled and stepped into the teleportation device. You have arrived at the otherworldly battlefield. Welcome to the team. The night melody is long. Having realized that your rank is the highest in this battle, Supreme Command has been transferred to you. Holy crap, there's a long version? How many people were killed? It's safe, it's safe. Brother Chu Chang, please take me with you. We've entrusted our lives to you.
Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him, Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly.
Aren't you going to say a few words? Gu Bailing joked. No way, sis, I'm a complete newbie.
His words caused the smiles on everyone's faces to freeze.
Chapter 39, I will launch an attack in the form of a strike mech. Yi Chen, what was I back then? No, is it a system error? Why does his stats show as 0? What a newbie!
Someone said, on the verge of tears.
Counselor, can you explain how to fight in the Abyss battlefield? There are no prompts at all.
Gu Bailing explained with a smile, the Abyss battlefield has the highest degree of freedom and no rules.
If we have to talk about rules, it's about capturing the most bases. Of course, you can also teleport back at any time. The area shown on the map now is the location of various enemy and friendly bases in the vicinity.
You can decide whether to attack, defend, or lead everyone to kill the alien beasts.
Hearing Gu Bailing's words, Yi Chen nodded.
Looking at the Japanese flag on the map, his target became clear immediately.
I get it, just go for it. Tiger Roar, lightning speed, initiate.
Having said that, he activated the white tiger armor, rode the Tiger Roar, and in a flash, his figure left the spot.
Everyone opened their mouths, their expressions indescribable. What? He's not giving any orders? Where did the commander go? Everyone, look at the minimap. Holy crap, Xu Chang is moving so fast. Has he broken through Mach 5? Where did he go? This is... Xu Chang went to the Shaorizi base alone?
At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded from the Little Life base.
Unknown unit approaching, please intercept, please intercept. The enemy is moving too fast, exceeding Mach 6. The target is moving too fast, exceeding Mach 10. Please return to defense immediately.
On the other side, besides the roar of the engines that echoed through the Tiger roaring speeding car, Yi Chen also heard Meng Yu making a gurgling sound.
Gu Bailing's lips twitched, and she couldn't help but ask with some concern, Yi Chen, is Meng Yu really alright? Yi Chen smiled lightly, it's alright, it's only the beginning, you'll get used to it. Gentlemen, this is Makoto Ito. Please activate the base ejection system. I will be deployed in the form of a strike mech.
Upon hearing the young man's voice, the command center of Shaorizi immediately became excited.
Great! It's the savior of the new generation Ito-kun. It's an S+ level assault mech. We're saved.
After a burst of cheers, a sweet voice suddenly rang out.
Ito-kun, can you hear me? I can hear you. Hello, Commander. How may I help you? After this event, may I add you as a friend and ask you out for dinner privately?
Upon hearing this voice, Makoto Ito's lips curled into a smug smile.
Adding you as a friend might not work, but having dinner together is. Very good.
The girl blushed and deliberately tightened her voice. The ejection device has been activated for you.
May you have good luck in your military campaign.
The young man curled the corners of his mouth and slapped the ground with one hand as he controlled the mecha. As the 6 light wings behind him shook the air, they snapped 6 charging devices.
Strike mechs. Launch.
As the 6-winged mech was launched, the base of Shaorizi let out a gasp of admiration.
So beautiful. This is absolutely the most beautiful mecha I've ever seen. But as soon as they finished speaking, they were shocked to see that the 6 wings of the assault mech had split in 2. The fuselage twisted unexpectedly and plummeted towards the ground. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the tiny figure that had appeared out of nowhere on the screen. In the blink of an eye, the person's figure disappeared from the spot again. Is this a person? After the camera slowed down frame by frame, everyone finally saw clearly that it was indeed a figure wearing silver armor and holding a purple broken blade. Looking at the broken blade in his hand, a bad feeling arose in everyone's hearts. Damn it, it's the strongest physical weapon in the S+ category, the Demon Blade 1000 Blades. Its sharpness can even reach SS+, to the point that it can directly tear through space. That Ito-kun. Before the others could finish speaking, Ito Makoto, who looked like a headless fly, showed fear in his eyes, and his usual arrogant smile disappeared at this moment. Therefore, the assault mech seemed to be rapidly being sliced apart by unseen sharp blades. Even though the radar kept alerting him to the fluctuations in spiritual energy, no matter how he adjusted his position and briefly maneuvered to Mach 3 or higher, he still couldn't catch a glimpse of that person. This is Su Mayan's signature technique, Space Tier. Yi Chen had used this move to instantly appear behind the assault mech. Meanwhile, in the base where Shaorizi lived, everyone watched all of this with fear in their eyes.
In their eyes, compared to the assault mech, it was a Schrodinger's ghostly figure.
If it's so useful, then what's the point of having water droplets? Click.
The cockpit was cleaved open diagonally, and a young man with a chilling smile appeared before Makoto Ito. He looked at the man in front of him with utter terror, because as a mechanomaster, his close combat unarmed fighting ability was nowhere near that of a swordmaster.
Found you. A chilling smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips, a smile that made Ito Makoto feel incredibly uneasy. And the expression on his face was finally frozen in time. Boom, boom, boom.
Everyone at the Little Life base stared wide-eyed as the assault mech, sliced into countless pieces of iron, exploded in mid-air.
What the hell? What happened? Gurgle.
A round object rolled down to the girl's toes. She looked down and her pupils suddenly contracted.
Because what met his gaze was none other than Makoto Ito's utterly terrified face.
Looking at those who were still glued to their screens, Yi Chen smiled gently.
Still looking? I'm here to take you in.
With a swift movement, the demon blade thousand blades shattered into countless fragments, simultaneously slicing open the throats of everyone present. After a few more strikes, his figure traversed space and instantly flashed back to Longyan's base. As the Japanese flag disappeared from the map, and Yi Chen appeared beside them at the same time, everyone gaped in disbelief.
Mu Yen, get some rest.
With gentle eyes, Yi Chen retrieved the purple demonic blade into his spatial storage, then spoke softly to the interface.
Target base has been eliminated. Please take over as the new base. Receive. Thank you for your contributions to our country. The night melody is long. No, he is now Commandant Yi Chen.
A slightly playful female voice came from the interface, and Yi Chen was slightly taken aback before clutching his head.
It seems we should call it a day for now. Warning, hostile target approaching rapidly. Target unit identified. Enemy mech, EVA Unit 01S+.
Upon seeing the notification, everyone felt a sense of despair.
It's over, it's Unit 01 from S+. I heard that even a nuclear explosion couldn't solve it. And even if the battery is low, the other party can still activate Berserk mode. What should we do? Should we evacuate?
At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Yi Chen. It seems they've already made him their pillar of support. Yi Chen held his head and walked towards the exit of the base. Activate the base's protective devices and protect yourselves.
Leave the rest to me. Chapter 40, Yi Chen, Illusion. Qilin. God. Gu Bailing, no, it's too big, it's going to break.
As he finished speaking, a huge magic circle carved with a crimson Qilin appeared beneath his feet.
Everyone's eyes widened. A gigantic mechanical super beast leaped out from the magic circle. At the same time, the joint twists and begins to deform. This is... Gu Bailing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. SS+, Phantom Qilin Beast? No.
Yi Chen's lips curled up as he leaped into the air, his body enveloped in the illusionary scale armor. As it entered the cockpit, the Phantom Beast completed its transformation.
It's the illusionary scale god.
Inside the Imperial space, Sumayan's mouth was slightly open, while Meng Yu's expression turned into a completely shocked meme. The three of them were originally on the same starting line at S+, but now Yanli has suddenly become SS+.
What's going on? Did they sneak out? Ha!
Poor little Yanli, under the infusion of powerful spiritual energy, once again made a ho-ho-ho sound.
Brother Yi Chen, hurry up.
Yanli doesn't know how long she can hold on.
Okay. Yi Chen controlled the illusionary scale god and rushed quickly towards EVA's location. He must delay Eva's arrival in an area where the battle will not affect the Dragon Han base. At this moment, Shinji Ikari, the pilot of EVA Unit 01, had a twisted and ferocious expression after learning that the base had been destroyed. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Upon seeing the Crimson Ally Phantom God blocking its way, EVA's speed exploded to an astonishingly terrifying level. With a single leap, he appeared right in front of the illusionary scale god.
Bang!
The dust on the ground swirled like a vortex, forming a ring-shaped dust cloud. Eva threw a punch that instantly pierced through the dust and mist, but it was blocked by the Phantom God's mechanical left arm. Yi Chen didn't back down either, and at the same time as he threw out his right fist, Huan Linshan made the same move.
Fire. Clouds. Secret technique.
The alloy shell of the Phantom Scale God emitted a reddish-brown color, as hot as a branding iron.
Bang!
With a single punch, Unit 01's fully activated AT field rippled through the shattered glass. Instantly, it was melted through by the punch imbued with the fiery cloud technique. Unit 01's arm, which had instinctively extended to block, twisted and shattered under the crimson iron fist, spurting out like human blood.
Ugh! Eva clutched her twisted left arm and retreated repeatedly.
Meanwhile, Shinji Ikari in the cockpit let out a piercing scream.
Eva's passive ability is to increase the resonance rate between the mecha and the pilot. But he could also empathize with the pain Eva suffered. Yi-Chen remained silent, focusing solely on unleashing the fiery cloud technique.
The Phantom God left a crimson afterimage in place, and with a whip kick to Eva, he leaped into the air.
In mid-air, a knee strike blew his head off. High-level battles often employ the most basic combat methods. When it comes to fighting, Yi-Chen has never been afraid of anyone. This one strike is the culmination of nearly 20 years of skill. Can Eva stop him?
Eva flew backwards in a parabola, crashing heavily to the ground as Shinji Ikari lost consciousness.
He watched as Unit 01 stood up unsteadily, straightening its twisted neck. Yi-Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Here it comes. Mom's playing for her?
At this moment, Unit 01 went completely berserk. Its eyes flashed crimson, and its mechanical jaws opened, revealing a gaping maw.
It was as if Eva wasn't a machine, but a living being with flesh and blood. Gu Bailing's voice also came through. Yi-Chen, you need to be careful. Emperor Unit 01 in its true berserk state also possesses SS plus level power.
Even the most intense energy from a nuclear explosion cannot melt it.
Yi-Chen nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ha! Before Gu Bailing could even express her surprise,
Yi-Chen's large hand had already reached into the space of control.
As it pierced Gu Bailing's chest, the Thousand Chance umbrella withdrew from her body.
In an instant, the powerful spiritual energy poured in, making Gu Bailing's beautiful eyes appear more white than black. After being summoned from the Imperial space, the Thousand Manifestations umbrella has already materialized in the palm of the illusionary scale god.
Even though her mind was blank, Gu Bailing seemed to realize what Yi-Chen was about to do to her. No, Yi-Chen. I've never done that before. Yi-Chen remained silent, focusing solely on activating the heart of total defense and pouring in spiritual energy. 100% resonance. The tide roars. Activate.
In the state of the roaring tide, spiritual power is like a fierce and surging primordial force. The Thousand Machine umbrella began to expand violently, and even all its parts began to disintegrate and reassemble. In the next instant, the Berserk Unit 01 pulled out a huge sniper rifle.
Call out.
A massive beam of energy ripped through the sky, and a golden pillar of light shot towards Yi-Chen.
The Dynamax Thousand Manifestations umbrella unfolds its canopy, transforming into a sturdy shield that blocks the energy cannon. The umbrella narrowed, and the tip transformed into a giant Gatling gun, sweeping bullets toward the rampaging Eva. Accompanied by the rat-a-tat-tat of the Gatling gun, Gu Bailing also made a hoo-hoo-hoo sound effect. Eva leaped up, trying to dodge Yi-Chen's blue spiritual energy bullet. But recoil control and prediction are such small skills that they are a piece of cake for Yi-Chen. Blue spiritual bullets volleyed out, shattering EVA's fully activated AT field once again as it controlled its recoil. Its body was riddled with gruesome bloody holes, blood spurting out, and it collapsed to the ground once more. Just as Yi-Chen was about to fire a follow-up shot, he noticed white smoke rising from the muzzle. He could no longer fire any more spiritual energy bullets. It's like the cannon barrel of the Thousand Chance umbrella, completely ruined by its own actions. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Eva struggled to her feet once more. The true spear of Longinus materializes in his hand SS+. The enormous twin-spin spear emitted a chilling, blood-red light. Roar! Eva hurled Longinus, and a line of blood pierced the sky. Yi-Chen's eyes turned slightly cold, and the Thousand Machines in Huan Linshan's hand, which had been greatly transformed, also turned into an ancient martial arts spear. Bite! Amidst a tooth-grinding metallic clang, the spear of Longinus was deflected into the sky by the spear. As Huan Linshan gripped the umbrella handle and drew his long sword, the ground shattered. The crimson mech transformed into a streak of blazing light, passing right by Eva. The giant sword unleashed a crimson wave of flames, scorching the entire sky. Clang! Phantom Scale God, return your sword to its sheath. The myriad manifestations umbrella vanished from his hand. Boom! Behind him, Unit 01 self-destructed. The explosion's flames resembled a rapidly expanding sphere of light. To everyone's astonishment, on the large display screen that they were staring at. Huanlin God, radiating a rising heat wave, slowly stepped out from the sphere of light. Chapter 41, Strength Verification, Ultimate Nuclear Explosion Level. Oh. After a near-dead silence, everyone at the Longhan base stood up and erupted in cheers. That's incredible. That battle was so exciting to watch. Is this what battles between SS plus level fighters are like? I never expected to see such a wonderful battle on a low-level battlefield. Xu Chang is awesome. Unlike the extremely excited Longhan group, at this moment, all the high-ranking members in Xiao Rizi's command center fell into a long silence. Because what they lost today was not just a base or a resource point on the Abyss battlefield, but also nearly 2,000 awakened ones, countless senior technicians, and various commanders. What pained them the most was the loss of an A+ level Kabuto, an S+ level strike mech, an S+ level EVA Unit 01, and an SS+ level superweapon Spear of Longinus. And 3 others who were considered the future hope of the Great Sakura Empire, an A+ Armor Master, an S+ Mechanic Makoto Ito, and an SS+ Mechanic Shinji Ikari. How can this be allowed to end? Baka Yaruo. In a fit of rage, the higher-ups at Xiao Rizi slammed their fists heavily on the table. I need to see all the data on this Phantom God pilot within 10 minutes. Immediately, right now. If you can't find it, you can all commit seppuku. In Longhan's command post, all the officers were focused on this battle. Has the energy value been displayed? They're out. The data analyst, holding the data report, spoke in a trembling voice, utterly excited. When the data analyst handed them the report, the officers' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This power has far surpassed the nuclear explosion level? It's not nuclear explosion level, not super nuclear explosion level, but has reached the ultimate nuclear explosion level in the true sense. For a moment, the officers of Longhan embraced each other with great excitement. This ultimate nuclear level weapon is so young, we must protect it no matter what. That's right. Although this Xu Chang's strength has already broken through level 30. But, if he could enter a higher level battlefield, this means he can help Longhan secure more strategic resource points, and even conquer a wider territory. Report this to your superiors immediately and block his personal information. We must not allow spies from other countries to discover his true identity. Yes. A few minutes later. Sir, his information has long been blocked by the higher-ups, even we don't have the authority to know. That's great. The leader nodded repeatedly. It seems that those people in the talent cultivation department haven't been idle. They've done a great job protecting the nation's future generations. They've done a very good job in that regard. Since they hadn't seen Yi Chen before, and he was still in the low-level battlefield, the leader had already realized that Yi Chen was likely a newly awakened new identity. However, this made him even more secretly astonished. Logically speaking, these newcomers have only been awakening for a few days, yet they're already at the ultimate nuclear explosion level? Once they truly grow up, what will become of them? But he didn't know that. This was only the second day of Yi Chen's true upgrade. Thank you for your contributions to our country. Night Star. Captain. The sweet voice rang in his ears again, and Yi Chen was slightly stunned. I glanced at my merit points, and wow, they've accumulated to 300,000 points. If converted to money, it would be about 300 million. Just a quick question. Can I add you as a friend? We're rich. We're rich. Golden stars flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Now he only has one thought in his head. 300 million. 300 million. You could spend your whole life spending money on it. He didn't even hear the sweet female voice coming from the communication device. Don't worry, I know the rules. I just want to be your personal communicator. I won't think about anything else. The enemy has left the battlefield. Upon seeing the interface displayed, the smile on the young and beautiful communications officer's face froze. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already been teleported back to the War Academy via the teleportation device. Time to go home, time to eat. I'm not afraid of getting tired. Yi Chen, standing on the teleportation device, stretched. The trainees lining up to enter the battlefield all widened their eyes upon seeing the rank insignia above his head. Holy crap! It's a captain. Our academy actually has a captain. They rubbed their eyes hard, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. However, Yi Chen wouldn't give them any more chances. After stepping off the teleportation device, the military ranks and the pillar of light also disappeared. Ha! They're usually so eager to cook, why are they all so quiet? Seeing that no one responded, Yi Chen asked in confusion.
At this moment, Pei Yuning's weak voice came from the Imperial space.
Sword Master, the ladies have all fainted.
Looking at the super martial arts girls staggering around in the Imperial space, Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly.
Are these incompetent kids any good at this?
Luckily, I moved a big bed in today, otherwise I would have had to lie on the floor.
However, a mischievous smile immediately appeared on Yi Chen's lips. Since everyone has fainted, then Yuning, he.
He summoned the white-clad fairy, whose figure and stats were off the charts, from the Imperial space. Looking at the stunningly beautiful fairy who was gently embraced by Yi Chen, dressed in a white ancient costume with her robes fluttering in the wind. The male students around him looked on with envy.
Wow, this guy is really lucky with women.
If I could contract with a super powerful female warrior like that, I'd be willing to shorten my lifespan by a few years. However, their sidelong glances completely enraged the super martial girl beside them.
Still looking? Their voices were shrill, and they instantly transformed into wargreymon with strength comparable to SSS-class monsters, grabbing their ears. Wrong. I won't do it again.
The male trainees begged for mercy repeatedly. They were really suffering inside. He could feel Yi Chen's large hand behind him, and his thoughts. The fairy-like sister's otherworldly aura completely collapsed, and even her originally ethereal face turned so red that it was almost dripping with water. But seeing Pei Yuning's adorable, submissive expression only fueled Yi Chen's anger.
I just got on the bus. He then pressed his lips firmly against Pei Yuning's soft, delicate lips. Sword Master. The fairy sister's mind went completely blank.
Chapter 42, Meng Yue is already silly, and you're still teasing her. Tonight, come to my room after they've all fallen asleep. Yi Chen licked his lips, still savoring the moment, and said to the fairy sister with a gloomy smile. His words made the fairy sister's pretty face turn red.
Even so, she nodded obediently. As an SSS plus sealed artifact that has been dormant for many years. The period before falling into a deep sleep is when consciousness is just beginning to emerge. Therefore, in many aspects, they are still ignorant and unaware. The fairy sister only knew that she must be completely obedient to her swordmaster. Therefore, she dared not disobey any of Yi Chen's words. After Yi Chen summoned all the girls from the Imperial space, Gu Bailing felt weak all over and staggered. If she hadn't caught Yi Chen, she would have fallen to the ground. Advisor. Yi Chen couldn't help but tease. Although I know I'm handsome and excellent. Like fireflies in the night, so bright and so outstanding. Almost every girl has little resistance to me after meeting me. But counselor, aren't we moving too fast like this? Gu Bailing realized it too late. Only then did she realize that her little hand had been gently pressing on Yi Chan's abdominal muscles without her noticing. In an instant, as if she had been electrocuted, she pulled her hand back, and her pretty face immediately turned red to the roots of her ears. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. Gu Bailing was extremely flustered. For the first time, her beautiful eyes, which were originally indifferent and aloof, showed emotions that Yi Chen had never seen before, as if a 1,000-year-old iceberg was beginning to melt. This made Yi Chen's lips curl into a smug smile. What? This is clearly a kind older sister. By the way, counselor, I specially reserved a room for you. If you don't mind, you can stay here. After all, the principal's requirement is that you take care of me 24 hours a day, the whole time. He deliberately emphasized the words 24 hours and looked directly into the counselor's eyes. Gu Bailing pursed her red lips, not daring to look him in the eye, and fell into a long silence. Since you haven't refused, I'll take that as your consent. I'll let Xiao Ai tidy up your room. It's a happy decision then. Gu Bailing. Before she could even open her mouth slightly, just as she was about to explain something, Yi Chen gave her no chance at all, and had already turned away with a light laugh. After finishing dinner and taking a shower, Yi Chen lay down on the large bed summoned by the Imperial space. While scrolling through my phone, I patiently waited for the fairy sister to arrive. Knock knock. A soft knock sounded on the door, and Yi Chen immediately ran to open it. His eyes lit up when he saw the fairy sister standing timidly outside the door. At this moment, Pei Yuning was still wearing a plain white ancient costume, which was spotless and seemed to never get dirty. But her hair was wet, as if she had just taken a bath. Clearly, she doesn't know how to use a hairdryer yet. Her fair face and snow-white neck,
with an alluring pink hue from just emerging from a bath, were so beautiful and captivating.
Sword slave, greets sword master. Pei Yuning bowed gracefully to Yi Chen. Yi Chen led her into the room and bent down to kiss her.
Although she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do, she still awkwardly tried to please him.
9,997. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. Phew.
Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Yi Chen collapsed to the ground. Besides swinging the sword 10,000 times a day, a 10-kilometer weighted run, 1,000 acupressure push-ups, and 1,000 sit-ups are all part of his compulsory course. After awakening, he did not slack off, but instead increased these training sessions tenfold. Although he had cheat codes, he was already used to this disciplined life.
Seeing this, Meng Yue's mouth immediately curved into a Nike shape. Brother Yi Chen, would you like Meng Yue to give you a back massage?
Sure, but I'm all sweaty. Are you sure it's okay?
It's okay, I'm used to it.
Although Super Martial Girl only needs to do some flexibility training to improve her endurance. The others just need to lie down and wait for the rider to carry them through the whole process, but in terms of emotional value, Meng Yue has always been very generous.
Gurgle gurgle.
Hearing the special sound effects Meng Yue made, and seeing the white-striped tiger tail standing up behind her, swaying in a small arc from the middle of the tail.
That gurgling sound definitely didn't mean Meng Yue was about to ride off on her motorcycle. Instead, she was in an extremely pleasant state. No wonder. No wonder. Yi Chen suddenly realized. Hajiyu, you little devil, are you kneading my breasts? Heave ho, heave ho.
Then Yi Chen began to snore softly.
Huff huff. Meng Yue then walked towards the door. Sister.
Yan Li's call almost made the guilty-looking Meng Yue jump out of her skin.
What's wrong? Sister, why did you come out of Brother Yi Chen's room?
Yan Li leaned closer to Meng Yue and sniffed lightly, and she smells like Brother Yi Chen. Her lips curved into a Nike shape, and her suspicious gaze made Meng Yue nervous. Of course I'm training with Brother Yi Chen.
He. Although she looked unconvinced, Yan Li teased, you wouldn't have been secretly doing something naughty with Brother Yi Chen behind your aunt's back, would you?
Meng Yue scratched her cheek with her slender, pale fingertips and said guiltily, how could that be?
I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going back to take a shower.
Watching her sister's hurried departure, Yan Li's eyes were full of mischief. When Yan Li gently pushed open Yi Chen's door, the latter suddenly opened his eyes.
Little Lily. Meng Yue is already naive, and you still tease her. Doesn't your conscience hurt?
Yan Li's pretty face revealed a mischievous glint in her eyes. My trick is called the guilty party accusing the innocent first. As long as I throw the question at my sister, then she won't suspect me.
Yi Chen was both amused and exasperated. They really are just fake besties. The sisters combined have a total of 800 schemes. Yan Li has 1,000, but Meng Yue still owes 200. I'm going to take a shower first. Seeing Yi Chen walk straight towards the bathroom, Yan Li bit her lower lip, then winked at him with an innocent yet alluring look. Brother Yi Chen, then, do you want to come along? Chapter 43, The Emperor's Armor. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, then picked her up by the waist. Yan Li shyly covered her face. No. Brother Yi Chen. I was just kidding. It still hurts. Yi Chen chuckled, you still have to be punished, since you angered me. But, we can do it another way. Through her fingers, Yan Li shyly blinked her bright, beautiful eyes at him, looking innocent and naive. The adorable unicorn tail swayed back and forth incessantly. Brother Yi Chen, how do you plan to punish Yan Li? Yi Chen smiled slightly and said, I wonder who said they wanted to be my little lapdog? Upon hearing this, Yan Li immediately blushed. Brother Yi Chen, you're so bad. Knock knock. The gentle knocking startled Yan Li. Cough cough. Yi Chen coughed lightly and patted her little head. A gentle voice came from outside the door, husband, dinner's ready. Okay, I'm taking a shower now, I'll be right there when I'm done. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. Hearing the sounds of scrubbing and water spraying coming from inside, Su Mayan's pretty face blushed slightly. Okay, I'll go get you some rice first. Thank you for your help. After taking a shower, Yi Chen walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. Yan Li pouted and looked at him with a resentful expression. Seeing Qilin Girl's snow-white cheeks puffed up in anger, Yi Chen chuckled and poked them with his finger. Okay, don't be angry anymore. Be good.
You big bad guy. Little Yanli shook her head, pointing to the Qilin horn on her head. If you use this as a handle again,
I'll. Yi Chen grinned mischievously. What? In a fit of anger, Yanli snapped, I won't let you play anymore.
At the dinner table, Qin Shuaru glanced at Yi Chen and asked curiously, why did you come down alone?
Where is Yan Li? Yi Chen scratched his cheek.
Yanli said she doesn't have much of an appetite. Manuet, standing nearby, muttered softly, they must have sneaked a bite of something good. By the way, brother Yi Chen, I'm really curious, why did Yanli awaken SS+, while sister Muyen and I are still S+?
Did you secretly give Yanli special treatment? What is said unintentionally may be taken to heart by the listener. Mengyue's words made Su Mayan, who was standing to the side, also secretly turn her gaze to Yi Chen.
Only the fairy sister, with her head down, had her pretty face visibly flushed.
Yi Chen said righteously, how could that be? Am I that kind of person? It can only be said that everyone's constitution is different.
Manuet, don't worry, even if it means going through back channels, I'll definitely make it for you first. Seeing Yi Chen pat his chest and make such a promise, Mengyu smiled sweetly at him. Brother Yi Chen, you're so good to me.
That's right, if I'm not good to you, then who should I be good to?
Yi Chen affectionately pinched her little face. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, and Qin Shuaru's smile turned slightly cold. As if guided by something special, even Pei Yuning slowly raised her head.
Sensing these details keenly, Yi Chen stood up. I'll go open the door. Xiao Chen, sit down.
Qin Shuaru's words startled Yi Chen slightly, but she then softened her tone.
Fine.
She gently stroked her cheongsam and slowly rose to her feet.
You all stay here and eat quietly. No matter what happens, don't come out. Especially you.
After saying that, she walked towards the door.
When Qin Shuaru opened the door,
standing outside the door was also a mature and beautiful woman. She was stunningly beautiful, had a great figure, and possessed an elegant demeanor. She has long, golden hair piled up at the back of her head. Every gesture he made exuded an air of authority.
Upon seeing Qin Shuaru, the woman smiled politely and asked, Are you Yi Chen's family?
Oh. Qin Shuaru smiled mockingly, that's right.
But it seems you don't recognize me anymore, do you? Dragon Emperor.
After hearing Qin Shuaru's words, the Dragon Han Empress, whose identity had been exposed, was completely stunned and stood there in place. The dragon guards, who had been hiding in the shadows, immediately jumped out from all sides, but were stopped in place by the Dragon Emperor's raised right hand. She tilted her head, and after carefully examining Qin Shuaru for a long time, she still looked at her with a puzzled expression.
Do we know each other? The Dragon Emperor was very puzzled.
Since birth, she has never left the palace and has been secretly undergoing succession training.
As an imperial armor that existed since the beginning of the Heavenly Tao, as long as one can bear its powerful force and merge with it during the awakening ceremony, one will be qualified to rule the Dragon Han.
Of course, this matter has always been a top secret of Long Han.
Outside, no one knows that the Emperor of Long Han is an empress. As for why she came here incognito, the reason is that, as Long Han's biggest trump card, the SSS Plus Emperor armor has yet to have a contracted rider. Because the power of the Emperor's armor is something that ordinary people cannot control. Not only do they possess the power of the 5 elements of heaven, but they also need to make the 5 energies resonate. Over the years, the Dragon Emperor has seen too many amazing geniuses. Even the most brilliant genius can't achieve resonance. Any man who gets close enough to be within a meter of me will be repelled by a mysterious force. Through the heavenly Tao Aurora, the Empress already knows. Yi Chen possesses the special ability to use high-level super martial arts skills beyond his level. So she wanted to come and give it a try. Unexpectedly, his identity was exposed as soon as he appeared. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's puzzled expression, Qin Shuaru pursed her red lips and gave a cold smile. Since you've forgotten everything, let's pretend we never met. Please leave. Yi Chen. No, Master doesn't need the Imperial armor. With me, Shura, he can still rule the entire Supreme Universe. But the Imperial armor cannot be without its master. After saying that, Qin Shuaru turned around and slammed the villa door shut. Her words left the Dragon Emperor completely stunned. How did she know she didn't have a charioteer? This is top secret. Besides, what does Master mean? Could it be? Does she want me to call Yi Chen Master?
Even for the sake of Longyan's future, she was willing to sacrifice herself and make a pact with Yi Chen. But he wants me to call him master. This is absolutely impossible. However, Qin Shueru's words also reminded her. Is Yi Chen really compatible with the Emperor armor? So, should I gamble? Chapter 44, Su Mayan, husband, can I really last a little longer wearing this? Close the door. Qin Shueru's heavy chest heaved rapidly due to the fluctuations in her emotions. Seemingly sensing that the Dragon Emperor was still standing outside the door, she sighed silently. Fine, whatever you want. Inside the principal's office. No. It's only been a few days. You're telling me Yi Chen is already level 30? Principal Go's fat face trembled. Because he had agreed to Yi Chen's conditions, which included 3 S+ level dungeons below level 40 and 1 S+ level 40 dungeon. In addition, there is an SS level sword technique. I had thought that Yi Chen would steadily increase his level. 1 for level 10, 1 for level 20, and 1 for level 30. Who knew he'd come back from the battlefield level 30? Wouldn't that mean I'd be throwing away 3 level 30 S+ dungeons? That's how it is, Principal. Gu Bailing's words made Principal Go's vision go black. Principal, don't faint yet. Take out the S+ key for level 30 before you faint. Principal Go pinched his philtrum, took out a key, and handed it to Gu Bailing. Principal, why did you give me the key to the college's vault? Take them. There are only 3 S+ level 30 keys in total, you can take them all. This key is useless now. After saying that, Principal Go's vision went black, and his body slid erratically down the chair to the floor. Seeing the principal's limp state, Gu Bailing's lips curled into a smug smile. Who told you to assign that perverted little bastard to be my charioteer? You deserve it. Following in Gu Bailing's footsteps, Yi Chen led Su Mayan and the others to the core of the floating island for the first time. This is the most mysterious treasure vault of the Broken Army Academy, containing all sorts of psychic weapons, skill books, and keys of various levels. Yi Chen opened his mouth, because the psychic weapon area looked more like a wardrobe. There are maid outfits, nun's habit, nurse's uniform, and various cat ear and rabbit ear ornaments. Without a doubt, maid outfits increase attack power, nun's clothes increase spell damage, and nurse's outfits increase healing effects. As for cat ear and rabbit ear ornaments, they also provide additional bonuses. By the way, the fairy outfit worn by the fairy sister should also be a type of psychic weapon. He has to give a huge thumbs up to the designer of the psychic weapon. I remember the principal said that I should treat the college as my own home, so I can take these things as I please, right? That was indeed said. Yi Chen nodded, then give me 6 sets of each. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Mayan and the others blushed slightly. They had probably already guessed that these psychic weapons were probably combat suits. Gu Bailing's lips twitched violently. You really don't hold back at all. But aren't you supposed to have 5 super powerful female characters? Why do you need 6 sets? Yi Chen laughed and said, Instructor, aren't you also my super martial arts girl? With the psionic armor buff, maybe you can hold out a little longer and the battle can last more than 3 minutes? Upon hearing this, Gu Bailing's pretty face flushed red. You little thief. What did I do to you in 3 minutes? Other SS class and SSS class giants of light only have a transformation time of 3 minutes. But you can get a lot done in 3 minutes. You can save the world in 3 minutes. Poof. Gu Bailing puffed out her snow-white cheeks, thinking angrily. Of course, Gu Bailing wasn't the only one making the same move. Yan Li is the same. Brother Yi Chen must have meant something else by saying that. On this point, Poof. Husband, will wearing this really help me last a little longer? Only Su Mayan blushed and asked Yi Chen shyly. Of course. Yi Chen smiled, picked up a cat ear, and put it on Su Mayan's little head. You know what, she's actually quite cute. Hearing Yi Chen's praise, Su Mayan lowered her head shyly. If my husband likes it, I can keep wearing it. Of course, that was just what she was thinking. There were too many people around, and she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Yi Chen, with a mischievous grin, held up a bell collar and turned to Mengyu. Mengyue already has cat ears, so she doesn't need any. You can try this instead. After saying that, he took a bell collar and put it on Mengyue. Mengyue shrank back, no way. That's too embarrassing. Under Pei Yuning's expectant gaze, Yanli took the initiative to stretch out his neck.
Yan Li is still the best.
Yi Chen patted Yan Li's head with a look of satisfaction. Yan Li shook her little head, and the little bell around her neck jingled. Upon seeing this, Su Mayan's pretty face visibly flushed red. Before he could even offer any praise, Yi Chen gasped. Hiss. Because Gu Bailing and Meng Yu simultaneously reached out their hands, one on the left and one on the right, and twisted them sharply at Yi Chen's tender waist. Hee, Yi Chen, you're really good at torture. You naughty guy, stop instilling bad ideas in your sister. Look what you've done to her. Yi Chen's lips twitched. Now he really was in a situation he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. When the three of them arrived at the very center of the treasure pavilion. With the pleasant sound of gears turning, the protective doors made of super alloy slowly opened. At the very back of the protective door, there was a small box. Open the small box. Inside are 3 keys. This is the key. With this, we can use the secret realm device to open the portal to the level 30s plus secret realm. Yi Chen nodded. Let's go, we're already here, let's just finish the fight. He had seen him before when he underwent Gao Tianqi's strength test. Similar to the ticket swiping devices used in subways and high-speed trains, you can open the portal simply by inserting the key and turning it. Following behind Gu Bailing, Yi Chen and the others arrived at a hall that was packed with people. This is the Abyss Hall of the Academy, which not only connects to various Abyss dungeons and team dungeons, but also has a teleportation device for secret realms. Yi Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. Sure enough, there were more people here than those who had been teleported into the battlefield from the War Academy. Level 30 raid, 27 out of 3, need a tank armored mage, and 2 healers. Level 30 Abyss Dungeon, hard mode, I've tried 3 times in a row, will I die halfway through? Chapter 45, why did you have to provoke them? You're just asking for trouble. I'm truly not worthy to be compared to them. The moment Yi Chen and the others stepped into the hall, upon seeing the badge on his chest, the crowd automatically parted to make way for them. He's an outstanding student. Wow, so handsome. Is he a freshman this year? This junior is really powerful, surrounded by 5 super powerful female warriors. Let's go, let's ask him if he needs a mount. In an instant, Meng Yu nervously wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's arm and activated her super martial spirit girl form, transforming into a cute yet fierce white tiger girl. Wah! On the other side, Yan Li also started her food protecting mode. However, this time, her form is no longer that of an ordinary Qilin girl, but rather a semi-mechanical mecha girl. The crimson mecha armor covered half of his body, and the mechanical Qilin tail was raised high with great intimidation. This is Yan Li's brand new super martial spirit form after advancing to SS plus mechanical phantom scale. However, there are drawbacks. She just doesn't dare to reveal this form to Yi Chen alone right now. Otherwise, I would definitely be pressed down and refueled with one click. Seeing Yan Li and Meng Yu like this, Su Mayan quietly tucked her hair behind her ear. Not only did her hair turn purple, but her pointed elf ears also stood up proudly. His gaze, as cold and aloof as an iceberg, swept indifferently over the competing women. Gulp! The women forced a smile, swallowed hard, and dared not move forward. The 3 of them were indeed very effective and intimidating, but they also attracted the attention of a group of Go senior students. They looked at Yi Chen with envy and even admiration. Holy crap, buddy, you must have had a blast. Dude, please, teach me. I really want to learn. Please, just let me act in one episode. I'd die for it. Of course, regardless of gender. Upon seeing Gu Bailing's signature 9 fox tails, they all turned and ran. Oh no, it's Abbas Miju. Let's go. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. He glanced at Yan Li beside him without revealing his expression. The latter immediately turned her pretty face away guiltily, but her heart was filled with panic. Oh no, the show-off might feel good for a moment, but I'm afraid I won't be able to escape when I get home. Amidst envious glances from the crowd, Yi Chen and his group quickly passed through the exclusive VIP channel and arrived at the teleportation device in front of the secret realm. Before Gu Bailing could insert the key, a mocking female voice suddenly rang out. Oh, little Lingling, you're teaching students now? Upon seeing Yi Chen's appearance, the female instructor in the office lady's suit's eyes lit up. Wow, he's an outstanding student. And he's quite handsome too. She winked at Yi Chen, little guy, want to come downstairs? My teaching experience is 100 times richer than Xiaolingling's. Yi Chen glanced at her and noticed that although the instructor was decent looking, there was still a clear difference compared to his own super martial girl. Most importantly, her durability is at a battle-hardened level, which shows that she has a wealth of teaching experience.
Let's leave it for someone who doesn't need it.
No, thank you, Yi Chen replied politely. Worried that she might not understand, Yi Chen added 2 more sentences, seeing you makes me not hungry anymore. Oh, by the way, instructor, it looks like your powder is caked up.
For a moment, the women behind Yi Chen covered their mouths and chuckled, and even Gu Bailing couldn't suppress her smile. After carefully examining his phone for a long time, the tutor realized that Yi Chen was teasing him. Enraged, she rolled up her sleeves and yelled, "You brat!" Seeing this, the students behind her immediately stopped her. Advisor, garlic bird, don't be angry. Yi Chen then realized that the student who had been too shy to show his face earlier seemed to be the same one from before. The spiky-haired guy I beat up. What was that about the golden cloth and the lightning fist? But right now, this guy is chuckling and waving at him, his face saying, "I'm begging you to let me go." Hey, what a coincidence. No, have you no blood left? You're trying to stop me? Garlic bird. Ignoring their farce, Gu Bailing said no more, inserted the key, and turned the transmission device. The next moment, a purple portal appeared in front of everyone. The argument abruptly stopped. Their eyes were all fixed on the purple portal sign. This is an S+ level secret realm. Still a level 30 S+ secret realm. No, I remember you were the top scorer this year. The instructor pointed at Yi Chen in disbelief. Why is he in the S+ level and you're only in the A+ level? No way, I'm going to talk to the principal about this. This is definitely a cover-up. On the other hand, let's look at Yi Chen's side. As he slowly stepped into the portal, Yan Li and Meng Yu each hugged him from behind. His body became ethereal, instantly transforming into the illusionary scale white tiger armor. He then thrust his right hand into Su Mayan's chest and slowly drew out the demon blade thousand blades. His left hand plunged into Gu Bailing's chest, and the latter's figure disappeared in the form of light. As for Pei Yuning, she was directly taken into the imperial space. Yi Chen turned his head, looked at the 2 dumbfounded people, and smiled slightly. See you later. He stepped into the purple portal, while the spiky-haired female instructor gaped in astonishment. S+ Phantom Qilin armor. S+ White Tiger armor. S+ Demon Blade Thousand Blades. SS+ Thousand Chance Umbrella. No. How could he do that? Simultaneously controlling 4 super weapons? And all of them are S+ level? I remember Xiaolingling was SS+. So, he just casually hoisted it onto his shoulder? The hedgehog head hairstyle was equally shocking. But when Yi Chen beat him up, he used the Demon Blade Thousand Blades. Looking back now, this guy actually held back. Otherwise, with this full set of equipment, I might really die. He scratched his head and sighed, hey now you know. Why do you have to provoke them? You're just asking for trouble. I'm really not worthy to be compared to them. The martial arts world is not just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social interactions. I hid myself very well, I didn't dare to make a sound. Why do you have to jump out and seek some superiority? Aren't you just looking for trouble? You have entered the S+ secret realm. Did-day. Faced with the strange beast before him, Yi Chen raised the 1000 machine Gatling gun and fired a burst of bullets. Gu Bailing's illusory soul trembled incessantly as she gritted her teeth and said, "You brat. Even if you help me." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chen suddenly poured in his spiritual power, and the canopy of the Thousand Chance umbrella opened up, transforming into a giant cannon barrel. Boom! The spirit cannon exploded into a mushroom cloud in the distance. You have cleared the S+ dungeon. Your level and Super Martial Girl's level have increased to LV32. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected, in this world, the Thousand Chance umbrella and the 1000 blades of demonic blade have been greatly enhanced. The number of transformation forms has increased, and it can even Dynamax. Chapter 46, if you've taken my experience, you'll have to keep taking it. Wait a minute, how come I suddenly cleared the game? Where's the boss? Looking at the SSS rating that popped up on the panel, Gu Bailing, who had regained her senses, asked. What boss? Where did the boss come from? Is there still a boss here? Yi Chen's 3 consecutive questions left Gu Bailing breathless. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance,
she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. The S Plus dungeon boss, which would require others to be on high alert, was blasted to death before Yichen even saw it. Not only that, the once tranquil snow-covered world was suddenly gripped by violent tremors, with the ground beginning to crack and split open. Space itself began to crumble, and magma began to gush out. This independent little world, the entire S Plus secret realm, is showing signs of collapse one after another. Gu Bailing's small mouth slowly opened wide. What did you do? Yichen said somewhat guiltily. I added a little fire cloud technique. Gu Bailing. Reminded by his instructor, Yichen quickly left the S Plus secret realm. Teleport back to the lobby. The two, still arguing, stared at Yichen with almost blank expressions. Level 30 S Plus dungeons, cleared in just over 10 seconds. Looking at the SSS level completion rating and completion time displayed above the teleportation device, both the spiky-haired man and his female advisor swallowed hard. The spiky-haired boy covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to his advisor, I told you, we shouldn't mess with them. I'll just avoid it next time I see it. This guy, is he even human? Yichen smiled noncommittally and took out another key, inserting it into the teleportation device. His actions here were already attracting much attention because of his status as an outstanding student. Immediately, upon seeing the purple, exclusive teleportation portal, all the instructors engaged in a heated discussion. Frogfun, another level 30 S Plus key. Is he the principal's favorite son? No, given the principal's temper, even his own son wouldn't produce 2 level 30 S Plus keys. Before they could finish their discussion, Yichen emerged from the secret realm again a dozen seconds later. Then he took out an S Plus key and inserted it into the teleportation device. The purple portal reappeared, and the eyes of many instructors nearly popped out of their sockets. Confirmed. This guy is the principal's biological father's teeth. The accumulated strength of Pajun Academy over the past decades is all in this kid's hands. When Yichen emerged from the secret realm, he glanced at his level. What S Plus secret realm? That's not much of a level increase. Only level 36. Gu Bailing looked at him speechlessly. You, Sumayan, Yanli, and Mengyu, each of you leveled up 6 times, isn't that a lot? Seemingly remembering something, her face flushed slightly. Maybe it's because I also gained experience points, and I leveled up too. Yichen suddenly realized, oh, then it's alright. Don't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Anyway, you're not an outsider, right, counselor? Once you've taken my advice, you'll have to keep taking it. In an instant, Gu Bailing's pretty face turned bright red. Even Yanli and Pei Yuning blushed with embarrassment. That's all for today. Yichen held his head and said to Gu Bailing. By the way, counselor, I'm asking for leave tomorrow to get married. If you can come, we can have a drink at your wedding. And please also help me request another month of honeymoon leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Bailing's face darkened, because Yichen had only actually worked for 2 days since arriving at Pajun Academy, and then he wanted to take a month's leave. Oh well, what can you do when someone starts with a nuclear explosion? Okay, I understand. The holiday can be arranged, but it's impossible to go abroad for the honeymoon. If we stay in China, we can apply for it. Wait for my news. Yichen smiled and nodded. It's alright, take your time with the application, I can wait a week. After all, I probably won't have time to go out and have fun during the first week of my wedding. As he spoke, he looked at Su Mayan, Mengyu, and the other girls. The latter all lowered their heads shyly. Gu Bailing immediately understood, her pretty face blushing slightly. Ahem, I know. But the National College League starts in a month, so you'll have to represent Pajun Academy and do your best. Of course, that's no problem. Yichen patted his chest, leave it to me. The next day. The gongs and drums were deafening, and firecrackers were exploding in unison. Yichen, dressed in a handsome bright red robe, greeted the mentors and deans who came to attend the wedding banquet with a smile. Congratulations, Yichen. Happy marriage and may you have a baby soon. As the former dean of the 4 major academies, Shiman Chueshua was naturally invited to the floating island. Dean Fubuki, please come in. Instructor by Jia, please come in. In addition, Yichen, Yanli, Mengyu, and Su Mayan's former homeroom teacher were also invited to attend. Congratulations, Yichen. Then came Dean Go and Gu Bailing. Dean Go was still very generous, giving out 6 red envelopes by himself, clearly contributing 6 monetary gifts. Looking at the thick red envelope and Dean Go's hesitant expression, Yi-Chen pulled him aside, patted his chest, and said, "Dean, we guarantee a win in the University League a month from now."
Then I'm relieved.
There weren't many people, including relatives, it only filled one large table. Yi-Chen stood on the stage, looking at the 4 brides wearing red veils, and felt genuine joy. Principal Go looked at Qin Shuaru with a puzzled expression, clearly not understanding why she wasn't among the brides. Yi-Chen chuckled awkwardly, ahem, it was bound to happen sooner or later.
"Come, Dean, let me offer you a toast." "Oh, I understand now."
"Alright, then we won't disturb the newlyweds any longer.
Let's leave."
After finishing their meal, everyone left early.
After all, Yi-Chen has a vacation, but they don't. Gu Bailing pulled Yi-Chen aside and, her pretty face flushed, handed him a hard drive. "There are teaching materials inside. They're all newbies, so you'd better take it easy." Yi-Chen nodded, a mischievous grin on his face, and said, "Advisor, I'm a newbie too, I don't know anything. Why don't you stay and offer some on-site guidance?" "Roll." With a flushed face, Gu Bailing turned around and left in a panic. After everyone left, the brides were all taken to their respective rooms. Yi-Chen helped Qin Shuaru tidy up the table. During the tidying up process, Yi-Chen, taking advantage of his drunkenness, inevitably had some physical contact with Aunt Shui. She blushed slightly and said, "You go ahead and do your thing, I'll take care of things here." Chapter 47, Su Mayan evolves into SS plus Wushang Demon Blade 1000 Blades. "It's okay, they're probably still eating. Let me clean up for you first." Yi-Chen smiled slightly and stood behind Aunt Shui, helping to wash the dishes. Qin Shuaru. Her pretty face flushed, she turned back and said, "Xiao Chun, I know what you're thinking, and I understand your feelings, but..." Before Qin Shuaru could finish speaking, Yi-Chen silenced her with a kiss. When she gently pushed him away, Yi-Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at her with a smile. "I promise you. I'll wait until you reach the maximum level." Before Qin Shuaru could finish speaking, Yi-Chen silenced her with a kiss. Qin Shuaru's hair was disheveled, and her usually dignified expression revealed a hint of panic. "Level 80. She asked Yi-Chen in a questioning tone, her voice low. Unexpectedly, Yi-Chen bent his neck again. "Level 60. That's the lowest I can go." Aunt Shui lowered her head, her tone no longer as assertive as before, and had softened along with her bones. "Otherwise, you'll harm your health." Yi-Chen curled his lips into a smile, looking like he had succeeded in his scheme. Deal. After all, for him, being unable to activate the Hellfire Azura skill was worse than being killed. Level 60? That's a piece of cake. However, Aunt Shui. Yi-Chen smiled and said, "Before that, you need to let me get used to it first. There are still many things I don't know how to do, you'll have to teach me." Hearing his words, Qin Shuaru sighed inwardly. Pointing at Yi-Chen repeatedly, he said, "Teaching is one thing, but you must keep your mind calm. The strongest energy is being condensed. If it dissipates, our agreement will have to be postponed. Perhaps you'll never be able to control the Hell-faced Azura in your entire life." Yi-Chen nodded. He can tell the difference between being full at one meal and being full at every other meal. After watching Aunt Shui clean up all the dirty work, Yi-Chen walked out of the kitchen. "Alright, Aunt Shui, I'm going up now." Qin Shuaru couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a master. Even after countless reincarnations in the secondary universe, upon returning to the Supreme Universe for the first time, he possessed such formidable spiritual power at only level 30-something. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to control the spiritual power in his body, but I didn't expect him to be able to control it so easily. No wonder he could handle the little Aurora so easily. I underestimated him. She cupped her flushed face, wondering whether she should grant his request to pilot the Hellfire Azura ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen, who had arrived on the second floor of the villa, was slightly troubled. Should I go find Yen Li and Meng Yu first, or go to Su Mayan and Pei Yuning's room first? Recalling the hidden conditions for Yen Li's advancement to SS+, Yi-Chen decided to go to Su Mayan first. The door was unlocked, and Yi-Chen pushed it open and entered. Then they saw Su Mayan, wearing a red veil, sitting upright on the bed covered with a red blanket. A pair of delicate, red hands were folded over the hem of her skirt, her knuckles slightly white, making her look uneasy. Su Mayan was extremely nervous at this moment. She hasn't eaten a single meal since she got married, and even when she drinks water, she only dares to moisten her throat. There was actually a banquet and food set out inside, but she was just too nervous.
When Su Mayan heard Yi Chen push open her bedroom door, she felt her heart rate soar. Her throat, hidden under the red veil, gurgled, but she felt a strange joy inside. I never expected my husband to arrive at my room first.
Oh my god, I'm so nervous. When I get nervous, I think about.
It seems that my husband has neither slighted Mayan nor treated her as a concubine.
However, Mu Yan is really nervous. Mom and Dad, Mayan is almost a grown-up.
Listening to Su Mayan's flustered thoughts, Yi Chen's lips did indeed twitch slightly. These past few days, his opinion of Su Mayan has completely changed. In his previous opinion, Su Mayan was the kind of school beauty who didn't talk much and seemed aloof and slow to warm up. However, after spending some time together, he discovered that Su Mayan was only aloof on the surface. It's essentially the same as the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, only attacking and not defending, or you could say it has zero defense. They're the kind of pushovers who's easy to bully, the kind you just can't help but want to take advantage of. He smiled and lifted her red veil with his hand. Su Mayan immediately lowered her head shyly, her fair face visibly turning red, the blush spreading all the way to her delicate, white elf ears. She didn't dare to look directly into Yi Chen's direct and blatant gaze, which made her blush and her heart race.
Yi Chen was also stunned.
This elven bride in her red dress certainly has a unique charm.
Mu Yan, after drinking this cup of nuptial wine, we will be husband and wife.
Su Mayan obediently accepted the wineglass handed to her by Yi Chen and then bowed her head. She gently took his arm and drank the wine in her glass in one gulp.
Then let's begin.
Yi Chen lifted her up by the waist and gently placed her on the red couch. Looking at the long, white legs beneath the red dress, which seemed to be longer than his own life, he swallowed hard.
Su Mayan was extremely nervous.
Her delicate body trembled slightly. Just being looked at by Yi Chen made her feel like her heart was about to jump out of her throat.
My lord. My lord. My love. Hidden condition met. Does it require in-game purchases? Krypton. With a thought, faint purple lightning crackled around Su Mayan's body. Name, Su Mayan. Muzu, Thousand Blades of Demonic Blade, SS+. Attack growth, SSS+. Defense growth, 0. Currently in the break-in period. Description, a divine weapon. The Demon Blade Thousand Blades, purely offensive, with no defense. The blade can transform into countless sharp fragments. Weakness, beware of electric shocks. Resonance effect, indestructible. Comes with a lightning effect. Ming Chao's ultimate technique, slicing through space. A single, unthinking slash. Hidden condition achieved. Spend over 100 million in game currency to unlock SSS plus Illusion of Annihilation, the Thousand Blades of Demonic Blade. Chapter 48, Yi Chen, Extreme. Light. Sword. Nexus, Leo, Ace, stealing kills? In an instant, Yi Chen felt a numbness all over his body, as if he had been struck by Si Kongzhen's powerful attack. He asked Su Mayan, "Wife, is your mouth numb?" Su Mayan covered her face shyly. She'd been numb for ages, how could she still be here? Even so, with tears still streaming down her face, Su Mayan spoke softly to Yi Chen, "It's all right? Husband, you don't need to worry." Mayan. Yi Chen had just stepped out of Su Mayan's bridal chamber and was about to enter Yenli and Meng Yu's room. The entire floating city suddenly began to shake violently, and air raid sirens blared at that moment. Warning! The floating city is under invasion. All trainees, please evacuate to the underground safe area in an orderly manner. Repeat it. Warning! The floating city is under invasion. All trainees, please evacuate to the underground safe area in an orderly manner. Byte. The phone's text message notification tone suddenly rang out. Yi Chen frowned and picked up his phone to take a look. To Commander Yi Chen. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Longhan East China Command, and I am Si Nan. The academy city you live in is under invasion. You are hereby urgently appointed as a special defense personnel. Number SSS plus 009. Before Yi Chen could finish reading all the information, Meng Yu and Yenli rushed out of the bridal chamber. Brother Yi Chen. What happened? Pei Yuning also stepped out of the room, looking at him with a solemn expression, Swordmaster. Even Su Mayan, dressed in her gown, came out of the room. Her brows furrowed slightly, clearly because she had aggravated her injury by walking too fast. Looking at his beautiful brides, Yi Chen chuckled, looks like today really is a good day. He chuckled softly and walked forward slowly. Mangyue and Yanli, standing to the side, became ethereal. Transformed into super alloy armor, armed with phantom scales and white tigers, it envelopes his body. His hands then plunged into the chests of Su Mayan and Pei Yuning respectively. ISS plus Muzumo Kyusen Senrin, crackling with purple lightning. There's also the SSS plus Heavenly Dao Aurora Sword, shrouded in dazzling golden light. Simultaneous drawing. Let's go, let's see who's behind this. At the same time, dozens of spatial rifts appeared inside the entire floating island of the Peijun Academy. Countless small, strange beasts swarmed out from it. A powerful bolt of lightning struck, and several gigantic super beasts appeared in the center of the floating island. These super beasts, resembling giant arthropod monsters, swung their enormous pincers and raised their massive feet, stomping towards the teaching building of Peijun Academy. When they discovered that their foot couldn't even break the school building, the previously cloudy eyes of those super beasts immediately turned to confusion. Immediately afterwards, a series of voices rang out in the air. Just. A dazzling light flashed, and the three giants of light stood up together. They are. Nexus has no health bar, only a progress bar. Leo, wearing a cape, arms crossed, and a lion crown on his head. The last one, just by standing there, the aura emanating from him could make all the super beasts tremble. Ace. In an instant, the super beasts stood back to back. Their previously puzzled eyes cleared up. Oh no, where did this message get sent to? Are you sure these are all students? For a moment, several super beasts stood back to back, trembling. But a strange excitement flashed in the eyes of the three giants of light. So many years. We've finally waited for this moment. These are all academic credits. If the announcement hadn't come on just in time, they probably would have been even more excited. Those three Ultramen, take it easy when you fight them later. Light beams are forbidden in the academy. Leo, flying kicks are prohibited. You've destroyed too many buildings, I'll still deduct your credits. Especially that guy from the meat processing plant, make sure you hold on to your 8-point will tightly. If you drop it, I'll still deduct points. The three giants of light scratched their heads, their expressions becoming serious. Yi Chen, who had just stepped out of the villa, froze. He's already heard the broadcast. Thankfully, I didn't lose my temper and activate the illusionary divine beast. Otherwise, they would directly attack their own troops. The roar of the engine suddenly rang out, and Yi Chen looked closely. A Lamborghini came to a smooth stop right beside him. After a transformation, he was incredibly surprised to find that the Lamborghini from before had turned into Gu Bailing. No, mentor, you can do that too? Who do you think you are? Gu Bailing took off her sunglasses with a bright smile, and strands of hair at her fingertips fluttered in the wind. Yi Chen nodded. It seemed there was a reason why the 1000 Chance umbrella could be defined as SS+. This is an epic upgrade. He pointed into the distance and asked curiously, by the way, are those three Ultramen also students of Peijun Academy? Gu Bailing nodded. That's right. The college accepts a certain number of exchange students from abroad every year. These Ultramen are all writers who have made contracts with Japanese girls. If you're interested, I can take you to the international class to take a look. Seeing Gu Bailing's lips curving into a Nike shape, Yi Chen knew this woman was up to no good. We'll see, but I'm still more interested in domestically made products. After saying that, he took Gu Bailing into his space. Her seductive voice still echoed in Yi Chen's mind. I heard there's a young lady from the Sakura Zaibatsu who's single, and the giant of light she summons is Ultraman Tiga. Don't you really want to consider learning Japanese or something? Yi Chen remained silent, but channeled his spiritual energy into the soles of his feet, propelling himself into the air while throwing out an energy ball. Phantom Lin God. Start up. A massive Qilin magic array materialized. A crimson mech burst forth from the formation. Yi Chen leaped into the cockpit of the illusionary scale god, took control of the illusionary scale god, and drew out a huge, radiant sword out of thin air. It is the Heavenly Dao Aurora. The giant mechanical lightsaber slashed horizontally, leaving a streak of aurora in the air. With just one sword strike, the heads of all the super beasts rolled off. The next moment, the three Ultramen hurriedly grabbed the super beast's head, their faces full of question marks. No, where did this illusionary Qilin god come from? Hua Yunfei hasn't awakened yet, has he? Dude, are you stealing my credits? Before they could even speak, the crimson illusionary scale divine mech vanished into thin air.
Only Yi Chen, completely enveloped in the illusionary scale white tiger armor, fell from midair.
He swept his demonic blade across.
The demon blade thousand blades transformed into countless shattered blades, instantly piercing through the hard shells of those strange beasts.
Eliminate them all.
Even though Yi Chen had already suppressed the spiritual power within his body. However, the newly awakened Wusheng demon blade thousand blades still easily slashed out a void rift.
Chapter 49, I'm just a passing super beast warrior. I found a wild emperor armor.
At this moment, in the Academy City, low-level and uncontracted students are evacuating in an orderly manner.
You and your super warrior girl have reached level 43.
Yi Chen nodded, that's how you level up faster. Although I didn't look closely, the levels of those super beasts and alien beasts were obviously not low.
Not far behind him.
A female student dressed in a sailor uniform happened to witness him swinging his knife. As luck would have it, she was the Cherry Blossom Exchange student that Gu Bailing had mentioned to Yi Chen earlier.
Sri Lanka number 1. Kojo Miki opened her beautiful eyes wide, and her small mouth formed an O shape.
Previously, her gaze had also been deeply drawn to the Aurora sword used by the illusionary scale god. And Yi Chen's landing point as the illusionary scale white tiger armor was right in front of her. Looking at the combined illusionary scale white tiger armor, and Yi Chen holding the unthinkable demon blade thousand blades and the heavenly Dao Aurora sword, Kojo Miki covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes rippled.
He can actually control 4 super powerful female warriors at the same time. So strong. I've never seen him before. Could he be a junior in this year's class? A private Marseille. Before Kojo Miki could speak, Yi Chen lightly tapped the ground.
She felt a deep, piercing pain in her eardrums from the sonic boom, and the shockwave lifted the hem of her JK skirt. When she opened her eyes, her pretty face flushed and she pressed down on her skirt. Yi Chen's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side of the floating island,
countless guards fell in pools of blood. Hen Shin. Hen Shin.
Faced with a series of Kamen riders surrounding her, Lu Xiaohua's expression turned slightly serious.
Dragon Emperor, you can't escape. Surrender. This is truly unexpected. The Dragon Emperor of Longhan doesn't even have a charioteer.
There's an old saying in Longhan, those who understand the times. Upon realizing her identity had been exposed, Lu Xiaohua's beautiful face turned cold.
You lot think you can make me surrender? Dream on.
Her aura surged, and a golden mechanical dragon coiled around her.
Emperor's armor. The next instant, the powerful energy fluctuations instantly startled Yi Chen.
Such strong spiritual pressure. There are still experts. His demon blade thousand blades sliced through space, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the Emperor armor. The sudden appearance of the phantom scale white tiger armor caused all the Kamen riders, as well as Lu Xiaohua, to be slightly stunned.
Target identified. SS plus Phantom God. S plus White Tiger Armor. SS plus Muzu, Demon Blade Thousand Blades. SSS plus Heavenly Dao Aurora Sword. Identity, Yi Chen Top Secret. Rank, Captain Top Secret. Lu Xiaohua's small mouth, hidden within the Emperor's armor, was slightly open. In fact, she recognized Yi Chen immediately.
Because the illusionary scale white tiger armor and the demon blade thousand blades in his hand have become his trademarks. What she didn't expect was that the demon blade thousand blades, originally S+, had actually advanced to SS+. What shocked her even more was that the Aurora sword in Yi Chen's hand gave her an indescribable feeling. Just like this sword, it should be matched with his imperial armor. She had seen SSS+ sealed artifacts before, but why didn't she have this feeling before, but now she does? Could it be because it's in his hands? Besides, he was so close to me. As Lu Xiaohua recognized Yi Chen, looking at the knights around him, was also slightly stunned. So many of them, could they also be exchange students? Before Gu Bailing could respond, the other end sent a question. Team. Who are you? Gu Bailing's voice rang out at the same time. They've already shown their health bars and have been automatically marked as enemies. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen exclaimed, Who am I? I'm just passing by. Super Beast Force. Remember this. A man opposite, who hadn't even had a chance to insert his card yet, was slightly taken aback. Wait a minute. You stole my line. Yi Chen smirked, Yash, none of you will escape today. However, when he glanced to the side, he was immediately drawn to the black and gold alloy armor beside him. Name, Lu Xiaohua.
Level, LV 99. Emperor's Armor SSS Plus. Attack Growth, SSS Plus. Defense Growth, SSS Plus. Brand New. Introduction, the Ultimate Divine Weapon. The strongest armor, fused with the power of the 5 elements of heaven. Bar none. Resonance Effect, Power of the 5 Elements. Mingchao's ultimate technique, Dharma Body of Heaven and Earth, Emperor's Demon Annihilation / There are too many skills to list. So beautiful. This curve. This look. He subconsciously reached out and almost obsessively swiped at the Emperor's armor. From the ancient patterns carved on the black and gold armor, to the dragon's body, eagle's arms, tiger's shoulders, mastiff's back, and finally touching the rhinoceros's legs. For a moment, the Dragon Emperor's sister felt a tremor run through her body, and her mind went completely blank. How is this possible? He can make the Imperial armor resonate with just a touch? Moreover, deep down, I felt a strange, inexplicable emotion. That feeling was a mix of grievance, resentment, passion, anticipation, and welcome. It's like a long-lost puppy finally finding its owner. He's the master, so who am I? At the same time, the Cayman rider on the other side also recognized Yi Chen. I never expected that a kid of ultimate nuclear explosion level would actually appear here. Great, let's take them all down together. As the Cayman riders leaped high into the air, they unleashed a powerful group rider kick at Yi Chen. At that moment, Lu Jihuan no longer hesitated and hugged Yi Chen tightly, crying out, "Be careful." Yi Chen, who was about to swing his knife, felt himself being hit by a soft lump of flesh, and his body was flipped to the side. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman who had tackled him, Yi Chen was filled with questions. "No, ma'am, even though you have a great figure, you're slowing down my sword drawing speed. If you interfere with me drawing my sword, no matter how beautiful you are or how great your figure is, I'll still beat you up. By the way, where's the Emperor armor from earlier?" Dang Xia. At this moment, Yi Chen realized it. This Imperial armor has no owner. It is the armor form of the woman in front of me, the super martial spirit maiden. Looking at Yi Chen, whom she had tackled, Lu Jia's pretty face flushed slightly. Why did the armor suddenly dissipate? Could it be that it wants to? Will he use it? Thinking of this, Lu Jihua suppressed her shyness and said to Yi Chen with a solemn expression, "Can you drive the Emperor armor?" Yi Chen opened his mouth. "No, am I dreaming? This is Imperial armor. I'm so good at it. Doesn't she have a charioteer? Today is indeed a good day. I actually found a wild Emperor armor. Then I won't be polite." Although he thought this way, Yi Chen still forcefully suppressed the corners of his mouth. After all, emotional management is an essential skill for adults. Stop talking so loudly. Don't laugh. Meeting. Without further ado, he put the illusionary scale white tiger into his spatial storage and plunged one hand into the beautiful woman's chest. Armor. Combine. Chapter 50, Buheo, does the Emperor armor he summons have a shield on its chest? Nightfall, Emperor Demon Slaying Annihilation / The next moment, the woman in front of them was suspended in mid-air. She leaned back, her blonde hair disheveled, and a blush visibly rose on her pretty face. And dragon horns also sprouted from the top of her head, actually activating the super martial spirit girl form. Of course, Yi Chen had no interest in paying attention to her changes in posture. Instead, his gaze was focused on his right arm. At this moment, his right arm felt as if it were being swallowed by the void, or as if it were being bitten tightly by some creature. Not only that, but the spiritual energy within his body was also being rapidly drained away. Yi Chen gasped. As expected of the SSS plus Emperor armor. But if it were Aunt Qin at EX plus level, wouldn't she have drained all the spiritual power in her body in no time? In an instant, an unparalleled competitive spirit ignited in Yi Chen's heart. Suck? Okay. I'll see just how much you can inhale. He poured his immense spiritual power into his right arm. At the same time, I felt a mysterious pull. A blazing beam of light burst forth from the sun. The beam of light pierced through the clouds, melted through the plasma shield above the floating island, and enveloped Yi Chen. With a dragon's roar, a golden mechanical war dragon shot out from the beautiful woman's chest. And her figure, amidst the soft murmur suppressed by the dragon's roar, transformed into a golden light, completely merging with the mechanical war dragon. That's all. Sign. At the same time, countless energy waves bombarded towards Yi Chen. How could they possibly wait until his armor was fully assembled? Boom, boom, boom.
A series of explosions suddenly rang out, and the aftershock swept through the entire space. All the Kamen riders turned away with cold smiles. He didn't even look at the dust and smoke behind him that had been blown up. In an instant, their laughter stopped abruptly. At the same time, they also stopped. Roar! They turned around in astonishment, only to see a gigantic golden mechanical war dragon hurtling towards them. All the Kamen riders froze. It wasn't just because several knights were instantly pierced through by the golden mechanical war dragon and died on the spot. It was also because a terrifying pressure was bursting forth from the gradually dissipating dust and smoke. The pupils hidden behind the mask suddenly contracted. Because a suit of black and gold armor was shattering the surface of the sea stone, piercing through the dust and smoke, and slowly walking towards them. As soon as they took that first step, they felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. That suffocating fear gripped their throats with each step the black and gold armor took. How is this possible? He clearly wasn't using a belt. In their terrified gazes, the golden mechanical war dragon also flew back to the side of the black and gold armor. They circled him at high speed. This is exactly it. Emperor of Light War Dragon. At that moment, the many Kamen riders finally saw the golden armor that stepped out of the smoke and dust. Unlike the previous Emperor armor, this time, the Emperor armor they saw was even more majestic and imposing. Moreover, a golden shield was deeply embedded in his chest. This was the first time they had ever seen an Imperial armor in this form, and it was completely beyond their comprehension. Is this still the Emperor's armor? The previous Emperor armor wasn't like this. At that moment, not only were all the Kamen riders stunned. Even in her spirit form, the Dragon Emperor's beautiful face was filled with shock. I didn't turn into a summoner or a belt. He actually didn't use a summoning device. Didn't use a belt. Moreover, it directly summoned the Emperor of Light War Dragon. Is it possible to activate the Emperor armor without following the proper procedures? Could it be that? Could the 5 elements of blood in his body be so high? And the reason I blocked all the attacks just now was because of the shield on my chest. When her gaze fell upon the shield, Lu Jiawa's spirit almost went dazed. This is. Before the Dragon Emperor could even open his mouth in disbelief, forming an O shape. Finally, someone else recognized the armor besides her. Bulo. A shield. This is no ordinary emperor. It is the ultimate Emperor armor's teeth. Run, Nigello. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Watching the Kamen riders preparing to flee, Yichen retrieved the Emperor of Light War Dragon back into his body, a cold smile curving his lips. Escape? Too late. Without further ado, he plunged one hand into the space of control and pulled out the heavenly Dao Aurora from Pei Yuning's chest. At the same time, the Emperor's armor in reality also conjured up a huge light sword out of thin air. However, at this moment, heavenly Dao Aurora is no longer the simple and ancient immortal sword it once was. Instead, it has completely transformed into a gigantic mechanical lightsaber. Yichen fused the Aurora sword and the Aurora shield on his chest together, unlocking a brand new state for the first time. Aurora Emperor's halberd. Looking at the weapon tightly gripped in Yichen's hand, the Dragon Emperor's expression was one of utter shock. What's going on here? Could it be that the SSS Plus sealed artifact was originally one of the components of the Emperor armor? However, the Dragon Emperor soon found himself unable to continue thinking. At this moment, Yichen's lips, hidden behind the Emperor's armor, curved slightly upwards. Emperor's demon slaying annihilation slash. The Emperor's halberd in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden Imperial armor left a golden afterimage in its wake. He transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the Kamen rider. The terrifying energy caused everyone's bodies to freeze briefly. Fear. It caused their pupils, hidden behind their masks, to dilate to their fullest extent. Even so, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the black and gold armor with their eyes. A moment later, they lowered their heads with difficulty, looking at the armor that had completely shattered into pieces. A dazzling golden light still shimmered from the cracks. Is this the ultimate Emperor armor? I would call it the strongest. There was no time to marvel or leave a last message. Boom! 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 The Kamen rider behind Yichen exploded with a bang. The loud explosion echoed throughout the entire Pejun Academy. accompanied by Principal Go's abusive broadcast. Who exactly is piloting the armor hero? Who is it? You'd better tell the truth, or you'll be in deep trouble. Before Principal Go could finish speaking, the Dean of Students pressed the microphone. What are you doing? Is it your relative? Principal, this is the Emperor's armor. The Emperor's armor. Chapter 51, Henshin? Pretty good? Tell me. Are you even up to par? What emperor? What sovereign? What armor? In my college, my rule is. Dang Asia. Seemingly realizing something was wrong, Principal Go swallowed hard. You mean, that emperor armor? Exactly. The head of the teaching department nodded, both amused and exasperated. Holy crap, protect the king. Protect the king. Principal Go ran out the door in a panic. Little did he know that Yi Chen, who had already eliminated all the enemies, was already piloting the Dragon Emperor sister, piloting the ultimate emperor armor. Wielding the demonic blade with 1,000 blades, it cleaves through space. I rushed off in the next direction indicated by the panel map. There's no other reason than this. He's extremely angry right now. These bastards actually dared to attack me today. Then leave them all for me. But Yi Chen was also unaware that these damned days weren't actually targeting him. It was actually aimed at the dragon girl sister he was currently driving. At this moment, the generals at the Longhan Supreme Command all gaped wide at the images they saw through the satellite. This tasked him with protecting the Dragon Emperor, so why did they give him a ride? So what should we do now? Should we order him to retreat to a safe area? However, after receiving the signal from the Dragon Emperor through the ultimate Emperor armor, everyone laughed and cried at the same time, holding their heads and sitting back in their chairs. I am safe and feeling good. No need for deliberate support. And please don't reveal my information. Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's voice, everyone's expressions turned strange. Why does the Dragon Emperor's voice sound like he's panting? At the same time, spatial rifts are opening up throughout the Academy City. As the Emperor armor moves, the locations where spatial rifts spawn also vary. A wandering swordsman, dressed in a kimono and wooden clogs, with a face covered in markings, emerged from a spatial rift. A man with a knight's belt around his waist and various cards in his hand emerged from another spatial rift. The last one was an old man with a white beard wearing a black robe. As he leaped out of the spatial rift, the surrounding streetlights flickered on and off. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual pressure swept across the entire street. The moment the man with the stripes appeared, engine horns blared. A 100-ton truck, carrying the figure of the striped man, crashed heavily into him. I thought it was a speed bump. Go talk to my insurance company. Wah-ah! The two drivers on the 100-ton truck let out evil laughter, just like villains. In reality, they were among the governing officials of the Southeast Military Region. However, the man with the tattoos showed no fear in his eyes. He placed one hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, took a deep breath, and then exhaled scorching flames from his mouth and the long sword he had drawn. Breath of flame. First form. Shiranui. The moment the Nichiren blade was drawn, streaks of fire exploded in the air, instantly forming a straight line. Below. The two drivers of the 100-ton truck suddenly contracted their pupils and quickly pressed the emergency button. In the next instant, the 100-ton king stood up and transformed dramatically in mid-air. Watching the striped man pass through the two mechanical legs of the transformed 100-ton mech king, the two drivers gave each other a high five. Woohoo! It's a Nichiren blade. We almost got separated. The man with the tattoos was also stunned. Only then did he realize that he had just passed right between the legs of the 100-ton mech king. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. The striped man cursed furiously, Baka Yaru. However, I just said that. The man with the stripes looked extremely pale. He glanced back slightly, his pupils suddenly contracting. Because behind them, a black and gold armored figure had appeared out of nowhere. It was Yi Chen who happened to be passing by and overheard what he said. What was reflected in the eyes of the striped man was a powerful punch carrying lava. Emperor Lava. Boom! The man with the stripes tried to block with his sword. But he saw his Nichiren blade melt and shatter from that punch. Well. Before he could even scream, the rolling lava from the Emperor Lava blast engulfed and melted him. Upon seeing this, the two pilots of the 100-ton King Mech escaped open. They had originally prepared for a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, the enemy was killed with a single punch. Dang Asia! Why does this armor look so familiar? Isn't this the Imperial armor we're supposed to wear to protect the Emperor? But Yi Chen didn't say anything more. He crushed the sea stone under his feet and disappeared in front of the two of them with a whoosh. Holy crap! The two drivers looked at each other in bewilderment, then cried out in unison, "Protect us! Protect us!" On another street, two figures met. The two didn't say much, only their eyes met. Flame Dragon armor. Combine. The other person takes the card, opens the drive, swipes the card, and does it all in one go. Hen Shin. At the same time, an electronic sound came from the belt. Kamen Rider. Decade. Before the opponent could complete their transformation, the Flame Dragon armor leaped high into the air. He placed a fist behind his back, the fist surface spewing out scorching flames, and unleashed a powerful punch. Flame Fist. Snort. The man, who had not yet completed his transformation, sneered and raised his left arm, which was only covered in plastic armor, to block the fiery fist. At the same time, countless purplish-red armor phantoms entered his body from the left and right sides. Next, it was the top of his head that felt as if countless cards were inserted into it. In the next instant, his transformation was complete. The helmet is a green goggle. His entire body was covered in alloy armor interwoven with purplish red and black. There is a crooked black and white crossmark on its chest. It's Kamen Rider Decade. The fiery fist unleashed by the Flame Dragon armor exploded on the spiritual energy shield that the Imperial Knight had blocked with his left arm. In an instant, it blasted the ground into a fan-shaped wave of flames. The intense heat melted the nearby utility pole. The Flame Dragon armor, having failed in its first attack, unleashed another punch. As he repelled the Imperial Knight, the Flame Dragon armor spun its waist pivot with incredible fluidity, conjured a blazing blade in his hand, and a fiery red slay scroll appeared out of thin air in front of him. The demon sealing scroll of the blazing blade. Flames erupted from the blazing blade, and the Imperial Knight leaped high into the air, dodging the attack while unleashing a knight's kick at the Flame Dragon armor. Before the owner of the Flame Dragon armor could even finish his sentence, he frowned. A golden streak kicked the Imperial Knight, who was flying in mid-air, away. Boom! Watch as the Imperial Knight rolled 2.5 times on the sea stone ground, deeply embedded in the earth. Fiery Dragon armor, no. Chief Commander of the Southeast Theater Command, Governor General, Sinan. They stared wide-eyed at the black and gold armor hanging in mid-air. Hen Shin? Very good? Controlling the ultimate Emperor armor, Yi Chen arrogantly asked, "Tell me. Are you still up for it?" Chapter 52, One kick shatters the knight's soul. Sir, I am a Han Chinese. Demon Blade 1000 Blades versus Flowing Blade like fire. Upon seeing the ultimate Emperor armor in mid-air, the Flame Dragon armor was filled with awe. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you earlier." Yi Chen ignored Sinan. "I didn't know him at all." He fixed his gaze on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Ming, whose armor was shattered by his kick, reverted to his original form. She was clutching her stomach in pain, twisting back and forth 2.5 times in the deep, cracked wound. Yi Chen swung his Emperor's halberd, ready to deliver the finishing blow. "Dang Asia!" Xiao Ming raised his hand and said in fluent Chinese. "Sir, I am also a Longhan person. As the saying goes, one kick shatters the knight's soul, sir. I am a man of Longhan. This trick is despicable, but it works." Yi Chen did not bring down the Emperor's halberd, nor did he deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Ming's stomach. While he was distracted, Xiao Ming immediately activated the cavalry's stealth mode and disappeared from his sight. Yi Chen frowned, and Xiao Ming's voice rang out again in the air. "The Flame Dragon armor. My destined enemy. May I run into you again next time. I will never fail again." After uttering these harsh words, Decade Knight Xiao Ming, who considered himself incredibly cool, scrambled and crawled into the void rift. He decided that he would first go to the island to hunt down more knights and collect more cards. Regarding the Emperor armor, he dared not utter a word about it. Absolutely no thoughts whatsoever. As the strongest heavenly Dao armor in history, let's leave it to Lord Oma Zio. Let Xiao Ming run away first, let him develop a bit, and kill some more small fry. After he collected all N cards, he discovered that the ultimate Emperor had become the ultimate. Ahem, I can't help it, don't laugh.
Yi Chen's lips twitched violently at the sight of the vanished Imperial Knight. It's like a voice is ringing in your ear. He's playing you, Your Majesty. For a fleeting moment, he had the urge to use the Demon Blade Thousand Blades to cleave through space, jump onto the island, and wreak havoc. However, he quickly put the idea aside for the time being. Because on the other side of Academy City, the battle is not over yet. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen stopped hesitating and immediately rushed towards the next location. Seeing Yi Chen disappear into thin air in a flash, Sinan's expression stiffened slightly. Ha! Why is the Dragon Emperor ignoring me completely, without even the most basic response? Even just nodding to me would be enough. Could it be? At this moment, the one wielding the Emperor's armor. Is it someone else? Just then, a 100-ton truck came speeding towards the scene, shouting, "Governor, Governor, come to my rescue." Sinan immediately realized, "Command Center, this is Sinan. Please send me the satellite location of the Emperor armor." Meanwhile, another corner of Academy City has been completely transformed into a scorching inferno. The bodies lay scattered on the ground, charred black from the fire. An old man with white hair, dressed in a black robe, stood expressionless, holding a katana, stepping over their charred bodies. The katana in his hand had a deep purple hilt, an oval-shaped guard, and a brown scabbard. And this katana has a resounding name. The strongest fire-type Sanpakuto. Ryujin Jaka. Seemingly sensing a powerful spiritual pressure approaching, the white-haired old man's brows furrowed. Bite. He suddenly drew his sword, and a metallic clang, sharp as teeth, rang out at the same time. That was the symphony of the Emperor's iron fist clashing with the half-drawn katana. The white-haired old man lightly stepped on his wooden clogs, channeling his spiritual energy into the soles of his feet. As he activated his instant step, he dodged backward in quick succession. Gazing intently at Yi Chen, his eyes were grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. After a brief exchange of glances with the ultimate Emperor armor, the white-haired old man drew his katana completely, flames filling the entire blade. All things returned to ashes. Flowing blade. Jaka. Boom! A towering wave of flames erupted from the blade. Like a surging tide, it instantly engulfed the entire street. It swept towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen unleashed a punch, the lava and flames on his iron fist intertwining and colliding. Emperor Lava. With just one punch, he pierced through the flames. The old man moved with agility, activated his instant step, and leaped to the rooftop, dodging Yi Chen's lava wave. He dared not underestimate Yi Chen again and swung his sword once more. Shouji. Song Ming. The longsword unleashed a tornado-shaped wall of flames, enveloping Yi Chen within it. Yi Chen shattered the bluestone beneath his feet, his figure transforming into a golden afterimage. With a single punch, the Emperor's lava pierced through the tornado flame wall. A green rune appeared in front of his armor. The bending and stretching of wood. With a slight lift of his left hand, emerald green vines wrapped around the old man's body. The old man's expression changed, and he adopted an offensive strategy, unleashing a cone-shaped wave of flame with a single slash. As it engulfed Yi Chen, it transformed into a giant fiery palm, completely enveloping him. This move is called City Wall Flame. If Yi Chen tries to break through from the inside, he will be chased by the 6,000-degree flames inside. Swastika, Zanhua Taisho. West Zanhi Yukata. The old man was engulfed in intense flames, attempting to escape from the twisting and bending of the wood. His pupils contracted sharply. The fiery palm in front of him had not yet been extinguished, and Yi Chen's spiritual pressure was also present within it. But the space behind him suddenly tore open. Like a purple eye of the void, it silently opened behind him. A gigantic ghostly hand stretched out from the torn eye of the void, wielding a demonic blade shrouded in purple lightning. The Demon Blade Thousand Blades. A single, unexpected strike. Sizzle. The blade fell. Even though the old man parried with his sword, he was still sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. On the other side, Yi Chen also used the ultimate Emperor armor to break through the flaming palm unscathed. Two lines of calligraphy appeared simultaneously, pointing towards the old man in mid-air. That is precisely the Five Saints' ultimate killer. The old man's pupils suddenly contracted, and as he twisted his body in mid-air, he swung his sword, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. Blazing hell. Dozens of pillars of fire shot into the sky from the ground. They converged and surrounded Yi Chen, ready to kill him. Yi Chen sneered, stopped the Five Saints' ultimate kill, swung the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, and instantly appeared behind the old man.
The 10 pillars of fire merged into one and exploded at the spot where Yi Chen had been standing.
East Rising Sun Blade.
The old man's Ryujin Jaka had completely subsided, concentrating all its energy into the katana. It was like a katana charred black by flames, with only a wisp of smoke rising from the charred blade.
When the demonic blade clashed, the shattered blades separated and transformed into 1,000 blades.
The SSS plus sharpness instantly sliced through the old man's spiritual energy shield and entered his body. But Yi Chen still showed respect for the old man's strike. He conjured an aurora shield in his left hand, blocking the rising sun blade.
Boom!
As the aurora shield exploded, the lightning effects that had entered the old man's body were also triggered, paralyzing his body and making his movements slightly sluggish. The 5 calligraphy scrolls reappeared in front of Yi Chen, and this time, the old man had no way to avoid them.
5 Saints. A fatal blow is inevitable. Chapter 53, The 5 Shadows Ultimate Kill. Shock. An SSS level powerhouse from Japan. The Blazing Blade. Death. Change the blade.
The aurora shield in Yi Chen's left hand split open in all directions. It transformed into 5 golden calligraphy scrolls floating in front of him. And with his left hand, a long sword with an ancient design appeared out of thin air.
It is indeed the heavenly Tao Aurora. The brilliance faded. The sword's tip pointed. The ultimate imperial armor shone brightly.
A golden dragon condensed and coiled around the blade of the heavenly Tao Aurora sword. The golden dragon merged with the blade of the Aurora sword, and the ancient sword expanded, transforming into a dazzling giant sword of light. The white-bearded old man, who had already fallen to the ground, awoke from his paralyzed state thanks to his strong willpower. His black robes shattered, his muscles bulged, and with the immense spiritual power within him, he forcefully unleashed the full power of the 1,000 blades. Facing Yi Chen, who was already locked onto him in mid-air with the 5 Saints' ultimate kill, he knew he had no way to avoid it. But his gaze remained completely unfazed. He was engulfed in flames, and plunged the tip of his knife into the ground. Everything around turned into a sea of fire. Moreover, streaks of azure plasma flames rose from the ground, like tombstones for the dead. Countless dead and withered bones rose crookedly from the sea of fire and tombstones. This move is called Broken Flame Katana South 10 Trillion Fire Death Burial Formation. Using the high temperature of his Zanpakuto, he awakens all the souls he has slain. These undead will relentlessly slaughter everything he considers an enemy. A golden mechanical war dragon also rose up around Yi Chen. The Emperor of Light War Dragon instantly annihilated all the undead skeletons. Gazing at the night sky above, the old man's eyes blazed with a burning fighting spirit. Although they only looked at each other briefly, it was as if they were communicating with each other through their thoughts. That look in their eyes seemed to convey a mutual appreciation, as if to say, "It's been so long since I've had such a satisfying battle. Although I don't know who you are. But you are worth me using this. The strongest move." In the next instant, the old man leaped into the air and unleashed a long-range slash at incredible speed. His figure, burning with light in the air, was like a blazing meteor, slashing towards Yi Chen. The blazing blade north heaven and earth turned to ashes. The energy contained in this strike is enough to obliterate everything in its path and everything it touches. Yi Chen also did not hesitate. The aurora sword he had been charging up transformed into a stream of light that passed through the golden 5 scrolls and became a scorching giant sword of light, which shot out towards the old man who was breaking through the air. The great sword of light entered the old man's body, transforming into a golden dragon that completely enveloped his form. But the old man's movements only slowed slightly, and the broken fire katana in his hand still slashed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Because the aurora sword had already flown back into his hand. The old man who swung his sword at you had eyes filled with a dark, deathly intent, and his pupils were already dull and lifeless. And what he saw was a single strike that turned the world to ashes. It was the old man's final strike, the last breath that consumed his life. It was also the final obsession born from all his fighting spirit. Yi Chen smiled. "Since that's the case, let you leave without any regrets." The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth once again appeared around the ultimate emperor armor. Yi Chen brandished the aurora sword, and the 5 calligraphy scrolls were arranged in front of him. His figure transformed into a golden streak of light, passing through the 5 calligraphy scrolls and leaving behind 5 golden afterimages. Finally, the 5 golden afterimages converged and launched a final 5-hit combo towards the old man. The 5 Kage's ultimate kill. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the entire city. A dazzling golden light burst forth in the air. Finally arriving at this place were the flame dragon armor, the 100-ton king and other governors, including the principal of the Broken Army Academy. Without exception, they all stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. Looking at the entire battlefield, which resembled a living hell. They really couldn't imagine that such a large-scale battle could break out in an academy city where spiritual energy was suppressed by many times. The brilliance has faded. The old man's figure had long since vanished, along with the remnant fire katana in his hand. And the only remaining figure. It was the black and gold armor that was facing away from the epicenter of the explosion. The Aurora shield, which had split open in all directions, flew back to the chest area of the armor. That is the ultimate Emperor armor. Before anyone could straighten his nearly dislocated jaw, Yi Chen once again swung the Demon Blade 1,000 blades, cleaving through space. Controlling the ultimate Emperor armor, his figure disappeared from the spot. Holy crap, protect the king! The principal let out a strange cry, and the other officials were equally bewildered. Only Sinan breathed a slight sigh of relief. He removed his fiery dragon armor and shouted loudly to the people around him. Gentlemen! This is Commander Sinan from the Southeast Command. The crisis has been averted. However, today's matter involves top secrets of the Dragon Han Dynasty. Everyone who witnessed this battle must sign a top-secret death pact. I hope everyone will cooperate. At the same time, Yi Chen has also returned to Pajun Academy. After he killed the white-haired old man, the panel also displayed a message that the crisis was over. Thank you for your contributions to our country. General Yi Chen. Upon seeing this message, Yi Chen was also slightly taken aback. Wow, he got promoted again. He had no idea who he had just killed. Meanwhile, Japan was also in shock. Deserters, shameful. You should commit seppuku. An officer from the highest command in Japan sternly reprimanded Xiaoming, who had escaped from the Void Rift. Meanwhile, Decade Xiaoming picked at his ear and said with a nonchalant expression, "Hi, hi." Ah, yes, yes, yes. However, the officer's insults were not over yet. Everyone stared at the SSS rank Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka and its swordsman. The scene of being instantly killed by the ultimate Emperor armor. Everyone was speechless. At that moment, the silence seemed deafening. Only Xiaoming's face was filled with schadenfreude. See? If I hadn't run away, I would have stayed there too. Alright, everyone, instead of looking for reasons in us frontline soldiers who risk our lives for the glory of the Empire, you should look for the reasons within yourselves. If it weren't for the obvious error in your intelligence, will Grandpa Yamamoto and Ryujin Jaka die on the front lines? Look my eyes. Answer me. Xiaoming grabbed the officer by the collar, and as his momentum surged, he instantly switched between offense and defense. Do you know how many resources are needed to train an SSS rank swordsman and an SSS rank Zanpakuto princess? You are shaking the very foundations of the great Japanese Empire. A bunch of idiots who just hide in the command post and keep babbling nonsense. Don't call me for this kind of work next time. I only have one life, I don't have time to play with you guys. Chapter 54, Empress OO, will we meet again, Yi Chen? Plop. At this moment, everyone in the Longhan Supreme Command headquarters swallowed hard. There is no other reason. They were among the very few who knew the true identities of Yi Chen and the Empress. They held Yi Chen's information and looked at it repeatedly. They racked their brains but couldn't figure out how this kid, with strength below level 30 or 40, could unlock the ultimate Emperor armor right away and fly around in it. They even killed a truly powerful pillar of the nation from Japan? This was completely beyond their imagination. So, what should we do now? Is the plan to hide Yi Chen somewhere no one can find him? Or should we send someone to protect her secretly? For a moment, everyone was at a loss. I suggest we hide Yi Chen. He can now use the ultimate Emperor armor at will, making it a strategic weapon and a trump card for the Dragon Han Dynasty. If he were allowed to move freely, he would surely suffer the same fate as the Dragon Emperor, being assassinated by other countries through various means. But Yi Chen still has a lot of room for improvement. He's not even level 40 yet. And he's already this strong. If he really reaches the maximum level, wouldn't he be unstoppable? There are many ways to improve strength. We don't necessarily have to go to the battlefield. We can also use the power of the whole country to attack high-level secret realms and raise his level. I disagree. Given Yi Chen's personality, I think he wouldn't be used to the way you're suggesting.
Judging from his fighting style, Yi Chen's fighting style is aggressive yet composed, possessing extremely strong combat skills and a formidable mental fortitude.
I never sensed even the slightest fear or hesitation in his heart. Don't you find that strange?
From the very beginning, when he was assassinated by the spear of Longinus, he not only did not escape under Gao Tianqi's cover, but even dared to fight back.
This is a person who has no fear in his heart. I think that's why he was chosen by the Hell-faced Azura, a supreme divine weapon. So in my opinion, Yi Chen is a person who possesses the bloodlines of all 5 elements and the strongest qi. And his personality. IMHO. Righteousness can manifest as evil, and evil can manifest as righteousness. I think our attempts to control him will only provoke his resentment. Let's see what the Dragon Emperor chooses.
At this moment, Yi Chen had also removed his emperor armor. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Dragon Maiden before him, he smiled and said, "Dragon Maiden, now that the crisis has been averted, shall I take my leave?"
Although he felt embarrassed and reluctant to leave. This is Imperial armor. Driving it is really exhilarating. But after all, this was the first time they had met. I can't exactly bring her to my villa to do that, can I? Besides, today is my wedding day.
Working overtime at the last minute is already outrageous enough. I thought it was all just a joke when other people were closing deals or talking to clients at their weddings.
I never expected that what I experienced would be even more outrageous. Who would believe that if I told them? We'd only driven halfway when they wanted me to go fight monsters.
So what Yi Chen was thinking was to hurry back and finish all the unfinished tasks, otherwise his wives would have something to say.
As for the Emperor's armor,
the contract has been signed, and the meeting has already taken place.
Are you still worried that she'll run away? Besides, it's not just me who's enjoying it. Most of the work is still done by myself, and I'm putting in a lot of effort.
The physical and spiritual energy consumed were mostly expended by myself.
Can anyone else drive as smoothly and effortlessly as I do?
Because of his talent for complete control, Yi Chen was naturally very confident in this area.
Everyone who's used it says it's great. Everyone who's used it says they can't forget it.
But as soon as he finished speaking, the dragon girl stood there, stunned and bewildered.
The contract's already signed, you've already activated it, and now you're telling me, Master, you're going home? And you're not even taking me home with you.
For a moment, she felt an emptiness inside.
Suddenly, I felt inexplicably sad and inexplicably humble. Although this feeling is completely inconsistent with her usual arrogant and aloof persona. But deep down, she felt inexplicably wronged. It felt like I was an abandoned puppy or kitten, and it was incredibly painful. She pouted, and her tears, like transparent butterflies, gathered and swayed in her eyes, teetering on the verge of falling. But years of pride made Lu Jihua absolutely unwilling to let tears, such a fragile thing, flow from her eyes. She seemed to be beginning to understand why Qin Shueru had said those things back then. A master can live without the Imperial armor, but the Imperial armor cannot live without a master. Okay, I understand. The dragon girl's expression remained calm. She took a deep breath, suppressing her sadness and trying to compose herself. Will we ever meet again? Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Because he had confirmed that he could indeed hear the dragon girl's thoughts. Although it was intermittent. It was just a chance encounter. Whether we'll see each other again is uncertain. Why did you ask such a strange question? Isn't it childish? If you didn't know better, your master would think you were a pervert. Yi Chen's hesitation made the dragon girl even more heartbroken. Okay. Master is indeed silent. He must be scared.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. He found it very difficult to express his true feelings from just now. Connecting this with the appearance of the woman before him, who was even more aloof than Gu Bailing, and whose aura was even more powerful than Shueru's, this cold and beautiful dragon maiden.
Inside, she was even silently crying. Wah, my master doesn't want me anymore. I'm so sad. You can't cry, you can't act so pathetic in front of your master. Even if I have to cry, I'll hide away and cry secretly.
Yi Chen rubbed his temples.
If you don't have anywhere to go, my house is quite big. Huh? Is that okay? Is it really possible? Master, are you serious?
But that fierce woman is so scary, she won't kick me out, will she? Thinking of this, the dragon girl sighed softly. This is probably not very convenient. If Yi Chen hadn't heard her true feelings, he wouldn't have said that. Because this dragon girl's facial expressions are really well controlled, it's hard to imagine that her inner monologues are so vivid. If Yi Chen hadn't heard her inner thoughts, he wouldn't have seen the well-hidden, full of anticipation in her eyes. Otherwise, he would never have said something that would make him seem like a weirdo. But is this dragon girl really completely unguarded? And that fierce woman, could she be referring to Aunt Shui? Chapter 55, Welcome Home, Imperial Armor. No, the master has already invited you, so why are you acting all coy? Although that fierce woman is terrifying, the thought of being all alone without a master, clearly the latter is more terrifying. Now look what you've done. You're so stupid. Your master was just taking pity on you, but now that you've said this, do you think your master will still invite you? Master, could you invite me again? Master, could you invite me one more time? Please. Could you invite me again? I'll definitely go with you right away. Yi Chen's lips twitched, because the dragon girl in front of him didn't seem to be homeless. His gaze was fixed on the mechanical dragon tail behind the dragon girl, swaying merrily incessantly. The case is solved. She simply wanted to go home with me. Although it's unclear what her motives were, whether she was attracted to his looks or his superb driving skills. But seeing how much she fears Aunt Jean, she probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, it's the Emperor's armor, and I really can't bear to part with it. Thinking of this, Yi Chen smiled and said, I'm staying in a villa arranged by the academy. There are many rooms. If you don't have anywhere to go for the time being, you can come home with me. But I have a question for you. Is this your first time? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the dragon girl's pretty face flushed bright red. Yes, yes. Although you might not believe it if I told you this at my age. But I've never had a boyfriend. Her mind went blank, her expression was noticeably less calm than usual, and all her composure vanished. She blurted out the truth. Yi Chen's face darkened. I was talking about the Emperor's armor. Didn't you have a rider before? Oh, no. You're the first one. The dragon girl held her forehead, her small, gray-stockinged feet, hidden in her high heels, looked so embarrassed they were practically digging out a 3-bedroom apartment. Oh no. I accidentally blurted out my true feelings. No, Lu Jihua, what on earth is going on in your little head? That's great. My master will definitely label me a pervert. The dragon girl's thoughts were sometimes clear and sometimes faint, and Yi Chen couldn't always hear them clearly. But now that he's made up his mind, he won't hesitate any longer. The Emperor armor is brand new, it's amazing. In an instant, the frustration he felt about being pulled into working overtime on his wedding day vanished. My only worry now is how to explain this to Aunt Shui. Judging from the dragon girl's inner thoughts, she might have had some past conflict with Aunt Shui. When Yi Chen summoned Gu Bailing from the Imperial space, she looked at Lu Jihua with fear in her eyes and almost knelt down. Lu Jihua caught her and winked at her. Have we met before? Gu Bailing's throat felt sticky. Although she had never seen it before, she knew that the Emperor armor was the current Dragon Emperor. However, with her quick wit, she immediately understood the Dragon Emperor's meaning. Didn't she want to reveal her identity to Yi Chen? Thinking of this, Gu Bailing forced a smile. No. Hello, my name is Gu Bailing. I am Yi Chen's advisor and one of his contracted super martial girls. She regained her composure slightly and reached out her hand to the dragon girl. Although she is of a higher status than me, that does not mean that I should lose the right to pursue happiness. This is why Gu Bailing wanted to reveal her contract with Yi Chen at the same time. But clearly, the dragon girl didn't care about this. Hello, my name is Lu Jihua. From now on, let's work together to assist our master, instructor. She glanced at Yi Chen shyly, cupped her face in her hands, and said with a radiant smile. The mechanical dragon tail behind him was swaying uncontrollably from the base. When Yi Chen returned to the villa, Qin Shuaru looked at Lu Jihua, who was hiding behind Yi Chen, and chuckled softly for no apparent reason. As we all know, people can laugh when they are speechless, just like Qin Shuaru's mood at this moment. Knowing she couldn't escape, Lu Jihua shuddered and politely extended her hand to Qin Shuaru. Hello? I am Lu Jihua, the super martial arts girl under Yi Chen's new contract. Qin Shuaru stared intently at Lu Jihua, whose tone was exceptionally humble, and then glanced at Yi Chen beside her. Yi Chen scratched his cheek guiltily and nodded, saying, Aunt Shui, we have indeed made a contract.
Qin Shuaru nodded, her face still bearing the enigmatic smile that Yi Chen couldn't quite decipher. She parted her red lips and said to the dragon girl, "You can enter the store if you want, as long as Xiao Chen agrees, I won't object. But, you have to sign a life or death contract." Upon hearing Aunt Shue's words, Yi Chen was taken aback. After all, Aunt Shue never treated Sumayan, Pei Yuning, or Gu Bailing this way. For example, Gu Bailing, he and she still had an equal contract, and Aunt Shue did not force her to immediately sign a life and death contract with him. If we sign a life or death contract on the very first day we meet, wouldn't that be too forceful? However, Yi Chen instantly understood something. No wonder Aunt Shue knew that she was wearing the emperor armor. So he wanted her to sign a life or death contract with him immediately, so he wouldn't have to worry about her running away. We must listen to what Aunt Shue says. However, he vaguely sensed that the relationship between Aunt Shue and Sister Longnu might be more complicated than he imagined. Thinking of this, Yi Chen chimed in, "Aunt Shue, she just has nowhere else to go." Qin Shuaru smiled and glanced at Yi Chen, but still showed no sign of backing down from the dragon girl. "Our home isn't big, but it's not a place where you can just come and go as you please. If you're willing, sign the life or death contract and stay. If you're not, you can leave." Upon hearing Qin Shuaru's words, the dragon girl simply nodded calmly. Yi Chen had no idea what she was thinking at that moment, nor could he hear her thoughts. She merely glanced at Qin Shuaru with a cool gaze, then looked at Yi Chen, held up 3 fingers, parted her red lips, and said with utmost solemnity, "I, Lu Zhihua, am willing to protect the charioteer Yi Chen with my life. If I disobey, may heaven and earth punish me." Yi Chen was taken aback. He had thought she would turn around and leave, but he didn't expect her to leave without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuaru's expression was no longer as resistant as before. "It seems I underestimated your determination." She nodded and smiled at the dragon girl. Welcome home, Imperial Armor. Chapter 56, Mangyue evolves into an SS Plus Super Beast White Tiger. Upon hearing that the Dragon Emperor was facing Yi Chen, he immediately signed a life or death pact. Gu Bailing's eyes widened, revealing a completely shocked expression. "No. Did you really just casually place the heavy responsibility of a nation on Yi Chen's shoulders? Wouldn't his own student become the regent of Longhan in the future? How should I face my students then? Does that mean I have to kneel down and kowtow to him before every class from now on?" Thinking of this, Gu Bailing held her forehead. She dared not think any further. Knock, knock, knock. A polite knock on the door suddenly rang out. The Dragon Emperor was slightly taken aback, while Qin Shuaru glanced at her indifferently and said, "It's for you." Xiao Chun, come here, I have something to tell you." "Oh, okay." Seeing that Qin Shuaru had sent Yi Chen away, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but show her a grateful expression. "What's up? If you fall in love with a woman whose social status is vastly different from yours, what would you do?" Hearing Aunt Shue's words, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment. "Aunt Shue, the conditions you're describing aren't complete. What you're asking is whether many people might disagree with us and that there would be many obstacles between us because of our different social statuses, is that what you mean?" Qin Shuaru didn't speak, but continued to look at him with gentle eyes. "No one will support my lofty ambitions. I will climb to the summit myself. As long as I'm strong enough, that's enough. As for the rest, great scholars will surely debate the classics for me." Yi Chen smiled and put his arm around Qin Shuaru's waist. "So, Aunt Shue, even if you are a fairy from heaven, I still want you to lower your proud head for me." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuaru's pretty face flushed red. However, Qin Shuaru was secretly amazed that Yi Chen could still operate the LV-99 Emperor armor so well under those circumstances. She had indeed underestimated his strength. Qin Shuaru gave him a beautiful glare. "Go on with your work, Mangyue is practically a statue waiting for her husband." Yi Chen bent down and gave Qin Shuaru a passionate kiss before going upstairs. At this moment, Sumayan, Mengyu, Yanli, and Pei Yuning had all returned to their rooms. He rushed to Mengyue's room. Although she was covered with a red veil, she was still surprised and delighted when Yi Chen pushed open the door. When the red veil was lifted, Mangyue was so overwhelmed by his direct gaze that she covered her bright red face with her hands. "Brother Yi Chen, you're not allowed to look at me like that. I'm so shy." Despite Mengyue's usual haughty demeanor, she becomes quite docile at times like this. Hearing Mengyue's words, Yi Chen gently pried her hands away from her face and said with a lazy smile, "If I don't look at my own wife, do you expect me to look at someone else's wife?" Upon hearing this, Mengyue became anxious.
She pouted and said with dissatisfaction, Brother Yechen, you're not allowed to look at other people's wives.
This is immoral. Seeing that Mengyue had fallen for it, Yichen gently pressed down on her hands, staring intently at her flushed face, and smiled. Then will you show it to me? Just give it to me. And what about kisses?
Before Mengyue could answer, Yichen bent down and pressed his lips to her soft, delicate lips. Mengyue kept her eyes tightly closed, her small hands wrapped around Yichen's neck, her thick, upturned eyelashes trembling slightly.
After a long while, their lips parted.
Looking at the beautiful Mengyue, Yichen leaned close to her tiger ear, gently blew on it, and circled his fingertips around the tiger's tail.
That.
Feeling uncomfortable from his teasing, Mengyue murmured softly.
It's all for Brother Yichen. Mengyue, everything belongs to Brother Yechen. Brother Yichen, please stop teasing Mengyue. Mengyue knows she was wrong. Yichen looked at Mengyue, who was so easy to manipulate, and smiled. So who's in charge of the family from now on? From now on, if Brother Yechen says to go east,
Mengyue will absolutely dare not go west.
Yichen continued with a smile. So, will you still tattle on me from now on?
Mengyue said in a tearful voice, I won't dare.
I won't dare. Yichen grinned mischievously. Why are you being so obedient today?
Mengyue's voice was soft and slightly hurried. Brother Yechen, please.
Hidden condition met. Does it require in-game purchases? Krypton. Name, Gu Mengyue. Super Beast White Tiger, SS+. Attack Growth, SS+. Defense Growth, SS+. Currently in the break-in period.
Description, a miraculous artifact. Resonance effect, Tiger Roar Armor Tiger Roar Flash. Mingchao's ultimate techniques, Flash Cloud Technique Super Beast White Tiger Tiger Roar God.
Hidden condition achieved. Spend over 100 million in-game currency to unlock SSS plus White Tiger Nebula. X1, upgraded the contract Super Warrior Girl to SS+. Achieved. X2, raise both yourself and your contracted super powerful female character to level 30. Achieved. Your talent, part of Total Defense SS, upgraded to SSS rank.
Resonance Tide rising probability increased by 100%. Resonance Tide-like effects increased 10 times.
Mega Heart Keystone, you can Mega Evolve all Mega Girls. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. You have received an extra reward, Spirit Power 3. You have received an extra reward, All Attributes 3. You have received an extra reward, Resistance X3 already issued in advance. X1, upgrade the contract Super Warrior Girl to SSS+. X2, raise both yourself and your contracted Super Warrior to level 60. X3, hidden condition met. Brother Yichen, you big bad guy. Who'f let you bully me? Menyue's pretty face was streaked with tears.
She gently fanned Yichen with her small hand while a smug smile curved her lips.
Tell me now, who's in charge of things at home from now on? Yichen couldn't help but smile.
Clearly, Mengyue felt that she was capable again after evolving. He feigned agreement, saying, it's up to you.
Hearing Yichen show weakness, Menyue's lips curled into a smile.
Then I'll say, east.
Yichen feigned weakness and said, I will never say, westward. Chapter 57, Kojo Miki, as expected of Yoro-kun, even his posture while giving the cold shoulder is so cool. That's good, but... Mengyue looked smug, then her little mouth curled into a mischievous smile. You big bad guy, it's not that easy to let you off.
Her tiger tail swayed gently, and her fair face and snow-white neck were covered with an alluring blush.
Accept the punishment of justice. Super weapon. Spirit girl form, activate.
The adorable and naive Mengyue clearly hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation.
Even though Yenli is so sensible, she doesn't dare to activate her second form in private with Yichen. After she successfully activates the second form of the super martial spirit girl, the mechanical white tiger, Yichen's eyes lit up, and a mysterious smile curved at the corners of his mouth. They finally fell for it. At the same time,
Sinan, Principal Go, and others standing at the villa's entrance twitched at the corners of their mouths.
You mean, to get you a student status at Pajun Academy? The Dragon Emperor nodded non-committally.
Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, her tone instantly turned cold.
What, is it inappropriate for someone my age to be a student? The forced smiles on everyone's faces froze. Of course, no problem.
Principal Go rubbed his hands together and said with an awkward smile, "Your age is perfectly fine for a freshman.
I can arrange for you and Yi Chen to be in the same grade. A freshman that's too much. Let's just make me his senior."
The dragon girl cupped her face in her hands, a shy blush rising on her cheeks. Everyone covered their foreheads with their hands, feeling utterly helpless.
This is summer, not spring. Cough, cough. Don't worry.
The Dragon Emperor made a fist with his hand, placed it to his lips, and coughed lightly.
I won't neglect government affairs. We can work online too.
Sinan twitched the corner of his mouth. He knew that the Dragon Emperor had already made up his mind, and there was no point in saying more.
But he still dutifully reminded them.
Please try to avoid appearing before the public in imperial armor.
All right, let's go. The dragon girl waved her hand impatiently. If the master saw this, would they think it was something serious? Several days later. My lord, Mu Yen really can't fit any more in. Mum. Mu Yen, you should eat more, and so should the fairy sister.
On the streets of Tianfu, Su Mayan and fairy sister had bulging cheeks and their cherry-like mouths stuffed full of various foods by Yi Chen.
They embarked on a small train journey in Izhou. Eat and shop. That's right, the month-long honeymoon has begun. Brother Yi Chen, try this. Brother Yi Chen, eat this. It's super spicy. And super delicious. Feed Yenli and Mengyu at the same time. Yi Chen grasped one small hand in each hand, opened the gaping maw of the abyss, and plunged in together. Looking at the two sisters' shy expressions and the envious glances from the men and women around them, Yi Chen held Su Mayan's hand with his left hand and wrapped his right arm around Pei Yuning's slender waist, a smug smile playing on his lips. Nothing more than practice makes perfect. I must say, the food in Izhou is really good, it's just that this billboard. Why is it a little curved? Gu Bailing, the tour guide, glanced at the Dragon Emperor wearing a mask not far away and her lips twitched. No, those two young people, they're on their honeymoon and you came along too? That's just too much. Noticing Gu Bailing's gaze, the dragon girl looked back sharply, startling the fox girl so much that she almost bristled. It must be said that the dragon girl's aura is indeed powerful. Of course, the only one who is absolutely no less than her is Aunt Shui. When Qin Shueru, dressed in a beige bodycon dress, walked over amidst the attention of the crowd. Here you go. When she handed him an ice cream, the Dragon Emperor was slightly taken aback. Thanks. Just think of it as taking the kids out to play. You won't find it boring, will you? Fine. The dragon girl was just wondering how she should eat while wearing a mask when she suddenly glanced sharply behind her. What's wrong? Following her gaze, Qin Shueru asked curiously. And nothing. The dragon girl patted the G-Wagon, realizing she had been too sensitive. It's okay, just eat. Nobody will be watching you. Qin Shueru chuckled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her tender pink tongue curled up a corner of the ice cream and licked it into her red lips. She simply tapped her red-soled heels lightly, and all the gazes that had been focused on them immediately dispersed. The dragon girl looked surprised. However, she quickly realized that Qin Shueru might have used some kind of space-time ability, which was why those people ignored her. Behind them, a young woman dressed in a cherry blossom theme, wearing a full-on sun hat, sunglasses, and mask, cautiously peeked out. Strange, where did those two go? The young woman exclaimed, looking puzzled. Young miss. Is this not a good idea? The bodyguard in the suit behind the young lady looked strange. Yes, if someone finds out, they'll definitely think it's a sign of hatred. The term obsessed woman is somewhat difficult to utter, but the word hate comes out of her mouth without hesitation. Hearing what the male and female bodyguards said, instead of being angry, Kojo Miki stared intently at Yoruchi in the distance, a chilling smile curving her lips. He. Gee. So what? I'm just pursuing my own happiness. Seemingly sensing something, Yi Chen and the crowd involuntarily shivered. As expected of Lord Yi Chen, even his posture while giving the cold shoulder is so cool. Kojo Miki covered her face, mimicking the gesture of Amaterasu, her tender pink tongue swirling around her pale white fingertips. Yi Chen Jun Kaku 1. Yi Chen Jun Ha Daisuki. At this moment, he was standing beside Kojo Miki, but out of her sight. Dragon girl sister, trying to take it from me? Qin Shueru gently touched her forehead. I'm too ashamed to look. The dragon girl stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Kojo Miki. Can't she see us?
Qin Shuaru shrugged her round, fragrant shoulders.
You can't see it.
We don't belong to the same time and space as her right now.
The dragon girl blushed. Aren't you going to do anything about it?
Qin Shuaru chuckled and shook her head.
Do you know how I've gotten through all these years? From childhood to adulthood, I've intercepted at least 100 love letters. Otherwise, how could he concentrate on his cultivation? This is just Xiao Chen's daily routine, you'll get used to it. For a moment, the dragon girl was filled with awe and respect. Sir, your actions are truly righteous. Chapter 58, Nation War, Eutalis. Abyss Invasion? Gu Bailing, what a coincidence. What should we eat later? How about we go for hot pot?
Yi Chen suggested. No, brother Yi Chen, I've been eating too much spicy food lately, and my mouth, ouch, it's burning. Upon hearing this, Yanli, Su Mayan, and Pei Yuning all blushed and lowered their heads.
If you come to Chengdu and don't eat hot pot, what will you eat? You want turkey-flavored hot pot, ah. Yi Chen muttered something.
Upon hearing this, Mangyue immediately pointed to her red lips with her delicate white fingertips. Brother, look, aren't they all swollen? Yi Chen took a closer look and saw that Mangyu's delicate pink lips, which were translucent with lip gloss, were indeed somewhat swollen. Considering that this guy has a cat-like tongue and can't really eat spicy or hot food, I suggested, how about I order you a tomato hot pot? Mangyue pouted, but seeing you guys eating spicy hot pot makes me craving it too. My mouth can't take it, but my heart can't resist. Seeing Mangyue shaking her arm and acting coquettishly, Yi Chen looked at the others for their opinion.
No, we're just eating, why are you blushing like that?
I saw some hot pot restaurants with good ratings, and they also have seafood.
Is that okay now? Yi Chen looked at Mangyue and said with a doting expression.
Fortunately, she is not allergic to seafood. Mangyue happily wrapped her arm around Yi Chen's, tilted her head up, and smiled. It would be good for me to have some nourishment. The hot pot restaurant was bustling with activity, and everyone's attention was focused on the large screen in the center. Watching the wives continuously place chives, sea cucumbers, and oysters on the table, each sprinkled with goji berries. Yi Chen curled his lips into a smile, his expression enigmatic.
Are you sure?
For a moment, Su Mayan and Pei Yuning blushed and looked away.
Both Mangyue and Yanli's faces were filled with panic.
Aunt Shui raised her arched eyebrows slightly.
Are young people these days really that brave?
Seeing her older sister Mangyue poke her with her elbow, Yanli could only bite the bullet and awkwardly explain to Yi Chen.
Brother Yi Chen, these are all things we sisters ordered and ate ourselves. Of course, if you want to eat it, I'll get it for you, but
I suggest you eat something to clear heat and reduce internal fire. That would be better.
Yi Chen glanced around and saw that, apart from Yanli and Mangyue, even Su Mayan and Pei Yuning were looking at him with weak eyes. Her pretty face was practically screaming that she had already begged for mercy. He suddenly realized something.
I thought they were going to fight me to the death, but it turns out they're all pushovers. He chuckled and said, since none of you eat cilantro, I'll eat more of it.
Aunt Shui sighed inwardly, thinking to herself, what a bunch of newlyweds who don't know how lucky they are. When he finally behaves himself, you won't want to do it anymore.
At this moment, the diners in the hot pot restaurant stared intently at the large screen in the center, cheering loudly, igniting a lively atmosphere.
Good. Awesome. Following everyone's gaze, Yi Chen then noticed that the central screen in the store seemed to be showing a match.
On the screen, a suit of armor crackling with lightning wields a lightning-struck sword, saying, "Confess your sins.
Today I will burn away the evil thoughts within you."
Everyone stood up, blocking Yi Chen's view, and even the cheers drowned out the sound from the big screen.
As expected of Eutalis. So cool. This is truly a symbol of our Longhan.
Aside from the Emperor armor, which is always revealed at the very end, Eutalis can be considered the strongest. The Emperor armor is definitely the strongest, but it also depends on the strength of the writer. However, I heard there is also a Shura armor, and it has already unlocked its ultimate form. Moreover, he is an EX level expert on the ultimate divine weapon ranking, but he has always remained hidden from the world.
What's the point of saying anything? It's all just nonsense. EX rank has always been a legend. Whether it actually exists or not, no one has ever actually seen it.
Hearing everyone arguing heatedly about who was stronger, he was astonished. Yi Chen smiled without saying a word and glanced at Aunt Shui and Sister Longnu beside him.
Aunt Shui didn't mind, and gently sipped her tea.
The dragon girl's gaze, however, remained fixed on the private room upstairs. After their eyes met briefly, she immediately lowered her head shyly.
Yi Chen was secretly pleased. Who would have thought that the strongest and the legendary ones, who were arguing so fiercely, were eating in the same restaurant as them, sitting right next to them? Brother Yi Chen, what competition are they watching? Yan Li asked curiously.
Before Yi Chen could speak, Gu Bailing said mischievously, Yan Li, it seems you haven't been paying attention in class.
This is the Supreme National War.
A glorious competition that can only be participated in by those who have passed through layers of selection. The outcome of the competition is not only a matter of life and death and glory, but also determines the fate of the nation.
If we lose a game, the location of the Abyss invasion will randomly appear in our country.
Not only will the number of abyssal beasts increase dramatically, but lord-level monsters will also descend.
Meng Yue exclaimed, completely random? Yes, it might be in Academy City, or it might be in Izhou, or it might even be in Tianfu City.
Of course, the invasion of the Abyss requires a medium, and it will most likely only occur in a designated danger zone, that is, in the wild. Danger zones are usually heavily guarded and monitored for energy levels in real time.
Once an invasion occurs, a temporary battlefield mode will be activated.
The battlefield teleportation device will then activate, allowing support to be sent from across the country. Seeing Yanli and Meng Yu's adorably shocked expressions, Gu Bailing chuckled and waved her hand.
Don't worry, I was just kidding. There's no such thing as a coincidence. Yi Chen shrugged. They can't possibly chase after me and kill me.
As soon as Gu Bailing finished speaking, the ground began to tremble violently. Air raid sirens also sounded at the same time. Yi Chen's lips twitched violently.
Are you serious, good soldier in the Abyss?
The violent shaking of the ground stopped abruptly within a few breaths. Qin Shuaru slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. In front of her, the hot pot broth that had splashed out due to the violent shaking seemed to float in mid-air as the space seemed to freeze. Not only that, but everyone and everything around Yi Chen was frozen in place. It's like the entire universe has been put on pause.
Yi Chen's expression froze for a moment. Because he was shocked to see that the hot pot broth was flowing back. The person who fell sat back down in the chair, and even the meat that fell off the chopsticks flew back onto them. The buildings that were collapsing outside the window have also been rebuilt. It seemed to encompass the entire world, all people and things. The replay button was pressed on all of them. Chapter 59, The Vanishing Minute, The Abyss Lord? Yi Chen, Tiger. Roar. God. The next instant. The world is back to normal. The hot pot restaurant was still bustling, with people continuing to chat and enjoy their hot pot. People continued doing what they were doing, as if nothing had happened. Only Yi Chen stared at Aunt Shui in disbelief. At this moment, a blush had already appeared on her pretty face. She gently stroked her perfect waist and hips as she stood up, pulled out the 20808 tissue from the table, not to wipe her mouth, but to wipe her chest, and the red oil soup stuck to her hair. Although she seemed completely unaffected. But this expression was all too familiar to Yi Chen. At the same time, the dragon girl's expression also changed abruptly. Her panel already displayed a warning of the abyss's descent, and this time it was accompanied by a lord. The location is right outside Tianfu City. Normally, if it weren't for Yi Chen, she should be at the scene of the Supreme Kingdom War right now. As an SSS Plus team, Yutalis cannot possibly lose. The only team that can lose is another one. Like Yi Chen, she looked at Qin Shuaru in utter shock. Although she had also been stationary, she was still able to clearly understand what had happened. If it weren't for the person next to me, who happened to be in Tianfu City, this would likely be a city-destroying disaster for Longhan. I'm going out for a bit. Before the dragon girl could stand up, Aunt Shui said calmly, you don't need to go. She crumpled the tissue into a ball and rolled her eyes at Yi Chen. She spoke in her usual gentle tone. You and Meng Yue go ahead, 10 minutes should be enough. Meng Yue looked completely bewildered, clearly unaware of what had happened. Yi Chen's throat gurgled. Aunt Shui, are you angry? But this time, it really isn't my fault. Oh, right, remember to drag it to the abyss plane to fight. Qin Shuaru gave a strange piece of advice. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he channeled his spiritual energy into the soles of his feet, a technique similar to instant step, and leaped into the air. Meng Yue transformed into Tiger Roar and Flash, catching him steadily. They then sped away into the distance. The dragon girl standing nearby asked with some concern, are you sure I don't need to go? Qin Shueru pursed her rosy lips. If you're not afraid of destroying the entire central and southern region, then go ahead and do it. For a moment, the Dragon Emperor's expression seemed to freeze in a daze. She had no idea that Yi Chen was no longer the same person he used to be. It's not just the level that's improved talent level, spiritual power, and all attributes have all experienced a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, at the combat command post in Tianfu City. Sir, something terrible has happened. A soldier reported to the commander of the Zhongnan garrison. According to energy detection, the number of alien beasts outside the city has increased dramatically. They are attacking the garrison area, and the suspected rate of the abyss descending has reached the warning line. It is estimated that the garrison will collapse completely within 10 minutes. The elderly leader frowned deeply and said solemnly, "Immediately notify the governor to activate the battlefield transmission device. Deploy the Tiger Armored Battalion and give them all their strength to slow down the enemy. Tianfu City is right behind us, we must defend it to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure stepped out of the teleportation device. He was wearing yellow alloy armor and was none other than Wang Xiaohu, the governor of the Central and Southern Command. Upon Wang Xiaohu's appearance, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Great! It's the Earth Tiger armor. We're saved. Even the leaders of Tianfu City laughed heartily, saying, with General Hu here, Tianfu is guaranteed to be safe. Unlike their excitement, Wang Xiaohu's face, hidden behind the Earth Tiger armor, was also filled with shock. You made it? Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions, seemingly not understanding what the governor was talking about. Only Wang Xiaohu knows. He saw it on the energy sensor panel a minute ago. The entire city of Tianfu was struck by an unprecedented energy shock. The powerful energy fluctuations were felt throughout the entire central and southern region and even the surrounding areas. He couldn't even imagine how badly Tianfu City, which was right in the center of the impact, would be damaged. In just a few breaths, satellite maps showed that more than half of Tianfu City had collapsed. But now, he looked at the people guarding the danger zone with disbelief. Let's look at the satellite map again. His eyes widened in disbelief. Apart from the command post guarding the front line, even Tianfu City, which had been largely wiped out, remained completely intact. How is this possible? Can anyone tell me what exactly happened in that 1 minute? First, a warrior in crimson armor stepped out of the teleportation device. Sizzle! Then another bolt of lightning enveloped the teleportation device. Those who emerged were the chief administrators of the Southeast Command Governor Sinan. There's also General Duanmu, the controller of Utalis. Even though he was covering his right arm, his body was covered in wounds. They were teleported here from the recently concluded Supreme Nation War before any treatment could even be administered. What exactly happened? Sinan and General Duanmu frowned and asked in unison. Like Wang Xiaohu, they also saw the warning of the abyss descending and the scene of Tianfu City being destroyed. No, the timing is wrong. Sinan, with his meticulous attention to detail, pointed to the mechanical pendulum in the command center. The current time is 12:53, but the time here is 12:52. General Duanmu nodded. Such a basic mistake couldn't have happened, so there's only one possibility. He and Sinan were filled with dread upon reflection, yet they exclaimed in unison, time has reversed. The time here, no, to be precise, the time of the entire Tianfu City has been rewound to 1 minute ago. Just as I thought, even the teleportation rift for the Abyss invasion has been closed. Who on earth possesses such terrifying power? Their words had barely faded. The space within the entire danger zone began to distort. In the beginning, space was like a transparent curtain, which was cleaved in two by a giant blade. In an instant, countless alien-like abyssal beasts surged out from within like a tidal wave. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. A terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from it, instantly enveloping the entire area. An unknown behemoth opened a huge, scarlet eye to the world from a massive rift in the void. Only then did everyone realize with horror that the original giant blade might have been just one of its fingers. General Duanmu clenched his fist. You're in charge of these alien creatures. As for the Abyss Lord, I'll go. Are you sure you don't want to get treatment first? Before Sinan could ask with concern, he had already activated Utalis, transforming into a bolt of lightning that ripped through the sky. But suddenly, another dazzling streak of light flashed across the sky. General Duanmu turned around in astonishment, and Sinan and Wang Xiaohu stared in astonishment.
That streak of light was like a white line piercing the sky, instantly surpassing Yatalis.
Tiger. Roar. God. Chapter 60, Abyss Lord? 100,000 years old? Yi Chen, that's what we're going to fight 100,000 years old. Flash Spirit Technique. A huge, circular white tiger talisman hangs in mid-air. A gigantic mechanical white tiger leaped out of the talisman. The super beast white tiger moved with lightning speed, crushing all alien creatures wherever it went. The white tiger beast leaped into the air, twisting and transforming into a massive silver mecha. It converged perfectly with the silver streak of light. Ignoring Yatalis who passed by, Yi Chen had already merged with the roaring tiger god. The silver mecha's eyes emitted a chilling, deep blue light. Tiger Roar God placed a fist behind his back, opening his sharp mechanical tiger claws. Yi Chen remained silent, only focusing on channeling his spiritual energy. All that could be heard was Mangyue making a gurgling sound. Within the mechanical tiger claw, wind and thunder converge, forming a massive energy vortex. That wasn't lightning in the true sense of the word, but rather air that had been rapidly compressed into a plasma state. At that moment, whether it was Yatalis, the Earth Tiger armor, or Sinan, they all opened their eyes wide. Especially General Duanmu, whose eyes, hidden behind his armor, were almost bursting open at the corners. He was closest to it, so he naturally felt this enormous energy most acutely. At the same time, the warning screen on Yatalis was flashing wildly. Warning! Target energy level has reached nuclear explosion level. Continue to increase. Warning! Target energy level has reached supernuclear explosion level. Warning! Target energy level has reached the ultimate nuclear explosion level. Warning! The target's energy level is still increasing. Please move away as soon as possible. At that moment, Yatalis did not retreat but advanced, even at the cost of reopening his wounds. He anxiously shouted at Yi Chen. Fool, are you trying to destroy the entire Central South University? But Yi Chen ignored him. Flash. Spirit. Technique. The mechanical tiger claw, formed from the convergence of wind and thunder, slammed down towards that enormous human eye. The next moment, a massive energy surge swept across the entire area. Yatalis was the first to be hit and was sent flying backward. Sinan, Wang Xiaovu, and indeed the entire garrison, were left bewildered and disoriented in the aftershocks of the energy impact. It really is the foolish spirit technique. Are you sure you're here to save Chengdu? Is it right? Wrong. Yatalis stabilized himself in mid-air. General Duanmu has realized that the impact of the explosion is not as great as he had imagined. The answer is obvious. The flash spirit technique that Tiger Roar God used earlier completely sank into the void gap with his alloy Tiger Claw. In other words, the one that was truly impacted by this energy was the abyss plane. The space in front of you shattered like glass, cracking into a spiderweb pattern. In the blink of an eye, the space completely collapsed, and the cracks were blown open. But no more abyssal beasts have emerged from the abyssal plane. Because of the vision of the abyss plane before us. Looking around, all you see is emptiness. All of it was scorched earth swept away by the energy of wind and thunder. Only half left. The Abyss Lord, whose body was completely destroyed on one side. Everyone's throats felt incredibly sticky, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even General Duanmu, who was controlling Yatalis, could hardly imagine. Just how high was the energy level of Yi Chen's attack? Is it a meteorite-level object that can shatter a small meteor with a single punch? It could even be higher. Only. The remains of the Abyss Lord were rapidly healing in a manner visible to the naked eye. I am the king of the abyss, how dare you, mortal? He appeared to be extremely furious, and a terrifying spiritual pressure burst forth from his body. After seeing the full appearance of the Abyss Lord, Yatalis, Sinan, and Wang Xiaovu all showed fear on their faces. Wang Xiaovu exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no! It's the Abyss territory, which is 10,000 years old." But he hadn't finished speaking with the Abyss King. The Tiger Roar God, clad in silver armor, was enveloped in unparalleled wind and thunder power. It smashed through the space of the spiderweb crack with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. As it rushed into the abyss plane, it pressed a claw against the Abyss King's face. He embedded his enormous head into the earth, plowing a deep crack in the parched, cracked earth of the abyss. In the blink of an eye, he and the Abyss King had disappeared below the horizon. Before everyone's wide-eyed eyes.
As far as the eye could see, there was only a slowly healing spatial rift and a deep scar that stretched into the abyss. At the same time, a strong wind swept through the entire Tianfu city. The women with slender figures pressed down on their skirts amidst gasps of surprise. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Qin Shueru had already turned off the stove.
Auntie, aren't we going to wait for Brother Yi Chen?
Qin Shueru smiled affectionately and patted her little head.
Wait.
Her rippling eyes watched the bubbling of the spicy soup, and she pursed her red lips, smiling.
There are still more than 7 minutes left. Turn off the heat, or the meat will get tough.
General Duanmu was a little uneasy, because this was the first time he had seen Tiger Roar God with such explosive combat power. As far as he knew, above the stellar level, there were also black hole level and white hole level powerhouses. Legend has it that truly powerful super beast warriors can possess spiritual power levels equivalent to black holes, white holes, or even several black holes, white holes. Therefore, classifying the super beasts as SS level is merely their minimum standard.
Their true potential lies in the masters who control them.
Of course, this theory applies to all super powerful female warriors. Whether it's armor, superpower locks, or super beasts.
That's true for all of them. This is also why General Duanmu was so shocked.
Tiger Roar Goddess is very strong, but the charioteer who controls her from behind is even stronger.
I'll go see what's going on. You guys are responsible for eliminating these abyssal beasts.
After saying those words, Yatalis transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the depths of the abyss. At this moment, Yi Chen remained silent, focusing solely on using the flash spirit technique. Tiger Roar God's iron fist pierced the air, producing a thunderous roar, and he pounded the Abyss King to the ground. With each iron fist strike, the hard carapace of this 100,000-year-old lord would quickly dent, creating a deep crater. First, he remembered Aunt Shue's words and decided to drag the fight into the abyss plane. Second, he only has 10 minutes, and it's 10 minutes round trip. The surrounding area was desolate, and there were no teleportation devices in sight. Therefore, he must end this battle before the spatial rift completely heals. A bolt of lightning pierced through the dark sky in the distance, arriving in an instant.
It's Yatalis.
Overlooking the scene of the silver war god Tiger roaring, pinning the Abyss King to the ground and beating him mercilessly. General Duanmu's eyes, hidden deep behind Yatalis's helmet, widened once more. What was expected to be a thrilling and intense battle turned out to be a completely one-sided affair.
Brother, this is a 100,000-year-old Abyss Lord. Are you going to press him to the ground and rub him hard? Warning. Target energy level. Meteorite level. Please maintain sufficient altitude. Maintain a safe distance. Chapter 61, Mangue, then compared to my sister, between the two of us, who's better? Every punch from Tiger Roar God was accompanied by the speed of wind and the force of lightning. It wasn't just because of the flash spirit technique, but also because the speed of the fist was too fast, sparking with lightning speed when it struck the air. Every punch lands. One part of the Abyss King will be deeply embedded in the Earth's surface. Even the solid ground of the Abyss Plane could not withstand its weight and shattered completely. Every punch lands. The ground will be like a giant shattered piece of glass, with cracks spreading for hundreds of miles in all directions. Yatalis didn't dare get close at all, only daring to look down from 10,000 meters in the air. But soon, his view was completely blocked by the Abyss King embedded deep in the ground and the flying rocks and soil. Does this guy's every punch create a meteorite? Is this correct? So, the charioteer behind the roaring tiger god possesses, at least at the planetary level, or even above the stellar level. Could it be a black hole? Mangue's spirit kept making gurgling sounds. Just like the roar of a motorcycle, it could take off at any moment. Even so, she still stood behind Yi Chen, cheering him on. Gurgle. Brother Yi Chen. Beat him up. Beat him up hard. Gurgle, keep beating him, beat him to a pulp. I want to see just how many lives he has, and how many times he can recover. Ha ha ha. 100,000 years? OMG. We'll fight for 100,000 years. You're ruining our hot pot meal. If we don't get your spirit rings today, we're thieves. Hooray! Mangue's encouragement was like that of someone intoxicated. This made Yi Chen's lips curl into a smile. This is Mangue, although she can be a bit arrogant and temperamental on ordinary days. But in daily battles, she becomes highly focused and cooperative. They would also keep encouraging him and giving him moral support. Certainly. This is also the resonance effect of Tiger Roar Armed Forces and Tiger Roar God. It's not that the worse you are, the more you love to play, it's that you become more courageous and determined with each setback. Born to fight, and to fight to the death. As long as the combat states accumulate, the combat power of the Tiger Roar Armed Forces and the Tiger Roar God will become stronger and stronger with each battle. Therefore, choosing a good super powerful female character is really important. If you encounter a bad super powerful girl, or one who is unwilling to cooperate, even the strongest rider cannot unleash their true power. It might be bad for a while, but the worst case scenario is that you'll be ruined for life. Looking at Tiger Roar God's body, which was constantly enveloped and shaped by wind and thunder, resonating continuously. The state of the Mingqiao ultimate technique Flash Spirit technique was unleashed wave after wave, without stopping for a moment. That giant silver alloy fist rained down on the Abyss King's entire body like a storm. At that moment, even General Duanmu, who was controlling Yatalis, was stunned and stood there in place. He was once again shocked by the power of the Roaring Tiger God and the rider behind him. 666. They've really stopped acting altogether. This ultimate skill has no cooldown at all, doesn't it? If it's not that Tiger Roar God has a special physique, then the charioteer must possess a special talent. If that's the case, he does have some respect for Tiger Roar God. To be able to withstand such a high intensity of spiritual energy infusion and to endure it until now, maintaining a high level of focus and cooperation, instead of directly dissolving the combined state. This can be considered a special constitution. Duanmu, look at the other charioteers. At this moment, Lingling, the super powerful female warrior of Yatalis, spoke in a low voice. Ahem. Everyone's constitution is different. General Duanmu said, his old face flushed red. Duanmu is great too, he. Explode. As time went by, the Abyss King could no longer recover. With the final punch from Tiger Roar God, everything exploded completely. The poor Abyss King was powerless to resist and was reduced to fragments. Unfortunately, this is not a low-level martial arts world. There's no way there could be anything like a spirit ring. However, they have a lot of experience. You and your super powerful female warriors have all reached level 49. Yi Chen controlled the Roaring Tiger God, leaping high into the air from the ground that had become a rift valley. Wait a moment. Before Yatalis could block Yi Chen's way, the latter directly controlled the Roaring Tiger God, which whoosh transformed into a silver streak of light and disappeared from the spot. Brother Yi Chen, he, it sounds like he's asking you a question. Is there? This is indeed not Yi Chen's fault. Tiger Roar God's speed has far exceeded Mach 20, which is 20 times the speed of sound, so naturally he could not hear Yatalis's voice. Moreover, he was really in a hurry. Although only 6 or 7 minutes had passed since the agreed time, this matter concerned the man's promise. I think so. Meng Yue received a radio communication, but forgot to answer it, he. At this moment, Meng Yue was still in a state of excitement, although she was somewhat out of her mind, as if she were drunk. Brother Yi Chen, Hobu, you managed to last this long, isn't Meng Yue amazing? That's already great. He encouraged them, as expected of the Super Beast Force. The growth of both the rider and the super warrior girl always requires mutual progress. Mutual trust and encouragement are also part of growth. Moreover, if the super beast armament is developed well enough, even if it is rated as SS+, it can ultimately withstand the spiritual power of several white hole levels. Of course, this process will inevitably require gradual adjustment, step-by-step development, and gradual refinement. Yi Chen vaguely sensed that this might be the hidden condition for Tiger Roar God and Illusion Scale God to evolve into White Tiger Nebula and Illusion Scale Nebula. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing Yi Chen's praise, Meng Yu was overjoyed and kept making gurgling noises. Compared to my sister, who's better between us? Of course Meng Yue is the best. Yi Chen said without hesitation. Meng Yue's spirit form, her pretty face still flushed, wrapped her arms intimately around Yi Chen's neck from behind, whispering contentedly in his ear. I love you the most. Brother Yi Chen. Chapter 62, Meng Yue, Brother Yi Chen. Meng Yue seems to be pregnant. Earth-shattering cleave. With a powerful slash, the Earth Tiger armor unleashed several highly compressed waves of earth and rock energy, tearing open deep ravines in the ground and cleaving apart more than a dozen alien creatures. Flaming bow. On the other side, the Flame Dragon armor infused its spiritual power into the stringless bow, and the scorching arrows transformed into meteor arrows, pinning all the remaining abyssal beasts to the ground.
At that moment, everyone, whether they were soldiers guarding the front lines or riders who had been transported from the temporary battlefield, was greatly encouraged.
That's incredible. As expected of General Tiger. With him and the Flame Dragon armor on the team, this one's in the bag. Yes, with these two here, whether we come or not won't have a big impact on the battle. The strange thing is, why are there no strange beasts coming out even though the Void Rift has opened? Hearing the cheers of the crowd, both Wang Xiaohu and Si Nan were embarrassed. Clearly, these people had no idea what had actually happened before that. And in their minds, the previous scene kept replaying. That was the tiger roaring god controlled by Yi Chen, who shattered the entire spatial rift with a single punch. Not only did they annihilate all the alien beasts, but they also pressed down on the face of the Abyss King and dragged him back to the Abyss Plane. To be honest, they had never seen such an outrageous scene in their entire lives. Compared to that person, both Wang Xiaohu and Si Nan felt like greenhorns. At the same time, the silver mech passed through the automatically healing spatial rift and returned from the Abyss dimension to the Supreme Blue Star. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tiger Roar God disintegrated in mid-air, transforming into streaks of light that streaked across the sky.
Dang Asia!
That's a person? Why would someone rush out of the Abyss dimension? Could it be a fake? Should we intercept them? Everyone was stunned, and opinions varied. The farce only ended when Si Nan and Wang Xiaohu spoke up. No need to chase, that guy is probably human. Wang Xiaohu twitched the corner of his mouth and said weakly. Si Nan strained his eyes to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure, as if he had realized something at the same time. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, this isn't your place to ask. Everyone here will sign a death pact, and is absolutely forbidden from revealing anything that happened today. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but grimace and whisper among themselves. No way, I didn't even get any war merits, and now I have to receive a top-secret death contract? But speaking of which, this guy, could he have made it all the way to the Abyss Plane all by himself? The Abyss invasion was supposed to be met with strict defense, right? How dare someone actually charge in? Just as the spatial rift was about to close, a bolt of lightning shot out from it once again. Seeing that Yutalis had successfully flown back from the Abyss Plane, Wang Xiaohu and Si Nan both breathed a long sigh of relief. Besides General Duanmu's safe return, it is certain that the Abyss King has been dealt with. As for who dealt with it, the result is self-evident, judging from the order and speed at which the two came out. The crowd cheered again the moment they saw Yutalis. It's General Duanmu. No wonder that guy dared to rush in just now, it turns out Yutalis was there. Yes, to be able to charge alongside General Duanmu is an absolute honor for us. Hearing the crowd's words, General Duanmu, who had removed his armor, gave a wry smile. It's not what you think, it's... Cough cough cough. Before he could finish speaking, Si Nan interrupted him. General Duanmu, please watch your words. Seeing Si Nan's extremely nervous expression, Duanmu raised an eyebrow. You know that person? We might know each other, I'm not sure yet, but right now, we'd better change the subject. Si Nan shrugged. General Duanmu nodded and then said, I didn't kill the Abyss King, it was that guy from just now. He single-handedly crushed them. I was in mid-air and didn't even get a pass. This person is incredibly strong. For a moment, everyone was utterly shocked. Si Nan. Wang Xiaohu rested his chin on his hand, nodded with a look of sudden realization, and said, so it really is that person? Not only did he shatter the entire space with a single punch, but those alien beasts didn't even have a chance to appear before they were all smashed to pieces. They even held down that lord's head and dragged him all the way to the Abyss Plane. In all these years, not to mention you, even I have never seen such a scene before. That's awesome. That was 100,000-year-old Abyss King. How could he have single-handedly destroyed him? That guy is indeed terrifyingly strong. Upon hearing Wang Xiaohu's words, everyone's mouths dropped open. No, are you sure this is something we can hear? Alright, you two big shots, please stop talking. I'm scared. Plop. Everyone swallowed hard, their eyes filled with fear. We'll sign the death pact. Just don't kill us. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohu waved his hand and said with a kind expression, he's not dead, just sign it and it's done. I can't be the only one shocked, right? If I don't tell you, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. General Duanmu nodded in agreement. By the way, Si Nan. He turned to look at Si Nan, and asked with a puzzled expression, what did you just tell me to be careful about what I said? Sinan covered his face, looking utterly dejected. Now, it's gone. Back at the hot pot restaurant, Yichen even had the energy to dust off his clothes. Yenli happily went to greet him, carefully pulling out a seat for him. Brother Yichen, you're back. Su Mayan considerately used serving chopsticks to pick up meat from the hot pot for him, saying, Husband, eat quickly. That's right, the hot pot is still warm. At that moment, both Sister Dragon Girl and Instructor Gubiling were secretly amazed by Yichen's current strength. That's an abyss lord who could destroy the entire Tianfu city with a single kick. The words Qin Shueru had said earlier kept echoing in the ears of the Dragon Girl. If you don't want to ruin the entire Central South University, it's best not to go. 8 minutes? Qin Shueru glanced at the time and raised an eyebrow. Only Aunt Shui asked with a worried expression, Where is Mengyue? In the Imperial space. After saying that, he summoned Mengyue. At this moment, Mengyue, as if drunk, leaned against Yi Chen with her face flushed. Brother Yi Chen, look, Hohu, Mengyue's tummy, looks like she's got a baby. Chapter 63, The Mysterious Egg. Brother Yi Chen, look. Mengyue cupped her pretty face in her hands and smiled dreamily. Mengyue is going to be a mother. This must be the fruit of Mengyue and Brother Yi Chen's love. The women blushed, while Yi Chen looked exasperated. Yi Chen quickly took Mengyue's petite body into his arms. He touched it with his hand and discovered that there was an egg under her clothes. He gently took out the giant egg and carefully placed it on the table. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This egg is very large, even larger than an ostrich egg. It was also very heavy, weighing about 40 or 50 pounds, and the eggshell was black. Yi Chen tapped it with his chopsticks. The outer shell seemed quite hard. He asked curiously, Mengyue, where did this egg come from? Mengyue did not answer. At this moment, she was like a docile and obedient kitten, nestled in Yi Chen's arms, and fell into a deep sleep. After a moment's thought, Yi Chen wondered if this black egg was dropped by the Abyss King who had lived for 100,000 years. Just as he was observing the egg with a puzzled look, X's panel suddenly popped up. The mysterious egg. Attack growth? Defense growth? Description: This mysterious egg has an incredibly hard exterior, which even the Abyss King could not refine. Its internal structure is extremely complex, and it can be infused with spiritual energy to hatch. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. Refining? So it wasn't the Abyss King's egg after all? However, since it shows growth in attack and defense, could this egg possibly give birth to a super powerful girl? Thinking of this, he first put the black egg back into his control space. Then, spiritual energy was drawn from the sea of spiritual energy into the control space and poured into the black egg for nurturing and gestation. The moment he infused his spiritual power, his breath caught in his throat. The black egg was like a small black hole, constantly absorbing his spiritual power. Suddenly, he seemed to feel a heartbeat gradually reviving inside the eggshell. With his current spiritual power, nurturing this egg is no problem at all. Let's keep it for now and see. Until night fell. Yi Chen lay back on the large bed in the villa he had just bought. Su Mayan, nestled in his arms, had fallen asleep, exhausted. He gently tucked the blanket around Su Mayan, then tiptoed over the shredded black silk and returned to his room. When the black egg was taken out of the control space, it was discovered that the giant egg seemed to be even larger than before. He placed his hands on the eggshell and, sure enough, heard a weak heartbeat. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. They're back, they're all back. This sense of happiness that is cultivated. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock sounded on the door. Yi Chen opened the door and was surprised to see Yenli standing timidly outside, hugging a pillow and wearing cute puppy pajamas. Brother Yi Chen. Yenli called out sweetly, tiptoed, and affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck. Yi Chen scooped her up in his arms and kissed her affectionately. Why aren't you asleep yet? Under the light, a blush rose on Yenli's face. As she swayed her mechanical qilin tail, she said sweetly, I want Brother Yi Chen to hold me while I sleep. Yi Chen carried Yenli into the bedroom. After these days of instruction and training, my super powerful female warriors all have severely insufficient durability. Liking is unrestrained, but love is restraint. So Yi Chen planned to sleep with Yenli in his arms. Once she was under the covers, Yenli suddenly pursed her lips, her mouth curving into a Nike shape. She nestled close to Yi Chen's ear and playfully blew on it. Brother Yi Chen, are you still hungry? He paused for a moment, then smiled and said lightly, Aren't you afraid I'll eat you up? Yenli pursed her cherry-like lips and shyly blinked her big, watery eyes at him. Then brother Yi Chen, you must be gentle. You know, Yanli feels the most sorry for brother Yi Chen. So, brother Yi Chen, you should also feel sorry for Yan Li. After all, they're made of flesh and blood, and quite delicate, aren't they? Yi Chen then discovered that Yan Li was hiding a waist-length quill under her pajamas. She seems to be very aware of her situation. He used his mind to recall the black egg back into his control space. What's the point of playing with eggs now? Yan Li covered her face and said in a soft voice, Brother Yi Chen, turn off the lights. Happy times always seem to pass by too quickly. Soon, their month-long honeymoon was over. Yi Chen and the others also returned to the academy. The black egg in the Imperial space has grown to over a meter tall, and it's unknown when it will hatch. At this moment, Yi Chen was sitting in the contestant seat of the Pajun Academy Martial Arts Hall, dozing off like a chicken pecking at rice. The martial arts hall was packed, the battle on stage was incredibly intense, and the cheers from the audience were continuous, but none of this seemed to disturb Yi Chen's sleep. The members of the Pajun Academy team standing nearby had their lips twitching incessantly, but no one dared to say anything. Because Principal Go was sitting right next to Yi Chen, and was even fanning him with a very considerate gesture. This was not an official competition, but rather an internal friendly match between the four major academies within Academy City: Pajun, Shisha, Lianjin, and Tianhen in preparation for the National College League. Yi Chen originally refused to participate in such informal competitions. However, considering that Principal Go is also participating, we must give him face. Incidentally, before participating in this competition, he even took some time to go to the level 40s plus dungeon and successfully leveled up to LV 50. So when Principal Go learned that Yi Chen hadn't fallen behind in his level during his month-long vacation, instead, he leveled up to level 50, which made him feel gratified and proud. After all, there are so many super powerful female warriors to care for. For the sake of the academy, Yi Chen, you've worked hard. Thinking of this, the principal suppressed the tears in his eyes and fanned himself faster. Seeing this, the members of the Pajun team rubbed their temples again. Zhao Wei, when you go upstairs later, take a break. Why me? You should let Hui Yunfei do it. Seeing the young man and Hui Yunfei both turn their heads, Zhao Wei sighed helplessly, alright, I understand. Yunfei, remember to record the whole thing. Based on the principal's level of attention, Captain Sun Yan had a general idea of Yi Chen's strength. But he still advised, if this guy is really as good as you say, we might have to change our tactics. It's no longer about me being the core, it's about overturning all the previous tactics and developing entirely new tactics with him at the core. We don't have much time left. After all, Yi Chen had never participated in the month-long training camp, and he knew very little about Yi Chen. Thinking about the workload he was about to face, team leader Sun Yan rubbed his temples in pain. Chapter 64, A Real Man Should Drive a Zaku. Yi Chen, slaying mechs with a sword, am I proud? The next battle will be between Pajun Academy and Tianhen Academy. Both players have 5 minutes to agree on their order of appearance. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the Tianhen team members instantly froze. It's ready. We're facing the strongest Pajun team right from the start. How are we supposed to fight? No wonder the principal isn't coming. At the same time, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Chen, are you awake? You've been working hard leveling up these past few days. Here's a bottle of nutritional drink to soothe your throat. Principal Go warmly handed him a bottle of nutritional drink, which made Yi Chen feel quite embarrassed. Principal, in such an important public setting, you should probably resume your normal activities. Upon hearing this, Go Tailai nodded, his expression returning to its usual arrogant demeanor. Yi Chen raised his eyes slightly, and a handsome young man walked towards him with a smile. Hello Yi Chen, I am Sun Yan, the captain of the academy team. We'll be facing the Tianhen Academy team in a practice match later. Would you like to come up on stage and play a game? Upon hearing the familiar name Tianhen, Yi Chen chuckled and replied, okay. Sun Yan was slightly taken aback. He had never met Yi Chen before, and he never expected Yi Chen to be so easy to talk to. The training matches will be played in a 3v3 round-robin format. Each side sends one person to play each time. The loser leaves the field and is replaced by another person. The winner will be determined when all 3 members of one side are eliminated. How about we arrange for you to be the grand finale? That way you'll have it easier. After all, Tianhen Academy isn't a particularly strong team. Maybe the 2 of us could defeat all 3 of them, and you wouldn't even need to participate.
Sun Yan patiently explained the rules to him. Yi Chen slowly stood up and smiled. It's alright, I'll start. Sun Yan was taken aback again, then revealed a very friendly smile. Okay, that I'll arrange it for you. Once Sun Yan returned to the ranks, Hua Yunfei asked impatiently, Captain, did he really agree? Sun Yan rolled her eyes at him. He's very easy to talk to, not as aloof as you described, and he even agreed to start. Okay. Hua Yunfei scratched his head. I need to record his playing style. I need to study the camera footage. Please invite both contestants to the stage. Yi Chen slowly walked onto the martial arts stage. Below the competition stage, the students of Pajun Academy, as the home team, were slightly taken aback. A new face? Could it be a newcomer? Sending a newcomer onto the field, isn't that incredibly disrespectful? Yeah, Tianhan is one of the 4 great academies. Even if it's at the bottom, it's still a gatekeeper. The gap between the teams isn't that big. They won't lose carelessly, will they? Don't say anything, it's just a training match. Even if we let him win by 1 point, I think Captain Su is confident of winning. We can also take this opportunity to train the new players. That makes sense. I believe in Captain Sun Yan. The crowd whispered among themselves, offering various opinions. Yi Chen Jun, I just got my dad. Wearing a cheerleader uniform, Kojo Miki shouted loudly at Yi Chen amidst the envious looks of the crowd. However, her voice was too soft and was quickly drowned out by the noise of the entire training ground. The young lady was surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. Their expressions were all that of someone who couldn't hold back any longer. Stop talking so much, shut up. At this moment, the Tianhen team was filled with resentment. A newcomer? Doesn't that give us a chance? The Peijun Academy is too arrogant, actually sending a freshman up on stage. Damn it, don't underestimate our bond. Vice Captain Xiaogu, teach him a lesson he won't forget. Hearing his teammates' calls, Tianhan started the game, and Xiaogu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Even if this match is destined to be a loss, I will show you, the Peijun team, what it means to be arrogant and doomed to defeat. Come out, Zaku. He slapped the ground with one hand. As the ground shattered, a red mech slowly rose beneath him. As Xiaogu jumped out of the cockpit, the mech's blood-red single headlight flashed wildly. Seeing this, the other side was absolutely thrilled. Take him down, Vice Captain Xiaogu. A real man should drive a Zaku. Not only the Tianhen team, but even Su Wei from the Pujuan team shouted excitedly, no one sitting. A real man should drive a Zaku. Sun Yan and Hua Yunfei, who were standing nearby, glanced at each other slightly and said, why don't you go to their table instead? The Zaku mech leaped high into the air, its thrusters spraying blue flames from its feet. The surging air currents stirred up a gust of wind on the ground. Compared to the mecha, Yi Chen, who appeared exceptionally small, was swirling in the wind. No. Am I proud? The women in the Imperial space couldn't help but complain. Yenli said with a mischievous grin, Brother Yi Chen, the other side is so exciting. Meng Yue said angrily, Brother Yi Chen, why waste time talking nonsense? Let's beat him up. Yi Chen remained silent, simply placing one hand into the space of his control. Su Mayan's delicate body floated in mid-air, and the purple demonic blade slowly emerged from her chest. Upon seeing the demonic blade 1,000 blades materializing in his hand, the Zaku mech opposite him activated its communication broadcast and let out a burst of wild laughter. How amazing will I be as a newcomer to the Peijun Academy? So he was just an ordinary swordsman. Newcomers, times have changed. As the drone's countdown ended, the red Zaku mech's iron body trembled, and the energy cannon on its shoulder fired a scorching red beam of light towards Yi Chen's location. Yi Chen channeled his spiritual energy into the soles of his feet and activated instant step, his figure leaping rapidly backward. After a burst of fire, the cannon barrel on the Zaku's shoulder was clearly glowing red. You're quite fast. Xiaogu controlled the mecha, pulled out a giant axe from his back, and slashed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained calm, simply snapping his fingers. Suddenly, a massive portal appeared behind him, connecting directly to the Imperial space. A massive silver iron fist blasted out from the portal. Boom! With just one punch, he sent the Zaku mech and its giant axe flying. At that moment, everyone covered their heads and stood up from their chairs. Holy crap, that Gebo's fist. Are you sure this is a swordsman and not a gunner? On the big screen, in the ultra-close-up shot from the drone, Yi Chen leaped high into the air and answered their questions with the 1,000 blades of demonic blade he wielded. The demon blade 1,000 blades unleashed several streaks of purple lightning in the air.
The blade shattered into 1,000 fragments. Easily slices through the Zaku's force field shield. They even chopped it into pieces of scrap metal, which fell from the sky with a whoosh sound. Looking at Xiaogu, who was sitting on a pile of scrap metal with a nearly blank stare, Yi Chen pointed his long sword diagonally. Tell me, am I proud? Chapter 65, Young man, what kind of sword is that? Yi Chen, the demon blade 1,000 blades. Want to spar? In the first match, Pajun Academy wins. The victor is Yi Chen. Perfect. Upon hearing the referee's decision, the entire audience stood up and cheered wildly. My goodness! They actually achieved a perfect score with no casualties right from the start. This year's freshmen are just too strong. In the crowd, Kojo Miki was also shouting wildly. Lord Yechen, the first in the kingdom. Yi Chen Jun, you just called your father. Brother Yi Chen, wasn't my punch awesome? Inside the imperial space, Mangyue, looking pleased with herself, waved her little fists and said with a smug smile. I sent it flying with just one punch. Yi Chen praised without reservation, super strong. I only used 1/10 of my power. If my advisor hadn't kept telling me to tone it down, I feel like I could have smashed that Zaku with one punch. Upon hearing this, Gu Bailing helplessly spread her hands. Is it my fault? Unlike Meng Yue's excitement. While in her spirit form, Su Mayan whispered to Yi Chen, husband. Yi Chen asked gently, what's wrong? And nothing. Su Mayan seemed a little hesitant, as if there was something she couldn't bring herself to say. Upon hearing her thoughts, Yi Chen suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that after these days of special training, Su Mayan has begun to get used to it. The members of the Peijun team were equally stunned. Captain Sun Yan took out his notebook, sketching quickly, and raised an eyebrow as he asked. Hua Yunfei, didn't you say he was illusionary scale white tiger? Why haven't I seen him use his ability lock? I don't know, but he really does have it. Then, that iron fist from earlier? Hua Yunfei spread his hands. I don't know. The meticulous Sun Yan immediately realized something. This is interesting. Do you still remember the phantom scale god who killed several super beasts with a single sword strike a few months ago? I remember. Hua Yunfei opened his mouth, but wasn't that matter suppressed by the authorities? Captain, you were still upset that I stole your kill, but I had just unlocked the phantom god skill. With an excited expression, Sun Yan crossed out the illusionary scale white tiger under Yi Chen's name in the notebook and rewrote it as Tiger Roar God in illusionary scale god. I think I know who it is. Closing the notebook, Sun Yan stared intently at Yi Chen, who stood calmly on the martial arts stage. This guy might not be the real powerhouse. It is the true god. Xiaogu walked off the stage looking dejected, while his super martial girl was sent to the emergency room. I'm sorry, I've embarrassed Tianhen. Zhao Zuanjin from the Tianhen team patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. Just remember this next time, never underestimate any swordsman. He touched his nose and said with a smile, those who dare to use a sword in this era all have a devoted heart. He's either insane or a pervert. Xiaogu said with a long face, Captain, I thought you were the best among the sword masters. It's not your fault. We really know very little about this newcomer. Recalling the enormous iron fist from before, Zhao Zuanjin squinted and smiled. I'm afraid this newcomer's strength is not as simple as that of a swordmaster. He slipped one hand into the chest of the swordswoman beside him, slowly walked onto the stage, and politely asked Yi Chen, young man, what kind of sword is that? Yi Chen replied calmly, the demon blade, 1,000 blades. Zhao Zuanjin's eyes curved into crescents. Shall we have a friendly spar? Good. Looking at the ancient Han sword tightly gripped in the hand of the person opposite him, Yi Chen slightly composed himself. The 8-sided Han sword that the other party was holding was actually the legendary Qinggang sword. Rated SS+, it also possesses the ability to cut through iron like mud. Yi Chen has an unusual obsession with swords, so he has great respect for sword masters. The sole purpose of participating in such competitions is to continue honing one's fighting and swordsmanship skills. Because the more advanced the battle, the more often the simplest fighting methods are employed. As the countdown ended, Yi Chen gripped the demon blade 1,000 blades tightly with one hand, a smile curving his lips. Mu Yen, it's time to go. With that, he plowed the ground with his toes, and as the purple demonic blade cleaved through space, his figure vanished from the spot. Bite! He parried with his long sword, the demon blade 1,000 blades and the Qinggang sword clashed with golden flames, and a toothacheing scream pierced the eardrums. The spiritual energy intertwined with swords and blades clashed and collided. A deafening explosion occurred. The dust and mud on the field were whipped up into a vortex. As the swords flashed across the field, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the stands. At this moment, they were not applauding or cheering for one side. It was simply to cheer for the battle between the two sword masters. Because they may possess all sorts of talents. But most people have had a heart that yearns to wield a sword since they were young. They also use tree branches as swords. We used to compare whose twig was straighter and more like a sword, and we'd be excited for ages over it. Even if this childhood dream, due to talent, becomes increasingly distant from reality. But this battle, unique to the swordmasters, has awakened the childlike heart hidden deep within them. The battle on the field was becoming increasingly intense. The members of the Tianhan team all gaped open. I never expected that this new student's swordsmanship could rival that of the captain. Even Sun Yan quickly jotted it down in his notebook, swordsmanship rating SS+. Excellent swordsmanship. Zhao Cunjin opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a mad, burning fighting spirit. Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile as well, you too. However, the outcome of this battle is no longer in doubt. Because Zhao Cunjin's physical and spiritual strength was almost exhausted. Sizzle. Yi Chen suddenly channeled his spiritual power into the demon blade Thousand Blades. As Su Mayan's soft whisper reached my ears, the demonic blade unleashed a bewitching purple bolt of lightning. Looking at the Qinggang sword that had been shaken into the ground, Zhao Cunjin stared intently at his trembling hands, slightly stunned. I lost. He extended his hand to Yi Chen, smiling freely, looking forward to the next sparring session. Well, if there's a chance. Yi Chen extended his hand and shook hands slightly with Zhao Cunjin. The victor is Yi Chen. Perfect. Upon hearing the referee's decision, the audience once again stood up and cheered wildly. Unharmed again. Is he going to take on 3 opponents at once? Looking at Yi Chen, who was breathing steadily on the stage, everyone from Tianhan Academy fell silent. Captain. I can't do it. The player in the final position spoke with a sticky, phlegmy voice. Even Captain Zhao Cunjin was defeated without taking any damage. He simply couldn't imagine how he could possibly defeat Yi Chen. Chapter 66, As long as I throw fast enough, you won't be able to hit my face. It's okay, Xiao Jun, relax. It's not shameful to lose. Just try not to get a perfect score. Seeing that his teammates had no fighting spirit, Zhao Cunjin tried hard to organize his thoughts. Xiao Jun's mouth gaped slightly as he pointed at himself. Huh? Me? Turning his head to look at Yi Chen behind him, who was neither red-faced nor out of breath, Zhao Cunjin seemed to understand in an instant. Why isn't the principal coming today? This old hag probably knew all along that she was going to embarrass herself. Thinking of this, he smiled wryly and said, if it doesn't work, just throw it. Rather than being wiped out and getting 3 perfects in one go, it's better to just surrender. Captain Yi, this round should be a foregone conclusion, right? Faced with his teammates' questions, Yi Xian, the captain of the Lianjin team, fiddled with the coin between his fingers. This kid's breathing is steady and long. His spiritual power is higher than we imagined. Obviously, Zhao Cunjin did not force him to show his true strength. Considering his abundant spiritual power, coupled with his ability to defeat Zhao Cunjin without taking any damage, defeating 3 opponents at once is absolutely no problem. The final match will most likely be a perfect one, if he doesn't allow it. So, strong? Lianjin's team members secretly clicked their tongues in amazement. That's right. Although Tianhan is a bit lacking, no one can doubt Zhao Cunjin's strength. After all. Yi Xian curled her lips into a smile, saying with a confident yet certain expression, he's a level 5, just like us. The team members' mouths gaped slightly. Level 5 refers to students who have reached level 50. The rich don't talk about 10,000, and the strong don't talk about 10. Rich people say 1 million, not 10,000, they say 100. The strong are not referred to as being in dozens of levels, but rather simply as level 5. There are only 4 students in the entire academy city who have reached level 50. Captain Tianhan is Zhao Cunjin, Captain Lianjin is Yi Xian, Captain Shisha is Li Shuan, and Captain Pujuan is Sun Yan. Of course, now there's one more. That is the new life that defeated Zhao Cunjin. At this moment, a young man walked straight over from the 7 kills team's ranks. It was none other than their captain, Li Shuan. Yi Xian, you're letting me have this kid in the solo challenge later. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Why should I?
He flipped the coin between his fingers into the air, where faint sparks of electricity danced. Li Shuwan curled his lips into a proud smile, just because you couldn't play perfectly when facing Zhao Zuinjin. As if you could say that. Before Li Shuwan's expression could stiffen, Yi Xin sneered, don't even mention you can't, even Sun Yan would have a hard time. As the countdown drone flew out of the venue, both of them turned their gazes back to Yi Chen on the stage. Cough cough. Gu Bailing's light cough came from within the Imperial space. It's just a training match, there's no need to be so ruthless. Give it a little leeway. Show some sportsmanship. Yi Chen suddenly realized. Just like in a table tennis match, you can't let your opponent get a clean sweep. Losing too badly is against the spirit of the game. Thinking of this, he began to feign stiffness. Oh dear, what's going on? Why am I suddenly so weak? As expected of the Qinggang sword of the hero of Changban, it is indeed terrifying. It seems I really have to end it here. Upon hearing this, not only the students from Tianhan Academy were speechless. Even Zhao Zuinjin held his forehead, too ashamed to look. Dude, if you don't know how to compliment someone, don't force it. It's making me really awkward. Gu Bailing's lips twitched. Big brother, you're being way too obvious. Why don't you just say you were stuck? Before Yi Chen could continue his awkward performance, the countdown ended and the competition began in an instant. The members of the opposing Tianhan Academy team simply raised their hands. Referee, I concede. He shouted loudly, looking at Yi Chen with a cold smile. You're not a true buddy, are you? Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know your tricks. They must be feigning weakness, thinking they'd wait for me to get close, then smack, and send me flying. And then you enjoy the cheers of the entire audience? Right. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? They really think I'm living a carefree life. The other team surrendered. Seeing Yi Chen's embarrassed expression, Xiao Jun became even more certain. You want to slap me in the face again? Impossible, bro. If I surrender quickly enough, you won't be able to hit my face. Tianhan team surrenders, the victor is Pujuan team. Xiao Jun walked off the stage with a victorious smile. It's as if he's the one who won. Zhao Zuinjin said, both amused and exasperated, they were obviously letting you win. You should at least go up and play for a while before throwing. Upon hearing this, the Tianhan team member nearly fainted. Captain, you didn't explain it clearly. No, the captain must have been feigning weakness just now, waiting for me to get close so he could smack me and send me flying just like the vice-captain. I might as well just surrender. He gestured wildly as he demonstrated, saying with absolute certainty, yes, that's definitely what that guy is thinking. Zhao Zuinjin shook his head with a wry smile and patiently explained, it's just a training match. Remember, the martial world isn't just about fighting and killing, it also involves human relationships and social interactions. The strong naturally have the demeanor of the strong, they will not go so far as to kill without leaving any face. I think he is so calm because he must have grasped the key point of taking 3 parts credit for the enemy and keeping 7 parts for himself. This freshman, Yi Chen, is indeed a worthy opponent. Upon hearing Zhao Zuinjin's evaluation of him, Yi Chen's expression turned strange. I really didn't think that. You're really good at reading comprehension. I only participated in the competition to fulfill my promise to Principal Go. I'm really afraid that I might accidentally crush you, the flowers of our motherland. When he calmly stepped down from the stage, thunderous applause erupted in the training hall. Hua Yunfei said excitedly, that's too strong. They scared the other team into surrendering. With the addition of this new veteran, including you, Captain, we now have 2 level 5s. Maybe we have a chance to win the National College League Championship. As Yi Chen slowly walked off the stage, he smiled easily upon hearing this and said, it's a package deal. Upon hearing his words, Hua Yunfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you guys see that? Brother Leg talked to me. Sun Yan rubbed his temples and smiled at Yi Chen, saying, you've worked hard. Leave the rest of the battle to us. Chapter 67, SS plus Railgun, SS Class Metal Greyman. Yi Chen, please respect me. Does that mean I can leave work early? Yi Chen said with a surprised look. That's right. At this point, Sun Yan had roughly deduced Yi Chen's strength. Therefore, there's no point in Yi Chen participating in this kind of training match. Sun Yan suppressed his excitement and held Yi Chen's hand tightly. For the following matches, you can be absent if they are not important. I will talk to the principal. You don't need to worry. And I hope you can be our trump card, delivering a surprise blow to our opponents at crucial moments. Just thinking about that scene almost made Sun Yan, who is usually very serious, unable to suppress a smile. Seeing Sun Yan's strange expression of wanting to laugh but deliberately keeping her mouth shut, Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. He had no idea how much Zhao Cuanjin, whom he had just defeated, meant to Sun Yan.
However, now that he has spoken up, who would complain about not working enough shifts?
Please contact me if you're looking for a job that not only pays you but also reduces your working hours.
Thinking of this, he waved to Sun Yan, then I'll be going now. However, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by two young men. Seeing that the two people in front of him weren't in Pajun Academy uniforms, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. Is there something you need?
As Lian Jin and Shisha's captains, Yi Xin and Li Shuan, stopped Yi Chen, they questioned Sun Yan.
No, Sun Yan, are you implying anything? Sun Yan pretended to be clueless and asked, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, the solo challenge hasn't even started yet, and you're already letting him leave, huh? With this new baby, the two of us have become old friends. I'm just asking you, will the three of us still be able to have fun together in the future? What exactly do you mean by hiding this from me? Seeing Yi Xin and Li Shuan talking back and forth,
Sun Yan said, both amused and exasperated, they've already played 3 matches and are exhausted.
He's still a newcomer. As the team leader, is it wrong for me to allow him to leave first?
If you two want to play, I'll play with you.
Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, Yi Xin and Li Shuan exchanged a glance. Who wants to fight you? Don't we know how many positions you, Sun Yan, know? It's faded, the feelings have faded. I think we should cancel this training match, it's pointless.
I even told the school leaders that although our 4 colleges are competitors, we are actually one big family.
Yeah, such an outstanding newcomer, if you don't let the two of us play against him, we probably won't be able to sleep tonight.
At this point, Yi Xin and Li Shuan both looked at Yi Chen. Newcomer, say something.
Yi Xin wiped her mouth and said, could you do us the honor of playing a game with your brothers, just one game? Li Shuan agreed wholeheartedly, saying, yes, you won. You're awesome.
At this moment, the two of them had nothing but a thirst for battle in their eyes. Sun Yan was both amused and exasperated. He regretted his decision to let Yi Chen play.
Now they all realized that Yi Chen had a trump card up his sleeve. I came by the smell. Sure, Yi Chen said, not wanting to spoil the mood. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Then how about you fight me, or? Li Shuan interrupted, fight me. This kid is no match for me. Bullshit. When have we ever been evenly matched? If it weren't for my teammates. Yi Xin blushed, while Li Shuan interrupted with a mischievous grin. It's okay, keep talking. I'll tell your team about it later. Yi Chen laughed and said, why don't you two come together?
For a moment, the smiles on their faces froze.
Rookie, standing before you is Yi Xin, captain of Lianjin Academy, a level 5 in Academy City, and an SS Plus railgun.
Li Shuan pointed at Yi Xin and introduced her with a serious expression. Yi Xin regained her composure, pointed at Li Shuan, and said calmly, that's right, and next to me is Li Shuan, the captain of 7 Kills Academy, also a level 5 in Academy City, an SS rank Metal Greyman perfect level. Finally, the two said in unison, please respect me. Yi Chen simply nodded, turned around, and walked straight to the martial arts stage. As geniuses among geniuses, Li Shuan and Yi Xin were both top local scholars and were specially recruited by top academies like Qisha and Lianjin, so they naturally had high aspirations. But looking at Yi Chen's calm and composed demeanor on the martial arts stage, the two exchanged a glance, silently clenched their fists, and walked towards the stage. Compared to other emotions, their current feeling is mostly curiosity. What exactly gave this freshman such immense courage? What happened? Why are the two team captains on stage together? Wow, is this freshman going to take on 2 opponents at once? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the stage, looking at Yi Xin and Li Shuan standing side by side. Not only were the referees stunned, but even all the students from the 4 academies were completely dumbfounded. Is it coming? Principal Go murmured with some excitement in his eyes. He wasn't worried about Yi Chen, but rather about whether his own ground was sturdy enough. When a helpless-looking Sun Yan walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and explained to everyone, dear students, there has been a small hiccup in the competition. We'll put the other events on hold for now. What we're doing now is the special challenge. The opposing teams are Yi Chen, Li Shuan, and Yi Xin. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Pajun Academy erupted in excitement.
Wow, that's a 1v2.
That's incredibly brave. No matter what, even if the freshmen lose this game, I'll praise them for life just for their courage.
Get lost. Who told you to brag? Doesn't she have a super weapon, girl? Amidst the crowd, Kojo Miki, her face beaming with excitement, shouted wildly, Yorokoen, we just got daddy.
But her voice was instantly drowned out by the boiling crowd. As the drone took off, everyone shouted excitedly.
10. 9.
Yi Xin held out her right hand, which was enveloped in electric light.
Rail gun.
A coin was tossed into the air, and he caught it steadily as he swung his arm. Li Shuwan clapped his hands. A giant Tyrannoman appeared behind him, and DG Evolver in Evolution Chip materialized in his hands and on his chest.
Greymon. Mega Evolution.
As he finished speaking, the digital evolution device in his hand pierced through the evolution chip and shone with a dazzling light of evolution. The Tyrannoman behind them was also completely enveloped by the light of evolution that descended from the sky. Not only are his arms and head covered in super alloy armor, but 6 mechanical wings extend from his back.
At that moment, everyone gasped in surprise. Mechanical. Greymon. Chapter 68, Ultimate Evolution, War Greymon. Yi Chen, Mega X. Super Beast God 2-in-1.
Watching the metal Greymon on the stage, Yi Chen frowned slightly.
Yi Xin and Li Shuwan watched him with light smiles. That smile seemed to say, your turn, little brother. But their smiles hadn't even fully formed before they froze completely. Because Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent, and he didn't even summon the Super Martial Maiden, they couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Alright, since that's the case, then don't blame us for being impolite. 1.
As the countdown ended, Li Shuwan roared and pointed a single finger at Yi Chen. The metal armor on Metal Greymon's chest opened, 2 giant missiles locked onto Yi Chen, flames spewed from its tail, and it let out a furious dragon roar, ultimate destruction cannon.
At the same time, Yi Xin tossed the coin high into the air, where it tumbled and fell.
Electricity surged around him as he raised one hand towards Yi Chen. The thumb hooked around the bent index finger, blue sparks flew, and the falling coin was caught.
Rule gun. Sizzle.
A golden electromagnetic cannon transformed into a golden thread, piercing through the entire venue and shooting towards Yi Chen.
Boom.
The ultimate destruction cannon exploded on the field, but the dust and smoke it stirred up were instantly pierced by the railgun. Everyone stared in disbelief at the dust and smoke rising from the breach. Yi Chen's body was now completely enveloped in a set of crimson armor.
It is the Phantom Scale armor. He simply raised one hand and easily blocked Yi Xin's railgun and Metal Greymon's ultimate destruction cannon.
For a moment, everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
In their view, the Phantom armor was only S+, so how could it possibly withstand the combined attack of 2 SS-level fighters?
Only Hui Yunfei's gaze was burning as he stared intently at the scorching red light rising from Yi Chen Huanlin's weapon.
How is this possible? How did you do that?
Faced with Yi Xin and Li Shuwan's questions, Yi Chen slowly stepped out of the dust and smoke and answered calmly. The height of the fountain will not exceed that of its source. The spiritual power of the Super Beast Warriors will never surpass the beliefs in their hearts.
Of course, besides its explosive power, the Phantom Scale armor's main characteristic is its durability and resilience. It's incredibly strong.
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Hui Yunfei's eyes widened.
So that's how it is. Sun Yan, standing to the side, also gaped. What kind of conviction is needed to withstand such a powerful combined attack? Kid, even though you're strong, can't you be a little more serious? Yes, please show us some respect, okay? Hearing their words, Yi Chen nodded, okay.
After saying that, he took out another silver-white supernatural lock from his spatial storage.
Deng Xia. Yi Xin opened her mouth wide.
Li Shuwan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Superpower locks? 2 of them. Arm up.
Yi Chen finished speaking. His entire body was completely covered in crimson and silver armor.
Here it comes. It's Huanlin Baihu.
Below the stage, Hui Yunfei pointed excitedly at the stage.
This set of Phantom Scale White Tiger not only possesses the durability and explosive power of the Phantom Scale armor, but also takes into account the speed and the characteristic of becoming stronger the longer the battle goes on, as well as the roar of the Tiger armor.
I don't know how you managed to combine 2 weapons, but this can only be considered SS+ at most.
Yeah, bring out the demon blade thousand blades too. Faced with their questions, Yi Chen simply said, Fire Cloud Flash Spirit Technique. He poured his spiritual power into the illusionary white tiger and activated Instant Step. At the same time, he heard the tiger's roar galuru and the illusionary white tiger's ho-ho activation sound in his ears. His entire body was enveloped in crimson flames and silvery lightning. The sea stone beneath their feet cracked instantly, leaving only a shimmering afterimage in its wake. So fast. Yi Xin and Li Shuwan's pupils suddenly contracted. The railguns missed their targets one after another. Even the ultimate destruction cannon's homing missiles could only follow closely behind him, unable to hit him at all. When Yi Chen caught sight of him again, he was already in mid-air in front of Metal Greymon. Bang! With just one kick, carrying fire clouds and the flash spirit technique, the massive body of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast was sent flying backward. Not only did she fall heavily to the ground, but she also reverted to her complete form and transformed into the appearance of a young girl. The girl struggled to sit up, staring in fear at Yi Chen as he crashed to the ground from mid-air. As he caught the electromagnetic cannon with one hand, he removed his helmet, glanced at Li Shuwan and Yi Xin with a cold look. Please respect me. In an instant, the stiff expressions on Li Shuwan and Yi Xin's faces turned serious. At this moment, even if they were slow to react, they no longer doubted Yi Chen's ability to take on two opponents at once. I was planning to keep my trump card hidden, but since you've seen through me, I'll grant your wish. Li Shuwan has lost his mind. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, Metal Greymon. Ultimate Evolution. The moment those words were spoken, Yi Xin on stage and Sun Yin in the audience, along with all the other viewers, erupted in cheers. The next moment, the light of evolution enveloped the girl's figure once again. She transformed again, first into a golden Tyrannomon, then a Metal Greymon, and finally her entire body was wrapped in alloy armor. Mechanical claws shot out from her arms, and mechanical wings with the sun's mark carved on them separated at the same time. It's SSS class. War Greymon. The moment Yi Xin saw War Greymon appear, she inexplicably smiled. Since that's the case, then I won't hide anything anymore. After all, I'm ranked 3rd out of 2.3 million people in Academy City Level 5. Come on, Level 5.1, open. His fingertips brushed against his long hair, and as his aura surged, his entire body was enveloped in intense blue electricity, and his figure slowly floated into the air. Oh. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Unlike the excitement of the crowd, the school leaders of Pajun Academy and other academies all had long faces as they poured their spiritual energy into the field to form a thick shield. Go ahead and play. Play the whole place. If it doesn't work out, I'll just rebuild it. Principal Go said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yi Chen raised his right hand and drew the purple demonic blade, gleaming with lightning, from the space of control. On his left wrist, a keystone bracelet inlaid with 7 colored gemstones materialized. It is the third characteristic of the SSS rank All Defense Heart Mega Heart Keystone. He curled the corners of his mouth into a smile and said calmly, Mega X. In the next instant, the purple lightning that had been leaping and crackling on the demon blade thousand blades completely subsided. The blade was enveloped in plasma-like light, transforming into a blue-purple light blade. Yama Wuxian Demon Blade Thousand Blades. Not only that. 2 mechanical super beasts leaped out from the Qilin and the White Tiger respectively, from the 2 formations on Yi Chen's left and right. Amidst the almost stunned gazes of the crowd, the Phantom Scale God and the Roaring Tiger God twisted and transformed in the air, combining to directly activate the Super Beast God 2-in-1 form, standing behind him. Yi Chen's blade pointed diagonally. He chuckled lightly, 2 senior students. That's respectful enough, isn't it? Chapter 69, Shock. Mega X. Yama's Thoughtless Demon Blade Thousand Blades. Slicing through dimensions and space. The moment the Phantom Scale God and the Roaring Tiger God successfully merged, the massive Crimson Fire Silver mech stood up behind Yi Chen. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the entire audience erupted in deafening cheers. My God, it's the Super Beast God. No wonder he was so confident. Freshman, charge. Hua Yunfei said with a blank stare, a combined Super Beast God is probably comparable to an SSS level beast. Faced with his question, Sun Yan, standing to the side, could only shrug with a wry smile. He thought Yi Chen was strong enough, but he never expected that Yi Chen was still far beyond his comprehension. He crossed out Phantom Qilin God and Roaring Tiger God in the notebook and changed them to Super Beast God. The upper limit of super beast weapons has always been unpredictable. SS Plus is just the lower limit of super beast forces, but it's never their upper limit. Just as Yi Chen said, the spiritual power of the super beast warriors depends on their beliefs. The legendary super beast weaponry can reach the power of several black holes, or even white holes. Isn't this already beyond the SS Plus level, and even ordinary SSS level characters can't match it? Previously, Yi Chen's Tiger Roar God was able to send the Zakomech flying with a single punch. Therefore, it can be inferred that Yi Chen's Super Beast God, even if it is only a combination of two, is probably already comparable to SSS Plus. It can even reach the undisputed T0 among all SSS Plus. At this point, Sun Yan turned his gaze to the Thousand Blades Demon Blade in Yi Chen's hand, which was bursting with ion sparks. Compared to the Super Beast God, he vaguely felt that the pressure from this Demon Blade Thousand Blades was even stronger. At this moment, Li Shuwan and Yi Xian also felt a sudden tightness in their chests. In addition to direct weaponry, super warrior girls also employ combat methods such as possession and fusion, and remote control. The railgun is a combination of the pilot and the possessed, the pilot and the super warrior girl. War Greyman uses remote control, allowing the rider to transfer spiritual energy to super warrior girl remotely, enabling her to fight alone. The advantage is that the charioteer can hide in the shadows, but the disadvantage is that they are easily defeated one by one. Soon, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark blue electric light. Not bad, kid. Your strength has indeed far exceeded our expectations. However, I can send more than just coins flying. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful electric field enveloped the entire area. The entire martial arts hall began to tremble, and the ground shattered at the same time. Countless iron blocks and steel bars were encased in electric current. The steel structures surrounding the martial arts arena disassembled and gathered around him, suspending him in mid-air. Upon seeing this, Principal Go's mouth dropped open. After a brief silence, he finally exploded, "You bastard, are you trying to destroy the arena? Next time you use this trick, please do it in your own academy, okay?" But Yi Xian ignored all of this, her eyes filled only with a desire for battle. This is my all strength. His punch, crackling with electricity, struck the shards of iron floating in front of him. A golden electromagnetic cannon shot through the entire arena, hurtling towards Yi Chen. Wearing the phantom scale white tiger armor, Yi Chen shattered the ground. He shifted his body to the side, dodging the first electromagnetic cannon shot, and then leaped into the air. He swung the blue-purple light blade in his hand. Like a streak of light, it slashed towards Yi Xian in mid-air. Li Shuwan's eyes also burned with a raging fire. He pointed at Mega Beast God with one finger and shouted, "War Greyman, crush it." With a flap of its steel wings, War Greyman leaped into the air, its body twisting rapidly like a drill, transforming into a golden hurricane that swept towards the Mega Beast God on the ground. Fighting the tornado. The two people currently inside the cockpit of the Super Beast God are Yenli and Mengyu in their super martial spirit girl forms. Leave it to me. Mengyue remained calm. As the control panel beneath her feet moved directly to the driver's seat, silver spiritual energy shone around her. Flash. Spirit. Technique. The mecha of the Super Beast God was also enveloped in silver spiritual energy. The mechanical tiger claws left huge claw marks on the surface of the sea stone. Like a silver lightning bolt, it leaped high into the air and kicked fiercely at the golden hurricane like War Greyman. Boom! A violent explosion rang out in mid-air. The ground trembled, and the Super Beast God slapped the ground with one hand, his steel body rising to its feet in the center of the arena. Looking at the War Greyman she had defeated, Mengyue wrapped her little arms around the Emperor. Mimicking Yi Chen's appearance in her mind, she chuckled lightly, "Humph. Is this the SSS class War Greyman? Looks like it's nothing special. Did you not eat, or did you not replenish your spiritual energy? We too came with plenty of spiritual energy. The kind that's overflowing. Aren't you envious?" He. Upon hearing Mengyue's words, War Greyman and Li Shuwan were shocked. "I never expected that the opponent could defeat me with just the super martial spirit girl." Yen Li, standing next to Mengyu, covered her face and helplessly complained. "Sister, you really do, tell everyone everything." At the same time, Yi Xian smiled as she watched Yi Chen slash at her with his sword. In his view, Yi Chen in mid-air was like a live target, with no way to avoid it. Sizzle. He threw another punch, and the iron block floating in front of him transformed into a super electromagnetic cannon, shooting towards Yi Chen. But soon, the smile on Yi Xian's face froze. Because Yi Chen's figure suddenly twisted in mid-air. He dodged the attack from the railgun. This is instant step? The so-called Shuanpa is to channel spiritual energy into the soles of the feet and use powerful spiritual pressure to propel the body, so as to achieve the effect of jumping twice or even multiple times in a short period of time. Yi Xian immediately realized what was happening. His fists were wrapped in blue electricity, and he kept slapping away the iron blocks and steel bars that were floating around him. The entire venue was filled with electric sparks, and golden electromagnetic cannons repeatedly sliced through the scene before everyone's eyes. With the activation of instant step and flash spirit technique, Yi Chen was like a streak of light, leaping and twisting through the air. It's alright. I'm surrounded by a strong electric field, he'll be paralyzed if he gets close. Just as Yi Xian was thinking this, his pupils suddenly contracted again. Yi Chen's figure completely disappeared from his sight. Yi Xian felt a chill run down her spine and subconsciously turned around, just in time to see Yi Chen, who had cleaved through space, appear behind her. A strong electromagnetic field, as if by reflex, burst forth from his body. Looking at Yi Chen, whom he had defeated, he was overjoyed. It's over. He roared, slamming his fist into the iron block behind him. The golden railgun gleamed, aiming at Yi Chen, and unleashed a roar like an angry dragon. Just the next instant, in Yi Xian's wide-open pupils, the golden light of the railgun was cut by countless blue-purple rays. Not only that, all the iron blocks and steel bars, along with the entire space in front of him, were separated by this chaotic purple light. Mega X Yama, Wuxian, Demon Blade 1000 Blades. Roaring Tide's ultimate technique. Dimensional Slash. Watching Yi Chen return his sword to its sheath and land gracefully, Yi Xian swallowed hard. He landed back on the ground, cupped his hands in a respectful bow to Yi Chen, and said with utmost composure, I lost. Chapter 70, Wargreymon, Gaia Energy Cannon. Yanli, Fire Cloud Technique. Principle, no. He now understood. Yi Chen's earlier retreat was merely a deliberate concession. That slash not only cut through the railgun, but also shattered space itself. If the sword were to actually strike oneself, the outcome would be self-evident. I apologize for my previous attitude. Yi Xian's attitude was extremely sincere. Yi Chen defeated his enemy by 3 parts and kept 7 parts for himself. He is indeed a worthy opponent. At that moment, he was completely convinced. Yi Chen nodded. He certainly has many ways to defeat Yi Xian. Whether it's the fiery cloud technique, the flash spirit technique, or the boundless blade, Yi Xian will be blasted into nothingness. But he didn't do that. On one hand, he was genuinely afraid that he would lose control of his strength and accidentally kill Yi Xian. On the other hand, they wanted to test the power of Super Beast God in Mega Evolution. Mega Heart Keystone currently only has one evolutionary branch, X. The evolved Demon Blade 1000 Blades possesses the characteristics of Yama. The powerful technique of shattering space with its roaring waves has been transformed into a resonance effect. Each cut can easily slice through space and dimensions. Even light, plasma state lightning, and flames. As for Dimensional Slash, it is the ultimate technique of Yama's Roaring Tide. Clearly, Yi Xian's attitude was very good at this moment. But the cheers of the crowd drowned out his words of apology. Yi Chen turned his head, and Yi Xian also looked up in astonishment at the sky. In midair, Wargreymon gathered a huge ball of energy in its hands, like a dazzling sun. Gaia Energy Cannon. Meanwhile, Yanli, who was in charge of the Super Beast God, also crossed her arms in front of her and raised them above her head, shouting, Fire! Cloud! Technique! At the same time, the mechanical arm raised above the head of the Super Beast God also converged into a giant energy ball with blazing flames. Upon seeing this, everyone on the field stood up and erupted in cheers. Principal Go, who had used his spiritual power to protect the entire arena, cried out helplessly with a mournful face. You beast! You beast! No, no! His voice was quickly drowned out by the roaring screams and cheers from the crowd. Sun Yan and Yi Xian also widened their eyes again. Because they sensed the spiritual power contained within the fire cloud technique. It's even several orders of magnitude stronger than the Gaia Energy Cannon. It's hard to imagine how a lone superpowered spirit girl could possess such immense spiritual power. Of course, they didn't know. As growth-type super-powered girls, the super beast warriors will also continue to grow. Each training session increases their maximum spiritual energy storage capacity. Only in this way can they withstand Yi Chen's terrifying spiritual power, which is comparable to 9 SSS level spiritual power. Only in this way can they grow into several terrifying black hole level or white hole level beings. Wargreymon and Mega Beast God both threw their giant fireballs at each other. The two small suns, symbolizing the Gaia energy cannon and the fiery cloud technique, intertwined and collided in mid-air. Even though the spiritual energy of the entire floating island was suppressed by N times. However, the shockwave from the explosion shattered the heavy spiritual energy shields that Principal Go and all the mentors had reinforced instantly. Warning! Nuclear level energy body detected. Warning! Super nuclear level energy body detected. Warning! An ultimate nuclear level energy entity has appeared. The alarm suddenly sounded in the southeast command center. Looking at the familiar location on the map, Sinan rubbed his temples in anguish. Frog fun, it's Academy City again. Please, stop it, okay? At the same time, seeing the spiritual energy shields empowered by the school leaders cracking like glass, and feeling the scorching energy rushing towards them, everyone realized that something was wrong. Mom, I think I'm going to die soon. Love you, Mom. I can't come home for dinner tonight. Just as everyone's eyes were filled with fear and their hearts began to despair. Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. Yenli is clearly not like Meng Yu. They don't know their own strength. He quickly swung the demon blade 1,000 blades. Cut a crack at the epicenter of the explosion. The eye of the void suddenly opened and swallowed the energy ball that was bursting with dazzling light. It was a single, unexpected strike. As the eye of the void rapidly closed, the surrounding heat suddenly decreased. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As for where these two compressed energy projectiles will be sent, all he knew was that he had already sent them outside the territory of Longhan. He wasn't quite sure of the exact location either. Anyway, my instinct was, the trajectory veered east. However, Yi Chen did not notice that Yi Xin had seen his sword-wielding action from behind. The captain of the Lianjin sect stared wide-eyed, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Energy depleted, alarm lifted. I just teleported to Sinan in Academy City via a teleportation device. After hearing the all-clear message, at the same time, because Yi Chen's trajectory is biased towards the east, a sun suddenly appeared in the sky above Ing Island. Warning! An ultimate nuclear level energy entity has appeared. The ground trembled, and seawater flooded in. Air raid sirens sounded simultaneously in all cities across Ing Island. Tomato! Who launched a sneak attack on our great Sakura Empire? Unable to detect the trajectory, could it be an invasion from the abyss? That day, the islanders searched through all the monitoring records but couldn't find out where the ultimate nuclear level energy bomb that caused such massive damage came from. Yi Chen surpassed the beast god and retracted into the control space. Because her spiritual energy was exhausted, the girl who had just released Wargreymon fell from mid-air. Li Shuwan tried to catch it but failed. Instead, he was tripped by Chao Wunyang and fell heavily on her. Shuwan, I feel, I'm kind of dead. Tyrannosaurus girl said in a weak voice. Li Shuwan, too, was suffering from depleted spiritual energy. His lips were pale, and his face looked even more empty than that of the empty prince. Clearly, his spiritual power was insufficient to support the ultimate evolution Wargreymon in a battle for too long. I'm completely convinced. Li Shuwan, both amused and exasperated, said to Yi Chen, brother, give me a hint, okay? We were just saying that, you're being too respectful. They've even come up with the super beast god. Yi Xin and Sun Yan, who were standing to the side, twitched their lips slightly. Why do you have to show off like that? You've only recently mastered this ultimate form, yet you dare to show it off? If you insist on saying something like respect, respect. They actually pulled out the big thing, and now you're unhappy. There really isn't enough money for renovations. It's packed with pebbles. Chapter 71, Shocking. The captain's identity is recognized. Principal Go, don't come again. At this moment, Principal Go, who could no longer contain himself, took off his leather shoes and rushed over. He rolled up his sleeves and started wildly slapping Yi Xin and Li Shuwan with his leather shoes. Level 5, right? Amazing, huh? Are you used to being a husky? Demolish my house? Do you not take me, Thunderhand Go Tai Lai, seriously? I was wrong. Principal, please don't hit me again. I won't do it again.
Yi Xin held her head, looking at Sun Yan with a pleading expression. Li Shuwan fared even worse. He was already even more empty-headed than the empty prince, and now he was completely defenseless, getting beaten until his head was covered in bumps.
All right, Principal, please don't do that. If Sun Yan hadn't stopped them, the two of them would probably have been beaten even worse. You two, don't come again next time. You don't care about the losses since it's not your college's competition venue, huh?
You guys practically tore the stadium apart.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xin and Li Shuwan looked embarrassed, and even Sun Yan twitched his lips.
After finishing his grumbling, Principal Go turned to Yi Chen and immediately smiled with concern.
Yi Chen, are you alright? We're so grateful to you this time, otherwise the academy would have suffered a huge loss.
The speed at which this person changed their expression was astonishing.
Principal, I'm fine.
Yi Chen smiled at Principal Go and Sun Yan and said, It's nothing, Principal, Senior, I'll be leaving now. Seeing the atmosphere becoming awkward, he prepared to slip away.
Okay, go back and rest now. Don't overwork yourself. Remember to drink plenty of nutritional drinks and replenish your energy.
The principal said with a look of delight.
Sun Yan looked surprised. I never expected that Yi Chen, who seemed so aloof, would be so humble. Who knows? Especially the feeling of Yi Chen calling him senior in front of Yi Xin and Li Shuwan. It was absolutely awesome. No way. Stop talking so much, shut up already. He forced a smile and added to Yi Chen, It's the same as before, just wait for my notification. Okay. As Yi Chen turned around, Principal Go, while putting on his shoes, said to Yi Xin and Li Shuwan, Don't come again next time. Really? After Principal Go left, Yi Xin rubbed her head full of bumps, hooked her arm around Sun Yan's, and looked at the latter's barely concealed smile, saying with a frustrated expression. Alright, they're all gone. Stop pretending in front of us. If they want to laugh at us, then so be it. Ha ha ha. Sun Yan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why did you all have to provoke him? Even our principal personally stepped in and fanned a freshman. I've never seen this level of importance in the 3 or 4 years I've been at Pajun Academy. And what did he say? Please respect me. Haha, you guys are really brave. Sun Yan almost laughed until tears streamed down her face. Seeing Yi Xion's face turn bright red, Li Shuwan, who was covering his head, also looked frustrated and embarrassed. Shut up, come on, help me up. Sun Yan then suppressed her smile, reached out, and pulled Li Shuwan up. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something happy. I wasn't mocking you. Yi Xion waved her hand, completely unconcerned. Over the years, we've been rivals and brothers, and it's common for us to tease each other in private. He patted Sun Yan on the shoulder, watched Yi Chen's departing figure, and said with envy, I understand how you feel. If our academy could recruit a freshman with this kind of strength, I would probably be laughing in my dreams. Li Shuwan said with a mischievous grin, You little rascal, you must be having a great time right now. There's no need to even hold the University League, just award the championship to you guys. Sun Yan waved his hand and began to speak modestly, That's hard to say. The third affiliated hospital has level 6 doctors. The so-called Old 3 Academies refers to Longhan Tianshu Greedy Wolf Academy, Tianshin Academy, and Tenji Academy, which, along with the 4 major academies of Academy City, belong to the most prestigious academy sequence in Longhan. Before Yi Chen could even leave the arena, someone suddenly pointed at him and shouted excitedly. I recognize him, this guy, he's a captain. Now that you mention it, yes, it's him. People gradually recognized Yi Chen. They had only seen it once at the War Academy, the rank displayed on the beam of light from the teleportation device when Yi Chen came down from the battlefield. This matter was once widely discussed on the college forum. However, for some reason, the post was deleted. In addition, the hype subsided somewhat during the period when Yi Chen got married and went on his honeymoon. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. In their eyes, Yi Chen's back immediately appeared majestic and imposing. It's important to understand that a title earned through battlefield military achievements is not just an identity, but also an honor. As expected, real men have to go to the battlefield. Captain? The expressions on the faces of Sun Yan, Yi Xian, and Li Shuwan were equally bewildered. How many enemies would we have to kill? How many battle merits would we have to gain? No wonder this kid's level is so high.
Compared to him, we geniuses, who have been nurtured by the abundant resources provided by the academy and the country, are nothing more than flowers in a greenhouse.
The situation was starting to get out of control.
Principal Go immediately grabbed the microphone. Students, please calm down.
I know everyone has the belief and determination to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. We have also established a war academy to encourage everyone to go to the battlefield. But encouragement is not blind. Training and learning in the academy are also necessary processes for growth. They are also for the purpose of being able to face stronger enemies in the future. The battlefield is dangerous. Death can happen at any moment. Not everyone can be like Yi Chen, able to fight their way through a sea of enemies. So, don't be blindly enthusiastic. And don't underestimate yourself.
Knowing that one's own strength is insufficient, instead of striving to improve oneself, one blindly rushes into the battlefield.
This is also a kind of foolishness and a loss to the academy. You are all my children, how could I let you sacrifice yourselves for nothing?
Upon hearing this, some of the students from Pajun Academy even had tears in their eyes. Principal, although I usually call you Dog Principal in private.
But really, I'm going to cry.
But some people were unusually clear-headed. Is it possible that the principal means you guys should practice more if you're bad at the game, and stop going to feed the enemy kills and experience points?
That makes sense.
Principal Go curled his lips into a smirk and said carelessly, the words may be rough, but the principle is sound. In short, if you're going to the battlefield, you all need to line up properly and have your ranks checked. The students, both amused and exasperated, exclaimed, Frog fun, Principal, you're a real dog.
Yi Chen smiled gently at this. Click.
Not long after leaving the martial arts hall, a crisp sound of an eggshell cracking came from the Imperial space.
Meng Yue said with a delighted expression, Brother Yechen, your egg is broken. Chapter 72, The True Way to Use the Thousand Machine Umbrella. Yi Chen, ? What do you mean my balls are broken? However, there's nothing wrong with that statement.
Before I could even complain, another faint cracking sound came. Impatiently, Yi Chen immediately channeled his spiritual power and slammed on the gas. The GTR, transformed from the myriad manifestations umbrella, roared with speed as its engine roared.
Ah! Do 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 do. Ah! Beep 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 beep. Ah! Do 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 do.
The powerful push against her back caused Gu Bailing, the spiritual guide, to look upwards.
Every time it's violent driving. This kid. It was definitely intentional.
Once home, he couldn't wait to summon the black egg and the women from his spatial storage. Disappointingly, the eggshell only cracked open with a thin, narrow fissure, and then the process stopped. After observing for a while, Yi Chen finally put the black egg back into the space of control.
Brother Yi Chen, could you help me modify my psionic weapon later?
Yanli felt her attack speed was almost enough, but she was still a little short of a critical hit.
Yanli kept shaking the mechanical qilin tail and winked shyly at him. Brother Yi Chen, I want one too.
Meng Yue shook his arm and said coquettishly, that made style psionic armor set didn't increase attack speed enough, so I changed to a different set.
Can you give me your opinion later?
By the way, my sister and I aren't quite familiar with the Super Beast God's combined form yet, so you'll have to help us out. It's best to practice a lot so that you won't be flustered when you actually use it in real combat.
Yi Chen nodded. Of course, no problem.
On the other side, watching the bold Yan Li and Meng Yu, Su Mayan silently squeezed her legs together, tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve, and said somewhat shyly, husband.
Yi Chen smiled affectionately and held her slightly cool hand. What's wrong, Mu Yan? Su Mayan's face turned bright red, and she dared not look directly into Yi Chen's eyes. Mu Yan has become so strange, it might be related to that evolution. Husband, you have some free time, could you come to my room and check on Mu Yan?
Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, but he knew that Su Mayan was referring to Mega X. He smiled and said, of course.
You're so busy. Gu Bailing's lips twitched slightly. Yi Chen chuckled and asked, Instructor, do you have any further instructions? I wouldn't dare give any instructions.
Gu Bailing blushed, her voice growing softer. We agreed to get our marriage certificate.
Get a marriage certificate? Meng Yue exclaimed in surprise and immediately looked at Gu Bailing warily. Gu Bailing hurriedly explained, it's the vehicle registration certificate. Don't misunderstand. It's not what you're thinking. Yan Li's lips curved into a Nike shape. Okay, sister, don't make a fuss. We're not children anymore. Do you think we don't understand adult matters? Besides, the counselor isn't an outsider, right, Brother Yi Chen?
She pulled Meng Yue aside, winking mischievously at Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, let's go do some stretching exercises first, we'll wait for you.
Soon, only Yi Chen and Gu Bailing remained in the room. Su Mayan even thoughtfully closed the door for the two of them. Advisor, shouldn't you explain this to me?
Seeing Yi Chen approach her with a cryptic smile, Gu Bailing panicked, her pretty face visibly flushed.
Yi Chen, please don't.
She took a half step back, tripped over the sofa, and her voluptuous body spun around as she landed on it.
I really didn't mean it.
Yi Chen bent his neck, and Gu Bailing nervously closed her eyes. As his eyelashes trembled slightly, Big G, tightly bound by his white blouse and Noel suit, began to heave rapidly. Looking down at Gu Bailing, whose ears were flushed red, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Not this one." He sat back down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and suppressed the frivolous look on his face. I think the reason why the 1000 Chance umbrella was rated SS+ is that it can transform into more than just a few forms. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Gu Bailing opened her eyes and breathed a slight sigh of relief, but a sense of loss also arose in her heart. That's right, the true way to use the 1000 Manifestations umbrella is to replicate all the super martial arts girls you've ever seen, along with their abilities. Of course, the condition is that you have fought against them or seen them use their skills.
As Gu Bailing spoke, she transformed into the nine-tailed form of the super martial spirit maiden.
With each fox tail behind her standing upright, she changed her form. From Menyua's white tiger armor to Yanli's illusion scale armor, and even the combat suits of EVA and Strike Force from before, all of them manifested on her body.
Yi Chen's gaze hardened. So, you can transform into the EVA and Strike Gundam as well? That's right.
Feeling Yi Chen's sticky gaze, Gu Bailing lowered her head shyly and silently squeezed her plump, honey-colored legs, which were covered in black stockings. However, I can only replicate all the abilities of S+, but I cannot replicate the SS+ illusionary Qilin God and Roaring Tiger God. There are a maximum of 9 types, each corresponding to one of the 9 tails.
Some SS+ level superweapons can replicate some of their abilities, for example, the railgun, I can only replicate the railgun.
She spoke and demonstrated at the same time. A foxtail stood upright, its entire body was filled with electricity, and a coin wrapped in electricity floated in its palm. As for super weapons that surpass SS+, I cannot achieve that. Looking at the coin in her hand, Gu Bailing forced a smile and said, "Isn't this ability of mine kind of useless?" Yi Chen didn't answer, he just stared at the X on her body. X, overcome your inner conflict, spend 100 million to unlock SSS plus myriad phenomena. She stood up and walked towards Gu Bailing again. Although I don't know what exactly myriad manifestations in 1000 machines is, as long as it advances to SSS plus level, it's a super martial arts girl. Then Gu Bailing can at least replicate the SS plus level super weapon girl, and maybe even the SSS plus level super weapon, who knows? Then she will be able to stand on her own. It can also become one of the components for combining with the super beast god, or even the emperor armor and the hell-faced Azura. So he bent down and hunched his neck towards Gu Bailing again. Looking at her fair and delicate earlobes, they instantly turned a deep rosy red. Yi Chen chuckled and said, "If I said, I have a way to help you upgrade from an electromagnetic cannon to a super electromagnetic cannon, would you believe me?" Gu Bailing's expression turned flustered again. She covered her blushing face with one hand and pressed down on her skirt with the other, her legs, clad in black stockings, curled up on the sofa. Like a kitten with nowhere to run, he cornered it. The helpless and weak voice sounded as if it were being squeezed from the depths of the throat. "Yi Chen, we can't do this." Chapter 73, Gu Bailing advances to SSS plus myriad manifestations. Little life, where did this strike freedom come from? A strange emotion stemming from taboo fermented deep within her heart. It was like a feather, constantly tugging at her heartstrings. Then let me change the subject. Yi Chen gently brushed Gu Bailing's small hand away. Looking down at her pretty face, with its clearly visible veins and so delicate skin that it looked like you could pinch water out of it, I realized. He chuckled softly, "Do you really only want to get a driver's license from me?" Hearing Yi Chen successfully steer the conversation back to the previous question, Gu Bailing's pretty face turned extremely red. She didn't dare look him in the eye, wishing she could bury her head in his chest. Seeing her like this, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Instructor, don't be nervous. You blushed 4 times in 3 minutes, you've never been in a relationship before." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Gu Bailing immediately reacted. She tilted her flushed face up and said indignantly, "So what if we haven't talked, Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chen silenced her with a kiss.
Gu Bailing's eyes widened, her pupils bulging, resembling a cat's shocked expression. The iceberg that was once visible is gradually melting away.
She closed her eyes tightly, her tightly curled, upward pointing eyelashes trembling slightly.
At this moment, Gu Bailing's mind was in complete chaos.
It could be said that she was completely overwhelmed by the sudden love. She covered her flushed face with her hands, completely bewildered as to how things had turned out this way.
Shu.
Yi Chen leaned close to her ear and coaxed her softly, if you don't want others to hear.
X has been achieved, do you want to spend money? Yes. With the injection of 100 million yuan, Gu Bailing's appearance has undergone an unprecedented change. Name, Gu Bailing. Talent, Myriad Manifestations 1000 Machines SSS+. Level, 50. Attack Growth, SSS+. Defense Growth, SSS+.
Description: a divine artifact, containing 1,000 mechanisms and capable of countless transformations.
Currently in the break-in period. Resonance ability, all things. Mingchao's ultimate technique, transforms according to the changing super martial girl. Can you feel it? Gu Bailing covered her mouth, responding with a sound of utter shame and indignation. Yi Chen smiled and said, can you transform into a Gundam and show me? Name, Gu Bailing. Talent, Myriad Manifestations 1000 Machines SSS+. Form, Strike Freedom SS+. Attack Growth, SSS+. Defense Growth, SSS+. Yi Chen was overjoyed, not only transforming the original assault mech into the higher level assault free mech. It also retains the SSS plus attack and defense growth. She's absolutely a supermodel.
Of course, in her super martial spirit girl form, she is not a real Gundam. He wore a pink pilot suit with wings on his back, but even in this state, Yi Chen could still see the control panel.
So what exactly is our relationship now? Hearing Gu Bailing say this in a low voice,
Yi Chen stroked her cheek with eyes full of affection. Sweetie, after dinner, we'll go get our marriage certificate.
Mum. Gu Bailing nodded vigorously at him with a look of delight. Several days later, Yi Chen led the group of women back from their honeymoon with Gu Bailing. Who would believe it? Ever since I came to Pajun Academy, it's been hilarious. I haven't worked more than a few days, I've been on vacation the whole time. Although they went on their honeymoon with Gu Bailing, they didn't have a wedding ceremony. Gu Bailing was not an orphan.
Instead, she said that Yi Chen's current identity is quite sensitive, and she doesn't know whether she should explain it to her family or not, and she still needs to consult with the academy and the authorities. So the wedding has been postponed. But this didn't stop Yi Chen from watching her wear various wedding dresses and gowns.
Of course, besides these, Gu Bailing is also skilled at disguise.
She showed him off generously and even invited him to be her photographer.
Of course, after each shoot, Yi Chen would never let her go back. If we're going to release it, we'll have to wait until the next day.
The black egg cracked a few more times, but it will still take some time before it fully hatches.
Principal Go gave another red envelope and brought a message along with it. The National College League is in full swing.
The Pei-Jun team has overcome numerous obstacles and quickly advanced through the preliminary rounds to the second round of the points competition. Only by passing the points-based competition can one earn the opportunity to advance to the finals. As for the Pei-Jun team, they were never weak, they were the strongest among the 4 major academies of the Academy City. Sun Yan meant that Yi Chen would only be needed in crucial match-point games. Yi Chen's response was naturally to be available at a moment's notice, and he took this opportunity to let Gu Bailing replicate the powerful super martial girl. Now, he led the women back to the War Academy. He still remembered his promise to Aunt Shui and knew he had to hurry up and reach level 60. The Imperial space was exceptionally lively at this moment. From Yanli, Mengyu, and Su Mayan, to Pei Yuning, Gu Bailing, and the Dragon Girl. Yi Chen alone possesses 6 super martial arts girls. 3 SS Plus members and 3 SSS Plus members. The lineup is truly luxurious. It would be a shame not to give our everyday lives a little surprise. After all, we're all old acquaintances. Welcome to the team. General Yi Chen. Having detected that your rank is the highest in this battle, Supreme Command has been transferred to you. Boom. 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 I just arrived in the Abyss Plain. Yi Chen was immediately surrounded by the gazes of those around him. Holy crap, it's the Lieutenant General. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen such a high military rank. It's safe, it's safe.
Sir, say a few words. Everyone's listening. Seeing everyone staring intently at him, Yichen felt embarrassed. However, as his gaze swept across the area, he quickly spotted a familiar figure. This person is Mo Fan, who once fought a resource battle with Yi Chen and served as the commander. Now that Mo Fan has broken through level 30, he has also arrived at the intermediate battlefield. The moment Mo Fan met Yi Chen's gaze, he immediately stood up straight. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you just now. Yi Chen smiled and said, you should take command. Having said that, he relinquished supreme command and then leaped high into the air. To everyone's astonishment, his body was caught steadily by the white mecha that appeared out of nowhere. The white mech flapped its light wings and shot out into the distance. On the other side, looking at the hostile targets displayed on the radar, the commander of Xiao Rizi's mouth dropped open. No, where did Longhan get the assault mech? Buho, 8 pairs of light wings. This is the Strike Freedom. Chapter 74, 1v4? Strike Freedom vs. Asha, Exujiai, Virtue Angel, Dominion Angel, and Virtue Angel. The battle Yi Chen is participating in this time is still a battle for resources. If low-level battlefields are about building ground bases, then mid-level battlefields are about building high-altitude bases. Unlike previous missions, welcoming the landing of space fighters, capturing ground resource points, and eliminating invading alien beasts and enemies, the resource competition in the mid-level battlefield aims to create aerial fortresses similar to floating cities. Starting with an aerospace warship equipped with a teleportation device, the mission is not only to seize absolute air superiority and eliminate all aerial monsters and enemies, but also to protect the completion of the aerial fortress. Only by building up aerial fortresses can we deploy more aerospace fighters and acquire more ground resource points. Therefore, the soldiers participating in this battle, unless they are super powerful female warriors with flight capabilities, will be equipped with corresponding flight-type psionic weapons. Even individual soldiers can obtain propulsion devices similar to those of flying soldiers. In this kind of air combat, pilots with high maneuverability or strong long-range attack capabilities are even more needed. As Yi Chen leaped high from the deck of the space battleship, manifesting his white mecha, he locked his target on Xiao Rizi's aerial base. At this point, Xiao Rizi's aerial base had evolved from an initial space battleship into a sizable small floating city. Once the plasma shield and psionic suppression devices are fully constructed, according to international law, air superiority over this abyssal plane, including all resource points within its airspace, will belong to them. Upon hearing the Dragon Girl's explanation, Yi Chen increased the amount of spiritual energy he poured into the vessel. The white mecha was operating at full power, and the force field shield around it, converted from spiritual energy, rubbed against the atmosphere, bursting out crimson flames. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded from Xiao Rizi's floating city. Number of target units, 1. For SS plus Strike Freedom. Intercept. Intercept. The enemy is moving too fast, exceeding Mach 20. The target is moving too fast, exceeding Mach 35. Existing air defense systems cannot intercept it. Please return to defense immediately. Countless mechs and battle maidens were launched from the space battleship and flew rapidly toward Yi Chen's location, attempting to intercept the white mech. A mere lone soldier dares to come and die? This is hilarious. Watch me shoot him down. So what if it's SS+? This is no low-level battlefield. Baka Yaru. Before long, dozens of points of light appeared in Yi Chen's field of vision under the starry night sky. On the radar, countless red dots appeared simultaneously. The 8 blue-coated mechanical wings of the Strike Freedom were launched out and transformed into light wings. The launched wings then became 8 floating cannons, hovering around the light wing mech. Sizzle! The 8 floating cannons fired simultaneously, unleashing beams of green laser light that, along with the red beam cannons on the machine itself, shone brightly against the dark night sky. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions resounded under the night sky. At that moment, all the little things in life truly opened their eyes wide. In the blink of an eye, before they even met, the Assault Freedom's energy cannon completely shattered the protective force fields of the intercepting mechs and battlegirls, melting through their bodies and shooting them all down. What kind of Towa is this? Before everyone could be shocked, a long-range sniper beam shot upwards, piercing through the clouds and heading straight for the Assault Freedom. Yi Chen frowned slightly, flapped his light wings, dodged the sniper beam, and looked down at the ground. The image was captured on the screen very quickly. It was a green mech holding a GN sniper rifle aloft. GN-002, Virtue, SS. At the same time, the radar alert sounded again.
Within sight, a Gundam radiating red light, with GN particles swirling around its chest and a physical sword on its mechanical arm, was rapidly approaching the Strike Freedom.
GN001, Asha, SS. This is the Celestial Squad. Target, Strike Freedom, acquired.
Upon hearing this sound, a cheer erupted from within the floating island of Shaorizi.
Great! It's the Celestial Squad.
We're saved! At the same time, Nightfall, piloting the Strike Freedom, activated its funnels and began its first head-on confrontation with Asha. The green beams from the 8 funnels shot out in the air. Asha's body glowed red as it drew a circle in the air, narrowly dodging the funnel's barrage of attacks. She raised her beam gun and swept it towards the Strike Freedom. Moreover, an orange fighter jet approached from afar and arrived in an instant, unleashing a barrage of missiles that roared toward the Strike Freedom.
GN003, Archangel, SS.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled, as the Strike Freedom rapidly leaped through the air. The floating cannons switched from offense to defense, and the beam energy cannons automatically intercepted the missiles.
Boom, boom, boom.
A series of explosions rang out in the air, and smoke filled the entire sky.
Sizzle.
A long and thick energy cannon shot down from the distant horizon, piercing through the entire night sky. It's like a long line that divides the entire sky into 2 sections. The energy cannon pierced through the smoke and was still sweeping across the battlefield. Watching the Strike Freedom take flight from the smoke of battle. The pilot of the mech with the huge cannon barrel on its chest, GN005, Virtue, SS, frowned slightly. The other side reacted very quickly, as if they anticipated our predictions at every step.
Asha, be careful when you fight him.
Hearing her teammate's words, the pilot of Asha nodded. The physical sword on the mechanical arm flipped and popped out, slashing towards the Strike Freedom.
Asha, begin eliminating the target.
At that moment, the orange fighter jet the Archangel also twisted and transformed, becoming an orange mech. He fired the beam gun repeatedly, scattering beams of light into the air. Although he couldn't hit the Strike Freedom, his goal was to suppress Yi Chen's position. In the next instant, Exuzhi wielded her physical sword, transforming into a streak of red light. Her speed instantly tripled, and she circled behind Strike Freedom. The physical sword, imbued with GN particles, slashed a white line towards Yi Chen.
The latter has no way to avoid it.
The pilot of the Archangel grinned menacingly, "Since you're here, stay." Before Yi Chen could even reply to his voice, Mo Fan's voice came through the communication device. "Sir, the enemy has deployed a large number of mechs and fleets to surround your position.
Do you need support?"
Yi Chen chuckled, "No need, thank you." In the next instant, Strike Freedom drew its lightsaber, its light wings vibrating as it suddenly twisted its body. The lightsaber clashed with Exuzhi's physical sword, sparks flying everywhere.
Chapter 75, Yi Chen, my turn. Mega X Extraordinary Strike Freedom.
Yi Chen controlled the 8 floating cannons to continue suppressing the orange mecha the Archangel, which was wielding a beam gun. In the brief moment when the Archangel and the Devis were forced back, the Assault Freedom's machine flapped its wings again, leaping through the air and easily dodging the 2 beams of light, one thick and one thin, crisscrossing each other. These come from the long-range sniping of the Angel of Strength and the core energy cannon of the Angel of Virtue.
The exchange lasted only a few dozen seconds.
Yi Chen's skillful maneuvering, quick reflexes, and the speed of his mech caused the pupils of the 4 Archangel mech pilots to contract simultaneously.
What kind of reaction speed is that? Wow, that's fast. It can even react to the 3 red alert mode. Is this really an attack on freedom?
What they didn't know was that Yi Chen's powerful attack was formed from the myriad transformations of the 1,000 machines. In terms of attack, defense, and speed, it is simply unmatched by the SS Plus Strike Freedom.
Instead, it perfectly inherits the SSS Plus attribute of myriad phenomena.
The movements of the 4 Archangel mechs were briefly halted.
Yi Chen chuckled softly, "Why aren't you attacking anymore? Could it be that it's my turn now?"
Looking at the swarming fleet of little days, and the sky filled with mechs and battle maidens.
"Then I won't be polite."
Yi Chen smiled and a 7-colored heart keystone appeared on his wrist. The Strike Freedom mech was instantly enveloped in dazzling light.
Mega X. Extraordinary Strike Freedom.
At the same time, Shaorizi's fleet and mechs launched a full-scale firepower attack on Yi Chen's mechs. Countless missiles and energy cannons roared toward Assault Freedom. The next instant, after the 8 golden wings of Strike Freedom, 8 more pink wings materialized. A pink force field shield, almost tangible, enveloped the entire machine, blocking all ranged attacks. Upon seeing the strike freedom intact after the explosion, Asha and the pilot of the Archangel both widened their eyes.
What? Simeda Buho is an extraordinary strike freedom. Nigello run.
They activated triple red mode, increasing the speed of Exugiai and Archangel to 3 times again, and then turned and ran. Inside the cockpit, Gubiling, in her super martial spirit girl form, wearing a white combat suit with pink patterns, gracefully landed in Yi Chen's arms.
Leave it to me.
With a wave of her small hand, all the surrounding targets were locked on. The extraordinary assault freedom wings unleashed countless super powerful electric currents.
Boom, boom, boom.
A violent and raging electric current filled the entire world. All the fleets, mechs, and fighters of the Little Days were indiscriminately covered at this moment, like a series of fireworks exploding in the dark night. Looking at the results of the battle before him, Yi Chen smiled.
As expected of a cultivation-themed mecha. The strike freedom is truly extraordinary, living up to its reputation. But my turn isn't over yet.
He poured unparalleled spiritual power into the extraordinary strike freedom. With a soft moan from Gubiling, her body immediately went limp in his arms.
The disintegration cannon on the top of the mech opens to the left and right. A red line pierces the night sky.
The entire floating island, which was so large, was directly split in two.
Boom!
A massive wave of fire exploded from the floating island. On the spacefighter, Imofan and the others stared wide-eyed at the fiery clouds that exploded in the distant sky and the sky that was burned as bright as day.
Some people have a blank stare. Some people dislocate their jaws. Some people even had their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Is this the strength of a lieutenant general?
This was one person wiping out the entire enemy team, while the enemy had a whole group of them.
Is combat command really necessary? Imofan said, half laughing and half crying, with this ability, whether I give orders or not, it doesn't really matter anymore. I give up.
The floating island, which was about to be completed, was reduced to ashes at this moment, exploding into countless fragments that fell from the sky. The pilot of Asha's face contorted with rage.
What have you done, you bastard?
The white mech drew a particle lightsaber from its waist, wielded both swords, and slashed towards the extraordinary strike freedom. A lightsaber cannot cut through the pink force field shield, but a power sword encased in GN particles can.
Seeing a crack appear in the force field shield, Yi Chen remained calm.
The extraordinary strike freedom also drew 2 swords, one a light blade, and the other a physical sword. A cold smile curved at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth.
How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? You want to build a floating island right in front of me? Did you get my permission?
Faced with Exugiai's frenzied attacks, Strike Freedom also wielded its twin swords, easily parrying all of the opponent's attacks.
EXIA, the base has been destroyed. Please evacuate immediately.
The constant high power output had already severely depleted the spiritual energy within the pilots of the Angels of Virtue and Power. Even though they hid far enough, their mechs were still completely covered by the lightning attacks of the extraordinary assault, thanks to the terrifying spiritual power that Yi Chen infused into them. Even though the GN field formed by spiritual energy barely withstood the electric attack of the extraordinary assault, the other 3 angel mechs were still severely damaged. Most importantly, the floating island has crashed, and they have lost all will to fight. Continuing to fight cannot conceal the fact that they were defeated. Most importantly, after the 3 red state ends, their bodies will fall into complete weakness.
EXIA, retreat. Did you even hear me? How can this be allowed to end?
As Exugiai charged toward Yi Chen, ignoring the communications, and had her mechanical legs severed by a single slash from the extraordinary strike, another slash directly chopped off the mechanical arm that was gripping the lightsaber. The green mech's Angel of Power unleashed its final strike, forcing the extraordinary assault back while discarding its sniper rifle and drawing its lightsaber. The orange armored Archangel fired his beam gun in rapid succession, preventing the extraordinary assault from finishing off the enemy. The Archangel also shouldered the cannon and fired it at Yi Chen. The pink force field shield of the extraordinary strike force was activated again, withstanding the beam gun and cannon while the beam blade sliced off Asha's last remaining mechanical arm, and the physical blade slashed towards the cockpit.
Asha!
At the critical moment, the Angel of Virtue channeled her limited spiritual power, transforming it into streaks of red light that crashed into the extraordinary warrior.
In the triple red state, the speed of the Angel's mech increases threefold.
Among the 4 mechs, the Angel of Virtue has the most spiritual power and the least damage.
Yi Chen frowned slightly, controlling the extraordinary attack to reverse its direction, and sliced open the Angel's shell with a single strike.
The floating cannons intercepted the simultaneous attacks of the Angels of Power and the Archangel.
The next moment, the Angel of Dementia disintegrated, and its originally bulky shell transformed into a completely new form. GN004 Dual Spirit SS+.
Chapter 76, Good News, the extraordinary assault team has crashed. Bad news, the Super Beast God has risen.
Dual Spirits.
The pilot of the angelic mech roared. A golden glint flashed in his eyes, and the bulky outer shell of the machine was completely stripped away at that moment. The red-haired dual spirit mech emitted a special force field, attempting to control Yi Chen's extraordinary assault.
The next instant, from their perspective,
the extraordinary strikes machine visibly slowed down and began to fall toward the ground.
You are not worthy to use the extraordinary strike.
As the extraordinary assault mech crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, the twin spirit mech drew its lightsaber and swooped down.
A great opportunity.
The pilots of the Angel of Strength and the Archangel's eyes lit up. Together, they controlled their mechs, wielding their lightsabers as they swooped down towards the dust and smoke on the ground.
Power Angels, Archangels. Kill him. Sign. The situation has taken a turn for the better.
Inside the command post, where they were enjoying a quiet life off the battlefield, the commanders, their fists clenched and roaring in unison, stared intently at the large screen.
Even if the floating island is destroyed, if we can take down the enemy's SSS plus extraordinary assault, then it's not a loss.
At the same time, many officers in the Longhan command were also worried for Yi Chen.
Even Mo Fan, who was on the space fighter, could only see the three of them surrounding Yi Chen through the panel, and he also noticed that something was wrong. The high-ranking officers covered their mouths tightly, their eyes fixed on the screen in front of them. Survive, Yi Chen.
But as the twin spirit mechs, the Angel of Strength, and the Archangel piloted their machines, they swooped down. When the dust settled, the three people in the cockpit, as well as the officer in front of the screen, all opened their eyes wide.
An unprecedented fiery silver mech appeared before them. Not an extraordinary strike, but Super Beast God. At this moment, the Super Beast God raised his mechanical arm high above his head, and the energy ball gathered within it was as dazzling as the sun. At that moment, the pupils of the pilots of the twin spirit mech, the Angel of Power, and the Archangel suddenly contracted. Bulo. Nigello. Their control panels were flashing wildly at that moment. Warning. Target energy level reaches ultimate nuclear explosion level. Warning. Target energy level reaches meteorite level. Warning. Target energy level reaches satellite level. Yi Chen's lips also curved into a sharp arc. Finally. We've been tricked. Fire. Cloud. Technique. All of this was naturally under his control. While the Twin Spirits mech can indeed activate a special force field to control certain mechs, the extraordinary assault mech could never be affected by the Twin Spirits mech. The sluggishness they had seen earlier was just something he did on purpose. Under the repeated infusions of high-intensity spiritual energy, Gu Bailing was about to lose consciousness. Yi Chen's Super Beast God does not yet have a flight component. That's why he deliberately pretended to fall, his purpose being to lure the three of them down. The Super Beast God, a combination of the Phantom Unicorn and the White Tiger, possesses extremely strong jumping ability, speed, and explosive power. As long as it's on the ground and in low altitudes. That's my territory. Boom. In midair, the Asha, now shattered into countless pieces, had its only remaining pilot, Xiaorizi, wide-eyed. The terrifying energy of the fire cloud technique instantly annihilated three mechs. A fiery silver mech, crackling with electricity, rose from the ground. I'm the one who let you guys escape today. Yi Chen sneered, Flash. Spirit. Technique. With its terrifying jumping ability alone, the Super Beast God was like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the fire cloud and leaping to a height of 10,000 meters. In his gradually widening pupils, the silver-white mechanical tiger claw of the fire silver mech slowly magnified on the screen. At this moment, the Asha pilot's chaotic mind was still immersed in utter shock. How is this possible? What incredible jumping ability! What kind of speed is this? It's again. What kind of tile? Compared to the three Reds model, this is worlds apart. Bang! With just one claw, Asha's cockpit was deeply dented. In an instant, the entire machine was enveloped in the wind and thunder power of the Flash Spirit technique. Utterly shattered. Collapse. Annihilation. All the red dots disappeared instantly on the map,
and a dazzling light burst forth in the distance.
Everyone on the space fighter cheered loudly.
The officers at the Longhan command also jumped up excitedly, waving their fists. They were worried for Yi Chen earlier. But now, at the moment when all 4 SS-class mechs were destroyed at the same time, they finally understood.
What does it mean to have everything under control? How can it be repaired? Tell me, where did Longhan get the freedom to attack?
Where did this extraordinary assault come from?
Also, wasn't he supposed to be an extraordinary assault? How did he become a super beast god? Who can answer me, you idiot?
Inside the Japanese command post,
facing an enraged Air Force general, the officers, focused intently on the static screen, fell into complete silence.
I thought the floating island was almost completed, and with 4 SS-rank Celestial Squad members present, we should be able to take it down no matter what. But who could have predicted that the other side would send out a single mech, shattering all their illusions? Not only did they annihilate the entire fleet, they even shot down the floating island. Even the SS-rank Celestial Squad was wiped out. From strike freedom to extraordinary strike. From extraordinary assault, he transformed into Super Beast God.
The moment I saw the Super Beast God,
all the officers who had been living a quiet life were completely unable to sit still any longer.
I thought I had a chance. Who the hell would have thought that the opponent didn't have a health bar, only a progress bar? Good news.
The extraordinary strike has crashed. Bad news, the Super Beast God has risen up.
This cheater is so good, he's not even pretending anymore. Keep it running, keep it running. So, is this guy demonstrating fault tolerance to us? This is a blatant provocation. This is a show of defiance against us. This is completely contrary to the spirit of international law and the fight against evil. Gurgle is expected of my Chung Ji. We'll take care of the giggle, and you take care of the rampage. Hooray, brother Yi Chen, aren't we the best? Mangyue and Yanli's voices rang in my ears.
Yi Chen smiled and said, "Of course, you'll always be the best in my heart." Upon hearing his words, all the women in the Imperial space showed shy expressions. After recalling the Super Beast God to the control space, Yi Chen drew the Demon Blade Thousand Blades. He channeled spiritual energy into the soles of his feet, activated Instant Step, and while slowing his movements, the tip of his blade slashed out across in the air. The gates of the void have opened.
Yi Chen leaped into it. We've found out.
This person is very likely the same one who killed Shinji Ikari and Makoto Ito in the previous low-level battle. Upon hearing this, a young man smiled slightly.
Looks like it's my turn to make an appearance.
Upon hearing the young man's words, all the officers stood up.
You bastard, you barged in all by yourself from the very beginning. Who are you?
Faced with the crowd's rebukes, the young man remained silent and simply walked straight to the door.
With a slight raise of his hand, a red mechanical beetle with flapping wings flew into his hand from the sky.
Chapter 77, The Man Who Walks the Way of Heaven and Rules Over All. Embedding the beetle device into his belt, the young man pointed at the sun and gave a wicked smile.
Grandma once said, "The sun is great because it can even illuminate dust.
And I am the man who walks the path of heaven and is in charge of everything.
Heavenly Path Chief." Upon hearing this name, everyone's eyes widened.
Even the highest-ranking officer in the small town stood up straight and showed him respect.
There can be countless Kabuto. But there can only be one Kabuto king. They bowed deeply to the Heavenly Tao Chief and said with utmost solemnity, "Kabuto King, please."
Tenda Suji smiled and said, "Contact the Allied forces.
I will join the battlefield as a mercenary." At the same time,
amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen stepped out of the void gate and appeared on an aerospace fighter belonging to the Longhan base.
"Sir." After Mo Fan was the first to stand at attention, everyone else stood at attention as well.
"Sir." Yi Chen waved his hand, "You guys go about your business.
Prepare a room for me, a big one will do." A few minutes later,
inside the top-tier living quarters of the space battleship, Yi Chen summoned all the super martial maidens. The conditions are a bit tough, so please get used to it. This living cabin is a standard 8-person room. Each bed is 1.2 meters wide and consists of 4 bunk beds. Although it is a bit small, the whole room is full of a high-tech feel. The Dragon Girl spoke first, explaining to everyone, the battles in the intermediate battlefield won't end so quickly. The construction of the floating island will take at least a week. Of course, once the surrounding enemies have been eliminated, more production and infrastructure personnel will be transported to the space fighters via teleportation devices. It will take at least 3 days. Our mission is to protect the floating island from being shot down by the enemy during this period. So please hang in there for these 3 days.
It's okay, as long as I'm with Brother Yi-Chen.
Yenli took Yi Chen's arm, rubbing her fair face and nose against his shoulder, revealing a look of infatuation and ecstasy. The mechanical Qilin tail swayed gently from its base, and said in a sweet voice, "No matter where I am, Yenli doesn't feel tired."
Me too.
Mangyue smiled and cupped Yi Chen's large hand in her small, white hands, placing it on her fair face.
Her fluffy, striped white tiger tail swayed gently from the middle of her tightly bound combat suit. Not only Yenli and Mengyu, but even the dragon girl and Gu Bailing subconsciously shook their dragon and fox tails.
This adorable scene made Yi Chen smile. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the tails of the many super powerful girls. As if she had thought of something, Pei Yuning's pretty face turned bright red.
Su Mayan's expression, however, held a hint of envy and disappointment.
The dragon girl blushed and glanced at Yi Chen.
I live right next door. Master, if you have any questions, you can come and find me anytime.
Upon hearing the dragon girl's words, Yi Chen grabbed her fair wrist and said, "Let's stay here." Upon hearing this, the dragon girl stared intently at his large hand, her pretty face flushed crimson. Yi Chen explained, "What I mean is, there are very few rooms on the space battleship, and the beds are very compact.
I think there are still many people who may not be able to get a bed. Isn't this an 8-person room? Let's all squeeze in and not cause trouble for the country."
Yes, Yenli smiled. Besides, Sister Dragon Girl isn't an outsider.
She'll be family sooner or later, right, Brother Yi-Chen? Hey, little Lily, why do you always have your arm pointing outwards?
Mangyue pouted, looking at the dragon girl with a nervous expression. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the dragon girl blushed and stayed.
You're right, we shouldn't trouble others. Mingyue's fair cheeks puffed up.
Yenli pulled her aside. "All right, sister, listen to me."
What are you saying? Aren't we still sisters? Mangyue pouted and put her hands on her hips. Of course we're sisters, Yenli said patiently, not angry at all. But do you know how much Yi-Chen spent on upgrading our counselor to SSS+? How many? 100 million. Take the young master? Mangyue's eyes widened again. 100 million? Yeah, keep your voice down.
Yenli covered her mouth. The counselor will give this money to Brother Yi Chen as part of his dowry later.
Wow, is our advisor's family that rich? Mangyue once again displayed a shocked expression, like a cat. Then wouldn't we also have to pay that much for modifications?
Yenli sighed. Yes, that's for sure.
Besides the two of us, there's also Sister Muyen. The three of us together will cost 300 million. So, you still can't understand Brother Yi Chen's good intentions? Little Lily, hurry up and tell me. I'm so anxious.
Yenli pointed at the dragon girl and said, "Look at this dragon girl, she has a noble air about her and a mysterious identity. Even the instructor isn't very clear on the information about the intermediate level battlefield, so how could Sister Dragon Girl know it all?" She rested her chin on her hand and analyzed the situation with a serious expression.
Mangyue looked completely bewildered. I don't know. Brother Yi Chen never asks much about her family. But I think she must be from a wealthy family.
So, Brother Yi Chen, he's sacrificing himself for the sake of both of us.
Upon hearing Yan Li's words, Mengyu immediately reacted, Brother Chen really? I'm going to cry. After Yan Li and Mengyu finished discussing it,
Mangyue walked straight over and took the dragon girl's hand. Good sister, my sister and I have discussed it, and we will take care of you during your postpartum period. Upon hearing this, the dragon girl's pretty face visibly turned red, while Yi Chen's face darkened. When Yan Li winked at him mischievously and made an OK sign, he immediately understood. It must be that Xiao Lily said something to Mangyue again. No, Mangyue was already stupid, and Yan Li, you're even more. Brother Yi Chen, you must take good care of yourself. Seeing Mangyue looking at him with tears in her eyes, Yi Chen helplessly took out a bag of sunflower seeds.
Will you eat or not? Brother Yi Chen, you're so good to Mengyu, and to my sister.
Mangyue took the sunflower seeds, almost bursting into tears. You must take good care of yourself, this family is counting on you.
Chapter 78, Brother Yi Chen, don't open your eyes, I'm your older sister. Holding Mangyue in his arms, Yi Chen said gently, Alright, Mangyue, don't you know whether I'm feeling well or not?
Upon hearing this, the girls blushed slightly and lowered their heads knowingly.
Sweetie, I'll buy you something yummy later. It has to be said that Mengyue is the easiest to coax.
As soon as I heard there was something delicious to eat, I immediately stopped being sad.
With more people, it naturally becomes more lively.
With Yan Li and Meng Yu, these two cheerful people, the atmosphere is never dull.
Yi Chen glanced at the level panel.
Your level and the level of all super weapon girls have been increased to LV56. As expected, leveling up in the battlefield is faster. He began to secretly hope that more enemies would join the battlefield in the next 3 days, and he might be able to level up to level 60 directly. Yi Chen was unaware that his first appearance on the intermediate battlefield had slightly altered the international situation.
Location: Great Beauty Country.
Your Excellency President, Japan has sent us a request for military assistance from the Abyss battlefield. Looking at the documents in front of him, the president of the great American country moved his crooked blonde hair with his fingertips.
Possibly satellite class? Interesting.
A huge aerial base was wiped out by Long Han alone, and even an SS-level Celestial squad was lost. It seems necessary for us to send troops to boost the morale of the Allied forces.
But Your Excellency the President.
5-star General MacArthur pointed to the document, looking troubled, and said, "This is an intermediate-level battlefield, not an advanced-level battlefield. Our heroes, our Avengers, are mostly on high-level battlefields."
What did you say?
The president glanced at the document, his brow furrowing.
Is it really necessary for you to come and ask me about such a trivial matter? Don't they know my time is valuable? MacArthur paused for a moment, then said, "How should we respond to our allies?"
Mike, just leave this little thing there and ignore it. However, the president's expression turned serious. It would be best to have our people investigate.
Where did Long Han get a satellite-level satellite in the intermediate battlefield? Disgusting. A bunch of cowards.
The high-ranking officers of the small group were enraged by utter impotence.
What's wrong?
Tenda Suji crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows slightly. After hearing that Long Han had a suspected satellite-level expert in charge, no Allied forces dared to join the battle. They said, instead of wasting time on the intermediate-level battlefield, it would be better to invest these strategic resources in the advanced-level battlefield, where the returns would be greater.
I see.
Tenda Suji slowly rose from his chair. If he appears on the next battlefield, please notify me immediately.
Brother Yi Chen, do you prefer breasts or legs? Upon hearing Yan Li's question, Yi Chen replied without hesitation, "I prefer a soul."
Upon hearing this, Yan Li's beautiful eyes curved into crescents, and she covered her mouth, laughing charmingly and coquettishly.
She pointed to the menu on the tablet. "I'm asking you, do you want the finger-licking chicken drumstick or the chicken breast?" Yi Chen looked embarrassed. Before anyone could answer, Mengyue blurted out, "Is that even a question?"
Brother Yi Chen definitely wants the side ribs of the finger-licking chicken, the kind with the cartilage still attached.
Brother Yi Chen, am I right?
Mengyue had a smug little expression on her face.
That's right.
Yi Chen chuckled and affectionately patted her little head. Looking at the dragon girl, she seemed somewhat listless.
Yi Chen asked gently, "Is there anything that's bothering you?"
The dragon girl twitched the corners of her mouth, shook her head, and forced a smile that was more like a grimace.
No.
Beautiful under-eye bags, with a light gray tinge.
You haven't been sleeping well these past few days, have you?
Yi Chen smiled and comforted him. "It's all right.
Mo Fan reported to me that the floating island will be completed soon. Just hang in there a little longer, and we'll be able to leave here."
The dragon girl breathed a sigh of relief. She really hasn't been sleeping well these past few days.
Miscalculation.
I should have known better than to sleep in the same cabin.
It's not that Yi Chen is dishonest. Instead, it's his super powerful female warriors.
The dragon girl glanced at the group of super martial girls in the cabin, whose faces were glowing red. They all looked incredibly fair-skinned and delicate, and incredibly gentle and virtuous.
But each one is a stark contrast, each one more eerie than the last.
Thinking of this, she couldn't help but rub her temples in pain.
"Can you come for a walk with me?" "Good. Good morning, sir."
Walking side by side with the dragon girl on the deck of the spaceship, people kept greeting Yi Chen.
Yi Chen responded with a smile, "Hello."
The floating island was already taking shape. Although many infrastructure projects were not yet completed, the spiritual energy suppression device and plasma shield were about to be completed.
As for infrastructure, those can be built gradually later.
Once the plasma shield atop the blue arc is activated, this floating island and its surrounding airspace will, under international law, belong to Longhin's territory. Phew! Breathing in the fresh air, the dragon girl used her fingertips to tuck her wind-blown golden hair behind her ear. Looking at Yi Chen's handsome face beside her, her pretty face blushed slightly. Finally, I can be alone with my master. Is this what dating is like? Will we hold hands? I should seize the opportunity. Come on, desperate hand, hurry up and hold on. Brave Lulu, unafraid of difficulties. However, after some internal struggle, the dragon girl still gave up. Never mind, wouldn't it seem too forward-thinking to offer my hand? She might even be seen as a pervert. Listening to the dragon girl's thoughts, Yi Chen glanced at her in surprise. At this moment, the dragon girl maintained her usual calm and composed demeanor. If you hadn't heard her thoughts, you probably wouldn't have known at all. She appears aloof, even unapproachable. The inner monologue is surprisingly rich. Thinking of this, he took the opportunity to grasp the dragon girl's small hand. In that instant, the dragon girl seemed to be electrocuted, her delicate body trembling violently. But she did not break free. Her stunning profile turned bright red, almost instantly turning her ears red. It feels slightly cool and smooth to the touch. It seemed that his palms had been sweating before this. As for her true feelings at this moment. Chaos, blank. Chapter 79, now, I will take over the battlefield. I will wipe out all enemies in 1 minute. Wait a minute, what if the master suddenly kisses me? Kiss. 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 Listening to the dragon girl's thoughts, Yi Chen's face darkened. Good heavens, this is no longer just a thought, it's an obsession. However, with people coming and going around, it didn't seem appropriate to do it in front of so many people. But as the dragon girl's gaze grew increasingly melancholic, almost like a string of tears, Yi Chen quickly quickened his pace, took the dragon girl's hand, and led her to a secluded corner. The dragon girl opened her eyes wide, somewhat caught off guard, then closed them tightly, helplessly responding to him. At the same time, the people at the Longhan Supreme Command looked at the big screen, their expressions gradually becoming blank. After a moment or two of stunned silence, an old general said, with a wry smile, "Cut the footage off. Haven't you ever seen a couple in love before? Take off those doting smiles on your faces. This isn't a bad thing. After all, the Dragon Emperor is of marriageable age. Yes, Grand Secretary is right. The Dragon Emperor's affairs are matters of state. Just next time, tell the Dragon Guards not to film everything. These private matters of love between men and women don't need to be recorded. Announcement to all personnel. The floating island is now complete. Mission accomplished. Thank you for your contributions to our country. Thank you. Respected Lieutenant General Yi Chen." A blue arc of light lingered around the dome. Loud announcements and cheers echoed throughout the entire floating island. Releasing the slightly tipsy dragon girl from his grasp, Yi Chen licked his lips, still savoring the moment. The dragon girl's legs went weak. If Yi Chen hadn't been quick enough to catch her by the waist, she would have almost fallen. Amid cheers from the crowd, Yi Chen recalled the numerous super martial maidens into his control space and left the floating island via a teleportation device. Then, through a teleportation device, they arrived at the Abyss battlefield. Just as I teleported there, a series of ear-piercing explosions rang out. Boom! 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 Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so figures carrying wounded soldiers rushed toward the teleportation device. Run! One of the middle-aged men, covered in blood, shouted at him. Yi Chen frowned and asked, "Uncle, what happened?" "Young man, run. The Allied forces and the Japanese devils have stormed the city. If we don't run now, we're really going to die here." After saying that, he put his wounded comrade into the teleportation device and then wiped the blood off his face. "Our ancestors, your descendants have been unfilial." After saying this, he slung his large machete over his shoulder, turned around, and rushed outside. At that moment, the clarion call to charge rang out simultaneously. In an instant, Yi Chen's eyes turned completely red. He plunged one hand into the space of control, drew the demon blade thousand blades, and cleaved through the space. In the next instant, his figure appeared in the sky above the entire city. Above the sky are various aerospace warships, war maidens, and mechs. They are marked with the flags of various countries. In the distance are various tank girls in infantry tank coordination. The entire interface was covered with red dots representing enemies, while the green dots representing allies were few and far between.
Gentlemen, this is Commandant Zhang Ning. The sound, affected by electronic interference, came from the panel intermittently. We have been attacked by a multinational coalition. Reinforcements have not arrived in time.
Newcomers and the wounded are requested to evacuate in an orderly manner.
Repeat it. This is Commandant Zhang Ning. We have been attacked by a multinational coalition. Reinforcements have not arrived in time.
Newcomers and the wounded are requested to evacuate in an orderly manner.
At last. Those who are willing to fight to the death. I will stand with you all.
Having detected that your rank is the highest in this battle, Supreme Command has been transferred to you. Seeing the handover of command displayed on the panel, Yi Chen said in a deep voice.
Gentlemen, this is Lieutenant General Yi Chen. Now, I'll take over the battlefield. Everyone, please move into the air defense facilities. I will wipe out all the enemies in 1 minute. Repeat it. This is Lieutenant General Yi Chen. Now I'll take over the battlefield. Everyone, please move into the air defense facilities. I will be there in 1 minute. Eliminate all enemies.
As Yi Chen finished speaking, everyone remaining in the city was extremely excited.
Lieutenant General? My God, it's actually a Lieutenant General? Great. It's reinforcements. The reinforcements have arrived.
The older man who had been there earlier immediately realized what was happening after hearing Yi Chen's voice.
Is that the young man from earlier?
However, when they saw that the number of green dots representing friendly forces on the map had not increased much, they were all taken aback.
Does that mean he's the only one among the reinforcements? But he said he would wipe out all the enemies. Can one person really manage? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel worried for Yi Chen.
Even so, they still managed to escape into the air raid shelter in an orderly fashion.
Because what the Lieutenant General says is in order.
At the same time, countless missiles and laser cannons swept towards Yi Chen in mid-air.
Clearly, they spotted Yi Chen immediately. Yi Chen remained calm.
Activating Instant Step, his body leaped through the air as he unleashed the Thousand Blades Demon Blade. In the sky, a gigantic eye of the void suddenly opened. A gigantic ghostly hand emerged from it, wielding a purple demonic blade and sweeping across the air. A single, unexpected strike. Boom! 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 With a single strike, a series of space battleships and combat girls were cleaved down. Looking at the red dot on the map panel, a line suddenly disappeared. Regardless of whether they were friend or foe, everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
Holy crap, is this the strength of General Long Han? At that moment, they believed it completely. You idiot, run! Don't hold the general of the Central Army back.
As he enveloped himself in a spiritual energy shield, Yi Chen silently counted down in his mind.
10. 9. Golden electromagnetic cannon shot out from his fingertips, instantly piercing through the tanks outside the city. 3. 2. 1.
Yi Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile.
Super Beast Armed Forces. Huanlin Baihu transformed into a fiery silver armor, enveloping his entire body. Mega X. The purple lightning of the Demon Blade Thousand Blades converged, transforming into a plasma light blade Yama Wuxiang Demon Blade Thousand Blades. Ultimate Evolution.
War Greymon appeared out of thin air from behind him.
Super Beast God.
Mechanical Qilin and Mechanical White Tiger burst forth from two runes, one in mid-air and the other on the ground. His eyes flashed with a blood-red light.
Kill them. Chapter 80, Yi Chen, I am the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Chief? Then what am I?
War Greymon and Super Beast God raised their mechanical arms high above their heads. Two small suns quickly converged above their heads and rose slowly.
Gaia Energy Cannon. Fiery Cloud Technique. At that moment, everyone's energy monitoring devices were flashing wildly.
Warning, target's energy level has reached the ultimate nuclear explosion level. Warning, target energy level has reached meteorite level. Warning, target energy level has reached satellite level. The Allied forces' pupils suddenly contracted, their faces showing fear and their eyes filled with horror.
Satellite level. Where did this satellite come from? Idiot, is he trying to take us all down with him?
The Allied forces were hurling insults, but the vast majority of them already wanted to escape. The people who had reached the air defense facility also opened their eyes wide. Because the energy level shown by the energy monitoring device is still rising. Some people's energy gauges even exceeded their limits, causing them to explode. At that moment, they swallowed hard. Now I understand why Yi Chen's first order was for them to take shelter in the air raid shelter. However, satellite level. But that's a blow that could destroy even the moon. Taking shelter in air raid shelters, is it really effective? Kill him. Focus fire. Take him down instantly. Fear briefly halted the actions of most of the Allied forces, but some still managed to launch a frenzied attack on Yi Chen. Various missiles, lasers, and spirit energy projectiles bombarded Yi Chen. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted on Yi Chen's spiritual energy shield, yet not a single ripple was felt. At the same time, the demon blade thousand blades in Yi Chen's hand was spitting out crimson flames, surrounded by pale white wind and thunder, and shining with blue-purple light. Clatter, 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 clatter. The blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp sonic boom. No one could see his knife-wielding movements, because the flash spirit technique completely drastically increased his attack speed. All they could see were waves of flame, thunder and fire, and aurora borealis filling the entire space. A play of light and shadow. Divide the entire sky into sections. Along with those fleets, mechs, and battle girls. Fiery cloud technique. Flash spirit technique. Yama dimensional slash. On the other side, Wargreymon and Mega Beast God simultaneously launched two enormous fireballs. Gaia energy cannon and fiery cloud technique were launched high into the sky. Wherever it passed, all steel warships were instantly annihilated. The two energies intertwined and collided in mid-air, and then exploded. Seeing the dazzling point of light in the sky, all the Allied troops covered their heads. Oh my God! God, please! They began to repent. Not because of anything else. Simply because they knew they were going to die. Boom! The next moment, the entire world was swept away by unparalleled energy. The entire sky was pierced, and the clouds were completely evaporated. Centered on the city guarded by the spiritual energy shield beneath Yi Chen, the entire ground shattered and collapsed. Where the energy impacted, the hard surface turned into a viscous gel, which was then instantly vaporized into sand and annihilated into even smaller particles. A few seconds later, what was originally a defensive city has become a mountain city standing atop a sharp, pointed mountain. The four sides of the city, as far as the eye could see, had turned into a bottomless basin. As for the bottom of the basin, it is a river of scorching hot lava. As for the Allied forces, what coalition? It has long been converted from biomass energy into experience points. That moment, at space bases in various countries. Everyone stared in disbelief at Abyss Star, swallowing hard in unison. At this moment, the Abyss Star had been blasted into a huge crater, which was dark red and filled with fluid like magma. Your Excellency, the plan to launch a surprise attack on Longhan City from the mid-level battlefield has failed, and the surrounding bases have all been wiped out. How is that possible? These are images transmitted from the Abyss Dimension, taken by satellites. As MacArthur handed over the photos, his throat tightened. It's confirmed, the target strength is no longer suspected satellite level, it's 100% satellite level. Staring intently at the satellite image of the atmosphere being pierced by fire and energy, the President of the United States swallowed hard. Satellite level, or is it at the intermediate level battlefield? General MacArthur nodded. It's no exaggeration to say, if this were a parallel universe, this attack could shatter the moon. Shave the blue planet in a parallel universe into a flat top. As for civilization, it could be restarted hundreds of times. Fortunately, the Abyss Dimension is large enough. Otherwise, all the troops we've deployed on the intermediate battlefield will be annihilated. Japan's Supreme Command. Baka Yaru, weren't we besieging the Longhan base? Why was our base completely wiped out instead? Where are the Allied forces? Where are all those S-rank and SS-rank individuals? Unlike their impotent rage, the Heavenly Path Suji, who was standing to the side, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit as he stared intently at the big screen. Found you. You and your super powerful female warrior have reached level 60. After glancing at the panel, Yi Chen returned Super Beast God and Wargreymon to his control space. That's incredible.
General, Lieutenant General, awesome. Despite the excited cheers from the crowd, Yi Chen's expression showed no joy. He looked up at the sun overhead. Of course, that wasn't the sun, but rather a star orbiting the abyss star. Seemingly sensing something, Yi Chen's expression grew even more serious. The tip of the blade sliced through space, creating a cross-shaped void portal. His figure immediately leaped into it and disappeared from the spot. Seeing the void gate that appeared out of nowhere, Tenda Suji stood frozen at the edge of the basin. The moment the fire silver armor stepped out of the void gate, an immense spiritual pressure caused the heavenly Tao chief to restrain his usual frivolity. As his words fell, a red mechanical beetle appeared in the sky, seemingly flying in from the sun. But in the next instant, even the last remaining curve of Tendu Suji's lips froze. He was shocked to see that the beetle device, which had been within his reach, had changed its flight path and flown to the man's side. It even circled around him anxiously, going back and forth incessantly. Seeing this, Tendu Suji frowned deeply. Who, exactly are you? Yi Chen grasped the beetle device, examined it for a few seconds, and instantly understood the identity of the person in front of him. There can be countless Kabuto. But there can only be one Kabuto king. The person in front of you is the holder of the SSS class Hyper Kabuto. He tossed the beetle instrument back to the Heavenly Tao headquarters, pointed to the red sun high in the sky, and said calmly, "As you can see, I am the Heavenly Tao." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Path chief once again froze in place. Oh no, he used all my words. If you are the way of heaven, then what am I? Chapter 81, Yi Chen, I'm giving you one last chance. You can go back to your world right now. The sky suddenly darkened. The atmosphere, which had been breached, began to recombine. The extreme temperature difference caused fierce winds to blow across the land, and cumulus clouds obscured the sun. As the first flash of lightning rang out in the clouds, a light drizzle began to fall. I see. This is a destined showdown. Tenda Suji's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit, like two raging flames. Only the victor can represent the will of heaven. He gripped the beetle device tightly and embedded it into his belt. Henshin transformation. Encased in silver armor, he flipped the beetle device on his belt. Cast off armor burst. Change beetle. As the electronic sound rang out, the slightly bulky silver outer armor burst open, revealing a perfectly sculpted red alloy inner armor. The enormous beetle horns on its head flipped upwards as the masked blue light flashed. My fingertips pressed against my side, and an electronic voice suddenly rang out. Cloak up. The falling raindrops seemed to stop abruptly in mid-air. This is certainly not because the rain fell slower, but because in the accelerated state, Kabuto's speed was brought to its limit. 1. 2. In the next instant, he appeared behind Yi Chen and threw a punch at him. Yi Chen glanced sideways, and Kabuto King's breath caught in his throat. His pupils, hidden behind the mask, suddenly contracted. Because he had already seen that Yi Chen's gaze moved in tandem with his own, which was in an accelerated state, from beginning to end. He simply raised his arm, which was covered by the phantom scale white tiger, and easily blocked the punch from the king of Kabuto. Boom! Accompanied by the metallic clang of the alloy armor, the explosion rang out for the first time. Kabuto King Fist came down like a sudden rainstorm, striking towards Yi Chen. Boom! 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 Yi Chen continued to use minimal physical movements and the smallest range of motion, slashing and striking to completely neutralize the Kabuto King's attacks. 3. As the final button was pressed, a bolt of electricity shot through Kabuto's alloy armor. Rider kick. He twisted his body and kicked back at Yi Chen. Flash spirit technique. Yi Chen seized the opportunity and, as the Heavenly Tao Chief turned around, kicked out with wind and thunder, using the flash spirit technique to accelerate him to an extreme speed. This kick sent Kabuto flying backwards. Cloak over. Tenda Suji fell into the mud and water, ending his accelerated state. The raindrops poured down. He clutched his side and struggled to sit up, looking somewhat disheveled. Yi Chen held up one index finger to him and shook it. Attack the enemy with 3 parts, and keep 7 parts for yourself. Your posture is cool, but your movements are too wide and exaggerated, leaving too many openings. As for Kung Fu, forgive my bluntness, but you have absolutely no Kung Fu skills. Tenda Suji suddenly grasped a hypoworm out of thin air and stood up again. You're very fast, your Kung Fu is good, and you're very strong. But so what? Those who seize the future. It's me. He embedded the hypoworm in the side of his belt and twisted it. Surpassing armor explosion. Hyper cast off. Change hyper beetle. As the electronic sound rang out, the electric current transmitted by the hypoworm surged into the armor of the Kabuto King. The beetle horns on its head grew larger, and even the silver armor on its arms and chest turned red. Hyper Kluk up. Steam billowed from the armor on his chest and back, and he split open to the left and right. The mechanical beetle wings on its back spewed out airflow, resembling wings of light. In a state of super acceleration, his speed can even surpass time. Hyper Gato raised his right hand, and a mechanical lightsaber flew out of thin air and was firmly grasped in his hand. Grandma said that I am the man who walks the path of heaven and is in charge of everything. Therefore, only I, the supreme commander of the heavenly way, represent the heavenly way. He pressed the button on the hilt of the sword, and each time he pressed it, an electronic voice would sound. Kabuto power. The Bee power. Drake power. Sassword power. All Zector combine. As the final electronic sound rang out, the entire sword was enveloped in red electricity. Hyper Gatsu swung his lightsaber and slashed at Yi Chen. Flash Spirit Technique. Yi Chen remained silent, only focusing on using the Flash Spirit Technique. He activated the Flash Spirit Technique again, raising his movement speed and attack speed to another level. According to the energy formula, his current mass remains unchanged. As spiritual power energy increases, the ability to increase it is to maximize speed. He plunged his right hand into the space of control and drew the demon blade 1,000 blades. Swords clashed, and sparks flew. The collision of spiritual energy caused the surrounding raindrops to swirl into a vortex. Their actions were completely invisible to others. Red and purple electricity intertwined, and the center of their battle had become a storm tornado of surging electricity. Even though the Yama state has been removed, the sharpness of the Demon Blade 1,000 blades at this moment is still able to surpass a major rank and reach SSS+. The Demon Blade 1,000 blades is all about offense, no defense. The blade shattered into 1,000 pieces, which then pierced into Hyper Kato's armor. Tendo Suji's pupils contracted, and he unleashed a red lightning storm. Maximum Hyper Typhoon. Yi Chen also swung his broken sword, slashing a spatial rift in front of him. A single, unexpected strike. A crimson lightning storm, torn apart by the Eye of the Void, devoured most of it. But the aftershock still knocked Yi Chen back. He embedded the broken knife into the ground, holding it horizontally in front of him, the tip of the knife cutting a deep crack in the ground. On the other hand, the Heavenly Path Chief was in an even more embarrassing situation. The demonic blade transformed into 1,000 blades that pierced into Hyper Gatorade's body, simultaneously activating an electric current effect. The ghostly hand extended from the Eye of the Void, the Wuxian blade wrapped in unparalleled purple lightning, slashed at Hyper Kato, who was paralyzed. Ugh! Despite the excruciating pain, Tendo Suji broke free from the paralysis and swung his lightsaber to block. Hyper Kluk over. His body flew backward again, and his super-accelerated state was removed at the same time. Yi Chen stood up, and countless purple shards flew out from Hyper Kabuto's body, flowing back towards the blade and reshaping it. He squinted, his gaze coldly sweeping behind him and to his left and right. Hyper Kluk over. Hyper Kluk over. A series of electronic sounds rang out, and 4 hyper fighters traveled through time and space to surround Yi Chen. Some raised pistols, some raised rifles, and some brandished longswords. Facing the encirclement of numerous hyper gear fighters, Yi Chen smiled without fear, a slight curve to his lips. Since you have all traveled through time and space, that is enough proof. In your own time and space, without exception, you have all been defeated by me. Upon hearing his words, the 4 hyper Gatling fighters all fell silent. Yi Chen slowly raised his right hand, and a golden light shot out from the star, piercing through the entire cirrus cloud and enveloping him. The next moment, to the astonishment of the 5 hyper fighters. Enveloped in golden light, Yi Chen's fiery silver armor, the illusionary scale white tiger, was being peeled away. Instead, they were greeted by golden armor, which they had never seen before, surrounded by golden light. Emperor armor. No, it's the ultimate Emperor armor. Wait, no belt, no driver, nothing. How did he do that? The 4 hyper Gatlings looked at each other, then fell silent one after another. Clearly, even if they come from different points in time in the not-too-distant future. Without exception, none of them had ever seen Yi Chen in this form before. Encased in imperial armor, Yi Chen was surrounded by golden, sacred flames. He conjured a lightsaber out of thin air, the tip of which, Heavenly Path Aurora, pointed diagonally at the 5 hyper Gatling fighters. I'm giving you one last chance. You can go back to your world right now. Chapter 82, Hell-Faced Azura. Since when have insects dared to presume to claim the Tao of Heaven? The 5 Hyperion fighters exchanged another glance and raised their 100 insect spears together. Maximum Hyper Cyclone. Unparalleled energy gathered at the barrels of their guns like a whirlwind. Yi Chen said no more and directly plunged the Aurora sword into the ground and infused it with spiritual power. After reaching LV60, Yi Chen was able to unleash the full power of the Heavenly Tao Aurora of the same level. Start at 0 frames. 5 gate kill. Do not give Hypagato any chance to gather energy. Boom! A magnificent golden light burst forth from the Aurora sword, blasting all 5 Hyper Gatling fighters away. 4 of them fired their guns upwards into empty air, and only one energy wave, exceeding the limits of a whirlwind, was easily blocked by Yi Chen's Aurora shield, which he held horizontally in front of him. Before the 5 Hyper Gatling fighters landed, Yi Chen drew circles with his left hand and right hand, performing Tai Chi moves. A golden Tai Chi symbol appeared in front of him. With both palms converging at one point, golden divine light gathered around the Emperor's armor. In an instant, sensing the terrifying energy gathering around him, the Hyper Kabuto members' expressions, hidden behind their masks, all turned extremely ugly. Separate your palms. A golden sun, almost tangible, burst forth with dazzling light from his palm. Universe. Aurora. Boom. In an instant, the 5 Hyper Gatling fighters had just landed when they were blasted away again. This time, they were not simply blasted away, their armor and masks shattered, and they were forced back into their human forms. 4 of the 5 Heavenly Tao chiefs had become ethereal at this moment. The last one tried to struggle, still wanting to grab the Hyperworm from the future out of thin air in the space-time turbulence. But the Emperor armor grabbed the Hyperworm with one hand and crushed it. Tell me. Pointing the Aurora sword diagonally at the Heavenly Tao chieftain on the ground, Yi Chen asked calmly, now. Who truly embodies the way of heaven? In an instant, Yi Chen's breath caught in his throat. As if summoned, his demon blade 1,000 blades uncontrollably broke through the dimensional barrier from the imperial space and came to the real world. Then, from the real world, it cut through the spatial barrier and disappeared into the void. At the same time, in the turbulent flow of spacetime, countless hypergear activated supersonic speed, breaking free from the constraints of time and space, and going against the turbulent flow of time, attempting to arrive at the time point where Yi Chen was located and surround and kill him. But as they arrived one after another, they saw a suit of armor blocking the way for all the hyper fighters. It was a silver-black suit of armor, with ancient gold patterns inlaid on the shoulder armor and breastplate. Its golden horns on its head make it look as majestic as a crown. The center of the horn and the flesh-colored eyes embedded in the breastplate gleamed with a scarlet light. The cloaks worn by powerful individuals fluttered in the turbulent flow of time and space. In an instant, the silver cloak transformed into 4 pairs of separate mechanical wings. At that moment, all the Hyperion fighters froze. Because in their minds, the same thought echoed, that person had once said something to them. If you can exceed the speed of light, never become arrogant because of it. Because the speed of light is merely the minimum standard for measuring strength in the highest universe. If you can transcend time, then don't be arrogant about it. Because you never know what kind of powerful beings you will encounter in the turbulent flow of time and space. Of course, these are not reasons for the hyperfighters to be slowed down. It was the last sentence spoken by that great man who was known as the King of Supreme Benevolence, Supreme Goodness, Supreme Power. If you encounter a red-eyed guy in a time-space turbulence, don't hesitate or doubt it. Just run. Clearly, the person in front of us with such terrifying aura and spiritual pressure is very likely the red-eyed one that the master mentioned. Please move aside, we have no intention of being your enemy. The Hyperion warriors spoke with utmost politeness to the armored figures before them. They still held onto a sliver of hope, because 4 Hypa beetles had already passed by. Perhaps this being won't make things difficult for me. However, their expressions changed drastically when they heard what the armored figure said. Xiao Chen should be able to handle 4 Hyperic fighting boars. The mature female voice coming from behind the armor spoke as she opened her left hand. A dagger materialized. It was the Azura demon dagger. She raised her right hand slightly, and a purple demonic blade broke through the spacetime barrier and disappeared into the spacetime turbulence. Upon seeing the demonic sword, the expressions of all the Hyper Kabuto members hidden behind their masks changed drastically. Because they were extremely familiar with this purple demonic blade, it was none other than the 1,000 Blades demonic blade. The demonic blade in the armored hand trembled slightly as Su Mayan tried to break free from the armor's restraints.
But she quickly gave up struggling because she heard a familiar, mature female voice from behind the armor. "Little Muyen, let's fight side by side once again." Su Mayan's spirit was slightly taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Aunt Shui?" Qin Shueru, behind the armor, nodded and smiled softly. At that moment, Su Mayan's spirit looked at the Azura demon dagger beside her and seemed to vaguely understand. Why did I awaken a dagger back then? And why did Qin Shueru act so kind and friendly when she first saw him? Because the aura emanating from Aunt Shui was actually of the same origin as his own. "Aunt Shui, there are so many people over there, just the two of us, are we really okay?" Qin Shueru chuckled. "Little Muyen, I forgot to tell you, once you reach EX level, you can use the Roaring Tide technique on your own." "And who said there are only two of us left?" As soon as she finished speaking, countless afterimages appeared behind her. Su Mayan was dumbfounded. Those illusory figures, though dressed differently, all belonged to Aunt Shui from different points in time. One of them was even wearing a cheongsam and carrying bags of various sizes, just like when I first met Aunt Shui. At that moment, the demon blade Thousand Blades also shattered, breaking into countless fragments. Placed in their palms, it was then completely reshaped into the complete demon blade Thousand Blades. Armor combination. Mega Y. As Aunt Shui's words fell, they were simultaneously enveloped in armor. The countless demonic blades transformed into another form at this moment. Mega Y Azura Purgatory Blade. If Yi Chen were here, he would definitely realize it. If the Aurora Sword is a component of the Emperor's armor, the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, which possesses the properties of being indestructible and capable of cutting through space, is also one of the components of the Hellface Azura. Because the Azura Purgatory Blade also possesses the attributes of the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, but its power is even greater. What was once indestructible has become capable of cleaving through everything. What was originally about cleaving through space has become about shattering spacetime. Okay, after all that build-up, did anyone guess correctly? Raise your hand if you did. Qin Shueru connected the Azura Demon Dagger and the Azura Purgatory Blade end to end. No. Reverse Dark Law's Void Prison Face Azura. Together they wielded the Azura Purgatory Halberd, laughing softly as they faced the countless Hyper Kabuto before them. Since when did insects dare to presume to claim the way of heaven? God and Demon Annihilation Strike. Chapter 83, the King of Supreme Benevolence, Kindness, Excellence, and Strength. He appears. Yi Chen, what are you mumbling about? In that instant, the light went out. In the entire spacetime turbulence, all light was extinguished. The only light came from the purple dark lightning that shot out from the Azura Purgatory Halberd. This is something that can extinguish light and law. Reverse the dark laws. This is what cleaves everything apart. Gods and demons will be annihilated. Boom. 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 Countless Hyperion fighters shattered together at that moment. At this moment, Qin Shueru's avatars and other time space nodes also disappeared. Her armor vanished, and the Azura Purgatory Blade in her hand transformed into the Demon Blade Thousand Blades. Countless shattered blades flew back, reshaping the blade. The tip of the knife cuts across. Her figure emerged from the turbulent flow of time and space. Aunt Shui? Yi Chen stared in disbelief at Qin Shueru, who emerged from the spatial turbulence, then looked at the Demon Blade Thousand Blades tightly gripped in her hand, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I only asked Xiao Mayan to keep me company for a while, I'll return her to you now. Qin Shueru pursed her red lips, tossed the Demon Blade Thousand Blades to Yi Chen, and smiled. It seems that Yi Chen has already reached LV60 at this time. In the future, there will only be more and more opportunities for me to fight alongside Su Mayan. Thinking of this, Qin Shueru's beautiful face, which combined the innocence of a young girl with the charm of a mature woman, blushed slightly. At this moment, Yi Chen was unaware that the Demon Blade Thousand Blades was actually the Azura Purgatory Blade. Unbeknownst to them, in the temporal turbulence, Hellface Shura disrupted time and annihilated all the Hyper Kabutos. From his perspective, the Demon Blade Thousand Blades had just disappeared into the void when Qin Shueru retrieved it in the next instant. He took the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, while the Aurora Sword remained pressed against the neck of the Heavenly Dao Chief. Just as I was about to finish him off, a dial filled with electricity rose up from the ground. Clang! Clang! The two hands in the center of the huge dial separate to the left and right, accompanied by an electronic sound. A moment of blessing. The most benevolent. The most virtuous. The most supreme.
the most powerful king. OHMAZO. OMAZO. The ground was churning with lava, crackling with electricity, and the portal to another dimension exploded open at that moment. Amidst the temporal storm, a Cayman rider in black armor and gold suit appeared before Yi Chen, who was wielding the Emperor armor. The fiery red dial was imprinted on the black mask of that Cayman rider. The terrifying spiritual pressure caused Yi Chen's brows, hidden behind his armor, to furrow tightly. Qin Shuaru also frowned her beautiful brows and stood in front of him.
Sasiri, old friend, we meet again.
Omazio raised his hand and pointed at Yi Chen behind Qin Shuaru. Yi Chen patted Aunt Shue's pink back, manipulated the Emperor armor, and circled around to her front.
He looked at Omazio without any fear.
Don't be nervous, I'm here to make a deal with you.
Omazio pointed at the Deva Suji lying on the ground and said calmly, I'm taking him away. The price is that I and my people will no longer bother you, including everyone related to you. Timeline.
Don't rush to refuse, you wouldn't want your parents to.
Before Omazio could finish speaking, Yi Chen interrupted him.
What are you mumbling about?
Did I say I agreed?
Let's ask my Aurora sword first, see if it agrees or not. He placed Qin Shuaru into the Imperial space and said in a deep voice, Mega X.
In the next instant, his figure slowly rose into the air.
The Emperor's armor was once again enveloped by the light of heaven. Not only did the armor become more majestic, but 6 wings of light also extended from the back of the armor. Tendasurgi stared wide-eyed at the dramatic changes taking place in the Emperor armor.
It's still open. It's still open. This is never going to end.
Right.
The will of heaven is yours now. I won't steal it anymore, okay?
Mega X's ultimate Imperial armor Heavenly Path Emperor vibrates its 6 wings of light, and its Aurora sword and Aurora shield merge into one, transforming into the Emperor's halberd. The golden armor left a golden afterimage in place before transforming into a golden light and slashing towards Omazio.
Emperor's demon slaying annihilation slash.
At the same time, Omazio opened a spacetime rift, picked up Tendasurgi, and went inside without looking back. The spacetime rift closed, and Yi Chen's Emperor demon slaying annihilation slash landed in empty space.
From within the rift came the voice of Omazio.
An old rival. Your temper is still as kind as ever. I will wait for your return in the Supreme Nation War.
Omazio's tone seemed to be filled with helplessness.
But Yi Chen chuckled lightly, equally speechless. It is common knowledge that people can laugh when they are speechless.
However, Qin Shuaru's words came from the Imperial space. Xiao Chen, don't worry so much. He wouldn't dare to do anything to you.
Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, but Qin Shuaru continued, everyone has a childhood, right?
Aunt Shue's words immediately made Yi Chen realize what was going on.
What she meant was that if Omazio dared to target her before she had fully grown up, then her future self or Yuki-chan would also have ways to target him before he had fully grown up. Besides, those at the pinnacle of power are always lonely. Qin Shuaru's next words made Yi Chen nod in agreement. Previously, Omazio referred to himself as an old rival and said he would wait for him in the national war. Given his high-mindedness, he must have felt a sense of kinship with me and disdained doing those kinds of things. Then let him wait, the Supreme Nation War. Of course, compared to Omazio, what Yi Chen cares about most right now is Aunt Shue.
Aunt Shue, I'm level 60 now, can I unlock the Hellfire Azura skill?
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, all the women in the Imperial space turned their gazes to Qin Shuaru. She lowered her head shyly, her beautiful face turning bright red at a visible speed.
That brat, why does he have to bring up something he doesn't want to talk about? Can't I mention it when I get back? What about my reputation?
Listening to Aunt Shue's heartfelt words, Yi Chen's lips curved into a smile.
I understand now. He retrieved the Imperial armor into his defensive space.
The Demon Blade Thousand Blades materialized once more, cleaving through space and instantly teleporting to the teleportation device. The moment Yi Chen appeared, everyone looked at him with awe and respect.
General! Thanks you.
If you hadn't arrived in time, the city would have surely fallen, and we would all probably have died here. The speaker was Commandant Zhang Ning, along with the remaining soldiers who had been defending the city.
This battle actually ended a long time ago. However, instead of seeking immediate treatment, they continued to wait patiently, dragging their injured bodies along.
The purpose was to thank Yi Chen in person.
Chapter 84, Yi Chen, Aunt Shue, I'm coming in. Yi Chen didn't say much in response to their gratitude.
He simply smiled and stepped into the teleportation device, all under their watchful eyes.
Once he was teleported back to Pajun Academy, Yi Chen finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Ultimately, he still wasn't quite comfortable in this kind of situation. On ordinary days, he lived a normal life, just like everyone else. His brain is yellowish, and he has some hobbies related to daily life. But when you actually get to the battlefield, especially when you hear the bugle call to charge, he felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. Everything else was also left behind. This may stem from genes deeply ingrained in the body. Unlike some small countries, they preach love and peace, yet they engage in aggression and glorify aggression everywhere.
We love peace. If you won't let me farm properly, then I'll just have to plant you all in the fields.
As for having strong personal abilities, that is also essential. Having no sword in hand and having a sword but not using it are two different things.
As soon as Yi Chen arrived at the academy, his phone rang.
His current phone number, besides his own super martial arts girl, only has Principal Go's number saved.
The caller was Principal Go. Hello, is this Yi Chen? Yes, I am the principal. Yi Chen, are you free tomorrow? If it's convenient, could you participate in the competition?
On the phone, Principal Go asked cautiously, in a tone of seeking advice.
Yi Chen was sweating profusely.
This was the first time he had ever taken money, and the other party was even cautiously asking him for a favor. It turns out that during the few days I was leveling up on the battlefield, my senior classmates were exceptionally capable. Not only did they perform exceptionally well, but they also made it directly to the semi-finals of the National College League.
Their opponent in the semifinals is none other than the veteran powerhouse, Tianji Academy. If we win this match, we can advance to the finals. The match will be held tomorrow.
Of course it's convenient, leave it to me, Principal, Yi Chen said, patting his chest.
Great, I'll send you the address now.
Principal Go's tone was particularly delighted. You don't need to come too early tomorrow, it's fine if you sleep in a little later, you can just come directly through the teleportation device. You just finished your honeymoon, you must be exhausted, please take care of yourself. Whether our Pajun Academy can get first place depends on you.
Upon hearing Principal Go's pleasantries, Yi Chen looked embarrassed. I feel like I've heard this phrase somewhere before. Oh, right, Principal. I have another favor to ask. Yi Chen gripped the microphone and said, somewhat reluctantly. No, Yi Chen, that's too formal of you. We're like brothers, aren't we? Hearing the principal's words, Yi Chen felt even more embarrassed. Now that the competition is over, can I ask you for permission? I might be getting married again. In an instant, Qin Shueru and the dragon girl in the imperial space blushed to the roots of their ears. Principal Go on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned. Ahem. Principal Go coughed lightly. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's nothing, just a small matter. Yi Chen assured him again, but don't worry, Principal. Leave the competition to me, I guarantee a win. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Okay, I'll apply for the honeymoon for you. Principal Go's words sounded forced, but with tears welling in his eyes, he silently opened WeChat and entered a red envelope. After Yi Chen hung up the phone. Seeing the red envelope sent by Principal Go, he clicked on it and awkwardly typed a reply. Principal, look, you always give me a red envelope, I feel so embarrassed. However, this time there isn't just one bride, there are two. Upon seeing the WeChat message from Yi Chen, Principal Go's lips twitched, and he helplessly slapped his forehead. Damn it, did you plan this all alone? You're not leaving me a single penny. With a long face, his fingers trembled as he operated the phone, and in the end, he sent another red envelope. Congratulations on your marriage. May all your happiness come in pairs. Taking advantage of this break, Yi Chen led An Shui and sister Longnu to get their marriage certificate. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters, the elderly men and women who saw this scene on the big screen immediately sprayed out all the goji berries from their thermos cups and couldn't sit still any longer. Go contact the local marriage and relationship bureau and make things difficult for them. Don't let the Dragon Emperor's important matter be delayed. Especially your identity, you must never reveal it. Peijun Academy has a dedicated marriage and dating department. The young woman registering her marriage was completely bewildered when she saw on the screen that the personal information of Yi Chen, sister Longnu, and Qin Shueru was all marked as top secret. Leader. For a moment, she was at a loss and hurriedly went to find her supervisor. Here it comes, I'll take care of it. Yi Chen, however, was already used to it. After all,
this was the same situation when he and other super martial girls went through these procedures before. However, there seem to be quite a few leaders here today. Does such a small marriage and dating agency really have so many leaders? Little did he know that, because of the notice from above, all the leaders of the marriage and love bureaus in the entire Academy City had gathered here. Alright, brides, move closer to the groom, don't be shy. Look at the camera, smile, not bad, very beautiful, 3, 2, 1, perfect. The photos of the 3 people were taken and stamped with an official seal. That night, with Yi Chen's help, Aunt Shui prepared a large table of dishes. After we finished eating, Su Mayan and Pei Yuning exchanged a glance, then silently got up and began clearing away the dishes. Yanli winked at Meng Yu and smiled at Qin Shueru, saying, Aunt Shui, we can do the dishes today. You've had a tough day, get some rest. As she spoke, Yanli nudged Yi Chen with her snow-white elbow. Qin Shueru glanced at Yi Chen with a slightly flushed face, gently stroking her perfect hip and back lines, and slowly stood up. Her high heels clicked lightly on the stairs as she climbed them, her steps trembling slightly. The dragon girl beside her also blushed, lowered her head, and dared not look Yi Chen in the eye. She silently got up, went upstairs, and walked towards her room. Yi Chen gave Yanli a thumbs up, and the latter playfully stuck out her tongue at him. The wedding date has been chosen. It will be after the competition ends, at the end of the month. After all, we still need to buy wedding clothes and such. He could wait a few days for the dragon girl. If it's a matter of tradition, there's no need to rush things in a few days. But he didn't want to wait a moment longer for Aunt Shui. After all, Aunt Shui had waited for him for so long. Her empty, lonely, and cold heart was waiting for him to warm it. With that thought in mind, he went to Aunt Shui's room. Just as I was about to politely knock on the door, I heard Aunt Shui's gentle voice coming from inside. The door isn't locked. Oh, well. Aunt Shui, I'm coming in. Chapter 85, Aunt Shui, of course I love you the most. Although Aunt Shui's ears were slightly red, she still looked at him with a charming smile. Why didn't you go to your dragon girl sister's place? Why did you come to my room first? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. But he immediately realized that this might be a life or death question. If you don't answer well, Aunt Shui might kick you out of the room. Thinking of this, he chuckled softly, Aunt Shui, of course I love you the most. Aunt Shui gave him a flirtatious look and rolled her eyes at him. You little brat, how dare you say that in front of Xia Yanli and Xiao Mengyue? He said the same thing in front of Mu Yan and Bei Ling. Now that you've seen me, you still say that? Do you really think I'm some little girl? Yi Chen feigned shock, then countered with, isn't that so? In my heart, Aunt Shui will always be young at heart, just like a little girl. Of course, the young girl can't compare to you. After all, Aunt Shui has a mature charm that the young girl doesn't have. At this point, Yi Chen laughed and said, Aunt Shui, can you let me activate the Azura armor? I become so optimistic, I dream about it all the time. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Aunt Shui's eyes narrowed almost into a glare, and she rolled her eyes at him before walking straight toward him. The high heels clicked softly on the rosewood floor. Her pale fingertips, tinged with pink, affectionately pinched his cheek, then poked it. Her full, bright red lips curved into a seductive smile, you little rascal. Are you sure you just, simply, want to activate the Azura armor? Yi Chen said honestly, of course, besides the Azura armor, I also want to play with the Azura demon dagger, and the Azura purgatory blade. Qin Shueru covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her laughter shaking her body. For a moment, Yi Chen swallowed hard, feeling that the light in Aunt Shui's room was a bit dazzling. As for the Azura purgatory blade, you'll have to go find Mu Yan. She pointed at Yi Chen, and once again used her usual gentle and mature tone to chuckle, as for me. I only have the Azura armor, and, hee. Okay. Although shocked by the information Aunt Shui revealed to her, that Su Mayan's Demon Blade Thousand Blades was actually a component of the Azura armor. But Yi Chen has always been someone who plays with whatever is available and is never picky. Just as he was about to take control of the Shura armor, Aunt Shui panicked. Wait a minute, don't rush. I haven't taken a shower yet. Listening to Aunt Shui's soft words, Yi Chen's eyes darkened as he said, It's alright, Aunt Shui. You don't dislike me, so how could I dislike you? At this moment, he had revealed his true colors, shedding all his previous disguise and showing the true nature of a hunter from the prey. You wicked thing. I knew you were up to no good. Yi Chen chuckled, Shuiru, we've already registered our marriage, aren't you going to change how you address me? Name, Qin Shuiru. Level, LV 999.
Reverse Dark Laws Void Hellish Azura EX+. Attack Growth, X+. Defense Growth, X+. Currently in the break-in period. Introduction, Ultimate Divine Weapon. Resonance Effect, Reverse the Law of Darkness. Mingchao's ultimate techniques, Time Travel, Azura Demon Dagger, Azura Purgatory Halberd, God and Demon Annihilation Slash. Too many skills to list. Several hours later, looking at Aunt Shue's panel, Yichen was overjoyed. The Shura armor's attribute is Law, possessing the power to judge all things and punish gods, demons, and the 5 elements of light and shadow. Therefore, the resonance effect has reached a level that can even reverse the laws of darkness. Moreover, Aunt Shue's Super Martial Spirit Girl form has 2 other forms besides the Mecha Girl form of the Shura armor. One is a Rakshasa, and the other is a succubus. The Rakshasa woman is alluring and captivating, with skin as smooth as jade and pointed ears like an elf. The value of a succubus is self-evident. Yichen suddenly realized why she had been trying to stop him. However, what he was more curious about was why Aunt Shue's rank was so high. Because regardless of the past, present, future, our power is shared, it is one, that is the power of the Azura armor. Unlike Oma Zo and Zo Oma, otherwise, how could I have protected you, you silly girl? My past, present, and future self all belong to you. As she spoke, Aunt Shue's figure kept changing, from a mature woman to a young girl, and then from a young girl to a little girl. Yichen nodded, but then became curious again. Then why were the times I saw them brand new? Logically speaking, if you are one with the past and the future, then my future self couldn't possibly not touch you, right? Qin Shuaru smiled and said, the moment you appeared, I completely closed the timeline. Everything is based on your experience, forming a single timeline. Yichen was slightly taken aback. What if I changed the past and the future? That is the future you experience in your current timeline. You only exist in the present. Even if you travel through time, you cannot meet another version of yourself in the past or the future. Similarly, none of your enemies can travel back in time to erase you, because the past you will no longer exist. As for the future, they can only see your short-term future. At most you don't exist in the long-term future. Yichen suddenly realized why the Armor King hadn't known he possessed the Emperor armor. Of course. I will always protect you, my husband, my master. Qin Shuaru, in her lowly succubus form, playfully stuck out her pink tongue at Yichen. Yichen nodded. This is similar to the plot of the Avengers movies he's seen, so it's not hard to understand. Qin Shuaru transformed into the form of a young girl Rakshasa, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her slender white fingertips, and smiled at him with pursed lips. Looking at the girl Rakshasa's purplish-black hair, Yichen asked curiously, Aunt Shue, so your hair used to be like this? Why did it turn blue-silver? Qin Shuaru tapped his forehead in annoyance. Isn't it all because you like? Yukino. Chapter 86, Pajun vs. Tianji, Dragon War God, Phoenix Feather God, Thunder Elephant God, have they stirred up a den of super beasts? Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. Oh no, Aunt Shui might have checked my browser. Qin Shuaru smiled lightly. Have you forgotten that the Azura armor can see any event that happens in the past or future? Nothing this naughty boy does escapes my watchful eye. As she spoke, Aunt Shui gently stroked Yi Chen's flushed face with her soft fingertips, playing with the stray hairs on his forehead, her gaze becoming infatuated. Master, do you know how long I've waited for this day? Thinking of this, tears involuntarily streamed down her beautiful face. Seeing this, Yi Chen's breath hitched. Shuaru, did I hurt you? Qin Shuaru wiped away the tears on her face with her fingertips. No. With tears in her eyes, she gently wrapped her arms around his neck, her tender gaze lingering near his ear. Her red lips exhaled warm breath, her tone extremely gentle, yet filled with a pleading quality. I just want you to love me properly, okay? At that moment, Yi Chen's mind was in a whirl, as if some primordial beast deep within him had been awakened, and he kissed Qin Shuaru passionately. The next day. On the field of the National College League. Seeing that the Greedy Wolf Academy had defeated the Heavenly Pivot Academy without any suspense, the members of the Broken Army Academy couldn't help but become tense. Captain, the next match is our turn. Hui Yunfei stammered as he spoke to Captain Sun Yan. I see. At this moment, Sun Yan's brows were also furrowed. The current situation is not optimistic. This year, Tianji Academy and Tanlang Academy have significantly improved their strength after recruiting new students and incorporating fresh blood. Moreover, the overall strength of these two teams is vastly different from last year. They displayed absolute dominance during the group stage.
Sun Yan even had a vague feeling that they might be hiding some unknown trump cards. However, when facing other teams, the opponents lacked the strength to force them to reveal their trump cards. The Greedy Wolf Academy, in particular, is unfathomable. Even he finds it difficult to fathom just how strong it is.
Even so, Sun Yan still took a deep breath.
He patted Hua Yunfei on the shoulder and comforted him.
Yunfei, don't be nervous. Even if you lose, it's okay.
Just relax and treat this as your last match. Hua Yunfei clenched his fist silently, but Captain, this is your last year. Looking at the arena he once loved so much, Sun Yan's gaze shifted from burning to calm. Finally, he shrugged, glanced at the members of the Pajun team, and smiled nonchalantly.
So, can you guys enjoy this last one with me?
In an instant, everyone in the Pajun team stood up straight, their eyes filled with fighting spirit.
Good. Half an hour later.
The silent crowd slowly walked down from the competition stage. Captain, I'm sorry, but if the Phantom Scale God I control could dodge the Dragon War God's Frost Shadow technique, maybe. Hua Yunfei said with a look of resentment.
Su Ye, standing to the side, tugged at his hair in frustration. Yunfei, it's not your fault.
It was my mistake. If my Zaku could have stopped the Phoenix Feather God on the other side, the captain wouldn't have been surrounded and attacked. Another young man, dressed in clothes shrouded in demonic energy, smirked and said, Is it possible? It's a difference in raw strength. I feel like the other side wasn't even using their full power.
Old Mo, at a time like this, why don't you think about solutions instead of saying such discouraging things? Alright, Old Mo is right. Sun Yan sat down with a wry smile. They definitely weren't using their full strength. The gap in hard power is probably not something that can be bridged by tactics alone.
Sun Yan's words silenced both Hua Yunfei and Su Ye. Looking at the Tianji team chatting and laughing across from them, they ran their hands through their hair and sat down in their chairs with dejected expressions. A sense of helplessness, as if trapped in quagmire, welled up in their hearts.
Hey! What are you all doing sitting here?
Principal Go's words pulled everyone out of their low spirits.
He had a big smile on his face, seemingly not discouraged by his recent loss.
Instead, he pointed to the person behind him and smiled at Sun Yan.
Hurry up, quickly explain the tactics to Yi Chen. Sun Yan, I'm finally handing over my secret weapon to you. If you lose again, I'll chop off your head.
Principal Go turned around with a smile, while Yi Chen said somewhat awkwardly, Sorry I'm late.
No.
The moment Sun Yan saw Yi Chen, her previously dim eyes suddenly brightened.
That feeling, it's no exaggeration to say.
It was no less than seeing a peerless hero dressed in golden armor, riding on auspicious clouds of 7 colors, coming to the rescue. He excitedly grasped Yi Chen's hand. You've come at just the right time.
After Sun Yan's brief introduction,
Yi Chen had a general understanding of the competition format of the National College League. Both the semifinals and the finals are 4v4 team matches. The match will be played in a best-of-3 format. Because of their lateness, Tianji Academy is currently leading by 1 game. Yi Chen, the 4 people on the opposite side of Tianji are Jian Long, who controls the SS plus Dragon War God Lin Yu, who controls the SS plus Phoenix Feather God Lei Tai, who controls the SS plus Thunder Elephant God. Sun Yan pointed to the small notebook and introduced it to Yi Chen one by one.
Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. Had he stirred up a den of super beasts?
However, he began to feel sorry for that senior named Su Ye. Using a Zaku to fight the Phoenix Feather God is really asking too much of him. However, I arrived at the perfect time, so I must let the counselor have a good time. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly asked curiously, By the way, the super beasts on the other side shouldn't be able to combine, right?
Sun Yan nodded. There's no indication of them teaming up yet. Yi Chen nodded secretly.
It seemed that the illusionary scale god was the essential element for the fusion. Thank goodness Hua Yunfei wasn't on their team.
Leg bro, you're replacing me this time. Whether we win or not depends entirely on you.
Hua Yunfei held Yi Chen's hand with tears welling up in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice.
Yunfei, look how impatient you are. Let me finish what I have to say first.
Sun Yan, resting his chin on his hand, analyzed, as for the captain of the Tianji team, he's a level 6 card king. His super warrior girl is a special card type, probably above SS+, and even I find it hard to figure out.
Chapter 87, Sun Yan, I said, whether it's a super beast or a super beast god, leave them all to me. Sigh. Senior, do you mean you want to hand over that card king to me? Sun Yan looked at him sincerely, I know this is a bit far-fetched, but is it okay? All right. Yi Chen's face regained its solemnity. I thought I was playing a game where I would be smoothing, but I didn't expect to be facing 3 super beasts and 1 card king. As expected of the semifinals of the National College League, they are all elites among elites. The heroes of this world are indeed as numerous as carp crossing a river. Hearing this, Sun Yan confidently gripped Yi Chen's hand. As for the super beasts, leave them to me. 1 against 2 is no problem, 1 against 3, it's a bit of a stretch, but we still have Zaku and Phantom God. Old Mo, the demon possession skill is still too much for you against the super beast armed forces. Let Yi Chen take your place this time. The muscular senior, Lao Mo, shrugged. I'll follow orders. I have absolutely no objections. He wrapped his arms around Yi Chen's neck and grinned. This round is yours, leg bro. When the break ended, the whistle signaled the start of the match. Yi Chen followed Sun Yan and slowly walked to the front of the stage. The 3 commentators looked at the materials in their hands with surprise, and said hesitantly, "What's going on?" The Pajun team, they've changed their players at the last minute. This contestant looks unfamiliar judging by his age, he might be a freshman. Huh? Why did you replace the possessed demon? Changing the lineup at the last minute is a big no-no. Could it be that Captain Sun Yan has given up? No way. I'm a big fan of Captain Sun Yan, I don't want him to be eliminated. The moment Yi Chen appeared, the cheerleaders and fans from Tianji Academy in the audience booed loudly. This is a sure thing. Pajun Academy has brought in a new player, they might have given up. I was hoping to see a great match, but I didn't expect that even Pajun Academy can't deliver. On stage, the expressions of the Tianji team members did not change much. As the 2 captains shook hands, Card King's gaze swept lightly over Yi Chen behind Sun Yan, and he said with a look of surprise. Sun Yan, it seems this newcomer is your Pajun's secret weapon. Sun Yan narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly, guess. Snort. Card King snorted coldly. You can tell just by looking at your teammates' expressions. Sun Yan turned his head in surprise, looked at Hui Yunfei and Su Ya who were trying not to laugh, and shook his head speechlessly. Hui Yunfei and Su Ya. Stop talking so much, shut up. Do you even need to guess the expression on that face of someone who's hit the jackpot? Seeing Sun Yan's dark expression, Card King arrogantly crossed his arms in front of him. Besides, you, Sun Yan, are never one to give up easily. If you give up like this, you are not worthy to be my opponent, Seahorse. Sun Yan looked at the seahorse with surprise, then smiled wryly and said, since you guessed it, I won't pretend anymore. Immediately, his eyes filled with burning fighting spirit, I'm going to win this round, Kaiba. Snort. Seahorse curled his lips into a smile, still maintaining his poker face, and coldly said, fine, I'll use my strength to shatter all your illusions. With that, he glanced coldly at Yi Chen, then turned and left with an arrogant expression. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had a dark expression on his face. This pre-match trash talk. Is it absolutely necessary to say it? Sun Yan, brother Yi Chen, on behalf of the Academy City, give them a good beating. Yeah, leg guy, smash that poker face of yours. A shout came from below the stage. It was none other than Li Shuwan and Yi Xian, the captains of the already eliminated 7-Kill Academy and Lianjin Academy. Hey, respect bro. Yi Chen greeted them. Sun Yan, you have to win. Don't let them underestimate the bonds we share in Academy City. Don't pull me, I can walk by myself. Oh, teacher, I was wrong. Watching the 2 men being dragged away by security personnel, Sun Yan raised his right fist high towards Li Shuwan and Yi Xian with an excited expression. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had a dark expression on his face and subconsciously sniffed. Something seems to have caught fire. When both sides stood on the competition stage, the members of Tianji Academy collectively raised their right hands and plunged them into the super martial girl beside them. Arm up. As their words fell, Jin Long, Lin Yu, and Lei Tai were respectively enveloped in blue dragon battle armor, red phoenix feather armor, and yellow thunder elephant armor. Kaiba's right hand manifested a dual card. Jin Long, dragon war god. Lin Yu, foam feather god. Lei Tai, thunder elephant god. Seahorse, draw a card. The next moment, amidst Yi Chen's bewildered expression, the blue mechanical dragon, the red mechanical phoenix, and the yellow mechanical thunder elephant leaped and burst forth from their respective runes, twisting and transforming in the air. Yi Chen urged in a low voice, advisor, hurry up and take notes. Gu Bailing's voice also came from the imperial space. Too fast, too much, I can't fit it all in my head. Meanwhile, Kaiba plunged his hand into the duel disc in his left hand, drew out 5 cards, and burst into laughter. Ah, Sun Yen, it seems that fate is on my side. You've lost this round. He threw out a card and shouted, activate the magic card fusion. Come forth, SSS Plus. Super Beast God. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, the Dragon War God, Phoenix Feather God, and Thunder Elephant God merged into a 3-in-1 Super Beast God without the illusionary Scale God. Yi Chen's lips twitched violently. Is this how you play the game? With his eyes fixed on the Super Beast God, Sun Yen beside Yi Chen showed no fear whatsoever. After saying that, he faced the Super Martial Girl next to him and jumped high into the air. In the instant their figures intersected, a blinding light nearly blew Yi Chen's eyes out. Just. A giant of light stood up in front of him. Sun Yen. No. Ace, wielding the 8-point light wheel, had his eyes flashing crimson, and his expression was slightly ferocious. I said, whether it's a Super Beast or a Super Beast God, leave them all to me. Arm up. At this moment, Hui Yunfei had also completed his armament. Huanlin God. The Phantom Qilin God has also completed its transformation from a mechanical Qilin. Even Su Wei slapped the ground with one hand and shouted, a real man should drive a Zaku. Soon, his body was lifted high into the air by a red Zaku. Captain, I'm here to help you. Su Wei and Hui Yunfei entered the cockpit and said in unison. Looking at the extremely chaotic situation before him, Yi Chen's expression was slightly blank. Is this really true? Chapter 88, Seahorse, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yi Chen, Railgun. Drones displaying the countdown to the game flew out from all directions across the field. With the match about to begin, tensions are high between the two sides. A great war is about to break out. The match begins. Sun Yen Ace immediately threw an 8-point light wheel at the Super Beast God. Hui Yunfei controlled Huanlin God, whose mechanical arms converged into a blazing fireball. Fire. Cloud. Technique. The cannons on the shoulders of the Zakomechs also began to gather energy for their cannons. I'll do it. Inside the cockpit of the Super Beast God, Lin Yu took control of the Super Beast God, leaping high into the air. The fiery red mechanical phoenix wings flapped, and the Super Beast God drew an arc in the air, not only dodging the 8-point light wheel, but also dodging the fire cloud technique and the Zaku's energy cannon. Sun Yen was not surprised by this. Ace clapped his hands together, and a crescent-shaped light blade slashed towards the Super Beast God in the air. Not only that, Ace moved forward quickly, approaching the Super Beast God while continuously throwing out beam blades to block the Super Beast God's flight path. Immediately afterwards, various guillotines appeared one after another and were used in succession. With the help of Huanlin God and Zagu, the Super Beast God was temporarily suppressed by Sun Yen and his two companions. The commentators also exclaimed in surprise at this moment. My goodness! I never imagined that the combined Super Beast God would be completely overwhelmed by Ace. Super Beast, huh? Then we'll fight the Super Beast. I don't care what kind of Super Beast God you are, as long as you're a Super Beast, you have to be suppressed by me, Ace. That's Captain Su. That's incredible. As expected of Ace. As expected of Captain Su. As the King of Ultra, Ace only wants to say this, if any of my skills are repeated, I'll admit defeat. The situation on the field looked very promising, but Yi Chen still kept his curious gaze fixed on the captain of the Tianji team Kawang Haima. At this moment, Haima still had his arms crossed in front of his chest, his trench coat fluttering behind him, and his gaze coldly scrutinizing everything on the field. He still had that cool poker face that said he had everything under control. Snort. It's useless. Your resistance is utterly meaningless in my eyes. He let out a cold snort and raised his right hand high. My turn, draw a card. After drawing 2 cards from the dual disc in his left hand, Kaiba now has 6 cards in his hand, up from the initial 5. Kaiba's eyes were fixed on the card, then he covered his face and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Kaiba tossed out his card and sneered, activate the spell card. Chain link. The next instant, Sun Yen, Su Wei, and Hui Yunfei's pupils suddenly contracted. Yi Chen's mouth opened slightly. Huge chains shot out from the ground, binding him, Ace, Zaku, and the Phantom God together. Activate equipment card. Rattan armor. Another card was thrown out, revealing a suit of rattan armor wrapped in wood and vines. Yi Chen's expression froze for a moment, because the next instant, the rattan armor appeared on his body. Activate equipment card. Ancient sword. Activate the item card. Alcohol. Accompanied by the seahorse's cold laugh, 2 more cards slowly grew larger in front of the Super Beast God. With his left hand, the Super Beast God pulled out a simple, ancient-looking broadsword, and with his right hand, he took out a huge jar of old wine and drank it all in one gulp. He threw out the last card at the Super Beast God, shouting, "Activate hero card." Kai Su Shang. At this moment, Card King only had 1 card left in his hand. He pointed at Sun Yen, covered his face with one hand, and laughed wildly. "I told you, I won this round, Sun Yen." Super Beast God, take him down. Illusionary Heavenly Technique. Thunderbolt. Strike. Technique. The next instant, the Super Beast God, wielding a massive ancient sword, swooped down from the air and slashed at Yi Chen, yelling, "Kill!" Boom. Sizzle. The combined damage from fire and electricity struck Yi Chen. At the same time, the fire effect from the illusionary heaven technique and the lightning damage from the thunderclap technique were transmitted to all the targets bound by the iron chains, including Zaku, Phantom Scale God, and Ace, all of whom suffered the same amount of damage. The next moment, Sun Yen, Su Wei, and Hui Yunfei all deactivated their super martial arts skills, collapsed to the ground, and were then teleported off the field. When Sun Yen came to his senses, he clearly understood. Whether it's the character cards, Jieshusheng, Gu Ding Dao, Jiu, or the Divine Armor equipped on Yi Chen, it's all about maximizing the damage of the Super Beast God. Damn it! I was careless. He and Hui Yunfei said with expressions of frustration. However, they quickly came to their senses. Wait a moment. The referee hasn't announced the result yet. Could it be that we haven't lost yet? They realized that someone was missing from their side. At the same time, as the dust settled, only the figures of people remained on the field. The 3 people in the cockpit of Super Beast God, as well as Card King Kaiba, also widened their eyes. At this moment, Yi Chen was equally bewildered, standing there in a daze. Family members, does anyone understand? He was actually slashed by the Super Beast God wielding the ancient sword. He certainly had a million ways to easily end this battle, but those were all too boring. His curiosity, like a kitten scratching at his heart, compelled him to see what tricks the other side had up their sleeve. Snort. The seahorse crossed its arms again, revealing a defiant smile. They actually managed to withstand that attack. You really are the Pajun Academy's biggest trump card. So what? Your life is nothing more than a candle flickering in the wind. Come forth, my most powerful servant Blue Eyes White Dragon. He threw out his last card, and a giant dragon covered in silver armor materialized on the card. It is none other than King Card's most powerful servant Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Blue Eyes White Dragon soared into the sky, flapping its wings, and stood on either side of the Super Beast God behind the seahorse. But the seahorse did not attack. Instead, it looked at Yi Chen with a cold smile. Your turn, little brother. Let me see why Sun Yen is using you as a trump card, and what your actual strength is. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's lips twitched violently. Is it still turn-based? This senior from Tianji. He's actually a really nice person. Although he didn't understand, Yi Chen always respected such requests. He held out one hand, produced a coin out of thin air, and tossed it high into the air. At that moment, everyone in the audience widened their eyes. That can't be. Yi Xian opened her mouth wide and subconsciously reached for her side. Don't touch my leg. After receiving a disapproving, coquettish rebuke, Yi Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his wife is still here. The moment the coin fell, electricity surged around Yi Chen. His raised right hand was aimed at the center of Super Beast God, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Kaiba. The coin is caught in the gap between the thumb and forefinger, and then flicked out forcefully. Rail gun. Sizzle. A powerful golden current broke through the restrictions of spiritual energy suppression and pierced through the layers of spiritual energy shields. The aura soars to the heavens, piercing the sky. It's the railgun. Chapter 89, Mysterious Powerful Being, Slender and Handsome. At that moment, the entire arena was filled with the sound of people gasping for breath. Even passers-by outside the stadium looked up in fear at the bolt of lightning that pierced the sky. Kaiba and the others only felt a flash of bright light before their eyes. What I was originally thinking. Thoughts like, what did I expect it to be? Just an ordinary railgun. And they dare to show off something like this. In the instant their hearts stopped simultaneously, the collective feeling transformed into terror. Of course, they didn't know that Yi Chen wasn't Yi Xin, and the railgun he used wasn't an ordinary railgun, but Gu Bailing's SSS Plus universal machine. The mere aftershocks of the electromagnetic cannon's blast caused the combined Super Beast God to instantly disintegrate, and also dispelled their Super Beast armament state. Even the Blue Eyes White Dragon was instantly annihilated at that same moment. The seahorse's face was contorted. Impossible. What exactly is this throwing tile? When they came to their senses again, Kaiba and the others looked almost dazed. Because they have been teleported off the field. Not only were the seahorse and the others caught off guard, but even the referee was stunned for several seconds. After seeing that only Yi Chen remained on the empty field, he loudly announced, "The winner is the Pajun team." 1-1. The commentators were also completely dumbfounded. What just happened? How could they suddenly be gone? Enough talk, let's watch the replay. Yi Xian pointed at Yi Chen on the stage, her mouth wide open, babbling incoherently, unable to utter a complete sentence. Okay. Li Shuwan, who was standing nearby, pulled him down. He's using your railgun. We all saw it. Yi Xian nodded vigorously, while Li Shuwan smirked and said, "What's wrong with that? As long as they win, who cares what they use? As long as it's not your wife using it, isn't that fine?" The seahorse and the others opened their mouths in disbelief. Us? They actually lost? How is that possible? Did the referee make a mistake? Ling Yu and Lei Tai both said with indignation. Only the usually calm Jin Long reached out and stopped them. As far as I know, there is a great man named Miao Tiaojuan among the judges of the college league. Whenever a player is near death, he activates a special ability to teleport them off the field and restore them to full health. Even the seahorse nodded, "A loss is a loss, we'll get it back in the next game." However, the seahorse quickly turned its gaze to Yi Chen on the stage. He curled his lips into a smile, his gaze becoming intense. It seems the problem lies with that newcomer. Interesting, very interesting. Upon hearing this, the other three looked exasperated. Why don't you just end the fight honestly? Why do you have to act so pretentious? If you insist on ending the round, let the opponent demonstrate. Are you satisfied now? Even if they harbored resentment in their hearts, they didn't say it aloud. However, some resentment inevitably accumulated on their faces. Yay! Upon hearing the referee's announcement, the students of Pajun Academy shouted excitedly. Even Hui Yunfei shouted excitedly. Holy crap, Leg Bro is awesome. He took down 4 opponents in one go. Su Ye and Lao Mo, who were standing to the side, were also gasping for breath. To be honest, I've given up hope. Is this Leg Bro? He's terrifying. Sun Yen was also extremely excited. Like everyone else, he had given up the competition the moment he saw that only Yi Chen was left on the stage. Although the Tianji team did underestimate their opponents. But to his surprise, Yi Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. Is this the power of the extinction? Thousand Chance Umbrella? Sun Yen took out a small notebook and quickly took notes. Yi Chen Jun, you just called your father. After a sweet female voice rang out. A group of men in black waved pom-poms in their hands, shouting, Yi Chen Jun, just got your dad. Lord Yechen, the Kingdom of Sea is #1. Money is hard to earn, and life is tough. The surrounding audience all war-strained expressions. As Yi Chen slowly walked down from the field, he looked up and was somewhat surprised to see the field restored to its original state, as well as the middle-aged man and woman of different heights on the second floor. Upstairs, on the second floor, Yi Chen was meeting his gaze with a chubby middle-aged man. He smiled slightly, politely waved to Yi Chen, and then smiled meaningfully at the tall, mature woman in high heels beside him. The spiritual energy within this newcomer is not to be underestimated. It can penetrate the spiritual energy shield set up by the Xuan Wu. Let's go, Lisa, let's go downstairs and meet this year's newcomers. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw the middle-aged man waving at him. It seems they understand the game's protection mechanisms. Is this the chubby little boy of this world? That's interesting. Since that's the case, he doesn't need to worry about accidentally using too much force. We can show our opponents something big now. After the break, both players returned to the field. This time, we will not underestimate our enemy. We'll take you down in a heartbeat. Yi Chen. With a burning gaze, Haima pointed a single finger at Yi Chen, while Sun Yan, Hui Yunfei, and Su Ye instinctively stepped in front of Yi Chen to protect him. Sun Yan sneered, "Get past me first." Hui Yunfei gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. Junior, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. No seat. Su Ye turned to him and laughed. You'll be right under my Zaka's crotch, unleashing your full power. Yi Chen was both amused and exasperated. Is there any possibility? Am I even more fleshy than you guys in the front row? However, he still composed himself. Because these three people want to win. They also demonstrated the proper attitude. He won't hold back this time either. With one hand submerged into the space of control, he heard Su Mayan's soft whisper in his ear as he pulled the demon blade 1,000 blades from her chest. Seahorse narrowed its eyes slightly, looking at the half-broken sword that Yi Chen had seemingly drawn out of thin air. Immediately, countless purple shards swirled around Yi Chen's body, converging towards the blade. He immediately murmured, the demon blade 1,000 blades, only attacking, not defending, unparalleled in the world. Yi Chen remained silent. Ultimate evolution. War Greymon. This time, it was Li Shuwan, standing next to Yi Xin, who gaped in astonishment. ABA. As he pointed at the War Greymon rising behind Yi Chen on the stage, he subconsciously touched the super martial girl beside him. It's nothing, it's just War Greymon, it's not like it's your wife. Yi Xin, having finally straightened her chin, returned those words to Li Shuwan verbatim. But when he saw that Li Shuwan's side was empty, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no! Li Shuwan also failed to touch the super martial girl beside him. At that moment, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, died completely. Chapter 90, Yi Chen, you are indestructible? Sorry, my demon blade 1,000 blades is indestructible. In the stands, the members of the greedy wolf team watched the situation on the field with smiles on their faces. This newcomer to the Pei Jun class should have the characteristic that the lower the health, the higher the damage. If Kaiba hadn't been so reckless, he probably wouldn't have been pierced through by the enemy's railgun. A hint of surprise flashed across everyone's faces when they saw the demon blade 1,000 blades. Is this the only super weapon this time, the demon blade 1,000 blades? So, his super weapon can randomly change form? That's interesting. Relying solely on the demon blade 1,000 blades won't be enough. The captain of the Greedy Wolf Academy shook his head. The meaning of unique super weapon is that the equipment is unique. Even the 1,000 manifestations umbrella cannot transform into the 1,000 blades of the demon blade, including the Emperor's armor. So, Captain, you mean this newcomer is a rare dual super weapon user? That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face froze, and his mouth gaped open. Wait a moment. Battle, Greymon? Everyone, including the captain of the Greedy Wolf team, had their eyes fixed on Yi Chen on the stage. The once carefree Greed Wolf Academy is no longer carefree at this moment. And the moment War Greymon appeared, the students of Tianji Academy were also restless. Wait a minute, how come he has a third super weapon? It's an SSS class War Greymon? Bulo. This guy's cheating. How can we fight like this? Lei Tai, Lin Yu, and Jian Long all turned their gazes to the seahorse, making a crackling sound as they twisted their stiff necks. Prison horse. You'd better get the fusion. If they don't merge into a super beast god, it's impossible to play. A hint of surprise also flashed across the seahorse's expression. The moment Yi Chen summoned the demon blade 1,000 blades in War Greymon, the deck in his right dual disc made a shuffling sound. He was never one to give up easily, and he quickly considered strategies to deal with the situation. Integration is essential, but besides integration, what other strategies can lead to a decisive victory? Got it. My turn, draw a card. Kaiba quickly drew 7 cards from the dual disc, his eyes gleaming. The moment the drone took off, he threw out all 7 cards at once. The 3 images are blue-eyed white dragons, protecting him in front of him. The 2 are merged. Through the fusion, the Dragon War God, Phoenix Feather God, and Thunder Elephant God combined once again. The 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons also merged into a 3-headed Dragon Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The last 2 were completely covered in front of him. Yi Chen was taken aback. Is this a trap card? Interesting. The moment the match was declared open. In the cockpit of the Super Beast God, the muscular Lei Tai took the dominant position. Thunderbolt technique. The Super Beast God unleashed a ball of lightning, which shot towards Yi Chen. Sizzle. Ace, Zaku, and Phantom God were caught off guard. Only War Greymon used its steel wings, which were engraved with the sun symbol on its back, to combine into one and block the thunder strike. Seal of the Brave.
The next instant, the deflected thunderclap technique flew into the sky and crashed into the spiritual energy shields surrounding the arena, creating ripples like water.
Damn it, it was blocked? Lei Tai said with some annoyance.
In the blink of an eye, his pupils suddenly dilated.
Because the tiny figure that was originally behind Wargreymon suddenly appeared behind Kaiba. Captain, watch out.
Jian Long shouted a reminder.
You don't have time to remind others.
Sun Yen controlled Ace and delivered an ultra-flying kick to the face of the Super Beast God.
Your opponent is me. Ace's 8-point light wheel, like a chainsaw, sliced towards the Super Beast God's mecha.
Hateful. The Super Beast God, leaning back, kicked Ace hard in the waist and abdomen, knocking him back. At the same time, he slapped the ground with one hand and sprang back to his feet. But as Ace retreated, he threw off the 8-point light wheel, placed his hands above his head, and unleashed a beam cannon. The Super Beast God took a solid hit from the 8-point light wheel and the beam cannon, and was almost disintegrated by Ace. At this moment, Sun Yen fully revealed his strength as captain. Even in a 1v3 situation, he still held his own.
Hua Yunfei and Su Ye were completely dumbfounded.
Because they were shocked to see that Yi Chen, whom they were supposed to protect, had actually appeared behind the seahorse. The demon blade 1,000 blades in his hand fell from thin air.
Kaiba remained calm, instead curving his lips into a smile as if he had anticipated this. Open the face-down card. Activate the trap card, damage reflection.
As he finished speaking, a card flipped up and enveloped Yi Chen.
Yi Chen felt a tremendous counterattack surging towards him. This is the effect of the magical impact, which transfers all the damage he inflicts on the seahorse back to him. However, the smug smile on the seahorse's face quickly froze. Despite being slightly slowed by the rebound, Yi Chen was completely unharmed. He did indeed guess that Yi Chen would attack him immediately, which is why he set up this trap card, using Yi Chen's own weapon against him. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen's move did not knock him out of the game. What the seahorse didn't know was that Yi Chen had never used his full strength from beginning to end. Attack the enemy with 3 parts, and keep 7 parts for yourself.
What would be a fatal blow to the seahorse would be nothing more than a painless, insignificant attack to Yi Chen.
After his movements slowed slightly, the demon blade 1,000 blades transformed into countless shattered blades and attacked the seahorse. Seahorse gritted his teeth and revealed the second face-down card. Secret, Ice Barrier, grants immunity to certain death rounds. His figure was encased in an indestructible ice barrier, and he issued commands to the ultimate dragon formed by the fusion of 3 blue-eyed white dragons beside him. Blue Eye's ultimate dragon, attack. A golden hurricane swept over his head, instantly shredding all 3 heads of the Blue Eye's ultimate dragon. It's Wargreymon's battle tornado. Not only that. In the seahorse's incredulous, wide-open eyes, the 1,000 blades transformed from the demon blade actually pierced into the thick, protective layer of ice around his body. The ice barrier, which was originally immune to all damage and indestructible, was completely shattered by the S+ demon blade 1,000 blades. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the seahorse lying in the ice shards. Countless shattered blades, like bewitching purple butterflies, swirled around him, converging towards the broken sword. Are you indestructible? Sorry, my demon blade 1,000 blades is indestructible. This card king is nothing special. Although the deck is mysterious, it can be above SS+. However, the limitation is that you draw 5 cards at the beginning and 2 cards each round, so you can only use a maximum of 7 cards per round. Moreover, each card will at most exceed SS+. That's why the ice barrier could be pierced by the demon blade 1,000 blades with SSS+ attack growth. Very interesting. But in the face of absolute hard power. Flashy and gaudy. Showy but impractical. The value of a replica is 0. Chapter 91, Seahorse, tell me, how can I win against an opponent like this? With my head? Li Shuwan and Yi Xin both stood up immediately. Looking at his superpowered female character, Li Shuwan breathed a slight sigh of relief and pointed at the stage, ABA. Yi Xin's lips twitched violently. This guy is using all of our moves. Dude, the way you're doing this makes us look really silly. The seahorse, teleported onto the field, gasped, hiss. Gulp. Everyone from the Greedy Wolf Academy unconsciously swallowed. They all stared intently at the 1,000 blades demon blade in Yi Chen's hand, and the words from their textbooks simultaneously came to mind. The demon blade, with its 1,000 blades, is all offense and no defense. It is unparalleled in the world. Initially, they only agreed with the first 2 sentences.
After all, the Demon Blade Thousand Blades only has a mere S+ rating.
The phrase unparalleled in the world, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? But now, they seem to understand a little. Even the seemingly indestructible ice barrier is as easy to cut as vegetables and melons in front of the Demon Blade Thousand Blades. Its sharpness is simply breathtaking. It wasn't just the seahorse that was shocked, but also everyone at the Greedy Wolf Academy. Even Zhao Zuinjin, the captain of Tianhan Academy who had once fought against Yi Chen, widened his eyes and murmured, how is this possible? During the group stage, Tianhan naturally also played against Tianji team. Back then, although his Qinggang sword SS Plus also penetrated the ice barrier, it was merely penetrating and could not inflict any further damage on the seahorse. Now it seems. The difference in strength and inferiority is immediately apparent. Is it because of me that I'm trying to preserve truth? The swordswoman beside him pouted slightly. No, it could also be because of me. Zhao Zuinjin sighed and gently comforted her. I understand, the captains of the Seahorse and Greedy Wolf teams said in unison. This Demon Blade Thousand Blades is definitely not the original S+, but has been upgraded, at least SS+. Adding to her sharpness and attack growth, it's probably already reached a terrifying SSS+. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, everyone looked at Yi Chen with deep apprehension. At this moment, they no longer dared to underestimate this newcomer from Pajun Academy. The seahorse, realizing its mistake too late, also looked annoyed. However, under the combined attack of Ace, Zaku, and the Phantom God, the Super Beast God was already at a significant disadvantage. Not to mention Yi Chen, who was holding the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, and the War Greymen behind him, who were still watching. The situation on the field was completely one-sided, and everything was already beyond saving. Soon, Ace's Metallium beam struck the Super Beast God in the air, causing it to scatter completely. Not only was the combined form of the Super Beast God dispelled, but the Super Beast armaments of Lei Tai, Lin Yu, and Jian Long were also removed at this moment. Seeing this, Yi Chen shook his head. It's not that the Super Beast Gods aren't strong, but rather that their riders are simply too weak. Of course, whether the Super Beast God in its ultimate state can defeat Ace in his ultimate state is another question. This is still a controversial issue. The final whistle blew, and the referee announced loudly, the game is over. The victor belongs to Pajun Academy. Even the commentators excitedly shouted, let's congratulate Pajun Academy for defeating Tianji Academy team with a score of 2-1. They have successfully advanced to the finals of the National College League. And they will face off against Greed Wolf Academy in tomorrow's finals to determine the victor. To be honest, Tianji Academy actually had a chance to advance if they hadn't made a mistake. Are you referring to the second game? That's right. If Tianji Academy had pressed its advantage and wiped out all the new students from Pajun Academy in one fell swoop, there probably wouldn't have been any of this later. That's true, but who could have predicted this? The speaker may not have meant anything by it, but the listener took it to heart. The commentator's words were like a fuse that ignited the internal conflict within Tianji Academy. Lei Tai grabbed Kaiba by the collar. I've been putting up with you for too long. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're the captain. You said you're fine, so why are you putting on such a show? Why risk losing a game that's a sure win? Now that's settled, are you satisfied? Jian Long tried to break up the fight. Lei Tai, stop this. Even the captain didn't expect the opposing rookie to be so strong. Lin Yu waved his hand, garlic bird, it's not easy for anyone. We can just start over next year. Facing Lei Tai's angry glare, Kaiba coldly snorted. Snort. Do you really think we can win? Lei Tai's breath hitched, and his hands, which were gripping the seahorse's collar, froze. Lin Yu said with a wry smile, Captain, can't you just say less? The seahorse pointed at Yi Chen on the stage and persisted, didn't you guys notice? Even after taking such a heavy blow from the Super Beast God, that kid's hairstyle didn't even get messed up. Recalling the scene, the three of them gasped, their expressions turning chillingly serious. Just as the seahorse said. Those in the audience may not have seen it clearly, but those on the field remember it vividly. The seahorse continued. I had already anticipated that he would target me first, so I specifically set up a trap card reflection to counter him. If he really used his full strength, he would inevitably be injured by his own damage. But you don't know, even after being hit by the rebound, he didn't lose a single hair. Don't you know what that means? At this point, a rare hint of fear appeared on Haiba's face. This means that from beginning to end, he didn't use his full strength.
He didn't just take 3 parts of the credit for the enemy, he kept 7 parts for himself. He probably didn't even use 1/10, or even 1/100th, of his strength. Tell me, how can you win against an opponent like that? With your head? Upon hearing the seahorse's words, the 3 of them suddenly contracted their pupils. The reason why Kaiba was able to become the captain of Tianji is that his strength is beyond doubt. This is not just about physical strength, but also about his intelligence, command ability, and judgment. If what Kaiba said is true, then this newcomer is probably far stronger than they imagined. The seahorse's reasoning was correct. Yi Chen is currently level 60, the same level as him. The spiritual power of a 9 SSS, the effect of 10 times the Mingqiao technique, and the gap between them are indeed nearly 100 times. When they looked at Yi Chen again, a deep fear flashed in both Ling Yu's and Jianlong's eyes. The silent Lei Tai dejectedly let go of his hands. Seahorse straightened his collar. Watch closely. Even the greedy Wolf Academy will definitely lose. The more they resist, the more humiliating their defeat will be. This guy is definitely not someone we at this level can handle. Chapter 92, Gao Tianqi's reminder, Miao Tujuan's invitation. After confirming that Pajun Academy had advanced to the finals, Principal Go clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "God bless us, God bless us." In the stands, the students from Pajun Academy were extremely excited, because this was the closest they had ever come to winning the National College League Championship. Yi Chen smiled as he stepped off the stage, greeted by cheers from the Academy's students. Hee, it's all thanks to Legbro and the captain. We just got to lie down. Hui Yunfei chuckled awkwardly. Su Ye scratched his head and said with a simple and honest smile, "To be honest, I've never played such an easy game before. I don't even know what I was doing. I just won without even realizing it. It's the same if Lao Mo plays. With the captain and Legbro as his double substitutes, they can carry the whole game. Let alone Lao Mo, even a dog could win." Sun Yan smiled and said, "As everyone can see, there is indeed a big gap between our Pajun Academy and Tianji Academy. If Yi Chen hadn't saved the day in time, we really wouldn't know how we would have won. So the MVP is definitely Yi Chen. Yi Chen, aren't you going to say something?" "Yeah, Legbro, why don't you say something too?" Seeing everyone's attention turn to him, Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the principal." For a moment, the smiles of Hui Yunfei and Su Ye seemed to freeze. "Hey, is this how you do things, bro?" Hui Yunfei affectionately put his arm around the principal's shoulder and, in a tone of deep regret, dramatically acted out, "Principal, I admit it, I repent. I did have some doubts about your previous decisions. But now I understand your good intentions. As it turns out, your leader will always be wise and powerful. Your vision is always far-sighted. I apologize for my haste. Please forgive me." Principal Go straightened his chubby body, looked at the mischievous Hui Yunfei, and laughed and scolded, "You brat, how could I blame you? Money is still money." Immediately, he protectively shielded Yi Chen with a look of tenderness. "All right, everyone from the media, please make way, please let our star player pass, thank you all." Principal Go fanned Yi Chen and rubbed his shoulders, saying with a pained expression, "Yi Chen, you must be tired. You've worked so hard. I booked an entire floor for you at a nearby 7-star hotel. Go and rest now, don't overwork yourself." Yi Chen looked embarrassed and said, "It's not hard work. Yi Chen, may I have a word with you in private?" As the voices rang out, Yi Chen turned his head curiously and saw a familiar figure walking towards him. It was none other than Gao Tianqi, who had shielded Yi Chen from the spear of Longinus. "Section Chief Gao?" Yi Chen asked with some delight. "Now we're at a higher level," Principal Go explained with a smile. Of course he knew Gao Tianqi. It was Gao Tianqi who notified him first, which enabled him to snatch such a promising talent as Yi Chen. "Gao Chu, is your injury healed?" Yi Chen asked curiously. "Of course, it was just a minor fatal wound, it's almost healed by now." Gao Tianqi said with a smile, "Thanks to you, I received a first-class merit, so I've been promoted." Yi Chen was utterly astonished. "A living first-class merit? That makes it much more valuable. Would it be convenient for us to chat?" "Certainly." Yi Chen followed Gao Tianqi to a conference room. He immediately spotted the chubby middle-aged man who had been waving at him from the second floor earlier. "Hello, Yi Chen, my name is Miao Tiaojun, and I am the president of the council. This is my super martial girl, Sister Lisa." Miao Tiaojun smiled and extended his hand to Yi Chen, while the mature woman beside him smiled politely at Yi Chen. Yi Chen twitched his lips and extended his hand as well. To be honest, he wasn't quite used to such a serious and slender man. After shaking hands, Yi Chen, Miao Chaojuan, Gao Tianqi, and the others sat on the sofa.
Mr. Cough cough. Mr. Slim Jun, this is my first time participating in this kind of competition. Could you tell me what the judging panel is? Lisa, could you introduce him to Yi Chen? Miao Chaojuan smiled.
The mature woman in black stockings nodded and smiled. The council is an official organization. In addition to organizing the National College League, it is specifically for selecting the most talented geniuses as reserve seeds for intensive training.
Its fundamental purpose is for the Supreme National War. That's right. Miao Chaojuan suddenly stood up excitedly and gripped Yi Chen's hands tightly. Clearly, you are the one we've been looking for, an unparalleled master, a genius among geniuses. Lisa, standing to the side, rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, "Little fatty, can't you be serious for once? You're going to scare the kids." Yi Chen waved his hand, his smile awkward, and said, "It's nothing, I just feel like this is the normal way. I'm back. The familiar feeling is back." Seeing that Yi Chen was easy to talk to, Miao Chaojuan smiled and said, "Yi Chen, if it's convenient, could you let us test the spiritual energy in your body?"
Gao Tianqi suddenly interrupted, "Chief Counselor Miao Chaojuan, although you are my superior, I still have to remind you. All information about Yi Chen is classified as top secret by Longhan. You probably don't have the authority to detect the spiritual power within him. Don't be nervous, it's up high up." Miao Chaojuan waved his hand, "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Besides, I'm not forcing anyone, I'm just curious, so I'm asking for Yi Chen's opinion. I'm really curious about just how abundant your spiritual energy is, that you were able to break through the Xuanwu's spiritual energy shield while your spiritual energy was suppressed. After all, in the eyes of true experts, ranks and such are all just formalities. Some people spend their entire lives, even exhausting all their resources, and reach the maximum level, but still cannot reach the nuclear explosion level. Some people need to be at level 50 or 60 to reach the nuclear explosion level. But some people, at level 10 or so, can unleash a nuclear explosion level attack with a single strike." At this point, Miao Chaojuan winked meaningfully at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. Admittedly, he was also very curious about the level of spiritual power within his body. Because after reaching 9 SSS in talent and level 60, the spiritual energy sea in his body had transformed into a star cluster similar to a miniature universe. To be precise, it's more like a small galaxy consisting of a star and several planets. This is a miniature universe, similar to a small galaxy. He has 9 in total. According to Gu Bailing's description of the combat power system, his current strongest attack could reach the terrifying level of a satellite. This is certainly not his limit, but rather the limit that the super martial arts girl who carries his spiritual power can withstand. Of course, the Azura and Emperor armor are exceptions. They definitely possess stellar level strength. But he was very curious about what the power levels were above the stellar level. Just as he was thinking this, Anshua's voice suddenly entered his mind, "No need to test anymore." Taking a level 100 SSS plus talent as an example, a superstellar level talent is equivalent to 0.5 black holes, while an SSS level talent is equivalent to 1/3 of a black hole. A level 9 SSS talent is equivalent to 3 black holes. EX is 1 black hole, EX plus is 1.5 black holes white holes. The spiritual power within you is currently equivalent to about 1.8 black holes, and the upgrade of your talent from SSS level to EX plus is equivalent to 5.4 white holes. However, you can cooperate with him and have him teleport you to the Super Beast universe. Unlock Mangyue and Yanli's true forms and obtain your remaining Super Beast components. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. 7 days? No, I'll give you 7 hours at most. Chapter 93, Principal Go, from now on, I'll call you leader, and you'll call me principal. Let's address each other by our own names. 7 hours? Yi Chen's mouth dropped open. His voice also made Miao Chaojuan and the others look at him with surprise. That's right. The 7 parallel universes will converge in 3 days. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Inside the Imperial space, Jin Shuaru smiled slightly. I know what you're worried about. With the blessing of the Supreme Universe, you can gain experience by killing, and besides, you can continuously improve your talent, can't you? Once you upgrade to EX+, you'll have 5.4 white holes, and at level 100 you'll have 9 white holes. Isn't that easy to do?
Besides, you still have me. Miao Tiaojun isn't the only one who can rewind time and revert to previous states.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded and smiled at Miao Tiaojun. I agree to join you. There's no need to assess your strength, you just need to know that I'm very strong.
However, I have one request. Great. Miao Tiaojun rubbed his hands together with delight. Just tell us your request. Whether it's a high-level key or psionic weaponry, we'll absolutely fulfill your request.
Yi Chen chuckled and said, Chairman, you have to send me to level up in the Super Beast universe.
Miao Tiaojun's smile froze. Huh? Super Beast universe? Yi Chen smiled and said, so it's Universe 1? A parallel universe? With the Xuanwu's capabilities, it's possible, but wouldn't that be too dangerous?
Miao Tiaojun said with a troubled expression, Yi Chen, you really need to think this through.
If I ruin such a promising talent like you, I won't be able to explain it to my superiors. Don't worry, I'm very strong.
Yi Chen said confidently, you can discuss this properly.
There's no rush, but don't be too slow either. Give me the results in 3 days at most.
Alright, I'll apply to the higher-ups first. Miao Tiaojun sighed helplessly, then extended his hand to Yi Chen. Anyway, welcome to the council.
Yi Chen also extended his hand. Congratulations, Yi Chen. No, I should call you boss now.
After Yi Chen left the conference room, Principal Go said with a fawning expression, you can just call me Xiao Go from now on.
Yi Chen was embarrassed. As the president of the highest academy, Principal Go's rank is not low.
He hadn't expected the council to have so much power. Of course, he never expected this. His military rank at this time was no lower than that of the council members. Even later, the military and the council argued over who would hire him.
However, Yi Chen never adds sugar to his coffee with a spoon.
He couldn't bring himself to call him Little Go or anything like that. He said gratefully to Principal Go, Principal, I will always be your student. I will definitely repay your kindness in recognizing my potential. Leave tomorrow's match to me, I promise I won't let you down.
Yi Chen patted his chest and said.
Seeing Yi Chen's sincere expression, Principal Go smiled broadly and said, okay, from now on we'll address each other by our titles.
I'll call you leader, and you can call me principal. Alright, leader? You should just call me by my name. Yi Chen said, both amused and exasperated. Besides, I'm still a student at the academy. Okay, boss, you should go and get some rest. Old Ma. We agreed to meet at the summit, so why did you go instead? Inside the restaurant.
Faced with the teasing from the greedy wolf team, Haima looked annoyed, while Lingyu, Lei Tai, and Jianlong's mouths twitched uncontrollably.
Just like the relationship between Yi Xan, Li Shuan, and Sun Yan in Academy City.
As friendly schools, the teams Tanlang and Tianji often practice together privately, so they have a good relationship.
However, at this moment, Haima, who was not in a good mood and whose shoulder was being hooked by Fong Xiang, the captain of the greedy wolf team, still said in a cool tone, our school is an idiot. Don't say that, it's too hurtful. Fong Xiang smiled and said, I just wanted to comfort you. I'll pay for everything tonight, is that alright?
Seahorse raised an eyebrow and sneered, then let's start with a bottle of romantic Connie.
Fong Xiang's lips twitched violently. President, are you serious? Seeing Fong Xiang's pained expression, Haima chuckled, do I need your measly small amount?
I'll just pay for it myself.
After saying that, he tossed out a bank card. As expected of the president, he's really rich. Fong Xiang said with a flattering expression. Seahorse, speak. Question mark. The seahorse pretended to be angry and said, spit it out. I make hundreds of thousands every minute, but I don't have time to chat with you. Fong Xiang hesitated to speak. I just want to ask, what was it like when you fought against Yi Chen today? The group of Tanlang held their breath. No, Captain.
The young master Renhai has already paid the bill, so it's inappropriate for you to reopen old wounds.
Seahorse frowned slightly, but a mocking smile quickly appeared on his lips. Not so good. Cough cough.
Upon hearing this, Lei Tai, Jianlong, and Lingyu coughed violently, clearly choked by Haima's words.
You all saw it.
If I hadn't played recklessly in the second game, there wouldn't be any chance for your greedy Wolf Academy tomorrow.
Seahorse casually remarked, of course, that Demon Blade 1000 Blades is quite strange, it's probably SS+, and its attack growth is likely SSS+.
Seahorse rested his chin on his hand and pretended to analyze, saying, as a friendly school, my advice to your greedy wolf academy is that no matter how tough you think you are, it's best not to try to tough things out. It must have been really tough for Sun Yan to keep such a strong trump card hidden for so long. Our loss was also due to the information gap. For a moment, Fong Xiang almost burst into tears. Old Ma, I never imagined you were such a nice person. Get lost. Seahorse said with a look of disgust, don't get my clothes dirty, you can't afford to pay for them. Upon hearing this, Fong Xiang awkwardly withdrew his hand. Lei Tai shrank back somewhat awkwardly. Looking back now, I realized that the captain was really good to me. However, I still hope you will not underestimate your enemy. Compared to Sun Yan, Yi Chen is the truly formidable opponent. Even a lion goes all out when hunting a rabbit. We must not repeat our mistakes. We must take out their core enemy first. The seahorse's expression was complicated, and it added a few more words. He wanted to trick the greedy wolf team, so he told one lie out of 10 sentences. But they also wanted to use the greedy wolf academy to test Yi Chen's true strength. Therefore, he was extremely conflicted. After the party ended, Fong Xiang, who looked quite drunk, saw off the Tianji team members, and his eyes regained a sliver of clarity. Tell everyone to come to my room to discuss tactics. He scooped the liquor out of his throat, squinted his eyes, and said, it's just a pity about this $1 million bottle of romantic Connie. Chapter 94, Su Mayan Super Revolution, SSS Plus, Illusory Annihilation, 1,000 Blades of the Demon Blade. Not long after. At the 5-star hotel where the greedy wolf team was staying, everyone gathered in Fong Xiang's room. At this moment, Fong Xiang, and even everyone in the greedy wolf team, completely suppressed the playful expressions they had shown when facing the Tianji team, and all of them changed to solemn expressions. In their eyes, there was only the desire for victory and the championship of the college league. Peijun Academy is our old rival. Sun Yan has a versatile fighting style and is proficient in various tactics. Hua Yunfei, Su Wei, and Lao Mo and the team are also old acquaintances of ours. The only variable now lies with this newcomer, Yi Chen. The seahorse may seem arrogant, but it never underestimates anything, and it is unlikely to fail because of its pride. So this Yi Chen. Fong Xiang's eyes flashed with sharpness, and he said in an extremely solemn tone, he is definitely a heavyweight opponent that should not be underestimated. We shouldn't treat him as a rookie genius, but rather value him as someone with captain level or even beyond level 6 strength. Upon hearing Fong Xiang's words, the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf Academy touched his nose and said meaningfully, I think the captain's analysis is correct. It seems that this Sun Yan has been hiding his true intentions quite well. Captain, do we have any solutions? Of course, Fong Xiang pointed to the projected replay. You can tell from this positioning that Sun Yan and the others clearly wanted to use a 3-protect-1 tactic to protect Yi Chen at all costs. This proves that my guess was absolutely correct. Yi Chen is the core of their lineup. But their weaknesses also became apparent. First, because the team lacked cohesion, they were able to exploit an opening with the thunderclap technique from the Super Beast God. Furthermore, as you can see, when Yi Chen used the tidal wave skill of the Demon Blade 1,000 Blades to cleave through space, the two mechs, Huan Linshin and Zaku, were noticeably slowed down. They neither covered Yi Chen nor helped Ace. This detail clearly shows that this was a misunderstanding. Obviously, Yi Chen acted without communicating with the team, which exceeded Hua Yunfei and Su Wei's expectations. I think this is the biggest weakness of the Peijun team, and also the key to our victory. No matter how strong one person is, they can't possibly be stronger than the combined attack of 4 people. Even if he possesses 3 super weapons simultaneously, Railgun, Demon Blade 1,000 Blades, and Wargreymon. But he might not be able to wipe us all out in one fell swoop. Upon hearing Fong Xiang's analysis, everyone burst into enthusiastic applause. The captain is right. Fong Xiang waved his hand and continued, now I'll focus on analyzing the characteristics of the Railgun, the Demon Blade 1,000 Blades, and Wargreymon. One of Wargreymon's skills is Dinosaur Killer, which can counter all dragon-type super weapons and ultra beasts. It was thanks to this skill that Wargreymon was able to deliver a fatal blow to Kybus Blue Eye's ultimate dragon. The Greedy Wolf team was having a heated discussion about their strategy for the finals against the Broken Army Academy. And in the 7-star hotel that Principal Go had booked. After all, Sumayan has never been one to show off. She has always been very low-key. Only after marriage did Ji Chen gain a deeper understanding of this wonderful girl. In addition to stretching exercises. Anyone who has played games knows that durability has a numerical limit. Although this attribute seems insignificant, it is extremely important for Super Martial Girl. Once the durability reaches 0, it will die. Unlike other charioteer combinations, all of Yi Chen's battles were not due to insufficient spiritual power, but rather because his super weapons were not durable enough, forcing him to urgently change his weapons and armor. Therefore, increasing the upper limit of durability is particularly important. Take the Demon Blade Thousand Blades as an example. You have to sharpen your knife every day to keep it sharp. After glancing at the duration, Yi Chen encouraged her, Mu Yan, keep going. I feel like you can hold on a little longer. Only by pushing the limits every time can special training be meaningful. 10 seconds left. 10. 9. He deliberately drew out his voice, saying that only by reaching the limit of transformation could one truly raise the upper limit. 5. Sharpening the blade 1,000 times is complete. Shall we spend money? Yi Chen suddenly stopped the countdown. This wasn't intentional on his part, rather, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the hidden conditions for Su Mayan's super evolution had been met. Krypton! Yi Chen roared excitedly in his heart. He then quickly looked at Su Mayan's panel. Name, Su Mayan. Disillusionment, nothingness, 1,000 blades of the Demon Blade, SSS+. Attack growth, X+. Defense growth, 0. Currently in the break-in period. Description: a divine weapon. The Demon Blade 1,000 blades, purely offensive, with no defense. Unrivaled in the world. The blade can transform into countless sharp, fragmented pieces. Resonance effect: sever everything including time, space, lightning, light, and fire. Also includes dark, lightning, and fire effects. Annihilation. Ming Chao's ultimate technique, unthinking 1/. Dimensional slash. X, hidden condition met, spend billions to unlock X+? Yi Chen was overjoyed. Not only did the evolved Demon Blade 1,000 blades possess the skills of both the Mega X Yama blade and the Mega Y Azura Purgatory blade that Aunt Shui had told him about. In addition, there is an extra passive ability, Disillusionment. Disillusionment is similar to a fantasy killer. It can shatter the illusion. Yi Chen was extremely excited. He was now one step closer to achieving his EX talent. Su Mayan has also changed. 2 horns sprouted from its head, not dragon horns, but pitch-black demon horns, and even its skin became translucent and fair. This is Su Mayan's second form as a super martial spirit girl, similar to the blazing Demon Blade princess. My husband. Wah-ah. Su Mayan's voice was trembling with tears. Alright. Yi Chen was embarrassed and quickly hugged Su Mayan's dazed face and kissed her. Mu Yan, our efforts have paid off. Congratulations on successfully advancing to SSS+. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Mayan snapped out of her daze and happily observed her own condition. But soon, she pouted, her rosy cheeks and beautiful eyes filled with resentment. My Lord, Mu Yan's second form still doesn't have a tail. Chapter 95, leaving it on is the same as keeping it on all the time, and keeping it on all the time is the same as not turning it on at all. Yi Chen pulled her into his arms and coaxed her gently, why do you need a tail? Su Mayan sniffed her clear, bright nose, her voice soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of grievance. But, my husband really loves tails. Every time he sees Yanli and Mangyu's tails, he can't take his eyes off them. Yi Chen was embarrassed. Although Su Mayan is not talkative, she is exceptionally sensitive and has a strong character. If she shows any signs of being wronged, unless you really can't help it, that must have been incredibly unfair. Clearly, Su Mayan has become obsessed with the tail. Thinking of this, he kissed Su Mayan's pretty face. It's okay, Mayan, actually besides being a tail fetishist, I'm also a pointy-ear fetishist and a horn fetishist. Although you lack a tail, you possess 2 other advantages. Besides, if you really want the tail, I have a way. Hearing Yi Chen's suggestion, Su Mayan's depressed mood eased slightly. Her already alluringly flushed face turned even redder, almost to the tips of her ears, and looked as if it were about to drip water. She nodded shyly to Yi Chen, and said in her usual soft tone, Mu Yan. I'll do as my husband says. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National College League Finals. I am the commentator, Nguyen. I'm commentator Rita. The stadium was packed with people during the finals of the University League. The commentators' loud voices brought the atmosphere of the match to its peak. Alright, first up is our favorite to win the championship, the Greedy Wolf team. Viewers who frequently watch the College League are no strangers to the Greedy Wolf team. After all, our Greedy Wolf team has won the College League championship 3 times in a row. With the commentator's explanation, the members of the greedy wolf team walked onto the audience seats and waved to the audience, led by their captain, Fong Xiang.
Alright, next up is the Pajun team.
As a dark horse team, Pajun finally broke the curse of the top 4 this year and was finally able to stand on the final stage.
Captain Sun Yan is also one of my favorite players.
He is mature and calm, and his playing style is unpredictable and ever-changing. He truly deserves the title of Ultraman King.
In addition, I want to emphasize the importance of player Yi Chen. Oh? I didn't come to yesterday's match. Could you tell me which guy is Yi Chen? Rita asked curiously.
As you can see, among all the contestants, the most handsome one is Yi Chen. Rita covered her mouth and chuckled. Yeah, he is indeed very handsome. I wonder if he still needs a contract partner.
Don't even think about it. With Yi Chen's looks, there are countless super powerful female warriors vying to form a contract with him. Moreover, his talent is quite high.
Of course, the talents of all our players are kept secret. As we can see, Yi Chen's female fans at the event are not only very beautiful, but their legs are also longer than yours. Looking at the close-up of Kujo Miki on the big screen, Rita secretly marveled at the other's beauty, then pretended to be sad and said, "Just consider it wishful thinking on my part." Nguyen coughed lightly and continued, "Of course, besides being handsome, Yi Chen's strength is also not to be underestimated."
As a newcomer, he was able to save the day in crucial moments.
The scene of one man fighting against 4 others was thrilling and exciting to watch.
In the final match, he overpowered Haima, the captain of the Tianji team, and eliminated him instantly, playing a crucial role in the entire game. He deserves to be called the MVP. Alright, let's look forward to his performance in the finals. Then came the handshake. Fong Xiang reached out his hand and walked straight toward Sun Yan, saying, "Congratulations, you've finally broken the curse." Sun Yan laughed and said, "Isn't it too early to congratulate us now? How about we attend our victory celebration banquet later?" Fong Xian was slightly taken aback. Opening champagne at the halfway point isn't a good habit. Are you setting a flag for yourself? Sun Yan smiled faintly. It hasn't even started yet, how can it be considered? Fong shook his head, both amused and exasperated. Sun Yan, you've never spoken to me with such confidence before. It seems Yi Chen gave you the courage.
Fong Xiang glanced at Yi Chen behind Sun Yan and winked at him. "Yi Chen, go easy on him later." Yi Chen's smile looked slightly awkward. The two appeared to be very polite to each other, and their tone was mostly teasing, without any deliberate sarcasm. But the tension in their eyes was palpable, neither willing to yield. That's the charm of competition.
After all, there can only be one winner. Nobody wants to admit defeat. What he needs to do is win the game. Then go home and get married, it's that simple. Let me briefly introduce the opponent's lineup.
Then we'll use the 3 protect 1 tactic again later. As soon as Sun Yan finished speaking, Yi Chen suggested, "Senior, you don't actually need to protect me. Just stick to the previous strategy."
After exchanging a glance with Yi Chen, Sun Yan smiled and said, "Actually, I've always been curious. Could you tell me what level you are now?" "Level 60. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's eyes widened. 60? Hui Yunfei's mouth dropped open. I knew it. How could you solo kill Kaiba? Could you speak any louder? Su Yue nudged Hui Yunfei's arm. Yes, so the other side can hear us too. Sun Yan swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "Can you tell me how you got to level 60 in less than 2 months since you awakened?
And how did you manage to get so much experience from super martial maidens?
I seem to remember that you've been on your honeymoon."
Yi Chen nodded and said, "That's right, but I took some time to go to the battlefield."
Upon hearing this, Lao Mo cupped his hands in greeting and said, "Awesome.
From now on, you shouldn't call us senior anymore, we should call you elder brother."
Su Yue corrected, "No, it should be senior."
Yi Chen smiled non-committally. Of course, what he didn't say was,
if we're talking about actual leveling time. 1 day of self-awakening, 4 days of battlefield. Including the time I took to fight the Abyss King. All in all, it'll only take about 6 days. The total duration of the battle probably didn't exceed 6 hours. For the vast majority of the rest of the time, he was cultivating a relationship with his super powerful female warrior and providing her with daily guidance. Revealing the truth would be too much of a blow to these geniuses. After all, leaving it on is the same as keeping it on all the time. Keeping it running is the same as not running it at all.
This is why, when Anshua suggested going to the Super Beast universe and set a 7-hour speedrun requirement for him, the reason why Yi Chen was not flustered at all was because he was shocked. He also wanted to challenge his own combat limits.
Alright.
Sun Yan took a deep breath, then let me give you a brief introduction to the opposing team's lineup.
Chapter 96, Phoenix Constellation? Angel Woman?
Yi Chen, advisor, I want this, and this.
Greedy Wolf, victory is assured. Go, Pa-Jun.
Yi Chen Jun, you just called your father.
Amid cheers from the audience,
the two players stepped onto the field. Looking at the opposing team's lineup, Sun Yan was slightly stunned.
Yi Lingyun, why are you leading the team? Why isn't Fong Xiang in the starting lineup?
Yi Lingyun stood with his hands behind his back and smiled arrogantly. To deal with you, the captain doesn't need to lift a finger.
I, Yi Lingyun, am enough.
Behind Yi Lingyun, everyone from the Greedy Wolf Academy wore arrogant smiles.
One person shouted first, "Burn, my inner universe."
He plunged one hand into the super powerful girl beside him, and golden armor materialized around his body. A trident helmet adorns his head, 3 golden phoenix tail feathers flutter in the wind, and the phantom image of the phoenix constellation appears behind him.
This is the Phoenix Gold Cloth.
Sun Yan and the others widened their eyes.
Yi Hui, you actually advanced directly from bronze cloth to gold cloth? Yi Hui smiled and said, people always have to improve. This surprise was originally intended for the seahorse. But unexpectedly, the final match will be against Pa-Jun. Since the captain said we should go all out, then I will definitely give it my all. At this point, Yi Hui's gaze swept intensely over Yi Chen. I wonder if I'm qualified to be your opponent.
Beside Yi Chen, the senior student with the pompadour took a step forward slowly.
The captain's prediction was right, Yi Hui, you will indeed be starting. But
Old Mo curled his lips into a smile, raised his eyes, and stared directly at Yi Hui.
Your opponent is me. He slapped the ground with one hand, his body wrapped in a spiraling white ribbon like a hurricane. Possessed by evil spirits.
As he finished speaking, the armored figure wielding the spear appeared, completely enveloped in demonic possession.
Snort. Yi Hui sneered, Old Mo, when my Saint Cloth is an A+ bronze Saint Cloth, you can't beat me. But now, I'm an SS+ gold cloth, how can you fight me?
Old Mo's lips curled up behind his helmet.
Whether it's a Saint Cloth or armor. What truly matters is not superior martial arts, but the writer's unwavering belief.
Back then, you dared to step onto the field with an A+ bronze cloth.
Today, why can't I, with my S+ level of demonic possession, challenge your gold cloth? Don't worry, even if I can't win, I'll be even more troublesome than a demon. Yi Hui. Yi Chen nodded. Senior Lao Mo was right.
The rating of a super weapon girl largely depends on the enhancement effect of the super weapon on the warrior. For example, various mechs, and the summoner of the Giant of Light. Their armorers and mech pilots, once they are free from their mechs and summoners, may have slightly stronger physical strength than ordinary people. Even if the opponent is only an A+ bronze saint or an S+ super beast warrior, no one dares to underestimate them. The SS+ level illusionary scale god possesses power equivalent to several black holes. Even an A+ level bronze saint could potentially defeat a gold saint. Just like an A+ Kabuto, its power can vary greatly depending on the person wielding it. The rating is only the official assessment of the writer's enhancement by Super Martial Girl, and does not represent the writer's true strength. The height of fountains will not exceed their source. A charioteer's spiritual power will never exceed their conviction. Even so, Yi Chen was still worried for Senior Mo. The opponent is the Phoenix Gold Cloth. I wonder if Senior Mo can handle it. Advisor, this one is nice, I want this one. Okay. Within the space of control, Gu Bailing swayed a foxtail, replicating the Phoenix Gold Cloth. At that moment, a handsome young man from the Greed Wolf Academy shouted loudly, "Come out!"
Gataman.
The next instant, the girl beside him transformed into Gataman with sharp cat claws.
Gataman. Mega Evolution. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Enveloped in light, Gataman abruptly transformed in mid-air, becoming a pink, 6-winged angel. Angel Woman.
Looking at the giant white archangel in mid-air, Yi Chen excitedly shouted in his heart.
Advisor, this is good too. This is good too. Learn it quickly. I want this. Okay.
Within the space of control, Gu Bailing immediately swayed her fox tail, replicating the form of Angewoman.
Mangyue, standing to the side, sighed helplessly, "Advisor, just keep spoiling him." Gu Bailing cupped her face in her hands, revealing a doting smile full of wifely affection.
The drone has launched, and the countdown is over. The competition has officially begun.
Old Imo bent down and rushed towards Yi Hui.
Sun Yan and Chao Wunyang leaped high into the air, crossing over each other in a single bound.
Ace.
A gigantic ace raises his right fist and makes a dazzling entrance.
Super beasts don't feel pain. A mega evolved Digimon is also a mega beast. Then it's under my jurisdiction. With that, Ace hurled his crescent-shaped guillotine at Angewoman. Angewoman flapped her pink wings and nimbly dodged Ace's attack in mid-air. Sun Yan, you little cutie dog ZZZ. Your opponent is me.
Feng Yuan from the Greedy Wolf Academy plunged one hand into the body of the super martial girl, and a golden Lion King ring materialized at his fingertip. He raised his fists and shouted,
"Leo!" Leo appeared out of thin air and kicked Ace. Leo's flying kick.
As the king of ultra fighting, even Ace, the king of magic, wouldn't dare to take this kick head-on.
Ace had no choice but to stop attacking, duck to dodge the flying kick, and roll on the ground to avoid Angewoman's holy arrow. "Captain, I'm here to help you."
Hua Yanfei, controlling the illusionary scale god, charged towards Leo, shouting, "Fire cloud technique."
Then Leo gave him a sidekick, sending him flying backward. Yi Chen was embarrassed.
Apart from Yi Lingyun, the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf Academy, the other 6 were all fighting each other. The scene became extremely chaotic, but the only constant was that senior Hua Yanfei kept getting beaten up.
Super Beast Armed Forces.
Yi Lingyun was completely covered in purple armor. As if sensing something, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly on the only half of his face that was visible.
"Yi Chen, you are indeed very strong, worthy of being my opponent, Yi Lingyun." He conjured a ball of light with one hand and tossed it high into the sky. A massive array of bat-shaped runes appeared in mid-air.
A purple mechanical bat, hanging upside down, appeared downwards from within the formation.
Cloud Bat Beast.
Yi Lingyun leaped high into the air and merged with the Cloud Bat Beast that was twisting and deforming in mid-air.
Cloud Bat God.
Yi Chen's mouth opened slightly.
It seems they figured out the Greedy Wolf team's tactics. They're trying to use Yi Lingyun to defend against them one-on-one.
Seemingly noticing Yi Chen's surprised expression, Yi Lingyun and the Cloud Bat God was quite pleased.
"Come on, Yi Chen."
His voice came from the Cloud Bat God.
"Let me see.
It's definitely your Demon Blade Thousand Edges that's so sharp.
My Cloud Bat Shield is still superior." Yi Chen ignored Yi Lingyun. He simply kept saying to Gu Bailing, "Advisor, this is great, this is really great." Chapter 97, Yi Chen vs. Cloud Bat Shield.
His strength was revealed, shocking the entire audience. This attack was at the black hole level.
Inside the Imperial space, Mangyue looked speechless. "Brother Chen, which one do you want?" "Forget about the counselor, you're confusing me."
Yi Chen pointed at the Cloud Bat God. This one.
This is really great."
Gu Bailing cupped her rosy cheeks and said with a loving tone, "It's okay, honey.
I've replicated Phoenix and Angewoman. You can play with them whenever and however you want. However, if you want to replicate the Cloud Bat God, you'll have to have him demonstrate his skills."
Upon hearing Gu Bailing's words, Yi Chen immediately pointed at Yun Fushan and said, "Come on, hit me, you idiot."
Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyun was taken aback. Far from being angry, she looked at Yi Chen with admiration and said,
"They saw through our tactics at a glance and even found a way to counter them.
Yi Chen, you have truly exceeded our expectations." Yi Chen, ? "But."
Yi Lingyun chuckled and flicked his arm, and Yun Fushan made the same move.
"This kind of low-level mockery is ineffective against me, Yi Lingyun.
I will use all my spiritual power to defend against your attack."
"Trying to provoke me into attacking you?" "Absolutely not. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on you. This is the captain's order, and it's also my way of showing you respect. Bring it on, Yi Chen."
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was filled with shame.
Seeing that Yi Lingyun was determined, they looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy.
He could only put aside Cloud Bat God's attack skill, Moonfall Calamity, for now and get the Cloud Bat Shield first. It's important to know that in the Super Beast universe, the Cloud Bat Shield can withstand the simultaneous attacks of 2 Nebula-type powerhouses Snow Queen and Hades, making it undoubtedly the #1 defensive shield in the Super Beast universe. He plunged one hand into the spatial dimension, shouting, "Super Beast!"
Armament.
As his entire body was encased in crimson armor, a massive Qilin talisman simultaneously appeared on the ground. The mechanical Qilin Super Beast burst out of the seal, twisting and deforming in the air.
Off the field. Haima and Feng Xiang both opened their eyes wide.
Where did this illusionary Qilin god come from?
How come there's also the illusionary Qilin god? It's not Railgun, it's not the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, so why is it Phantom God? Can anyone tell me, can anyone answer me, why?
Haima and Feng Xiang's expressions instantly became tense, especially Feng Xiang, the captain of the greedy wolf team.
Then what was the point of spending the whole night planning? Wasn't it all for nothing?
On the field, Yi Chen leaped high into the air and merged with Huan Linshan. He curled his lips into a smile.
Are you ready? I'm about to launch my attack.
Yi Chen's words surprised Yi Lingyun and made him feel even more respect for him.
They even gave a heads up before making a move? Is this what it means to be a strong person?
Yi Lingyun sighed inwardly. Little did he know that Yi Chen had issued the attack warning precisely because he was afraid that Yi Chen would attack too quickly and accidentally kill him instantly.
If we kill him instantly, we won't be able to replicate the Cloud Bat Shield.
After much deliberation, he finally chose the illusionary Scale God, which has a longer wind-up.
Yi Lingyun controlled the Cloud Bat God to twist and transform in the air, and the purple mecha transformed into the Cloud Bat Shield in the air. Come on, Yi Chen. This is my strongest defensive form. Cloud Bat Shield.
His gaze was fixed warily on Huanlin God.
Yi Lingyun thought to himself, Yi Chen's deliberate reminder might be a feint, saying he was attacking him but actually targeting his teammates.
After all, there is no morality on the battlefield, only deception in war. Looking at the Cloud Bat Shield in mid-air, Yi Chen also suppressed his excitement and swallowed hard.
It's finally here. The strongest defense in the Super Beast universe.
The Cloud Bat Shield can withstand attacks from nebulae.
So, next up is the damage test. Let's use 1% of our spiritual power first.
Yi Chen thought to himself, and then made his starting stance.
Fire. Cloud. Technique.
A massive fireball gathered from the mechanical Qilin claw of the illusionary Qilin god and shot towards the Cloud Bat Shield. Warning, target energy level, stellar. Looking at the energy monitoring panel of the Cloud Bat God, Yi Lingyun's expression changed drastically.
Shift.
I never expected the power of this fiery cloud technique.
Terrifying. The starting point is a stellar level attack capable of destroying the entire sun? Let alone a level 6 SSS level, even a fully upgraded SSS level would probably not dare to take it head on. No wonder he was able to defeat 4 opponents at once.
He hurriedly used his Cloud Bat Shield to block the fiery cloud technique, and inwardly gasped. If it weren't for Yi Chen's reminder, I wouldn't have been able to activate the Cloud Bat Shield in advance.
Anyone else would probably be instantly killed.
Thinking of this, Yi Lingyun's admiration for Yi Chen resurfaced once again. It seems I was indeed being petty in judging Yi Chen by his own standards.
The person before me truly deserves the title of a gentleman. However, this is the end of it. Even if your attack is very strong. But as long as my Cloud Bat Shield can defend against you. We, the greedy wolf, have won this match. Yi Lingyun shouted loudly, but he didn't know.
Yi Chen, with his burning gaze, was merely using his Cloud Bat Shield as a tool to test its damage.
Interesting, very interesting. Is this the Cloud Bat Shield? That's incredible. That's amazing. Yi Chen was overjoyed and focused solely on unleashing the Fire Cloud technique.
The next moment, the Fire Cloud technique, with its spiritual power doubled, condensed into a huge fireball once again, shooting towards the direction of the Cloud Bat Shield.
2%. 3%.
As Yi Lingyun transformed into the Cloud Bat Shield, fear began to creep into his heart. They thought the initial attack was Yi Chen's full power, but little did they know that it was only the beginning of his unleashing his full strength. With each fiery cloud technique he unleashed, the energy increased.
What kind of tile is this?
Yi Lingyun's expression suddenly changed. Yi Chen's energy fluctuations had exceeded the energy monitoring device of the Cloud Bat God. He could only pour all his spiritual power into the Cloud Bat Shield, doing his best to maintain the defense. The spiritual power that Yi Chen was pouring in continued to increase.
4%. 5%.
The sound of Yen Liming Chao activating reached my ears.
Brother Yi Chen. Ouch. Yanli can't take it anymore. Yi Chen's current spiritual power is 1.8 black holes. 5% is equivalent to 0.09 black hole spiritual energy. She is on the verge of reaching the spiritual power overload limit of 0.1 black holes for a LV60SS plus Super Martial Girl. Of course, this is not Yan Li's limit. After these days of special training, she can now withstand up to 0.2 black hole level energy, placing her between SSS level and SSS plus level Super Warrior Girls. However, continuously releasing the Fire Cloud technique, keeping her in a state of constant surging, had already overloaded her. It's important to know that with the attack bonus from the Illusionary Scale God, and the effect of Yi Chen's SSS level talent, Heart of All Defense 10 times the effect of the Roaring Tide ultimate skill. If there were no restrictions from the spiritual energy suppression device, this attack is powerful enough to instantly destroy half of the solar system. It has the power of a black hole. Chapter 98, Unity of Form and Spirit, attacking the enemy from one point. Little Fatty's decision. Yi Lingyun's admiration. A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from Yi Chen's body. The once noisy stadium became deathly silent. The invisible spiritual pressure was like a monstrous wave, instantly engulfing the entire arena and striking everyone's hearts. At that moment, the audience's mouths were agape, and the commentators were collectively speechless. Everyone, including Sun Yan and the others on the field, as well as the members of the Greedy Wolf team, stopped moving. Even Yi Xin and Li Shuwan in the audience. Even Tianji Seahorse, and Fang Xiang, who hasn't yet taken the stage. Everyone stared at Yi Chen, the epicenter of the spiritual pressure surge, with incredulous and even terrified eyes. The terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Chen broke through the constraints of the spiritual energy suppression device, like seawater pouring into their throats, making them feel as if they were drowning. It seemed that even the heartbeat had stopped abruptly. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure, Lisa, standing beside the slender man, widened her beautiful eyes, her expression suddenly changing, and she said in a trembling voice, "Buho is a black hole level. Little Fatty, use the time reversal skill. Otherwise, the entire Earth, no. Half of the solar system will be destroyed." Upon hearing this, Niao Tiaojuan's mouth dropped open. Boom! The path taken by the Fire Cloud technique completely destroyed the surface of the sea stone. Ugh! Yi Lingyun roared, controlling the Cloud Bat shield to withstand Yi Chen's Fire Cloud technique. Whoosh! He was radiating heat, his back was soaked with sweat. Although he withstood the Fiery Cloud technique once again, he was still forcefully knocked out of the arena by Yi Chen. The finals arena had to accommodate not only various matches but also battles involving giants of light, making the entire arena extremely vast. Looking down at the deep trench that had divided the field. And there's the Cloud Bat shield that got swept out of the arena. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. An old man walked up behind the chubby boy. Looking at Yi Chen on the field, the old man didn't hold back his praise, exclaiming, "This is the unity of form and spirit, attacking the enemy from a single point." Unite form and spirit to attack the enemy from a single point? That's right. The old man nodded silently and continued to explain, Yi Chen has refined the effect of unifying form and spirit, and attacking the enemy from the same point of attack, to the extreme. Only in this way can the Fire Cloud technique, also known as the chaotic tide damage of the Super Martial Maiden, be maximized. Certainly. It was precisely because of this that the energy of the Fiery Cloud technique did not dissipate or overflow, allowing the Cloud Bat shield to withstand all the damage and preventing an incalculable disaster. The old man's words made Miao Tianjuan's eyes widen in disbelief, but he never doubted the old man's judgment. Because this old man was none other than Elder Yuanzhang, one of the elders of the council. He was also responsible for suppressing spiritual energy and providing spiritual energy shields throughout the arena. Miao Tiaojuan opened his mouth. "Sister Lisa, the black hole level you just mentioned, is it the spiritual power value in Yi Chen's body?" "No." Cold sweat dripped down Lisa's forehead. "What I meant was the energy released from his Fiery Cloud technique just now. As the Super Martial Girl of the Xuanwu, Sister Lisa has the ability to monitor the spiritual energy level of a target. Even the spiritual energy monitoring devices throughout the country were made with her technical guidance." She nodded with absolute certainty. "I don't yet know the potential peak of his spiritual power. But based on the tidal fluctuations of his spiritual energy, his current spiritual energy level is estimated to be around 1.8 black holes." Miao Tiaojuan's mouth dropped open. 1.8 black holes? That means you're about as strong as me? As the chairman of Longyan's council, Miao Tiaojuan is naturally capable of handling things on his own. The only drawback is that it doesn't have an attack button and can only be used as a support.
No, little fatty, you didn't understand what I meant.
What's terrifying isn't his spiritual power of 1.8 black holes.
Lisa whispered, it's because Yi Chen possesses the characteristic that can amplify the damage of the Mingqiao ultimate technique, which is what Elder Yuanzhang mentioned.
Unite your form and spirit to attack the enemy from one point.
If I'm not mistaken, he only mobilized about 0.1 black hole level of spiritual power in his body for that attack just now.
In other words,
he can achieve perfect harmony between body and spirit, attacking a single point and amplifying the power of the Roaring Tide technique tenfold. Lisa gripped Miao Tiaojun's arm tightly, 10 times.
Do you understand what this means? If he were level 100, and using the same SSS rank super powerful female warrior, the skill power he could unleash would be equivalent to 10 black holes. Miao Tiaojun's expression turned extremely serious. Sister Lisa, can you see Yi Chen's level now?
Lisa immediately understood what he meant. Little fatty, Yi Chen's current level is LV60. Based on the level calculation, once he reaches LV100, his spiritual power will probably break through to 3 black holes.
3 black holes? That means. That's right. Even a level 100x plus only has about 1 white hole of spiritual power. So, I think we underestimated Yi Chen. His talent might not be an ordinary SSS, but above EX+, comparable to double X+.
Upon hearing Lisa's explanation, Miao Tiaojun inexplicably recalled Yi Chen's words, all you need to know is that I'm very strong. Miao Tiaojun whispered, with that kind of strength, he might actually be able to carve out a niche for himself in a parallel universe. His gaze was intensely fixed on Yi Chen, and he made a decision in his heart. Lisa, contact the Supreme Command and convene this meeting in my capacity as the Chief Counselor.
Lisa opened her mouth, little fatty, are you serious?
Elder Yuanzhang stroked his beard and smiled, I agree with the counselor's decision. The chubby boy's gaze was also incredibly fervent, that's right, I will protect Yi Chen with my life. Miao Tiaojun's determined gaze made Lisa stop her usual teasing.
Yes, my dear commander.
At this moment, Yi Chen had already taken the dazed Yan Li back into his control space.
Yi Lingyun is out. The match continues.
Looking at the cloud bat shield, which had been knocked off the field but remained unscathed, Yi Chen licked his lips and asked Gu Bailing in the Imperial space, Instructor, have you learned it? Looking at Yan Li, whose delicate body was convulsing in the Imperial space, with more white than black in her beautiful eyes, Gu Bailing said with a face full of sweat, I understand.
Yi Chen nodded.
Yi Lingyun, who had already deactivated the cloud bat shield, did not show any annoyance.
They actually managed to defeat me by exploiting the rules. You are indeed a worthy opponent. His admiration for Yi Chen grew stronger. But
Yi Lingyun's gaze grew even more intense.
You won't be so lucky in the next round. Chapter 99, Yi Chen, there are still experts? Yi Lingyun showed no sign of discouragement. Because in Captain Greed Wolf's plan, the first game was already a handicap. Fong wanted to make his appearance. It's all for the purpose of gaining a deeper understanding of Yi Chen and uncovering his true strength. Besides the Demon Blade Thousand Blades, the Railgun, and Wargreymon, is there really such a powerful phantom god?
Yi Lingyun nodded, walked up to Fong Xiang, and whispered a few words in the latter's ear.
Soon, Fong Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief, and she gasped sharply, you mean? Is each of his fiery cloud techniques destructive at least at the stellar level? That's right.
Yi Lingyun nodded and recalled, moreover, at the critical moment, I felt a powerful spiritual force that suppressed the spiritual power of all of us.
It must have been the council members who made the move. Although Fong Xiang had already sensed the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Yi Chen, after receiving confirmation from Yi Lingyun, his anxiety finally died. Captain, you must have a way.
Seeing Yi Lingyun staring intently at him, Fong Xiang rubbed his temples in pain.
Starting with a stellar level attack? You're asking me how to fight? Should I use my head to hit him? This question is clearly beyond the scope of the curriculum. I don't know how either. Even so, Fong Xiang's brows furrowed into a knot.
He gently bit the nail of his thumb, his brain working at a rapid pace. Upon seeing this, Yi Lingyun was taken aback, and then silently retreated behind Fong Xiang.
Because he knew that Fong Xiang had entered the flow state of the zone at this moment. Even if there's only a sliver of a possibility, they will never give up until the very last moment. At this moment, Yi Chen also turned his gaze to the other people on the field.
Although they already knew that Yi Chen had easily dealt with Yi Lingyun, the vice-captain of the greedy wolf team. As a result, the morale of the Pijun team soared. However, the members of the greedy wolf team did not give up. After all, in terms of raw strength, Pijun is indeed inferior to the three-time champion Tan Lang Academy. Moreover, the lineup of the greedy wolf team is indeed quite remarkable. Use the Cloud Bat Shield to keep an eye on yourself. Let Feng Yuan control Liu and engage in close combat with Ace, who is controlled by Captain Sun Yan. In close combat, Ultraman King Liu did indeed put pressure on King Ace. He even had enough strength left to kick the illusionary scale god controlled by Hua Yanfei away again. 1 against 2. They're not at all at a disadvantage. In mid-air, Angewoman unleashed a barrage of holy arrows, covering Liu while harassing Ace and the Phantom God. This is the 2v2 tactic of the greedy wolf team. Of course, even when Liu was entangled in close combat, his captain Sun Yan's mind remained clear. From beginning to end, he was trying to distance himself from Liu. While trying to dodge Liu, she kept using various beam attacks and her guillotine blade to counter Angewoman in mid-air. Although Hua Yanfei kept getting beaten up, he was like an unkillable cockroach, getting up again and again. Captain, I'm here to help you. Liu and Ace's timers have both turned red. On the other side, Phoenix wings soaring through the sky. A terrifying aura rose from Yi Hui's body, and the Phoenix constellation appeared behind him. A fiery phoenix wave, as if it were real, roared towards Lao Mo. Despite being possessed by an evil spirit, he remained calm and simply made himself transparent. Its body blends seamlessly into its surroundings. This is the invisibility mechanism of being possessed by evil spirits. The next instant, Yi Hui's expression hardened. Not only did Phoenix wings soar into the sky fail again. Moreover, the elusive demon, whose form was concealed, had already leaped high into the air, swinging its spear like a windmill, and unleashing a spear technique that descended from the sky. Yi Hui used his armor to block the spear, and said angrily, "You bastard, do you dare to take a hit from me?" Normally speaking, with old Imo possessed by evil spirits, he would definitely be no match for the Phoenix gold cloth. However, he repeatedly used the invisibility mechanism of the evil spirit's possession to hide his figure and dodge every time Yi Hui used the Phoenix wing soaring attack. This is also why Yi Hui is so furious. Behind the helmet, old Mo's lips, as sweet as honey, uttered, "Idiot. Take this first." In the next instant, his spear launched a fierce attack on Yi Hui like a storm. Of course, Yi Hui easily blocked old Mo's attack and repelled him once again. Yi Hui said coldly, "I told you, your attack is meaningless to me. Idiot." Senior Mo tilted his head and kept quoting National Essence, clearly showing his deep-seated hatred. "My offense is just a substitute for defense. I never said I was going to beat you. As long as I can hold you back, I win. Look behind you." Yi Hui turned around in astonishment, his pupils suddenly contracting. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen had already silently appeared behind him. With a swift movement, he unleashed a purple line from his demonic blade. In the next instant, Yi Hui's figure disappeared and reappeared outside the arena. The timer light went out. Liu and Ace were both transformed into human form and teleported out of the arena together. Hua Yanfei, controlling the illusionary Qilin god, sprang to his feet with a somersault and shouted, "Fire! Cloud! Technique!" The only remaining Angewoman immediately forfeited the match. In the first match, Pijun wins. After the referee's loud announcement, Pijun Academy won the first match. Despite losing the first match, the members of Greed Wolf Academy did not have too many negative emotions. As expected of the captain of Pijun, the Sun Yan is also very strong in combat. Feng Yuan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Even on stage, he kept calling Ace cutie dog ZZ. Angewoman's writer said with a wry smile, "Well, Ace is a good guy. He can punch a super beast and make a hole in it. How can he not be strong? He may seem to be fighting you, but his real target has always been me. I didn't dare let Angewoman fly too low. I was afraid it would tear me to pieces." Yi Hui, on the other hand, threw a heavy punch into the air, shouting, "That evil spirit, no, that old Imo is just disgusting." Feng patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, Yi Hui, relax. Never let your emotions control your battle." He smiled and said to the rider of the Heavenly Maiden, "Next round, I'll take your place." Yi Lingyun asked with a look of delight, "Captain, have you thought of a solution?" Watching Yi Chen slowly walk off the stage, Feng Xiang forced a smile and said, "I wonder if I can handle it." "It's all right, Captain. Yi Lingyun extended his fist and lightly bumped fists with Fong Xiang, saying, "You take one ball, I'll take three."
Old MO, you can rest for the next game. Should I go up, Captain?
Zhao Wuji eagerly raised his hand. Sun Yan shook his head and instead focused his gaze on the last substitute from Pajun Academy.
Nexus, it's your turn to go on stage.
Yi Chen was slightly stunned.
Are there more experts? Chapter 100, Buho, this first generation doesn't have a timer.
Yi Chen, where did you get that sparkler?
Following Sun Yan's gaze, the young man who had been sitting on the bench smilingly and asked, "Captain, is it my turn to play?"
Yi Chen suddenly realized. I think I even snatched Super Beast's head from him back then. Because he was sitting in the corner and keeping a low profile, he didn't notice.
Su Ya frowned and said, "Captain, aren't we using too many giants of light like this?"
Yes, Hui Yunfei agreed, although the giant of light is strong. However, the biggest drawback is the high consumption of spiritual energy, which limits the duration to only about 3 minutes.
Once 3 minutes have passed, the timer will go out, and you will automatically revert to human form.
If the opponent drags the fight out with us, we'll be in a 2v4 situation in 3 minutes. Sun Yan shook his head. 3 minutes is enough to do a lot of things. Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. Because within the Imperial space, all of his super martial girls were seconding his opinion. Yanli smiled, pursing her lips. "Brother Yi Chen, did you hear that?
They all lasted 3 minutes too. 3 minutes is already great." Even Meng Yue pouted, "Yeah, Brother Yechen, look, even the giant of light only lasted 3 minutes. Meng Yue can last 5 or 6 minutes, that's already supermodel level?" Yi Chen's face darkened.
They said the charioteer's spiritual power was insufficient, and he could only last for 3 minutes. And we, you two little wimps, can only last 5 or 6 minutes in my hands.
Can these be the same? However, seeing Meng Yue and Yanli pouting, Yi Chen still chuckled and said, Meng Yue and Yanli are already amazing, even more amazing than them. Hoo, that's more like it."
The twins spoke in unison. Gu Bailing, rubbing her forehead and blushing, complained, "What you're saying, it would be best if it were the transformation time."
The dragon girl looked completely bewildered. "Ha? What they were talking about, wasn't it the sustain of the illusionary scale god and the roaring tiger god?" Gu Bailing remained silent.
Su Mayan and Pei Yuning both lowered their heads shyly. Sun Yan explained, "In this life or death situation, Fong Xiang has no reason not to participate. Since the opponent has 2 arcane units, my strategy is also to use 2 arcane units to counter them."
Yi Chen nodded. He had heard Sun Yan mention it before. Fong Xiang's super martial girl is also a giant of light, but she is the first generation.
Let my ace and nexus deal maximum damage in the shortest amount of time.
Then let Yi Chen and Yunfei finish them off. Hui Yunfei pointed to himself, "Huh? Me?
I can't carry this team, Captain.
Let Leg Bro do the cleanup. I can't handle this kind of burden."
Sun Yan smiled and said, "If Fong Xiang and Yi Lingyun are both keeping an eye on Yi Chen, then I think only you have the opportunity to reap the rewards. Yunfei, I hope you can stand on your own.
This is my last match." "Captain, you said the same thing the time before last."
Hui Yunfei muttered something under his breath, leaving Sun Yan speechless for a moment. But he then said, "I hope to end the match 2-0 directly, rather than dragging it into a third game. And after I graduate, I hope you can carry on the banner of Pajun Academy. In my eyes, you may not be the strongest, but you are the most resilient and the most suitable." For a moment, Hui Yunfei almost burst into tears. "Captain, you really? I'll cry myself to death."
"You mean you want me to take over your captaincy after you graduate? Don't misunderstand, Yunfei." Sun Yan shook his head. "I just wanted you to play center. As for the captain, Yi Chen is clearly more suitable."
Hui Yunfei's moved expression froze, while Yi Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. This scene feels strangely familiar. However, he still politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, senior, I'm not qualified for the position of captain.
I don't have that much time."
He already has enough jobs, so he really doesn't have that much time.
Sun Yan nodded and didn't insist. At that moment, the whistle blew, and both teams returned to the field. The second match is about to begin. Yi Lingyun stared intently at Yi Chen. Super Beast. Armed. With his and Hui Yunfei's voices in unison, the Cloud Bat God and the Illusionary Scale God made their first appearance. Gold Saint Yi Hui was also wrapped in the phoenix cloth.
Only Sun Yan, Feng Yuan, and Nexus, who came on as a substitute, were preparing to complete their transformations by timing the drone's countdown. After all, the time for transformation is limited for them, and transforming in advance is meaningless. Every second on the battlefield is crucial. Fang Xiang, who replaced Angel Woman, exchanged a glance with Sun Yan and chuckled, "I won't lose this time." That's not necessarily true. Before Sun Yan could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Because Fang Xiang had already taken out the transformation device from the super martial girl's chest, raised it high, and pressed it. Shu Vac. Sun Yan opened his mouth. This guy, he actually transformed ahead of schedule? Not only him, but even Feng Yuan from the greedy wolf team was surprised. Looking up at the giant of light before him, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Under the light, the giant of light that Fang Xiang manifested had a silver reflection on its body's skin, as if it were coated with a silver coating. The key is, his body did not have the original red markings, and Boo-ho, this first generation doesn't have a timer. Hui Yunfei shouted in shock. Everyone stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. The absence of a timer means he is not subject to the limitations of a traditional giant of light. The countdown has ended, the competition has officially begun. Ace and Nexus stood up at the same time, launching a beam attack at Fang Xiang first. However, Fang Xiang's giant of light not only did not resist, but directly took the hit with his chest. Even while enduring the beams of Nexus and Ace, he slowly walked forward. That scene shocked everyone on the spot. Seeing the shocked crowd of the Pajun team, Fang Xiang's voice reached Sun Yan and the others' ears. Sun Yan, you are indeed very clever to have arranged a double ocean lineup. But have you ever considered that everything you can think of is exactly what I expected? From beginning to end, my goal was never to join Yilingyun in targeting Yi Chen. My target is the three of you. Having said that, Fang Xiang controlled the silver-coated giant of light, raised his hand, and the gray patterns on his chest emitted a soft glow. A specium ray shot close to the face of the illusionary scale god who was charging towards him. Ugh! The phantom god was struck at face length by the specium ray and sent flying backward. Hui Yunfei even disarmed the super beast. Oh no, Lord Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen on the stage, surrounded by Yun Fuxian, Liu, and Yi Hui, Kojo Miki in the VIP seats felt her heart leap into her throat. She clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer, and her graceful body transformed into a streak of light. On stage, Yi Chen, who was originally preparing to summon the super beast god, looked down at the object that had appeared out of thin air in his hand and was slightly stunned. Wait a moment. Where did this magic light stick come from? Normally, the mechanism of the spark lens is extremely complex. Even the counselor can't replicate it. So, where did this magic light stick come from? Let's not even mention the Wild Emperor armor we found earlier. Is this something you can get for free? Yi Chen looked around. He noticed the three men were looking at him warily. No one else has come to claim it either. Then it's not mine anymore? Want a bite? Never mind. Yi Chen raised his right hand. Cheers. Chapter 101, Fang Xiang, you've used up all your spiritual energy. Yi Chen, you just mentioned light, didn't you? Liu, Yi Hui, and Yilingyun only felt a flash before their eyes. Yi Chen, who was originally surrounded by three people, has disappeared. Instead, another giant of light, radiating dazzling brilliance, stood up. This is Tiga? Liu, Yi Hui, and Yilingyun were dumbfounded. The audience below the stage gaped in astonishment. If you're not a buddy, where did this Ultraman Tiga come from? Yi Xian and Li Shuan were completely dumbfounded, and even Su Ye and Lao Mo looked at each other in bewilderment. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? Feng Yuan's temper flared up immediately. He directly controlled Liu to kick Tiga. Liu's flying kick. Yi Chen didn't hold back and directly controlled Tiga to retaliate with an ultra kick. When it comes to fighting, he's never been afraid of anyone. Upon seeing this, the audience exclaimed in amazement. Good heavens! Tiga is the Dharma King. This guy actually went head to head with Liu. Yeah, does he even know how to play? But when everyone saw Liu being kicked away by Tiga, while Tiga simply landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust, everyone obediently shut up. Tiga crossed his arms in front of him, a streak of light flashed, then he raised his arms out to the sides and then separated them. A massive surge of energy converged towards his chest. He seemed to hear a weak female voice. Night Star Lord.
Yame butterfly. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, but his hands did not stop moving. The arrow is already on the bowstring, how can it not be released? Tiga raised his right hand and fired the Zeppelian ray fiercely towards Leo. Cloud Bat Shield. At the critical moment, Yi Lingyun controlled the Cloud Bat God, transforming it into a Cloud Bat Shield to block the Zeppelian ray. Burn, my inner universe. Phoenix. Wings. Soar. Through the sky. Gold Saint Ihui leaped high into the air and threw a punch at Tiga. A phoenix transformed from a wave of flames roared towards Ultraman Tiga. This punch from a Gold Saint. It can even shatter stars. Smack. Yi Chen controlled Ultraman Tiga, his hands shining brightly. With a single slap, he shattered the phoenix flame wave of the Gold Saint, sending Ihui flying along with it. The next instant, Ihui was deeply embedded in the sea stone ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? As Yi Lingyun watched Ihui being teleported out of the arena, he sighed inwardly. Ihui, you're in such a hurry. What's the rush? I can't protect both of them at the same time. Leo stood up again and charged towards Tiga. Close quarters combat? Come. The most advanced tactics often employ the simplest fighting methods. He dodged Leo's fists, which were enveloped in red light, and kicked Leo in the side waist. As Leo cried out in pain, bending over and clutching his lower back. A knee struck Leo in the chest, and at the same time, a powerful chop to the shoulder landed on Leo. Then came another knee strike. This time it hit Leo's jaw. While Leo was feeling dizzy, a front kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him flying. At that moment, everyone was stunned and shut up. Who is the ultimate fighting king? The crowd was already starting to get confused. Yi Lingyun was quite helpless. Because he never expected that Leo, controlled by Feng Yuan, would lose to Tiga, controlled by Yi Chen, in close combat. All he could do was block Yi Chen's Zeppelian ray once again to finish him off. No. Mickey, it's going to break. Wa'ada. This time, Yi Chen finally heard the woman's voice clearly. It seems that I can hear this voice whenever I use the Zeppelian ray. Beautiful girl? Could this be the name of the super powerful girl with the magic light stick? At that moment, the timer on his chest, just like Leo's, started flashing red. It's not that he's impotent, it's clearly that the girl named Mickey is impotent. On the other side, they saw Yi Chen directly fight 3 opponents single-handedly and even suppress them. Sun Yan and Nexus were also greatly encouraged. No one expected that this match would turn into a chaotic brawl between ultra giants. Fong Xian's lips twitched. This Yi Chen. I'll eat him. Seeing that the light was ineffective, Sun Yan controlled Ace and swung the guillotine blade wildly. I hold 8 parts of the halo in my hand. Come on. Let's block one and see. Sure enough, even Fong Xiang didn't dare to take Ace's guillotine head-on. However, Fong Xiang was extremely agile, constantly dodging the attacks from Ace and Nexus. Moreover, in terms of fighting skills, he is not at a disadvantage when fighting 2 opponents at once. Watching Ace and Nexus's chest lights turn red, Fong wanted to know if he would still have a chance if their 2 timers went out. He fired another Specium Ray at Nexus. Nexus couldn't dodge in time and fell heavily to the ground. The timer on his chest went out at that moment. The advantage is in my hands. Fong roared. Seeing that the light on Tiga, controlled by Yi Chen, went out and he and Leo transformed into human forms, Yi Chen finally felt a little more at ease. Looking down at Feng Yuan and Yi Chen, who had transformed into human forms on the ground, Fong Xiang laughed and said, as expected, you've run out of spiritual power, haven't you? He unleashed the Specium Ray again, sending Ace flying. Seeing that Ace's chest light was about to go out, Fong Xiang laughed and said, I told you. I am the winner of this round. But his expression froze. Because Nexus, who had turned off the light, did not turn back into human form, but instead struggled to get up from the ground again. I absolutely cannot fall. Even though I've been sitting on the sidelines the whole time. But if you're a man, you absolutely cannot fall down in this situation. I absolutely cannot let everyone down. Nexus roared as he stood up, you think you can kill me? Seeing Nexus charging towards him, brandishing his lightsaber, Fong Xiang felt a bit dazed. But that wasn't all that baffled him. You just mentioned light? Did you? Just. On the other side, Yi Chen raised the divine light staff high once again.
Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Tiga, now fully healed and at his peak, once again raised his right fist and made a dazzling entrance. He placed his hands above his head, and a beam of energy shot out from the lamp on his forehead, transmitting it to Ace.
The next moment, Ace's timer turned blue again. Fong Xiang froze in disbelief. Yi Chen continued to use Tiga's forehead lamp to transmit another stream of energy to Nexus. Nexus suddenly turned his head and gave him a wicked smile. You are not the real Ultra Giant. How come you didn't have a timer? So, you're man-made, right?
As if unlocking some special code, Nexus was surrounded by a dazzling light, and its form began to change.
In the radiant light, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. At that moment, Fong Xiang's heart. I'll hit you. Chapter 102, Fong Xiang, I'm done playing, I'm leaving. Kojo Miki, Master Sungama, please take me in. The brilliance has faded. Nexus is nowhere to be found. At this moment, the first ray of light in the universe appeared. It's a monster in terms of both stats and mechanics, boasting 1,000 skills. Noah, one of the 4 mysterious heroes. Noah carefully examined the plan before him. He pondered, the other side isn't man-made either. But Fong thought otherwise. He looked at the 3 giants of light who had surrounded him. One has an 8-point halo on his head, and laser beams come out when he reaches out. He has the eyes of a Vajra Buddha or Bodhisattva. My name is Ace, remember that. One is Ultraman Tiga, who can transform whether there is light or not. If you don't kill one enemy instantly, you're already at a disadvantage. So you're going straight for the second form, huh? Me too. The height of a fountain will not exceed its source, and the spiritual power of a super beast warrior will not exceed his conviction. Illusion. Qilin. God. Seeing that Hui Yunfei hadn't been instantly killed, he stood up again. At this moment, it was as if a revolving lantern was flashing before Fong Xiang's eyes, recalling every moment of his life. From birth until now, he has never been so vulnerable. Okay. Fong Xiang said good 3 times in a row and immediately deactivated his ultra form. Isn't it just the College League Championship? Here you go. Is it really necessary? Look at all of you, how sinister you've all become. Ha, that's ridiculous. I turned off all the lights. From now on, let's not call them the Breaking Army team, let's call them the Underworld team. I'm done playing, I'm leaving. Completely broken down, Fong Xiang left the arena cursing. Yi Lingyun was left completely bewildered. He had never seen his captain so vulnerable. Although I don't understand, I respect it. After Fong Xiang announced his surrender. Whether they were in the audience or watching from outside, everyone stood up and cheered loudly for the champion. Ha! It's over? Hui Yunfei was slightly stunned, clearly not having reacted yet. He simply followed Sun Yan and Yi Chen with a blank expression, reverting to his human form. Then, staring blankly at Principal Go, Suwaye, Senior Mo, Yi Xian, and Li Shuwan, they excitedly rushed to the front of the stage and hugged him tightly. Captain, pinch me. Did we win? Hui Yunfei said in a daze. That's right. Sun Yan's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. We are the champions. Seeing everyone excitedly hugging each other and shouting, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. That's the charm of competition. The commentators also broadcast the result of the match to the entire internet. Let's congratulate the Yin Pajun team for winning the National College League Championship with a score of 2-0. But to be honest, this is the most heartbreaking episode I've ever seen featuring a formation. The commentator speaking was clearly a fan of Sun Yan, and he couldn't help but smile. Anyone would be vulnerable in this situation. There's absolutely no strategy involved, it's just a contest of who's the most cunning. While congratulating Team Su and Team Pajun, let's feel sorry for Team Fong for a second. Yi Chen did not participate in the post-match interviews or anything like that. One reason is that his identity is quite sensitive. On the other hand, a girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the Imperial space. This girl is D+, Ultraman Tiga. Name, Kojo Miki. Aura Blade, SSS. Attack Growth, SSS. Defense Growth, SSS. A brand new debut. Description, a divine artifact. It can summon giants of light in various forms. Currently unlocked, Ultraman Tiga. Resonance Effect, Ultraman Tiga. Naruto's ultimate technique, Zeppelian Ray. X. Hidden conditions met spend billions in game currency to unlock Shining Tiga and other forms.
Yi Chen was slightly stunned.
Judging from the name, she's a Japanese girl? Meanwhile, in the Imperial space, Kojo Miki looked at the unconscious Kojo Miki, whose delicate body was still twitching.
Yi Chen rubbed his temples listlessly.
After carefully examining Kojo Miki, Gu Bailing said, "This is the exchange student I told you about before.
I didn't expect that she and you would be so destined for each other.
It just so happens that I can't replicate the Giant of Light so easily, so why don't you reluctantly take her in?" Seeing Gu Bailing's mischievous look, Yi Chen didn't rush to agree.
Although he didn't know why Kojo Miki suddenly turned into a sparkler and appeared in his hand.
But we should at least wait until she wakes up and ask for her opinion. The dragon girl looked embarrassed.
At this moment, she recognized the girl as the one who had been following Yi Chen for a long time.
Even though she's a Japanese girl. But if Yi Chen likes it, she doesn't mind. After all, tomorrow is her wedding day with Yi Chen.
Thinking of this, a blush of happiness appeared on her pretty face.
There are just some things that need to be avoided by Kojo Miki. Moreover, the dragon girl sister does admire Kojo Miki's perseverance. Where am I?
When Kojo Miki woke up, she found herself sleeping in a large bed.
You're awake? Yi Chen put the black egg back into his control space and looked back at Kojo Miki on the bed. The moment she saw Yi Chen, Kojo Miki immediately covered half of her face with the blanket in embarrassment. The remaining part, however, was visibly red. Master Sungama. Hooray!
Where we are doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that the beautiful girl is able to see Master Sungama's handsome face so closely.
Master, you're so cute, my beautiful sister is so lucky.
Yi Chen awkwardly scratched his cheek with his fingertips, not expecting this girl to be another one with a lot of inner monologues.
By the way, Master Sungama will definitely ask later why Miki ended up in his hands. What if I said that Miki actually has feelings for him and has been stalking him for a long time? Would she be considered a pervert? After thinking for a moment, Kojo Miki blinked her big, watery eyes at Yoruchi, looking pitiful, and said, "Master, I am a poor, homeless god-waiting girl, can you take me in?" Yi Chen's lips twitched. If his advisor hadn't already told him about Kojo Miki's identity, he probably would have been deceived by her as well. It's alright, Kojo Miki-senpai.
You continue acting, and I will continue listening.
Chapter 103, Kojo Miki uses a direct attack. Master. Kojo Miki once again adopted a pitiful demeanor, speaking in slightly broken dragon Chinese in a soft, delicate voice. I'll do anything if you'll take me in.
That puppy-like look in his eyes made Yi Chen's breath catch in his throat.
Senior, you're so direct right from the start. Who can handle that? Master, please. If you still have doubts, you can put a collar on them. Even if I were locked in a cage by my master and fed porridge by him every day, I would be willing.
Kojo Miki cupped her face in her hands, a sickly blush rising to her cheeks, clearly lost in thought.
Stop.
Yi Chen rubbed his temples and immediately stopped the senior from talking about her personal life. But then two thuds came from the doorway, and Yi Chen, his face darkening, saw that Yan Li and Meng Yu had fallen to the ground.
These two are clearly crouching against the wall. I disagree. You wicked woman, how could you accept both food and bribes?
Meng Yu blushed, got up, and put her hands on her hips.
That is.
Seeing Meng Yu and Yan Li's possessive expressions, Kojo Miki suddenly pulled out a folding fan from somewhere, covered her mouth, and chuckled. Oh, you two actually saw through me, then I won't pretend anymore.
It seems we have no choice but to take action. Yi Chen's face darkened. Nobody saw through you. No, is it trendy to reply randomly after reading a message now? What, you still want to fight? Meng Yu rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists. I advise you to behave yourself. My sisters and my super powerful spirit girls are both divine beasts, and they're incredibly fierce. Wah-ah.
Yan Li hid behind her sister, peeking out half of her head, and said in a cute but fierce way. Then, Kojo Miki took out a folding fan, raised her small hand, and countless banknotes fell out of thin air like snowflakes, flooding the entire room with US dollars. Meng Yu's eyes widened, revealing a shocked expression. She actually said she could do it.
So this is who made the move. That's way too extravagant. Yan Li's gaze cleared instantly. So many US knives? Kojo Miki covered her mouth with her folding fan and chuckled. Just tell me whether I made a move or not.
Consider this money as a gift, room and board will be charged separately.
I hope I won't make things too difficult for you. It's not difficult at all, not difficult at all. Mangyue shook her head like a rattledrum. She even pushed Yi-Chen towards Kojo Miki, saying, Brother Yi-Chen, I'm sorry, you'll have to suffer again this time. Okay, don't worry, I'll always remember the sacrifices you've made for this family. Yi-Chen's face darkened. Mangyue is actually using my CPU? Yenli wagged her tail at Kojo Miki. Sister, you've come to the right place. Brother Yi-Chen is in good health. Sister, when are you going to have your postpartum confinement period? Do you have any plans yet? It would be best to schedule our time differently from that of the Dragon Girl, otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it. By the way, do you still keep pets? For a time, the two sisters showered Kojo Miki with concern and care. Master, let's change rooms and talk. Kojo Miki gave Yoruchi a wink once more. As soon as Yi-Chen and she left the room and closed the door, the two money-devouring beasts inside finally revealed their true nature. Alas! I'm going to get rich. Seeing Kojo Miki's smug look, Yi-Chen cleared his throat. Senior, would you be willing to make a life or death pact with me? I don't like beating around the bush. I do. Yi-Chen opened his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, Kojo Miki's eyes sparkled, and she immediately agreed. Then she solemnly said, I, Kojo Miki, swear to the heavens that I will protect the Master Yora with my life. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth punish me. She spoke very quickly, having rehearsed this countless times beforehand, for fear that Yi-Chen might change his mind. Okay, Master. I was worried you might change your mind. After all, you are Mickey's first master, and the man I've chosen. After you used it, Mickey's Tiga suit has completely transformed into the Master's appearance. If you start something and then abandon it, Mickey will be very troubled. After all, you have left a deep mark on Mickey's body and soul. I'm afraid Mickey will never forget your incredibly powerful spiritual energy for the rest of her life. Now that the life or death pact is set, you can't shake me off now, no matter how hard you try. Seeing that senior sister Meiji had her hands behind her back, slightly turned her body, leaned forward and smiled playfully at her. Yi-Chen's breath hitched again. Although Kojo Miki's identity is somewhat sensitive, it's nothing that a life or death contract can't resolve. Just as Yi-Chen was pondering, Kojo Miki suddenly raised her neck and kissed the corner of his mouth. Yi-Chen was caught off guard. Kojo Miki's kissing skills are extremely amateurish. She doesn't even know how to stick out her tongue. It required absolutely no skill, only courage. Senior, are you always this brave? The kiss was fleeting. Kojo Miki lowered her head shyly, fiddling with her hair with her small hands while secretly glancing at him with her beautiful, watery eyes. Don't look at me like this. Miki is usually quite aloof. Miki only has feelings for her master. It was just one person who took the initiative. This time, Yi-Chen took the initiative to reach out and embrace Kojo Miki's slender waist, then bent down and pressed his lips against her already flushed face. If the distance between me and her is 100 steps, Senior Miki has already taken 99 steps. If you don't take the initiative in this final step, that would be impolite. Kojo Miki looked somewhat flustered, and when Yi-Chen bent down, she subconsciously shrank her neck. But soon, she closed her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her soft lips parted slightly, and her warm tongue awkwardly responded to Yi-Chen's rhythm. Her entire body trembled with tension, and she even subconsciously took a few steps back because her legs were slightly weak. It wasn't until she reached the corner of the wall that she felt she had something to lean on. Having no experience in dating, she was at a loss with her small hands, not even knowing what to do with them, and didn't even know that she should hug Yi-Chen's neck. A long time. Lips parting. A private Marseille. Kojo Miki bowed deeply to Yoru, her eyes misty as she said, "This is my first time. I'm so sorry that you couldn't have your fill. But I will try my best to learn." She bit her lower lip lightly, anxiously looking up at Yi-Chen's reaction. If you could teach me. Chapter 104, Target. Super Beast Universe. Sense. Hearing the address Senpai Meiji, Yi-Chen's heart skipped a beat. Broken. I really enjoy playing roles and such. However, he quickly realized what was happening. If she didn't have some skill level, this senior would definitely treat people like dogs. Alright, senior, let me arrange your room for you first. Oh, and remember to contact your family so they don't worry. As he spoke, he took his senior's hand and walked towards the empty room in the villa. Kojo Miki lowered her pretty face and pursed her red lips. Looking at Yi-Chen's hand holding hers, her heart pounded,
and a blush of happiness appeared again on her fair and delicate face.
Xiao AI, classmate. I am here.
Upon hearing the call, the smart assistant came over.
Clean the room.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. Happy wedding.
The following day, at the wedding of Sister Longnu, Miao Tiaojun, Sister Lisa, and Principal Go all attended.
Miao Tiaojun pulled Yi Chen aside and lowered his voice, saying, Yi Chen, besides congratulating you on your marriage, I also have some good news for you today.
I've completed all the arrangements, and we can head to the first parallel universe tomorrow.
Yi Chen was taken aback. It went so smoothly.
Miao Tiaojun chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. At the time, apart from Elder Yuanzheng and me, most people disagreed. After all, to them, what you did was too risky. However, all their opinions were ultimately rejected by His Majesty the Dragon Emperor.
It just means I'm delaying your honeymoon, but that's okay, right? Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. It's alright. Tomorrow is the day when the 7 parallel universes overlap.
If you miss tomorrow, you'll have to wait another 100,000 years. As he spoke, he tenderly took the dragon girl's small hand and said with a happy expression, The dragon girl is my wise and capable wife.
She has always supported any decision I make. Yeah, I really envy you.
Miao Tiaojun nodded, but before he could even look up, Lisa pinched the soft flesh around his waist. He quickly explained, Lisa, you're also someone's good wife.
Marrying a good wife saves you from many detours.
Seeing that Miao Tiaojun hadn't reacted yet, Lisa, with a stiff expression, nudged him with her elbow again. Lisa, really, showing off your love in front of other newlyweds. When the chubby boy saw the bride next to Yi Chen wearing a phoenix coronet and wedding gown, he muttered something. This bride is so beautiful, but why does she look so much like a dragon, a dragon? The chubby boy's eyes were wide open, and his mouth expanded at a visible speed, until it looked like it could fit a whole roasted suckling pig.
What, Chief Counselor, do you also know Sister Dragon Girl?
Seeing the chubby boy's exaggerated expression, Yi Chen asked curiously.
Yes, we've met a few times, haven't we, Slim June?
The dragon girl's voice and tone carried her usual cool and aloof quality.
She usually exudes this aloof and unapproachable aura when she's not very familiar with people.
But they don't act like that in front of their own people.
Especially in front of me, she's as soft as tofu. Yi Chen was already used to this. Moreover, there are figures like the counselor and Kujo Miki. Yi Chen doesn't like to deliberately inquire about the other person's family background.
After all, he liked the counselor and the senior female students, not how much money their families had or how powerful they were.
Sister Longnu must also come from a wealthy and influential family, so it's not surprising that she's seen Miao Tiaojun.
Yi Chen, however, was unaware of this.
Miao Tiaojun's back was almost completely soaked with sweat. No wonder he felt that the Dragon Emperor was clearly biased towards Yi Chen. Who would have thought she was protecting her husband?
Thinking of this, Miao Tiaojun chuckled awkwardly. That's right, I've only met him a few times, but he looks somewhat familiar.
Yi Chen, you're so lucky. Ha 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 ha. Alright, I've given you the red envelope, so I won't bother you any longer. Yi Chen asked in confusion, aren't you going to stay for a drink at the wedding?
No, I have some things to take care of at home.
My mom is giving birth to her second child today.
After saying that, Miao Tiaojun grabbed Lisa and immediately ran away.
After the simple ceremony, Yi Chen went to the dragon girl's room. Lift the red veil. Looking at the dragon girl in her red dress, Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim, Dragon girl, you're so beautiful.
It is truly a blessing from my ancestors that I can marry you. At this moment, the dragon girl was clearly a little nervous. The wishes I had prepared in my mind were completely forgotten. Especially when Yi Chen was looking directly at her, she felt her heart beating too fast and her face burning red. Taking her hand in his, Yi Chen noticed that her small hand was covered in warm, fragrant sweat.
Yi Chen couldn't help but smile and handed her the nuptial wine. Sister Dragon Girl, are you nervous? Master, this is my first marriage, so...
Upon hearing this, the dragon girl pursed her red lips slightly and nodded shyly.
Yi Chen suddenly realized. This is his third marriage. This is the first time for the dragon girl. After the nuptial wine, he first kissed the dragon girl's pink lips, then leaned close to her ear, gently nibbling her earlobe, and said, Enchua said that I'll be staying here tonight, I don't need to go to her place, so, let's begin. Under Yi Chen's teasing, the usually pure and holy dragon girl was already bewildered and her body went limp.
Her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled, almost like silk threads. Her snow-white skin, as smooth as cream, was also tinged with a blush.
The next day,
feeling refreshed and invigorated, Yi Chen led all the super martial girls on their journey to the super beast universe. Now Chaojuan struck a funny pose, then shouted, "Time travel is justified, running away is not a crime."
Xuanwu, start.
Lisa's body blurred and transformed into a giant spaceship resembling a green tortoise shell, which Yi Chen glanced at a few more times.
After boarding the spaceship,
Lisa, through the AI panel, said, "The coordinates of the first parallel universe have been found.
Opening a spacetime rift. Everyone, please return to your seats. Fasten your seatbelts. The spaceship will undergo hyperspace teleportation in 30 seconds.
As the Xuanwu traveled through time and space, Yi Chen felt the spaceship tremble violently.
In the first parallel universe, a boy suddenly opened his eyes.
He caught the blackboard eraser that the teacher threw at him with his bare hands.
Chapter 105, Yi Chen, what has been done need not be done again.
What has been done need not be done again. The boy opened his eyes, looked at the slightly angry lecturer on the podium, and said calmly, "Teacher, you don't have to shout my name so loudly."
The red-haired boy is none other than
exactly breaking through another dimension in 7 days. Being betrayed isn't a matter of hesitating for 3 seconds, it's that the fire cloud technique requires a 3-second precast animation. He kept asking why while simultaneously unleashing the fiery cloud technique in one hand. Compared to him, the talents of any genius are insignificant, a genius among geniuses Huolinfei.
At the same time, Universe 1, outer space, where hundreds of space fleets have assembled.
On the fleet, countless men in black robes sat disciplinedly in the cabins. They are none other than the Lion King's army, one of Hades' 4 guardians. The purpose of coming here is to retrieve the Xianming key from Xian Yizi, which can unlock the seal of the Underworld King. After a violent jolt, the Xuanwu, where Yi Chen was, finally broke out of the spacetime turbulence. Lisa's voice also rang out through the screen.
You guys, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?"
Looking at the enormous planet with star rings beside him, Yi Chen, who vaguely guessed the answer, rubbed his temples.
Niao Chaojuan stroked his chin and said, "Let's hear the good news first. The good news is that we have successfully arrived in Universe 1. And the bad news? There was a slight deviation in the teleportation location. Do you see that beautiful ring? We are currently located on Saturn in the first universe.
Even traveling at sublight speed, it is estimated that it will take about an hour to reach Earth."
Yi Chen silently fastened the seatbelt he had just unbuckled again.
"Okay, try to be as fast as possible, Sister Lisa.
I'm really in a hurry." He hadn't forgotten his promise to Aunt Shui, a 7-hour express service. "Let's start with an hour." "Okay, sublight speed flight is about to begin. Please fasten your seatbelts." An hour later, Yi Chen could finally see the familiar azure blue planet.
Earth in the first universe is unique. Everyone there is in a state of unease.
Even their technological level is slightly inferior to that of Earth in the Supreme Universe. As Lisa was explaining, a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky from Blue Star. The Hades fleet also sensed this energy.
"Notify the Lion King that the key to the netherworld has been discovered."
At the same time, Yi Chen also narrowed his eyes. This pillar of light is the energy pillar of the mysterious key. It seems the timing is exactly right at the point when Huolinfei accidentally opened the Xianming key.
He narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Lisa, search for energy points in the vicinity.
Learn."
Looking at the dense array of red dots on the radar, Miao Chaojuan rubbed his eyes hard.
How can there be so many space fleets? Earth in the first universe shouldn't have this kind of technology yet.
Yi Chen plunged one hand into the space of control and drew the demon blade 1,000 blades. The blade tip slashed out across. It tore through space. A void gate suddenly appeared.
"You all hide well and wait for me here."
Having said that, he stepped into the void gate. When he reappeared, he was already in the troposphere of Earth, falling towards the ground. Yi Chen used his spiritual energy shield to protect himself, searching for the location of the Xianming key while activating instant step to adjust his position in mid-air.
A sharp sonic boom rang out again.
The spiritual energy shield rubbed against the air, igniting flames.
Azura armor. Combined. In the next instant, black and gold armor rapidly enveloped his body. Not long after,
in their struggle for the key to the netherworld, the Lion King and Xian Yizi are locked in a fierce battle.
Boom!
A figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. His left arm armor blocked Xian Yizi's cane, while his right hand firmly gripped the Lion King's fist. For a moment, Xian Yizi was slightly stunned. The Lion King felt that even though he had tried his best, his fist was still firmly held by the person in front of him, and he couldn't even pull his fist back. Looking at the figure shrouded in black and gold armor before him, the Lion King angrily asked, "Who are you, and why are you getting in my way?" Yi Chen slightly turned his head, and the spiritual pressure within his body burst forth without any concealment. The fleshy eye on the top of the Azura armor's head turned toward the Lion King. Sensing the spiritual pressure emanating from Yi Chen, the Lion King's gaze instantly cleared a little. He gasped, inwardly marveling, "What powerful alien energy!" Yi Chen released his grip and glanced at Huo Linfei and the chubby boy who were staring in disbelief. In the next instant, he appeared beside Huo Linfei. It was precisely by utilizing the teleportation ability of the Shura armor that they made use of it. Under the astonished gazes of Xian Yizi and Feng Yu, Yi Chen tossed the Xian Ming Qi from Huo Linfei's hand to the Lion King. The Lion King looked astonished, and his eyes became crystal clear. "Why should you help us?" Yi Chen's tone was slightly cold. "I'm only giving you 15 minutes. Take your men and get out of here immediately." 15 minutes later. "I will treat all remaining Hades army as an aggressor and indiscriminately purge them." "I understand." The Lion King nodded. "Retreat." Seeing that Yi Chen was standing beside Huo Linfei and seemed to be holding him hostage, Xian Yizi hesitated and dared not try to seize the Xian Ming Qi. Instead, he questioned Yi Chen, "Who are you? Why are you helping the king of the underworld? Don't you know that once the key to the underworld is returned and the king of the underworld is released from his seal, the balance will be broken? How many lives will be lost?" Faced with Xian Yizi's questioning, Yi Chen simply replied, "I am the one who maintains balance. The one who broke the cycle of reincarnation. I am also the owner of the Azura armor. You can call me Li Feiyu." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, especially the words balance and breaking the cycle of reincarnation, Xian Yizi fell silent. "Give the power lock back to them." Yi Chen spoke to the Lion King, pointing at Huo Linfei. Lion King then realized what was happening and tossed the power lock to Huo Linfei. Yi Chen's action left Xian Yizi stunned. "This superpowered lock was originally yours." The Lion King spoke to Huo Linfei with a complicated expression. After saying that, he gave him and Yi Chen a deep look, pressed the button, and disappeared from the spot. Looking at the time, Yi Chen waited patiently. He knew, of course, that Xian Yizi would not be swayed by his few words and would definitely try to stop the Lion King and retrieve the Xian Ming Qi. In the end, during the battle with the Golden Lion and the Silver Lion, he even used the Yuan Kongni technique to seal himself and Hades' fleet within the Yuan space. Therefore, he continued to hold Huo Linfei hostage, waiting for the Lion King to leave. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen finally drew his Demon Blade Thousand Blades. In the form of the Azura armor, the Demon Blade Thousand Blades automatically transforms into the Azura Purgatory Blade. The blade slashed out across, and the gate to the void opened. Before stepping into the void, Yi Chen looked back one last time. What has already happened need not be repeated. What has been done need not be done again. I will break the cycle of reincarnation. I'll be waiting for you in Universe 2. Chapter 106, 7 hours to break through another dimension. The second hour. Yi Chen came to the Super Beast universe for 2 reasons. First, the hidden conditions for unlocking Yan Li and Meng Yu's advancement to SSS+. Second, find the remaining Super Beast components. There are 7 components in total for Super Beast God. Currently, Yi Chen possesses the Roaring Tiger God and the Illusionary Qilin God, as well as a mentor who can transform into any component at any time. He gave the key of the Netherworld to the Lion King in order to advance the plot as quickly as possible. According to Aunt Shue's reminder, there are components of his in the second parallel universe. Upon hearing the Lion King's order to retreat, the Golden and Silver Lions under his command looked puzzled. "Lion King, why are we retreating? We are fully deployed and ready to attack at any time. The resistance of any military force on Earth will not last more than 3.5 hours. Yes, Lion King, they don't even know how to use Super Beast weapons." The thought of that black and gold armor gave the Lion King a bad feeling. His voice grew colder. "Are you no longer obeying my orders?" "But..." Jinshur was about to say something when he was interrupted by the alert from the anomaly energy monitoring device. "Warning! Powerful alien energy detected. A terrifying spiritual pressure instantly swept across the entire space. The next moment, all the Pluto soldiers on the lunar base opened their eyes wide. They stared in disbelief at the three enormous rune arrays that appeared not far away. Mechanical Qilin, mechanical white tiger, and mechanical bats shot out from the rune array. The three super monsters twisted and transformed in mid-air. Huolinfei's phantom Qilin beast? The roaring tiger beast of the White Tiger Legion? Wait, why are there also cloud bats from our Hades army? At that moment, all the Hades soldiers who possessed 100,000 years of memories and had participated in the battle against the White Tiger Legion were completely dumbfounded. Especially when they saw these three originally unrelated machines combine into a gigantic, 3-in-1 super beast god. In an instant, the members of Hades' army felt their cerebellum shrink, as if the wrinkles of their brains had been smoothed out. They all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The golden lion and the silver lion almost popped their eyes out. Where did this tiger roaring god come from? Wasn't the god of war Feng Yao sealed in the Xianming black hole? And the cloud bat beast, could it be that one of Yi Lingyun's subordinates has betrayed him? Wait a minute, they actually merged into one and became the super beast god? The expressions on everyone's faces, especially the Lion King's, were the most interesting. You should know that he knows Huolinfei, who has a close personal relationship with him, the god of war Baiyu, and his colleague Yi Lingyun very well. Recalling what had happened before, Li Feiyu not only stopped her fight with Xian Yizi, but also handed over the Xianming key to her. The Lion King couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Li Feiyu's background is really quite complicated. Is he a balancer different from Xian Yizi? Meanwhile, with his back to the azure earth, the super beast god stood quietly with his hands hanging naturally at his sides. The sheer power of that stance alone caused the members of Hades' army to gasp in astonishment. You should know that the war god Feng Yao, who has lived for 100,000 years, is enough to make them tremble with fear, and Yi Lingyun is an undeniable force in the Cloud Bat Legion. Feng Yao's roaring tiger god and Yi Lingyun's cloud bat god are merely some of the individual pieces from this super beast god. Yi Chen's chilling warning echoed through the Pluto fleet's lunar base via radio. 4 minutes left. These 5 short words caused the Lion King's expression to change drastically. 4 minutes left, what does that mean? Golden Lion felt his throat getting a little dry. Lion King said in a deep voice, 4 minutes is the last time Li Feiyu gives us to evacuate. Otherwise, he will regard us as invaders and wipe us all out. The Golden Lion and the Silver Lion exchanged a glance and then fell silent. Ultimately, the Golden Lion and Silver Lion are nothing more than experience monsters in the Fire Kirin's beginner tutorial. If they really fight the Super Beast God, or even a 3-in-1 battle. The Lion King raised an eyebrow. So, even so, do you still have the courage to confront him head-on? Golden Lion pointed at himself, Are you kidding me? We're fighting the Super Beast God? He was so nervous that he started to stutter. So what were you saying just now, 3.5 hours? The Lion King smiled. Did we just say that? Golden Lion selectively forgot. Silver Lion explained, looking embarrassed, You misunderstood. We meant that if everyone were to evacuate the 5th parallel universe, it would take at least 3.5 minutes. Then why aren't you leaving? Yes, sir. When the Lion King's fleet used time travel, it all disappeared. Yi Chen nodded. If the Golden Lion and the Silver Lion insist on not leaving, he won't hold back anymore, he'll definitely turn them into experience. Controlling the Super Beast God, he returned to Ishuanwu. So fast? Now Qiaojuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Chen nodded noncommittally, next stop, the 2nd parallel universe. Hopefully, there won't be any more problems this time. Seeing that all the strange energy displayed on the Xuanwu spaceship had disappeared, the old tortoise frowned and said, We're too late. Hades' army has already withdrawn. Master, what do we do now? Should we go straight to the 5th parallel universe and retrieve the Xianming key? The chubby boy asked. Xian Yizi remained silent for a long time before shaking his head. The words Li Feiyu had said kept replaying in my mind. What has already happened need not be repeated. What has been done need not be done again. I will break the cycle of reincarnation. I'll be waiting for you in Universe 2. Break the cycle of reincarnation? Xian Yizi, his back hunched, carrying a tortoise shell on his back and leaning on a cane, murmured, Let's go to the 2nd parallel universe. I want to see what Li Feiyu is planning to do. The spaceship is about to reach Earth in the 2nd parallel universe. Its map and structure are very similar to the Supreme Blue Star. The White Dragon Clan and the Azure Dragon Clan once lived here,
but a civil war broke out 100,000 years ago, which led to the extinction of the White Dragon clan. So only the Azure Dragon clan rules this place. Before Lisa could finish her introduction, Yi Chen once again used the Demon Blade Thousand Blades to cleave through space, shouting, "Wait for me here. Step into the void." When he reappeared, Yi Chen was already falling from the atmosphere toward the ground. Evil spirit, possess me. The sacred land of the Azure Dragon clan. Two Azure Dragon clan warriors are locked in combat. The winner among them will obtain the Dragon clan's power lock. Bang! The young Zhanlong kicked Long Jian away, then bowed to the middle-aged man on the throne and said, "Master, I won." The middle-aged man, dressed in blue armor, was named Jianlong. He was the leader of the Azure Dragon clan and the master of Long Jian and his senior brother Zhanlong. He shook his head. "No. Wait a little longer." "Oh?" Zhanlong glanced back slightly, and Long Jian behind him sprang to his feet again with a somersault. Chapter 107, The Heroine's Amazing Waist. Report. A powerful unidentified flying object has appeared in the woods outside the city. Stop. Stegosaurus stopped the fight between Long Jian and Zhanlong. Long Jian, take some men and go check it out. Long Jian obeys. Wait a moment. With that, Jianlong handed the power lock to Long Jian. Long Jian was slightly taken aback. This is the power lock that represents the highest honor of our dragon race. Take this for now, it'll be safe for you. Long Jian knelt on one knee before the standing sword dragon. Yes. Master. As Zhanlong stared longingly at the power lock on Long Jian's belt, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Not master. So many people saw me kick Long Jian down. It's one thing for you to openly favor your junior brother. Now, we're just handing the superpower lock over to him for safekeeping? You're not even going to put on an act, are you? Follow me. Once everyone had activated their speedometers, they headed out of the city. They used the evil spirits to hide nearby. Yi Chen, arms crossed and leaning against a pillar, nodded secretly. It seems that the Xuanwu spaceship, where Huo Linfei and Xian Yizhi were located, landed ahead of schedule. Xian Yizhi, as expected, followed us. However, he immediately narrowed his eyes. The city of Qinglong is currently undefended, making it an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. That person will definitely not miss this wonderful opportunity. I sense a powerful alien energy entering a second parallel universe. In the woods outside the city, the Xuanwu spaceship issued a warning of unusual energy. Is it Li Feiyu? Or Hades' army? The chubby boy asked in shock. Xian Yizhi shook his head. Because Li Feiyu's unique energy is extremely special. It has the restrained and intimidating aura of a king, but unintentionally, it will reveal the domineering aura of a powerful figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to single-handedly intimidate and force the entire Lion King's army to retreat. Of course, Xian Yizhi was unaware of this. The strange energy he sensed was nothing more than the five elements bloodline and the supreme qi within Yi Chen's body. However, to Xian Yizhi's surprise, the Xuanwu spaceship was unable to detect Li Feiyu's unusual energy. Could it be that he stood us up? Did they not come to the second universe? Xian Yizhi shook his head. A strong person like Li Feiyu would never break his promise. He must have appeared quietly in some way. Since you're here, why hide? In the Azure Dragon Hall, the sword dragon spoke calmly. For Hades soldiers rushed up from behind the pillar and surrounded the sword dragon. Stegosaurus used a series of kicks to knock them back. Who are you? He. A series of clear, cold female voices echoed in the hall, followed by an even greater surge of Hades' army. Protect the master. The Azure Dragon army charged out and engaged in a fierce battle with the Underworld army. Bite. A sickening sound rang out as a Azure Dragon warrior's chest was pierced by a claw. A slender figure with a black mask on her head and covered in black plastic armor, with a long waist and long legs, instantly repelled several Azure Dragon soldiers. The Stegosaurus charged out and engaged in fierce combat with them. The girl's name is Long Ying, the last remaining descendant of the White Dragon clan. 10,000 years ago, their people were almost completely wiped out by the Azure Dragon clan. She came here to seek revenge on the Azure Dragon clan. Seeing her swaying, fair waist, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. What a great waist for a female knight. Shaw, impressive skill. As expected of Long Ying, who almost wiped out the main character's team in the early stages but was forcibly killed by the plot.
They didn't miss the perfect opportunity when Qinglong City was empty, nor did they make themselves wait any longer. Seeing that Long Ying was about to be defeated by the sword dragon, Yi Chen stopped hiding and directly released the demonic possession.
Azura armor, combine.
He channeled spiritual energy into the soles of his feet, crushing the ground, and with a swift flying kick, sent the sword dragon flying. For a moment, looking at the imposing Azura armor covering Yi Chen and feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure within him, Jianlong clutched his chest, while Long Ying looked wary.
They both asked in unison, "Who are you?" Yi Chen replied calmly. "What has already happened need not be repeated. What has been done need not be done again. I am the one who has broken the balance of reincarnation. The owner of the Azura armor. Li Feiyu." Upon hearing this, both Jianlong and Long Ying opened their mouths in surprise. Li Feiyu?
In the forest, Xian Yizi, surrounded by Long Jian and the others, suddenly contracted his pupils upon sensing the domineering and familiar strange energy.
Not good. It's Li Feiyu.
Xian Yizi's words made Long Jian stop attacking Huo Linfei. He turned to look in the direction of Azure Dragon's city, his expression suddenly changing, such powerful alien energy.
And, who is Li Feiyu?
Huo Linfei, who had been getting beaten up the whole time, sprang to his feet with a somersault.
Li Feiyu is a guy who's even stronger than me. He's terrifyingly strong.
Upon hearing this, Long Jian immediately controlled his dragon warrior to dash away, shouting loudly, "Hurry back to the city."
Seeing that Long Jian and the Azure Dragon clan had all retreated, Huo Linfei asked in confusion, "What happened?" Tianyu sniffed the air.
"There's a strong smell of blood in the city.
Let's go take a look." "So, it was you. If my death can extinguish the hatred within you, then come." At this moment, Jianlong already knew Long Ying's identity. He closed his eyes and awaited death. When Long Ying reached out her hand, she hesitated as well. Bite.
Seeing Yi Chen block her scorpion tail sting that was about to strike the sword dragon, Long Ying asked with a hint of anger, "Why did you stop me?"
Li Feiyu?
Yi Chen shrugged and said, "Because you hesitated.
Killing him won't completely extinguish the hatred within you. Whether or not we kill him is no longer meaningful."
Long Ying sneered, "The nature of the soul is bloodlust, revenge is merely a reason to indulge in it." Yi Chen chuckled, "Although I know that one shouldn't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering, my not letting you kill him is also helping you."
"Help me?"
Long Ying was furious, while Yi Chen smiled noncommittally.
His earlier appearance greatly reduced the time spent fighting between the two sides, and now, Xian Yizi and Long Jian should be arriving soon.
"Stop."
Xian Yizi's appearance stopped the battle between the Underworld Army and the Azure Dragon Army. "Master!"
Long Jian rushed anxiously toward the Stegosaurus.
Huo Linfei pointed at Yi Chen with his small hand, "Li Feiyu. It really is you. Take this."
In an instant, Huo Linfei and Tianyu rushed towards him, while Long Jian charged towards Long Ying. Looking at the power lock in Long Jian's hand, Long Ying's voice trembled slightly, "So the Dragon Clan's power lock is in your hands?"
Yi Chen shrugged.
"Since I stole Huo Linfei's experience, I might as well give him some pointers." With one hand behind his back, he blocked the successive attacks from Huo Linfei and Tianyu with just one hand. Several tens of minutes later, Huo Linfei and Tianyu were sent flying backwards again. On the other hand, Long Jian was no match for Long Ying either. His helmet was blown off, revealing his original form.
Long Ying stopped what she was doing and looked at Long Jian in disbelief. "How could it be you?" Chapter 108, Obtaining Long Ying, the Ice-White Dragon War God Component. Pluto? Long-forgotten memories resurfaced in Long Ying's mind.
10,000 years ago, when the White Dragon Clan was being wiped out, someone rescued her and brought her to Hades' fifth universe. This person was none other than Long Jian, who later traveled back 100,000 years.
Long Ying possessed the power lock because later, Long Jian learned the truth about the extermination of the White Dragon Clan.
Out of guilt, he gave the superpower lock to Long Ying. Of course, at this time, Long Ying did not know the whole truth and only mistakenly thought that Long Jian was the king of the underworld whom she had never met. Many readers may not have read Super Beast Force, so I'll briefly explain the original plot. If you haven't read it, just treat it as a speedrun of an infinite flow story. It ends in a few chapters.
Only Yi Chen, who was familiar with the plot, knew the cause and effect.
This is the real reason why he didn't let Long Ying kill Long Jian's master. Just then, Long Jian unleashed the cold shadow technique, striking towards Long Ying with a palm.
"Stop! Long Jian!"
The conscious sword dragon shouted to stop him, but it was too late to withdraw his palm strike.
Yi Chen no longer held back his strength.
Using the Azura armor, he instantly teleported to Long Ying's side. With just one palm strike, he sent Long Jian flying. Long Ying kept her head down, so her expression was not visible.
Li Feiyu, why did you save me?
He saved my life.
If he wants it, just give it back to him.
Heaven and hell, I have no right to choose, only the fate of being chosen. At this point, Long Ying's eyes dimmed, and her clenched fists finally clenched.
As long as I die, I can go and see my father.
Looking at Long Ying, who was distraught and contemplating suicide, Yi Chen chuckled and asked, "If I could break the cycle of reincarnation, change history, and let you see your father alive, would you be willing to come with me?"
His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated in the hearts of Long Ying, Jian Long, and Xian Yitzi like a morning bell and evening drum. Break the cycle of reincarnation? Change history?
Xian Yitzi's mouth dropped open.
Stegosaurus, on the other hand, widened its eyes in disbelief.
A glimmer of hope flashed in Long Ying's eyes at the same time. "You really can let me see my father again?"
"That's right, but you have to listen to me."
Yi Chen pointed at Long Jian and continued to Long Ying, "Now that you know who gave you this superpower lock,
then you have shown mercy to the sword dragon today by not killing him.
That completely negates the debt of gratitude he owed you for saving your life. If I can help you rescue your father, then you will naturally no longer have any hatred for the Azure Dragon clan.
Give the power lock back to him. From this day forward, Long Ying, you owe no one anything."
Long Ying nodded, removed the superpower lock, and tossed it beside Long Jian. Upon seeing the power lock that Long Ying threw at him, Long Jian's expression once again showed shock. This power lock is exactly the same as the power lock of the dragon race. But soon, something even more shocking happened. Everyone saw that Long Ying's supernatural lock had vanished into thin air.
What exactly is going on?
Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Because this lock that Long Ying has is your special ability lock. It was given to Long Ying by yourself after you traveled back 100,000 years.
As for the grudges between you 100,000 years ago, what exactly happened? Your master will tell you everything.
What I want to prove is that it is feasible to travel back 100,000 years and change history. Long Ying saw you 100,000 years ago, yet you didn't recognize her. This lost supernatural lock alone proves it." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Long Ying's eyes lit up.
If I could really travel back 100,000 years and change history, then I could really see my father. Li Feiyu, can you really change history? Can you really save my father and my people? Yi Chen said confidently, "That's right. However, I don't have much time to explain to them. If you're willing to come with me, I can explain it to you properly on the way. After all, my purpose in coming here is to save you. In fact, I have just changed history. And not just once, because in my history, Xian Yitzi, you will use Yuan Kanmi to seal the Underworld King's fleet in the Yuan space at the same time.
And you, Long Ying, will kill the Stegosaurus, and then be killed by Long Jian.
Of course, only Huo Linfei and I can change history.
Because I don't belong to your parallel universe, and I also possess special abilities that you don't have." At this point, Yi Chen reached out with one hand towards Long Ying's chest.
"Don't panic, dizziness is normal, take a deep breath."
The next moment, Long Ying's body floated up, and her pair of straight, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings trembled slightly. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen pulled a superpower lock from Long Ying's chest, while the latter's figure transformed into points of light, merging with the superpower lock. This power lock is exactly the same as Long Jian's power lock, except that it is a bit whiter in color.
"Super Beast Armed Forces!" Yi Chen shouted loudly. The white dragon seal appeared beneath Yi Chen's feet in the next instant. Watch as the white mechanical dragon rises from the white dragon seal.
Stegosaurus and Long Jian stared in disbelief, their mouths agape.
It's actually a dragon war beast?
Long Ying was originally a member of the White Dragon clan. After temporarily setting aside his hatred, the superpower lock that Yi Chen took out of her body was naturally the superpower lock of the Dragon War God. It's just the White Dragon version. Now that he had obtained the components, Yi Chen didn't say anything more. After disabling Long Ying from her super martial maiden form, he took advantage of her slightly flushed face and weak legs wrapped in black stockings. Yi Chen wrapped his arm around her waist.
"Now you believe what I'm saying, right?"
Feeling the strange state she had just experienced, Long Ying nodded shyly to Yi Chen. "Heaven and hell are not options for me.
If I could, I would believe that you are my destiny. Let's go then."
Now that he has obtained one of the components, he will not linger here any longer. He embraced Long Ying, and his demon blade thousand blades slashed out a cross-shaped void gate.
Li Feiyu, wait a minute.
Xian Yizi's voice rang out, but Yichen only paused slightly before saying, I know what you want to ask, but let's skip that.
I really don't have much time to explain to you. All you need to know is that everything I did, including returning the key of the Netherworld to the Lion King, was for the same reason you had, to maintain balance. Let's go to the third parallel universe. Xian Yizi. As long as Wu Linfei is there, you can change history too. Don't let Yuanzheng die. Otherwise, my saving you would have been meaningless.
Having said that, Yichen said no more, and instead embraced Long Ying with both arms, stepping straight into the void gate.
Here it is?
Long Ying asked with some curiosity.
This is the Xuanwu.
Yichen deactivated his Azura armor form, revealing his original appearance.
Long Ying's pretty face flushed slightly. You can put me down now. Yichen put Long Ying down. I'm sorry, Long Ying, my name isn't actually Li Feiyu, it's Yichen. As for why I did this, I'll explain it to you along the way, since I'm in a hurry right now. After saying that, Yichen shouted loudly at the chubby boy. Slim June, next stop. Head straight to the fifth universe. The Underworld. Chapter 109, Lion King, Whale Shark King, Yilingyun.
Yichen, you three had better come at me all at once.
Master, are we really going to listen to Li Feiyu and go to the third parallel universe? On the Xuanwu, the chubby boy asked Xian Yizi curiously. That's right.
Recalling the many details from before, Xian Yizi said, this Li Feiyu has no ill intentions towards us.
No way, Master, Tanyu and I were beaten so badly by Li Feiyu, and you call that no malice?
Xian Yizi chuckled and said, in my opinion, he's more like he's giving you and Tanyu some pointers.
I'll give you and Tanyu some pointers. The water released was more than the Milky Way.
You should know that when Li Feiyu first appeared, he was able to separate me from the Lion King all by himself. The Lion King's fighting power has 2 black holes. If he really had malicious intent, you two would have been reduced to ashes long ago.
That's why I haven't taken action yet.
Upon hearing this, Wu Linfei and Tianyu both gasped in shock. Xian Yizi continued, what I'm curious about now is that Li Feiyu keeps saying that he is a person of balance and a person who has broken the cycle of reincarnation. I'd like to see if his approach can achieve a balance.
So, Li Yichen.
What we need to do is to resurrect the real Hades, enter the Xianning black hole, and rescue the Snow Queen. Long Ying, resting her delicate chin on her hand, asked curiously. After Yi Chen's explanation, she learned a lot, such as that the one who saved her back then was not the real king of the underworld, but Long Jian, and the real cause of her father's death. Many of the details were the same as her own experiences, so she tried to understand Yi Chen's seemingly bizarre and incomprehensible words. Once Hades and Snow Queen are locked in battle, we can use the energy of the nebula within them to travel back 100,000 years.
That way I can see my father and change history, right? Well summarized.
Yi Chen chuckled and nodded.
It must be said, Long Ying is indeed very clever. It's no worse than legs.
Feeling Yi Chen's gaze, Long Ying's face flushed slightly.
So, what price do you expect me to pay for helping me like this? Cost?
Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. If you think of me as someone who expects something in return for a favor, I'm sorry, I'm not. I am just a man who cannot bear to see beautiful things, and who only sees tragedy as an end.
Long Ying's mouth gaped open, and she stared blankly for a long while before inexplicably laughing out loud. The beautiful things you mentioned, could it be referring to me? Why doesn't it count? Humph, I see, you're just lustful. You have a good eye for people.
Yi Chen shrugged non-committally and chuckled, just consider it lust at first sight. After all, if the flowers are in full bloom but no one appreciates them, they will wither away.
I cannot accept this ending. Long Ying looked surprised, you're quite frank.
She chuckled softly, however, I don't dislike you.
Because you are different from those hypocrites.
A smile played on her lips as she stretched out one of her long, black-stockinged legs toward Yi Chen.
Want to see my leg? Yi Chen. Ahem. Please be mindful of your behavior, you too.
Lisa's words made Long Ying's face visibly turn bright red. Of course, she didn't know that Lisa wasn't an artificial intelligence, but a real person. Yi Chen, on the other hand, remained completely calm and composed, much like a good student who had been daydreaming in class and almost got caught by the teacher. He naturally steered the conversation back to his studies. The only troublesome thing now is that at this point in time, Hades should not have been resurrected yet.
It doesn't matter. Anshua's voice echoed through the Imperial space, just go ahead and do it, leave the rest to me. Who is it?
Upon arriving in the underworld, Yi-Chen was stopped by someone.
Are you all blind? Don't you even know who I am? Scorpion King Longing gave a reprimand, and all the Hades soldiers stood at attention. Sorry, Scorpion King, we didn't recognize you just now.
At this time, Longing no longer had her superpower lock, so the Scorpion King helmet that she usually showed to others had also disappeared. The Hades army secretly gasped in astonishment.
The Scorpion King, known for his ruthlessness and viciousness, surprisingly possesses such stunning good looks hidden beneath his helmet. Knight.
Longing pointed at Yi-Chen and said calmly, Lord Li Feiyu is an honored guest of our underworld.
It was he who snatched the key of the underworld from Xin Yizi, and the king of the underworld was able to be resurrected. All the credit goes to this man. Why haven't you notified the Lion King to come out and greet us yet?
Yes. Looking at Yi-Chen, who remained calm and composed, Longing asked curiously, the environment of the underworld is very special, making it difficult to mobilize the alien energy within your body.
Don't you need to get used to it?
Yi-Chen smiled calmly and said, for me, the environment here has no effect on the spiritual power in my body.
I don't need to forcibly mobilize energy at all.
After all, I always prioritize winning over my enemies, keeping 99 for myself. The spiritual energy within the body doesn't need to be mobilized, it's been suppressed out of habit. Yi-Chen's words secretly alarmed Longing. The strange energy she sensed within Yi-Chen's body was only about the same as that of the Lion King, roughly equivalent to 2 black hole levels. But Longing always felt that Yi-Chen could unleash power far exceeding that of 2 black holes. She had already deeply felt this when Yi-Chen extracted the power lock from her body earlier.
And at that time, I was in a pretty bad state.
Thinking of this, Longing silently squeezed her black-stockinged legs together. Before long, the 4 guardians under Hades, excluding Scorpion King Longing, appeared before Yi-Chen, Bat King Yilingyun, Whale Shark King, and Lion King.
You're Li Feiyu?
Yilingyun and the Whale Shark King looked at Yi-Chen, who was completely covered in the Shura armor, and asked curiously.
That's right. It's me.
Yi-Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly.
Li Feiyu, are you from the underworld? Why are you unaffected? Furthermore, why do you possess the title of Cloud Bat God? I've never heard of anyone like you in the Cloud Bat Legion. Yilingyun asked in confusion. The Lion King had also asked Yilingyun this question.
Yi-Chen chuckled and said, of course I am not from the underworld, nor am I a member of your Cloud Bat Legion. Strong people never complain about their environment or try to mobilize supernatural energy, I don't need that.
As for the rest, I don't need to explain them to you one by one. Furious.
The Whale Shark King pointed at Yi-Chen with one finger, and together with Yilingyun, they assumed a fighting stance.
Yi-Chen's voice grew colder, is this how you treat guests in the underworld? Lion King tried to smooth things over, Li Feiyu, what is your real purpose?
I hope you can explain it clearly. After all, you possess Wu Linfei's illusionary Qilin God and Feng Yao's roaring tiger god.
Lion King, there's no need for further explanation.
Whale Shark Dynasty sneered at Yi-Chen, I'm just curious whether you're as strong as the Lion King claims. Yilingyun put his hands behind his back and said, don't worry, Li Feiyu, I won't interfere when you're having a fair fight.
His gaze swept over the 3, Whale Shark King, Yilingyun, and Lion King.
Yi-Chen chuckled and said, then you'd better all 3 of you come at me together.
Chapter 110, Li Feiyu isn't 2 black holes?
Yi-Chen, just kidding, 2 equals 20. At this moment, Yi-Chen had already seen the situation of Wu Linfei and the others through the monitoring function of the Shura armor. Meanwhile, Wu Linfei and the others have already arrived in the 3rd parallel universe. Long Jian also learned about the feud between the Azure Dragon Clan and the White Dragon Clan through the words of the Sword Dragon. With Jianlong's permission, he also accompanied Wu Linfei to the 3rd parallel universe. The 3rd and 4th parallel universes were experience zones that Yi-Chen deliberately left for Wu Linfei and the others, since he had already indirectly prevented 2 battles. If we don't upgrade Wu Linfei soon, he might actually get killed later. With Xian Yizi around, Yi-Chen didn't need to worry about the safety of Wu Linfei and the others. Now, Yi-Chen naturally needs to temporarily restrain Whale Shark King and Yilingyun for Wu Linfei and the others, and also test their strength.
Since you're so arrogant, don't blame us for being impolite. The Whale Shark King was the first to attack Yi-Chen.
As Yi-Chen threw a punch, he slightly tilted his head, the fist carrying a whistling wind that grazed the side of his helmet. Seeing that Yi Lingyun and the Lion King did not attack him, Yi Chen chuckled, his hands still behind his back, his body slightly leaning forward, and delivered a knee strike to the Whale Shark King's abdomen. The Whale Shark King clutched its abdomen and flew backward. Yi Chen remained standing in the same spot, his hands behind his back, steadfastly holding his ground. The cloak behind the silver armor fluttered in the wind. The dim light of the underworld poured down, stretching his figure long. Lion King, let's attack together. Since Li Feiyu has already set the rules, it would be impolite of us not to go now. Yi Lingyun's eyes sharpened, and he spoke to the Lion King. The Lion King nodded, and together with Yi Lingyun and the Whale Shark King, shouted, "Arm up!" The next moment, the Lion King was enveloped in golden armor. Yi Lingyun and Whale Shark King were each wrapped in 2 sets of purple armor. Yi Chen chuckled softly, then slipped one hand into Long Ying's chest beside him. With Long Ying's soft murmur, his Shura armor was removed, and he was simultaneously enveloped in 4 sets of armor of different colors. They are respectively the red of the Phantom Qilin armor, the silver of the White Tiger armor, the blue and white of the Dragon Battle armor, and the purple of the Cloud Bat armor. This is the stacking of all armor in the heart of the Empire. It also possesses all the capabilities of 4 sets of weapons. Seeing the 4-colored armor on Yi Chen's body, Lion King, Whale Shark King, and Yi Lingyun attacked Yi Chen together. Faced with the simultaneous attack of the 3, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Flash Spirit Technique. Spiritual energy was poured in frantically, and the sound effects of Meng Yu's skill gurgling could be heard in my ears. The Flash Spirit Technique instantly boosted Yi Chen's speed to its limit. He parried the Whale Shark King's punch with his left hand, then grabbed his arm and twisted it. The powerful torque caused the Whale Shark King's body to twist rapidly in the air. With his right hand, he caught the Lion King's fist with a single palm. Then he turned his palm into a fist and punched the Lion King's fist hard. Boom! A powerful burst of energy erupted instantly, and with just one punch, the Lion King was knocked back. Death Moon Tribulation. Yi Lingyun leaped high into the air, his hands forming a crescent-shaped blade of strange energy that seemed to be a real object, and slashed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen crossed his arms to protect himself, first deflecting the crescent moon/his moon calamity, then his body was filled with chilling aura, and countless ice spikes floated out, shooting towards Yi Lingyun. It was Long Ying's signature move, the Cold Shadow Technique. Ding ding ding. Countless ice spikes struck Yi Lingyun, causing him to fall from the sky. He slapped the ground with one hand, panting heavily and looking somewhat disheveled. Lion King, didn't you say that Li Feiyu was only at the level of less than 2 black holes? Upon hearing this, the equally disheveled Lion King was speechless for a moment. Yi Chen chuckled softly. 2 black hole level structures? Just kidding, my 2 equal 20. The Whale Shark King stood up, and a huge whale shark seal appeared beneath his feet. A mechanical koan leaped majestically from the talisman. Yi Lingyun also threw out an energy ball, and a huge cloud bat talisman appeared in mid-air. Super Beast Armed Forces. The Lion King also leaped high into the air, slamming the golden energy ball in his hand to the ground, shouting, "Jedi Lion." The golden 6-pointed star symbol twisted, and a huge black and gold mechanical lion rose from the star array, roaring to the sky. The 3 super beasts twisted and transformed in the air, becoming the black and gold Jedi Lion, the purple whale shark god, and the cloud bat god. Yi Chen chuckled and snapped his fingers. Whether it was the Lion King, the Whale Shark King, Yi Lingyun, or the surrounding netherworld soldiers, all of them suddenly contracted their pupils. For talismans materialized from his feet, in front of him, and above his head. Blue and white dragon battle runes. A crimson phantom unicorn seal. A silvery white tiger roar talisman. There are also cloud bat talismans in mid-air. The 4 mechanical super beasts rose out from their respective runes, twisted and transformed in the air, and finally merged into one. Super Beast God, 4 in 1. One person controlling 4 super beast weapons? How did he do that? Yi Chen remained silent, focusing solely on accumulating power. Cold. Shadow. Secret. He held back his power, and in his spirit form, Longing let out a soft hum that sounded like a dragon's roar. Roar. As a native of the Super Beast universe, Long Ying's Dragon Battle Beast has an initial rank of SSS. Therefore, Yi Chen naturally infused more spiritual power into the body. Terrifying ice spikes floated around the Super Beast God, each one resembling a giant ice dragon spear. For a moment, none of the 3 Lion Kings dared to approach him. The Black Sea Abyss. The Whale Shark King shouted loudly, and the Black Sea Abyss will become a giant black hole spiral, where the terrifying gravity will crush all targets sucked into the Black Sea abyss into dust. Yi Chen controlled the Super Beast God and unleashed the long-charged Frost Shadow technique directly at the Whale Shark King.
Whoever makes a move will hit them.
That's his principle. The poor Whale Shark God was struck by countless giant ice spears and flew straight backward.
Death Moon Tribulation.
Taking advantage of this opening, Yi Lingyun's Cloud Bat God unleashed a massive crescent-shaped energy blade.
7 Wounds Calamity.
Jedi Lion also unleashed a punch at Super Beast God. Yi Chen remained calm, disintegrating the bat wings on the back of the Super Beast God and sending them flying out, transforming them into a giant purple shield that he held in his hand.
It is the Cloud Bat Shield.
The Cloud Bat Shield easily blocked the Crescent Energy Blade, but when faced with the 7 Wounds Calamity of the Jedi Lion, Yi Chen chose to fight head-on.
Flash Spirit Technique.
Super Beast God threw a punch, exchanging blows with Jedi Lion.
Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from around the two mechs, instantly blasting away the onlookers from the Hades army.
The Jedi Lion was knocked back by the Super Beast God's punch, but the Super Beast God stood still, unmoved. At this moment, Yi Lingyun no longer dared to underestimate Yi Chen and shouted loudly, "Cloud Bat Legion, form ranks!" One by one, the Cloud Bat Legion warriors transformed into Super Beast warriors and gathered above Yi Lingyun's head.
Clouds. Bats. Formation.
This is precisely the formation that can infuse the Cloud Bat Legion's unique energy into Yi Lingyun's body, the Cloud Bat Formation. With the enhancement of the Cloud Bat Formation skill, Yi Lingyun's alien energy can exceed 5.5 black holes.
Chapter 111, Hades, what reward do you want?
Yi Chen, use the Xianning black hole on me.
Yi Chen smiled. His aura continued to rise, and he poured his immense spiritual power into Yanli, Mengyu, Gu Bailing, and Long Ying respectively. Amidst a series of powerful shouts, Yi Chen shouted. Fire Cloud. The Shining. Death Moon. Han Ing. The Secret Technique.
Each Super Martial Maiden can infuse up to about 0.2 black holes of spiritual power, with Gu Bailing being able to withstand up to 0.3 black holes. It consumed half of Yi Chen's spiritual power, which is 0.9 black holes. However, with the blessing of the Heart of All-Out Defense, the combined damage of the 4 Super Warrior Girls' Chaotic Tide techniques reached the terrifying level of 9 black holes. The terrifying energy contained in the combined attack made Lion King and the others tremble with fear. Even Yi Lingyun's pupils suddenly contracted, and he hurriedly used the Cloud Bat Shield to try to block this combined attack.
But from beginning to end, Yi Chen's target was never Yi Lingyun.
Fire clouds, hurricanes, crescent slashes, and ice spikes swept and bombarded Yi Lingyun's back, the Cloud Bat Legion, which served as an energy-gathering ring.
Boom boom boom. A series of explosions suddenly rang out. The entire Cloud Bat Legion exploded like firecrackers. Yi Chen's screen also started flashing wildly at this moment. You and your Super Warrior Girl have leveled up. You and your Super Warrior Girl have leveled up. It's important to know that the Cloud Bat Legion is the strongest legion among the 7 parallel universes, and every soldier in it can enter Super Beast mode. With the experience boost from the Cloud Bat Legion, Yi Chen and many other super powerful girls' levels skyrocketed from LV60 to LV74. As his level increased, the spiritual energy within his body was fully restored. It reached a terrifying level of 2.22 black holes. Who else? Yi Chen questioned loudly. The terrifying spiritual pressure he exuded, and his undeniable power to instantly annihilate the entire Cloud Bat Legion, had completely won over the people of the underworld who believed in the supremacy of the strong. We lost. The Lion King has defeated the Jedi Lion. The Whale Shark King has long been exposed for what it truly is. Although Yi Lingyun was unwilling, he adhered to the rules and also released the Cloud Bat God. After all, they were the ones who struck first. Yi Chen allowed them to attack together. No matter how far you go, they're always in the wrong. After sending Yanli, Mengyu, and Gu Bailing back to the Imperial space, Yi Chen was once again enveloped in the Azura armor. Gazing at the fluttering cloak and imposing Shura armor, all the Hades soldiers trembled with fear and gasped in shock. He single-handedly defeated Hades' 3 guardians and could even control the Scorpion King. Li Feiyu is truly terrifying. Are you all right? Seeing Long Ying's legs trembling uncontrollably in black stockings, Yi Chen grabbed her waist. The winds of the underworld scattered Long Ying's silver hair, and her pale face was now covered with an alluring blush. You must have done this on purpose. Supporting Yi Chen with one hand, Long Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with shame and indignation as she gave him a beautiful glare.
Through Yi Chen's introduction, she had already gained a general understanding of the so-called special abilities of the super martial girl. That so-called rising tide technique is indeed powerful. It is even several times stronger than its original energy level. But this process was just too shameful. Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. You like rolling your eyes, huh? I'll let you roll your eyes as much as you want from now on. Let's go, take me to the coffin of the underworld. I want to resurrect the king of the underworld. Resurrection of Hades? Upon hearing this, the loyal Lion King looked at Yi Chen warily. After obtaining the key to the netherworld, we have already opened the coffin of the netherworld. Hasn't the king of the underworld already been resurrected? Li Fei Yu. I don't understand what you mean. His resurrection speed is too slow. Let me speed it up for him. Seeing that the Lion King and the others still looked suspicious, Yi Chen's voice grew colder. This is why I don't like to explain too much to you. Because smart people don't need explanations. For fools, the more you explain, the more problems arise. Lion King and Yi Lingyun looked at each other in bewilderment. The two of them quickly came to a realization. That is, if Li Feiyu had no good intentions, he could easily kill them all and then go find the Xin Ming coffin. Instead of wasting time explaining to them here. I'll take you, please come over. Lion King cupped his hands in greeting to Yi Chen and led him toward the underworld palace. Before long, they arrived deep within the palace of the underworld. On the Xian Ming coffin, flame markings resembling clockwork were carved. Hades will only be fully resurrected when the flames reach the 12 o'clock position. Yi Chen glanced at the time. More than 3 hours had passed since he arrived in the Super Beast universe. Most of the time was spent traveling. The specific time for Hades' resurrection is in a few days. He can't waste his time here. Controlling the Azura armor, Yi Chen extended his fingertip and lightly touched the Xian Ming coffin. Made in heaven. As an X plus ultimate divine weapon, reverse dark law. Void. Prison face Azura. It wields various time-related abilities. One of them is the ability to accelerate time. The next instant. To the astonishment of the Lion King and Yi Lingyun, the soul fire on the Xian Ming coffin burned fiercely and quickly completed a full rotation. And at this moment, the coffin of Xian Ming was completely opened. A cloud of black mist swept out from it and sat upon the ice throne. As the black mist dissipated, a man wearing a jet black crown emerged from it. It is Hades. Hades. Lion King, Yi Lingyun, and Whale Shark King knelt on one knee before Hades. Seeing that Longing was about to kneel, Yi Chen stopped her in her tracks. He's just Hades. You don't need to kneel before him. If you're going to kneel, kneel to me from now on. Upon hearing this, Longing blushed and gave Yi Chen another beautiful glare. Did you wake me up? Yi Chen replied calmly, that's right, it's me. Pluto has a very strong presence and a powerful sense of oppression. It is 10 black hole level nebulae, and also the pinnacle of combat power in the 7 parallel universes. But from other people's perspectives. Wearing the Shura armor, Yi Chen exuded an equally domineering aura, in no way inferior. For a moment, the two men were locked in a fierce battle of wits, causing everyone around them to hold their breath in silence. King meets king. Tell me, you helped me find the key to the mysterious netherworld and broke the seal. What are your conditions? Hades spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Use the dark nether hole on me. Yi Chen's words caused everyone to gasp in shock. Even the Lion King opened his mouth wide. Dude, are you serious? Hades remained silent for a long time, carefully scrutinizing Yi Chen. The Xianming black hole is my strongest killing move. It's not a reward. Are you sure? He explained very patiently. I told you. Yi Chen flicked his cloak. I don't like to explain too much. Hades' eyes were half closed. It's confirmed. You're splitting my melon? This guy is just looking for trouble. Chapter 112, Creating Beautiful Memories with Longing in the Forest. Although I don't understand, I respect your choice. The Dark Abyss. Hades waved his hands, and a huge black hole appeared above Yi Chen. It is the Xianming black hole that has trapped the White Tiger clan for 100,000 years. There is no time in the Xianming black hole. Everything will be torn apart by the powerful gravity. Yi Chen turned to Longing beside him and smiled, wait for me here. After saying that, he jumped towards the direction of the Xianming black hole. Yi Chen. Longying's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and she exclaimed Yi Chen's name in shock. Although Yi Chen had already told her about the plan, Longing still felt a little worried when she actually saw the Xianming black hole. The next moment, she followed Yi Chen without hesitation and jumped towards the Xianming black hole.
Scorpion King!
The Lion King shouted anxiously.
Yi Chen turned around in surprise and saw Long Ying's pale face.
He immediately hugged her and used his spiritual power to form a physical shield around her.
How could you be so stupid? Are you out of your mind?
Yi Chen stared blankly at Long Ying in his arms. Long Ying's eyes held a hint of melancholy, but her words were more frank. Actually, at the moment you saved me, I didn't care about anything anymore. For 100,000 years, a full 100,000 years, my heart has been filled only with hatred and revenge. But the moment the Stegosaurus gave up resisting, just like you said, in my heart,
I no longer hated it.
What made me follow you wasn't just what you said about changing history. Rather, I truly felt your devotion to me.
So whether I can change history or see my father again is no longer important to me. And you? No, I don't want to owe you anything. It has become my new obsession. So, I can't let you go on this adventure alone.
Upon hearing Long Ying's words, Yi Chen couldn't suppress the smirk that was hidden behind his Shura armor.
Yingbao, although you're not very frank, what you're saying is practically a confession.
Long Ying's face flushed red, she bit her lip lightly, and remained silent. After a long pause, she looked at the deep black hole inside. The gravity inside the Xianming black hole is so strong that even stars can collapse, and light cannot escape.
We should die. She glanced at Yi Chen with a complicated expression, then laughed nonchalantly. If I really die with you, it wouldn't be so bad.
Yi Chen chuckled and said, Don't worry, you won't die.
Didn't you notice?
No matter how strong the Xianming black hole is, it can't penetrate our spiritual energy shield. We can breathe and speak normally because the air content in the spiritual energy shield is also at a normal ratio. Upon hearing this, Long Ying suddenly realized what was happening.
I've said it before, I'm very strong. If all my efforts to improve my strength can't change the outcome, then what's the point of all that effort?
So, not only will we not die, but we will both live well in the future, and you will have to give me 7 or 8 children. Hearing this, Long Ying blushed and rolled her eyes at him again. Dream on. But before she could finish speaking, Yi Chen, who had somehow removed his helmet, wrapped his large arm around her waist, bent down, and kissed her on the pretty face.
Whom?
Long Ying opened her eyes wide in disbelief.
You bastard, at a time like this.
But soon, Yi Chen's intrusive breath made it impossible for her to think. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and her mind was blank.
The world before my eyes became bright again.
The surrounding area is a dense forest, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. This is the inner world of the Xianming black hole, a world created by the Snow Queen who was sealed by the Xianming black hole for 100,000 years. Embarrassed and indignant, Long Ying gently pushed Yi Chen away and slapped him across the face.
You bastard, where are you touching?
But Yi Chen grasped her small hand again, and with a gentle pull, her graceful body once more crashed into his arms.
Please, don't.
Seeing Yi Chen's aggressive gaze, Long Ying's pretty face flushed red, her voice weakened, and even revealed a hint of pleading.
But Yi Chen, without wavering, kissed her again. Soon, Long Ying's legs went weak and trembled uncontrollably. If Yi Chen hadn't held her waist firmly with his large hand, she might have even lost her balance. Yi Chen's heart was filled with beautiful thoughts. There is no time in the Xianming black hole. So I'll linger a little longer in this beautiful jungle. Having some wonderful memories with Long Ying shouldn't be counted within the 7 hours, right? Roar!
Soon, however, several blind mechanical golden lions and mechanical silver leopards surrounded Yi Chen.
Yi Chen's expression darkened as his mood was disrupted.
With one hand around Long Ying's waist, he unleashed hundreds of palm strikes with the other.
Azure 100 strike.
The next instant, the mechanical beasts were filled with fear. Before they could even run away, they were instantly shattered into dust by the spiritual energy palm strike that Yi Chen had thrown from a distance.
This was the first time Yi Chen had ever been truly enraged since arriving in the Super Beast universe. Even when facing Yi Lingyun, Lion King, and Whale Shark King, he didn't go for the kill. If these mechanical beasts could talk, they would definitely complain. Brother, we know we were wrong. But you didn't give us a chance to admit our mistakes. Baka Yaru, we are domestic beasts, are you treating us like little beasts? What have we done to deserve such a powerful move from you?
When he unleashed the Azure 100 strike, the terrifying spiritual power he generated instantly caused the pupils of Shui Huang, the leader of the White Tiger clan, and Elder Gue Gu, both inside the Xianming black hole, to shrink simultaneously. Snow Queen's red lips, hidden behind a thin veil, parted slightly.
This is a nebula class?
Elder Gigu's eyes were half closed.
Where did this nebula class come from?
The Snow Queen said in a cold voice, Feng Yao, go and check it out. The white-haired youth knelt on one knee before the Snow Emperor. He was none other than Feng Yao, the god of war of the White Tiger clan.
Yes, sir.
Soon, Feng Yao drove the tiger roar and sped off towards Yi Chen's direction.
If you continue to be disrespectful to me, I will ignore you.
Long blushed and crossed her arms in front of her impressive breasts.
The flowers are so beautiful. If I don't appreciate them, wouldn't I be lacking in romantic understanding?
Yi Chen chuckled and said, in such a romantic atmosphere, and with a sweetheart secretly in love with me, I really can't help myself.
Who's secretly in love with you? Don't flatter yourself.
Long said coquettishly. Her former aloof and ruthless beauty has vanished, replaced by a coquettish woman acting like a lover.
However, you speak so pleasantly. I'll let you off this time. Don't do it again, you big pervert.
Before the two could even flirt, a group of White Tiger clan soldiers surrounded them.
Who are you?
Chapter 113, Hidden Conditions Met, Meng Yue evolves into SSS+, comparable to the X-level White Tiger Nebula.
Upon seeing Long Ying's attire, Feng Yao's expression immediately turned cold. The Hades army.
Feng Yao's eyes burned with intense hatred, and his voice was icy cold, as if it were being squeezed out of his throat. He activated the silver White Tiger roar armor and, without saying a word, unleashed a punch at Long Ying.
Flash Spirit Technique.
This punch was imbued with the power of wind and thunder, and his figure was like a white lightning bolt, leaving an afterimage in the spot.
Smack!
Yi Chen instantly appeared in front of Long Ying, caught Feng Yao's punch with a palm, and kicked him, forcing Feng Yao back. Within the Imperial space, Aunt Shue's voice rang out simultaneously.
Xiao Chen, quickly use Meng Yu to fight him and fulfill the hidden condition.
Yi Chen nodded slightly, and with one hand he entered the space of control. His body was wrapped in silver white armor, which was the same Tiger Roar armor as Feng Yao.
Tiger Roar armed forces? Feng Yao and the surrounding White Tiger clan warriors all gaped open. How do you possess the White Tiger clan's special ability lock? Are you also a member of our White Tiger clan?
Feng Yao pointed at Long Ying behind Yi Chen. If you are a member of the White Tiger clan, get out of my way.
I only kill the underworld army.
Yi Chen remained silent, focusing solely on using the Flash Spirit technique to engage Feng Yao in a fierce battle. At this moment, Yi Chen only had the LV-75 Tiger Roar armor upgraded from the mechanical beast he had just killed to rely on. The maximum spiritual energy it can withstand is 0.25 black holes. Even with the 10x effect of the Roaring Tide technique, that's 2.5 black holes. 10,000 years ago, the alien energy within Feng Yao's body was a white hole, which is equivalent to 1.5 black holes. He is hailed as the #1 person in the nebula style. Having spent 100,000 years in the Xianming black hole, his strength has not only not diminished, but has increased day by day, reaching 3.5 black holes in the finale. Even so, relying solely on the Tiger Roar armor, Yi Chen was still able to suppress Feng Yao.
Beat him up. Beat him up. This guy looks even dumber than me. Brother Yi Chen, give him a good beating. Ha ha ha. Behind Yi Chen, Meng Yu's spirit kept encouraging him.
After being kicked away by Yi Chen, Feng Yao slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, born to fight, until death.
Super Beast Armed Forces. A giant white tiger talisman appeared beneath Feng Yao's feet. Yi Chen also summoned the White Tiger Talisman.
Two mechanical white tigers burst forth simultaneously from their respective runes, startling the surrounding White Tiger soldiers.
Flash. Spirit. Technique.
The two silver tiger claws, each imbued with the power of wind and thunder, slammed towards each other.
Boom!
Both of them were knocked back at the same time, and then charged at each other again.
The two mechs clashed, sparks flying everywhere. The collision of spiritual power and alien energy unleashed a terrifying energy that sent all the surrounding trees flying. Over time,
the more they fought, the more their spiritual power and alien energy increased, and their passive abilities stacked up and became stronger. Not only did Feng Yao's strength increase from the original strength of a white hole to the strength of 3.5 black holes, Meng Yu's black hole size increased from 0.25 to 0.35. It's important to know that a 0.35 LV75 black hole already surpasses the SSS level, and once it reaches 0.375, it's comparable to a true SSS+.
Brother Yi Chen. Meng Yu can handle it. Now, Yi Chen finally understood what Meng Yu's hidden condition was.
Born to fight, and never rest until death.
At that moment, the final restriction on Tiger Roar God was lifted. Hidden condition X, born to fight, never to rest until death, has been met. Do you wish to spend money? Yes. Flash. Spirit. Technique. Feng Yao roared and once again controlled Tiger Roar God to kick Yi Chen. Roar.
Feng Yao's expression suddenly changed, because the tiger roaring god controlled by Yi Chen emitted a dense white phantom.
A massive nebula-like phantom roared out from the silver mech. With just one claw, he sent Feng Yao's tiger roaring god flying.
And he was forced to deactivate his super beast armor form. Staring at the enormous nebula phantom, Feng Yao clutched his chest, his pupils suddenly contracting.
This is the Holy Radiance Nebula? Wrong.
Unlike the golden Holy Radiance Nebula, this silver nebula seems to be filled with domineering and murderous intent.
SSS+. White Tiger Nebula. The power level of the Mingqiao ultimate skill, 7.5 black hole superposition state. Keep in mind that even a regular SSS plus level 100 can only reach 0.5 black holes.
But at this point, Meng Yu, through passive stacking, can stack from 0.375 black holes to 0.75 black holes at LV75. Once you reach LV100, you can stack up to one black hole. Therefore, White Tiger Nebula is the only super powerful female warrior who can be comparable to an EX level warrior through passive stacking. Long Ying's small mouth opened slightly as she looked at Yi Chen in disbelief.
I never expected that this big pervert would actually possess the nebula body.
Of course, Long Ying didn't know that Yi Chen had only used one super martial girl at this time. Previously, the energy level unleashed by Yi Chen using the 4-in-1 super beast god was stronger than that of the White Tiger Nebula. Long Ying could only sense her own part of the power, she couldn't truly understand Yi Chen's strength.
General.
The soldiers of the White Tiger clan stepped forward to help Feng Yao up, but he waved them off and struggled to his feet. Previously, he had clearly sensed that Yi Chen's White Tiger Nebula had held back, so this time, Feng Yao's tone softened as well. May I ask, who exactly are you?
Yi Chen did indeed hold back.
After all, his purpose in coming here, besides fulfilling the hidden conditions for Yan Li and Meng Yu's evolution, was to find a component of the Super Beast God.
One of them is Long Ying's Dragon War God. There's also Feng Yao's younger sister, Feng Ying. So although Feng Yao is a bit mentally challenged, it's understandable from his perspective. As his future brother-in-law, Yi Chen wouldn't kill him, he could only forgive him.
Return the White Tiger Nebula to the control space. He plunged one hand into the space of control, and the dragon girl's delicate body floated up. This time, Yi Chen was enveloped in a golden light. That beam of light emanated from the singularity within the Xianming black hole. The next instant, Long Ying's small mouth opened into an O shape as a suit of armor she had never seen before enveloped Yi Chen's entire body. That was a set of golden armor. Unlike the previous imposing silver Shura armor, this suit of armor exudes an unquestionable imperial power and majesty. Yi Chen pointed one finger to the sky and said calmly,
I am the way of heaven. I am the emperor.
Feng Yao remained silent for a long while before finally speaking.
I have never seen anyone as arrogant as you, but you certainly have the power to be arrogant.
Yi Chen smiled noncommittally. Take me to see the Snow Queen. I have a big business deal to discuss with her.
Chapter 114, Ghost Valley?
Yi Chen's gaze shifted. Since when do insects dare to interrupt?
Die.
The underworld. As if sensing something, Hades frowned slightly.
I sense Tianyu's presence in the third universe. Go and bring her back. Upon hearing Hades' words, the whale shark king trembled with fear. Yes.
Unbeknownst to him, a revolution was breaking out in the third universe, in the territory he ruled. But all of this was being monitored by Yi Chen's Azura armor. All of this was under Yi Chen's control.
Once Hades is resurrected, Tianyu will inevitably be taken back to the underworld.
The other members of the main group will inevitably go to the underworld to rescue Tianyu.
At the same time,
as Feng Yao led Yi Chen and longing slowly towards them, the elder from Gigu beside Xue Huang narrowed his eyes and said in a sarcastic tone, those who come here are not friendly, those who are friendly do not come.
Snow Queen. I've brought the person.
Feng Yao knelt on one knee before Shui Huang and said respectfully. Of course, he remained silent about the beating he received.
Feng Yao, your injuries are severe. Did you have a conflict with the guest beside you? Gigu said meaningfully. His face was full of. Feng Yao, if you get beaten up, just blink. Gigu's purpose was precisely to stir up trouble.
Upon hearing this, Feng Yao's pale face flushed slightly.
Gigu, are you deliberately trying to pick a fight with me? Tell me, did you bring the person with you?
He coughed lightly. I did have some conflict with this person, but it was all a misunderstanding.
A misunderstanding? Gigu said in a sarcastic tone, glancing sideways at Yi Chen.
But as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face vanished abruptly, and in his suddenly dilated pupils, a fist-spewing lava grew larger and larger.
Boom!
Emperor Lava punched the old thief Gigu in the face, twisting his old face and sending him flying backward. Snow Queen's small mouth, hidden behind her veil, opened slightly, for Yi Chen's speed was far beyond her imagination.
Feng Yao did not offer any assistance to Gue Gu. He appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he thought, why did you provoke him? He's a nebula type. Are you a guest or an enemy? With a hint of anger, Xue Wang questioned him.
Yi Chen interrupted her, without even distinguishing right from wrong. You resort to force right from the start.
Is this how your White Tiger clan treats its guests?
He first pointed at Feng Yao, then slowly shifted his gaze to the old thief of Gigu embedded in the wall, and said coldly, since when have insects dared to interrupt?
Are you qualified? Finally, Yi Chen turned his gaze back to Xue Huang. Are you guys very good at fighting? Give it a try?
After he finished speaking, he no longer concealed his presence. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Illusionary Qilin, and Cloudbat, the four super beasts, emerged from the array in front of him. Snow Queen's pupils suddenly contracted, because the strange energy displayed by the four super beasts had reached the level of 2 to 3 black holes. One of them even emitted a nebula-like phantom image. It was none other than the White Tiger Nebula, which is equivalent to 7.5 black holes. When the four super beasts are combined, their energy reaches a terrifying level equivalent to 10 white holes, or 15 black holes. In addition, a gigantic giant of light appeared behind Yi Chen.
It's Ultra Mantiga.
They are all now in the form of super martial spirit girls, and the spiritual power in their bodies was already replenished by Yi Chen long ago. Pointing his single finger at the old thief from Gigu, Yi Chen said calmly.
First, Feng Yao, this guy killed your parents. Secondly, your sister was framed and killed by this guy. Third, Snow Queen, the feud between you and Hades was also instigated by this guy. In the end, he angered me, so he must die.
As Yi Chen finished speaking, Xue Huang subconsciously turned her gaze to the singularity of the Xianming black hole.
The radiance of the singularity was actually absorbed by the armor surrounding Yi Chen.
Golden 6 wings emerged behind the Emperor's armor.
This is no longer just an evolution of Mega X, but a true evolution. X plus, Ultimate Heavenly Emperor. Yi Chen was overjoyed and finally understood why Aunt Shui had asked him to enter the Xianming black hole.
Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Emperor was able to absorb the singularity energy of the Xianming black hole.
Of course, it's not just the Heavenly Emperor who can absorb it, even Ultra Mantiga can absorb it. As long as it's light, it'll be fine, right? Tying, ugh, too powerful. Xue Wan looked at Yi Chen with a wary expression. It wasn't just the super beast god standing behind him. It was because of the 6-winged golden armor on Yi Chen's body. The strange energy emanating from the 6-winged golden armor was even more terrifying than the White Tiger Nebula behind him. It can actually absorb the singularity energy of the Xianming black hole. It's important to know that the singularity of the Xianming black hole contains 100 black holes. If all of this could be absorbed, that would be incredible. I am the Heavenly Emperor. I will represent the will of heaven and execute Guguzi. All who disobey will be considered to be defying the will of heaven. I'm giving you one last chance. Get out of my way. Yi Chen's words were incredibly oppressive. At that moment, everyone immediately separated, including Xue Wang and Feng Yao. Whether what Yi Chen said was true or false is another matter. If you stand in front of him, you might really die. The key is that it can't be stopped.
Moreover, behind that Heavenly Emperor, there is a giant of light who can also absorb singularity energy, and a super beast god with 15 black holes eyeing him covetously.
I'm sorry, Elder Gigu, please forgive my incompetence. As an incompetent leader, Xue Wang sighed inwardly.
After all, her Holy Radiance Nebula only has the strength of 6 white hole level beings. He was very strong in the Super Beast universe, but he was no match for Yi Chen. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Yi Chen, Guegu naturally wouldn't surrender without a fight.
I never expected that I, the mighty Ghost King, the only true god in the universe. 10,000 years of planning and accumulation, all destroyed in an instant by you, an outsider. Ghost King. Terrifying nebula. Guigu's face was filled with anger and resentment.
A blood-red nebula phantom erupted from his body, and his body grew enormous. Unlike Hades' mysterious nebula and Snow Queen's holy radiance nebula, once a nebula is activated, the body is simply moving. The Demon King's horrifying nebula simply makes his body gigantic, making him more suitable for battle.
Of course, the same goes for Yi Chen's White Tiger Nebula. The Dharma form of heaven and earth.
Controlling the ultimate heavenly emperor, while enveloped by the light of the singularity, Yi Chen's figure also began to grow to gigantic size.
A calamity of utter evil.
A massive, blood-red energy blast hurtled toward the ultimate heavenly emperor. As the light and shadow faded, Yi Chen, controlling the Aurora shield, easily blocked the calamity of 10,000 evils.
A mere four-dimensional being dares to presume to call itself a god?
Seeing the blood-red phantom that was about to punch him, the horrifying nebula, Yi Chen drew out the equally extreme heavenly Dao Aurora sword from thin air and combined the Aurora sword and the Aurora shield into one.
Emperor's demon subduing slash. Ultimate annihilation slash.
Yi Chen flapped his golden wings, and the gigantic ultimate emperor battle halberd in his hand unleashed a dazzling aurora that split the heavens and earth.
Chapter 115, Yi Chen, Snow Queen, you don't want the White Tiger clan to be trapped in the Shanming black hole forever, do you?
How is this possible? Looking at the shattered nebula body split in two by the aurora, a hint of fear and resentment flashed in the Ghost King's eyes.
The bending and stretching of wood.
Taking advantage of the Ghost King's momentary lapse in concentration, Yi Chen used the wood extension technique to subdue him. With one hand, he swung the ultimate emperor battle halberd, unleashing another beam of aurora that separated the Ghost King's nebula body, which was about to heal.
The concealment of water.
Yi Chen unleashed another control spell, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. Countless ice spikes rained down, freezing the Ghost King's nebula body once more, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. With another swing of the halberd, ice shards flew around the Ghost King, and his nebula body was once again cleaved in two by the sharp, giant aurora sword. The nebula body reshaped by the Ghost King has visibly faded in color. With Yi Chen's control skills interspersed with basic attacks, the Ghost King's full strength was used for recovery, leaving him with no chance to retaliate.
Fire and earth's fierce flames.
Yi Chen raised one hand, and countless fire meteors rained down from the sky.
Ugh!
The Ghost King screamed repeatedly as his nebula body was dented by countless fire meteors, which then ignited and burned fiercely.
The purification of metal.
Yi Chen gripped his halberd with both hands and swung it around.
This strike.
Cutting into the Ghost King's left waist, the ultimate emperor's halberd, imbued with the chilling aura of gold, once again emitted a dazzling golden light.
Without any hesitation or hindrance.
Along with the Ghost King's thin and dim nebula body, it was completely split in two. Without giving the Ghost King any chance to breathe, the ultimate heavenly emperor flapped his 6 wings and ascended into the sky. Looking down at the terrifying nebula where the Ghost King was barely clinging to life on the ground, Yi Chen controlled the heavenly emperor, and the aurora shield on the ultimate emperor battle halberd split off and flew out again.
The 5 golden scrolls and the Ghost King are aligned in a straight line.
As everyone looked up, the figure of the heavenly emperor overlapped with the singularity behind him, which resembled a blazing sun, and his body burst forth with a golden light even more dazzling than the singularity. The blazing golden dragon coiled around the ultimate heavenly emperor, meandering to the giant lightsaber floating in front of him, until they became one.
The aurora beams of heaven pierced through the 5 golden scrolls.
With each golden plaque it passed through, the aurora sword's light intensified. Like golden divine lightning, it descended from the sky with a ferocious roar.
In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the Ghost King's nebula body.
A golden, radiant dragon strangled and entangled the terrifying nebula. The roar of dragons resounded, displaying the might of heaven.
The wrath of the Emperor. The Ghost King's final scream was completely drowned out by the dragon's roar. All his resentment and ambition were intertwined with his fragile and terrifying nebula.
Together they were annihilated into golden sand by the golden dragon's strangulation, and vanished with the wind.
Both body and soul were destroyed. This is the wrath of an emperor. This is the power of heaven. This is the ultimate move of heaven's Tao. Ultimate. The 5 saints' ultimate kill. You and your super warrior girl have leveled up. You and your super warrior girl have leveled up. With the death of the Ghost King, Yi Chen and super martial girl's levels also soared to LV80. The spiritual energy within his body was fully restored, and the upper limit was increased to 2.4 black holes. The radiance around Yi Chen dissipated, and the ultimate emperor armor was stored in his control space, revealing his handsome true face. All right. His gaze swept over Xue Wang's exceptionally eye-catching, long, snow-white legs. His mood instantly soared with immense joy. After all, while the protagonist, Huo Linfei, was still leveling up and searching for super beast components in the third universe. I have already defeated the final boss of the super beast universe, the Ghost King, who possesses the horrifying nebula. So Yi Chen was in a much better mood, and his tone softened a bit. Now, we can have a proper talk. Snow Queen's small mouth was slightly open. Although the young man in front of me exuded an air of authority in every gesture. But she still found it hard to connect the refined and easygoing handsome man in front of her with the furious emperor who had previously attacked with deadly intent. You're saying my sister Fomying was framed by Gigu? Feng Yao was clearly the most agitated. You, what's your basis? He even used the formal you. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, looking worried about Feng Yao's intelligence, and said, Isn't the Horror Nebula the best proof of Ghost Valley's ambition? Often, what seems least threatening is the most deadly. The Snow Queen nodded, her red lips, hidden behind a thin veil, pursed slightly, and sighed. The Emperor is right. Even I didn't know that Elder Giga no, Ghost King, could hide so deeply, and even possess the nebula body. This is also the real reason why she didn't stop Yi Chen from killing the Ghost King later. Of course, even if she tried to stop her, it would be futile in the face of absolute power. The sealing of the Xianning coffin was created by the Ghost King, who also destroyed the entire Babu family for it. What your sister said back then was all true. Furthermore, I think that this time, after we leave the Xianning black hole and Gigu is no longer around, the negotiations between the Underworld Army and the White Tiger clan will proceed very smoothly under Xian Yizi's mediation. Snow Queen seemed to understand Yi Chen's words. Seeing that Feng Yao was still confused, Yi Chen continued, Don't worry, I will go back 100,000 years and change history. I will rescue Fomying. Once history is changed, those who died because of war will no longer die innocently, including your parents. Feng Yao stared in disbelief and exclaimed, Your Majesty, can you really change history and resurrect my sister? Yi Chen nodded. That's right. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze once again falling on Xue Wang's alluring legs without revealing any emotion. Why didn't I notice this when I was a child? Why are you only watching those idiots fight? He paused, then continued. However, there are still some specific details that need to be discussed in depth with Xue Wang before they can be finalized. Although Yi Chen's gaze was subtle and extremely natural, it was keenly perceived by Xue Wang, who also possessed the nebula body. Her pretty face, hidden behind the veil, flushed slightly, then she said to Feng Yao without revealing her expression. Feng Yao, take these guests to rest first, and let me have a detailed discussion with the Emperor. The guest Xue Wang was referring to were naturally Long Ying and a group of super martial girls who had already deactivated their super martial forms. Seeing Long Ying staring warily at Xue Wang, Yi Chen whispered softly in her ear, Wait for me obediently in the room. Don't we still have things to do? Upon hearing this, and recalling the enchanting scenery in the dense forest, Long Ying's heart was thrown into turmoil, and her pretty face visibly flushed red. Okay, sure. After Feng Yao led Long Ying away, Yi Chen looked around, and Xue Wang raised her hand and said, You may all leave. Yes. After everyone had left, the Snow Queen took a deep breath. Your Majesty, what is it that you wish to discuss with me in private? At this moment, Yi Chen no longer concealed his gaze and chuckled, Snow Queen, you wouldn't want the White Tiger clan to remain trapped in the Xianming black hole forever, would you? Chapter 116, Contract with the Snow Queen. Xue, put your hair up. Kneel down, I beg you to do me a favor. Yi Chen's blatant gaze caused Xue Wang to instinctively take a half step back, her pretty face, hidden behind her veil, blushing even more. Your Majesty, do you mean, you can lead our White Tiger clan out of the Xianming black hole? Yi Chen nodded and said, That's right, you should know how to leave the Xianming black hole by now. Xue Wang nodded, her rosy lips parting slightly. To leave the Xianming black hole, one needs to break through the singularity, but the singularity of the Xianming black hole is not so easy to break through. Unless Hades actively unravels the Xianming black hole, it would require the combined energy of 100 black holes to break through the singularity. Yi Chen smiled and said, That's the limitation of your thinking. Instead of always thinking about how to fight, it's better to understand and tolerate each other. This applies to both the Singularity and Hades' army. To reach the Singularity, it would require the energy of 100 black holes. But my Emperor armor can absorb the energy of the Singularity. As long as I absorb all the energy of the Singularity, not only will the Singularity's energy be at my disposal, but the Xianming black hole will also crumble without me even needing to be attacked. Yi Chen's words prompted the dignified Snow Queen to nod thoughtfully. I have learned something. She had already witnessed the power of the Emperor armor and also saw the possibility of it absorbing Singularity energy. Besides, being as intelligent as she is, she probably knows what she should do. If we consider this as a transaction, if the Emperor can truly help the White Tiger clan escape the Xianming black hole, sacrificing oneself is not necessarily a bad thing. If what the Emperor said is true, then the Underworld and the White Tiger clan can sit down and negotiate. This is not only a supreme love for the White Tiger clan, but also for the 7 universes. For love and peace. What difference would it make if I sacrificed myself? Moreover, the Emperor is so valiant, it is not a disgrace for me to submit to him. Perhaps, we can even find common ground on our journey for the sake of shared ideals. With this in mind, Xue Huang made up her mind. Her delicate, white hands were folded in front of her, and her knuckles were also slightly white. Your Majesty, what do you need me to do? Looking at the once dignified and aloof Snow Queen, her tone softened, revealing a weak sense of submission. Yi Chen revealed his true intentions. Make a contract with me. Snow Queen was slightly taken aback. A contract? Once she completed the contract as Yi Chen had instructed. Yi Chen looked at the panel in front of him, his heart filled with joy. I never expected that Snow Queen would also have an EX+ rating in the Supreme Universe. He truly deserves to be called the strongest among the 7 universes. Xue, put your hair up. Upon hearing this, Xue Huang shyly stretched out her delicate white hand and coiled her pale golden hair behind her head. Her stunningly beautiful face, marked with a golden mark between her brows, became even more alluring after a blush appeared on her cheeks. When things really came to this, her gaze began to dart away, seemingly revealing a hint of shyness. The Emperor? I'm not very good at serving him. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. I was just testing the loyalty effect of the contract. I didn't ask you to do anything. He rested his chin on his hand and continued to explain, after we get out, I need your help to make peace with Hades. And by using your combined energy, we can travel back 100,000 years and change history. This is my real plan. This is also my request to you. Upon hearing this, Xue Huang's pretty face turned even redder. Oh, is that so? Her tone seemed low. Oh, so that's what the request was. Upon hearing Xue Huang's thoughts, Yi Chen's lips twitched violently. No, what exactly are you disappointed about? You say you want to, but longing is still waiting for you. You might say you don't want to, but the atmosphere has already been built up to this point. It's okay, just look at me. His fingertips ran through Xue Huang's soft, golden hair. Looking at her furrowed brows, delicate face, and resentful eyes, Yi Chen's gaze darkened further. Call me Your Majesty. Xue Huang tilted her pretty face up and said softly with a submissive expression, Your Majesty, the Emperor. The thin veil covering her face seemed to be in the way, so Xue Huang prepared to remove it. But Yi Chen held her small hand down. Her fingertips gently kneaded Xue Huang's soft, boneless little hands, and her earlobes, which were now as red as bloodstone. Yi Chen took a deep breath and chuckled, No need to pick it, this is what I want. At that time, Xue Huang, who had been tricked by Yi Chen into signing a life and death contract, obediently nodded to him. Before long, Yi Chen slipped one hand under Xue Huang's pale knees and lifted her up by the waist with the other. Xue, love isn't just about saying it. Let me teach you what true love is. Upon hearing this, Xue Huang's pretty face flushed crimson. Location, Universe 3. The Black Sea Abyss. The whale shark god's Black Sea Abyss attack directly teleported Tianyu's phoenix feather god back to the underworld. As Tianyu was about to break free from the shackles of the Black Sea Abyss, a familiar feeling welled up in her heart. Tianyu, my child. Upon hearing that voice, Tianyu was instantly moved to tears. The next moment, she was teleported out of the Black Sea Abyss and appeared before Hades. Tianyu. Looking at the man sitting on the throne before him, countless memories flooded Tianyu's mind. Is that you? Her voice was choked with emotion. The man on the frozen throne, with his face as sharp as an iceberg, also had a kind smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Yes, the child is me. Stop, King Whale Shark.
Seeing that Huo Linfei, Long Jian, and Tai Lei were falling into a disadvantageous situation, Xian Yizhi stopped the Whale Shark King.
Master, Tianyu, she. It's all right, Huo Linfei. Tianyu only went to the underworld. The king of the underworld has awakened, he won't harm his own daughter. Xian Yizhi took a deep breath, memories flooding his mind, and revealed the truth that Tianyu was the daughter of the underworld king. You're saying Tianyu is the daughter of Hades? Huo Linfei looked bewildered. Then what is the point of my struggle against the underworld army?
Xian Yizhi's expression also turned bewildered, but he then said, perhaps we came to the third universe, just as Li Feiyu said, only to stop Yuan Zhang's death.
Master, let's go save Tianyu, Huo Linfei said in a daze.
At that moment, the Whale Shark King also stopped attacking. His face showed confusion, as if he couldn't understand, but he still respectfully addressed Xian Yizhi and the others.
Master Xian Yizhi, everyone, the king of the underworld invites you. Chapter 117, Longing is in love, Yichen. So, you got into a fight with your father-in-law again?
When I walked out of the Snow Emperor's palace,
Yichen surprisingly felt a slight deficiency in his spiritual energy. This only happens when I'm alone with An Shui. On one hand, it's because Snow Queen is EX+.
On the other hand, Xue Huang has been single for at least 100,000 years. In addition, Yi Chen made an astonishing discovery.
As the leader of the White Tiger clan, Xue Huang is just like Meng Yue.
As expected, they are also from the White Tiger clan. With this in mind, Yi Chen secretly made a decision. I need to hurry up and evolve Yan Li into SSS Plus so that my all-defense heart can be upgraded to EX level. However, just like Meng Yu's evolution condition, Yan Li's condition for evolving into Huan Lin Xingyun is to have a proper PK battle with the grown-up protagonist, Huo Linfei. I wonder how much progress Huo Linfei, this prison mate, has made.
Let's wait and see. With that in mind, he went to Long Ying's room. Finished talking?
Long Ying looked at Yi Chen with suspicion, then reverted to her usual aloof demeanor.
What's wrong, are you jealous?
Yi Chen chuckled as he approached, carefully observing her expression. Long Ying retreated in a panic, pouting and looking away. You still haven't explained to me, how come there are suddenly so many girls? Yi Chen knew, of course, that she was referring to Meng Yu and the others.
He remained calm and instead chuckled lightly. As an emperor, it's only natural to have more admirers.
They are just like you, they are all my super warrior girls, they are all people who protect me, and they are also people I want to protect.
Including you.
Long Ying, her pretty face flushed red, had been forced into a corner by Yi Chen.
Then the number of people you want to protect, isn't it a bit too many?
She had her hands behind her back, pressing lightly on the table, with nowhere left to retreat.
Yi Chen sighed softly, perhaps being too sentimental is my biggest flaw. If you don't want to, I won't force you.
After saying that, he turned to leave, but Long Ying grabbed his wrist.
Just as Yi Chen turned his head, Long Ying's soft lips unexpectedly pressed against his. After a long while, their lips parted. She gazed at Yi Chen with lingering affection, her eyes slightly reddening, and let out a soft sigh. Even heroes have found it hard to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Even beauties cannot resist the charms of heroes. Who told me I'd already fallen for you, you scoundrel? You need to be more assertive with me. They used some despicable methods to get me.
I feel much more at ease with myself. Yi Chen gently supported Long Ying's soft waist, lifted her onto the table, and pressed his lips deeply against hers, which were stained with tears.
Then I'll be more assertive. Long Ying clung tightly to Yi Chen.
Tears streamed down her pretty face, and her purple fingertips pierced his shoulder and back. She whispered softly in Yi Chen's ear, as if making a sob.
Since you've hurt me so deeply, then I want you to remember me for the rest of your life.
After saying that, she opened her small mouth and bit down hard on Yi Chen's shoulder.
Several days later, Yi Chen lived a secluded, immortal life in the Shenming black hole.
During the day, he would wear the Emperor armor and sunbathe with Ultramantiga, absorbing the energy of the singularity.
Night. There is no night in the Shenming black hole.
However, he will definitely need to take some time to work on getting to know Chao Wenyang. Especially the rather clingy Long Ying, and Xue Huang, who has been single for over 100,000 years.
Under his tutelage.
When Xue Huang sees him, she will consciously put her hair up. He dismissed everyone around him and had a long talk with him.
Long Ying willingly dressed Yi Chen in black stockings, and even understood why Yi Chen had so many super powerful female characters.
After all, Yi Chen's spiritual power was far too great, and it would be extremely easy for her to overload it on her alone.
There is no time in the Xin-Ming black hole. However, this statement is only relative.
According to the Shura armor's detection, less than an hour had passed in the underworld outside.
Boom!
The Xianming black hole was opened again, and familiar figures fell from the sky.
Yi Chen immediately realized what was going on. Feng Yao, go and invite the guests over.
Yes, Your Majesty. Even if Feng Yao is stupid, he has noticed something from the way Xue Huang looks at Yi Chen these past few days. After all, the way the Snow Queen looked at the Emperor was practically overflowing with desire, and when the two locked eyes, the Snow Queen blushed 8 times in 3 minutes. Therefore, Yi Chen's words were already extremely effective for Feng Yao.
Before long, Feng Yao led several people to Yi Chen.
Looking at those familiar figures, Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then couldn't help but chuckle. "Huo Linfei, you're fighting with your father-in-law again?
Who are you? How do you know me? And, why did you say again?"
Huo Linfei looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. Wait, that voice sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. But then his eyes widened.
You're Li Feiyu?
Yi Chen chuckled and said, "That's right, but my real name is Yi Chen."
He pointed to Xue Huang beside him, who already exuded the charm of a married woman, and chuckled, "This is my lover, Xue.
You can also call her Snow Queen."
Huo Linfei's eyes widened. Snow Queen?
Meanwhile, the chubby boy next to him realized, "So Li Feiyu, no, Yi Chen, you've gone through all this trouble. First, they retrieved the key of the netherworld from my master, Xian Yizi, to stop our fight against the underworld army. He decisively defeated the 4 guardians of Hades and single-handedly annihilated the entire Cloud Bat Legion. After resurrecting Hades, the request was for him to use the dark nether black hole on you. Finally, he fearlessly rushed into the Xianming black hole.
Could it be that all you've done is to find your lover, the Snow Queen?"
Upon hearing the little fat boy's words, Xue Huang's small mouth, hidden behind her veil, opened slightly. Because of all this, Yi Chen never mentioned it to her. He only said that he came here just for me. But they never mentioned that they had experienced so many difficulties and setbacks along the way. They seized the key of the netherworld from Xian Yizi, defeated the 4 guardians of the underworld king, and annihilated the Cloud Bat Legion. The final request to Hades was to unleash the dark nether black hole upon him. Each one is a remarkable achievement, something to boast about.
But he didn't mention it at all.
Thinking of this, Xue Huang's beautiful eyes, as she looked at Yi Chen, were almost filled with tears.
So be it. Bend your knees if you will.
He did so much for me without ever realizing it. What I'm doing in return is nothing.
For a moment, listening to Xue Huang's thoughts, Yi Chen almost couldn't suppress a smile.
No wonder that chubby little guy could wield a kitchen knife and hack at the 4 nebulae without getting hurt. You're such a good talker.
Chapter 118, Yan Li evolves into SSS plus illusionary nebula. Yi Chen advances to EX.
Huo Linfei, this is Gue.
However, he then said seriously, "That's right.
For love, these difficulties are nothing." Yi Chen gently patted Xue Huang's soft, boneless hand in his own, and looking at her shy and charming appearance, he continued. "Of course, besides all that, I do all this for the little love and affection in my heart. It's also for the shared ideal that Xue and I hold in our hearts. That is the 7 universes seeking common ground while reserving differences, setting aside war and prejudice, for the sake of the great love of peace. A misunderstanding 10,000 years ago led to a conflict between 2 major clans, instigated by a villain.
Now, the treacherous Giyu has been executed by me on behalf of heaven. There are no longer any obstacles to peace talks between the 2 sides. I did this so that Hades and Xue could sit down and talk peacefully. This is also the path to balance that your master, Xian Yizi, always wanted to achieve but never succeeded in." Upon hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Huo Linfei and the chubby boy finally understood.
"So it seems, Li Feiyu, no, Yi Chen, you're actually a pretty good person." Yi Chen looked at Huo Linfei and Tianyu and chuckled. "Once the peace talks are completed, you and Tianyu can put aside your grudges and get along well. You won't have to fight with your father-in-law anymore." Long Jian and Tai Lei exchanged a glance, then respectfully bowed to Yi Chen, saying in unison, "Yi Chen, thank you for saving Master Jianlong Yuanzhang's life." At this moment, Long Jian had learned from Jianlong that he had originally wanted to die, and that Yi Chen had rescued him from Long Ying's hands. Tai Lei also learned from Huo Linfei and Xian Yizi that Yi Chen had sent them to the 3rd universe to rescue Yuan Zhang. Yi Chen chuckled and said, Elder Yuan Zhang is also an important fighting force for our White Tiger clan, and we cannot bear to see him die. Besides, I will definitely take Shuer away from here in the future, and Yuan Zhang is the best candidate to replace Shuer and take over the White Tiger clan again.
Thales sighed and said, but we, the Thunder Elephant clan.
Yi Chen naturally knew that after Hades' resurrection, the Thunder Elephant clan uprising in the third universe had not succeeded. He simply raised his hand and said, the truth you two desire can be found by traveling with me to 100,000 years ago.
There you will know everything you want to know. I see. Tai Lei and Long Jian nodded and said no more. But Yi Chen.
Feng Yao, who was standing to the side, corrected him, please address him as Your Majesty the Emperor.
Huo Linfei asked curiously, Your Majesty, how do we get out?
Yi Chen smiled and said, no rush, we'll be able to get out naturally in a while.
But I'm worried. Master will use Yuan Kong Mie on the king of the underworld.
The chubby boy explained. Yi Chen nodded and said, you don't need to worry about that.
Xian Yizi won't do that unless he's forced to. Besides, Tianyu is still inside the Xianming black hole, so the underworld king won't do anything to us.
He hooked his arm around Huo Linfei's neck and said with a wicked smile, why don't you take this time to cultivate your relationship with Tianyu?
For example, cooking raw rice into cooked rice.
Then I told Hades, old Deng, it's inconvenient for me to stop my phantom blade downstairs.
I think it's Hades who's in a hurry.
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xuehuan blushed. Huo Linfei's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Tianyu. Tianyu replied without any politeness, get lost. Seeing Huo Linfei looking at him for help,
Yi Chen's lips twitched.
You still need to practice more when it comes to picking up girls.
Over the next few days, Yi Chen sparred with Huo Linfei and the others. Of course, Huo Linfei, Tianyu, Long Jian, Tai Lei and others gradually got used to the Xianming black hole under special training and used the Super Beast God 4-in-1. Yi Chen, on the other hand, used only the illusionary divine sword. I deliberately didn't bring Feng Yao.
On the one hand, the proud and arrogant Feng Yao was unwilling. On the other hand, it's because the Phantom Scale God hasn't evolved yet.
If the opponent were to combine 5 Super Beast Gods, Yi Chen feared he would be severely beaten.
After all, Wanlin Shin is his precious Yanli, and if anyone is to bully him, it's only up to him. No one else has the right to bully him.
However, the speed at which the main characters improve is not to be underestimated by Yi Chen.
The fountain's height will not exceed its source, and the Super Beast Warrior's alien energy will not exceed their conviction.
Super Beast God.
Seeing the 4-in-1 Super Beast God hurtling towards him again, Yi Chen chuckled to Yanli and her Super Martial Spirit Girl form inside the cockpit. Yanli, if they're going to fly, we'll fly too. Having said that, he and Yanli said in unison. The fountain's height will not exceed its source, and the spirit power of the Riding Maiden Super Warrior Girls will not exceed their conviction. Hidden condition, the belief of the Super Beast Warrior has been fulfilled.
Do you want to spend money? Krypton. Yi Chen shouted loudly.
The next moment, Wanlin God, who seemed to be a size smaller than the Super Beast God, suddenly swelled up and merged with the huge nebula body. Yi Chen and Yanli clasped their hands together and shouted in unison.
The Phantom Nebula.
After round-the-clock special training, Yanli's condition finally changed.
And then the SSS Plus level Phantom Nebula appeared. The 4-in-1 Super Beast God was completely dumbfounded. With just one claw, the Super Beast God was smashed and disintegrated, and even the Super Beast armed form was removed. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Yi Chen, Huo Linfei stared intently at the dark red nebula surrounding Yi Chen, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy crap, this one is Gue. Wait, buddy, how did your illusionary Qilin God turn into the illusionary Qilin Nebula? Yi Chen chuckled, it's just time. I'll give you an 8th day, and you can do it too. The Phantom Nebula is different from the White Tiger Nebula.
The latter allows you to become stronger simply by fighting, and currently you can stack up to 8 black holes. The Phantom Nebula, on the other hand, can become stronger by taking hits, and currently it can stack up to 8 black holes. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, his momentum began to rise uncontrollably.
All achieved.
Hidden condition, obtained Holy Nebula Snow Queen, achieved.
All Guardian Hearts upgraded to EX rank.
Resonance Tide rising probability increased by 100%. Resonance Tide-like effects increased 10 times.
Mega Heart Keystone, you can Mega Evolve all Mega Girls. The effect lasts for 10 minutes.
Unity of Mind, when you and your Super Martial Maiden are united in mind, you can freely command your super martial maiden and all their abilities, including the infusion of spiritual power regardless of time and space.
You have received an extra reward, all resistances X9. You have received an extra reward, all attributes X9. You have received an extra reward, unlocked super weapon. Super weapons unlocked.
The maximum spiritual power your super weapon girls can withstand is doubled. Their attributes, levels, and lifespans are no longer limited by the human race maximum level 100, and the level cap is increased to LV 300.
You've received an extra reward, unlock your limiters.
This includes your maximum spiritual power, attribute limits, level cap, and lifespan no longer subject to any restrictions.
Chapter 119, Refining the Singularity.
The black egg hatches, and Yichen says, "I'll call you Mingyu."
X1, all super warrior girls upgraded to X+.
X2, you and your super powerful female warrior will both reach level 300.
X3, hidden condition met. After Yichen advanced to EX level talent.
The 9-star clusters within the body are also expanding rapidly. The original number of black holes, which was on the order of 2.4, has undergone a qualitative change and has completely become 7.2 black holes. At that moment, Yichen seemed to sense something and raised his right hand.
Meanwhile, dozens of miles away in the Snow Emperor's palace. As if guided, the Snow Queen's delicate body floated into the air.
Amidst her gasp of surprise, a dazzling golden light burst forth from her chest. Finally, her figure transformed into a streak of light and shot towards Yichen.
This is precisely the effect of mind and intention becoming one. In the blink of an eye, Yichen was enveloped by the golden light that arrived in the distance. The Snow Queen's ethereal form had a slightly flushed face.
She stretched out her snow-white arms and gently wrapped them around Yichen's neck. She whispered softly in his ear, "Your Majesty, please, use swear as you please."
White snow holy radiance.
Yichen raised both palms, and a dazzling golden light shot out from his palms.
He wasn't using the holy radiance of snow to break through the singularity. It's pulling the singularity.
Soon, the singularity, guided by the beam of light, slowly moved toward the Emperor's palm and the giant nebula. Finally, to everyone's astonishment, Yichen reached out and grasped the singularity.
Use its remaining energy. Refined in an instant. The singularity dimmed instantly.
The whole world turned dark. And Yichen, burning with golden light, was inside the Xianming black hole at this moment.
The only light.
Where there is light, there must be darkness.
There is darkness, and there is light.
Soon, the surrounding gravity and darkness instantly tore and crushed towards Yichen and the others.
With a thought, Yichen unleashed his spiritual power, protecting everyone within it.
Looking up at the sky, it seemed as if light had appeared, and everyone's faces lit up with ecstasy.
The Xianming black hole. The Xianming black hole. It's open.
The White Tiger Clan soldiers stared blankly at the weak light overhead, which resembled the opening of a well. Finally, overjoyed, they wept and exclaimed in trembling voices, "That's wonderful!
That's wonderful! 10,000 years! 10,000 years! We can finally go home! Long live the Snow Queen! Long live the Emperor!"
The White Tiger Clan shouted, "Long live the Snow Emperor and the Emperor," and charged towards the top of the Xianming black hole. Seeing the excited White Tiger Clan soldiers, the Snow Emperor's phantom was also very excited. She looked at Yichen with adoring and infatuated eyes, her gaze almost stretching into silk threads. After hearing Yichen's explanation, it became clear that the war between the White Tiger Clan and the underworld was caused by Guegu's instigation and was completely meaningless. The innocent are always the White Tiger Clan and the people of the underworld. Yichen was just about to rush out of the Xianming black hole. But he stopped moving in surprise. Because, within the imperial space, the black egg suddenly trembled uncontrollably, as if it were resonating uniquely with the dark energy in the Xianming black hole. It even eroded the space of defense, appearing right in front of him. Yichen was slightly stunned. The black egg had been absorbing his spiritual energy. But lately I haven't had much of an appetite. Therefore, the incubation process has been stalled. Could it be that? Is this the correct place to hatch the black egg? Thinking of this, he said to the most reliable little chubby boy, "Little fatty, you guys go out first and help me hold off Hades for a while. I'll be there in a bit."
Ah?
The chubby boy looked troubled.
"That's Hades." Yichen said solemnly, "The time has come to show off your linguistic charm as captain of the Xuanwu. Please, Captain Slim June." Although he didn't know what Yi Chen wanted to do, the chubby boy became excited and carried away as soon as he heard Yi Chen address him. Woohoo, ha ha ha. I'm so touched. Finally, someone calls me Slim June again. Did you hear that, Huo Linfei? His Majesty the Emperor called me Captain Slim June. He patted his chest at Yi Chen. Leave it to me, Your Majesty. Once everyone had left the Xianming black hole, Yi Chen was astonished to discover that the black egg, which had been silent for a long time, was cracking open, and the life inside was indeed greedily absorbing the dark energy in the Xianming black hole. But it seems to be particularly averse to light. The Holy Radiance Nebula was returned to the control space, and darkness returned to the surroundings, with only a faint light overhead, resembling the mouth of a well. Yi Chen quietly observed the black egg's feeding behavior. In a near lightless state, in the blink of an eye, the surrounding dark energy was completely absorbed, and the eggshell cracked open completely. A girl, her arms wrapped around her knees, her body curled up, and her eyes closed, was revealed inside the eggshell. The legs she was hugging were very long. His entire body was enveloped in pitch-black flames and waist-length black hair. The flames were pitch black and had no temperature, yet they contained terrifying dark energy. Like dark phoenix feathers, they clung to her body. Her overly fair skin even shone brightly in the dim light from above. That exquisitely beautiful face. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Isn't that Tianyu? Etc. This is not Tianyu. Her hair color was different, and her pretty face looked even more youthful. Moreover, the purple gold mark between her eyebrows had an indescribable, pure desire. At this moment, the girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes with what appeared to be some difficulty. The moment she saw Yi Chen, she gave him an innocent and harmless smile. She stretched out her soft, white hands and wrapped them around his neck, rubbing her cheek against his side and affectionately calling out, "Papa, Papa." Yi Chen's face darkened. Could this name be? He found a t-shirt in his spatial storage and put it on her, then patted her head and chuckled, "Just call me Master." The little girl, somewhat puzzled, mimicked, "Master Silver." Name, none available. Level, LV1. Super Beast Nether Phoenix, SSS+. Attack Growth, SSS+. Defense Growth, SSS+. Brand new. Description, a miraculous artifact. Resonance Effect, Netherwing Armor Netherwing Flash Phoenix Feather Beast Netherwing Form. Mingchao's Ultimate Techniques, Illusionary Heaven Technique. Profound Nether Technique. X, Hidden Condition achieved. Spend over 100 million in-game currency to unlock SSS plus Xianming Nebula. Looking at the panel, Yi Chen gasped. Is it SSS plus from the factory? It can also use two skills, Illusionary Heaven Technique and Profound Nether Technique. You should know that the Illusionary Heaven Technique is Tianyu's skill, while the Profound Nether Technique is the skill of the Underworld King. The girl touched her slightly chubby, fair cheek with her fingertips. Master name. Yi Chen was almost swooning over her adorable little expressions. Then I'll call you Mingyu. Mingyu. Muttering the name, Mingyu's eyes slowly widened. Immediately, she happily wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck and skipped around, saying, Mingyu Kanji. Kanji Master. Mingyu Porridge, that name. Chapter 120, Yi Chen, tell me, can he stop these 20 white holes in the Xianming Nebula? Mingyu's words were not fluent. But it's clear that she learned a lot subtly while inside the black egg. Her cool, delicate body was covered only by Yi Chen's white t-shirt, making her look both innocent and alluring. For a moment, it almost mobilized the strongest energy within Yi Chen's body. It should be noted that after possessing numerous super powerful female warriors, Yi Chen actually has a relative immunity to beauty. Aunt Shui once said that the so-called beauty barrier is not simply about suppression and prohibition. It's better to guide than to block. Only by guiding people in a reasonable way can they avoid being blinded by beauty and achieve a state of doing what they want. Aunt Shui, born with the body of a succubus and a rakshasa, is also known as the Azura armor, and can easily mobilize Yi Chen's strongest energy. This little Mingyu, apart from its legs and face, isn't perfect in any other aspect. Yet she can easily mobilize the strongest energy, which can only be described as innate charm and extraordinary talent. Of course, this could also be due to the pull of dark energy within her body. After all, after absorbing the singularity from the Xianming black hole, there was too much light in his body, and he needed to use darkness to balance it out. Only in this way can balance be achieved. Besides Mingyu, Yi Chen also thought of Feng Ying from 100,000 years ago. Of course, the most crucial thing now is to negotiate with Hades.
After retrieving Mingyu from his control space, Yi Chen rushed out of the Xianming black hole. A terrifying spiritual pressure burst forth from his body. The people of the underworld who were confronting Xian Yizhi, Walinfei, Little Fatty, and the White Tiger clan, including Yi Lingyun, the Lion King, and the Whale Shark King, all changed color. Even Hades is no exception. The activation of the Xianming black hole requires the alien energy of 10 black holes. To break out of the Xianming black hole, 10 times the amount of its strange energy are needed. That's 100 black holes. As the strongest force in the 7 parallel universes. It's really hard to imagine Pluto. Even the Snow Queen was trapped for 100,000 years. How could Yi Chen have broken out of the Xianming black hole in just a few hours? Even though the amount of alien energy within him had increased several times. But it's still a long way from being 100 black holes. How did he, Li Feiyu, manage to do that? Yi Chen surrounded them. All eyes were on him. Beside him, the beautiful figure of the Snow Queen materialized as points of light. The moment Hades saw the Snow Queen, his face instantly darkened. He waved his sleeve and said calmly, "What has been will be again, what has been done will be done again." The duel from 100,000 years ago can finally be decided. Xu Huang frowned slightly. Why do we have to determine who is superior? Can't we just coexist peacefully? Hades sneered. Why can't we determine who is superior and let the strongest rule all the universes? Snow Queen, why must the strongest rule the universe? This is the law of the universe. The strong. Hades pointed at the Snow Queen, rule the weak. Enough. Yi Chen's words interrupted their argument. He plunged one hand into the Snow Queen's chest, his entire body was encased in golden armor, and 6 golden wings stretched out from his back as he floated up. Ultimate Heavenly Emperor. He held his arms out straight. The burst of golden light formed a series of spiraling halos on his arms. A golden nebula-like body rose up from above his head. It is the Holy Radiance Nebula. Sensing the familiar aura, Feng Yao exclaimed in shock. He rubbed his eyes, because the Holy Radiance Nebula was no longer a huge projection of the Snow Emperor's outline, but had completely transformed into the shape and appearance of an emperor. Aggression is aggression. Don't embellish your image, and don't make any excuses for yourself. Since you believe that the strong should rule over the weak. There is no right or wrong in this world. There is only who is stronger and who is weaker. Come on then. Let me, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, tell you. What is meant by the way of heaven? Xianming Nebula. A pitch-black phantom rose from within Hades' body. It coalesced into a massive black nebula-like phantom overhead. It is the Xianming Nebula. Xianming Nebula gathered a dense ball of dark energy in its hand, which instantly transformed into a giant werewolf, roaring and tearing at Shanghui Nebula. Yi Chen drew the Aurora Sword out of thin air, while the Heavenly Emperor's nebula projection also drew the light-forged giant sword. This sword strike cleaved the heavens and earth in two. The towering ice-crowned citadel in the distance is split in two. The giant black wolf formed from dark energy, along with the entire Xianming Nebula, was also split in two. 20 white holes. Looking at the data displayed on the energy detector, the chubby boy opened his mouth wide in shock. This attack consumed less than half of Yi Chen's spiritual power. The opening move deals energy damage equivalent to 20 black holes. Snow Queen's individual strength is equivalent to 6 white holes, or 9.5 black holes, which is comparable to Hades. But as Yi Chen's EX plus Super Martial Girl, the current limit of spiritual energy she can withstand is a white hole. Activate the all-out Heart EX trait at nightfall. Fourth characteristic, after the super weapon is unlocked. The maximum amount of spiritual energy she can withstand has doubled. That is, 2 white holes 3 black hole level. Tell me, can he withstand these 20 white holes in the Xianming Nebula? Hades collapsed instantly, his body showing signs of collapse. The Heavenly Emperor's form has merged with the Holy Radiance Nebula. With his 6 golden wings flapping, Yi Chen looked down at Hades, whose body was on the verge of collapse. Father! Tianyu rushed forward anxiously and shielded Hades behind him. She looked up at the night sky and pleaded, "Please." Seeing Tianyu's face and Mingyu's face overlap, Yi Chen felt a pang of pity. The way of heaven is to take from those who have too much and give to those who have too little. The way of man is to take from those who have less and give to those who have more. If the strong have no love, they believe the weak are born to die. They deserve to be devoured by the strong, to be exploited and oppressed. Then, in the unseen realm, there must be a stronger force acting on behalf of heaven. If heaven has no love, and heaven does not show mercy, then how could it have created all things? You Wolf clan should have been wiped out long ago when you were at your weakest. Think carefully about where you came from. Yi Chen's voice was deafening, brimming with divinity. Both the White Tiger clan and the people of the underworld fell silent, lost in deep thought. Yi Chen searched with his eyes and finally spotted a familiar figure, Yuan Zhang.
Elder Yuan Zhang. I am here.
Yi Chen specifically criticized. Non-violence and non-cooperation are so foolish. Remember, dignity and justice always reside only on the edge of the sword. Only by taking up arms can we defend the love and justice in our hearts. If the swordsman who possesses power does not act on behalf of heaven, nor speak out for his own people,
then where should these countless ignorant beings go?
Yuan Zhang remained silent for a long while, then said, I have learned a lot, Your Majesty. Having deactivated his super weapon form, Yi Chen fell from mid-air. Beside him were Xue Huang and Long Ying. Looking again at Hades, Xian Yizi, and Yuan Zhang, Yi Chen said calmly, I will go back 100,000 years and change history. I will prevent the tragedy from happening. I hope the three of you can lend me a hand.
Chapter 121, Hades and Tianyu's Request. Traveling back 100,000 years to save the Phoenix. Your Majesty.
Hades hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. If you really could change history, could you?
Yi Chen smiled. You mean your wife, Phoenix?
As the eldest princess of the Phoenix clan and the wife of the Underworld King, Phoenix secretly pledged her life to the Underworld King and gave birth to their daughter, Tianyu. Her father was so angered that he died. To quell the Phoenix clan's anger, the Phoenix chose to sacrifice itself by self-immolating a rule of the Phoenix clan. As long as one is reborn in fire, any mistake can be forgiven, thus stopping the war between the Phoenix clan and the Underworld. It was because of the death of his wife, Phoenix, that Hades felt he was not strong enough, which led to Phoenix's death.
Right. Hades gritted his teeth and said, I'm willing to do anything as long as you can change history.
Even if it costs me my life, I would have no complaints.
Father.
Upon hearing Hades' words, Tianyu's tears rolled down her cheeks again.
Yi Chen chuckled lightly, I'm not interested in your life.
But I don't think you're that cold-hearted, whether it's your daughter or your wife.
Isn't this all the love hidden deep within your heart?
Hades stopped arguing. What you said is all correct.
Yi Chen nodded, I'll try my best. He focused his gaze on Hades, Elder Yuanzhang, and Xian Yizi, and conjured a giant cloud bat shield in his hand. All right, now unleash your full power on me.
The three of them exchanged a glance and nodded.
Pluto rose into a jet-black nebula, Xianming Nebula. Thunder Shield Nebula. Yuan Zhang rose up in a nebula body radiating golden lightning. Xian Yizi also unleashed the green's unique energy.
3 streams of energy struck the cloud bat shield, converging into a terrifying energy vortex that tore apart the entire spacetime. Faced with the terrifying spatial turbulence, Yi Chen calmly stepped into it.
I'll go with you. Tianyu leaped high into the air and charged toward the direction of the spacetime turbulence. Yi Chen frowned. Tianyu.
Seeing Tianyu rush into the spacetime turbulence, Guo Linfei also rushed towards it anxiously.
Fire Kirin flying.
Following closely behind were naturally Long Jian and Tai Lei. In the next instant, all 5 of them were swept into the spacetime turbulence. Under the protection of the spiritual energy shield, Tianyu's pressure was greatly reduced. She opened her eyes, tilted her small face up, looked at the tall and majestic emperor before her, and spoke with an apologetic tone.
I'm sorry. Your Majesty. I've dragged you down. I just want to see my mother.
As she said this, her eyes dimmed slightly. My mother passed away not long after I was born.
I've never seen her before. I don't even know what she looks like. Please. I won't get in your way. Yi Chen sighed. Now that we're inside, what else is there to say?
Okay, but from now on, you must not communicate with anyone without my permission, and you must not act on your own initiative or do anything out of line. Seeing Tianyu's puzzled expression, Yi Chen chuckled and said, there are many time paradoxes here, and I don't have time to explain them to you one by one.
If I can do it, I'll take you with me. If not, I'll have to take you back. Tianyu nodded her little head like a chicken pecking at rice, yes, yes. Please. She's not actually good at communicating with others by making requests. This is thanks to the environment she grew up in. This fostered in her a personality that never relied on anyone. However, in front of this emperor, she had lost count of how many times she had used the word beg. Strangely, as the saying goes, heaven is merciless. But this heavenly emperor, who seemed even more ruthless than his Hades father, was not difficult to talk to. It seems like he'll agree to anything I ask. Whether it was before when they begged him to release their father, or now. Moreover, I always feel the way he looked at me seemed a little different. Although they looked about the same age as me, maybe a little older, the way they looked at me was more like the gaze of an elder looking at a younger person. Tianyu had no idea. Yi Chen acted this way entirely because of Mingyu. He remained silent the whole way. Tianyu could only look curiously at the surrounding space-time turbulence. Huo Lin Fei? Dragon Halberd? Tai Lei? Tianyu exclaimed in surprise, because she had already seen the three of them being thrown out by the space-time turbulence. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Yi Chen chuckled and explained, however, the time point we need to reach is even earlier than the 100,000 years ago that they arrived at. Oh. Tianyu nodded in relief. Yi Chen kept his eyes fixed on the interface, which displayed historical images of various time points. This is also one of the functions of the Azura armor. When it was almost time, he led Tianyu out of the space-time turbulence. 10,000 years ago, this was the territory of the Phoenix clan. A woman is bound to a stake with her hands and feet tied. This woman is none other than. It was Tianyu's mother, the Phoenix. A group of Phoenix warriors clad in red armor stood guard around the pyre. The leader was named Xiangyu, a general of the Phoenix clan. Although he felt reluctant, he still swung his right hand down. Ignition. A torch was thrown out, igniting the pile of wood at the Phoenix's feet. Despite being engulfed in flames, this virtuous woman remained silent. Suddenly, a space-time turbulence opened up in mid-air. A dazzling sphere of light appeared in everyone's view. The figures inside the sphere of light were none other than Yi Chen and Tianyu, both dressed as heavenly emperors. Upon seeing the woman on the stake, Tianyu's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. A pang of sympathy, a mother's heartstrings binding her child, caused her tears to stream down her face. Mother! Yi Chen said in a low voice. It's okay, I'm here. His words, like a gentle spring breeze, reached Tianyu's ears. The latter's delicate body trembled, and she immediately stopped struggling. With tears streaming down her face and her lips pursed, she pleaded with Yi Chen, please, save my mother. On the other side, after recognizing the figure in mid-air, Xiangyu, the great general of the Phoenix clan, coldly questioned, who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Phoenix clan's territory? Yi Chen remained silent, only waving his hand dismissively. The flames on the stake burned even brighter. The flames completely engulfed the Phoenix's body. In that instant, Tianyu completely broke down in tears. Why? Why? Yi Chen frowned slightly and simply said two words, trust me. Arm yourself. Xiangyu on the ground armed himself with the Phoenix clan's special ability lock and used Phoenix Feather Flash to rush towards Yi Chen in mid-air. Playing tricks. Take this. Illusionary heavenly technique. Flames raged around Xiangyu, forming a vortex. Yi Chen then plunged one hand into the space of control, and his body was subsequently replaced by the illusionary scale armor. His body was engulfed in flames, and with a single punch, he shattered Xiangyu's vortex of flames. Fire Cloud Technique. Chapter 122, The Phoenix Clan's Prophecy, the Phoenix reborn from the ashes, when reincarnation is broken. Just one punch. Xiangyu, the Phoenix clan general with a square face and a Tibetan fox-like appearance, fell from the sky like a kite with a short string. He looked annoyed and slapped the ground with one hand as he stood up. A phoenix seal appeared, and a fiery red mechanical phoenix rose from it. The mechanical phoenix pierced the sky, swooped down, and transformed into a fiery red mecha warrior. Xiangyu leaped up and merged with it. Phoenix Feather God. Yi Chen remained silent, his eyes fixed on Feng Yushin. At this point in time, he has a lot to do. Nearly half of my spiritual power has already been used. Therefore, he should use his spiritual power sparingly. This is also why he used the Phantom Scale Armor. Phoenix Feather God possesses the ability to fly. If I were to use the Cloud Bat God to deal with it, it would only exacerbate the conflict between the Phoenix clan and the underworld. Thinking of this, he said to Tianyu, hold on tight. At this moment, Tianyu wiped away her tears, seemingly having already noticed something amiss.
Although Yi Chen made the flames on the stake blaze brightly, from the air, his mother did not appear to be burned, and even her clothes were intact. And he was directly above the flames. It didn't feel hot at all. She seemed to understand why Yi Chen did this. The Phoenix clan's rule is that being reborn in fire absolves one of all punishment. As long as mother survives the flames, then all her mistakes will be forgiven, and the Phoenix clan and the underworld will not go to war. Although he didn't know how Yi Chen did it, Tian Yu, seeing hope, now trusted him unconditionally. Yi Chen plunged one hand into the space of control, into Ming Yu's chest. This was the first time he had used the dark feather, and he felt his arm being bitten tightly. Immediately afterwards, a black, supernatural lock appeared in his hand. Master's silver. Mingyu has become so strange. As Mingyu's trembling body turned into specks of light with her soft moan, it merged with the black power lock in his hand. In the next instant, to Xiang Yu's astonishment, two talismans appeared in front of Yi Chen. They are a black phoenix talisman and a red qilin talisman. A mechanical phoenix with black wings twists and transforms in the air, forming a 2-in-1 super beast god phantom feather. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess the Phoenix clan's special ability lock and control our Phoenix clan's phoenix feather god? And why are you a black phoenix? Xiang Yu questioned loudly, but his actions never stopped. Phoenix feather god spun rapidly in the air, transforming into an energy vortex once more, sweeping towards the super beast god. Yi Chen controlled the super beast god, protecting Tianyu in his hands while channeling spiritual power into it, causing the jet black phoenix feathers to vibrate and spin rapidly towards Xiang Yu's phoenix feather god. Illusionary heavenly technique. At that moment, everyone in the Phoenix clan opened their eyes wide. Because the illusionary heaven technique used by the super beast god was not only twice the size of Xiang Yu's, but the energy contained in the eerie black flames referred to Amaterasu also shocked everyone. In the next instant, the super beast god's illusionary heaven technique directly swallowed Xiang Yu's small vortex. Super beast god, stop spinning. The vortex disappeared. Phoenix feather god collapsed to the ground. General. As the dust settled, the super beast armor surrounding Xiang Yu was also directly dispelled. The crowd exclaimed Xiang Yu's name and looked at the super beast god in mid-air, their faces filled with righteous indignation. Stop. The Phoenix clan elder stepped forward and stopped everyone's actions. Staring at the super beast god in mid-air and Xiang Yu who had fallen asleep, the Phoenix clan elder was furious. Let me. He clapped his hands, and a fiery red wave of flames rose from the top of his head. Phoenix Nebula. Looking at the nebula-like structure before him, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. He was surprised to find that the Phoenix clan actually had a nebula-type expert. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Without absolute confidence and strength, the Phoenix clan would not arbitrarily start a war with the underworld. And they even dared to humiliate Hades like this. As the Phoenix clan elder projected the nebula body, the giant hand flipped, and a huge phantom of a phoenix shot towards the super beast god. Now that things had come to this, Yi Chen no longer concealed himself, and terrifying spiritual pressure burst forth from his body. Return the unconscious Mingyu to the control space. A massive crimson mecha phantom rose up and merged with the illusionary scale god. Phantom Nebula. He didn't use the white tiger in the Holy Radiance Nebula, nor did he use Long Ying's dragon war god before, because he didn't want to complicate things. But the illusionary nebula alone is enough. Controlling the illusionary nebula, Yi Chen unleashed a giant fist. A gigantic phantom of a qilin roared forth. In the blink of an eye, the fire phoenix and the fire qilin met in mid-air, their two energies intertwining and entwining. The phantom of the qilin unleashed its sharp claws, the terrifying energy contained within instantly tearing the phantom of the phoenix into embers. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the Phoenix clan paled. And that elder of the Phoenix clan. The moment I saw the phantom of the qilin, my chapped lips trembled uncontrollably. It's actually the illusionary nebula. With that, he immediately dispelled the nebula body. Stop. Stop. It's the Emperor has arrived. The elder of the Phoenix clan spoke in a trembling voice, then knelt down shakily in the direction of the illusionary universe nebula. At the same time, the flames on the pyre were completely extinguished. She had already fainted, but the aura of the Phoenix, the wife of Hades and mother of Tianyu, still lingered. My God, the Phoenix has risen from the ashes. The prophecy has appeared. The prophecy has appeared. The Phoenix is reborn from the ashes, at the moment when the cycle of reincarnation is broken. As they spoke, all the members of the Phoenix clan knelt down in the direction of the stake. Even Xiangyu, who had just woken up, was slightly stunned and also knelt down. Seeing this, Yi Chen was slightly stunned.
Emperor? They just mentioned the emperor, didn't they? There were also prophecies. What's going on here?
He opened his giant palm and gently placed Tianyu back on the ground. Then he dispelled the illusionary nebula and floated down from mid-air. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Tianyu jumped off the giant hand of the illusionary nebula and rushed towards the direction of the stake.
Mother!
This time, Yi Chen did not stop him. He used instant step to save Phoenix from the stake. He placed one hand in front of the Phoenix and used the retrograde ability of the Azura armor to heal all her injuries. Before that, he used the power of the Heavenly Emperor's control over the 5 elements to ward off the energy of the flames around her.
That's why she was able to survive.
Although there was some cheating involved.
Only in this way can the Phoenix clan's hatred for her and even for the entire underworld be eliminated.
Soon, the Phoenix gradually opened its eyes.
Mother!
Looking at Tianyu's tear-streaked face, Phoenix was initially puzzled, but then tears welled up in her beautiful eyes.
Is that Tianyu? He's grown so much. The moment the Phoenix spoke, Tianyu burst into tears. Chapter 123, Yi Chen, Huo Linfei, let me handle the hero saving the beauty. Don't let Tianyu misunderstand. At this moment, the elder of the Phoenix clan walked over shakily. You are the emperor? Upon hearing the Phoenix clan elder's question, Yi Chen nodded. He initially thought the old man, upon seeing the illusionary nebula, mistook him for Huo Linfei. But to his surprise, they immediately recognized him as the emperor. After some questioning, he finally understood.
It turns out that the Phoenix clan has been living in seclusion for many years, guarding a secret. Those are the 7 parallel universes, which have been in a cycle of 100,000 years.
What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again.
In the prophecy of our Phoenix clan, only the Qilin Emperor who possesses the illusionary Qilin Nebula can break the cycle of reincarnation. Unfortunately, the Qilin clan, who had been on good terms with us for generations, was nearly wiped out one day. Only this one superpower lock remains. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen's expression faltered slightly.
Isn't this Huo Linfei's superpower lock? The Phoenix clan elder glanced at the child outside the door.
He hunched over and slowly said, the Phoenix and Qilin clans both belong to the fire element, so we have been on good terms for generations. There is also a custom of intermarriage within our clans, and even the clan leader is no exception. Many children in our clan are the product of intermarriage between the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan, but none of them have been able to truly use this power lock to this day. I once discussed this issue with the late patriarch of the Phoenix clan, who was also the father of the Phoenix King. It might be because their blood isn't pure enough. The blood of the Qilin is too diluted to truly use this supernatural lock. Therefore, the Phoenix King made the decision to marry the Phoenix to the last remaining member of the Qilin clan. Because of the accumulation over so many years, the Phoenix possesses not only pure Phoenix blood but also pure Qilin blood. Unexpectedly, the Phoenix and that wolf boy secretly pledged their lives to each other, which is why the old Phoenix King was so angry that he died. However, Phoenix is a stubborn girl. Even for the sake of the old Phoenix King, we won't just stand by and watch her die. Rather, she herself insisted on using this method to stop the war between the two sides. Yi Chen nodded secretly, not expecting such a secret. But thinking about it, it makes sense, everything has a source. Although Huo Linfei's superpower lock came from the Lion King, it was also something he lent to the Lion King 100,000 years ago. But the true source cannot be without origin. The dragon race only has one special ability lock. The same applies to the White Tiger clan. The Phoenix clan has 2 weapons, one pink and the other red, which is the one Xiangyu holds. Based on this, it's highly likely that Huo Linfei's superpower lock is this one. But how did this supernatural lock end up in his hands? Can I have this supernatural lock? Of course. Your Majesty. I never imagined that after countless cycles of reincarnation, we would finally see hope of breaking free from this cycle. On the other side, Tianyu asked curiously, Mother, how did you recognize me? Phoenix chuckled and pointed at Tianyu's slender wrist, then said, Silly child, on one hand, we are mother and daughter connected by heart. On the other hand, when I saw this pink power lock, I knew it had to be you. So that's how it is. Tianyu suddenly realized, and then choked up, saying, Mother, let's go back to the underworld, and live with father.
We'll never be separated.
With His Majesty the Emperor present, no one will dare to stop us anymore.
Phoenix's eyes also glistened with tears. If I could, I would like to stay with you and grow up properly. Yi Chen walked over. Tianyu, are you staying here or coming with me? For a moment, Tianyu was slightly troubled. Your Majesty, what will happen if I stay here?
As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Chen's gaze fell on Tianyu's wrist. The pink supernatural lock had vanished. After a long silence, Yi Chen sighed and said, You can stay here, but there will be two different you in this world. One is the you from when you were a child, and the other is the you now. However, as time goes by, the you of your childhood and the you of today will eventually merge together, just like the power lock that just disappeared. Your memories will also be replaced by a happy childhood, because there will be no more wars in this world, and therefore no more reincarnation.
You will gradually forget many things,
including Long Jian, Tai Lei, and Huo Linfei, these comrades who fought alongside you in the past.
Yi Chen's words put Tianyu in a dilemma.
Memories of his time with Huo Linfei flooded his mind. She lowered her head, furrowed her beautiful brows, and fell into a long silence.
Yi Chen chuckled and said, I've spoken with the elders of the Phoenix clan, and they will personally escort you back later.
Although Hades will be very surprised to have an older daughter, he will understand if you explain it properly. Having said that, he plunged one hand into the space of control, manifesting the Azura armor and the 1,000 blades of demonic blade. The demon blade 1,000 blades transformed into the Azura purgatory blade, easily slicing a cross-shaped rift in space. As Yi Chen was about to jump into the spacetime turbulence, Tianyu's mouth opened slightly, and she followed him directly.
Yi Chen turned his head, looking at her with some confusion. You want to come with me?
Tianyu turned her head and looked at her mother with lingering reluctance. Phoenix smiled at her and said, Tianyu, we Phoenix children all have the courage to pursue love.
I think you are just like your mother in this respect. Keep it up. Whatever decision you make, Mom will always support you. Tianyu's pretty face flushed slightly, and then she said to Yi Chen, Yes. Your Majesty, could you take me to find Huo Linfei?
Yi Chen chuckled, Of course.
It's on my way.
Upon re-entering the spacetime turbulence, Yi Chen quickly located the time point where Huo Linfei and the others were.
Since the time interval was not long, the spiritual energy consumed was not much. The sixth parallel universe, this is where the Babu family resides. At this moment, Elder Gigu and Fengming walked out from the Babu family's respectful farewell. Fengming is Fengyao's younger sister and the final component that Yi Chen came to the Super Beast universe to find. Meanwhile, Huo Linfei also got lost in the sixth universe. The moment I saw the spatial rift appear, Huo Linfei was startled, then his face lit up with surprise. Tianyu? Hooligan.
Seeing Huo Linfei lightly flick his red hair, he said, Madam, if you have a crush on me, you can just say so directly. There's no need to beat around the bush like this. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face darkened. As a god of pure love, he was naturally willing to help others achieve their goals. However, he still reminded Huo Linfei, Tianyu no longer has her superpower lock, so you must protect her well. I'll handle the hero rescuing the damsel in distress later.
Don't let Tianyu misunderstand.
When the superpower lock was mentioned, he suddenly touched his pocket subconsciously. After taking out the power lock given to him by the Phoenix clan elder. Only then did they realize that the superpowered lock had transformed into a stream of light and merged with the superpowered lock in Huo Linfei's hand.
Yi Chen suddenly realized. Doesn't that make sense? Chapter 124, Saving Fengming, Two Snow Emperors, Fengyao, I can't tell them apart. Right now.
Instigated, Fengyao protected Elder Gigu and kicked his sister Fengming away. Fengming clutched her chest, her voice growing increasingly disappointed. Brother, you've never been able to bear hitting me since we were little. But now you're doing this for him.
This murderer who killed our parents hit me twice.
Fengyao, manipulated by Guegu, had long lost sight of the truth. Wake up, sister.
Brother, do you really not believe me?
Seeing that Fengyao remained silent, Fengming pointed at Guegu behind him and said through gritted teeth. This person is the murderer who killed our parents.
He's the murderer who killed the entire Babu family. I'm going to kill him today. If you still consider me your sister, then don't interfere. Seeing Fengyao remain silent, Guegu stepped forward and put on a dramatic performance, saying, If my death can make you give up on seizing the Xianming coffin, then what does it matter if I die?
Provoked, Fengming condensed a blood shadow in his palm and charged towards Guegu again, but was blocked by Fengyao time and time again. After repelling Fengming once again, Fengyao said coldly, as long as I'm here, you can't hurt him. Seeing that Feng Yao was completely obstinate, Feng Ying flipped his palm and shouted, "Blood seal calamity." Feng Yao raised his right hand, his palm shimmering with white light. Flash spirit technique. A ball of light shot towards the younger sister, Feng Ying. Feng Ying smiled sadly, and the bloodstain on his hand disappeared. Just then, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air and stood in front of Feng Ying. With a single slap of his hand, Feng Yao's flash spirit technique was instantly shattered. For a moment, everyone, including Feng Ying, the Hades army behind her, Feng Yao, and even Guigu behind her, were stunned. And who are you? Could it be that you're also here to seize the Xianming coffin behind me? Guigu sneered and questioned Yichen, and even Feng Yao frowned. Wearing the Shura armor, Yichen remained silent, only slowly raising his right hand. In the next instant, all the Babu clan members killed by Guigu appeared behind him due to the retrograde power of the prison-faced Azura, including the chubby boy and his Babu. Babu! You're not dead, that's wonderful. The chubby boy hugged Babu tightly. Before this Babu sacrificed itself to save him from Guigu. Babu! Babu! That's right, it was Guigu who was causing trouble, we all saw it. The chubby boy pointed at Guigu and said with great indignation. Even Tianyu and Huolinfei jumped out, that's right, we saw it too. Faced with the indignant accusations from the crowd and the Babu tribe, Guigu's expression seemed to become exceptionally interesting. But his expression quickly returned to calm. The cunning Guigu pointed at Huolinfei and the others and sneered, "It's all fake. What they said is all fake. When I asked the Babu clan for the Xianming coffin, they obstructed me in every way. They must have been deceived by the king of the underworld." He pointed at Huolinfei and sneered, "And this guy is clearly in cahoots with Hades. The purpose is the Xianming coffin behind me." Seeing Giga's words once again left Feng Yao confused. Feng Ying stepped out from the crowd, her voice trembling as she spoke to Feng Yao. "Brother, didn't you see my desire to die just now? Don't you believe in my innocence?" Faced with Feng Ying's sincere words, Feng Yao silently lowered his head. Beside Yi Chen, a beautiful figure was slowly materializing in the form of light spots. After seeing the figure clearly, Guigu and Feng Yao were both stunned. Guigu's expression changed drastically, while Feng Yao knelt on one knee in front of that beautiful figure. That person was none other than the Snow Emperor, who lived for 100,000 years. At this moment, while traversing the chaotic flow of time and space, Xue Wang saw through the surveillance footage of the Shura armor all of Guigu's evil deeds. Xue Wang's face was frosty, and her tone was unusually cold. "Feng Yao, step down. I have seen everything Guiguzi did. His crimes are too numerous to count. Besides what your sister Feng Ying just mentioned. He also instigated a war between the White Tiger clan and the underworld. They even sacrificed the entire Babu family in the name of the coffin of the mysterious netherworld. Today, I will represent the White Tiger clan to clean house. This is not only to give Hades an explanation, and to give the Babu clan an explanation. It is also to give you, the Wind Shadow, and all those who died because of the war an explanation." Upon hearing Xue Wang's words, Feng Yao froze on the spot. Feng Ying immediately knelt down on one knee in front of her. No one has more authority than the Snow Queen. In an instant, all the grievances turned into glistening tears, shimmering in Feng Ying's eyes. Even so, strong and stubborn, she still didn't let a tear fall. Guigu suddenly burst into wild laughter. "It's all fake, it's all fake. Feng Yao, was Xue Huang with the White Tiger clan when you arrived?" Feng Yao remained silent for a long time before nodding and saying, "Our great battle with the underworld is imminent, and the Snow Queen is indeed commanding the entire army within the clan." "Then tell me, where did this Snow Queen before us come from?" Giga's words stunned Feng Yao once again. And this old man continued with absolute certainty, "I'm afraid the Snow Emperor, like all these Babus, is a complete fake." For a moment, Xue Wang was so angry at Guigu and Feng Yao that she trembled all over. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had a mischievous look on his face. "Look, these are the soldiers you've trained." Feng Ying rushed forward again. "Brother, stop being so stubborn. Don't you even listen to Xue Huang anymore?" Just then, a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the Snow Queen from 100,000 years ago. "Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me?" After sensing the aura of the Snow Queen from 100,000 years in the future, the Snow Queen from 100,000 years ago rushed here from the White Tiger clan. "I am you from 100,000 years in the future." "Me, 100,000 years from now? How is that possible?" Looking at the two snow queens and his younger sister, Feng Yao clutched his head in anguish. I can't tell.
I can't tell. You, don't force me anymore. Gigu then provoked the Snow Queen from 100,000 years ago, saying, Feng Yao, Snow Queen, can't you see? This Snow Queen must be a fake.
Upon hearing Gigu's words, the chubby boy brandished the kitchen knife incessantly, shouting, Damn it!
I've never seen such a shameless person. Enough. Snow Emperor's face was as cold as frost, and his voice was icy. You know we're keeping a ghost in our house. Even if you were me from 100,000 years ago, you couldn't stop me. This was also the first time Yi Chen had ever seen her so furious. Her anger was not solely due to Gigu. It's also because of myself 100,000 years ago, when I was deceived by Giguzi. For love. I must stop the war between the underworld and the White Tiger clan. We must never allow this tragic history to repeat itself. She raised her hands, and golden ripples shot out from them, white snow holy radiance. Chapter 125, The Heavenly Origin Sword. Seeing the familiar skills on the other side, the Snow Queen from 100,000 years ago was slightly taken aback, but she also raised her hands and her voice was also filled with a hint of anger. White snow holy radiance. In an instant, the two golden energies collided and intertwined. The Holy Radiance Nebula. Two golden phantoms, almost tangible, rose up above the Snow Queen's head. As the giant hand moved, two golden tiger phantoms shot out and began to tear at each other. The terrifying alien energies clashed together, causing ripples to spread across the surrounding space. The two Snow Queens immediately activated their nebula form to clash with each other. Yi Chen's face darkened. At this moment, the spiritual power within his body, after experiencing rounds of battles, time travel, and time reversal, was no longer sufficient to stop the battle between the two Snow Queen wives. The Babu family, whom he rescued, was extremely weak and unable to replenish his spiritual power. Fortunately, the two of them were taught by the same master, so they couldn't break through each other's moves. Moreover, Yi Chen had actually foreseen that things would develop to this point. Because bringing Yi Lingyun along resulted in the same situation. If, 100,000 years from now, that is, before, I was able to kill Gigu in front of Xue Huang. On the one hand, he revealed his undeniable true strength, catching Gigu off guard. On the other hand, Feng Yao was in the wrong first and chose to stand by and watch. If Feng Yao hadn't chosen to stand by, Xue Huang wouldn't have remained neutral. Now, facing Feng Yao and Guigu, as well as the Snow Queen from 100,000 years ago, they will certainly not ignore them. So before he came, he gave Xue Huang some instructions that if he hurt the other party, he would actually hurt himself. However, even if you consume alien energy, too much of it can still damage your own body. Moreover, Giguzi was also watching closely from the side. Yi Chen naturally intended to use all his remaining spiritual power to deal with him. Gigu sneered as he watched the two Snow Queens fight amongst themselves. He continued to provoke Feng Yao. Feng Yao, don't you understand? I see. Feng Yao slammed an energy ball into the ground and shouted, born to fight, until death. A white tiger talisman appeared in front of him. The mechanical white tiger burst forth. Tiger roar god. Although he dared not attack the Snow Queen from 100,000 years in the future, Feng Yao charged directly towards Yi Chen and the others. An indestructible mechanical tiger claw, where wind and thunder converge. Flash spirit technique. Seeing that Feng Yao had lost his mind, Hua Linfei also summoned the illusionary Lin God. Fire cloud technique. A crimson aura rose around Huan Lin God, resembling a raging flame. Boom! Having taken Tiger Roar God's claw head-on, Feng Yao unexpectedly launched a flying kick, sending illusionary Scale God flying towards the cliff beside him. At the crucial moment, the chubby boy shouted, "Time reversal." From Yi Chen's perspective, time and space seemed to have been put on rewind. Huan Lin, who had fallen off the cliff, returned to the stone bridge once again. Ah Fei, remember to dodge this kick. No. Even though they were on the defensive and taking the beating. But at this point, Hua Linfei was able to work with the little fat boy to barely withstand the fierce attacks of the god of war, Feng Yao. Clearly, Yi Chen's sparring sessions these past few days have paid off. The key point is, this guy, he's really something when it comes to trouble. Elder brother. It looked like Feng Ying was about to say something more. Yi Chen reached out to stop her, pointing at Feng Yao. Whether he believes you or not is no longer important. I'm only asking you this, do you want to kill Gigu? Seeing Feng Ying nod without hesitation, Yi Chen silently thought, contract achieved. The next moment.
He plunged one hand into Feng Ying's chest, his arm feeling as if it were being bitten tightly by a prehistoric beast. It felt just like when I was pulled away from the white tiger arm. As Feng Ying gently whispered, a series of rune arrays floated in front of Yi Chen. They are a crimson Qilin rune array, a silver white tiger talisman array, a purple cloud bat rune array, a white dragon rune array, a netherworld feather rune array with rising black flames. And there's also Feng Ying's wild leopard rune array. 6 mechanical super beasts: Yen Li's illusion scale beast, Meng Yu's roaring tiger beast, Gu Bailing's cloud bat beast, Long Ying's dragon battle beast, Ming Yu's dark feather beast, and Feng Ying's mad leopard beast rushed out from their respective rune arrays. A series of deforming sounds from alloy machinery rang out in mid-air. Then, they became one. Exactly. Super Beast God, 6 in 1. Before Gigo could react with a change in expression, Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Fire Cloud. The Shining. Death Moon. Han Ing. Illusory Heaven. Blood Seal. Technique. Every move he makes. His figure then became a blur, overlapping with the subsequent moves. Meng Yu as Roaring Tiger God and Feng Ying's Mad Leopard Beast shot out together. Take off your shoes and you'll transform into a broken army. The White Tiger and the Black Panther powerfully merged, transforming into a giant sword hilt. Yi Chen controlled the Super Beast God, gripped the sword hilt tightly, and drew a giant sword out of thin air. Heavenly. Origin. Sword. Yi Chen flapped his jet black wings past Tiger Roar God, wielded the Heavenly Origin sword, and slashed straight at Ghost Valley. Feeling the terrifying energy unleashed by the Heavenly Origin sword, a hint of fear flashed in Gigu's eyes. The two Snow Queens are currently evenly matched. With the help of the chubby boy, Hua Linfei and Feng Yao fought fiercely and evenly. If I keep acting like this, I might really die. Thinking of this, Giguzi. No. The Ghost King no longer hides his true colors. The terrifying nebula. A terrifying surge of alien energy burst forth. Clumps of dark red blood mist rose from his body, converging into a blood-red nebula that seemed to be in reality. He controlled the horrifying nebula, and with a wave of his giant hand, countless ghosts howled and wailed, transforming into layers of ghostly shadows that attacked Yi Chen. These were the innocent lives that died at his hands. A calamity of utter evil. Yi Chen used the Tianyuan sword in his hand to cut through the layers of ghostly shadows. With a single sword strike, he cleaved the Ghost King's terrifying nebula in two. However, this time, the Ghost King's terrifying nebula did not seem to recover, but instead turned into scattered wisps of blood mist, filling the entire space. Yi Chen realized something was wrong. Looking around, the space was completely filled with a blood mist so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Even the sounds of Hua Linfei and Feng Yao fighting seemed to have become faint. It seemed so close, yet the voice was so far away. Even the Snow Queen, who was fighting in mid-air, has disappeared. In a daze, Yi Chen felt as if he were in a subspace. Ha 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 ha. The Ghost King's unrestrained, maniacal laughter echoed from all directions. What heavenly Tao? What emperor? In the end, he's just an arrogant fool. I might as well tell you. Actually, I knew who you were the moment you appeared. Even if you can kill me 100,000 years from now, so what? Are you sure you won? Gua Gu's words made Yi Chen's eyes narrow slightly. His voice, however, revealed an arrogance that came from the bottom of his heart. 10,000 years of planning and accumulation. No. This is the endless cycle of reincarnation. Even Hua Linfei couldn't break the deadlock. How could I possibly let someone like you, who just appeared out of nowhere, ruin my entire plan? In the mist of blood, a pitch-black coffin was opened. A dense, chilling aura of death. It completely covered the entire world. It is indeed the coffin of the mysterious Netherworld. Chapter 126, Gigu, please, Snow Queen, call me the Ghost King. The Demon King's sinister laughter rang out once more. I originally intended to use this Xin Ning coffin to deal with the King of the Underworld. But I never expected that you would insist on seeking your own death. Come on, let me show you the true way to use the coffin of the Netherworld. The surrounding air pressure is constantly increasing. The originally thin blood mist was gradually compressed into a viscous, scarlet liquid that meandered beneath the feet of the Super Beast God. This means the surrounding space is collapsing inwards. It was as if there were invisible walls of air, completely locking down the surrounding space. Emperor, oh Emperor!
Even if you save the Snow Queen, the Underworld King, and the Phoenix. Even if you save so many people. So what? Ha ha ha. Tell me. Now, who will save you? Before Gigo could finish speaking, his laughter suddenly stopped. Because of a dark figure, who resolutely rushed into the blood mist and protected Yi Chen. Look at that person, clad in black armor, his cloak fluttering, standing proudly. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. The king of the underworld? That's right. It's me. Hades turned his head slightly and nodded to Yi Chen. Your Majesty, thank you for saving my wife, Phoenix. Thank you. For everything you've done for our underworld. Phoenix told me all of this. I sensed Tianyu's aura the moment it appeared. It seems I wasn't too late. As he finished speaking, a huge black shadow rose up around Hades. Xianming Nebula. Hades tried his best to use the Xianming Nebula to expand the internal space of the Xianming coffin, but found that his nebula body disappeared rapidly, just like ice and snow melting away. Seeing this, the Ghost King's laughter became even more unrestrained. Ha ha ha. Hades, you really are right on time. I never imagined I'd have double happiness today. The Xianming coffin I created can not only suppress the target's alien energy, but also absorb the alien energy within the target's body and convert it into my own alien energy. The more you resist, the stronger I become. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Gigo's words, Yi Chen suddenly understood. So the coffin of the mysterious netherworld has so many uses. No wonder Gigo was so vulnerable when Hades willingly entered the Xianming coffin. This is like you finally figured out a powerful move. I considered all aspects, but others just submitted their applications directly. Hey, I'm not playing. On the other hand, Gigo was even able to absorb the Hades alien energy through the Xianming coffin. The more Hades struggled, the more excited Gigo became. On the contrary, the more Hades gave up struggling, the less Gigo absorbed. No wonder Gigo was so furious when he saw Hades give up resistance and enter the Xianming coffin on his own. Your Majesty. You must leave. I'll hold this place off. You find a chance to get out. As Hades' body and his nebula-like body grew thinner and thinner, the situation became increasingly dilute. Beyond the blood mist, Fengya seemed to sense something. No, father. Hearing Tianyu's cries, Huolinfei controlled the illusionary Lin god and rushed towards the blood mist, but was once again kicked away by Fengyao's roaring tiger god. Your opponent is me. The chubby boy said weakly, Afe, concentrate. I can only use it one more time. Time reversal. On the other side, the Snow Queen, 10,000 years in the future, was also somewhat anxious. Haven't you realized yet? You are me, and I am you. If we continue fighting, we will only both be severely injured. Upon hearing this, the Snow Queen from 100,000 years ago finally realized what was happening. However, a giant hand slammed out from the blood mist. Caught off guard by Gigo's sneak attack, Xue Wang was sent flying backward. In the next instant, the bodies of the two Snow Emperors became thin. Even Fengya was stunned by the scene. Elder Gigo, you. The Snow Queen from 100,000 years ago looked astonished, while the Snow Queen from 100,000 years later shook her head with a wry smile. Facing the charging tiger roar god, the Ghost King directly slapped Fengya away with a palm strike. Please, Snow Queen, call me the Ghost King. Seeing that the situation was settled, the Ghost King's laughter became even more unrestrained. Ha ha ha, countless reincarnations, countless hundreds of thousands of years. This time, I have finally succeeded. You wouldn't believe it. I can absorb the evil thoughts of those who died unjustly and form them into a powerful force. That's why I keep provoking wars. This is the calamity of all evil. Ha 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 ha. In the blood mist, Gigo's expression gradually crumbled. You would never guess that I am actually a member of the Qilin clan. I'm clearly the strongest. However, the Qilin clan chief, citing my impure intentions, passed on the Qilin clan's special ability lock to his disciple. From that moment on, I then completely gave up on the fire cloud technique. I will strive to develop my own unique martial arts techniques. I want everyone to know, even without the power lock, I, Geguzi, will still forge my own unique path. Finally, heaven rewards those who persevere, and I have been able to cultivate this 10,000 evils calamity. Yes, nobody knows I come from the Qilin clan. Nobody. Ha 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 ha.
Giga's smile grew increasingly twisted and ferocious, because the entire Qilin clan perished under my calamity of 10,000 evils.
After the sacrifice of the Qilin clan, I came to serve you, the Snow Queen. Use the White Tiger clan to instigate a civil war in Universe 7 and annihilate the Black Panther clan. Reutilize the war between the Whale Shark clan and the Golden Elephant clan. This is what made my Nebula body possible. Finally, there was the war between the White Tiger clan and the Underworld. The more people die, my strength will only grow stronger. And now, if I kill you all, I will be the only true god in the 7 universes. No one can stop me, no one. Ha 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 ha. Yeah? Yi Chen's cold laugh interrupted Gu's words. He entered the space of control with one hand. In the next instant, countless purple shattered blades, like birds returning to their nests, swirled and circled around the super beast god. Ultimately, we will come together as one. It was tightly gripped by the mechanical left hand of the super beast god. Dynamax. Disillusionment and despair, the demon blade's 1,000 blades. The demonic blade fell gently. Giga's mouth slowly opened wide, his eyes almost popping out. He was shocked to see it. The purple blade tip is protruding from the Xian Ning coffin. The inner space of the Xian Ning coffin was cut open in a cross shape. Bang! The super beast god general shattered the Xian Ning coffin with a single kick. The loud noise caused Giga's nebula body to tremble suddenly. It was as if that foot had struck right on the heartstrings of his soul. In his magnified pupils, the super beast god, wielding the demon blade 1,000 blades in his left hand and the heavenly origin sword in his right, flapped his dark mechanical phoenix wings, twisted his body, and slashed at his soul-shocking nebula with his swords, one bright and one dark, sometimes dazzling and sometimes obscure. With a horizontal slash, the Ghost Valley's terrifying nebula was cut into 3 pieces. How is this possible? How could the strange energy within you not have been sealed? Faced with the Ghost King's resentful question, Yi Chen remains silent. He simply controlled the super beast god, wielding the heavenly origin sword and the Dynamax demon blade 1,000 blades. LOL. Your Xianming coffin suppresses alien energy, what does that have to do with my spiritual power? Chapter 127, Yi Chen, have you finished babbling on? Clatter 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 clatter. The dazzling light of the heavenly origin sword and the dark lightning of the 1,000 blades demon blade. Light and shadow intertwine. While cutting through the Ghost King nebula, it emitted a sharp sonic boom. No! I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. The Ghost King roared at the super beast god once more. History? Can it really be changed so easily? Is war truly something that humans can avoid? Can you truly stop human selfishness? The Ghost King's terrifying nebula has converged once again. His voice sounded like a reproach directed at Yi Chen. Even if the war is stopped, do you really naively believe that everyone can live a happy life? Wrong, if there were no war. Class constraints, clear hierarchical distinctions. All upward channels will be locked. Without resistance, the oppression will only worsen. Do you know? How many years can an ordinary White Tiger clan soldier live? 100,000 years. If there were no war, the population would keep exploding. The resources of the 7 universes will eventually be exhausted. At that time, there will be no more reincarnation, only destruction. In my eyes, you are even more naive than the Snow Queen. What's wrong with having ambition? Why can't I be the one who's high and mighty? Why should I be considered inferior to others? Why should I listen to what those 2 idiots, Hades and Snow Queen, said? Why can't I become king? Answer me. Even without Gigu, there is Zhanggu and Wanggu. Even without me, there would have been other triggers. Class contradictions, the historical cycle, and so on. I simply brought the conflict to a head earlier. Ultimately, I am the one who truly follows the way of heaven. Whether it's the Qilin clan or the Phoenix clan. These creatures from an old era should be eliminated. The Ghost King's voice was powerful. It's eerie and terrifying. The enormous nebula also became ghostly and shadowy within the blood mist. Regardless of the past, present, future, or reincarnation, I am with you all. Breaking the cycle of reincarnation and becoming the one who embodies the heavenly Tao. Only I can do it. Beyond the blood mist, a gigantic nebula formed by countless Ghost King heads stacked together, creating a terrifying multi-layered nebula of terror. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow slightly.
Just now, his level clearly increased. My spiritual energy was instantly replenished. In other words, that Kaguzi has already been killed. What was revealed before him was a phantom of Kaguzi, a combination of other time points and reincarnations.
Have you finished talking yet? Just a war criminal, what are you talking about? A children's channel, and you're talking to me about historical periodic rates? Since when have beasts dared to claim to be the way of heaven?
Having said that, he no longer concealed his aura, and the terrifying spiritual pressure distorted the entire space.
Golden armor enveloped his entire body, with a flap of its 6 golden wings.
The surrounding blood mist was instantly swept away. With a gentle lift of her right hand, Xue Huang murmured softly, and her trembling body floated up slowly, supported by spiritual energy.
Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. It seemed he had made a mistake. But they're all the same. Just use it.
When the Snow Queen's delicate body transformed into streams of light and entered his body,
the golden nebula projection of the heavenly emperor rose forth.
Not only that, 2 more enormous nebula-like structures simultaneously emerged from Yi Chen's shoulders. On the left is a crimson nebula, which is the Phantom Nebula. On the right is a silver nebula, which is also the huge projection of the roaring tiger god, the White Tiger Nebula. The Holy Radiance Nebula, which controls the projection of the Heavenly Emperor, carries the illusionary Qilin and White Tiger nebulas on its shoulders. At that moment, Yi Chen was like 3 flowers gathered at the top of his head, a true god descending to earth. The surrounding space was also distorted and deformed by the impact of these 3 energies. He controlled the triple nebula and drew his twin swords with both hands.
In his right hand is the Aurora sword. In his left hand is the Heavenly Origin sword.
The White Tiger component of the Tianyuan sword has been replaced by Gu Bailing. Upon seeing this scene, both Hades and Snow Queen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Because at this moment, Yi Chen, with his triple nebula, ultimate heavenly Tao Emperor armor, Tianyuan sword and Aurora sword, shone like the blazing sun. The light and heat emanating from his body alone instantly evaporated the surrounding blood mist. A perfect embodiment of the heavenly Tao.
The blood mist has dissipated.
Hidden in the shadows, the Ghost King looked at the nebula projection of the ultimate heavenly emperor before him, and all his heads revealed fear in their eyes. Looking up at the White Tiger Nebula crackling with lightning on his shoulder and the illusionary scale nebula rising with flames, the Ghost King's nebula body trembled.
Since you're so eager to become the heavenly Tao, I'll show you what this bastard called the heavenly Tao is all about. If you have anything to say, go tell my heavenly Tao.
Yi Chen controlled the nebula projection of the ultimate heavenly emperor, sweeping his twin swords horizontally.
Die!
The multiple Ghost King nebula bodies, in a desperate gamble, roared in unison, opening their blood-red maws and spewing out countless vengeful spirits and ghostly figures.
Eternal damnation in the cycle of reincarnation. A calamity of endless evil.
Just as the Heavenly Origin sword was swung, the Phantom of the Fire Qilin, entwined with the illusionary Qilin Nebula, appeared. The White Tiger movie from the White Tiger Nebula is accompanied by the Aurora sword.
Thunder and fire. Twin swords.
In an instant, the cycle of reincarnation of the multiple Ghost Kings was eternally extinguished, and all evil calamities were completely wiped away.
Ultimately, it can dispel darkness. It's not based on people's hopes.
Instead, it requires light, fire, and thunder.
For a moment, Gigu opened his eyes wide.
He realized what was happening instantly, and looked utterly dejected. He looked several times older, and uttered a self-deprecating laugh that sounded like a clown's.
So, this is the true heavenly Tao. So, this is a fable.
So, all the countless reincarnations I've experienced.
It's just another cycle for him, nothing more. But Yi Chen no longer gave him any chance to admit his mistake.
The Heavenly Origin sword and the Aurora sword, piercing through heaven and earth, slash horizontally. The Ghost Kings from different time points and different reincarnations, along with their multiple nebula bodies, were instantly annihilated.
Alien energy level? Hades gasped, is this the true power of the heavenly Tao? It's terrifying. Xue Wang's gaze was so intense it was almost dripping with desire. But in other parallel universes,
the elders of the Phoenix clan seemed to sense something and immediately knelt down.
The power of the heavenly Tao. This is the power of the heavenly Tao.
The soldiers from the underworld and the White Tiger clan who were facing off were all shocked and dropped their weapons.
Beat? What's the point of fighting? Super weapon form deactivated.
Yi Chen slowly descended from the sky.
he used all his spiritual power in that attack. It even mobilized the energy of the singularity.
The singularity he refined is now located in his spiritual energy universe C, becoming the most dazzling star.
He can mobilize it whenever he wants. Equivalent to the stored energy of plasma sparks.
Although the spiritual power is evenly distributed among most of the super martial maidens, and after the super martial arts are unleashed, the amount of spiritual power they can withstand will double.
But it's clear that they're not quite used to it yet.
Dragon Girl sister, Yanli, Mengyu, Gu Bailing, Pei Yuning, Long Ying, and Xiao Mingyu all fated on the large bed in the Imperial space.
Chapter 128, The Super Beast Universe ends, back to the Supreme Blue Star.
Beside him, Xue Huan was too weak to walk. Needless to say, Feng Ying fainted directly in his arms. Of course, after leveling up, his spiritual power was fully restored.
Especially Xiao Mingyu's level, it's off the charts.
He went straight from level 1 to level 88, matching his level. Under the witness of Xian Yizi, the White Tiger clan and the underworld signed a non-aggression pact. Yi Chen also instantly killed the poison dragon of the second universe, preventing the tragedy of Long Ying's father, Long Fei's, death.
This also resolved the feud between the Azure Dragon clan and the White Dragon clan. Whether the Azure Dragon clan and the White Dragon clan will continue to fight is beyond his jurisdiction. With this, his mission in the 7 parallel universes was completely completed.
A few days later, Yi Chen, along with Huo Linfei and the others, used the Shura armor to return to 100,000 years in the future.
Old dang, I didn't know my phantom blaze was parked at the door, would that be convenient?
Huo Linfei flicked his red hair. Looking at Tianyu, who was being embraced by him and had her head bowed shyly, Hades' lips twitched.
I disagree. What good will it do if you disagree?
The chubby boy beside him chuckled. The marriage between Ifei and Tianyu was personally arranged by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor.
See this plaque? A match made in heaven. In that instant, Hades seemed to empathize with his father-in-law. Phoenix King. As the saying goes, what has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. At this moment, Hades finally understood.
But there was nothing he could do. Huo Linfei was appointed by the Heavenly Emperor to be the future Qilin Emperor who would rule the 7 parallel universes.
Slim June, let's go.
Seeing Yi Chen appear out of nowhere, Miao Qiaojuan, who was still dozing off, was suddenly awakened from his sleep.
He glanced at the time and exclaimed, so fast.
Yi Chen chuckled, not bad, exactly 7 hours.
Lisa's voice came from the panel, welcome back, Mr. Yi Chen. Begin the return journey now.
Looking at the empty room and the envelope left by Feng Ying, Feng Yao's lips twitched violently a few times.
I'm sorry, brother. 10,000 years have passed, and I still can't forget him. The Emperor has come to pick me up, I'm so happy. I've decided to go live with him in the highest universe. I'm sorry, brother. I will miss you.
Do not dwell on it, for the wind and shadow remain.
Feng Yao, damn it. Achoo.
On the street, Yi Chen sneezed violently. Beside him, numerous female warriors formed a beautiful sight, attracting frequent glances from passers-by.
Yanli immediately and considerately handed over a tissue. Brother Yi Chen, here you go.
Mengyue looked annoyed. Damn it, I was half a beat too slow again. Yanli covered her mouth and chuckled, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents as she winked at Mengyue. Since we can't provide money, we'll definitely have to offer plenty of emotional value.
Right, you incompetent older sister.
Upon hearing this, Mengyue crumpled the tissue she had pulled out into a ball.
Looking at Yi Chen, Feng Ying's eyes were filled with concern, almost tearful. Your Majesty, Master, are you feeling unwell somewhere?
Yi Chen sniffed, his expression strange, and said, no, I think it must be your brother who scolded me.
Feng
Ying said with a teasing look, brother rarely swears, unless he can't help it. Yi Chen shrugged helplessly.
By the way, where's Sister Dragon Girl? Something came up at her home.
Thinking of the Dragon Girl sister, no, the Dragon Emperor's instructions to her, Gu Bailing quickly covered for her.
Oh right, Bailing. Yi Chen said awkwardly, did my parents-in-law mention that I should pay them a visit? After all, it's been so long, wouldn't it be impolite?
Gu Bailing's eyes lit up, seemingly filled with anticipation.
If you're free, you can come anytime.
Yi Chen nodded, then you can arrange the time, I'm fine with anything.
Oh.
Little Mingyu, standing to the side, widened her eyes, staring intently at the jewelry store, her little mouth agape in an O shape.
Master, look. Brin Brin. Brin Brin. She clearly has little resistance to anything that sparkles. Upon seeing this, Kojo Miki immediately stepped forward. "Miss, would you like to come in and have a look?" Kojo Miki coughed lightly and pulled out a black card. "Swipe my card." The sales assistant maintained a polite smile. "Which one are you interested in?" "I was referring to the entire store." "Never mind, let's talk to my assistant." Kojo Miki snapped her fingers, and an assistant who appeared out of nowhere immediately pulled the shop assistant aside. "Excuse me, the boss is on the phone." Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen looked embarrassed, clearly indicating that they were already discussing the handover. "Pick whatever you like." Kojo Miki pulled Yenli and Meng Yu's hands and said smugly, "I'll pay for everything." "Thank you, senior." The two little money grubbers immediately began to pledge their loyalty. Yi-Chen smiled gently. He took Long Ying and Shui Huang's little hands and smiled. "Let's see if there's anything you like. Inger, this gold waist chain suits you very well. Shuer, this anklet is nice, it will look really good on you." Upon hearing this, Long Ying and Shui Huang blushed slightly, nodded gently, and agreed. Of course, he has never shown favoritism. "Mu Yan, Yu Ning, come quickly." Upon seeing the gold bra chain on Yi Chen's finger, Su Mayan and Pei Yuning's pretty faces turned red to the roots of their ears. What's so great about the White Tiger clan and the underworld? Does the king of the underworld even understand what's going on? Yi Chen praised with a smug look. "Shuer, try this." So delicious." Little Mingyu's eyes sparkled like little stars. "It tastes really good." As they savored the abundant delicacies of the supreme universe, blushes of happiness appeared on the pretty faces of Feng Ying, Long Ying, and Shui Huang. Meanwhile, inside the Longhan Supreme Command headquarters. Upon hearing everyone's report, the dragon girl's beautiful eyebrows, hidden behind the emperor's armor, furrowed tightly. Dragon Emperor. On the high-level battlefield, the United States has joined forces with other allies, including the United States itself, to launch attacks on multiple of our space bases, and this is a serious violation of international conventions. Should we issue them a stern warning? Hearing everyone's words, the dragon girl took a deep breath. "Then let's fight." Everyone was stunned when they heard her words. Fight? But the American Avengers are on the high-level battlefields, and most of our top-tier combat forces are engaged in national wars. Yes, isn't this too reckless? Chapter 129, Yi Chen, Senior, don't change, I want Ultraman. Reckless? The Dragon Emperor raised a handsome brow hidden behind his armor. The spiritual pressure emanating from it silenced everyone, leaving them utterly terrified. You should know that the people sitting here are all pillars of the Longhan nation. Moreover, they didn't rely on any hereditary succession. He truly earned his place on the battlefield through sheer skill and strategy. Even though they have retired from the front lines, they have all made great contributions, which speaks volumes about their strength. Even so, they all still felt the oppressive aura emanating from the Dragon Emperor. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Miao Chaojuan of the council. Those eyes seemed to be hearing news. How come the Dragon Emperor's strength suddenly became so formidable after returning from the parallel universe? Miao Chaojuan looked embarrassed and lowered his head, keeping his eyes down. He thought to himself, "Don't look at me, I'm just a support, I don't know anything." Little did they know that the Dragon Girl was no longer the Emperor warrior she once was. After meeting Yi Chun for the first time, he unlocked the ultimate Emperor armor. In a parallel universe, he further refined most of the Singularity's energy, unlocking the X plus ultimate Heavenly Emperor. He became the true embodiment of the Heavenly Tao. Reclaimed the top spot on the list of ultimate divine weapons. Of course, all of this achievement comes from the master behind him. Without his strong support and backing, I wouldn't have had such confidence. It can be said that every bit of my growth is inseparable from the master's hard work. It is closely related to every drop of his hard work and every drop of spiritual energy he has poured into it. All I can say is, I won, completely by lying down. Thinking of this, the Dragon Girl crossed her legs, propped her chin on one hand, and a blush of happiness and sweetness appeared on her beautiful face. Of course, all of this was blocked by the Imperial armor, so others naturally couldn't appreciate it. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Elder Yu Enjing's words jolted the Dragon Girl out of her sweet and shy memories that made her blush and her heart race. Behind the armor, a hint of panic appeared on her pretty face, but she quickly regained her composure. Since these demons and monsters dare to challenge the might of heaven, then let them see what divine wrath is all about. Pass down the order, summon all high-ranking, skilled warriors to the high-level battlefield. All low-ranking soldiers need not participate.
I, the Emperor, will personally lead the army into battle with my lord. I want the whole world to know that those who offend my Han dynasty, no matter how far away, will be punished." The dragon girl's words exuded supreme majesty. All the pillars of the nation bowed in submission. Even though she was soft and yielding in front of Yi Chen, like dough, allowing him to knead her however he pleased and mold her into different shapes. But when faced with a powerful enemy, she revealed the imperial might unique to the emperor. That night, Yi Chen was carrying out his daily training. With the improvement of his talent, his spiritual power has not only reached level 9 EX, but his recovery speed has also increased significantly. Even if it's completely depleted, it only takes 1 day to recover. If I don't use it every day, it feels like a waste. Why not replenish the super martial girl's spiritual power as a reserve, so she can fight independently as a super martial spirit girl? Hearing the dragon girl's gentle words, Yi Chen chuckled and said, "It's alright." After the super weapon was unbanned, the upper limit of spiritual power you can withstand has doubled. There's no need to worry about it breaking. I just got back to my room. Upon opening the door, Yi Chen and senior sister Meiji locked eyes. My gaze unconsciously shifted downwards. Yi Chen's expression froze as he glanced at her as she half pulled on her curled up legs through the pantyhose. Did I go to the wrong place? Feel sorry. Yi Chen calmly closed the door. Wrong. After looking at it again, he confirmed, "This is my room, it's definitely me." When he opened the door again. At this moment, Senior Mickey had already changed into a JK skirt, looking like a schoolgirl from Shimako, and walked towards her with a pure and innocent expression. That's how fast she changes clothes. Wow, so fast. Welcome back, Sense. May I begin my lessons with Mickey today, Sense? Watching the senior kneel down before him and help him take off his shoes, she winked at him shyly yet with an innocent, alluring look. Yi Chen's body gradually turned to stone. This plot sounds so familiar. Etc. Did Mickey-senpai hack my cloud storage? He instinctively turned his head away. Looking at the two little heads that had retreated into the room next door, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The mole has been found. In the next room. Ouch, sister, you bumped my head. Yenli rubbed her head in pain, while Mengyu clutched her chin in agony. Yi Chen suddenly realized. Clearly, these two money-devouring beasts have been infiltrated by Capital. So, I've been set up by Capital, right? You like acting, huh? I'll let you two act to your heart's content later. However, for now, we need to deal with Mickey-senpai. Inside the room, the beautiful senior, now transformed into a giant of light, looked apologetic. Sorry, senpai. When she gets excited, she transforms into a super powerful spirit girl. I'll change back now. Yi Chen quickly said, Senior, don't change, don't change. This is Ultraman. Chapter 130, we've gotten it. Ugh, so annoying. You're so naughty, I love it. Please, Sense. Bite. The phone notification sounded, and Yi Chen opened his sleepy eyes. Good morning, Master. It has to be said that besides being rich, beautiful, and having a D+ cup size, Meiji-senpai can also provide great emotional value. Even after the training ended, they remembered to thank us. She admitted that training with him was the most exciting and wonderful experience of her life. Anyone would be confused in this situation. Meiji seemed to have gotten up very early. She had put on exquisite makeup, and her crystal clear pink lips were covered with a beautiful lip gloss and lipstick. Moreover, although D+ is not the strongest among all the super warrior girls, it is the most proactive and the most useful. Although her close combat skills were still a bit raw, Yi Chen believed that after a period of adjustment, Meiji-senpai's performance would definitely improve. Yi Chen picked up the phone and saw the message on it. To General Yi Chen. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Longhan East China Command, and I am Si Nan. I am now conveying to you the order from the Supreme Command of Longhan. You are hereby urgently appointed as the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Han High-Level Battlefield and the Abyss Plane Space Base. He was appointed General who destroys the enemy. You must arrive at the front line within 24 hours, take command of the overall situation, lift the blockade imposed by various countries, and thwart the conspiracies of the enemy. Thank you for your great contributions to our motherland. Salute to you. Upon seeing the message from Si Nan, Yi Chen immediately stood up in surprise. Especially when Si Nan sent a message later, which contained detailed military intelligence, Yi Chen's brows furrowed even more. The situation is not optimistic.
Longhan's major space bases have been blockaded by a multinational coalition.
Although there was no direct attack, it was not only a disguised form of pressure, but also a way to block the flow of resources between all bases. Frontline bases were unable to receive resource supplies, production bases were unable to transport resources, and all bases under construction were delayed to varying degrees. Seeing the arrogant demeanor of the American Avengers surrounding the Dragon Han base, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. A few minutes later, Sinan, wearing the Flame Dragon armor, received Yi Chen's reply.
Hello, Sinan. This is Yi Chen. In less than 24 hours, I will reach the high-level battlefield within an hour via the Academy's teleportation device. Teleport me to the most dangerous area. Plan the fastest cleaning route. I will nail all the Avengers to the abyss. For a moment, Sinan's expression was one of extreme excitement.
Requesting a connection to the highest command.
This is Sinan. General Palu has already replied. He will arrive at the space battlefield within an hour via the War Academy's teleportation device.
Please immediately grant him the highest level of privileges and plan the most efficient cleanup route for him. Before long, Yi Chen led a group of super powerful female warriors into the War Academy. Upon seeing him, all the students dispersed and made way for him. After Yi Chen led the Pajun team to win the National College League Championship, almost every student knew him.
Captain. Good morning, sir. Amidst the attention and respect of the crowd, Yi Chen nodded slightly and strode onto the teleportation device.
Seeing the military rank projected above Yi Chen's head by the teleportation device, everyone present gasped in shock.
My God, he's actually a lieutenant general? I called him captain just now. Oh no.
Before the stunned expressions on everyone's faces could fully form, Yi Chen's military rank was updated once again.
General Longhan Destroyer.
Upon seeing the gleaming golden title, some of the trainees gaped open, some gasped for breath, some swallowed hard, and some even nearly popped their eyes out. Yi Chen didn't say much, but silently guided the object. In the next instant, all the super martial girls transformed into streams of light, entered his body, and went into the control space. His body also disappeared rapidly as a speck of light under the teleportation device.
At the same time, Abyss Dimension, Dragon Han ES-003 Space Base. Damn it, the enemy's electronic jamming matrix has severely interfered with all our electronic devices.
We are unable to communicate, nor can we evacuate via teleportation devices.
Once the food runs out, we'll probably all starve to death here. What do you say, Lieutenant Zhang Yuan? Should we charge out and fight them?
Yeah. Rather than being trapped here and starving to death, we might as well just fight them.
Damn it, I've already earned enough merit points and even had a son, what's there to be afraid of? The family tree is big enough for me to dedicate a whole page to. Charge out and blow them up.
Faced with the words of the crowd, Captain Zhang Yuan, the commander of the Longhan ES-003 space base, took a deep breath.
Quartermaster. Bring out all the grain and wine.
Make sure everyone has enough to eat. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the quartermaster said with a wry smile, Captain, why don't you reconsider? Although the Avengers have surrounded our space base, they are only repeatedly jumping on the red line of international law, and have not crossed the line.
If we make the first move, we will clearly fall into their trap. When that happens, they will retaliate without hesitation. You'd better think twice. Zhang Yuan interrupted the quartermaster, I told you to bring out the grain, are you deaf?
Without another word, the quartermaster brought out all the supplies amidst the cheers of the crowd.
Brothers, I'm going first.
Zhang Yuan unscrewed a bottle of strong liquor and shouted.
A scholar may be humiliated, but the Han people will not. After we finish this meal, we'll fight them. See you at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Welcome to the high-level battlefield. General Longhan, the destroyer of the enemy. Yi Chen.
Supreme command has been transferred to you.
As the pleasant female voice rang out, everyone around turned their attention to Yi Chen. Holding the wine bottle high, Zhang Yuan looked at Yi Chen and gave an awkward smile. General, have you eaten? Would you like to have some more? Chapter 131, Great. It's General Polu. Oh no. General Polu has charged out alone.
Looking at the tipsy crowd, Yi Chen chuckled and scratched his head. They're all eating.
It's okay, you guys eat. Don't be shy, I've already eaten, don't worry about me.
Having said that, he plunged one hand into the space of control. He drew the Demon Blade 1000 blades, its tip slicing through space and creating a cross-shaped rift.
Then, to everyone's utter bewilderment, they stepped into the void rift. Wait, who was that young man just now? It seems to be Long Han. General Polu. Holy crap! In an instant, everyone sobered up. Great! General Polu. We're saved. Wait a minute, look at the mini-map. Holy crap, this is bad.
General Polu has charged out all by himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat.
Smack!
Seeing the guy next to him munching on corn, he slapped him across the face.
Still eating? Brothers, stop eating. Let's charge with General Polu.
Meanwhile, outside the Longhan ES-003 space base, hundreds of aerospace warships were clustered together. It was printed with the flags of the coalition forces from various countries. Everyone was slightly stunned as they watched the tiny figure rush out of the space station. It's hard to imagine that a living person could survive in a relatively vacuum environment, without any protective suit or super powerful female warriors, relying solely on a spiritual energy shield.
However, most of them were just curious or amazed. As for a sense of crisis, that's laughable. How much trouble can one person cause? Arm up. Yi Chen was enveloped in a jet-black weapon, the nether feather armor. The nether feather flash on its back also grants it the ability to fly. A message to everyone. The area you are in now belongs to Longhan's airspace. I have reason to believe that you are provoking us, Longhan. I'm giving you one last chance to leave here. Otherwise, I will defend Longhan's airspace and launch a legitimate counterattack.
As Yi Chen spoke, a massive nether phoenix rune array materialized in front of him.
Immediately afterwards, a jet-black mechanical phoenix flapped its wings and flew out. It is indeed the Dark Phoenix Beast.
The nether phoenix beast twisted and transformed in mid-air, turning into a jet-black mecha. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words over the radio, the allied forces from various countries on the space battleship pointed at his slender figure and burst into laughter.
Hawkeye, one of the Avengers, laughed the loudest. He carried his compound bow and quickly reached the shooting area. Spiritual energy was channeled into the tip of the arrow, which, as it aimed at the nether phoenix beast, emitted a chilling light. But the smile on his face vanished the next moment. Because Yi Chen was controlling the dark feather god, he flapped its wings. The massive mecha vanished instantly. An immense spiritual pressure caused Hawkeye's heart to stop abruptly. Looking directly at the center of the spiritual pressure, the jet-black mecha had already appeared in the center of the cluster of space battleships. The rapidly spinning mech was instantly enveloped by dark matter that resembled flames. Boo-ho! Hawkeye was shocked and immediately twisted his compound bow. 9 arrows shot through the sky like blazing meteors. It shot towards the direction of the god of the underworld. These 9 arrows were infused with all of Hawkeye's spiritual power, and each arrow reached the level of a meteorite. The energy contained in each arrow is enough to pierce a meteor. However, the energy of dark matter exploded completely. Like a dark vortex of flames, it instantly engulfed the entire air and space warship cluster. That's right. Illusory heaven technique. A series of explosions flashed from the space battleship, but the flames were instantly consumed by the black fire and gradually extinguished. Hawkeye's pupils suddenly contracted. Even his own arrows, the moment they touched the vortex of dark fire. The dazzling brilliance of the arrow, like a meteor or a firework, was extinguished in an instant. Ugh! The immense energy of the illusionary heaven technique instantly affected the spaceship where Hawkeye was located. His figure was blackened by the ghost fire as the ship's cabin collapsed and disintegrated. Finally, it was broken down into the most basic particles. Watching that massive air-to-ground warship cluster being completely annihilated by the energy vortex of dark matter in the blink of an eye. Everyone inside the Longhan space base stared wide-eyed. So many space battleships. That's all? Some of them had just been equipped with super weapons. Some hadn't even had time to put down their bottles. Looking at the empty space, the empty radar. Piles of drifting, warship wreckage that had become space debris. There were also black mechs that flew out from the wreckage, their jet-black mechanical phoenix feathers vibrating. Everyone's Adam's apple bobbed, and their gazes were almost blank. The area around ES-003 has been cleared. Please adjust the transmission device. I'm heading to the next area. Over. Looking at Yi Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere in the base, she slowly walked towards the teleportation device. Everyone in the space station stood at attention and saluted him. No words could express the respect they held for Yi Chen. This is the only way.
Yi Chen stepped onto the teleportation device and turned around.
Seeing this silent scene, I was slightly stunned.
Then, he returned the salute to them in return.
Gentlemen, thank you for your contributions to our country. We'll meet again.
After saying that, Yi Chen's figure disappeared in the form of light spots. Meanwhile, the U.S. command was utterly shocked.
What's going on? 5-star General MacArthur followed the alarm sound and came to a liaison officer.
Staring blankly at the screen, the liaison officer read, ES-003 has no signal at all.
And no one left through the teleportation device.
So, in other words, MacArthur felt a sticky feeling in his throat.
He swallowed hard, then frowned and asked, total annihilation?
He grabbed the liaison officer by the collar and continued to question him. I remember the Avenger in ES-003 was Hawkeye. Where is Hawkeye?
The liaison officer silently shook his head, which was his answer. Hateful.
It must have been the Longhan people who struck first.
MacArthur gritted his teeth and said, notify the president to issue a stern warning to Longhan.
They must give us an explanation, or this matter will not be over. But before he could finish speaking, the alarm sounded again on the other side.
What's going on now? General, ES-007's location, completely wiped out.
Upon hearing this, MacArthur gasped again.
Impossible. Even if we are defeated, there's no way no one will escape. Keep in touch with me. 10 minutes later.
The moment the third alarm blared, MacArthur's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died.
Damn the Dragon Han people, they're declaring war on our beautiful country.
Inform the president that we are going to wage war against Longhan.
Chapter 132, Nationwide Stalemate, Avengers Assemble. At the same time,
the Dragon Han resides in the Abyss Plane Space City Heavenly Palace. The so-called Tiangong is a cluster of space bases built from various space stations and space warships. Recognized by international law, this constitutes the legitimate air superiority right of Longhan to reside in the Abyss.
Of course, other powers also had corresponding space cities.
For example, the Takamagara of A Simple Life and the Garden of Eden of the beautiful country. As the core of space bases in various countries, space cities are the radiating force of subsequent space bases vying for control of space. Unless a war breaks out between nations, everyone abides by international law and maintains a state of non-aggression. And at the southern defense line of Heavenly Palace, South Heavenly Gate, countless soldiers have been summoned and are gathering here via teleportation devices. Seeing the space warships of the Allied forces from various countries gathered and confronting each other outside Nanshanmen, the soldiers gathered at the Nanshanmen base were all furious.
Damn it, those little devils have grown wings, haven't they?
With their handsome Chinese daddy leading the way, they actually dare to act so arrogantly at our South Heavenly Gate. A soldier with the rank of Captain Kirsten swore.
There are so many Allied fleets. It's been almost a decade since the last time we've seen such a large-scale operation.
An old soldier took a deep breath and said with his eyes half closed.
Just then,
a cool, alloy-look mecha, with its wings flapping behind it and illuminating the cosmos, immediately drew gasps of amazement from everyone.
Holy crap, it's actually an SS class by Chi Mech.
It's the God of Slaughter. The God of Slaughter has arrived. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Bai Chi's mech proclaimed over the radio, if there is a war, I will be summoned back.
Gentlemen, are you willing to fight to the death with me? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The crowd cheered loudly.
Soon, two more figures appeared at the Nanshanmen space base via a teleportation device. These two men, one carrying a stick on both shoulders, the other holding a sword in his arms. Even without any protective suit, one can breathe freely in outer space using only a spiritual energy shield.
It's SS rank, the azure-clad sword immortal. And there's an SS rank, the great sage equaling heaven. So many SS rank characters. Looks like we've got this in the bag. The younger generation was extremely excited to see their idols. The veterans' faces turned solemn. They actually deployed so many SS class units. It seems, this is going to be a fierce battle. The last time I encountered a scene like this was 17 years ago. That's right. That battle was truly brutal. Back then, I was just like those young men in their 20s and 30s, young, impetuous, and utterly ignorant of the world. If it weren't for a guy who saved me, I probably would still be here. At this point, an old soldier stretched lazily, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. But now, my son is married, and I have no regrets.
To die on the battlefield is the highest honor a soldier can achieve.
You brats, don't rush around later, stay behind me. Always remember, you can only contribute if you're alive. Got it, bro. Oh no, it's the American Avengers.
Just then, someone shouted, and everyone's eyes turned to the space warship outside the South Heavenly Gate. A muscular, blond man, wearing a red cloak and wielding a giant hammer, hovered in mid-air. His body was surrounded by lightning. An old soldier's pupils suddenly contracted, and his voice trembled slightly.
That super weapon is an SSS-level legendary super weapon, Thor's hammer.
And the man who can wield Thor's hammer.
SSS-class Avenger. Thor. The appearance of Thor made everyone's faces turn extremely ugly. Even the green-clad sword immortal frowned. I don't know if I can hold on.
Just as he was about to take a step forward, the great sage equaling heaven reached out and stopped him.
Leave this man to me.
For a moment, the swordsman in green was moved to tears. No, Mist-san, you really. The Monkey King clicked his tongue and raised an eyebrow. You son of a bitch. Clearly, because of what the delivery guy said, this joke is over and done with. Sensing the terrifying spiritual pressure, the green-robed swordsman slightly suppressed the playful expression on his face.
As the two looked around, figures dressed in alloy battlesuits appeared out of thin air. It's the Avengers Mark Mech. Everyone gasped again. So many, which one is actually Steven Schwartz? The swordsman in green narrowed his eyes and asked the great sage equaling heaven. I don't know.
I'm not the real Monkey King, and I don't have fiery eyes.
How could I possibly tell?
The great sage equaling heaven shrugged. The swordsman in green nodded. Then I'll take this one. However, the appearance of the Avengers one after another, Ant-Man, Spider-Man suit, Black Bachelor, Captain America, and others made everyone frown once again.
The swordsman in green robes said, both amused and exasperated, this is impossible to divide among. Even By Cheese Mecha gritted its teeth and said, this was absolutely premeditated, absolutely intentional. So many Avengers.
This means the entire combat force of the American country's level 90 high-level battlefield has been mobilized. I never expected that even the Giant of Light in various mobile suits would be deployed by Shaorizi.
It seems this is going to escalate into a national war. Everyone was filled with unease.
The teleportation devices on Longhan's side weren't idle either.
Sinan, clad in the Flame Dragon armor. Wang Xiaohu in Earth Tiger armor. They are all appearing one after another.
With reinforcements from Longhan arriving one after another, everyone felt a little more at ease. After Sinan appeared, all eyes turned to him. Everyone, don't act rashly, calm down, we need to plan this carefully.
They won't dare to charge right now. We absolutely cannot strike first. That would be a laughing stock. General Yi Chen, would you like to rest for a while?
A sweet female voice rang in Yi Chen's ears. At the same time, Yi Chen, who had just arrived at Nanshanmen, saw the numerous aerospace fleets outside the Nanshanmen space base and charged straight towards them.
Need not. Reversing the law of darkness. Tai Su. Hell-faced Azura. Combined.
The hell-faced Azura's instantaneous appearance within the Allied fleet caused the Avengers to pause slightly in surprise.
This moment. Not only were the Avengers stunned.
Even the members of Longhan were stunned as they stared at the white dots' friendly forces among the red dots' enemies on the map.
Wait, how did this guy just rush out like that? Dude, are you deaf? Commander Sinan said, don't rush in.
The crowd murmured amongst themselves, while Sinan, upon seeing the name displayed on the white, it was Yi Chen, was drenched in sweat.
Protect the Emperor.
Charge. His voice was almost a shout.
It exploded in everyone's ears via radio.
Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who was controlling the hellish Azura, had already unleashed hundreds of palm strikes with both hands.
Azura's 100 strike. Chapter 133, where did the black hole level come from in the high-level battlefield? Where did the black hole level come from? Avengers, annihilated. The moment Yi Chen appeared, Thor's pupils suddenly contracted. Spider-Man didn't even have his spider sense react. Because Yi Chen is very fast. It's impossible to see with the naked eye.
The terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Yi Chen caused their hearts to stop abruptly. In the next instant, Thor and Spider-Man reacted as if by reflex. One of them swung Thor's hammer. A machine controlling 6 mecha spears on its back unleashed a barrage of beams towards Yi Chen.
Lightning flashed and lasers shot out in bursts. But the Hellface Azura, who was struck by strong electricity and lasers, was completely unharmed.
There's no other reason than this. On one hand, they were unable to break through Yi Chen's spiritual energy shield. On the other hand, each palm strike of Yi Chen's Azure 100 breaking strike created a small black hole.
A miniature black hole instantly captured lightning and lasers.
On the contrary, the many Avengers who were hit by the Azure 100 break strike were sent flying backwards, directly piercing through the spaceship behind them. Dozens of Iron Man suits, their suits dented and their energy cores shattered, instantly turned into scrap metal. Meanwhile, the weakest of the Avengers, Black Panther, was smashed to pieces along with his armor.
Not only that, Yi Chen threw out a jet black energy ball. The next instant, a giant mechanical Koan leaped up from within the rune array.
Countless space battleships were instantly smashed to pieces by the tail of the mechanical giant Koan. The mechanical Koan twists and transforms, becoming the whale shark god. Inside the cockpit, Gu Bailing, in her super martial spirit girl form, flicked her mechanical fishtail and shouted, "Black Sea Abyss!" A massive black hole spiral appeared right in the center of the Allied warships. The space in front of me collapsed into a black hole in an instant. Those space battleships were sucked into the black hole, torn apart by the immense gravity, collapsed, and disintegrated. The expressions of many Avengers changed drastically. Black hole level, it's actually a black hole level. High-level battlefield. Where did this black hole level come from? Where did this black hole level come from? Holy crap, they actually want us to fight a black hole class monster? Shift. Wearing the Mark suit, Shi Deku was terrified. He cursed as he increased the power of the propulsion device to the maximum. Thor's expression also changed, and he tried to escape. Even if the Mark suit's jet propulsion system sprays out Mach rings. Even if Thor transforms his body into a bolt of lightning. The two were still sucked into the powerful black hole formed by the Black Sea Abyss. Not only that, those Metsun giants of light also desperately tried to escape. However, even light cannot escape from a black hole. With their ridiculous speed of no more than Mach 30. It's absolutely impossible. Yi Chen sneered inwardly. Do you like coming? Then let's leave them all. In the blink of an eye, all the fleets assembled outside the South Heavenly Gate were sucked into the black hole. The American Avengers are all wiped out. The Giant of Light and the Mets of Little Day are all wiped out. As for the coalition of other countries, they were all annihilated. They didn't even have a chance to make a move. Everything was sucked into the Black Sea Abyss unleashed by the whale shark god. At this moment, all the soldiers stationed at Nanshanmen gaped open, their faces filled with disbelief. In the blink of an eye, all those fleets and menacing Avengers vanished. The area outside the South Heavenly Gate was deserted. Aside from Yi Chen in his silver armor and the black mecha whale shark god, all the Allied warships have vanished. Even the surrounding space debris was completely cleared away. My god, what on earth happened? A new recruit rubbed his eyes hard. The veterans looked at their positions and said with a wry smile, "We haven't even stepped out of the South Heavenly Gate yet." Such terrifying combat power. Is it truly something that humans can possess? As long as he wants. It could probably destroy the Supreme Blue Planet countless times over at any moment. Dude, you're underestimating the Avengers. Thor, at the SSS level alone, is already close to the stellar level in strength. The concept of a stellar mass is that it can destroy the sun instantly. Let alone the highest blue planet, it could even annihilate the sun. To be able to defeat Thor, a stellar level being, in an instant, this guy's strength is beyond my comprehension. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, but soon someone said, with a wry smile, "Dude, you'd better be able to stay emotionally stable all the time." Clearly, they are more concerned about Yi Chen's emotional stability than about maintaining world peace. Unlike others. At this moment, Sinan, Wang Xiaowu, Ping Tian Dashang, Qingyi Jianxian, Bai Qi Zhanjia, and others focused their attention on the armor surrounding Yi Chen. The ultimate divine weapon ranking. X+. Reversing the dark laws, Void, Hell-faced Azura. They opened their mouths wide and began to utter the name one after another. This kid, he can't be level 90 already, can he? The image of Yi Chen flashed through his mind, and the green-robed swordsman swallowed hard. Sinan, on the other hand, looked utterly bewildered. After all, this was the first time he had learned that Yi Chen possessed not only the Emperor armor but also the Hell-faced Azura. Everyone, remember to sign the top-secret death pact. What's the next task? Yi Chen asked calmly.
There was a noticeable silence on the other end of the communication device. The Allied forces have been defeated, and the mission is complete. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Since the war has already begun, shouldn't we eliminate the threat at its root? I'm almost at level 90, might as well wipe out all their space bases. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the young woman on the other end of the communication device clearly fell silent. General, please don't act rashly. This is beyond my authority. Let me report to my superiors first. Yi Chen frowned again. A good start is better than a bad one. Today they dare to surround our space base, tomorrow they'll dare to swagger across our Longhan homeland. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think we, Longhan, are easy to mess with. Please don't act rashly. Yi Chen said calmly, I wasn't impulsive, I'm very calm. When he arrived, he had already witnessed firsthand that many space bases had been destroyed by the coalition forces. Although Yi Chen used time reversal. But he had been harboring a deep-seated anger. He'll rise from level 90 sooner or later. Instead of being timid and hesitant, why not take a big leap and solve the problem once and for all? Just then, the dragon girl's voice came from the Imperial space. Master, do what you want to do. I will take full responsibility. Upon hearing what the dragon girl said, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. But he then laughed heartily and said, as a man, how can I let a woman take on my responsibilities? Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. After saying that, he put the whale shark god into his control space. With one hand, he entered the space of control and manifested the Demon Blade Thousand Blades. The Demon Blade Thousand Blades and the Azura Demon Dagger merged to become the Azura Purgatory Halberd. After tearing through space, his figure appeared in another space city. Beautiful country. Garden of Eden. Chapter 134, Total War? Superman, Homelander, Captain Marvel. Inside the highest command headquarters of the United States. 5-star General MacArthur and a group of senior officers all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Even the President of the United States, who had rushed here, had his blonde hair completely disheveled. The silence that followed as everyone watched the footage transmitted back by the space fleet was deafening. Energy level, black hole level? Yes, Your Excellency. So, did Longhan deliberately violate international law? After a long silence, General MacArthur concluded, no, Your Excellency. The available footage clearly shows that Thor and Spider-Man struck first. According to the footage transmitted back from Space Station ES-003, the other side initially only issued a warning it was Hawkeye who fired the first shot. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the other side deliberately charged into the center of our fleet, causing our soldiers to retaliate instinctively. But in any case, if judged according to international law, once Longhan released the real-time battle footage, their actions were in accordance with international law and constituted a legitimate retaliation. We cannot criticize their actions in any way according to international law. No. Mike. The American president frowned. What I mean is, this is a high-level battlefield. The enemy only sent one person. How could they possibly reach the black hole level? Isn't their level far beyond the level 90 limit of a high-level battlefield? I understand what you mean. You wanted to manipulate the level, but unfortunately you didn't. According to the monitoring, the other party's personal level is only 88. Level 88? The American president raised his voice again, incredulously. The super weapon we just saw was the EX plus Azura armor from the Ultimate Divine Weapon ranking. How could a level 88 character possibly unleash the power of a black hole? MacArthur shook his head with a wry smile. Do you remember the satellite-level powerhouse that appeared in the mid-level battlefield? Just now, Sakura provided top-secret information that satellite-level powerhouse once fought against SSS plus Tenda Soji, and the strength he displayed at the time had actually reached the stellar level. Otherwise, the heavenly Dao Soji, who possesses the power of multiple satellites, would not have been completely defeated by him. Given that Tendo Soji can shatter small meteorites and travel through time and space, let's assume that Hyper Kabuto has the strength of a multi-satellite level, or even a small star level, which is equivalent to the strength of a sun. Does anyone have any objections? If it weren't for Oma Zio's intervention, even the genius of the Sakura Kingdom Tendo Soji would probably not have survived. Upon hearing MacArthur's words, the American president fell silent once again. Bang! After a long silence, he slammed his fist heavily on the table. Those idiots from Japan. Why wasn't this crucial intelligence released sooner? Then wouldn't our Avengers have died in vain? Your Excellency, I think that's not what we should be worried about right now.
MacArthur said with a worried expression, now that our space fleet is completely destroyed, if the Dragon Han Kingdom uses this as an excuse to retaliate, we will have no ability to fight back. His words had barely faded when the urgent alarm sounded again throughout the entire command center.
Warning! Eden Space City is under attack. Target energy level, black hole level. The next moment, everyone turned their horrified gazes toward the central screen. On the screen, the entire Eden Space City seemed to be pulled by a terrifying gravitational force. Directly towards one point, compressing and collapsing. A deafening roar filled everyone's minds, as if they were hearing the echoes of the apocalypse. How many floors can you carry a bag of rice up? Carrying a bag of rice up to the second floor. No. The American president, trembling, took a pager out of his briefcase. After watching the president press the pager button, a look of fear appeared on MacArthur's face. Your Excellency, are you insane? Superman, Homelander, Captain Marvel. They're all at max level.
Deploying them would violate international law, and it would likely mean a full-scale war with Longhan, with the flames of war even spreading to the home planet of Supreme Earth.
And without them, who will deal with our supreme national war? No buts. MacArthur's words were interrupted by the American president. Eden must never be destroyed. If it were destroyed, it would be a fatal blow to our already fragile economy. Don't talk about restoring hegemony anymore. If we don't start a war then, we might not have another chance. If the economy collapses and a North-South war breaks out, our union will automatically disintegrate. The American president stared in fear at the central screen, which had turned into static, and said in a trembling voice, "Damn it, why did we have to provoke that guy?" The president clutched his head, filled with immense regret. I will bear all the consequences. Now, he has no choice but to bite the bullet and continue down this wrong path. Captain Marvel was slightly taken aback after receiving the instructions from the President of the United States. Is Thanos back again? Regardless, he immediately flew toward the nearest teleportation device. On the rooftop, the people of the motherland, who were letting loose, also frowned after seeing the pop-up interface prompt. Shift. Disturbed from his enjoyment, he immediately swore. When he arrived at the teleportation device, a man who was walking while tearing open his coat, wearing his underwear on the outside and a tight-fitting suit with the letter S printed on the chest, had already stepped onto the teleportation device ahead of him. At the same time, Yi Chen, clad in the Shura armor, looked down at the Eden Space City below with icy eyes, like an emperor. Looking around, he saw Superman, Homelander, and Captain Marvel appear out of nowhere and surround him. Yi Chen's eyes, hidden behind the Azura armor, narrowed slightly. What exactly did you do? Looking at the Garden of Eden now reduced to ruins, Captain Marvel questioned it with immense anger. Of course, his voice cannot travel in outer space, it can only be transmitted through the interface's communication devices. However, Yi Chen had already shut down all communications with the enemy. Therefore, in his eyes, Captain Marvel's expression was nothing short of impotent rage. Wow! Looking at the vast Garden of Eden now reduced to ruins, Homelander was filled with astonishment. But he shook his head and said with a mocking expression, "That's right, I've wanted to do that for a long time." Compared to the other two, Superman merely scrutinized Yi Chen with a cold gaze. Without saying a word, his eyes turned red, and a scorching laser beam shot out from his eyes, heading straight for Yi Chen. Chapter 135, I thought he was just a weird mechanic, but I didn't expect his stats to be so overpowered. The dazzling light faded away. Yi Chen's original Azura armor, which was primarily silver with gold accents, has vanished. Instead, there was a golden armor with 6 golden wings extending from its back. It is EX plus the ultimate heavenly emperor. Seeing Yi Chen completely unharmed, Superman's gaze instantly cleared. Upon seeing the ultimate celestial emperor, both Homelander and Captain Marvel were momentarily stunned. I thought that with his thermal vision that could melt and evaporate all matter, Superman could cut Yi Chen in two instantly. Unexpectedly, the man in front of them did not move at all and easily blocked the laser beam shot from Superman's eyes. Even with Superman's eyes burning red, he couldn't harm Yi Chen in the slightest. Superman frowned slightly, because the temperature of his heat vision was comparable to the core temperature of the sun. But this guy in front of me not only withstood it with his bare body, but also completely absorbed the energy of the laser and the strong radiation. Isn't this mechanism something only we have? At the same time, the Dragon Girl's voice rang in Yi Chen's mind. Master, be careful. Captain Marvel and Homelander are both LV-100, SSS plus level.
As for Superman, the Kryptonian, his level is unknown, but his rating is terrifyingly X+. Their physical strength is such that even at the core temperature of the sun, they wouldn't be injured. The speeds have all reached the speed of light, and they can even surpass the speed of light to reverse time. As for strength, Superman has pulled more than a dozen planets and escaped from black holes. As for other mechanisms, they can alter the weather, create hurricanes, and even extinguish stars and destroy the entire solar system. Besides their superhuman self-healing abilities, they can also absorb light and convert radiation and other forms of energy into their own. Therefore, it's best to use the powerful Shura armor to fight them. In short, these three people should never have appeared on a high-level battlefield. Since the United States has taken the lead in violating international law, we no longer need to tolerate it. Yi Chen nodded, switched the Emperor armor back to the Hellface Azura, coldly surveyed the three of them, and activated the enemy communication. "All three of you, come at me together." His words instantly made the Superman trio blush. Azuzwa Churan, who was originally watching the show with a detached attitude, also put away his mocking laughter. The next instant, the three people transformed into three streaks of light. They attacked Yi Chun from different angles at the speed of light. Time stopped abruptly at that moment. The physical eye on the top of the Shura armor's head. He slowly shifted his gaze toward Captain Marvel, who was the first to attack. Just by making eye contact with him, Captain Marvel felt her heart stop. It was as if countless identical scarlet eyes were locking onto his figure from the shadows. Not only that, the figure of the hell-faced Azura had actually disappeared from his sight. Wow, so fast. Etc. I'm clearly traveling at the speed of light, the fastest speed in the universe, and this guy. How could he possibly be faster than me? That moment, Captain Marvel's cosmic perception is issuing frantic warnings. Even though there wasn't time to turn around, Captain Marvel had already sensed it. That person. Right behind me. He quickly lost his ability to think, because Yi Chen, who had instantly appeared behind him, had already swung his halberd. Fear caused Captain Marvel to unleash a burst of intense binary energy. He attempted to exceed the speed of light and escape this spacetime. But just as he surpassed the speed of light and escaped into the wormhole like spacetime turbulence. Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief. In that spacetime wormhole connecting the past and the future, countless scarlet blood-red eyes opened simultaneously. And those crimson lights that locked around Captain Marvel. As he had seen before. The crimson eyes on the heads of the Shura armor are exactly the same. For a moment, Captain Marvel felt a chill run down her spine, and at the same time, excruciating pain exploded in her back and chest. A long-handled weapon pierced through the spatial turbulence, entering his back and exiting through his chest. It is the Azura Purgatory Halberd. And this strike. It was the very attack Yi Chen had just unleashed. A strike that transcends time and space. The light surrounding Captain Marvel dimmed rapidly in the next instant. The energy within his body was completely transformed within the Azura Purgatory Halberd. It's important to know that all of Captain Marvel's abilities, whether it's light speed flight or her binary form, rely on this energy. If it is reversed to the dark attribute, it will be absolutely fatal to him. And this is the law of reversing darkness. Yi Chen has only just made his move. This so-called SSS Plus from the beautiful country was killed by him in one blow. On the other side, both Homelander and Superman's attacks missed. Looking back at Yi Chen, Homelander's expression had completely lost its previous flippancy. How did this guy do that? Superman's expression also turned extremely ugly. Because of his multiple senses, he has already perceived everything that happened before. Incredible. Even traveling faster than light couldn't dodge his attack. This guy is incredibly strong. They didn't know that the so-called fastest speed in the universe, the speed of light, was just a concept. When you really compare them, even light takes more than 10 minutes to travel from the sun to the earth. However, Yi Chen can achieve instantaneous spatial leap by slicing through space. Or, in the blink of an eye, a short-distance teleportation can be completed. This is also why Omazo and Tendu Suji said it before. The speed of light is merely a threshold for the strong. Upon hearing Superman's words, Homelander swallowed hard. How could he not know the physical strength of these three people? He just didn't know that. The Shura armor is known for its destructive power. The Azura Purgatory Halberd is capable of annihilating everything. The title of the strongest armor in the galaxy is not undeserved.
gazing at Yi Chen, who was hovering in mid-air, holding a halberd in one hand. An inexplicable sense of oppression was pressing on the hearts of Homelander and Superman. That feeling was as terrifying as facing a wild boss. Yi Chen then retrieved the Azura Purgatory halberd into his control space and beckoned to the two of them with his finger. This is his first real battle using the hellish Azura, so hopefully this so-called SSS plus an EX will give him some enjoyment. Yi Chen simply stood there. Homelander and Superman transformed into two beams of light and shot towards him. Faced with the simultaneous attacks of the two, Yi Chen used only his fists to exchange a million punches with them in 0.001 seconds. The terrifying collision of spiritual energy shattered the surrounding space. Even the Abyss Star, which was 3 times larger than the Supreme Blue Star, was shaved off by a third by the terrifying spiritual energy impact. Yi Chen remained standing in the same spot, completely still. Looking at the Abyss Star, which had been cut away by a third. Yi Chen frowned slightly. It used time reversal. While restoring the Abyss Star, he waved his hand. The next moment, Superman and Homelander's expressions changed. They felt the scene before them suddenly change, and they found themselves on a nearby planet. Chapter 136, No Future. Die, die, die. Azu took a deep breath, exhaled heavily, and then raised his hands towards Yi Chen. I've stopped. From now on, I promise you I will no longer serve the army. Can you please send me back? Upon hearing Homelander's words, Superman raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at him with a face full of question marks. The people of the motherland spread their hands. I have to go back and tutor my son. Please. After learning of Shock's death, he lost all will to fight. To be honest, I don't think I'm that strong. I was out of breath after fighting for just a short while. Not only can it not exceed the speed of light, it cannot even escape its destiny. Look, I'm getting old, my hair is all white. You guys have a great time, I won't join in. Homelander pointed to his hair and explained to Yi Chen and Superman. If the fight continued, he felt he might really die. How much does it cost per month? Isn't it good to be alive? Seeing that Azu had stopped, Yi Chen ignored him and turned his attention to Superman. Please wait a moment. Azu raised his hands apologetically, interrupting the two of them again. He jumped up and down, then said with an embarrassed look. Could you send me back first, to the teleportation device? The gravity here is too strong. I've almost exhausted my spiritual energy. It probably won't even be able to escape the atmosphere. Yi Chen nodded, instantly appeared behind Azu, and threw him into the sky. The next moment, Homelander disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. Yi Chen turned around and chuckled at Superman. Now, no one will bother us. Boom! Superman launched the first attack, the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, his figure leaving after images in place, his fists like beams of light, blasting towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained standing in place, his left hand behind his back, his right hand blocking Superman's punches. In a mere fraction of a second, Superman unleashed a million punches at Yi Chen. But Yi Chen still easily blocked those millions of punches with one hand. In that instant, the Homelander, who had been thrown high into the air, felt the gravitational pull on his body suddenly disappeared due to friction, and subconsciously looked back. The next moment, his pupils suddenly dilated. I thought I had escaped the gravitational pull of that giant planet, which was several times larger than the Abyss Star. But, unexpectedly, in his dilated pupils, the giant planet was instantly shattered by the energy blasted out by the two people on the ground. At this moment, the two figures were completely engulfed by the shattered planetary fragments. Like two beams of light, they were rapidly bouncing through the shattered planet. Oh my god, oh my god. My hair! Azu held his head in his hands, his face showing an expression of disbelief, and he didn't even dare to look at it again. I was terrified that if I looked at it even once more, I would explode like that giant planet. He even began to feel glad about his idea of retiring early. Deep down, I was praying to God for blessings, just like any ordinary person. But the real situation is, Superman keeps attacking. Yi Chen blocked with one hand the entire time. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, like nails. However, as the entire planet shattered, his figure continued to move forward with Superman's attacks. In a state of weightlessness, traveling at near the speed of light through shattered, scorching magma and mantle. This state lasted for a full minute. The two successfully fought their way from one side of the giant planet to the other. Is that all? Yi Chen, hidden behind the Shura armor, looked slightly disappointed.
He instantly appeared behind Superman and threw a punch.
Boom!
The space around him, along with Superman's steel body, visibly dented when he threw that punch. Immediately afterwards, Superman coughed up blood, and his body flew backward like a shooting star. After piercing through a moon directly opposite a giant planet similar to the moon, not an artificial satellite, his body was eventually embedded deep within a blue star.
He instantly appeared next to Superman. The latter looked at Yi Chen, the only darkness on this blue star, and for the first time, fear appeared on his face. Throughout his life, Superman was virtually invincible and never experienced fear. But now, fear, an emotion he believed belonged only to the weak and vulnerable, surfaced in his mind. He felt as if Yi Chen was gripping his heart, and even his breathing became suffocating. That feeling was like he had absorbed all the energy of the entire blue star, yet still couldn't overcome his sense of powerlessness. The man in the silver armor was now shrouded in darkness, like a black dot in a star. It stood out from its surroundings, looking so conspicuous. The only thing you can see is that terrifying, scarlet eye in the center of the helmet. Just standing there almost made him lose all his fighting spirit. No! I can't give up. Superman, through sheer willpower, flew out of the blue star once more. His body shone brightly, absorbing all the flames of the stellar flare and even the energy of the entire star. The next moment, he activated his multi-sensory perception, attempting to summon his past and future selves to fight Yi Chen. But soon, his expression changed drastically. Because just like what Captain Marvel had seen before, in the space-time turbulence resembling a wormhole, countless scarlet eyes suddenly opened. What was originally a two-way passage has now become a one-way passage. The space-time tunnel has been completely blocked. I can only summon myself from other points in time. But I and the rest of myself are no longer able to return. A thought that terrified Superman arose in his mind, making his throat feel unusually sticky. In other words, those who are the masters of the naked eye have been in a position of absolute power for all eternity. Like a predator waiting to ambush its prey, it has built a complex web in the spacetime tunnel, waiting for itself to take the bait at different points in time. Another situation that terrified Superman has emerged. Even though he had just absorbed the light and heat of the entire blue star, he still felt a chill seeping down his spine. What appeared before him? Only the past self. A younger, or perhaps weaker, version of myself. In other words, oh, there is absolutely no future. As he watched countless superheroes gather together, Yi Chen smiled slightly. They finally fell for it. Instead of traveling back in time to find them one by one, why not let them come to us on their own? He plunged one hand into the space of control, and the Azura demon dagger and the Thousand Blades demon blade that appeared out of thin air reunited. A halberd is swung out. Immediately afterwards, the blue star, whose energy had been completely absorbed, was extinguished. And it was split in two. Under the laws of Yi Chen and Ion, it rapidly collapsed, forming a new black hole. At that moment, the terrifying gravity of the black hole tore apart the bodies of all the superheroes. Its body was pulled by the terrifying gravity of the black hole. Their speed was drastically slowed down, and their expression suddenly changed drastically. In the darkness that enveloped the world, what they could vaguely see was on Yi Chen's slightly tilted head. The fleshy eye embedded in the forehead of the Azura armor flashed a chilling crimson light. Chapter 137, The Changes Brought About by the Reversal of Causality. Although Superman once defied gravity by pushing through a dozen planets to escape a black hole, he is not immune to gravity. On the contrary, this relative slowdown in speed is absolutely fatal to Superman in front of Yi Chen. Moreover, he clearly discovered that the Azura Purgatory halberd in Yi Chen's hand was not only sharp enough to cut through space, but could even reverse the laws. Otherwise, the star wouldn't have collapsed into a black hole so quickly. But soon, the Supermen were trapped in an invisible net drawn by the black hole. Yi Chen, his forehead flashing crimson, was like a predator weaving this great net, instantly moving towards his prey and bringing down his halberd. I wonder how the battle is going on Superman's side. At this moment, inside the Supreme Command headquarters of the United States, the president paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Upon hearing his question, MacArthur's expression turned somewhat bewildered. Your Excellency, who is Superman? For a moment, even the President of the United States was slightly taken aback. He scratched his head, seemingly puzzled as to why he had misspoke. Did I misspoke? I meant Captain Marvel and Azu. They had no idea that Superman would be destroyed at multiple points in time and space.
All their memories, and even most of the traces of Superman's appearance in history, were erased because of causality. At this moment, Azu looked at the teleportation device not far away and patted his chest with a sigh of relief. God bless. I finally escaped from that terrifying guy. A voice sounded from Azu's communication device. The person you should thank isn't God. Hearing Yi Chen's soft laughter, Azu turned his head stiffly, looking at the ghostly silver armor. At that moment, Azu's heart almost stopped. Please pass on a message for me. Gulp. Azu swallowed hard, his eyes crystal clear, and nodded vigorously. We are a peace-loving country. They generally won't initiate a war unless they can't tolerate it anymore. Next time it won't be Eden. I will conquer the entire United States. Wipe it flat from the highest blue planet. Yi Chen said casually, tossing two round objects to Azu. After seeing the round object in his hand, Azu's back was instantly soaked with sweat. One is Captain Marvel, and the other. All his memories of Superman were reactivated. Thinking back to the scenes I witnessed. And in the distance, there was that star that had been extinguished because of the battle between the two. He swallowed hard as the bright, burning blue star regained its light. For a moment, Azu nodded his head like a rooster pecking at rice. And Yi Chen's figure disappeared again. Next stop, Takamagara. To Yi Chen's surprise, the Takamagara space city was empty, seemingly having given up resistance, resembling a ghost town. All the mundane days are gone. After quickly destroying Takamagara, he tore through space and returned to the South Heavenly Gate. What excited him most was, a new memory has appeared in my mind. That memory seemed to appear out of thin air, completely out of place with his original memories. But soon they coexisted in his mind in a different way. The law of causality has been reversed. General, welcome back. Despite the congratulations from Sinan and the others, Yi Chen absent-mindedly stepped onto the teleportation device. The next moment, to the astonishment of the many people at the War Academy, he drew his demon blade thousand blades, cleaved through space, and returned to his villa. Xiaochen, why are you back so early today? Yi Chen was slightly stunned as he looked at the woman who was doing housework with her back to him. Hurry up and release my daughters-in-law, you brat, what are you standing there for? Staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him, Yi Chen was completely stunned. Mom, let us do it. Yanli and Meng Yu jumped out of the space on their own and took the broom from the woman's hand. Yanli and Meng Yu are still the best behaved. Mother, these things can be left to the servants. Kojo Miki took out a red envelope and stuffed it into the woman's hand. Meiji, you're such a great wife. Even though we're not officially married yet, the red envelopes you've given me are more than I can spend. Seeing the women surrounding the woman, Yi Chen's vision blurred. What exactly happened? He rushed toward the woman and then embraced her tightly. Mom! The woman was a little embarrassed and quickly patted Yi Chen. What's wrong with you, boy? You've already married so many wives, why are you still so clingy? Let go of me. Yi Chen wiped his eyes and saw that all the women were looking at him with confusion, except for Aunt Shui, who beckoned to him with her finger. Aunt Shui, what's going on? Why do I have an extra memory? And in that memory, my parents, Uncle Gu, and Aunt Gu are all alive and well? Seeing Yi Chen's puzzled expression, Jin Shuaru pursed her lips and smiled lightly. All the supermen were wiped out by you. The law of causality was thus reversed. More than a decade ago, on the battlefield where they fought, history was changed because Superman didn't appear. After the timeline converged, not only their memories, but everyone's memories were also revised. Of course, only you, me, and Muyin know this. What exactly happened in history? Upon hearing Qin Shuaru's explanation, Yi Chen suddenly understood. In other words, they not only came back to life and accompanied us as we grew up, but they also witnessed my marriage, which is why I have so many memories, right? Qin Shuaru nodded with a light smile. Upon carefully examining the new memories, Yi Chen suddenly realized what was happening. Not only are Yan Li and Meng Yu no longer orphans, but even Su Mayan's parents have survived. Great! Everyone will finally be free from being orphans. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Mayan also shed tears. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Yi Chen, choking back sobs as she said, I have no way to repay my husband's kindness. Yi Chen quickly wiped away her tears. You've already given yourself to me, what's there to repay? By the way, I'll invite your parents over for dinner tonight. I'll give you a good 2-day break so you can spend some time with them. Su Mayan pursed her lips and nodded, touched. At this moment, Yi Chen's mother came over and immediately grabbed Yi Chen's ear. Mu Yan, don't cry.
Did Chun'er bully you? You brat, it's your good fortune that Mu Yan married you. Don't think you're easy to bully and always take advantage of her. Tell me, how many times have you made her cry? Marrying down?
Yi Chen was completely bewildered, but he quickly recovered based on his new memories.
In her new memory, Su Mayan, after becoming sensible, took the initiative to communicate with her parents and annul her engagement with Chen Mo. As a result, Chen Mo's family even extorted a sum of money from the Su family. Then, during the awakening ceremony, upon seeing Su Mayan awaken to E level, Chen Mo led Xiao Ran to mock her, and then he stepped in to help her out, winning the beauty's heart. Therefore, in Yi Chen's mother's view, Su Mayan was marrying down. But Su Mayan didn't think so. She quickly explained, "Mother-in-law, it's not your fault, husband." Mu Yan is crying tears of joy. My lord, are you in pain? Chapter 138, America's 3 Pillars, 2 Dead, 1 Wounded, Shocking the World. The spark that ignited World War III. Seeing Su Mayan looking at him with concern, Yi Chen smiled and said, how could it possibly hurt? By the way, Mom, where are Dad and Uncle Gu? Yi Chen's mother smiled and said, you child, I know you are filial. But your dad said that now that you're married, it's inconvenient for him to live with you, since you're still living in the old neighborhood. As for your Uncle Gu, he knew you were feigning one thing while secretly doing another, and that you even took his twin daughters away with their basins. Wasn't he still angry with you? Take some time to visit him, bringing him some gifts. If you appeal to his emotions and reason with him, he will understand. Hearing their mother's words, Yanli and Meng Yu blushed slightly, while Yi Chen looked embarrassed. Okay, Mom, I understand. Why don't you give my dad and Uncle Gu a call? We can have dinner together tonight. I'm free these next couple of days, I'm not going anywhere, I'll just spend some time chatting with you all. Why make a phone call? You're free now, just go directly. Bring plenty of good wine and cigarettes. If you don't have enough money, I have some. As she spoke, Yi Chen's mother secretly slipped the red envelope that Kojo Miki had just given her into his hand. Yi Chen's lips twitched. Mom, you can keep it for yourself. I have money now. Yi Chen's mother pulled him aside and gestured towards Kojo Miki's direction. You rascal, hurry up and marry that girl and give her a proper status. Even though this girl is from Japan, love knows no borders. As her mother, how could I not tell whether someone is good to me or not? And your Schwer, Foming, and Longing, they can all get things done together. Yi Chen smiled and said, that's for sure. I've already spoken to the principal about senior sister Meiji, and he said he's applying to the higher-ups. Schwer, Foming, and Longing's ID cards haven't been issued yet. Once we get here, I'll definitely take them to get their marriage certificates. Not one of them will run away, so don't worry. Although the two spoke softly, Kojo Miki, Yuki Oyu, Kazekage, and Ryoing all heard them. Xu Wang blushed, and Longing lowered her head. Meiji's eyes were filled with spring, while Foming shyly and excitedly stole a glance at Yi Chen. For a moment, Yi Chen's heart was filled with tender feelings. Unlike the warm and peaceful atmosphere here. At the highest command headquarters in the United States, Homelander clutched his chest and staggered out of the teleportation device. When everyone saw his severely injured and disheveled appearance, and the 2 things he was carrying. In an instant, the hearts of the American president and 5-star General MacArthur, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. Da-chow! Da-chow! The American president held Superman's head, and countless memories immediately flooded his mind, causing him to howl loudly. The others also covered their mouths. 2 SSS plus max-level powerhouses. An EX-level max-level powerhouse. Of the 3 pillars of the United States, 2 are dead and 1 is injured. Once it gets out, it seems that America's global hegemony is about to crumble. Your Excellency the President. Zu's hair was disheveled, and he spoke in a deliberately weak voice. That sir asked me to pass on a message to you. He said that Longhan is a peace-loving country, and this was just a warning. Next time, it won't be Eden, but rather the entire United States will be wiped off the map. Upon hearing Azu's words, the President of the United States was utterly shocked, and then he exclaimed with fury, outrageous. Does Longhan intend to wage nuclear war against us? Azu shook his head with a wry smile, interrupting him. If you saw it with your own eyes, he would have cleaved the entire blue star in 2 and then restored it to its original state. You wouldn't be so naive. He has already erased Superman from history, which proves that his ability is sufficient to travel through time and reverse causality. Even if you destroy the entire planet Blue with nuclear warheads, he will still restore Blue to its original state. Your Excellency, times have changed. We are no longer in the era of nuclear war. Admit it, our era has come to an end. I'd like to offer you a piece of advice using a Chinese idiom from Lonhan, rat's tail juice. Please allow me to retire early. With my current injuries, it's unlikely I can achieve anything significant. Ah Zhu has made his decision. He decided to take off that very night, heading to his villa on Mars. The Supreme Blue Star is too dangerous. He wants to go back to Mars. For a moment, Azu's words left the American president completely dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth, writhing in impotent rage, pounding his chest and roaring, "Prosper! Prosper! Prosper!" MacArthur, on the other hand, looked at him with pity. If the president continues down the wrong path, and I don't stop him, I'm afraid we'll both end up as war criminals. You're saying it's not good for children to be too outstanding. They're just being raised for the country. In the old residential area, Gu Mengyue and Gu Yanli's father were playing chess and showing off to others. His words, however, elicited a chuckle from the middle-aged man opposite him. "Old Gu, don't brag. Even if your 2 daughters awaken to be rank, they're still 2B. My son awakened to a level and was specially recruited by Tianhan Academy, but I wasn't arrogant at all." Upon hearing this, Uncle Gu's face turned bright red. He opened his mouth, then said, "Who said my daughter is AB? She's been at least in S-class. Alright, stop bragging. Are you going to try and fool us again with some kind of death pact or something like the country doesn't allow it? We'll let it go if you brag once or twice." He's always bragging, who can stand that? However, old Gu's 2 daughters are really beautiful, otherwise the Ji family brat wouldn't be so determined to marry them both. That kid from the Yi family is really capable. Back then, all 4 prestigious universities came to snatch him up, and the army was mobilized. "Old Gu, why don't you brag about your son-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Gu's face, which had been flushed, softened slightly. "Do you really think I'm stupid? This is something I really can't say. Hey, it's all because your daughter is lucky. She's been calling everyone brother since she was little. This is what they call being near the water tower and getting the moon first. Unlike our daughter Lin Jia, who is filled with deep regret. Now he looks down on everyone. Therefore, when you're young, it's best not to meet people who are too stunning. I heard that the Su family gave their daughter a dowry of over 10 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gu's expression softened. He said with a smug look on his face, "That's right. My son-in-law is not only capable. They still have a conscience. We have 2 daughters, and the dowry we received was only 1.2 million yuan." At the same time, Yi Chen, who was walking from a distance, along with Meng Yu and Yan Li, who were each holding his arms, called out in unison, "Dad." For a moment, Uncle Gu's neck stiffened and his old face turned bright red. The others praised it with immense envy. "Old Gu, you're really lucky. Your daughter and son-in-law came to see you in person." Chapter 139, Dramatic Changes in the International Situation. Uncle Gu responded with a faint yes. Although he kept his back to Yi Chen and the others. But he could clearly not suppress the smile on his face. Yi Chen was embarrassed. Clearly, Uncle Gu's arrogant and proud temperament is just like Meng Yu's. When the car arrived at the old residential area, Aunt Shui and Aunt Qin are already preparing dinner. Unlike Uncle Gu, who was arrogant and aloof, Aunt Qin was exceptionally warm towards her son-in-law, Yi Chen. From the moment I entered, they kept asking me how I was doing. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law likes her son-in-law more and more the more she looks at him. From beginning to end, Aunt Qin's smile never stopped. In this respect, Yan Li's personality is just like Aunt Qin's. Seeing his wife constantly nudging him with her elbow, Uncle Gu cleared his throat before speaking. "Xiao Chen, have dinner here tonight. There's no need to go out and waste money anymore. Food outside may not be as good as your mother-in-law's cooking. Call your dad over, let's have a drink together." "Okay." Yi Chen nodded and returned to the next room. "Dad." The moment Yi Chen was seen, Yi's father's face was filled with a smile. Yi Chen was also an orphan in his previous life, but he truly felt the warmth that his parents brought him in this life. Although not many. His parents died on the battlefield when he was 5 years old. But in these 5 years, his once frozen heart has been warmed. This is why,
despite being a time traveler, he had no strong desire to return to his original world. My father looked much older than I remembered, and his body had become somewhat frail and bloated, a far cry from the handsome young man I once was.
Yi Chen couldn't help but drink a few more cups with him. Dad, I salute you. Well. Father and Uncle Gu raised their glasses together.
Through the conversation, Yi Chen finally learned the true cause of death of his parents, Uncle Gu, and even Su Mayan's parents. It all stems from a counterattack against the United States 17 years ago.
The United States deployed Superman, which made the battle exceptionally fierce. But now that Superman has been removed from history, the outcome of that war has been reversed. They and their group also survived. By the way, Xiao Chun, your classmate Chen Mo came to my place a couple of days ago with some things to apologize. He said he was out of his mind back then, it was all his fault, and begged you to show leniency. Hearing his father's words, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Uncle Gu waved his hand and laughed. Chen, you don't need to get involved in this. I asked my comrades to inquire, and Chen Mo's father has a bad background. He was investigated by the higher-ups and is suspected of embezzlement and has been imprisoned. Although the investigation is due to offending someone, you don't need to get involved in this matter. This is their family's own fault, it has nothing to do with you. Yi Chen's father nodded and said, That's right, that's what I meant too.
I know you are a kind-hearted child, but your current position is sensitive, so you must not make any mistakes in this regard, not even small ones. After saying that, he pointed at Uncle Gu and teased, Your father-in-law is all bark and no bite, but he actually cares a lot about you behind the scenes. You little rascal, you took both of his daughters away. Remember to come back and visit him often. Hearing his father's teasing, Uncle Gu's face immediately turned red.
Old Ji, how dare you mention that?
I knew you'd noticed when I had twin daughters. They immediately moved next door to my house, they definitely weren't up to anything good.
So, tell me, wasn't it you who suggested that your son bewitch my two daughters? How is that possible? Brother Gu, I'm a completely honest person. If my wife hadn't pursued me, I would have been a complete blockhead. Besides, this kid's talent for picking up girls is absolutely innate. It has absolutely nothing to do with me.
Seeing that Uncle Gu was about to get angry again, Mangyue immediately explained, Dad, father-in-law, please stop arguing.
We took the initiative. That's right, it was the two of us who chased after Brother Yi Chen. We won't marry either of them unless it's Brother Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Ye's father looked smug. Old Gu, you heard it all. These are the words of your two daughters themselves.
Uncle Gu sighed with regret, You two good-for-nothings, it's true what they say, a married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl.
Aunt Sheen, who was standing to the side, immediately glared at him. Old Gu, you should say less. He started talking nonsense after having a few drinks. After saying that, she smiled at Yi Chen and said, Son-in-law, don't take it to heart. That's just how he is. Actually, when he talks about you, he's all smiles. The dinner table was noisy and disruptive. But the harmonious family made Yi Chen feel warm inside. However, Chen Mo's matter remains a hidden danger. He didn't have many relatives before, so he was too lazy to bother with Chen Mo. But now the law of causality has reversed. The more family members who come back to life around you, the more you will have to worry about them. He never expected that this guy would actually dare to come to his door to beg for mercy. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Aunt Shui chuckled and said, You don't need to worry about that at all. With your current status, your immediate family members all have dedicated bodyguards protecting them secretly. Chen Mo did appear once, but he was quickly investigated by the relevant departments and sent to jail on suspicion of investigating top secrets. It's safe to say that his appearance before his father-in-law was definitely a setup. Moreover, the Azura armor can also detect their safety immediately. Hearing Aunt Shui's words, Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, my strength and status are now vastly different from what they used to be. If Aunt Shui couldn't protect her parents before, she could only protect herself. But things are different now, I can travel through time and space at any time and reverse cause and effect. That's just overthinking it. Of course, Yi Chen was unaware of this. There's also the connection with the Dragon Girl's sister. Meanwhile, the international situation underwent slight changes due to his performance on the high-level battlefield. I protest. I strongly protest. Lon Han illegally invaded our multinational coalition forces on a high-level battlefield and destroyed our great Sakura's Takamagara space castle. This is a serious violation of international law. At a meeting of the United Nations,
Faced with the initial challenge from the representative of Shaorizi, the representative of Longhan took a sip of tea, seemingly offering no response. Jian Longhan remained silent throughout. The representative of the small-time country kept giving the representative of the beautiful country meaningful glances.
Hey beautiful, say something. The beautiful representative simply ignored them. He had completely lost his former domineering demeanor and instead kept his head down the whole time. Explain? I'm telling you, what the hell are you doing?
Seeing this, the chairman of the United Nations wiped the sweat from his brow.
Representative of Longhan, don't you need to explain?
The Longhan representative then pressed his fingertip against the microphone and said with an air of dominance, "We in Longhan have an old saying, the wicked accuse first." This representative of the petty bourgeois perfectly fits the image of this villain.
Chapter 140, Longhan representative, if we can't talk, then let's not talk.
It was clearly your multinational coalition that first crossed the red line of international law, surrounding our Tiangong space base and seriously affecting our space security.
We were merely reacting passively.
All of this is documented on video, the truth is there.
You were the ones who started it. If you say so, then it is. The coalition representatives spoke out angrily. What can the video prove?
The facts are right here, your Tiangong is safe and sound, but our Takamagara space base has been completely destroyed, including America's Garden of Eden.
Now, the entire Abyss star, just like the moon back then, is part of your Dragon Han territory? Aren't we human? We're asking you, are we human or not? Do you dare hand over your charioteer and confront us in public?
That's right, make Longhan hand over the war criminals.
Release all information about that person. It must be against the rules. Stop talking nonsense and start the Supreme Nation War.
Seeing the small group of people and the representatives of the coalition talking back and forth like a large, makeshift group, the chairman couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
Quiet. Representatives of Longhan, do you have anything else to explain? Upon hearing this, the Longhan representative sneered. An explanation? Do we need an explanation?
You bunch of people surrounded the heavenly palace, and our general wiped you all out by himself.
You still have the nerve to bark and howl here? Who exactly is the defeated party? Answer me. Alright, I won't say anything else. Can't talk? Then let's not talk.
We, Longhan, voluntarily withdrew from the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council.
Please grant me permission, Mr. Chairman.
Upon hearing his words, the chairpersons of the United Nations, along with all the other countries, were stunned.
No, do they think Longhan would dare to turn their backs on them?
They clearly don't respect our beautiful country's masters at all.
For a moment, many allied representatives sneered inwardly. At that moment, the American representative stood up. I disagree.
Our beautiful country vetoes Longhan's decision to withdraw from the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. The beautiful representative said in a gentle tone, Representative Longhan, let's talk this out. As one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, we should have the magnanimity of a great power and not stoop to the level of some small countries. The words of the American representative left the representatives of the small country and the coalition speechless and completely dumbfounded.
However, they didn't know that.
There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. After learning that his American Avengers were all wiped out, his space fleet was destroyed, Eden was destroyed, and even the 3 pillars had suffered 2 deaths and 1 injury, and that the last remaining one, Izu, had gone to Mars to heal his psychological trauma.
The American representative was completely dumbfounded.
Although I dare not tell anyone. Because this would affect their hegemony, but his instructions were to speak to Longhan in a polite and respectful manner.
You tomato! Now you realize you need to have a proper talk? What were they doing when they rallied multiple countries to swagger around Nanshanman? Answer me. How can I have a proper conversation with them without losing my dignity? Should I kneel down to someone?
The American representative was internally screaming fuck you 1,000 times. So when Long Hanfang proposed to withdraw from the United Nations, the beautiful representative almost wet his pants. Because if they agreed to Longhan's withdrawal from the United Nations, it would mean a complete break with them. There was still room for negotiation.
That means we've given up our last chance to communicate with Longhan. Moreover, the opponent possesses the terrifying ability to overturn tables.
Thinking of this, the American representative's legs, which were hidden under the table, began to tremble. He slowed his speech and said with a smile, I think there must be some misunderstanding here.
What can't we sit down and talk properly? Hearing the speech from the representative of the United States.
The expressions on Xiao Rizi's face and those of the other coalition representatives were particularly interesting at this moment. Not only was his face full of question marks, but his eyes had also become visibly clearer.
No, it's gorgeous. You've changed. You didn't say that yesterday. Have you even figured out the situation? The opponent is Longhan. We're your dogs. Does one not care about the owner when beating a dog? So, love will fade away. Is it right? After the beautiful representative gave a speech, the atmosphere in the entire venue became eerie. Many allied representatives blushed, lowered their heads, and looked guilty. While the many representatives of Longhan appeared calm on the surface, they were inwardly extremely excited. A weak nation has no diplomacy, only by becoming strong can it earn respect. The quick-witted Longhan representative took a deep breath and, feigning composure, said, "Since you insist on starting the Supreme Nation War, then let's start it. Don't say that we, Long Hanfang, didn't give you a chance." Upon hearing this, the American representative felt a chill run down his spine. Once the Supreme Nation War begins, wouldn't that completely expose the weakness of our own forces? Moreover, the fact that Long Hanfang is so confident clearly shows that he wants to use this Supreme Nation War to completely weaken the combat power of other countries. Even so, there was nothing he could do. On the one hand, other allied forces were outraged. If we don't agree, they'll definitely realize what's going on. Especially Xiao Rizi, he's the #1 traitor, he might just launch another attack on Pearl Harbor tomorrow. On the other hand, if they don't agree, wouldn't the dignity of the United States be lost? Stir it, stir it. Go ahead and cause trouble. If you wreak havoc on the entire Supreme Blue Planet, then our beautiful country will die alongside you. The American representative had a sinister thought in his heart. Wait until all the country's military strength is exhausted. Even then, our beautiful country will still be #2. Thinking of this, he said with a regretful expression, since Representative Longhan has proposed initiating a Supreme Nation War to resolve the conflicts between nations, our beautiful nation will temporarily second that proposal. But the Supreme Nation War is no small matter. Please allow me to call my American president. After he reported to the President of the United States, he nodded and said, as one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, the United States agrees to the Supreme War resolution proposed by Long Hanfang. After the American representative nodded in agreement, the other allied forces naturally agreed as well. Long Hanfang sneered inwardly. Finally, I fell for it. Although I don't know why the higher-ups have such confidence this time. But at least his mission was accomplished. Supreme Nation War. General Duanmu stared in shock at the message he had just received. Is the higher-ups serious this time? That's right. Sinan nodded at him. This time, the decision was made personally by the Dragon Emperor, and all the other countries have agreed to it. General Duanmu clenched his fist and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Great. I'm tired of fighting abyssal beasts all the time. This time, Yutalis and I will lead the charge. Sinan chuckled, this time, you don't need to go first. Let me go first.